Chapter 1. Arrival at Blue Star. Chi-Hao was found by the old director of the Red Star Welfare Institute in Blue Sea Town. Picked up from a thicket outside the institute's gate. It was midwinter when Chi-Hao was discovered, completely naked without a single piece of clothing, and there were no small bundles or blankets nearby. When the director picked up the shivering child, he was caught off guard and got bitten on the hand by the child. The wound wasn't deep, but a few drops of blood oozed out. Poor child, how long has it been since you had food? The old director shook his hand in pain, yet his arms remained steady, still holding the child close. The little one nestled in his embrace, big, glistening eyes fixed on him without blinking. Alas, this child is too adorable, the director said, looking at the child's cute little face. His heart softened, and he took out some money from his own pocket to take Chi-Hao for a medical checkup. The doctor's diagnosis revealed that the child was around 5 years old. Although his development was somewhat delayed, fortunately, he hadn't suffered any major issues from the cold. After a thorough examination, aside from a small cyst in his head, he was deemed a very healthy little boy. After leaving the hospital, the old director took Chi-Hao to the local police station, but after checking, the officers found that there had been no reports of a missing child in Blue Sea Town, or even in the entire Nanyao City. Just as the police were planning to increase their manpower to expand the search, a significant event occurred in Blue Sea Town that drew worldwide attention. In the northeast corner of Blue Sea Town, a small spacecraft was discovered after crashing, and rumors spread that it had come from outer space. Most people dismissed it as fake news, laughing it off. However, the police station received an urgent order from the city that night, requiring most of their forces to be dispatched to the crash site. Consequently, the search for the child's parents was put on hold. A week later, after the authorities took various measures to calm the media frenzy surrounding the spacecraft news, the police resumed their efforts to help little Chi-Hao find his family. Since there were no identifying items on Chi-Hao when he was found, the search was quite challenging. After more than half a month of efforts, the police had yet to uncover any useful information. It was as if the child had appeared out of thin air. Ultimately, after negotiations from all sides, the director brought the child he had personally found back to the Welfare Institute and named him Chi-Hao. Before starting elementary school, Chi-Hao grew up amid the mockery of being a mute. He always quietly sat outside the crowd, his big eyes observing the other children as they ate, drank, played with toys, and chased each other. When someone called him, he would just purse his lips and smile back at them. For nearly a year, he had not spoken a single word. The old director held Chi-Hao's small hand and became a regular visitor at the hospital. After various checks at the ENT department, the doctors were puzzled. The child had no issues with his hearing or throat. During their next visit, the doctor recommended they consult a psychologist. The psychologist was very fond of this delicate child and patiently conducted numerous tests. But in the end, she could only speculate that the child had experienced some significant trauma in his early years, suggesting that the director take him to a larger hospital in the capital for further evaluation. The old director was troubled. The welfare home was like a bureaucratic institution, lacking both funds and staff, and he couldn't go anywhere. However, looking at the little Chi-Hao holding his hand, the old director gritted his teeth and decided to save money to take Chi-Hao to a big city for medical treatment. Just when the director was about to lose his hair from worry, Chi-Hao finally broke his silence and spoke his first words since arriving in this new world. He called out to the director, "Dad." Years later, when the old director recalled that afternoon, he couldn't help but shed tears at the memory of little Chi-Hao standing in front of him, looking up and timidly calling him Dad. At that moment, he was overjoyed, squatted down, hugged Chi-Hao warmly, and ruffled his little head while laughing. How can talk now? Good boy. Don't call me Dad. Call me Grandpa." And so, at the age of 6, Chi-Hao shed the title of mute that had followed him for a year, put on his little backpack, and stepped through the gates of Blue Sea Town Primary School, becoming a proud little student. The primary school lasted 6 years. In the first 5 years, Chi-Hao's grades were average, consistently sitting in the middle of the class. After the 5th grade parent-teacher meeting, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, called the old director outside the classroom to talk, while Chi-Hao sat quietly inside, waiting. Chi-Hao's current grades are not enough for the town's public junior high school. He might just be able to attend a private one. Please remind him to work hard in the new school year and aim for the top 5 in the class so he can qualify for the free public junior high, Ms. Wang said. Then, Ms. Wang, what is the tuition for the private junior high? The old director looked worried. 5,000 for a semester, about 10,000 for the year, she replied. Ms. Wang patted the old director's shoulder sympathetically. She was aware of Chi Hao's background and respected the old director, which is why she spoke a little longer. However, she didn't believe Chi Hao could jump from the 30th to the top 5 in just a year. After discussing Chi Hao's situation, Ms. Wang glanced at the well-behaved student in the classroom, sighed, shook her head, and left. After the meeting, the old director held Chi Hao's hand, and the two of them slowly made their way back to the welfare home. The old director felt somewhat comforted, yet bittersweet. In the blink of an eye, the little child he had picked up years ago had grown as tall as his shoulder. The welfare home had become increasingly dilapidated over the years, and the old director's hair was growing grayer. He coughed a few times, tried to find a topic to discuss Chi Hao's studies. But looking at the child's fair little face, the words caught in his throat. This child was particularly understanding. He helped the old director with chores every day after school and spent his free time reading and studying. He wasn't picky about books and read a wide variety, often running to the recycling station to pick up books. Such a book-loving child, yet his grades weren't improving. Perhaps he just needed better nourishment. It seemed he needed to find a way to provide the child with some nutrition. As for the junior high tuition, the old director decided once again that he would start to tighten his belt. If push came to shove, should he put aside his pride and borrow some money from others? Chi Hao silently walked beside the old director. Holding his hand, he thought the old man would say something to him. But until he reached the entrance of the welfare home, the old man only patted his shoulder and said, "Good boy, I'll add a drumstick to your dinner today." The old man, slightly hunched over, walked into the welfare home with his hands behind his back. Chi Hao stood there, his head lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Most of the children who had once called him mute had already left one after another. A few new, small children in the yard rushed to him excitedly when they saw him, calling him brother. Chi Hao flashed them a standard smile and began helping the director take care of these little ones. His smile was very standard, not because he was particularly good-looking, although he indeed was, but because of the uniformity of his expression. If someone observed closely, they would notice that every time Chi Hao smiled, his expression was exactly the same. Even the curve of his lips and the slight angle of his eyes seemed to be carved from the same mold. That summer, Chi Hao continued to roam the streets, collecting scrap for money. The director had tried to stop him during his first year, but had come to realize that although this child was quiet, he had his own ideas, so he let him be. This time, while collecting scrap, Chi Hao specifically gathered a few textbooks for 6th grade. The summer of 5th grade passed quietly. When school reopened, Chi Hao moved up to 6th grade. On September 1st, he slung his small backpack over his shoulder and, like every other student, stepped into the 6th grade classroom. Many years later, when people began to reflect on the life of this legendary figure, they would realize that his many unusual traits had actually begun that year. Chapter 2. Academic Turnaround at Blue Ocean Town Primary School. There is a tradition. On the first day of each semester, there is a full day of exams. Today is no exception, with mathematics and language exams in the morning, followed by English and history in the afternoon. At 8 a.m., Class 6-2 is engaged in a tense mathematics assessment. Chi Hao is carefully controlling his pace. When the teacher reminds them that there are 5 minutes left to submit their papers, he quietly puts down his pen. Unlike his classmates, he had already decided how many points he wanted to score before he began answering the questions. For less academically inclined students, aiming for high scores is challenging. However, for high achievers, managing their scores is not too difficult. At this point, most of the students in the class have also stopped writing. It's not that they have finished, but rather that they have run out of things to write. The difficulty of this exam was intended to dampen the students' spirits, helping them transition from the leisurely state of summer vacation back into a focused learning mindset. The more struggling the students are during the exam, the happier the teachers become. That'll teach you not to study during the summer. When the teacher, smiling, collected the papers, the classroom erupted in cries of despair. Chi Hao, these questions were too twisted. I couldn't do the last 2 big questions. Did you finish? Su Yu, a plump boy with a lively demeanor, is one of Chi Hao's few friends in class. The main reason they became friends is that Chi Hao is the only one who didn't laugh out loud upon hearing his name. Su Yu took this as a sign that Chi Hao is a good friend. In past exams, their scores were always close, so he naturally assumed that his good buddy must also have faced a lot of difficult questions. Chi Hao glanced at him apologetically, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Su Yu, not hearing a response, didn't he think much of it. He is a boy with a free-spirited mind and quickly opened his language textbook, urging Chi Hao to review. You need to sharpen your skills before the exam. Every little bit helps. Hurry up, Howsy. Chi Hao looked around and saw his classmates nervously reviewing, so he opened his language textbook as well, pretending to study. When the language papers were distributed, and the teacher reminded them that there were 5 minutes left, he put down his pen again. The same routine followed for the English and history exams. Once the last exam was finished, the atmosphere in the classroom relaxed. Howsy, the results will be out tomorrow. Come to my house for dinner. I'm counting on you to bring home some meat. Su Yu has average grades, but he has a mother who is overly focused on academic success. Her punishment for poor grades is simple and harsh. She doesn't cook meat for him. Su Yu is an absolute foodie, and this tactic is a precise hit. So, whenever he can't eat meat, he drags Chi Hao home for dinner. Although Su Yu's mom is strict, she has a soft heart. Not to mention, her son has exaggeratedly shared Chi Hao's tragic background with her. When she learned that Chi Hao had been abandoned in the freezing winter without even a warm piece of clothing and nearly froze to death, she couldn't help but shed tears. Thus, every time Chi Hao visits, there is always meat on the dinner table. The school aims to use grades to challenge the students, and therefore, the teachers grade the papers quickly. The next day, as everyone entered the classroom, the math teacher was already waiting at the podium with a stack of test papers. As usual, he started reading from the back. Chen Zian, 61 points. Chen Zian was at the bottom of the class academically. He stuck out his tongue and jogged up to the podium to collect his paper. The teacher read out about 10 more names before it was Su Yu's turn. Su Yu, 72 points, a decline. This score was even lower than Su Yu had estimated, and he sulked as he took his paper. However, he reassured himself that Howsy's score would surely be similar to his, and when he took him home for dinner, he would have him tell his mother that this test was difficult, which would surely help them escape any consequences. He had worked that out in his mind and was just waiting to hear how much Chi Hao had scored. But by the time the teacher was almost done announcing the scores for the whole class, Chi Hao's name had not been called. As the teacher reached the second-to-last name without mentioning his own, Chi Hao's usually calm expression showed a slight crack. He quickly recalled all the questions and his answers, confirming that he had left the last two two-point fill-in-the-blank questions blank, meaning he could only score a maximum of 96 points. But just now, students with scores of 97 and 98 had already been called. Could it be that he accidentally wrote the correct answers? With only one paper left in hand, the math teacher cleared his throat. A hint of a smile appeared on his serious face. Now, I want to especially commend one student in our class. In this exam, he jumped from 30th place to 3rd place. I hope everyone can learn from him. Although his score is not the highest, his improvement is the greatest in our class. This student is Chi Hao, who achieved a great score of 96 points. Come on, Chi Hao, come and get your paper. The classroom erupted in warm applause. While Su Yu was so shocked that he forgot to clap, his eyes wide open and his mouth forming an O shape. This was it. He would go a month without meat. Another one equally surprised was Chi Hao himself. He had never expected the math teacher to pull such a stunt. He stood up somewhat stiffly, quickly walked to the podium, bowed his head to collect the test paper, and was about to head back when the teacher stopped him. The math teacher looked at this obedient student with a smile. Chi Hao, the questions this time were quite difficult, and scoring 96 points is no small feat. You've made such great progress. Why don't you share some study tips with your classmates? Chi Hao, who had been very low-key for years, trying not to draw attention, replied, Sure, teacher. His hands clenched into fists and then relaxed. Memories of all the moments when classmates shared their experiences over the past 5 years flashed through his mind, quickly forming a standard speech. Just as he was about to speak, an unpleasant voice came from the back of the classroom. TCH, only 96 points, not even the top score. Who wants to listen to him share? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, which belonged to Li Bing, the class sports representative. Li Bing was a rebellious student, often causing trouble. He was tall, sitting in the last row of the classroom, and at that moment, he was indignantly glancing at Chi Hao, then at Lin Xue, the class study representative sitting in front of him. Lin Xue's parents are both teachers and have always placed a high value on education. During the summer vacation before she transitioned from 5th to 6th grade, they specifically invited a colleague to their home to provide one-on-one tutoring for Lin Xue. She did not let her parents' efforts go to waste and studied diligently all summer long. In the recent exam, She managed to solve almost all the difficult questions correctly, except for the last multiple-choice question, which was way beyond the syllabus. After finishing the test yesterday, Lin Xue was particularly happy. Influenced by her parents, she also cares a lot about her grades. There were a few questions on the paper that she had practiced during the vacation, and she estimated that she would be the top student again, which made her feel overjoyed. However, to her surprise, the math teacher did not praise her at all. Instead, he asked a student with average performance to share study tips. Lin Xue felt embarrassed and buried her head on the desk. Although she was just a bit wronged and did not cry, Li Bing did not know that she was holding back tears. Li Bing was a tall and handsome boy, already over 1.7 meters in 6th grade. He had secretly liked Lin Xue since last year, and seeing her sad made him instinctively speak up without thinking. Chi Hao felt that the current situation was far more challenging than any math problem. He was unsure how an ordinary person would typically respond, whether to ignore Li Bing and continue sharing study tips, or to graciously give the honor to Lin Xue, the top student. As he hesitated, the various mixed reminders from friends and family before the trip echoed in his mind. Be careful, stay low-key, be cautious. Just stay alive. Chi Hao stopped hesitating and made his choice. The classmates saw the boy standing by the podium shrink back, stammering, "Teacher, I don't have any experience. I just did problems at home all summer." The math teacher, though initially curious about how Chi Hao had improved his grades so quickly, found Chi Hao's visible nervousness somewhat uninteresting. With a slight disappointment, he waved his hand, telling Chi Hao to return to his seat, and reminded Li Bing to adhere to classroom discipline. After that, he didn't say much more and began the formal lesson. This made Li Bing feel very proud, thinking he had heroically saved the day, and he could hardly focus on the math lesson anymore. When the class finally ended, he immediately approached Lin Xue. However, the scene he had imagined, where Lin Xue would thank him with a blush, did not happen. The girl looked at him in surprise, but ignored him, instead walking straight over to Chi Hao's desk. With a hint of admiration, she asked, "Chi Hao, the questions were so difficult this time. What method did you use for the last question? Can I take a look at your paper?" Chi Hao had previously been invisible in class, but now, the class monitor and beauty Lin Xue was actively talking to him, drawing the attention of almost all the boys in the class. This was certainly not low-key at all. Chi Hao pressed his lips together and firmly but quietly told Lin Xue, "No." Lin Xue. She stood awkwardly in front of Chi Hao for a while, then pretended nothing happened and walked toward the classroom door. Being rejected by a boy was too embarrassing. She needed to step outside to collect herself. Li Bing, who had been secretly watching Lin Xue, exploded with anger. Lin Xue ignored him and went to talk to Chi Hao, which only added to his frustration. To his surprise, Chi Hao had the audacity to embarrass Lin Xue right in front of him. This was a clear disrespect towards Li Bing. He couldn't let this go. Chapter 3. Sudden Confrontation. Li Bing suddenly jumped in front of Chi Hao's desk. Seeing Chi Hao looking at him in surprise, with those delicate eyebrows and eyes, he felt even more angry. He cursed inwardly, thinking he hated effeminate people the most. Without wasting any words, he threw a punch at Chi Hao's fair little face. Chi Hao's pupils contracted. The sudden attack left him no time to think about how to respond discreetly. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly reached out with his right hand to block Li Bing's punch. He then immediately grabbed Li Bing's wrist with his other hand. Li Bing felt a tremendous force gripping his wrist, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He attempted to push forward and also tried to pull his hand back, but both efforts failed. The onlookers saw Li Bing frozen in the motion of throwing a punch, his face turning red, but his fist could not advance any further. The two remained in this standoff. Seeing Li Bing causing trouble for Chi Hao, Suyu rushed over to help. "Wow, I didn't know my buddy was so strong. How come I never noticed before?" Lin Xue, who had just reached the classroom door and turned back upon hearing the commotion, remarked, "So, it turns out Chi Hao is also a bad student who likes to fight." Other classmates, who were watching in astonishment, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, come see. The strongest fighter, Li Bing, has hit a brick wall. That little guy, Chi Hao? This is unbelievable." Just as Wang Laosher, their homeroom teacher, pushed open the classroom door and missed the scene, she found her students looking shocked, staring blankly towards one direction in the classroom. Following their gaze, she saw Chi Hao and Li Bing facing each other, each extending an arm, with Chi Hao gripping Li Bing's fist. Wang Laosher was furious. Were these two performing some kind of performance art? And why was there a crowd watching? Day after day, they never let her have a moment's peace. "What are you all standing around for? Class is about to start. Get back to your seats." As she spoke, The bell rang for class, and students outside began to stream into the classroom. The students inside finally started to move. Amid the bustling crowd, Chi-Hao shot a cold glance at Li Bing and released his grip. Li Bing felt the immense force on his fist vanish in an instant, and his arm went limp, causing his body to lurch forward. He was about to crash into the corner of the desk and instinctively closed his eyes. Chi-Hao sprang up like lightning and caught Li Bing just before he fell. When Li Bing opened his eyes, he found himself standing dazedly next to Chi-Hao's desk. Li Bing, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the bell for class? Li Bing was startled awake by Wang Laosher's angry shout. Realizing he was the only one still standing while everyone else was seated and curiously looking at him, he felt a flush creep up his face. Even Chi-Hao was watching him, pretending to be indifferent. Damn it! Li Bing's face turned bright red. He lowered his head and strode back to his seat. Leaning over the table, seeing that everyone had returned to their seats, Teacher Wang finally nodded with satisfaction and began to distribute the Chinese test papers. As the homeroom teacher, she was quite familiar with her students' situations, and she offered a few comments for each student who came up to collect their paper. Su Yuyu had performed exceptionally well in Chinese, scoring 90 points. Teacher Wang quite liked this chubby boy and encouraged him several times. Su Yuyu felt like he was floating when he received his paper. Finally, she read out Chi-Hao's score. There were no mistakes in his Chinese results. He ranked 5th in the class. To achieve an optimal ranking, one must not only ensure their own score, but also accurately predict the scores of their classmates. Especially in Chinese, one must consider the teacher's preferences and grading style for essays, making it the most challenging subject. Chi-Hao aimed for 5th place, and he achieved exactly that, fulfilling his goal perfectly. He was quite satisfied with the result. If Teacher Wang hadn't praised him so much while handing out the papers, disrupting his low-key persona, he would have been even more pleased. In the afternoon classes, Chi-Hao learned his rankings in the other 2 subjects, English and History, ranking 4th and 6th, respectively. These rankings were also carefully arranged. Having all subjects ranked 5th would be too strange and could raise suspicions among others. Ultimately, his overall ranking was 5th. Perfect. Having achieved this perfect accomplishment, Chi-Hao felt great as he waited for his buddy, Su Yuyu, after school. Su Yuyu was busy bragging about his Chinese score to his classmates when he suddenly felt someone looking at him. Turning around, he found the newly crowned academic achiever, Chi-Hao, waiting at the classroom door. They were friends, and he knew that Chi-Hao usually went straight back to the welfare home to help out after school. So he curiously ran over to ask, "How's he? Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for someone?" Chi-Hao tilted his head, looking puzzled. "I'm waiting for you. Aren't we going to your house for dinner tonight?" Seeing Su Yuyu's eyes widen slowly, he kindly added, "You invited me yesterday, remember?" Su Yuyu's mouth twitched. "No, how's he? With your score, going to my house for dinner. That is not really appropriate, is it?" Chi-Hao blinked in confusion. "Why isn't it appropriate? I did really well this time." Su Yuyu stared at his buddy for a long time, realizing that Chi-Hao genuinely didn't understand. He sighed, dejectedly heading back to grab his backpack. "Fine. Who told us to be good brothers? We can still hang out, right?" That evening, Chi-Hao enjoyed delicious sweet and sour ribs made by Su's mother. In just one day, he accomplished saving chicken legs for his grandfather and ranked in the top 5 in his class, 2 achievements. Chi-Hao felt very satisfied. The cost, however, was that his buddy Su Yuyu lost 2 pounds from hunger over the next month. Chapter 4: True Identity During the Summer Vacation. The old director started thinking of various ways to save money. He was reluctant to turn on the fan for himself in the hot summer, only allowing it in the children's room. The children were still able to eat some meat, while the director had been eating vegetarian for 2 months. Chi-Hao tried to persuade him, but to no avail. Finally, when the new school year began, taking advantage of the opportunity of the entrance exam, he managed to rank among the top 5 in his class and immediately informed the director of the good news that he qualified for a tuition-free school in town. He expected the director's reaction to be one of relief, thinking that there was no need to continue saving money. Unexpectedly, the director asked in confusion, How did you know about the top 5 qualifying for the free school?" Then, as if realizing something, he added, "Oh, it must have been Teacher Wang who told you. Such matters should be left to adults to resolve. You're still so young. What a burden." Chi-Hao broke out in a cold sweat. His seat was quite far from the classroom door, and at the time, Teacher Wang had deliberately lowered his voice while talking to the director. Theoretically, he shouldn't have heard what the adults were saying. Feeling guilty, Chi-Hao stopped bringing it up, but from then on, his grades stabilized within the top 5. By the time he graduated from elementary school, Chi successfully gained admission to a key junior high school, Wan Haitown No. 1 Middle School, with no tuition fees. Upon entering junior high, the school organized a health check for the students at the beginning of the term. Chi was generally normal in other aspects, except for his height and appearance. He was not tall in class, only standing at 1.6 meters when he graduated from elementary school. In junior high, there were many boys in the class who were around 1.7 meters tall. His youthful appearance made him look like an adorable elementary school student of 8 or 9 years old. During the parent-teacher conference, the new homeroom teacher communicated with the director not about grades, but about his health. Perhaps we should take him to the hospital for a checkup to see if there's a growth delay. At the hospital, after an examination, it turned out that his bone age was only 9 years old. The doctor recommended growth hormone injections, but Chi firmly opposed it after hearing the price. This time, the old director fell silent as well. 30 to 40,000 a year was a figure that couldn't be saved up just by being frugal. Over the past few years in elementary school, Chi had read through various subjects and gained considerable knowledge about human medicine. Now, when he tried to persuade the old director, he could make valid points. Grandpa, some boys develop late and only start growing in high school. Also, this injection might have side effects, causing fluid retention in the knees, leading to leg pain when they grow up. We shouldn't take this injection. The director accepted this reasoning. But Chi knew in his heart that the real reason for his short stature was that his growth rate was half that of a typical human. His actual age was roughly equivalent to that of a 9-year-old on Earth. He estimated that his final height as an adult would be close to 2 meters, and thankfully, there were many tall individuals in the human world, so he should not stand out too much. Also, he was fortunate to be on Blue Star. If he had ended up on a planet where the average height was below 1 meter, he would have been too conspicuous. Yes, Chi was not a native of Blue Star. 7 years ago, his spacecraft made an emergency landing on Earth and automatically opened from the inside, forcibly waking him from the sleep chamber. Crawling out of the spacecraft, he was greeted by the cold air and swirling snowflakes, surrounded by a world of ice and snow. Before he could carefully observe his surroundings, the spaceship was filled with a chaotic, intermittent electrical sound. Escape pod number 100 has successfully arrived in the Orion arm of the galaxy. Blue Planet. This escape pod belongs to the young mayor. The entire population of Zeta Star congratulates you on your successful arrival at a new planet, wishing you all the best, peace, and health. Farewell, our child. This is the last blessing from the home planet. Mayor had no time to feel sorrow when a roar echoed in the sky. He looked up and saw a flying vehicle passing overhead in the night sky. Blue Planet is a world that has already developed its own civilization. Young Mayor always remembered a rule. If the destination planet has its own civilization, he must immediately activate the spaceship's self-destruct program. He turned around, pressed the red button, then turned back and ran with all his might. 1 minute later, the spaceship activated the self-destruct program, exploding from the inside and erasing all traces of Meyer's existence. Later, every time the night was quiet, Chi would often stand in the backyard of the welfare home, quietly gazing at the starry sky. In the night, the stars twinkled above, but he knew that his home planet had forever vanished from the star map. Zeta Star, like Blue Planet, is a planet, and its star is the Northern Star. The Northern Star is an aging star that has expanded to hundreds of times its original radius in the late stage of its life cycle. Although Zeta Star had extremely advanced technology and had begun to develop aerospace technology and life sciences with the entire planet's effort at the early stage of the Northern Star's expansion. The expansion speed of the Northern Star was much faster than scientists had estimated. The time left for the Zeta people was not enough to develop large escape spacecraft. Ultimately, Zeta Star could not escape the fate of being consumed. In the last few hundred years before the planet's destruction, the environment deteriorated sharply and the surface temperature soared, making it uninhabitable. Although the inhabitants of Zeta Star were forced to migrate underground, they did not give up on self-rescue until less than 100 years before being consumed. The leaders of various countries on the planet finally announced the abandonment of the large spacecraft escape plan and instead began to cultivate the seeds of the planet. In this century, every time a baby was born, specialists would come to assess their brain development potential. Over the century, 100 top geniuses were gradually selected, each with a brain development potential greater than 98. Zeta Star encapsulated the vast cultural history of the entire planet and the most advanced knowledge of the past century into biological chips, which were implanted into the brains of these 100 geniuses. They would fall into a dormant state during the long journey through space, and during this period, Their brain cells would slowly absorb this knowledge to avoid damage from an overload of information. Since they could stand, these 100 children were taught by specialists to develop their survival skills in various harsh environments, with plans to place each of them into a dormant pod when they turned 18, to travel to a planet that had been carefully calculated to be the most suitable for the survival of Zeta Star's people. These 100 lucky individuals were forced to be separated from their biological parents since birth, and from a young age, they began undergoing various rigorous training, leading a monotonous life. The impending doom of their planet and the fear of an uncertain future drove one of the children to a mental breakdown at the age of 13, leaving a precious opportunity for another. On the same day, a child named Meyer was born. His brain development potential test score was the only perfect score in the millennia of Zeta's history. Learning from the previous child's experience, his parents were allowed to visit him daily. As a result, Meyer was the most emotionally connected and attached to his parents among all the geniuses. When he was 5 years old, the expansion rate of the Northern Star suddenly began to accelerate. Scientists concluded that an escape spacecraft must be launched immediately, with no time to waste. At just 5 years old, Meyer was not fully prepared and had to face the vast unknown of the universe alongside 99 other companions. In a bid for survival. Chapter 5. Li Bing's dad. Before entering the escape pod, Meyer's parents held him tightly, continuously reminding him of various things, though they themselves couldn't recall exactly what they had said. Although the child was a genius, he was only 5 years old. Would he be lucky enough to reach his destination, or would he quietly perish in the sleep chamber? No one knew the answer. Yet, despite their reluctance, the moment of farewell had come. As Meyer was taken from her arms, his mother turned away, trembling, so that Meyer wouldn't see her tear-streaked face. Under the gaze of the entire planet, 100 small spacecraft, crafted from rare materials, soared into the sky, heading in different directions along predetermined paths. After an unknown number of years and countless jumps through time and space, Meyer's ship finally arrived at the blue planet. When Meyer crawled out of the escape pod, he felt confused. No matter how intelligent he was still just a 5-year-old child. However, because of his young age, he was very obedient, remembering the instructions of his mentors, to stay away from the escape pod as soon as he arrived, and to do everything possible to conceal his true identity. In a state of panic, he randomly chose a direction and kept walking into the darkness. By the grace of fate, following that direction, he found a welfare institute named Red Star. Inside the institute, there was a kind-hearted old director. Just at dawn, they met by the fence outside the welfare institute. From then on, Meyer acquired a new identity on Earth, Chi Hao. After a year of quietly observing the people around him, Meyer mastered the first language of Earth, Mandarin. Subsequently, he spoke his first words after arriving on Earth, Dad. No one ever doubted his background or identity. The scientists from the Zeta planet calculated that the most suitable planet for Zeta people was the blue planet. The old scientists had once told him, research on the blue planet showed that its climate and environment were very similar to those of Zeta thousands of years ago. The life forms nurtured in this environment should also be similar. Due to their preference for young beings, everyone quietly reserved this most promising planet for Meyer. When Lucky Meyer walked into the classroom of Class 1, 2, he felt for the first time that he wasn't so lucky after all. His future desk mate looked up timidly at him, then quickly lowered his head. In the middle of the last row sat a tall boy who looked familiar, who snorted upon seeing him and awkwardly glanced out the window. Next to the window, a chubby little boy was making faces and greeting him. For the first time, Meyer felt that his intelligent brain was not quite enough. Lin Xue did well in her studies and also entered the same school, which was normal. But it was strange that Su Yu and the simple-minded, yet physically strong Li Bing also appeared here. What was so strange about that? My mom paid the sponsorship fee. 50,000. Su Yu waved 5 fingers in front of Chi Hao, saying, didn't you know you could pay a sponsorship fee to enroll in this school? Chi Hao thought for a moment and understood that Teacher Wang was likely considering the economic situation of the former director and probably hadn't even mentioned the sponsorship fee to him. As for Li Bing, well, he is the child of a teacher. His father, Li Haoqiang, is a physical education teacher at our high school. How's he? You need to be careful. I've heard that Li Bing's father is particularly protective. If you have conflicts with Li Bing, watch out for him to take action during class. Li Bing's tendency to stir up trouble everywhere is closely tied to his father's indulgence. Li Bing has never lost a fight since childhood. Whenever parents brought their crying children who had been beaten to the Li family's door, Li Haoqiang would smile and apologize, covering medical expenses without hesitation. However, He never dared to say a harsh word to his son. It's often said that Li Haoqiang is protective, but it's beyond that. It's indulgence. The above information is what Qi Hao gathered from various sources. As an alien hidden among humans, the only anomaly on the entire blue planet, Qi Hao remembered the admonitions of his mentors and friends to do everything possible to hide his alien identity. He must never reveal his true identity, for the consequences could be worse than death. During his years in the orphanage, through various subtle tests, Qi Hao had come to realize the vast disparity in strength between himself and Earthlings. The only time he nearly exposed himself after arriving on Earth was during the conflict with Li Bing, when Li Bing's fist suddenly swung at him. Qi Hao instinctively blocked the attack and then attempted to push him away. This was a biological instinct. Fortunately, within less than a second, he overcame that instinct and changed the push into a grip, which prevented Li Bing from being sent flying. Qi Hao couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if he had lightly waved his hand and seriously injured Li Bing. However, the surface crisis had passed, and the hidden risk remained. That risk was Li Bing himself. Others might not know, but Li Bing was acutely aware of it. When Qi Hao pushed him, he felt as if he was about to be thrown out. For the first time in his life, he experienced an uncontrollable fear of facing an unknown power. But the next second, his wrist was grabbed. His heart instantly settled. That day, after returning home, the area around his wrist where he was held turned completely purple. Yet, no matter how much Li Haoqiang asked, Li Bing never revealed Qi Hao's identity. He was involved in trouble, but he had his own logic. He had provoked first and had also struck first. At such times, to call for help when one is outmatched is the act of a coward. So while Qi Hao was worried over here, Li Haoqiang hadn't even heard his name. Therefore, in the first physical education class of middle school, when Qi Hao saw the tall figure of Li Haoqiang walking towards him with his hands behind his back, he felt an unusual nervousness. Li Haoqiang was somewhat of a legendary figure on that street. In his youth, he was as formidable, if not more so, than his son Li Bing. Whenever there were street fights, he was sure to be among them. His parents, determined, sent him to practice sports. Sports training has drained his seemingly endless energy, and the coach appreciates his tenacity and unwillingness to give up. With impressive results in several regional competitions, he was specially recruited into a sports university. After graduating with outstanding grades, he was assigned to a key high school in a town known for its blue ocean. And more than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Li Haoqiang is an experienced veteran teacher. He can tell at a glance whether a student is crafty or not. He slowly walked towards the boys' team and noticed from a distance that there was a petite boy in the front row who had been stealing glances at him with a guilty expression several times. Chapter 6 Three-Person Team Humph. Looking at this height, no need to guess, it must be another pampered student pretending to be sick to avoid effort. He glanced at the timid Qi Hao and then at his own son, who stood tall like a poplar tree at the end of the line. Feeling a surge of pride, look at his son, that is what a real man looks like. As he walked closer, he noticed not only was the boy short, but his skin was also so fair, looking delicate like a girl. He secretly resolved that no matter whether this little one pretended to have a stomachache, a headache, or a sprained ankle, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. He must train him to be like his son. Qi Hao unexpectedly made eye contact with the physical education teacher. Although the teacher quickly looked away, he felt there was something significant in the teacher's gaze. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and the first physical education class of middle school began. At ease, stand at attention, roll call. After the opening remarks, Li Haoqiang revealed a strange smile. All boys, run 2 laps around the playground. Many students wailed. What the heck? 2 laps is 800 meters. Has Teacher Li gone mad? Other classes only run 1 lap. Qi Hao looked around and saw that everyone was still, so he didn't start running immediately. In just a short moment, Li Haoqiang had already furrowed his brows and walked up to him. Why haven't you started running yet? Trying to slack off? Qi Hao immediately lowered his head and obediently began to run. Half a lap, 1 lap, 1.5 laps. Out of the corner of his eye, he felt that Teacher Li's gaze seemed to be following him, or maybe it wasn't he. Right, stay low-key. Qi Hao controlled his speed, slowly running to the middle of the group. The strategy was to neither lead nor lag behind, just keep pace. Unexpectedly, he misjudged. Li Haoqiang had indeed been paying attention to Qi Hao. Surprisingly, only a chubby boy named Su Yu couldn't keep up in the second lap. All the other students gritted their teeth and persevered. Although Qi Hao slowed down in the second lap, judging by his strides and arm movements, it was clear he still had energy left. Looking at others panting like cows while Qi Hao breathed steadily, he thought, not bad, in the first class. I found a good candidate for long-distance running. After the boys finished the 800 meters, they were exhausted, with some sitting directly on the ground, being urged by Li Haoqiang to get up and move. You can't sit down immediately after running. Keep walking. After shouting, he kindly waved at Qi Hao. You, come here. He had indeed been secretly observing me. Qi Hao's heart raced in his throat. He pretended to be out of breath and slowly made his way to Li Haoqiang, already imagining several terrifying scenarios in his mind. But none of those scenarios occurred. Li Haoqiang kindly asked, "What is your name?" "Qi Hao." Li Haoqiang smiled. "Qi Hao, you're quite good. Are you interested in joining our school's long-distance running team?" "Huh." Li Haoqiang pretended not to see Qi Hao's confusion and decisively stated, "All right, it's settled then. Qi Hao, you are now registered for the principal's running team." Qi Hao inexplicably became a member of the principal's running team, after finally enduring until class was over. Su Yu exclaimed like a fish out of water, "Howsy, Teacher Li must be crazy. Who practices so hard on the very first day of school?" The backs of the other boys' uniforms were soaked with sweat. Meanwhile, Qi Hao, who felt quite relaxed the whole class and hadn't sweated a drop, replied, Yeah, I'm exhausted. After school, Su Yu came to find Qi Hao. "Howsy, let us go to my house for dinner. My mom has come up with a new dish." Thinking of Su's mother's cooking, Qi Hao couldn't help but swallow hard and regretfully said, "I can't go. I joined the principal's running team, and Teacher Li wants me to go to the track for long-distance training after school." Su Yu's eyes nearly popped out. The long-distance team is exhausting. They can never recruit enough members every year. "Howsy, how could you possibly want to join the long-distance team?" Qi Hao replied gloomily, "I didn't sign up. It was Teacher Li who made me join." Su Yu suddenly realized, "I knew Teacher Li was going to pull something on you." After wavering for a long time between going home for good food and suffering alongside his friend, Su Yu gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll accompany you to the training ground. If you can't run anymore, I can at least plead for you." The two of them set off for the track. As they passed the basketball court, the school basketball team was practicing. A new player slipped, and the ball unexpectedly flew towards Qi Hao's head. Qi Hao, with extraordinarily sharp hearing and reflexes, noticed something was off immediately, but Su Yu next to him didn't react at all. Not far away, Li Haoqiang was watching in that direction. Qi Hao quickly assessed the force of the ball and thought, thankfully, he could handle it. He sighed inwardly, planning to brace for the impact. The basketball whizzed towards him, and only then did Su Yu hear the sound and panic, turning to look. Qi Hao made a synchronized, startled expression, secretly preparing for the hit. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a tall figure leaped over, blocking the ball just before it hit the back of Qi Hao's head. "Oh my God, you scared me." "Thank you, Savior," Su Yu exclaimed. After regaining composure, he held on to Li Bing's hand, constantly expressing gratitude, even affectionately calling him Big Soldier. Taken aback that he had avoided being hit, Qi Hao followed suit and thanked him in a daze. Li Bing had sprinted over and managed to save the ball, panting as he muttered a few words. "No need to thank me," then picked up the basketball, cradling it in his arms, and headed towards the basketball team. As he neared the team, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Which fool threw that ball? You almost hit our classmate in the back of the head." Su Yu stared blankly at Li Bing, losing his temper, and suddenly remarked, "Howsy, for the first time, I think Li Bing looks pretty cool. Qi Hao, are you alright?" A loud voice suddenly came from behind. Qi Hao turned around to see Li Haoqiang running over, clearly startled by the earlier incident. With such a fast ball coming towards him, and with his back facing the direction of the incoming ball, it was impossible for Qi Hao to react in time. If it had hit him on the head, although he reacted quickly, shouting as he rushed over. The distance from the track to the basketball court was still quite far. Fortunately, his son was doing well. He rubbed the top of Qi Hao's head and said, "Luckily, it was a close call. Let's go train over there." He took another glance at the basketball court and saw that his son hadn't gotten into any physical altercation with that player, which made him feel relieved as he headed back. After that day, the small group of Su Manyu and Qi Hao became 3 people. Chapter 7. Lin Xue's incident. Qi Hao's deskmate is Lin Xue, who was Li Bing's crush in elementary school. Lin Xue had borrowed a test paper from Qi Hao and was scolded by him, and later she witnessed the fight between Qi Hao and Li Bing. Realizing how strong Qi Hao was in a brawl, Lin Xue's parents are very strict, and growing up in such a household, she has always been a good girl. Her family strictly forbids her from associating with classmates who like to fight, fearing that their daughter would be influenced negatively. Therefore, for the entire 6th grade, Lin Xue didn't speak a word to Qi Hao. Finally, After graduating from elementary school, she thought that even if she entered a junior high school, there was no guarantee they would be in the same class. To her surprise, they not only ended up in the same class, but also as desk mates. So, after school started, Lin Xue was troubled by one thing: how to find a way to change her desk mate. She didn't want to sit next to a kid who liked to fight. Aside from her desk mate, Lin Xue was quite satisfied with her junior high life. She had good grades, was pretty, loved public speaking, and joined the school's publicity department. Every Friday after school, she had to work with other students to prepare the promotional materials for the morning run the following Monday. While she pondered over switching her desk mate, her work slowed down. By the time they finished the materials, it was already nearly 6 in the evening when she parted ways with the other students at the school gate. Lin Xue's family had strict rules. Even being a few minutes late would lead to her parents interrogating her for a long time. In elementary school, it was manageable, but as she entered junior high, Lin Xue gradually found it unbearable to face her parents' questioning and criticism. She calculated in her mind that her mother usually went grocery shopping after work and would get home around 6:30. If she took a shortcut instead of the main road in front of the school, she could get home in 20 minutes. Without thinking too much, Lin Xue hurriedly turned into a small path on the left side of the school gate. Unbeknownst to her, a bar called Backstreet Bar had recently opened in that alley. Every Friday night, the bar's entrance was crowded with a mix of people, and there were always some who got drunk and caused trouble. As she rushed halfway down the path, the sky gradually darkened, making her even more anxious, and she started to jog. When she reached near the Backstreet Bar, a young man in a floral shirt, holding half a bottle of alcohol, stumbled out of the bar. Lin Xue was running fast and didn't have time to stop when she saw him. In a hurry, she tried to dodge to the left. The young man, drunk and unsteady, swayed and fell to the left as well. They collided heavily. The young man was knocked back a few steps, and his bottle of alcohol flew out of his hand as he stumbled and fell, accidentally landing on a small piece of the broken bottle with his right hand. Lin Xue fell to the ground, scraping her knees and bleeding. When she got up, she saw the young man in the floral shirt cursing as he got up. His face twisted in anger. Lin Xue, being a delicate girl, had never encountered such an unexpected situation. All she could do was repeatedly apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll take you to the hospital." The young man, half awake from the pain, rolled up his sleeves, ready to slap the person who caused the accident. But upon realizing that the one who bumped into him was a student, looking quite pretty and wearing the uniform of a nearby prestigious school, he hesitated. His gaze wandered over Lin Xue's face and body, and suddenly he laughed. "Little girl, this matter is actually easy to resolve. As long as you agree to one condition of mine." Lin Xue asked innocently, "What condition?" The man in the floral shirt smiled suggestively. "School ends at 5, and the training sessions for the athletics team and basketball team each last an hour. Today is Friday, and it's Li Bing's turn to tidy up the court. After training, Chi Hao came over to help Li Bing put the basketballs back in the sports equipment room, and then they returned to the classroom, where Su Youyu was already so hungry he was seeing stars. Li Bing, feeling a bit awkward but knowing Su Youyu loved food, suggested, "Fat you. You often come to my house for meals. Let me treat you today. There's a new burger joint on Lin Xue Road, and their burgers are huge, with 2 patties inside." Upon hearing patties, Su Youyu's eyes lit up. The 3 of them exited the school gate, and Li Bing led them to the left, entering a small alley. "If we cut through this alley, we'll reach Lin Xue Road faster." Excited, they walked halfway when they saw a crowd ahead. The alley was narrow, and with so many people, it became blocked. All 3 were hungry and didn't want to squeeze in to see the commotion, so Li Bing shouted, "Friends in front, please make way, thank you." As soon as he finished, a sobbing female voice came from the crowd. "Li Bing?" In the noise, Li Bing seemed to hear his name. "Did someone just call me?" Su Youyu was focused on the burger and didn't hear anything. Chi Hao, with his keen hearing, immediately confirmed, "It's Lin Xue calling you." From the sound, she's in the middle of that crowd. The 3 exchanged glances and hurriedly pushed their way through the crowd. In the center stood 4 people. The man in the floral shirt had come with 2 friends to drink, and his hand was already bandaged by one of them. Now, he and one friend were crossing their arms, grinning at Lin Xue, while another companion stood behind her, with light-colored hair and a tight black tank top, holding Lin Xue's backpack in his right hand. With all 4 of them standing there, they blocked half the alley. As more people stopped to watch the commotion, the crowd grew larger. Lin Xue's backpack was in the hands of the other side, and she tried to grab it back but failed. She wanted to run, but there were people blocking her front and back. Seeing her face turn pale with anxiety, The floral shirt man asked cheerfully. So, little sister, have you thought it over? If you become my girlfriend, this matter will be settled. After he said this, the man in the black tank top stepped forward. Lin Xue was pushed forward by him and stumbled against the floral shirt man. He opened his arms playfully, saying, "Come on, little sister, come into my embrace." Embarrassed and scared, Lin Xue, in a moment of desperation, burst into tears. Just then, as Li Bing squeezed in, he happened to see this scene. In an instant, his eyes turned red with anger, and without thinking, he rushed forward, grabbed Lin Xue's arm, and pulled her behind him. The man in the floral shirt stopped laughing, shot Li Bing a sidelong glance, and spat on the ground. "Hey, you haven't even grown up yet, and you dare to meddle in your grandpa's business. You still have time to get lost now." At that moment, Chi Hao had already squeezed in. As soon as he entered, he noticed the intense gazes of the surrounding crowd fixed on them, suddenly becoming the center of attention, which put immense pressure on him and made him want to back down. Many you followed Chi Hao in, peeking at the situation across the way, and then quickly turned to squeeze back out. Chi Hao also wanted to turn around and follow many you, but there were 3 people on the other side, while Li Bing was alone. Chi Hao halted his steps, sighed, and walked back to Li Bing's side, standing closely beside him to shield Lin Xue completely. Chapter 8. Forceful suppression. The man in the black vest hesitated and quietly asked the one in the floral shirt, "Brother Xiao? The ones across are students from that prestigious school. Are we really going to fight?" The floral shirt snorted coldly. "Of course, we are going to fight. But take it easy." Nodding, the man in the black vest swung his somewhat heavy backpack and aimed it at Li Bing, ready to smash it down. He actually didn't intend to hit hard. Usually, when they got into brawls, they would directly use broken bottles as weapons, often drawing blood with one blow. Seeing that the opponents were in school uniforms, he thought he would just teach them a lesson to relieve his brother's anger, just a little warning. Unexpectedly, Li Bing snatched the backpack away with one hand and casually tossed it behind him, not turning back as he told Lin Xue, "Take the backpack and hurry home." Lin Xue hurriedly bent down to pick up the backpack. When she stood up after organizing it, the 2 figures, tall and short, were still firmly positioned in front of her. Initially trembling with fear, she now crouched on the ground, clutching the backpack, and looking at the 2 figures in front of her, she suddenly felt less afraid. "It was my fault, I can't leave," she thought. At worst, we would all get beaten up by them together. As soon as Li Bing made a move, the man in the black vest realized that he was also an experienced fighter, and he stopped holding back, each strike becoming more brutal. The floral shirt and his companion, seeing that Li Bing was trying to protect Lin Xue behind him and was getting overwhelmed, couldn't help but laugh, as if they were watching a monkey show. They unconsciously ignored the seemingly small and fragile Chi Hao, who stood silently, watching the vulgar expressions on the faces of the floral shirt and his group, listening to their increasingly outrageous curses. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in his heart, like a fire burning, making him feel a bit uncomfortable and uncontrollably wanting to vent. The blue planet is a beautiful one. The star that this planet orbits is so young, of just the right mass, providing just the right amount of warmth. This planet has mountains, grasslands, rivers, valleys, and oceans. Everyone can joyfully bask in the sunlight on the surface. Why, in such a beautiful blue planet, do such ugly creatures exist? What right do they have to possess such a perfect world? Chi Hao suddenly whispered something. Li Bing, standing nearby, heard but didn't understand. If there were a second surviving Zeta alien in the world at that moment, they would understand that Chi Hao was speaking his mother tongue, destruction. In the next moment, everyone present felt a blur before their eyes as a blue figure appeared behind the floral shirt, swiftly extending his right hand to grip his neck. The floral shirt's eyes widened in shock, his face turning purple, as he desperately tried to pry Chi Hao's hand off, kicking his legs wildly. His companion hurried over to help, but was caught by Chi Hao's left hand around his neck. The man in the black vest and Li Bing were stunned, stopping their fight. The man in the black vest rushed over to help, while Li Bing, fearing for Chi Hao, also ran towards him, shouting, "Haozi, let go." Chi Hao obediently released his grip. The floral shirt and his companion felt darkness clouding their vision, collapsing to the ground and coughing painfully. The individuals in black vests helped each other up, staring in shock at the boy. "Teacher, hurry, it's right here." At that moment, a flurry of panicked voices erupted from outside the crowd. Lin Xue turned around in surprise to see the school security and several male teachers parting the crowd and rushing over. Meanwhile, the sound of a siren echoed from the alleyway. "Didn't he expect that, did you?" I called the police, someone smugly announced. The officers took the group back to the station. The three in floral shirts were frequent visitors there. Officer Bai frowned upon seeing them. You again. Last month you were almost charged with public disturbance. So what did you do this time? One of the floral shirt trio covered his neck with one hand and raised his injured other hand, hoarsely protesting. Officer, this time we were the ones getting beaten up. That kid over there tried to kill us. Officer Bai glanced at the small boy and coldly scoffed at the floral shirt wearer. Chen Xiao, let me tell you, there are surveillance cameras where you fought. Make your story believable. The trio felt utterly wronged. We're not lying. That kid really attacked us. While they were arguing, the boy sat calmly across from another officer, recounting the events. Officer Nyo, who had been working at the local station for 8 years, was known for his exceptional memory. He never forgot a suspect he had encountered, even after years. As he took notes, he felt the boy's name and face seemed familiar. Halfway through the notes, he suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember. You're the child from the Hongxing Welfare Institute, the one that Director Chi found that winter. The boy had a remarkable memory. Not long after arriving, he had visited this police station. It represented the oversight body of this region and was one of the places where newcomers feared exposing their identities the most. Every newcomer had practiced scenarios involving such authorities. Back then, he had successfully pretended to be a pitiful, amnesiac mute in front of the officers. As he walked in, he recognized more than half of the busy officers in the station. Feigning confusion, he looked at Officer Nyo. Do you know me? Of course I do. I even held you once, Officer Nyo replied. When helping the boy find his family back then, he had stayed at the station for over half a month. The boy was cute and had a tragic backstory, and the officers had taken good care of him, especially Officer Nyo. He had just joined the force for less than half a year, and this case had been one of the significant ones he handled. Unfortunately, he never managed to find the child's family, which left him with a lingering sense of guilt. Seeing the child again after 7 years stirred up emotions. Old Yang. Old phone, come take a look at who this is. Xiao Nyo, with so many people around, are you still playing guessing games? Get back to work. Officer Yang and Officer Feng approached, jokingly scolding, expecting to see a photo of a fugitive. They were taken aback by the sight of the innocent-looking boy. Officer Yang frowned as he scrutinized Chi Hao, and after a while, he suddenly realized. I remember now. Is he the child brought by old Chi? They were recognizing each other here, leaving the three in floral shirts on the other side stunned, unsure of Chi Hao's background, and too afraid to shout that he wanted to kill someone. When the officer responsible for reviewing the surveillance footage returned, everyone looked at the footage and saw that the incident started because the one in the floral shirt bullied a young girl. What? You say you were injured? The other person's leg was also hurt. Not to mention that they had already tried to avoid you, and you ran into them. What? You didn't mean to bump into them. You were just drunk? It's clear that you were drunk. Chapter 9. The debate competition. After a lot of effort and mediation from the police, both parties finally reached a handshake agreement. After the three individuals in floral shirts left, Li Haoqiang asked the other teachers to go home first while he stayed at the police station to accompany the children until their parents arrived. He hadn't seen the scene and thought that his son had bravely saved his classmates single-handedly against 3 others. So, while waiting, he praised his son, saying, Kid, well done. When you see a classmate in trouble, you should act like this. Seeing that the floral shirt trio had left, the officers exchanged glances. Officer Nyo received a signal and stood up, calling out, Xiao Hao, come here. Uncle wants to talk to you for a moment. Chi Hao glanced at the surveillance monitor and felt a jolt of anxiety, obediently following Officer Nyo to the next room. You're a brave kid, Officer Nyo said. Noticing that Chi Hao's lips were pale with nervousness, he reached out to pat the boy's head. Tell Uncle, do you usually have a lot of strength? Chi Hao looked down, avoiding Officer Nyo's gaze. I usually have some strength, but not as much as just now. I just saw them hitting my classmate. And suddenly I felt a surge of strength. Officer Nyo nodded. Just as he suspected, it was a physiological response to an emergency, resulting in a burst of strength. The boy was probably exhausted now. Confirming his assumption, he didn't let Chi Hao leave immediately but patiently advised him. Having strength is a good thing. It can protect you and your friends. But Xiao Hao, what if you seriously injure the other person? Also, if you rush into a crowd and someone stabs you, what will you do? You're still young. If you encounter trouble in the future, remember to find a teacher or a police officer first. Don't rush in alone. Okay. After saying this, he stood up and walked toward the door. Chi Hao felt relieved and followed suit. Just then, Officer Nyo suddenly paused. Chi Hao's heart raced again. This is my phone number. Officer Neo found a pen and wrote down his personal number, tearing off the paper and handing it to Chi Hao. If you ever encounter someone like the one who fought with you today, call Uncle. After saying this, he noticed Chi Hao looking up in surprise, his eyes sparkling as if misty with tears. Officer Neo chuckled a couple of times and ruffled the boy's hair. All right, you must be starving. Go home now. Chi Hao walked out of the police station feeling dazed, with a piece of paper in his pocket. He felt grateful that he came to this place. The monitoring agency here felt very warm. However, today was almost a day of exposure. But the reward from this adventure was enormous. As an outsider lacking social experience, Chi Hao learned for the first time that there were surveillance cameras everywhere on the streets. It was terrifying. He had been just an inch away from being exposed today. He absolutely couldn't resort to violence again in the future. After this incident, the trio expanded again, with the exemplary student Lin Xue joining the team. The happiest about Lin Xue's addition to the small group was Li Bing, who had always had a secret crush on her. But before he had the chance to be happy for a few days, he received some bad news. The incident stemmed from their help to Lin Xue. The high school in Lanhai Town had two major traditional advantage projects that ranked well in the city. One was the debate team, and the other was the basketball team. Therefore, joining the debate team was quite challenging. The first step was the simplest: sign up with the homeroom teacher, basically. More than half of the class would sign up. The homeroom teacher would organize a round-robin competition in class, and the top 4 performers would become reserve candidates to represent their class in competitions against other classes. Only those members from the group that ranked first in the grade would qualify to become proud members of the debate team. Lin Xue was already a reserve candidate for Class 1, 2, as a member of the school's publicity team, so she didn't need to participate in the round-robin. Lin Xue's mother happened to be in charge of this year's debate competition, after her daughter was helped by 3 male classmates. Lin Xue's mother had been looking for an opportunity to repay the favor. Now, she had found the perfect chance. With her strong recommendation, Chi Hao and the others were fortunate enough to be exempted from the round-robin struggles and directly promoted to reserve members of the debate team. Lin Xue's mother thought she had done a great deed, and when she excitedly shared the good news with Lin Xue felt a wave of despair wash over her. Thinking about her 3 friends who had no interest in the debate team, 2 words slowly surfaced in her mind. It's over. Sure enough, none of the 3 agreed to participate in the debate competition. The most opposed was Li Bing. Li Bing had always adhered to the principle of taking action rather than talking. Upon hearing that he, a martial type, had to engage in verbal battles, he exploded. I absolutely refuse to participate in any ridiculous debate competition. It's laughable. I don't need to reason with my opponents. If there is a disagreement, isn't it better to just fight? Lin Xue looked at Chi Hao pleadingly. Chi Hao was even more straightforward in his refusal. There will be many spectators at the debate competition, and I don't like to be in the spotlight. Lin Xue turned to Su Yu in despair. Su Yu didn't mind much, but was only concerned about one thing. Is there a prize if we win? Is the prize something delicious? Huh. Peng Yu didn't outright refuse? The debate-loving Lin Xue hurriedly asked her mother about the prizes. Lin Xue's mother was very clear about the competition rules and rewards. If you can win the championship for our school, the winning team will receive a total of 1,000 yuan. Seeing her daughter's excited smile at the mention of 1,000 yuan, Lin Xue's mother joked, "You're this happy about 1,000 yuan. If you can win the national championship, the prize is 20,000 yuan. Lin Xue ran to tell her 3 friends this good news, missing her mother's following remark that the school had been established for over 80 years. And the best result was only 6th place nationally. Upon hearing about the prize, Chi Hao was the first to waver. Over the years, his grandfather had grown increasingly frail. The salary at the welfare home wasn't generous, and the elderly had no extra income. Almost all the money was spent on the children, leaving him to be frugal everywhere. Chi Hao had always wanted to install an air conditioner in his grandfather's room to help him get through the summer more comfortably. However, as an orphan, he had no money at all. Peng Yu, can I ask you something? How much does an air conditioner cost? The cheapest option would still cost around 1,000. In other words, we just need to secure the top spot in the school. Misunderstanding that winning the school championship would earn each team member 1,000. Chi Hao hesitated briefly between maintaining his hidden identity and competing for the principal, before finding Lin Xue and expressing his willingness to participate in the debate competition. Su Yu said, "Since Haozi signed up, I have nothing else to do, so I might as well join too. De Bing, why don't you come along?" Li Bing replied, "I really have poor judgment in friends, ugh." In the end, these 3 novices, who knew nothing about debating, teamed up with Lin Xue, who had only recently started learning about it. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, 2, and the other students were quite pleased because the 4 of them didn't take up any slots in the class. The teacher then selected another 4 real competitors through a round-robin process, forming a second team, and the whole class had high hopes for this new team. At this moment, no one, including Chi Hao and his team, anticipated that this ragtag group would bring home the first championship trophy from the National Middle School Debate Competition for Lon Hightown No. 1 Middle School 5 months later. Chapter 10. Unfavorable Start. The debate competition at Blue Sea Town High School officially began. As it was a traditional strong program of the school, the administration took it very seriously and, as per usual, cleared out the largest gymnasium for the event. The finals for the same grade and the semifinals and finals for different grades would be held in the gym. However, the preliminary matches would take place in each class. As in previous years, any team that lost twice consecutively would be eliminated immediately. The 4-member team led by Chi Hao had undergone a 2-day crash training session with the somewhat inexperienced Lin Xue and was about to face the first-class team in their home classroom. The format of the debate competition at Blue Sea Town High School was basically consistent with national competitions and was divided into 4 stages. Lin Xue explained it to her teammates. The first stage was the opening statement, where the first speaker of each side would present their viewpoints. The second stage was the attack and defense, where the second speakers would debate, followed by the third speakers doing the same. Finally, the first speakers would summarize their arguments. The third stage was free debate, where all participants would take turns debating. The fourth stage involved the fourth speakers summarizing the debate. Considering that Chi Hao was usually quiet and only needed to read from the script as the first speaker, Lin Xue thoughtfully assigned him this role. Li Bing, who was aggressive and an offensive player, was assigned as the second speaker. Su Yuyu, clever and full of ideas, would take on the role of the third speaker. She believed she was the strongest among the 4, so she would conclude as the fourth speaker. Perfect. With everything arranged, Lin Xue and her team sat confidently at their designated side, ready to embrace their first victory. However, while ideals were beautiful, reality was harsh. As the host, the homeroom teacher, announced the start of the debate, Chi Hao, the first speaker for their side, stood up and began reading his script with his head down. The teachers responsible for scoring at the back of the classroom frowned in unison. After quickly finishing his script, Chi Hao sat down. The opposing first speaker was a handsome young man with bright eyes and a charming smile. He stood up calmly, slightly bowed to the host, and said in a clear voice, "Good day, host." Then turning to Chi Hao and the others, he smiled and introduced himself as the first speaker for the opposing side. He then began to articulate his points at a relaxed pace. The contrast between the 2 first speakers was stark in terms of etiquette. Upon listening closely to the content, it was evident that the opposing speaker's argument was much more comprehensive. Chi Hao's heart sank. Their preparation time had been too short and rushed. Moreover, he had just read from the script while the other speaker was speaking from memory. In the first stage, Chi Hao was utterly defeated. The second speaker, Li Bing, stood up looking bewildered. His task was to question the opposing second speaker regarding the arguments presented by the first speaker. However, that boy had spoken rapidly for 3 minutes, and Li Bing could only remember a small part of it. He had half a minute to ask questions, but hesitated and could only come up with a few. And after just 10 seconds, he ran out of words, standing there like a fool. Some classmates from their class covered their faces in shame, while others simply rested their heads on their desks. Meanwhile, students from the opposing class at the door were stifling their laughter. The judges shook their heads once again. After finally enduring for half a minute, Li Bing hurriedly sat down. The second speaker from the opposing team was a sharp-tongued female classmate, and when she stood up, the joy on her face was almost impossible to hide. Li Bing saw her holding a card, starting to question Chi Hao about what he had just said. Piece by piece, unable to contain himself, he slammed the table and pointed at the girl. "You brought a note. You're cheating." At that moment, everyone except the 4 of them burst into laughter. The class teacher, with a dark expression, told Li Bing to be quiet. Lin Xue, feeling embarrassed, tugged at Li Bing's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "She has a hand card to record the other person's statements." "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell everyone that hand cards were allowed." Li Bing was completely defeated. Su Yu, the third speaker, stood up with a mournful expression. His task was originally to relentlessly pursue the questions raised by Li Bing. With Li Bing out of the game, he felt half defeated as well. Fortunately, the chubby boy had thick skin and, realizing his side was likely to lose, decided to go all out, randomly elaborating on the few questions Li Bing had just struggled to come up with. He completely forgot any tactics. Without needing the opposing third speaker to speak, Suyu was thoroughly defeated. After they sat down, the first speakers from both sides had to each summarize for 2 minutes. Chihao stood up again. He had no hand card and no pen, but he could clearly remember every word spoken by each team member from his own and the opposing team. After quickly going through the speeches in his mind, Chihao understood that the situation was lost. He picked out a few key points to mention and sat down directly. The handsome first speaker from Class 1 stood up, animatedly reading from his hand card. In the second phase, Class 2 was thoroughly defeated. The students from Class 2 sitting below could hardly bear to watch this one-sided competition any longer, with some already burying their heads in piles of books. In the third phase, there was a free debate where each speaker could speak freely for 1 minute. Chihao calmly stood up and reiterated his team's argument. After he sat down, the opposing team was passionately discussing something, but Li Bing could no longer hear it. His face turned crimson, feeling like a ridiculous clown. When it was his turn to speak, he stood up, held back for a long time, and finally managed to say, "We give up. Our team concedes." That night, Li Haoqiang came home from work to find 3 dejected students sitting in the living room, with his own son sulking and excitedly waving his fists. "I say, next time we might as well not go on stage and just concede. Today was too embarrassing." Rarely seeing his son this downcast, he rubbed his chin and stood in the corner of the living room to eavesdrop. As he listened, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the team that lost the fastest in the first-year debate competition was these 4. The 4 children instantly forgot about his usual authority and glared at him angrily. Li Haoqiang chuckled. "If you had that kind of momentum during the competition, it would have been great. I just want to ask one question. Do you want to win?" The 4 replied in unison, "Yes." The feeling of being pressured and suppressed by the opponents on stage today was too frustrating. Li Haoqiang raised an eyebrow. Debate competitions are actually quite similar to sports events. They require both offense and defense training and experience accumulation during the competition. Now you only have one chance left, and it's impossible to quickly master it on your own. I'll arrange for a professional coach to guide you. That evening, Lei Boyong, Li Haoqiang's close friend from high school, a former best debater in middle school, and now the youngest professor in the law department at a local university, received a call from Li Haoqiang. Chapter 11. Reinforcements arrive after hearing Li Haoqiang's request. Lei Boyong couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You really are protective, huh? You look out for your son and even for your favorite students. Do you think I look that free to be a debate coach for middle school kids? This isn't about being protective. Besides my kid, there's also a student named Chihao who is quite outstanding. Just say whether you're coming or not," Li Haoqiang replied. Lei Boyong glanced at his schedule and, feeling helpless, began to book a flight. If it were anyone else making such an outrageous request, I'd definitely say I have no time. But for you, I happen to miss you. So I'll come over this weekend and stay for 2 days. After hanging up, Li Haoqiang knocked on his son's door. "Tell your 3 classmates to come to our house for training this weekend. Your Uncle Lei is formidable. He was the best debater in high school. So make sure to learn from him." The formidable Lei Boyong met Chihao for the first time in Li Haoqiang's living room, and he was deeply impressed by the boy. Early that weekend, after meeting with the kids, Lei Boyong asked them to briefly discuss the situation of their first debate match. Li Bing and Su Yuyu turned to Lin Xue. Lin Xue cleared her throat and dryly recounted the events. Lei Boyong frowned. "You're being too brief. You need to mention the arguments from both sides and the points you focused on." Lin Xue blinked rapidly and got stuck. That debate was too embarrassing. She didn't want to recall the situation even for a second after the match. Lei Boyong felt somewhat disappointed. Reviewing is a crucial part of debating. A good review helps you learn from your mistakes and improve. The first step in reviewing is recording. If you can't remember the arguments and points of contention, surely you remember the judge's comments? Let us hear them, and I'll help you analyze. Su Yuyu quietly said, "The judges said our arguments lacked support, our logic was chaotic, and there was no teamwork." It was the first time Lei Boyong heard such harsh and unrelenting feedback. He widened his eyes in surprise, unable to imagine how these 4 managed to perform in the debate. At that moment, the thin boy named Chihao suddenly stood up and handed him a stack of A4 paper. He took it in confusion and saw that a vertical line was drawn down the center of the paper, with the left side labeled as Class 2 statements and the right side as Class 1 statements. Everything each person said during the debate, the timing, the reasons for their arguments, and the evidence used were all clearly laid out. It even noted the specific data used by the opposing side at that time. "You have a transcript of the live recording from your school? I thought only the debate teams in the capital did this kind of research." Your school's debate competition is quite professional, Lei Boyong said with surprise and some confusion. By the way, since you have a transcript, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Coach, our school doesn't have a transcript of the recording. This is something I wrote down while recalling it last night. Chi Hao replied. Lei Boyong held the recording paper, shocked, and with his mouth agape. He pointed at the statement in the notes that mentioned, based on scientific research, about 63 of students. You even remembered the numbers? Chi Hao smiled shyly and said, my memory is not bad. Lei Boyong looked at him intently for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands. You won't be the first speaker, you'll be the fourth. He turned to Lin Xue. You will be the first speaker. Lin Xue hesitated and pointed at herself. Me, the first speaker? Yes. Your image and voice are very suitable for the first speaker. You'll leave a good impression on the judges, and your score will be higher. As for him, he pointed at Chi Hao. He's a natural at closing arguments, the kind of person who has luck on his side. He originally had doubts about whether this unreliable team could win the next match in 2 days. But now he was 100% confident that this team would not lose next time. Come over here and perform it again according to this paper. The others did not dare to resist and obediently complied. Lei Boyong watched and took notes, and as soon as they finished, he commanded, Su, you will be the second speaker from now on. Bingzi, you will take the third. After finishing, he clapped his hands and picked up a box of videotapes. This is a competition video I have treasured for many years. Now, let's learn from it together. The 4 of them were filled with a wealth of debate knowledge, terminology, common strategies, and teamwork techniques. Su Yu felt like his head was going to explode. He glanced at Chi Hao and saw his eyes shining, clearly absorbed in the learning process, occasionally showing an expression of realization. Su Yu instantly felt even more overwhelmed. Finally, they reached mealtime, and Li Haoqiang had ordered them a meal at the best local restaurant. Su Yu relaxed immediately, his expression brightening as he began to eat heartily. Lei Boyong quietly observed the 4 of them. After lunch, he only allowed a 10-minute break before gathering them again. Now, using the theories learned this morning, let's reenact that failed match. You 4 will still be the affirmative side, and I will be the only negative side. Su Yu was on the verge of collapsing and really wanted to quit right then and there. Unexpectedly, Lei Boyong waved him over. Still in a daze, he walked over, and Lei Boyong handed him a piece of chocolate. Here, take this. It's imported and tastes great. I'll give you a whole box after the match. The chubby boy instantly felt revitalized and was about to shout that Coach Lei understood him when he heard Lei Boyong instruct Li Bing. If he doesn't perform well, give him a good beating after the match. Hearing that he could be authorized to hit someone, Li Bing, who had been listless, instantly transformed into a spirited young man, staring intently at Su Yu. Chi Hao couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yu's expression of despair. Lei Boyong smiled at Chi Hao, the genius debater he admired greatly. Now you look like a child. You were too restrained before. After the mock debate, Lei Boyong patiently explained how both sides engaged in offense and defense, praising Chi Hao enthusiastically. The 4 of them sighed in relief, thinking they could finally take a break, but unexpectedly, Lei Boyong smiled slightly and said to them, Come on, let's do the same debate topic again. This time, you will be the negative side, and I will take the affirmative. Even Lin Xue, who was the most passionate about debating, could no longer hold on. Lai Poyang looked at the spirited Chi Hao and then at the others who were sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Just look at Chi Hao, and then look at you all, acting so pitiful. Even if you're lying on the ground, you should still argue your case. Thus, on that Saturday, the 4 of them not only systematically learned debate knowledge under intense training, but were also forced to participate in several debate competitions. By the time dinner was over, even Lai Poyang felt a bit tired. He slumped on the sofa and kindly said to the kids, after a long day, Let's relax a bit tonight and watch some TV. The children cheered innocently. Chapter 12, a quick defeat of Class 3 in the midst of their cheers. Lei Boyong turned on the television and inserted the competition tape he had brought. So, we won't have a match tonight. You all will be the judges. The kids were taken aback, thinking their teacher was too cruel. That night, Su Yu and Chi Hao slept in Li Bing's living room, dreaming of debating contests. The 4 of them thought that Saturday was already Lei Boyang's limit, but he sneered, You are still naive. Yesterday, I taught you the proper way. Today, I will introduce you to some underhanded tactics. The 4 listened in shock as Lei Boyong explained various sophisticated techniques, deliberately blurring concepts, manipulating language, employing tactics like talking past each other and data countering. Li Bing and Lin Xue grew angry. Isn't this just nonsense? It's taking any means necessary to win. Lei Boyong didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the pensive Chi Hao and asked, "What do you think?" Chi Hao pondered for a moment. "As long as the sophistry doesn't violate any rules, with me here, we will definitely win." Lei Boyong nodded and sighed. "I'm teaching you this so that you understand the lengths opponents might go to in order to win, so you can be prepared. You don't have to use these tactics, but you must be on guard." He patted Chi Hao on the shoulder. "Chi Hao, trust me, you are a natural debater. You don't need to resort to sophistry. You'll win championships sooner or later. I know you all want to win, but I hope you focus on doing well in each debate instead of relying on tricky techniques." The kids nodded repeatedly. Lei Boyong gave them a moment to reflect, then clapped his hands. "All right, kids, today we will review the most classic matches from your high school years." This Sunday was the day when Chi Hao and the other three spoke the most in their lives. When bidding farewell to Lei Boyong, everyone's throats were hoarse from talking. After 2 days of rigorous training, they felt completely transformed. The term debate, which they had only encountered a few days ago, suddenly felt very familiar, as if it had been with them for a long time. According to the knockout stage grouping, the four were set to face Class 1-3. Both teams had lost their opening matches, the difference being that Class 3 was only slightly weaker than Class 4. Although they lost, their match was quite exciting. In contrast, the four had been thoroughly humiliated by Class 2 and had become a joke around the school. As a result, when the match was about to start, almost all the spectators from Class 3 were from other classes, as none from Class 2 wanted to witness the embarrassment of the four again. Chi Hao led the team, and the four confidently took their seats at the debate podium amidst jeers, listening to the Class 3 students whispering and laughing. "Our class is going to crush them. It'll be too easy. Yeah, this is the weakest team this year." Li Bing scoffed, while the other three merely smiled faintly. The debaters from Class 3 sat across from them, seeing their confident expressions, and silently cursed. "Show off all you want. When the debate starts, let us see if you'll concede early again." As soon as the debate began, the debaters from Class 3 started to sweat profusely. Were these four opponents really the ones rumored to be easy to defeat? Their skills were too strong. Their arguments were clearly defined, their evidence well supported, and they coordinated seamlessly. Even when Class 3 managed to find a small flaw, the debater named Chi Hao would immediately write a note and pass it to his questioned teammate, who would quickly regain their train of thought. This debate was impossible to win. The entire process was completely predictable. They were being dominated by the four opponents. By the time the closing statements were made, the voice of the fourth debater from Class 3 was choked with emotion. It was too difficult. They were really struggling. The intelligence was way off. Who said that the four debaters from Class 2 knew nothing about debate, and didn't even understand basic debate etiquette? Clearly, these were four seasoned debaters, especially Chi Hao. Chi Hao's team decisively defeated Class 3's debate team, but it didn't create much of a stir in the grade. Class 3 felt deeply embarrassed and kept their mouths shut, saying nothing to anyone. Occasionally, other classmates would hear that Class 2 easily defeated Class 3 and would casually remark, "They're all weak teams. It's just a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. Not worth mentioning." It wasn't until Chi Hao and his team won the championship for the first year and were set to represent their grade against the champions from the second year that everyone was shocked to realize how high their level was. Meanwhile, another team from their class had already been eliminated. Thus, Chi Hao and his three teammates re-entered the sight of their classmates. They eagerly awaited the day to face off against the second-year champions. If they won, they would receive a cash prize and represent the school in the city competition. Chi Hao was particularly satisfied with their previous stealthy victories. They had won but kept a low profile, avoiding the spotlight, which was nearly perfect. Unfortunately, the final match could not remain low-key, but it was just one competition, and soon everyone would forget about it. He had secretly resolved that after the finals, once they got the money, he would start to hide his skills again like he did in elementary school. When they went to the city for the competition, he would intentionally lose the first match. The final debate topic at the school was usually quite prestigious, but this time, the topic was very down-to-earth. If a student encounters a thug, would you choose to stand with your classmate or leave them behind to find help? As before, the debaters drew lots to determine their positions. Chi Hao's team drew the position of leaving their classmate behind to find help. Upon seeing the topic and their draw, the four felt a strange sense of targeting. They felt a little uneasy inside. Once the competition started, that unease turned into reality. They were indeed being targeted. After they stated their position of leaving their classmate behind to find help, the opposing team's second speaker, a tall boy with an arrogant demeanor, sneered and asked. But I heard that your fourth speaker, Lin Xue, once encountered a thug late at night in an alley. At that moment, the opposing team's third and fourth speakers chose to advance together. Doesn't that indicate that their debaters are supporting our argument through their actions? As soon as he said this, Lin Xue's face turned pale. Li Bing slammed his fist on the debate desk in frustration. The male student smiled darkly and pretentiously bowed to them, saying, "Please pay attention to the decorum of the debate." Many people quietly cursed, shameless. Among the four, only Chi Hao appeared unaffected. He pursed his lips, slowly raised his head, and for the first time, seriously assessed the male student across from him. Chapter 13. Confrontation. The boy's face, his features, reflected in his pupils, transformed into sets of data, rapidly spinning and rolling in his mind until they overlapped with another face in his memory. According to the brain's analysis, the biological similarity between the two faces exceeded 91. They were likely brothers. Chi Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise, took another careful look at the boy, imitating his cold smirk before lazily shifting his gaze away. The finals were held in the school auditorium, with Lin Xue's mother sitting at the back. As Lin Xue was a girl, she feared her daughter would be the subject of rumors, so she asked the teachers present not to mention this matter at school. Chi Hao and Li Bing also refrained from discussing it on campus. This secret, which they had all carefully kept, was intentionally revealed by the opposing debater during the finals, in front of hundreds of students, turning the afternoon into midnight and deliberately leading everyone to think negatively. This was precisely what Lin Xue's mother feared. She was both angry and scared, trembling all over, and for a moment, she wanted to rush on stage and pull that brat down. Seeing her daughter biting her lip tightly, her body swaying as if she could barely stand, Lin Xue's mother steeled herself, ready to stand up. When she heard Chi Hao speak, the boy's clear voice echoed in the auditorium, resonating in her heart. "First, I want to correct the opposing debater. We have never encountered any hooligans with classmate Lin Xue. As our side holds, if we encounter hooligans, we would choose to seek help immediately. However, one day after school, the three of us met your brother, who made some overly friendly requests. Since he is your brother, we judged he was not a hooligan, so we treated him as a senior." The opposing debater just said that his brother is a hooligan. "Sorry, we were unaware of that at the time. In the future, if we encounter your brother again, we will report it immediately." Secondly, I would like to remind the opposing debater that the viewpoints in a debate are determined by a draw. Whichever side the debater draws, they must argue from that perspective. I am surprised that the opposing debater lacks even this basic knowledge of debate. At this point, Chi Hao showed a puzzled expression, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. The boy opposite him turned red with anger, unable to refrain from shouting, "You little brat." Chi Hao exaggeratedly bowed to him, mimicking his earlier demeanor. "Please, opposing debater, pay attention to the decorum of the debate." The audience erupted in laughter, and amidst the laughter, Lin Xue's mother turned slightly, gently wiping the corners of her eyes. The debate was exceptionally intense, and one could almost see the sparks flying in the air. The debate team from Class 8 of the second year was quite strong. Last year, they had won first place in the first year, and their captain was that cool second speaker. At this moment, he was driven mad by Chi Hao and led the entire team into a storm of attacks. The team members worked in perfect harmony, their points of attack dense, and if they were up against another debate team, they might have caught them off guard. Unfortunately, they encountered a formidable opponent. No matter how tricky the attacks were, they were effortlessly deflected. At this moment, the team members gradually regained their composure. Just as the rebuttal phase ended, the competition entered the free debate stage. The four of them exchanged glances and confirmed their understanding. They began to work together. During the free debate, one person focused on pursuing the argument, another on concluding it, while another occasionally switched perspectives to disrupt the opponent's mindset. The opponent's original rhythm was thrown off, and as they became flustered and anxious, they looked up to see that it was once again time for the formidable speaker to take the floor. With a calm demeanor, the speaker stood up amid the fearful gazes of the opponents. He cleared his throat lightly and began to pose a series of rapid-fire questions. Each question was very brief, yet centered on points that were difficult for the opponents to explain or flaws from their previous statements. After delivering a powerful and exhilarating performance, he sat back down with a smile, leaving the opponents completely defeated. The male debater who served as the third speaker began to stutter, and one female debater even broke down in tears. The final result was that the debate team from the first year, second, class won against the second year, eighth, class with an overwhelming advantage, claiming the championship of the local school. The speaker was awarded the title of Best Debater. As soon as the competition ended, one teammate tearfully hugged him. After hesitating for a moment, another joined in, wrapping his arms around them both. The third teammate joyfully bounced in place, and upon seeing the three embracing, rushed over to join the group hug. The four of them held each other tightly, celebrating with cheers and jumps. This moment was captured by a parent and later featured in the school publication. After the debate, the four became the talk of the class. The next day, when the speaker went to school as usual, he walked into the classroom and was startled by a series of loud sounds. Colorful streamers and shiny confetti rained down on him, leaving him bewildered. After wiping the streamers off his face, he saw the homeroom teacher smiling just a meter away, who then led the applause. The classmates formed a semicircle around the classroom door, and as the teacher started clapping, everyone except for a few holding party poppers joined in enthusiastically, chanting, "Best Debater. His name. Best Debater. His name." He thought that after the debate, he could return to his usual low profile. But the other three teammates also experienced the same celebratory shower. However, while he accepted the cheers with a blank expression, the others quickly joined in the celebration. This class meeting turned into a victory party for the four of them. The spotlight was especially on him, as his usual quiet demeanor made the transformation into the best debater all the more striking, doubling the appeal. He thought to himself, "I underestimated this, but for the sake of the prize, I can endure it." As soon as the class meeting ended, he secretly asked Lin Xue, "When will the bonuses be distributed?" Lin Xue replied, "My mom said it will be tomorrow." The next day, the class teacher called the four of them to the office and, smiling, handed them a certificate and an envelope. Lin Xue was so excited that her hands were trembling, almost dropping the certificate. Minnie Yu and Li Bing proudly gathered around the certificate, while only Chi Hao's eyes were fixed on the envelope. With a proud smile, the teacher looked at these four students who had earned honor for the class and himself, reminding them, according to the rules, the envelope must be opened publicly for inspection before you sign for it. Okay. Chi Hao immediately opened the envelope. Inside were 10 bills, each worth 100 yuan. Chi Hao was stunned. He counted again, and there were exactly 10 bills. Shouldn't it be 1,000 each, totaling 4,000 for the four of them? Why was there only 1,000 in the envelope? Chi Hao looked at his three teammates in confusion. The other three teammates, who had never seen money before, were already ecstatic. Many you cheered, "Wow, a huge sum. We're rich. Howsy, Dabin, let us go to the best restaurant in town tonight and have a feast." Lin Xue jokingly scolded, "Fat fish, have you forgotten about me?" Li Bing just grinned foolishly. The teacher urged, "Class is about to start. Now that you've received your money, sign here and hurry back to the classroom." Saying this, he handed the signing document to team leader Chi Hao. Chi Hao looked down and saw clearly written on the document, "Champion team bonus total 1,000 yuan. Each student 250 yuan. He was stunned. Chapter 14, No Dreams. The four of them shared the 1,000 yuan equally. In the end, Chi Hao chose not to go to the restaurant with the other three. Instead, he decided to hand over the money intact to the old director. The old director held the few thin bills in his hands, turned away, and cried. Chi Hao watched the old man wipe his tears with his back turned to him, recalling how, before his departure, his mother had also turned away when he was taken from her arms, silently crying. Not being able to hug his mother one last time before leaving had always been a deep regret buried in Chi Hao's heart. Unable to hold back, he stepped forward and gently embraced the old man from behind. The next day, after school, Chi Hao returned to the welfare home, as usual, and found a new pair of running shoes neatly placed in front of his bed. He knew that the cheapest pair of this brand was over 500 yuan. He sat on the bed, took off his old shoes that were coming apart, and put on the lightweight new ones. They fit unexpectedly well. For the first time since arriving at launching, he felt a warmth in his eyes, and his vision became a bit blurry. Chi Hao sat on the bed in his new shoes for a long time before quietly taking them off, wrapping them in old newspapers, and carefully placing them under the bed. Alas, for his grandfather's sake, he should perform well in the upcoming debate competition. The goal is the national championship. Just this once, he would make an exception. This would definitely be the last time. The next day, as Lin Xue walked into the classroom, she felt Chi Hao's gaze fixed on her. She had always had a secret crush on him, and her heart raced uncontrollably, causing her to instinctively smooth her hair, walking a bit more elegantly. As she sat down at her desk, Chi Hao immediately leaned closer to her, inching even nearer. The boy's breath brushed against her ear, warm and ticklish, making Lin Xue's heart race. It was both sweet and a little nerve-wracking. The school seemed to disapprove of early romantic relationships. What if Chi Hao confessed to her? How should she refuse? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Chi Hao whisper in her ear, "Lin Xue, the prize for the national championship in the debate competition is 20,000, right?" Lin Xue. After all that, he just wanted to ask this. She drooped her head and replied weakly, "Yes, 20,000, 5,000 for each person." Chi Hao clenched his fist. Then, "Since we're going to the city for the competition next month, to avoid embarrassing the school, I suggest that the four of us dedicate a day every weekend to practice debating." Lin Xue. Suddenly, she felt she no longer liked this boy. After school, before practicing long-distance running, Chi Hao found Li Haoqiang and sincerely said, "Teacher Li, we should thank you the most for being able to get first place in the debate competition." Li Haoqiang smiled broadly. What a good student. He truly was the one he had picked out at a glance. It touched his heart. Ever since his son's debate team won first place, Li Haoqiang had been incredibly happy. Unfortunately, his son not only didn't come to thank him, but instead went out for dinner with his classmates. He didn't even think to invite him. Who was it that hired the coach when they lost their first match? He was still fuming yesterday, thinking that from now on, that kid would have no chance of getting help from him in future debate competitions. Chi Hao was genuinely grateful to Li Haoqiang. After expressing his thanks, he turned and headed to the track, planning to continue training. Li Haoqiang chased after him. "You guys are going to compete in the city next month. Come to my house for a day every weekend for debate team training." Just like that, Chi Hao managed to secure Lin Xue, and Li Haoqiang sorted out Li Bing. As for Su Yuyu, he was Chi Hao's good buddy, so that was a done deal without any effort. When Li Haoqiang called Lei Boyong again, Lei Boyong was amused by his audacity. "I say, old Li, do you really think I'm free every day? Last time I came to see you and taught the kids a bit. Training once every weekend. Are you crazy or am I crazy? I know you're busy. Do you think I'm that clueless? You praised that kid Chi Hao to the skies last time. He wants to know if after their weekend training, he can report to you and get some guidance remotely. Chi Hao said that if they make it to the national finals, you would be their only coach. So what do you say? Remote guidance? Well, that can be arranged time-wise." Lei Boyong pondered for a moment. "Let's do this. Give me Chi Hao's phone number. Before each training, I'll have a call with him. And after they finish, we'll review." On the other end of the line, Li Haoqiang fell silent. Lei Boyong scolded, "What's wrong? You can call me anytime. But when I ask for a phone number, you hesitate to give it. It's not that I don't want to give it. It's just that Chi Hao lives in a place with only one phone, which is a public one." Li Haoqiang hesitated for a while, but still briefly explained Chi Hao's situation. So pitiful. Lei Boyong was taken aback. "Yeah, that's why I have them come to my house every Sunday to practice, and also to help that kid gain some weight. He's so small and clearly undernourished. I'm counting on him to achieve results in long-distance running. Just call me. Then every Sunday morning, I'll talk to him about how to practice. After they finish, we can have a review call." On Sunday, Chi Hao arrived at Li Bing's door and was about to knock when the door opened from the inside. Li Bing, in his pajamas and rubbing his sleepy eyes, pulled Chi Hao in. "Howsy, have you eaten breakfast? My dad saved you a chicken leg." Chi Hao vaguely sensed that Teacher Li was intentionally taking care of him. He politely declined the hearty breakfast, and Li Haoqiang didn't insist, reminding him not to eat breakfast next time he came. Then he handed his phone to him. "Say hello to Coach Lei." Chi Hao was taken aback. "Teacher, after we finish training, I'll write up the review and then ask the coach for some pointers. That way, it won't take up too much of the coach's time and energy." Li Haoqiang forcefully pushed the phone into Chi Hao's hand. "Don't worry. Coach Lei has plenty of free time every day. He has nothing serious to do." On the other end of the phone, Lei Boyong was grinding his teeth in frustration. But once Chi Hao took the phone, he instantly became serious. "I've organized the competition records from Nanyao City over the past 3 years, including highlights from previous competitions and the habitual playing styles of various participating school teams. Teacher Li has already printed it out. You can ask him for it." Chi Hao has been looking for these materials all week and knows how time-consuming and labor-intensive it is to collect and organize them. He held the microphone in a daze, listening as Lei Boyong patiently taught him how to organize training and how to record reviews. After clearly explaining the important points, Lei Boyong casually mentioned, "By the way, I bought a few books on debating for you four. You should take a good look at them." Just after Chi Hao finished the call, the door to the room was pushed open, and Li Bing walked in carrying several thick books, dropping them in front of Chi Hao. Chi Hao looked down and saw titles such as How to Think Deeply, Debater's Guidelines, and The Power of Data in Debates. Each book was thick and heavy. He opened one and quickly skimmed through the table of contents, exactly what he needed to understand systematically. As he flipped through the pages, Li Bing complained beside him. My dad told me to carry this huge pile of heavy books to your house. I think he just wants to tire me out. Chi Hao looked up in surprise. Carry them to my house? So these books were personally picked by Uncle Lei from the bookstore for you, Li Bing said sympathetically, looking at Chi Hao. So many, and so thick. Haozi, you're in trouble. Chi Hao was skeptical. The books are bought for all of us by the coach. No. My dad had the phone on speaker, and I heard it clearly. Uncle Lei said the books are all for you, just right for you. Looking at the contents, it indeed seemed suitable for him. Such great books being given to him felt a bit unfair. Chi Hao was silent for a moment. How about we leave the books at your house and study together? Li Bing took a big step back in fright. Haozi, we're good buddies. Don't get me into trouble. Lin Xue and Su Manyu, who came in later, also firmly declined Chi Hao's kind offer, just like Li Bing. After practice that day, Li Bing carried a large bag of books to send Chi Hao home. As soon as they stepped out of the house, Chi Hao effortlessly took the heavy bag of books with one hand. Li Bing exclaimed, Haozi, listen to me. Don't practice long-distance running anymore. Switch to weightlifting, and you'll definitely win a gold medal. Chi Hao shook his head. No way, being a champion is too flashy. I want to be low-key. Li Bing laughed. I see you can't be low-key. My dream is to be a world champion in basketball. When reporters interview me, I'll say, I have a buddy who is way better than me. His name is Chi Hao, ha ha. By the way, Haozi, what is your dream? I don't have a dream, but I have a small goal. What small goal? National debate champion. Ha ha. Li Bing laughed even harder, thinking Chi Hao was joking. Like him, initially, no one thought this team was a championship contender. After all, they were only in the first year of middle school, and results typically came from the second year. Moreover, champions had only emerged from a few key schools for many years. They thought they would just go as far as they could, at least to see the world. This was how the school leaders thought, how the homeroom teacher of Class 2 thought, and how the team members themselves thought, except for Chi Hao. He reviewed the materials from other schools in the city and went through all the books purchased by the coach, imprinting all this information in his mind. Following that, there were weekly training sessions, discussions with the coach, and careful reviews of past performances. Chi Hao designed the most suitable playing strategies for each team member and implemented these strategies through the training sessions. Amidst the busy schedule, the city-level debate competition began. At the beginning of the month, Lin Xue's mother led the team to the city for their first match. By the end of the month, Lin Xue's mother knocked on the principal's office door in a daze. Principal, our school has won the championship in this debate competition. Next month, they will go to the provincial level for the semifinals. The principal stood up in shock. Support, strong support. The accommodation for the participants will be upgraded to a higher star rating, and the school will cover this expense. Half a month later, Lin Xue's mother knocked on the principal's office door again. Principal, our school is going to the capital for the finals. Chapter 15 National Competition Finals. There are a total of 16 teams from across the country competing in the finals, which will last for 3 days. Contestants are entering the competition venue in an orderly manner. A nameless team from a school in a small town has unexpectedly made it into the top 16, ranking last. Contestants from major cities are dressed in matching formal attire, with neat and stylish hairstyles. They all come from the most elite high schools in their cities. And some teams are even accompanied by multiple teachers. The contestants exchange polite greetings, some of whom have faced each other in competitions multiple times, with the least experienced having participated in at least 60 or 70 matches. Among these strong competitors, a few are whispering to each other, surprised to hear that there is a debate team from a small town participating this year. Which province is that town in? I've never heard of it. One of them remarks. In the eyes of these elite contestants, the small town is equivalent to the countryside. They soon spot this dark horse team, easily identifiable due to their distinct appearance. Unlike the others, this team isn't wearing matching formal attire. Instead, they are dressed in blue and white school uniforms that look quite ordinary. The tall debater in the team wears his uniform loosely, giving off more of a basketball player vibe than a debater. One chubby debater is constantly munching on snacks, while a female debater, who is quite attractive, appears to be on the verge of fainting from excitement. The only one who seems to resemble a professional debater, based on demeanor, is a short, handsome boy. However, he has been busy chatting away on his phone since entering the venue, which is quite unprofessional. What is even more surprising is that this team consists of only 4 members. They don't have any backup debaters, and not even a coach. The elite contestants shake their heads in amusement and turn their attention to teams that are more deserving of their focus. In their eyes, this rural team is already out of the competition. Standing in the spotlight of the grand venue is last year's champion, the debate team from a prestigious school in the capital city. It is well known that this institution and another top university are the best in the country. The debate team from this school boasts a legendary debater who led them to victory last year against a rival debate team from another renowned institution. This debater was awarded the title of Best Speaker last year. Everyone's attention is drawn irresistibly to him, including another contestant. The reason for this focus is that someone is passionately describing this debater on the phone. He is an outstanding debater with a very personal style. His thinking is meticulous, and he is skilled in using quotations. During debates, he effortlessly references famous sayings. If you want to defeat him, your logic must be even tighter. He excels in using dense references, and you need to be better at it than him. But, never mind, such knowledge requires long-term accumulation. If you face him the day after tomorrow, you won't be able to outdo him in references. We need to think of other strategies. For example, your data reasoning ability is exceptionally outstanding. Lei Boyong frowned in deep thought, when suddenly a reply from Chi Hao came through the microphone. Coach, when it comes to the accumulation of illusions, no one can surpass me. Please find a video of Shuyang's debate. I want to learn how he uses illusions in his arguments. Lei Boyong has always admired Chi Hao, especially recognizing his logic and strong memory. However, the type of person he dislikes the most in his life is someone who is arrogant and boastful. Shuyang's parents are both highly educated intellectuals, and he grew up surrounded by books. Chi Hao, I understand your desire to win, but in terms of illusion reserves, you cannot compare to him. Coach, Chi Hao calmly replied. When I was in elementary school, I used to collect scrap every day after school. So what about collecting scrap every day? Lei Boyong genuinely didn't understand what Chi Hao was getting at. The most common items in the scrap were various dictionaries. Every graduation season, I could find thick dictionaries. Just the idiom dictionaries alone, I've collected over a dozen. Some are thin, some are thick. The largest and thickest one is called the Great Dictionary of Idioms of Huagua. I've also picked up many ancient texts, like several versions of the complete ancient prose. At this point, Chi Hao smiled shyly. I've read those dictionaries and ancient texts carefully. I still remember the content. Chi Hao didn't know that the Great Dictionary of Idioms of Huagua is renowned for its comprehensive collection and is too thick and heavy, often regarded as a dictionary that one can never finish reading. Even linguists use it merely as a reference tool. It was just that Chi Hao, being new and fearing his identity might be revealed, eagerly absorbed all the information around him. The content of that dictionary was imprinted in his mind. It turns out that there are indeed people who have the time to seriously read that dictionary, and surprisingly, actually finished it. The three friends stared blankly at Chi Hao. Having witnessed Chi Hao's extraordinary memory, Lei Boyong now believed that Chi Hao was not bragging but being modest. If he had memorized the contents of those dictionaries, he would know more illusions than all the debaters present combined. Chi Hao suddenly felt that the other end of the microphone had gone quiet. He thought it was a signal issue in the auditorium. So he raised his voice and said loudly into the microphone, Coach, can you hear me? Coach. Chapter 16. Advancing to the finals on this side of the microphone. Lei Boyong swallowed and cleared his throat. Ahem. No need to shout. I can't hear you. I just sent you a video of Shuyang turning the tide of the battle all by himself during that legendary match. In just 3 minutes, he used over 10 illusions. And what's even more remarkable is that these illusions built on each other and echoed throughout. Chi Hao, you should study this. By the way, I have some good news for you. I've almost wrapped up my current tasks and will arrive at your competition venue tomorrow afternoon. I will be there before your finals. However, for the quarterfinals in the morning and the semifinals in the afternoon, you need to fight on your own as before. But don't worry, you've already familiarized yourselves with every opponent and have trained intensively for their characteristics, so it should be fine. Therefore, your final opponents will be either the debate team from the affiliated high school of Huada University or the debate team from Qingyan University. I wish you all the best. As Lei Boyong spoke with increasing excitement, he felt himself getting fired up. After finishing his lengthy motivational speech, cheers came from the microphone. That's great. We finally have a coach for our competition. Wait, wasn't Chi Hao just on the call with him? Where's Chi Hao? Oh, Chi Hao is studying the video you just sent, Lei Boyong replied. Suyu took the phone from Lin Xue's hand. Coach, today is the knockout round. What if we get eliminated before you arrive? Lei Boyong responded. What to do? I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat meat for a year. Threatened, Suyu trembled and hung up the phone. Li Bing looked at his expression and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, fat fish. With Haozi here, we won't lose today. Lin Xue also reassured him. Today's opponent, Haozi, has studied many times. Don't worry, there's no way we can lose. As she said, they smoothly advanced to the quarterfinals. When Lei Boyong arrived at the competition venue in the afternoon, he caught the tail end of the semifinals. Bending down, Lei Boyong quietly sat in the last row. In the semifinals, the host in a white suit sat in the center, with Chi Hao's team on the left and the Chongjun High School debate team on the right. The two teams were engaged in a fierce debate. After taking his seat, Lei Boyong looked up and met Chi Hao's gaze in the air. Chi Hao subtly nodded to him and then withdrew his gaze. Lei Boyong was taken aback. This kid is really focused on the competition. His psychological quality is impressive. Behind the debaters and the host was a large screen displaying the semi-final topic. Should middle school students be down to earth or aspire to great heights? Lei Boyong nodded slightly. It was a common topic, not biased, and they had prepared for it. At this moment, it was already the concluding argument stage. Chi Hao stood up gracefully. He had performed exceptionally well in the previous attacking and free debate stages, and all eyes in the room were on him. The venue was extremely quiet. In a moment of silence, Chi Hao gently spoke up. Respected judges, fellow debaters, and all the students present, our side firmly stands our ground, advocating that young people should aspire to great heights. As the ancients said, where there is a will, there is a way. Without ambition, nothing can be achieved. These famous quotes resonate deeply, highlighting the importance of ambition for success. Middle school is the golden period for establishing aspirations and planning one's life. If one does not set lofty goals at this time, it is akin to sailing without a rudder, inevitably leading to a loss of direction. Lei Boyong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This kid has significantly deviated from their prepared speech. Has he been inspired by Shi Yang? Listen to the way he uses famous quotes, so appropriately. After the competition, the judges were nervously scoring. The two debates in the afternoon were held simultaneously in two different auditoriums. On this side, Chi Hao's team won against their opponents and will face another advancing team tomorrow morning. When the judges announced the best debater, it sounded very exciting. In this fierce and brilliant debate, debater Chi Hao, with extraordinary talent, meticulous logic, keen insight, and impeccable debating skills, especially his adept and timely use of references, not only conquered his opponents, but also deeply impressed each of us judges. In the audience, several teachers from the debate team of Hua University affiliated high school exchanged glances. The four somewhat inexperienced debaters from Blue Ocean Town know. One high school had emerged as dark horses in this year's debate competition. It seemed that in Chi Hao, one could see the shadow of the genius debater Shi Yang. One of the teachers whispered to another, "This kid must have secretly studied Shi Yang's debating methods. We need to inform Shi Yang as soon as possible." The other teacher nodded repeatedly. Yes, yesterday Chi Hao hardly used references. Today his performance is like Shi Yang is up there debating. It seems that tomorrow will undoubtedly be a tough match. Then, who do you think has a better chance of winning tomorrow? Is that even a question? It's definitely us from Hua University affiliated high school. The review before the final is the most crucial step. Generally, each debate team will test their secret tactics in the semifinals. Therefore, every debate team sends someone to listen in on their opponent's semifinals. The fact that Blue Ocean Town know one high school doesn't even have a coach or substitute team members means they will be completely unaware of our latest tactics. If they had sent someone to observe our semifinals, they would know that in this year's finals, Shi Yang will not primarily use references, but will adopt a completely new strategy. The more Chi Hao studies Shi Yang's past methods, the greater the shock will be tomorrow. He is not wrong. The external coach of Blue Ocean Town No. 1 High School, Lei Boyong, understood how important tonight's review was, which is why he set aside his tasks and hurried over to help the kids prepare. As soon as the semifinals concluded, upon learning that the advancing team was Hua University affiliated high school, he quickly gathered the team to analyze their opponents for tomorrow one by one. Li Bing was somewhat confused. "Coach, why didn't you send us videos of Hua University affiliated high school's matches for us to study before? If we had prepared in advance, wouldn't it be much easier now?" Lei Boyong couldn't help but knock the big guy on the head. "You only practice once a week. Do you have that much time? Besides, a team of this level can only be faced in the finals. So it's natural to wait until we have the strength to stand in front of them before preparing." Minyu, while snacking, comforted his teammates. "Everyone, just relax. When we set off, didn't the principal say we could aim for a top 4 finish? That would be breaking a record. In my opinion, It wouldn't matter if we just concede tomorrow. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Ah, don't hit me. Help. Chapter 17. The night before the finals, with many light-hearted remarks from Su Duyu, the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. After a whole day of intense competition, some relaxation was necessary. Once everyone had eased up a bit, Lei Boyong composed himself and spoke seriously to the four of them. I watched the matches this afternoon. First of all, I want to commend you. You have all become relatively mature debaters, and your teamwork is commendable. However, there are still some points to note. For tomorrow's match and the finals, let's proceed like this. First speaker, Lin Xue. You are good-looking, have a sweet voice, and your language organization skills are excellent. Remember to stick to your own viewpoint and not get sidetracked by others. Keep in mind that you are the one opening the argument, so you must capture the judge's attention right from the start. Second speaker, Su Duyu. I have always thought that the second speaker role can be tough, but your personal characteristics fit it very well. Remember, your task is to interrogate and expose the opponent's flaws, letting those flaws come to light. You need to control your urge to attack and allow your opponent to elaborate on their vulnerabilities as much as possible. The attack should be handled by Li Bing. Do not take the lead in attacking yourself. You did well in this regard, but the opponents from Wadafu are very skilled at provoking the second speaker to attack, so you must remain steady. Third speaker, our big attacker, Bing Bing. Well, your physique alone can intimidate your opponents. Haha. This segment is a small climax, requiring one-on-one debate with the opponent. It tests both sides' reaction speed and logic. Weaker debaters can easily lose their morale. Bing Bing, your logical ability is somewhat weak, but you are the type who becomes braver with each battle. Therefore, I am not worried about your reaction speed and morale. Logically, Chi Hao. You need to prompt Bing Bing with your cue cards in a timely manner, just like in the previous matches. This is your weakest link, and I am a bit concerned. You all need to find time to practice tonight. Fourth speaker, Chi Hao. You performed very well, and your stage presence is very stable. Today, during the closing argument, you effortlessly cited quotes and anecdotes. It was excellent. He spoke passionately, successfully getting himself excited. The atmosphere in the room became tense again. Chi Hao glanced at his three serious teammates and smiled. Don't worry, with me here, the competition will be easy to manage. Just play as you did during training. After he said this, Lin Xue and Su Duyu visibly relaxed, while Li Bing still kept his lips tightly pressed. Chi Hao could see that he was still nervous. So he walked over, stood on his tiptoes, and patted Li Bing's head. Relax, Bing Bing. Just follow the three-step method I taught you. I promise to give you your cue cards before each of your speeches. If you have ideas, go ahead and express them. If not, just expand on the points I wrote using the three-step method. Li Bing's eyes brightened instantly. Then I have nothing to fear. I'm counting on you, Haozi. Lei Boyong looked at Chi Hao and Li Bing with satisfaction. Once they finished speaking, he gestured for Chi Hao to step outside. Kid, have you thought about what industry you might want to engage in when you grow up? Chi Hao instinctively glanced at the sky, lightly biting his lip, and remained silent. Ray Piyong patted him on the shoulder and said, Kid, you're the most suitable person to be a lawyer that I've ever seen. It's like fate is feeding you. Just think about it. You can remember various legal clauses at a glance. All the cases, once you sort them out, they're logically clear. Really, trust me. I have a good eye for people. Chi Hao was silent for a while before quietly saying, Coach, in the future, I want to be an astronaut. I want to fly out of this planet and see the universe. Ray Piyong was very surprised. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so small and thin. But your ambitions are high and far-reaching. An astronaut. With your little frame, it might be tough. Besides, astronauts tend to recruit science students, and you're a natural humanities student. No, Coach, I'm actually a science student. Huh. Ray Piyong couldn't help but laugh. You have a competition tomorrow, so focus on that first. After the competition, we can have a good chat. Really, think about law. It would be a loss for the legal field if you don't study it. After resting for a while, everyone gathered again to simulate a match against a rival school. Ray Piyong was very satisfied with everyone's performance and suggested they rest early to conserve energy. As long as they don't pull any surprises tomorrow, we're set. Chi Hao and Su Yu were in the same room, lying on their beds. For some reason, Chi Hao couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning, his mind replaying Ray Piyong's last words. Hey, fat fish. These past couple of days, whenever we're not competing, I've been attending the rival schools' matches. Their performance has been quite calm, neither hot nor cold, as if they're holding back. Do you think we might be underestimating them? Will they pull out any tricks in the finals tomorrow? Su Yu, half asleep, heard Chi Hao talking to him. He didn't catch it all, but vaguely felt that his friend seemed a bit worried about tomorrow's match. He turned over and mumbled sleepily, "Howsy, don't worry. At worst, you can just bury them with data and arguments. The fundamentals never change." In the darkness, Chi Hao's eyes lit up. Right? He had been overly concerned. In the previous matches, he had advanced smoothly by analyzing the opponent's strategies. But this also led him to focus too much on the other side's tactics. In fact, as long as his own strength was strong enough, it didn't matter what debating techniques the opponent used. Look, the debating team from the rival school never focused on the tactics of other teams. Fat Fish was right. His trump cards were his extraordinary memory and terrifying logical analysis ability. If he encountered a difficult situation tomorrow, he could still blow the venue away with precise data and arguments. These were his winning secrets. With this realization, Chi Hao finally felt a bit sleepy. He gratefully said to Suyu, "Thanks, Fat Fish." From Suyu's bed came the sound of even snoring. Chi Hao smiled, turned over, and soon fell asleep. While all four competitors from Lanhai Town No. 1 High School were lost in sweet dreams, the debating team from the rival school was collectively studying their match videos. They had booked a medium-sized conference room in the hotel where the debaters were staying, and about 10 people were seriously watching the matches. At this moment, the screen in the conference room is playing a video of Chi Hao's speech from the semifinals this afternoon. In the front row, a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses and fair skin is frowning and watching intently. As the video ends, he pushes off the ground and spins his chair to face the rest of the room. Everyone's attention instantly shifts to him. The young man whistles lightly, nods, and confidently says, "He is indeed imitating me." The atmosphere in the room becomes somewhat tense. The young man slowly smiles. He nonchalantly stands up, stretches, yawns, and heads towards the exit, saying, "But there's nothing to worry about. I've been competing all day and I'm tired, so I'm heading back first." The others in the room exchange glances, and a substitute player cautiously asks, "Coach, should the rest of us keep practicing?" Their coach, who has the surname Jean, ponders for a moment, then murmurs, "I've watched the video of Lanhai Town No. 1 Middle School. They understand the characteristics of each team very well and have made targeted tactical deployments. Tomorrow, we will be using a completely new tactic. We can confirm that our opponents have no knowledge of our new strategy. Don't forget how unprepared they were against Qin Yun this afternoon when facing our new tactic." The other teachers and players share the same view and begin to discuss quietly. They speculate that this Lanhai Town No. 1 Middle School has probably made it this far purely by luck. After all, they don't even have a coach or substitute players and did not attend our match in the semifinals. Being so complacent, they deserve to lose tomorrow. Coach Jean, feeling their reasoning is valid, concludes, "In that case, everyone go back and rest well." Meeting adjourned. Chapter 18. My choice. The auditorium for the finals is spacious and bright. Here, the debate team from Blue Ocean Town High School finally faces their last battle. In the audience, all the eliminated teams are seated. The competitors watch with mixed expressions as Chi Hao's team walks step by step down the aisle to the front of the auditorium. As the two teams take their seats, the host's powerful voice resonates throughout the hall. This year's final topic is, if the blue planet is about to be destroyed and there is only one escape slot for all of humanity, you are fortunate enough to be selected. Will you choose to die with everyone, or will you choose to step into the vast universe alone? The contestants have 1 hour to prepare. Now, let us invite the captain of the Huada-affiliated high school debate team, Shi Yang, and the captain of the Blue Ocean Town High School debate team, Chi Hao, to draw lots to determine their team's position. From the Huada-affiliated seat, a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored suit stands up immediately, walking leisurely to the host. Meanwhile, Chi Hao from Blue Ocean Town High School sits there in a daze, completely motionless. Li Bing, sitting beside Chi Hao, feels him trembling slightly all over. As time ticks away, everyone's gaze gradually focuses on Chi Hao. Minnie Yu and Lin Xue also notice something is off and look at Chi Hao anxiously, seeing his pale face and the thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Minnie Yu grows anxious, feeling this is the most urgent moment since he started debating. "Howsy? Are you feeling unwell? If not, we can forfeit." His words are not loud enough for the audience to hear, but Shi Yang not far away catches every word. He can't help but snicker. Looks like they just got lucky and researched their opponent's weaknesses to get this far. What best debater? Facing me. He's so scared he can't even stand up. The host also hears this. He recalls Chi Hao's excellent performance a few days ago, and, seeing his pale face, asks with concern, "Chi Hao, are you feeling unwell? Do you need a substitute?" His question travels through the microphone and reaches the audience, eliciting scattered laughter. The host is puzzled, unaware that Shihao's team has no substitute members at all. Lei Boyong sits calmly below, initially thinking that this year's topic is good and innovative. However, at this moment, he starts to feel uneasy, thinking Shihao has suddenly fallen ill. The championship isn't important. The child's health is paramount. What if it's a medical emergency? Just as he resolves to request a pause in the competition in the name of the coach, Shihao takes a deep breath and stands up. His face is still somewhat pale, but he forces a smile as he walks to the host. The host looks at him with concern and announces, "Please, the two team captains may begin to draw lots." Shihao and Shiyang both reach out simultaneously, each taking a blue envelope. Shihao, trembling, opens the envelope. Inside, a line of large characters reads, "Your argument. Step into the universe alone." All right. Both sides have chosen their positions. Now, preparation begins, and the countdown starts. The audience below can freely choose a viewpoint and write down their debate ideas. As in previous years, there will be staff members collecting and awarding prizes to the outstanding participants. Shiyang returned to his seat, and the other three team members had already opened their computers. He tossed the envelope in front of them and leaned back comfortably in his chair. "Take it. Follow the new strategy and start preparing the necessary materials." He then squinted and began sizing up the team sitting across from him. As he watched, he couldn't help but snicker disdainfully. What a bunch of poor, outdated folks. 4 people, and only 1 computer. That Shihao didn't even seem to know how to use one. This is hilarious. He curled his lip and diverted his gaze. When Shihao returned to the debate podium, Li Bing had already opened his computer, while the other 2 sat on either side of him, anxiously looking at their team brain. "Shihao." The 3 of them spoke in unison, but their content had nothing to do with the competition. Li Bing asked, "How's he? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xue added, "We can withdraw from the competition." Su Yuyu was nodding vigorously from the side. The idea of withdrawing was surprising, especially coming from Lin Xue, who was so obsessed with debating. Shihao stood in front of the 3, looking down at their young, innocent faces. His turbulent emotions seemed to find an outlet. "Don't worry, I'm fine." He bent down and hugged each of his 3 partners before returning to his seat, waving the letter in his hand. "Our choice is to step into the universe alone." Li Bing, reassured that he was all right, happily slammed the keyboard upon hearing their position. "Awesome. We should choose to step into the universe alone." Su Yuyu echoed, "Yeah, if we don't go, we'll all die together, and humanity will go extinct." Lin Xue, with her characteristic sensitivity, said, "But the person who leaves alone is actually very pitiful. In the entire universe, there is only him. It's too lonely." Shihao looked at the 3 and quietly said, "But he might also be very lucky. He could go to a new place and make new friends." Li Bing, noticing the other team discussing fervently, felt a bit anxious. "Let us hurry up and start preparing." Shihao sighed deeply and leaned back in his chair like Shiyang. "Dabing, no need to rush. I've prepared for this question." The 3 were shocked. "No way. You can even predict this kind of question? That's incredible. How long did you prepare?" Shihao replied softly, "I've prepared for a long, long time." An hour flew by quickly. With a crisp bell sound, the finals officially began. As the first speaker from both sides stood up, the debate immediately entered an intense phase. Lin Xue spoke passionately. "Faced with the imminent destruction of our planet, bearing the heavy responsibility of being the sole survivor for all humanity, our choice, to step into the vast universe alone, is not born out of selfishness. It embodies the hope for the immortality of human civilization. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps among the endless stars, there are other intelligent beings. I choose to bear this loneliness and fear alone to leave a final glimmer of hope for those who remain on our planet. To send mayflies into the vastness. A mere grain of sand amidst the ocean. Though I am just a grain, I carry the memories and technology of the entire Chinese nation. I can pass on this invaluable heritage to extraterrestrial civilizations, allowing the flame of my people to continue burning in the universe." As Lin Xue read the script, she couldn't help but silently marvel. Shihao is amazing. He didn't even search for anything and directly wrote this touching piece. As she continued reading, she felt her eyes getting warm. The sincerity of the script made it feel as if she was truly about to bid farewell to her loved ones. Drifting alone in the universe. It was hard, and she wanted to cry. By the end, Lin Xue couldn't help but choke up. After she sat down, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the intense emotion in her speech. Debates are usually known for their rigorous logic, and no contestant had ever dared to play the emotional card in the finals. Shiyang couldn't help but show a disdainful smile. Even the first speaker has started using illusions. It's a pity that the opposing team doesn't know that our new strategy is to stack data and logic. The first speaker from Affiliated School stood up. We choose to forego this opportunity based on a series of logically rigorous and data-supported reasons. First, the entire blue planet has over 6 billion people, and individual survival cannot exist independently from the group through economic and technological cooperation. Second, over 300 million people on the blue planet suffer from depression, with loneliness being the primary trigger. Third, I must express my concern about our situation upon reaching a new planet and being discovered by the locals. Historically, encounters between different civilizations have been very dangerous. Sociological studies indicate that factors such as cultural differences have a 97% probability of leading to war. On a new civilized planet, we may be seen as a threat or experimental subjects, facing the risk of imprisonment or even extermination. This nightmarish future only strengthens my resolve to face the end alongside all humanity. After he finished speaking, the audience, including Lei Boyong, was stunned, and murmurs of surprise spread among the listeners. No illusions. They have changed their strategy. Last year's champion is indeed formidable. I think this time, Lon High Town no. One high school is finished. Affiliated School didn't use a single illusion. The whole speech was filled with precise data. In such a sci-fi themed debate topic, this method of argumentation is particularly convincing. In the audience, Lei Boyong fell into deep self-reproach. The accompanying teacher from Lon High Town was participating in such a large-scale competition for the first time, lacking experience and forgetting to send someone to listen to Affiliated's semifinals. He blamed himself for being careless. Chi Hao also noticed this right away. But at this moment, he didn't care at all. Whether the opponent used illusions or arguments, once this debate topic was presented, the outcome was already determined. Both sides were fiercely engaging in battle over their arguments, and both performed excellently. Finally, the two heavyweight debaters, the captains of both teams, took the stage. Shuyang truly deserves the title of best debater from the previous session, with sharp wording and relentless pressure. What is most terrifying is that every argument is backed by detailed data. If it were any opponent other than Chi Hao, they would likely have surrendered by now. Yet, Chi Hao effortlessly handles various data. Their team only has one computer, and it's clear that the other three debaters have memorized quite a few references. However, Chi Hao didn't use any of them. Instead, he skillfully utilized precise data arguments to counterattack. As the match progressed, a hint of unease surfaced in Shuyang's heart for the first time. Amidst his anxiety, the competition finally entered the closing statement phase. Chi Hao slowly stood up, his gaze firm and moist. As the blue star approaches its end, though my heart is filled with endless sorrow, I will choose to move forward alone. Indeed, unknown civilizations may harbor hostility and danger. I understand the importance of being low-key and cautious. In a new environment, I will strive to avoid drawing unnecessary attention and respect every life for my encounter. At the same time, I will continue to improve to face all challenges. I fear nothing and have no regrets. His words resonated powerfully, echoing in the auditorium for a long time. The judges were stunned. The audience was stunned. Even the panel of judges was taken aback. A brief silence fell over the crowd, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. An elderly judge couldn't help but stand up while clapping. The competition concluded with Blue Sea Town No. 1 middle school being crowned the champion of this national middle school debate competition. The best debater of this session is Chi Hao. When the host announced that Blue Sea Town No. 1 middle school won the final, the entire venue erupted in excitement. The tears that had been building up in Chi Hao since he heard the final debate topic finally flowed freely down his face. Chapter 19 New track after the final. In the taxi back to the hotel, the friends started to change how they addressed Chi Hao. How go? I declare that you are the god of debate in my heart. How go? Even with such an abstract topic, you managed to prepare ahead of time. That's amazing. Chi Hao remained unusually silent throughout the ride. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone cheered and went to pack their bags. Lei Boyong called Chi Hao aside, his eyes shining with excitement. How? You must believe in your talent now, right? Have you considered studying law in the future? No, instead. I'm even more determined to pursue my dream of becoming an astronaut. Chi Hao replied. Coach, what I said on stage just now was my true thought. Lei Boyong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Chi Hao becoming an astronaut would be a loss for the legal field. He couldn't help but feel a bit angry. If you don't like debating, why did you sign up for the debate competition in the first place? To make money. What? Lei Boyang could hardly believe his ears. How much could that possibly be? Chi Hao replied seriously, it's not a small amount. Winning the championship. One person can get 5,000. If this got out, no one would believe it. Those who specialize in debate would be utterly defeated by Chi Hao's nonchalance. Lei Boyang, fuming, called Li Haoqiang. Old Li, you need to talk to Chi Hao. It's a waste of talent if he doesn't study law. Besides, with his physique, an astronaut. Isn't that just a dream? Unexpectedly, Li Haoqiang laughed. Don't be fooled by how thin he looks. His physical condition is actually quite good. I think instead of studying literature, he should practice long-distance running with me. It's hard to say about becoming a world champion, but a national champion is definitely within reach. He was surprisingly strong. This was something Lei Boyang hadn't expected. What else could this kid not excel at? As Chi Hao began to pack his bags, preparing to meet with the teachers and return to Lanhai town, Lei Boyang was genuinely eager to nurture talent and was getting anxious. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, and when Chi Hao came to say goodbye, he finally thought of a way. Becoming an astronaut isn't such a bad idea after all. Chi Hao indeed showed interest, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him. Lei Boyang, slightly blushing, started to persuade him. Do you remember I mentioned before that the selection for astronauts in our country focuses on those with exceptional math skills? From what I know, your math grades are only average. That is simple. I'll study hard and gradually improve. Huh. Lei Boyang couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you're mistaken. The aerospace industry is not lacking in talent. They only select and train from the genius pool. If you take your time, that means you'll miss the opportunity. Not knowing whether Lei Boyang was trying to convince himself, Chi Hao grew a bit anxious. Then what should I do? Simple. Just like participating in this debate competition. Join a world-class math competition and prove yourself. Chi Hao hesitated. But, will a lot of people know about the competition results? I don't want to attract too much attention. You're worried about that? Lei Boyang thought Chi Hao was afraid of scoring too low and embarrassing himself. He thought happily that the worse Chi Hao performed, the better. The greater the setback, the more likely he might consider studying law in the future. With this thought in mind, he comforted him, saying, don't worry, many global competitions are now conducted online, which is meant to facilitate participation from math experts around the world. These competitions are filled with talent, so even if the results are outrageous, no one will check who it actually is. He wasn't wrong. If someone performed poorly, indeed, no one would investigate who that underachiever was. But what if I achieve good results? Then what? Well, if the results are good, you just need to submit them to the relevant department's email. Li Boyang closed his eyes and talked nonsense. After hearing this, Chi Hao felt quite tempted. Because in his view, the math on Blue Planet was very simple. The technological level of Blue Planet was far behind that of his home planet, Zeta. The cyst on Chi Hao's head was actually a micro-sized biological chip that stored the technological and cultural knowledge of his home planet. The high level of technology on Zeta was due to the fact that the entire planet had frantically channeled all its resources into research for nearly 1,000 years in order to save itself. On the other hand, humans on Blue Planet lived a completely different life, a leisurely, relaxed, and somewhat willful lifestyle. Chi Hao envied the state of people on Blue Planet. Speaking of mathematics, Zeta did not have a subject called math. Chi Hao felt that math was somewhat like a fusion of dimensional theory and interstellar spatial configuration. The former is similar to algebra, while the latter encompasses geometric knowledge. However, due to Blue Planet's very limited understanding of the universe, all the geometry books Chi Hao found while collecting scrap were confined to this specific space. While reviewing knowledge from his home planet, Chi Hao had tried to connect his home planet's knowledge with Blue Planet's technology. He found it very difficult. If Zeta's level of technology was like a person climbing a mountain, almost at the summit, then Blue Planet's technological level was still at the foot of the mountain. The person at the top could clearly see how to proceed with each step, while the person at the foot was completely ignorant of the mountain and still exploring. Chi Hao had once thought about building a ladder from the bottom to the top. But the leap in scientific development would inevitably involve proving a massive number of theorems and constructing a vast theoretical framework. In this process, how could a teenager gain credibility? He would likely be regarded as a madman and locked up immediately. However, participating in a math competition and only tackling problems from the competition question bank posed no significant risk. For Chi Hao, the sciences on Blue Planet were much simpler than the humanities. In his mind, he carried the civilization of thousands of years from his home planet. Those brilliant cultures were as vast as the sea. Meanwhile, Blue Planet's history also had many exceptionally talented individuals. Chi Hao's brain was like a supercomputer. and he was constantly striving to organize this knowledge systematically. With such an overwhelming amount of knowledge, it was easy to confuse the civilizations of the two planets in seemingly trivial ways. There were moments when Chi Hao experienced a strange sensation. Once, he inadvertently picked up a book that described the cave paintings left by ancient human ancestors. The moment he saw those paintings, Chi Hao felt that some of the marks bore a resemblance to the writing of a distant star. But upon closer inspection, they looked completely different. Perhaps it was just his longing to encounter someone from his own kind. At least it meant he was not the only survivor from that distant star in the entire universe. Chi Hao stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. Not far away, the leading teacher from the local school began calling the students to gather. Chi Hao, Chi Hao? Lei Boyong called him several times before Chi Hao finally snapped out of his thoughts. Coach, I've made up my mind. I want to sign up for the math competition. He thought he'd need to persuade him further, but Lei Boyong replied. All right. Chapter 20. Teacher Pan Yu what? Chi Hao is applying to withdraw from the debate team? Why? The one who raised this question was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, 2, Teacher Pan Yu. Before taking on Chi Hao's class, Pan Yu was like a magnet for misfortune. No matter how hard he tried or how seriously he took his responsibilities, any class he managed either struggled academically or had poor discipline. It was truly unfortunate. Ever since he was assigned to Lan Hai Town No. 1 Middle School, every class he oversaw was like an award drought in all school activities, big and small. Just when Pan Yu was about to resign himself to this fate, he took on Chi Hao's class. From that moment on, Lady Luck finally began to smile upon him. His gradually stooping back straightened as Chi Hao and the debate team surged forward, and when they won the national championship, Teacher Pan was as proud as a goose with its neck held high. He was even happier than Chi Hao and the others. The principal specifically praised Pan Yu at the school-wide teachers' meeting, commending him for his talent in discovering and nurturing talent. Pan Yu secretly vowed that even if Chi Hao practiced debating during his math class, he would encourage and support him. At Lan Hai Town No. 1 Middle School, withdrawing from the debate team requires the homeroom teacher's signature. However, over the years, he had only seen students eager to join, never one who proactively sought to leave. So, when Chi Hao came to him with a withdrawal application, Pan Yu was momentarily stunned. A multitude of questions rushed to his lips. How can I explain this to the principal? How will our class debate next year? Don't you love debating? Pan Yu opened his mouth, swallowed hard, and finally managed to squeeze out a dry 4 words. Why? Chi Hao looked at him with bright eyes and replied loudly. Because I like math more than debating. Pan Yu, I never noticed you liked math before. Pan Yu himself was obsessed with math, and solving challenging math problems during his free time was even more enjoyable than scrolling through short videos. But the Chi Hao in front of him was clearly a humanities student. Teacher Pan puffed out his chest, trying to adopt a serious homeroom teacher demeanor, and attempted to reason with Chi Hao. Liking math doesn't conflict with debating. You can definitely pursue both interests simultaneously. Chi Hao firmly rejected this. No, teacher. There's not enough time to allocate. I signed up for a math competition, and the contest is in a month. I'm withdrawing from the debate team to dedicate all my time to studying math. I also want to borrow some reference books from you. As he spoke, Chi Hao cast a longing glance at the gray metal bookcase behind Pan Yu. Through the glass doors, one could see it filled with thick math textbooks. Pan Yu turned to glance at his bookcase, which was crammed full yet had never been touched, then slowly turned back to meet Chi Hao's eyes. At that moment, those eyes were filled with passion. Although he saw this student regularly, it felt like he was seeing Chi Hao for the first time. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Yu gritted his teeth and signed his name on the application form. Hurry up and handle your withdrawal from the debate team. Go quickly, or I might regret it. Chi Hao smiled. Thank you, teacher. He took the application form and dashed off. With his abilities, he could certainly manage both, but participating in debates was just too conspicuous. It would be best to take this opportunity to withdraw. Sitting across from Pan Yu at the desk, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, who had just pretended to doze off, couldn't he help but speak up. Old Pan, you've made the same mistake again. Your problem is that you're too soft-hearted. You can't keep the students in check. You need to make them afraid of you and listen to you in order to manage them well. You're mistaken in always going along with the students. Haven't you learned enough from your experiences over the years? Besides, the teachers in charge of the debate team at our school, which one of them is easy to deal with? Even if you sign, they can't withdraw from the team, and you'll still get criticized. Why bother? In fact, Pan Yu also felt a bit regretful. But he stubbornly said, didn't Chi Hao mention he signed up for some math competition that starts in a month? His energy is limited. The homeroom teacher of class 1 couldn't help but chuckle, interrupting Pan Yu. Old Pan, you teach math. You should know better than I do that the only large-scale math competition next month is the Global Star of Hope Math Competition. Although there are no registration requirements. That's because the questions are difficult. The preliminary round is already at the level of undergraduate mathematics. And the final questions might be unsolvable even for PhD students in mathematics. Chi Hao, in your class, is only in the first year of junior high and usually ranks in the middle for math scores. As the teacher said this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. If he passes the preliminary round, I'll call you Dad. After that, he picked up the lesson plan, hummed a tune, and went out to teach. Pan Yu, feeling weak-minded, sat there in a daze, increasingly convinced that it was true, just as he was regretting it. There was a gentle knock on the office door, and Chi Hao's smiling face appeared behind it. Teacher Pan, I came to borrow some reference books. Pan Yu suddenly stood up. Chi Hao, did you really sign up for the math competition? Chi Hao nodded. Is it the Star of Hope Global Math Competition? Chi Hao recalled the competition name that Lei Boyong had told him and nodded again. Do you know about this competition? Chi Hao shook his head, having just learned the name of the competition today before coming to school. Sigh, he really signed up for a math competition just to avoid debate training, Pan Yu thought. Feeling a bit disappointed, he sighed quietly, stood up weakly, walked to the bookcase, and opened the doors. Take whichever one you want. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me. The school bell rang for class. Pan Yu turned back to grab his lesson plan and walked toward the office door, saying as he walked, Chi Hao, go back to class first. Liking math is a good thing, but you need to understand everything in class first. Otherwise, you won't be able to solve even one question in the preliminary round. Before he finished speaking, Chi Hao gently interrupted him. Teacher, I hope you can keep my registration for the Star of Hope a secret. Isn't that obvious? With your level, if you end up with a 0 on the exam, would it be something to boast about if I spread the word everywhere? Pan Yu, don't worry. I will definitely keep it a secret. I won't say anything to anyone who asks. During math class, Pan Yu frequently lost focus, subconsciously glancing at Chi Hao to see what he was doing. Each time he looked at Chi Hao, he found Chi Hao's eyes fixed intently on him, clearly listening attentively. In the past, Pan Yu would have felt quite satisfied. But now, the more seriously Chi Hao listened, the more desperate he felt. Because this only proved that Chi Hao's math level was just that of a first-year student. After class, once Pan Yu finished tidying up the lesson plan and walked out of the classroom, Chi Hao followed closely behind him. Pan Yu couldn't help it. He stopped, turned around, and looked down at the shortest boy in the class. What are you following me for? Chi Hao looked at him in confusion. I'm going to your office to borrow reference books. The books in that cabinet are my undergraduate textbooks from when I studied mathematics. Do you want to borrow them too? Chi Hao nodded excitedly. Yes, there are a few books inside that I'm very interested in. A faint glimmer of hope rose in Pan Yu's heart. Did you understand everything the teacher covered in class just now? Yes, I understood about 80. Chi Hao was fully utilizing every math class in school to align the mathematics theories of Blue Star with the knowledge system of his home planet. He was too young when he left his home planet, even though his brain was infused with this knowledge. Truly understanding and being able to apply it flexibly still required time and practice. However, while ordinary people might struggle for days with difficult problems, Chi Hao, with his limitless brain potential, could arrive at the answers instantly. So far, the integration of the knowledge systems of the two star systems had gone quite smoothly. About 80 of Blue Star's mathematics could be understood using the system of his home planet. But to Pan Yu, Chi Hao's answer sounded like he couldn't fully grasp even the content covered in class. Pan Yu, forget it, I'll lend it to him. If he can't understand it, he will naturally back off. But the office is crowded and noisy. What if the homeroom teacher of class 1 comes out to mock the kid a bit? Pan Yu fell back into his old habit, instinctively considering the issue from the student's perspective. You can come to my office to get the books after school. Only after saying it did he realize that this meant he would be late getting off work. Wanting to take it back, Chi Hao had already responded loudly and dashed away. Pan Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He should really be more concerned about the possibility of Chi Hao quitting the team. How would he explain it during the principal's regular meeting next Monday? Chapter 21. Just pretend at this moment, Lin Xue's mother was also worried. As the head of the debate team, she had the authority to approve withdrawals. Her daughter had given her a heads up, so she did approve Chi Hao's withdrawal request. But how was she going to explain this to the principal at the meeting next Monday? Chi Hao had been honest with her. Teacher, I actually don't like debating. What I really enjoy is math. I'm going to participate in a math competition next month. You must keep it a secret. Lin Xue's mother thought. How can I keep this a secret from the principal while coming up with a reasonable reason for his withdrawal? It's urgent. I need help. In the end, it was Li Haoqiang, the teacher, who helped her solve the problem. Next Monday, someone from the city will come to our school to select long-distance running talents. Just tell the principal that I recommended Chi Hao. And he withdrew from the debate team to practice long-distance running. Chi Hao? Is he really good at long-distance running? Lin Xue's mother thought of Chi Hao's small frame and found it hard to believe. Haha, you wouldn't expect it. But Chi Hao is actually the best in endurance in his grade. Li Haoqiang, being close friends with Lei Boyang, had learned from him that Chi Hao no longer wanted to debate. Having witnessed Chi Hao's incredible reading and learning abilities, he actually agreed with Lei Boyang's assessment of Chi Hao as a debate genius, someone destined for a career in law. The two middle-aged men came up with a cunning plan. Simply enroll him in the toughest math competition, so he would realize the difficulty and turn to law instead. This would solve the problem in one go. So, Lei Boyang registered Chi Hao for the Hope Star competition and casually mentioned, the exam is in a month. However, he didn't say a word about the difficulty of the exam, not to mention training, gathering materials, or analyzing like they did during debates. When Chi Hao wanted to inquire about the competition, Lei Boyang's reply was always, sorry, it's a specialized field, I don't know anything about it. This prompted Chi Hao to think of borrowing books from his homeroom teacher and math teacher, Pan Yu. Pan Yu specifically waited until the other teachers had left the office before heading to the classroom to find Chi Hao. He opened the classroom door and saw that only Chi Hao was sitting there, deeply engrossed in a book. The sound of the door startled Chi Hao, and he looked up, quickly closing the book and standing up when he saw Pan Yu. What book are you reading? Pan Yu casually asked as he walked over to Chi Hao's desk, only to find it was a first-year math textbook. For a moment, he found it hard to articulate his feelings. It seemed this child truly loved math, but his math skills were indeed lacking. It was likely he was struggling with the 20 he didn't understand in class. Chi Hao, in 6 months, our city will organize a math competition for middle school students. I believe this competition is more suitable for you than the Hope Star. Chi Hao smiled shyly and said softly, thank you, teacher, but for me, the middle school competition might be a bit too easy. Pan Yu turned and left. Aren't you borrowing books? Hurry up and get them, and come back home quickly. Just looking at this fool is annoying. Finally, standing in front of the bookshelf in the most secluded corner of the office, Chi Hao reverently opened the cabinet door, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the professional books inside. Calculus is good. When studying the structural strength of spacecraft, one needs to use integral methods to calculate the forces and moments on the spacecraft. Linear algebra and systems and control theory. Has the practice of systems and control engineering already started on Blue Star? This one is a must-have. He was flipping through the books happily, but to Pan Yu, it looked like Chi Hao was just casually picking up a book, glancing at the table of contents, flipping through a few pages quickly, and then setting it aside. He picked up the book that Chi Hao had chosen. Calculus, a first-year textbook. Analytic geometry, another university textbook. This one indeed had appeared in past university math competitions. The more Pan Yu flipped through, the more difficult the content became. Some of it had already reached the level of graduate studies in mathematics. The more he looked, the angrier he became, his temples throbbing. Seeing Chi Hao still pretending to be serious about choosing books, he could no longer hold back and shouted, that's enough. This is enough for you to read. Startled, Chi Hao, who was immersed in a thick advanced algebra, looked up in confusion at Pan Yu. Not understanding why the usually good-tempered teacher was suddenly angry, Pan Yu was unwilling to say much more to Chi Hao. He pulled the book from Chi Hao's hands, stacked it with the others, put them in a bag, and then urged Chi Hao to leave. I can lend you these books, but you must take good care of them. No writing with ballpoint pens or fountain pens, not even a single word. If you really must write, only use a pencil. And no getting them dirty or wrinkled. If you're done, hurry up and return them. Humph. The two parted ways at the school gate, and Pan Yu walked away in a huff. Chi Hao looked at the darkening sky and began to understand why the teacher was angry. It was his fault for taking too long. Gratefully, he called out to Pan Yu's back, thank you, teacher. Chi Hao, carrying a large bag of books, turned and walked towards the orphanage. The high school was about 5 kilometers from the orphanage, and although Chi Hao walked quickly, it would still take over half an hour to get home. It was early winter, and the days were getting darker earlier. The cold wind whipped into Chi Hao's collar, but inside, he felt a warmth. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. The footsteps grew closer, and Chi Hao thought someone was in a hurry, so he stepped aside. However, The person behind reached out to grab the bag he was holding. Chi Hao quickly turned around, only to find Pan Yu returning. Pan Yu had a stern expression. "Where do you live? I'll walk you home." He regretted taking the books. They were too many and too heavy, and his shoulder was sinking under the weight. Chi Hao understood that the teacher was worried about him as it was getting dark, and had come back specifically to see him home. He smiled as he took the book back from Pan Yu, holding it close and loudly saying, "Thank you, teacher. My home is not far. Goodbye, teacher." He turned and ran off with the book. "Hey, slow down. Be careful." Pan Yu, dragging his body that hadn't exercised for a long time, chased after Chi Hao for a few steps before stopping, panting heavily. He suddenly felt like he and Chi Hao were acting out a scene of a police chasing a thief, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. His dissatisfaction with Chi Hao gradually fading away. Although Chi Hao liked to show off, he wasn't fundamentally bad. Well, which teenager isn't a bit rebellious? He decided to guide him slowly. Chi Hao returned to his small room in the orphanage, put the book away, and took out an envelope from his backpack. Happily heading to the director's dormitory to find the old director. The room was lit, and the door was slightly ajar. As he called out Grandpa, he pushed the door open. There was no one inside. It was a small studio of only about 10 square meters, with a single bed against the wall and an old, paint-chipped brown desk under the south-facing windowsill. On the desk were the old director's green enamel mug and some books. The early winter wind blew in through the window, causing the pages of the books on the desk to flutter. Chi Hao walked over, organized the books, and placed them on the left side of the desk, then gently set the thick envelope down on the desk. Just as he finished tidying up, another gust of wind blew in, making the organized books rustle again. Chi Hao decided to open the desk drawer and put the envelope inside. Just as he was about to close the drawer, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the papers beneath the envelope. Chi Hao's body froze, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of his heart. When the old director returned, Chi Hao had already left. On the director's pillow lay an envelope containing 5,000 yuan. Chapter 22, Getting a Computer on Monday. As soon as Chi Hao saw Su Yu, he immediately pulled him into the hallway. Chi Hao hadn't slept all night, randomly flipping through various books he had collected, and his eyes were bloodshot. Su Yu was startled by his appearance. "Howsy, you look so anxious. What happened? Fat fish, isn't your uncle a doctor? Can you ask him how long it would take for someone on Blue Star to become a doctor and perform surgery on patients? That's simple. You don't need to ask my uncle, just ask me. My uncle loves to talk about his experiences as a doctor at the dinner table, so I know everything. It takes 7 years for a combined bachelor's and master's in medicine, and after graduating, if you work for another 2 to 3 years, you can perform simple surgeries. So, from starting to learning to being the lead surgeon, it takes about 10 years. Su Yu puffed out his chest proudly. By the way, Howsy, do you want to be a doctor in the future? I advise against it. My uncle said that once you make an incision, it's all blood. The chubby kid started his rambling. 10 years. Chi Hao muttered under his breath, pale-faced. Su Yu continued excitedly. You also need to have a lot of courage and good physical strength. Chi Hao interrupted him. Then, if someone is seriously ill, how can you ensure they will definitely be cured? Su Yu was taken aback for a moment and instinctively replied, There's no guarantee for serious illnesses. Just seek treatment early, use the best medicine, and find a highly skilled doctor. Realizing the seriousness of Chi Hao's expression, he asked, Howsy, are you sick with something incurable? Chi Hao hesitated for a moment. It's not me. It's my grandfather. Grandfather is sick? Is it serious? You should hurry to the hospital, Su Yu urged. Chi Hao nodded. Yeah, I'll go with him. Howsy, if grandfather has a serious illness, you'd better prepare more money in advance, the chubby boy reminded. I heard from my uncle that there's a shot that costs hundreds of thousands, but once given, the illness can be cured. I've also heard that some medications can cost tens of thousands a month. Money, always money. Chi Hao clenched his fists tightly. After school, Pan Yu finished grading assignments and stretched lazily, finally off work. He packed his things and walked slowly out of the office. Outside the office, a student who had been squatting quickly stood up and followed him, quietly calling out, Teacher Pan, I want to ask you a question about the Star of Hope competition. Pan Yu turned around and saw it was Chi Hao. He was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit pleased. It seemed that although Chi Hao was a bit slow, he was a hard-working student who had come to ask questions after putting in effort over the weekend. He always liked diligent children and said with a smile, Good kid, what question do you have? Chi Hao looked up, Teacher, is there a prize for the Star of Hope math competition? How much is it? Pan Yu. Fortunately, Pan Yu maintained his composure. After answering Chi Hao's question, he left in a huff. In the evening, Chi Hao recorded in his notebook, "The Hope Star Mathematics Competition has 5 prize tiers, with very generous rewards. The first place winner alone receives 500,000. Next, for gold awards, each worth 250,000, 6 silver awards, each worth 150,000, 10 bronze awards, each worth 100,000, and 50 excellence awards, each worth 50,000. He drew a heavy red line under the words 500,000. However, when it came time to prepare for the competition, the first hurdle stumped Chi Hao. Knowing both oneself and the opponent is crucial for success. To achieve a good score, he needed to understand the scope and approach of the competition's questions. Since the Hope Star is a global online competition, past exam questions were published on the organizer's website. Unfortunately, Chi Hao didn't even own a computer. With some embarrassment, he asked Pan Yu to download and print last year's exam questions and solution approaches from the internet. But some of the theorems and formulas mentioned in the solutions weren't in the books he borrowed, and the explanations were only briefly mentioned without in-depth discussions. The real reason was that some of this knowledge belonged to high school curriculum, which the question setters assumed all participants would understand. This left Chi Hao, the outsider, struggling. Fortunately, he went through all the math books at the local bookstore and, along with daily pestering of Pan Yu, managed to resolve some of his questions. However, there were still some complex explanations that were too advanced, and the local bookstore couldn't help with them, nor did Pan Yu have any relevant books. Chi Hao felt despair. Early Saturday morning, Su Yu, carrying delicious food prepared by his mother for the principal, and Chi Hao, came to play with his friend and found Chi Hao's room piled high with books and calculation papers, with Chi Hao sitting among them in a daze. Su Yu was startled. "Haozi, you've been acting suspiciously lately, and now you look like a zombie. Did something unhappy happen? Speak up and let your brother cheer you up." Chi Hao hesitated to respond. Su Yu became angry. "We're the best of friends. What is there that you can't tell me?" Only then did Chi Hao mention the upcoming exam and his difficulties due to not having a computer. Su Yu puffed out his small chest. "What is so hard about that? I have a desktop computer. You can come to my house to study every day after school. You'll stay over on weekends. It's settled." As the two discussed this in the room, Chi Hao suddenly heard a faint sound at the door. He immediately stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Nothing was heard, and Su Yu looked confused. Outside, the old principal was smiling and holding 2 boxes of milk. "Xiao Hao, have some milk with your classmate." Chi Hao knew that because he was shorter, the principal had always tried various ways to help him strengthen his body within his means. He lowered his head, pressed his lips together, took the milk, and the principal gently patted his head, advising him to have fun with his friend before turning and slowly walking towards the front yard. As he walked, the principal coughed a few times. Hearing the principal cough, Chi Hao stepped forward but then hesitated, turned back to his room, and quickly gathered a few books. "Peng Yu, let's go to your house right now. I need to work on my problems." Su Yu was even more confused. "No way, Haozi, you scared me. Why do I feel like you're crazier than when you're preparing for a debate? I came to hang out with you." "Hang out? Right now? All I can think about is math." Su Yu raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "When we get to my house, you absolutely must not say that to my mom." "Sai, how did I end up with a friend like you? This is just too much." When they arrived at Su Yu's house, Su's mom was shocked to see her son, who originally planned to stay out until evening, walking in with a bag full of math books. "Oh, how did Xiao Yu end up with such a good friend like Chi Hao? This is just wonderful." Chi Hao studied at Su Yu's house until the evening, and when he was about to leave, Su's mom, filled with gratitude, specifically asked Su's dad to drive him home. Chi Hao protested in vain. At the entrance of the welfare home, after thanking Su's dad, Chi Hao carried the books back to his room. As he turned on the light, he immediately spotted something neatly placed in the center of his desk, a brand new, unopened laptop. Chapter 23 Mathematical Genius. Why return this computer? I don't agree. Facing the anxious expression of Chi Hao, the old dean cheerfully refused. How? Your grandfather heard you talking with your classmates about taking some test, and that you need a computer to do your work, having to go to others' homes to use theirs. Since the computer is so useful for you, why return it? Besides, it was bought with your own money. While speaking, the old dean emotionally took out an envelope from a drawer, handling it carefully. Chi Hao recognized the envelope. It was the one he used to hold the debate competition prize money. How? This is your competition reward, right? Grandpa is very proud of you, and also very happy. After saying that, the dean lovingly placed the envelope back in its place. Money only serves its purpose when used where it is needed. How? I feel very happy just keeping this envelope. You are still young. Your main focus should be on studying now. Don't always think about making money for Grandpa. Our welfare home does not lack funds. After a night of struggle, the dean won. Chi-Hao helplessly hugged his new laptop and walked back to his room. Before entering, he looked up at the starry night sky, the stars gently swaying, seemingly transcending the vastness of the universe, silently yet warmly greeting him. Hi, Meyer. Are you doing well? Is there anyone caring for you on this strange planet? Chi-Hao pushed the door open and softly replied in his heart, Yes, I'm fine. At night, lying in bed with the laptop in his arms, he resolved, as soon as school is over tomorrow, I will return it. The next afternoon, as soon as the class bell rang, Chi-Hao abruptly stood up and strode out of the classroom with the laptop in his arms. Chi-Hao, the homeroom teacher is looking for you. He wants you to go to his office immediately. Several classmates called after him. What does the teacher want? I don't know. He just asked for you to go right after school. Chi-Hao was eager to return the computer, hastily jogging to find Teacher Pan. Excuse me, Teacher Pan. You were looking for me. Pan, you didn't hear him. He was engrossed in a stack of draft papers filled with problem-solving processes. Chi-Hao didn't want to disturb him, but time was ticking away, and if he didn't leave soon, he wouldn't have time to return the computer. Mustering his courage, he raised his voice slightly and called out again, Teacher Pan, I'm here, you called for me? This time, he successfully interrupted Pan Yu's focus. Chi-Hao saw Pan Yu holding the stack of papers as if they were precious jewels, slowly turning his head toward him. When their eyes met, it seemed there were tears in his eyes. This math-obsessed teacher slowly stood up and asked Chi-Hao one question. Did you do all of these? Chi-Hao stepped closer and saw that the papers in the teacher's hands were indeed his own draft papers from home. They are mine. But how did they end up with you? Did you really do these problems? Yes. Were these done in the last few months since you started middle school? Chi-Hao glanced at the content and shook his head. No, these are what I did last week. He felt a bit puzzled. Strange, these papers should be at home. How did they end up here? Pan Yu pointed to the papers on the table, his finger trembling slightly. You mean all of these were done in just 1 week? Yes. Impossible. Pan Yu raised his voice. He laid out several sheets of paper in order on his desk, from left to right. The topics ranged from elementary geometry to advanced geometry, and even included differential geometry at the end. The knowledge of elementary geometry can be encountered in the 3rd year of middle school. However, advanced geometry and differential geometry require an understanding of higher algebra, and differential geometry even necessitates some knowledge of mathematical analysis. The problem-solving process clearly indicates the learning trajectory of the person tackling the problems. No one can master all of this content in just a week, not even the most talented genius. There's no way anyone could grasp this knowledge in a week. Absolutely impossible. Unless he is not human at all, but a deity. Chi-Hao quickly corrected himself. Teacher, I was just joking. Actually, I have been very interested in mathematics since elementary school. I've studied this material for several weeks. No, several months. You learned all this in just a few months? Pan Yu's mood became excited, and he looked at Chi-Hao with burning eyes. Differential geometry was a course I only learned in my 2nd year of university, and you've already self-studied part of it. By the way, there is no longer a course on advanced geometry now, because the axiomatic method of elementary geometry has been replaced by the analytical method. When my professors were in university, geometry had already merged with algebra and analysis, becoming integrated into these disciplines. When I was in my 1st year of the math department, I was already studying spatial analytic geometry. Come, Chi-Hao, sit down. Let me explain this to you properly. Your learning attitude is great, but self-studying like this can lead to misunderstandings. He pulled Chi-Hao over and pressed him down into his seat, while he bent over and stood beside him, pointing to a problem on the paper. Look, this problem. Although the conclusion is correct, you took a wrong turn in the process. Chi-Hao, holding his laptop, tried to stand up several times, but was immediately pressed down by Pan Yu each time. As he glanced at the clock on the wall, the time was gradually approaching 5:30, while Pan Yu grew more and more excited as he spoke. Chi-Hao helplessly set his laptop aside and focused on studying. The two became more and more engaged in discussion, and Pan Yu simply dragged a chair over, picked up a pen, and wrote while talking, until their stomachs growled a few times. When they looked up, they realized it was already past 7 o'clock. Is it already this late? Pan Yu's voice had become a bit hoarse. Oh no, my grandfather must be worried. Chi-Hao glanced outside at the completely dark sky and felt anxious as well. Pan Yu looked at the piles of draft papers on the table, densely filled with formulas and diagrams. He organized them neatly according to a pattern, stapled them together, and solemnly handed them to Chi Hao. It's all right. The teacher will ride you back. On the way, we can go over the things that weren't made clear earlier. Where do you live? Thank you. Teacher, my home isn't far. I can go back by myself. Right now, in Pan Yu's eyes, Chi Hao is like a precious treasure. Moreover, it's already dark, and Chi Hao is just 13 years old and quite small, so Pan Yu is also worried. No, it's too late. The teacher must take you home. Where do you live? Hongxing Welfare Institute. What? Pan Yu looked at Chi Hao in shock. You walk 5 kilometers to school every day? No, that's not the point. Pan Yu was previously unaware of Chi Hao's background, but he knew that the Hongxing Welfare Institute specifically shelters orphans, which everyone in Lanhai Town knows. So Pan Yu immediately understood Chi Hao's situation. He has never been good with words, and although he imagined many tragic moments from Chi Hao's childhood in an instant, he only managed to say, "Child, it's all in the past. Things will get better for you in the future." Chi Hao sat on the back seat of Pan Yu's bicycle, holding a brand new laptop in his arms. Pan Yu originally planned to discuss some knowledge points while riding, but at this moment, he fell silent. After a while, it was Chi Hao who broke the silence. Teacher, how did these calculation papers get to you? Oh, these were delivered by your grandfather this morning. No, wait. Chi Hao is an orphan. Where would he have relatives? If he had a grandfather as a guardian, he wouldn't meet the requirements to stay at the Welfare Institute. He thought to himself and unconsciously asked out loud. Chi Hao instinctively hugged the laptop tighter. No, he is my grandfather. And he is also the grandfather of all the children in our Welfare Institute. Chapter 24. A narrow encounter after arriving home. Chi Hao immediately took his laptop to find the director. From a distance, he saw the warm yellow light of the director's dormitory, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips as he quickened his pace. Several figures flashed by the window. Chi Hao had sharp eyesight and a good memory. He quickly recognized one of them as the old director, while the others were familiar faces from his childhood visits to the hospital. Chi Hao paused slightly, then quietly approached the door of the director's office. He didn't knock, but stood at the door, straining to listen to the conversation inside. The people inside were completely unaware, chatting casually. However, since they were speaking softly and the doors and windows were closed, he could only catch snippets of the conversation. Don't worry about the surgery fees, there are policies, it's easy to resolve. The director seemed to say a quiet thank you. Then, he heard some vague fragments. Worried, came to visit you. Make sure to rest well. Pay attention to your nutrition, take care. There was a sound of a chair being moved, and footsteps approached the door. Chi Hao hurriedly hid in the shadows beside the house. The door opened, and the people inside filed out, with the director following behind, chatting amiably as they walked away. After considering for a moment, Chi Hao returned to his room. The cafeteria at the welfare home stopped serving dinner after 7 o'clock, except on holidays. As soon as he entered, he saw a portion of dinner on the table. He touched it and found it had already cooled down. There was a microwave in the kitchen, so he picked up the cold dinner, intending to heat it up, when the door creaked open behind him, and the director walked in. Chi Hao, why are you back so late? Did you encounter any difficulties in your studies? No. I was just discussing some math problems with my homeroom teacher. After saying this, Chi Hao suddenly remembered something. By the way, Grandpa, did you send my calculation paper to school? Yes. I noticed you've been cooped up in your room lately, looking worried and not going out to play. Are you struggling to keep up with your studies? If you encounter problems, just ask the teacher. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're just a child. You should be happy. So, you thought I was having difficulties with my studies, and especially when to find the teacher? The director nodded. But you're unwell. The doctor has advised you to rest well. This statement was on the tip of Chi Hao's tongue, but he swallowed it back. In the director's eyes, he was still a child. He had purposely kept his illness a secret from the children at the welfare home. So he decided to act as if he didn't know. Thank you, Grandpa. My teacher helped me solve my problems today. That's good. There's nothing else I can help with. As the director spoke, he coughed a few times and quickly covered his mouth, walking toward the door as he spoke. After eating, don't stay up late studying, get some rest early. After the director left, Chi Hao turned to look at the calendar on his desk. There were less than 2 weeks left until the competition. He quickly finished his dinner and opened his planner. The notebook contains a table that lists the exam dates in reverse order. Since the competition was established, all the outlines and knowledge points that have been tested are listed on the left side of the table, while the right side indicates the completion dates. Chi Hao ticked off the geometry section, marked it as completed, and after a moment's thought, wrote today's date, November 5th. The exam is scheduled for Saturday, November 16th. Just 2 weeks away. With only 1 weekend left before the exam, he needs to complete all the material for advanced algebra. Chi Hao's time management plan is detailed down to the minute, and according to his schedule, he will need to stay up late this Saturday. However, if he stays up late, his grandfather will surely worry about him. After much contemplation, Chi Hao finally came up with a solution. During the other days of the week, he would turn off the lights and go to bed by 11 p.m. 11 o'clock is the psychological bottom line for the director. Then, he quietly set his wake-up time an hour earlier. On Friday evening, Chi Hao informed the director in advance that he would be visiting a friend and might spend the night there. This had happened before, so the director accepted it without much thought. Early Saturday morning, Chi Hao greeted the director, shouldered his backpack, and carried a large plastic bag as he left the welfare home. He told the director that the backpack contained clothes and the plastic bag held some snacks. Half an hour later, Chi Hao's figure appeared at the entrance of an internet CAF. This CAF is the only one in town that operates 24 hours, often filled with people playing games overnight. The CAF owner is a burly middle-aged man, rumored to have quite the background. Chi Hao arrived early. The spacious CAF had only a few patrons at that moment, all engrossed in their games. Occasionally, someone would cheer excitedly, while others angrily slammed their keyboards and cursed. Chi Hao looked around and chose a computer desk at the back against the wall. As he walked past the CAF owner, the owner gave a surprised glance at the large backpack on his back. It's rare for gamers to carry such a big backpack, as it seemed like he was preparing for a hiking trip, unaware that he had attracted the CAF owner's attention. Chi Hao reached his desk and placed his backpack and the bag on the floor. The backpack didn't contain clothes, but was packed full of math reference books. He took out a draft notebook and a pen, powered on the computer, and logged into the simulation test website of HopeStar. According to his plan, he would first spend 4 hours taking a practice test, then systematically review all related knowledge points. If there were any knowledge gaps, he would look up the material and study. The thick math textbooks were like a dictionary to a foreign language student, always ready for reference, and he could understand them with just a glance. In the morning, the internet CAF was not crowded, and since he sat deep inside, no one occupied the adjacent seats. So no one paid him much attention. By noon, some people ordered takeout while others went out to eat, amidst the comings and goings. Chi Hao was absent. He had brought 2 bread rolls and a large bottle of water. It wasn't until he finished the practice test that he took out the bread and quickly ate a simple lunch. Then, he carried his huge backpack and went to the restroom. After returning, he quietly sat down, opened his backpack, and took out several thick books wrapped in covers. He began to tackle his weak points noted during the exam. In the afternoon, customers started coming into the internet CAF. A young man with light-colored hair, humming a popular song, walked in. There were only a few spots left near the entrance, where people were constantly coming and going, which the young man didn't like. He took a few steps inside and found an empty seat further in. Although it wasn't ideal, it was quieter than the entrance. He walked over, sat down, and started up his computer while humming a tune. While waiting for it to boot up, he glanced around. To his left was a big guy who was completely absorbed in playing a game, where a monkey wearing shabby gear was swinging a stick and pushing back a large tiger demon. This guy on the left is quite skilled. He was playing a well-known game that the young man had tried before. It was really exciting. After observing the left side, he turned to see what the person on his right was playing. The person sitting to his right was very quiet, with his head down, writing and drawing on the table. Curious, the young man leaned over to look at his screen and couldn't believe his eyes. There were math problems filling the screen. Wow, the guy on the right must be a bit of an oddball. I need to see who the fool is that came here to study. Just then, Chi Hao finished a question and looked up at the screen, and the young man was staring at him, clearly seeing his profile. Wait, isn't this the guy who beat up that little punk Chin Xiao outside the bar last time? Chapter 25 Intentional Provocation. The young man quickly slipped outside the internet CAF to call for help. Hey, it's that kid from the school in the nearby town who messed with you last time. Yeah, the short one who grabbed you by the neck. He's alone right now. Great, you gather your friends, and I'll keep an eye on him here. There's no way I'll let him escape. Chi Hao had senses that were sharper than most. His hearing was much more acute and powerful than that of an average person. Although he was currently immersed in a math problem, deliberately tuning out the surrounding noise, the mention of the school name immediately caught his attention. Glancing at the half-finished problem on his screen, and then at the stack of math textbooks borrowed from his homeroom teacher, which were treated with great care, he let out a quiet sigh. He wasn't afraid of a fight. With his skills, taking down a group like the young man's would be easy. However, it was daytime, and there was a camera nearby. Yes, Chi Hao had developed the habit of checking for cameras wherever he went. If he single-handedly defeated a group of people, It might draw unwanted attention to his abilities, complicating his efforts to conceal his true identity. Moreover, his priority now was the exam next Sunday. Today was November 9th, leaving only 7 days until the test, and he had no time to waste on fights. After a moment's thought, he closed his computer, stood up, and slowly walked toward the door of the CAF. The young man was outside, talking on the phone while watching everyone who exited the CAF. When he saw Chi Hao come out, fearing he might run away, he gritted his teeth and charged towards him, deliberately blocking his path. Chi Hao walked with a frown, seemingly deep in thought, when suddenly someone rushed out from the side, colliding directly with him. It was clear that Chi Hao didn't have time to dodge, and they bumped into each other. The young man felt as if he had hit a solid wall, his nose stinging from the impact. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, but in the process, he accidentally dropped his phone, which flew from his hand and landed at Chi Hao's feet. As Chi Hao stumbled from the collision, his foot landed right on the young man's phone. With a loud crunch, Chi Hao inadvertently crushed the device. Damn it, my phone. The young man nearly lost it. He hurried to pick it up, only to find the screen shattered and black. He pressed the power button repeatedly, but it wouldn't turn on. Furious, he stepped closer and grabbed Chi Hao by the collar. I just got this new phone last month. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chi Hao looked alarmed and shook his hands in denial. No, you suddenly came at me and bumped into me. That is all. You still dare to argue? Listen, you're paying for my phone. If you don't, you're not leaving today. The young man raised his fist in anger. The internet CAF owner heard the commotion and came out. Hey, don't cause trouble at my doorstep. If you want to argue, find a place where no one is around. Don't affect my business. The young man with yellow hair glanced around at the curious onlookers drawn by their conflict, feeling that this scene was oddly similar to what had happened in front of a bar before. The kid in front of him looked small and skinny, but he was actually quite capable in a fight. If they followed the CAF owner's advice and went somewhere deserted, not only would he probably not get his phone money back, but he might also end up getting beaten up. He decided to wait for his older brother to come with people. He spat on the ground in frustration. You better wait for me, kid. After saying that, he crossed the street and squatted on the curb, his eyes fixed intently on Chi Hao. Chi Hao looked equally helpless. He stood there in a daze for a while, scratched his head, and then turned back into the CAF. He approached the owner cautiously and asked, Uncle, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Although the CAF owner wasn't afraid of trouble, he also didn't like getting involved in unnecessary matters. He glanced at Chi Hao, but didn't respond. Seeing that the owner was ignoring him, Chi Hao took out his student ID from his pocket and timidly said, Uncle, I'm a student from Blue Sea Town High School. I think I might have caused some trouble by stepping on someone else's phone. Can I borrow your phone to call an adult and ask what I should do now? Understanding the situation, the owner realized the kid probably wanted to ask a parent whether he should pay for the damages. Earlier that morning, when Chi Hao arrived, the owner had taken notice of him. The whole morning, Chi Hao had been tucked away in a corner doing his homework, and the owner had walked through the place twice. At first, he was surprised like the young man with yellow hair, but he quickly figured it out. Occasionally, people came here to study, usually those from poorer families who couldn't afford computers but had to complete their assignments online. The owner couldn't help but feel a bit fond of such studious kids. This boy looked not much older than his own child. Seeing Chi Hao's troubled expression at that moment, the owner eventually felt a twinge of compassion and handed over his phone. Here, go ahead and call. Thank you, Uncle. Chi Hao exclaimed gratefully and dialed a number. He had a remarkable memory. When Officer Nyo had written down his phone number on a piece of paper and given it to him, he had thought he would never have the chance to call it. The call connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Uncle Nyo, it's me, Chi Hao. A voice filled with grievance came through the phone line to Officer Nyo Yong'in's ears. Chi Hao briefly recounted what had happened and finally asked, Uncle, do I need to pay for the phone? Officer Nyo. At first, he couldn't recall who Chi Hao was. Chi Hao? Who? Oh, now I remember. The kid from the welfare home. The images of an old man and a young boy flashed in his mind, and his sympathy unconsciously leaned towards them. However, sympathy aside, as a law enforcement officer, he had to act impartially. Officer Nyo cleared his throat and asked in a businesslike manner, if the other party hit you, then you do not need to pay for damages. However, the police cannot rely solely on one-sided statements. You mentioned where you were hit. In front of the Morning Light Internet Cafe. There is a camera near the Internet Cafe. It was just replaced last year and has high clarity. Officer Nyo felt relieved. Chi Hao, if the other party was at fault for the collision, then they won't need to pay compensation. If the other party was not at fault and you crashed into them, then you will need to bear the cost of damages. If both parties share responsibility, compensation will be divided proportionally. Uncle, it was him who hit me. I'm scared. Will the other party insist that I pay? Don't worry. There are cameras near the internet cafe. If responsibility cannot be determined, we can review the footage from the camera to analyze the collision. But he is right across the street, not letting me leave. Chi Hao's voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Not letting you leave? Officer Nyo started to take it seriously. It sounded a lot like an attempted scam. The Morning Light Internet Cafe is only one street away from the police station. Officer Nyo greeted his colleagues and said, "Let us do this. I'll go over and take a look." Chapter 26. Bloodless Battle. Chen Xiao arrived with 3 brothers, roaring on their motorcycles. When Huang Mao saw them, he rushed over excitedly, holding a tattered phone as if he were meeting family. "Big brother, that guy just now tried to run. I went to stop him, and he broke my phone. I was wondering why I couldn't reach you earlier. Don't worry. Soon that kid will compensate you with a newly released smartphone." The smartphone, known as the best and most expensive brand in the region, made Huang Mao very happy. Last time, Chen Xiao had been choked by a guy named Chi Hao, and it took him more than half a month to recover. He had been thinking about taking revenge on Chi Hao. This time, he brought his best fighters with him, and they stormed into the internet CAF with great momentum. The CAF owner saw them and immediately blocked their way at the entrance. "Oh, you want to cause trouble? Don't you know whose territory this is? These are all computers. If you break anything, you won't be able to afford it. If you want to fight, take it outside." Since they were all from the streets, Chen Xiao knew the owner had some background. He was here specifically for revenge and didn't want to make enemies unnecessarily, but leaving quietly would be too humiliating. He stopped and signaled to Huang Mao. As soon as Huang Mao entered, he immediately glanced toward Chi Hao's seat. Seeing Chi Hao calmly sitting there working on problems, seemingly unfazed by the earlier conflict, ignited his anger. "Hey, you in the back, come out." The gamers in the CAF were startled and looked over. Some, fearing trouble, began to get up and leave. The CAF owner became anxious. Any sympathy he had for Chi Hao vanished. "Everyone can relax and play with me here. This place is safe. No need to leave, just keep playing." After calming the customers, the owner shouted to Chi Hao, "Kid, stop studying and come out. Resolve this before coming back." All eyes in the CAF turned to the thin figure in the corner. Chen Xiao and his group arrived slightly earlier than Chi Hao had anticipated. Estimating the speed of Officer Nyo's arrival, Chi Hao complied and stood up, head down, shuffling toward the exit. His frail figure stood in stark contrast to the group of sturdy men at the door, making him appear somewhat pitiful. "Don't dawdle, hurry up," Huang Mao urged. Seeing Chi Hao cooperate, and knowing the group at the door was not friendly, the owner's heart softened again, and he said, "What are you rushing for? Can't you see he is already leaving?" Huang Mao, "Fine, I'll wait a bit longer." As Chi Hao dragged his feet to the entrance, Chen Xiao reached out and grabbed him by the collar, forcefully pulling him outside. "You get out." Chi Hao stumbled out of the CAF and bumped into someone, who was caught off guard and staggered several steps back before regaining balance. As Chen Xiao and the others rushed out of the internet CAF, they saw Officer Nyo in a police uniform helping Chi Hao, who had fallen to the ground. "Why is there suddenly a police officer here?" The group was stunned. After Chi Hao got up, he immediately pointed at the guy with yellow hair, saying, "Officer, it was him who bumped into me and then asked me to pay for his phone." He then pointed at Chen Xiao. "He pushed me out just now." Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Officer Nyo quickly guessed the general situation and couldn't help but frown. "It's you guys again. Can't you just stay out of trouble for a bit?" Chen Xiao felt a wave of bad luck wash over him. This was too unfortunate. It seemed like this guy was specifically out to get him. Every time they crossed paths, the police showed up. He remained silent. The guy with yellow hair was getting anxious. "What do you mean I bumped into you? It was clearly you who bumped into me. Stop pretending to be innocent and pay me for my phone." Officer Nyo chuckled. "Your stories don't match up. All right, let's ask around." Unfortunately, the CAF owner and the customers all said they didn't see the specifics of the conflict. Officer Nyo sighed. "This is tricky. Haha. See, even the police can't do anything." The yellow-haired guy smirked at Chi Hao, only to find that Chi Hao was ignoring him completely. Officer Nyo continued, "Fortunately, there's a surveillance camera at the entrance of the CAF. You all need to come with me to the station. I'll review the footage to see who is lying." The yellow-haired guy was dumbfounded. "What? There's a camera here?" Seeing the yellow-haired guy's reaction, Chen Xiao and the others knew he was the one at fault. Otherwise, he would have made a fuss earlier. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. "Forget it. You don't need to pay for the phone. Let's go." Noticing the pained expression on the yellow-haired guy's face as he hesitated to leave, Chen Xiao gave him a pat on the head. "Let us go. I'll cover the phone cost." The group left in a huff, looking defeated. Officer Niu had a faint smirk on his face as he watched the motorcycle speed around the corner before turning back to Chi Hao. "What are you doing here? Playing games?" "No." Chi Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Officer, I'm not playing games. I have an exam and need to take an online mock test. I'm doing my work here." After hearing this, Officer Niu's expression softened. "Then you should head home early. Don't let anyone block you again." After giving his advice, he noticed that although Chi Hao nodded in agreement, he didn't seem to take it seriously. Officer Niu couldn't help but add, "Make sure to go home early. The principal will be relieved." Once Officer Niu left, when Chi Hao walked back into the CAF, the owner looked at him with uncertainty. "What is this kid's background?" The officer seemed to mention a principal. Which principal was that? Is he not a poor kid after all, but someone from a prominent family checking on the public? The owner recalled his interactions with Chi Hao and thought, well, at least nothing bad happened between us. He felt a bit relieved, but decided to keep the seat next to Chi Hao empty. This way, the kid can have a quieter study environment. The CAF owner's thoughts were neither understanding nor concerned about the boy. After resolving the minor incident with the young man in a few minutes, he immediately immersed himself back into the sea of questions. As time passed, at 6:30 in the evening, the night shift staff arrived, and it was time for the owner to close up. He couldn't help but glance at the small figure in the corner. Since the afternoon, that child had not made a sound except for the occasional trip to the restroom, and had been completely focused on studying. His level of concentration even surpassed that of the gamers. Initially, the owner had reserved a seat next to the boy because he was unsure of his identity. And even if it didn't bring in profit, he wanted to accommodate him. However, by the end of the day, he had begun to admire this child. Regardless of whether he came from a wealthy or poor background, anyone who could endure such hardship would surely achieve great things in the future. He quietly instructed the night shift staff that the seat next to the boy should be reported as sold if anyone inquired. The boy twitched his ears, looked up in surprise towards the owner's direction, and then continued to focus on his work. The next morning at 9, when the owner arrived for his shift while yawning, he found that the night owls in the CAF had sprawled all over the place. This was a common sight that he was used to. As he casually scanned the room, he was astonished to discover that in the far corner, that small figure was sitting upright in front of the computer, still intensely focused on studying. The owner realized that this child had been studying the entire night. Chapter 27. Staying up late to study. The night shift employees were shocked to see the boss's expression and couldn't help but gossip. "I watched him solve problems for a while last night, and they were incredibly difficult. I couldn't understand a single one." The boss glanced at the other players who were sleeping awkwardly and then looked at the energetic Chi Hao, unable to suppress an exclamation. Wow. It seemed that Chi Hao had entered a remarkable state after prolonged study. Many of the difficulties that had troubled him for days were easily overcome. After solving another tough problem, his stomach growled twice. And Chi Hao finally realized it was Sunday morning and time for breakfast. The bread he had brought was already finished, so he stood up, rubbed his sore eyes, stretched his stiff neck, and planned to buy some breakfast nearby. Suddenly, a hand reached over, placing a plastic bag on his desk. Chi Hao looked over to see it was the internet cafe owner, who had specially bought him some buns and soybean milk. Noticing Chi Hao's puzzled look, the owner murmured quietly, "Breakfast is complimentary for overnight customers here." Chi Hao looked around and saw that the tables of other overnight customers were all empty, and only his table had a bag of breakfast. He realized the owner had bought it just for him. He smiled, accepted it without hesitation, thanked the owner, and quickly finished the buns before diving back into his studies. At 1 p.m., a guy with yellow hair came back to the internet cafe with a newly bought phone. He was a serious gamer who had come yesterday to play but ended up losing his phone instead. Before entering the cafe today, he thought it was quite a coincidence to run into that guy yesterday. Surely, that guy wouldn't be here today. Who comes to an internet cafe every day to study? Isn't that a bit odd? Then he saw Chi Hao still sitting at the same spot as yesterday, with a thick stack of books beside him. Yellow hair was stunned. No way, this guy came back to the internet cafe to study again? The owner snorted from his nose. Not just came back today. That kid didn't leave yesterday. What? Yellow hair was baffled and showed extreme shock. Watching his astonishment, the owner felt a subtle sense of balance in his heart. By the way, which seat are you taking today? Just to be clear, you can't sit next to that kid. TCH. I don't even want to sit next to him. Yellow hair chose a seat behind Chi Hao. His seat was positioned slightly diagonally behind Chi Hao, allowing him to see Chi Hao's back with a slight tilt of his head. After sitting down, he hesitated briefly between playing a game or not, ultimately deciding to play a few rounds first. After all, looking at Chi Hao, it seemed he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. As soon as he entered the game, Yellow Hair quickly became completely immersed in the gaming world. He stole a few glances at Chi Hao in between, but Chi Hao hadn't changed his posture at all. Gradually, Yellow Hair poured all his focus into the game. After Huang Mao successfully finished the siege battle, he let out a long sigh of relief. When he looked back at Chi Hao's seat, he suddenly jumped up from his chair. Chi Hao's chair was empty, and the desk that was once piled high with books was now completely bare. That little rascal actually slipped away while he wasn't paying attention. Clever boy. Chi Hao had no idea that Huang Mao had come back. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. At 5 in the afternoon, he completed all the learning points. By now, he had covered all the topics listed in the Hope Star Mathematics competition. The remaining tricky points, he planned to discuss with Pan Yu next week. Closing his computer, Chi Hao walked out of the internet CAF with a relaxed stride. As he passed by the CAF owner, he stopped to sincerely say thank you. The CAF owner, for some reason, blurted out, "Wishing you success in your exam." Chi Hao smiled in response. "Thank you for your kind words." After getting home, Chi Hao took a long, deep sleep. On Monday, he organized most of the books he had borrowed from Pan Yu and took them back to school to return them. Pan Yu took the large bundle of books and flipped through them. Mathematical analysis, complex variables, real variables. Indeed, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. However, it was understandable. These books were all textbooks for mathematics undergraduates, and it was normal for Chi Hao not to understand them. At least he had the courage to borrow them, which should be encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Pan Yu comforted him. "These books are quite difficult. Don't be discouraged. Especially this one, Real Variables. I also went through it several times before I learned to prove things like countable additivity of measures and the dominated convergence theorem. Hey, when you get into an undergraduate mathematics program later, you can take your time to learn these." Chi Hao, with bright eyes, interrupted him. "Teacher, I can already prove it. I just don't quite understand the relationship between outer measure, inner measure, and measure. I couldn't find a specific explanation in the book." Pan Yu, looking dazed, said, "All right, after school today, come to my office, and I'll explain it to you." Chi Hao happily went to his class, leaving Pan Yu standing there, lost in thought. Could it be that Chi Hao had already finished this book? Pan Yu quickly flipped through the book, checking it carefully. This Real Variables was the textbook Pan Yu used in his 3rd year of mathematics. Apart from the notes he took during class, there were some formulas written in pencil on the most difficult pages, with question marks in some places. The handwriting was faint, indicating that it had been intentionally written lightly. But as the homeroom teacher, Pan Yu recognized at a glance that this handwriting belonged to Chi Hao. If Chi Hao had finished even the most difficult book, then he must have also finished the 1st-year textbook Mathematical Analysis and the 2nd-year textbook Complex Variables, right? Pan Yu hurriedly picked up those 2 books to check. Sure enough, all the books Chi Hao returned had pencil marks at the difficult points. This was truly astonishing. Back in the day when Pan Yu was in school, during the final exams, his classmates would frantically prepare for the tests, feeling overwhelmed by the need to master 4 or 5 subjects at once. It often felt like they would either go crazy or become foolish by the end. Now, how many subjects is Chi Hao studying at the same time? Moreover, back then, they were only covering content for 1 semester, while Chi Hao is studying material that spans from middle school to university. Even if Chi Hao is an extraordinary genius who understands everything at a glance, it still takes time to go through so many books. Where does that time come from? Could it be that he doesn't sleep and stays up studying? Pan Yu chuckled at his own wild thoughts. After school, Chi Hao quickly sought out Pan Yu, who thoroughly explained the questions from the morning. Pan Yu thought that would be the end of it for the day, but then he saw Chi Hao pull out a notebook from his backpack. "Teacher, this is a summary of all the difficult points and some problems I couldn't solve from the past few weeks. Could you take a look?" Pan Yu took the notebook, opened it, and found that he couldn't solve the first problem. He closed the notebook with a sigh, about to admit his inability. But then he met Chi Hao's hopeful gaze. His words turned around in his mouth, and he swallowed them back down. No one understands better than he does how frustrating it is when no teacher is willing to help. If he couldn't provide answers, who else could this child ask? I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I'll be leaving. Leave these questions with me, and come back tomorrow to ask." Pan Yu hurried home and immediately began rummaging through university textbooks, deep in thought. Fortunately, he liked mathematics and had not given it up in the 10 years since graduating. He was able to solve more than half of the problems in the notebook. However, the last two questions were indeed too difficult. Pan Yu pondered in his study all night, and as dawn approached, he still had no ideas. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was almost 6 in the morning. Pan Yu had to leave for school by 6:30 at the latest. After a sleepless night, as the clock gradually pointed to 6, Pan Yu finally surrendered, abandoning his own efforts to seek help. Since turning 50, Mr. Liang Hezhong, the vice president of Huan University, had begun to focus on health. He got up at 6 every morning, first jogging a lap downstairs, and then picking up breakfast to take home. On Tuesday morning at 6, the alarm rang, and Liang Hezhong got up on time as usual. Just after he finished washing up, the landline on the table rang. Liang Hezhong and his wife exchanged surprised glances. Nowadays, everyone has a mobile phone, making the landline almost a decorative item. It was rare for anyone to call. Besides, it was only 6 in the morning. Who would call so early? With questions in mind, Liang Hezhong picked up the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Chapter 28 Vice Principal Liang Teacher. It's me, Pan Yu. Pan Yu? This name sounded somewhat familiar, but Liang Hezhong couldn't immediately recall who it was. Teacher, I was the student who applied to your graduate program 10 years ago and failed for 2 consecutive years. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Pan Yu, a student who wasn't particularly gifted but was extremely diligent. During his 4 years of undergraduate studies, he worked incredibly hard. He managed to pass all his major courses, but only just barely. Huan University is one of the top 2 universities in the country. Its mathematics department ranks first nationwide. Here, there are both geniuses from various regions and students like Pan Yu, who relied solely on hard work to gain admission despite having average talent. At that time, the unspoken hierarchy in the mathematics department was that the smartest students pursued pure mathematics, the next tier focused on applied mathematics. And then there were those studying financial mathematics or statistics. If they still struggled, they would switch to computer science. Pan Yu truly loved mathematics, but his mind was somewhat slow. Liang Hezhong specialized in pure mathematics and was also the head of the mathematics department. The brightest students all wanted to study under him. However, each advisor could only take on 3 to 5 students at most. Moreover, Liang Hezhong genuinely didn't believe Pan Yu could continue in foundational mathematics. With his abilities, he wouldn't yield any significant results and had no future in it. When Pan Yu first applied to be his graduate student, Liang Hezhong sincerely advised him to pursue financial mathematics instead. Stubborn Pan Yu refused. The following year, Pan Yu returned. After teaching for so many years, Liang Hezhong had a keen eye for people. He truly did not have high hopes for Pan Yu. Concerned for Pan Yu's future career, Liang Hezhong reluctantly rejected him again and suggested he consider studying computer science. Pan Yu, in my view, the computer science field is going to take off in the next few years. With your diligent efforts, you can definitely achieve great things. After that, Pan Yu never applied to be his graduate student again. As far as he knew, he didn't apply to anyone else either. The landline number he had was the one given to Pan Yu back then. He never expected that after all these years, Pan Yu still remembered it. Holding the microphone, Liang Hezhong felt a wave of emotions. Who would have thought that the smartest students, after graduating from graduate school, would find that those in pure mathematics earned less than those in financial mathematics, and far less than those in actuarial science or computer science. Later, more than half of them switched careers. He couldn't help but wonder if Pan Yu had made some achievements in the field of computer science. After all, he might have been one of the first to enter that industry. But Pan Yu's next words made Liang Hezhong realize that Pan Yu had not followed his advice back then. Teacher, may I ask you 2 math questions? Liang Hezhong. How ridiculous. Who has ever heard of a student who graduated 10 years ago calling their teacher at 6 in the morning and immediately asking for help with problems? Pan Yu sensed his teacher's dissatisfaction from Liang Hezhong's silence. Fearing that the teacher would hang up, he spoke as fast as he could. Teacher, I never understood the knowledge related to these 2 questions when I was in college. So many years have passed, and I realize I'm really not cut out for pure mathematics. But now it's different. I have a student, a genius, a true genius. My level is low, but I can't let him down. He is simply born for math. Teacher, I just asked the class monitor, and he said he changed his major a long time ago and no longer studies math. I really have no one else to ask. Could you please help me? Oh, Liang Hezhong became a bit interested. A genius student? Could it be that Pan Yu continued his studies in the mathematics department and later graduated with a master's and doctorate to become a lecturer at some university? Xiao Pan, which university are you teaching at now? Teacher, I'm not at a university. I'm teaching at my hometown. in the first middle school of Lin Xue Town. Pan Yu felt a bit embarrassed and unconsciously lowered his voice. Oh, you're teaching high school then? No, I'm teaching middle school. Pan Yu's voice became even softer. In that moment, Liang Hezhong thought Pan Yu might have some mental issues, commonly referred to as a mental illness. Middle school kids, no matter how talented, they wouldn't be able to ask questions at his level. He could almost be considered a master in the mathematics community. This Pan Yu really seems to be losing his touch. He hesitated about whether to hang up, but Pan Yu had already started reading the problem. It's actually a differential equation? This is content from the third year of undergraduate mathematics. This middle school kid, probably in the third year, is already tackling third-year university problems. Quite interesting. Liang Hezhong paused in his action to hang up. Wait a minute. This problem, this isn't just a third-year question. It resembles a difficult problem from the Hope Star competition. Some of his graduate students had participated in this competition and had stumbled on this problem, asking him about it afterward. Liang Hezhong's expression became serious. I'll give you a phone number. Send me a photo of this problem. Pan Yu hurriedly noted down the number and sent the problem over. Liang Hezhong took a glance and confirmed, yes, it's this problem. Very cleverly designed. It left a deep impression on me. Pan Yu, you just said, how old is this child now? 13 years old, teacher. Pan Yu excitedly replied. He just started the first year of middle school this year. 13 years old. At this age, even someone like Liang Hezhong, who had seen many geniuses, was a bit surprised. All right, I'll make an exception and explain it to you. I'll say it, you take notes. On Tuesday morning, Chi Hao brought a few books to return to Pan Yu. After arriving at school, he went to the teacher's office to find Pan Yu, but he wasn't there. The teacher sitting across from him said that Pan Yu had taken a short leave and wouldn't be coming for the first 2 classes in the morning. No wonder last night, Teacher Pan didn't have time to explain the problems to him. It seemed things at home were quite busy. Chi Hao was a sensible child and hesitated, wondering whether finding Teacher Pan after school in this situation would delay him from important matters. After school, Chi Hao was hesitating whether to go find Teacher Pan, who had personally come to the classroom to look for him. Pan Yu, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, was in high spirits. Chi Hao, come here, let me explain yesterday's problems to you. This explanation lasted for more than 2 hours. When they reached the last 2 questions, Chi Hao showed a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Understanding these 2 questions also clarified some other doubts he had. He couldn't help but share his insights with Pan Yu. After listening, Pan Yu glanced at the notes he had taken on the teacher's problem-solving steps, then looked up at Chi Hao with a complicated expression. So this is what the teacher calls a genius? Able to draw inferences from one instance to another. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to cry. He didn't know if it was out of happiness for Chi Hao or something else. He had already reached his limit in mathematics, hoping this child could go further. Chi Hao, if you have any questions, write them in this notebook. I'll explain them to you in detail the next day. Okay. Chi Hao nodded gratefully and asked with concern, Teacher, I hope this doesn't take up too much of your time? It won't. I'm very happy to have this opportunity. Pan Yu only said half of this sentence. He smiled, looked at the darkening sky outside, and reached for his coat. It's dark now. Come on, I'll walk you home. No need. Teacher, I can walk by myself. Come on, let the teacher see you off. That night, Pan Yu opened several books that Chi Hao had just returned. These books were very new, with no notes of his own in them. They were not Pan Yu's undergraduate textbooks, but the textbooks for the graduate program he had once dreamed of entering. One of them was authored by Liang Hezhong himself. After being rejected by his admired mentor for the first time, the unyielding Pan Yu had found out what textbooks Liang Hezhong's graduate students used and bought them to self-study. However, after purchasing the books, he found them difficult to understand. Now, these books had faint pencil markings throughout. Pan Yu stared blankly at the annotations Chi Hao had written, which he couldn't quite comprehend, and recalled Liang Hezhong's reluctance when answering questions today. Suddenly inspired, he opened the textbook written by Liang Hezhong and took photos of all the pages that Chi Hao had annotated, then sent them all to Liang Hezhong. As far as he knew, Liang often cherished talent. After completing this task, Pan Yu felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He hadn't slept all night yesterday and was extremely tired by now. After a hasty wash-up, he turned off his phone and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Little did he know, after reviewing those photos, Liang Hezhong had called him more than a dozen times in a row. Chapter 29, I want to see him. Pan Yu had a sweet sleep. His wife, Li Jingru, also taught at a school in Lin Xue Town, where she was responsible for a third-year physics class. As the graduation class was always particularly busy, Li Jingru got up at 6, quickly prepared breakfast, and woke Pan Yu at 20 past 6 before heading out. After getting enough rest and enjoying a hearty breakfast, Pan Yu leisurely rode his bicycle to school. Once he settled in the office, he turned on his phone. Almost the moment he powered it up, a call came in. To his surprise, it was Teacher Liang. Although it had been many years since he graduated, Pan Yu felt a wave of inexplicable nervousness. He hurriedly answered the call, but accidentally pressed the speakerphone button. Suddenly, Liang Hezhong's frustrated voice filled the entire office. "Xiao Pan, your phone is really hard to get through." Pan Yu was left dumbfounded. After more than a decade, being scolded by a teacher again felt oddly familiar. Not really. After a brief yet intense reprimand, Liang Hezhong, who had been frantically calling Pan Yu since last night and hadn't even slept well, finally calmed down and got to the point. "Xiao Pan, give me your address. I'll come by this Saturday. You need to arrange it. I want to meet this little friend of yours." Pan Yu listened, but didn't immediately understand. What? The busy Vice Dean Liang wants to come specifically to see him? According to the class monitor, Liang Hezhong was particularly busy with teaching, management, and a whole bunch of school affairs, with his schedule packed every day. Nowadays, even meeting Vice Dean Liang required an appointment in advance. What merit did he have to warrant such a visit from a teacher? Oh, wait, the key point is this little friend. Which little friend? Could it be referring to Qi Hao? Pan Yu opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Liang Hezhong was known for nurturing talent, especially in mathematics. However, for a renowned math master to personally visit a 13-year-old child was still shocking to him. So this is what it feels like to be treated as a genius? Pan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After Liang Hezhong finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end. Thinking it was a signal issue, he moved to the window and called out, "Hey, Xiao Pan, can you hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you," Pan Yu quickly replied. "How about it? Is the timing okay?" No, just as Pan Yu was about to agree, his gaze swept over the calendar on his desk, and he realized that this Saturday was November 16th. He had circled that date in red and noted beside it, Hope Star Competition. Pan Yu. On the other side, Liang Hezhong could no longer hear any response and complained a bit. "Xiao Pan, your signal is really poor." Pan Yu swallowed hard and responded awkwardly. "Teacher, this Saturday. This little friend, the timing isn't very convenient." Liang Hezhong. Liang Hezhong had pushed back a lecture on Saturday just to make time for this. In recent years, no one has ever turned down Liang Hezhong's invitation. The other party is just a first-year student, and he did not anticipate the current situation. So he has no plan. This is troublesome. What was my original arrangement for Sunday? Let's see if I can push it back a bit. After Pan Yu said this, he noticed there was silence on the other end and felt somewhat anxious, fearing that the teacher might be angry. He quickly covered the microphone and stepped out of the office, finding a corner in the hallway where no one was around, and quietly said, "Teacher, it's like this. Qi Hao has registered for this year's Hope Star competition, and the competition date is this Saturday." "What? You say he registered for Hope Star?" The exam content of Hope Star covers algebra, geometry, and analysis, encompassing all aspects of basic mathematics. Not only is the scope broad, but the depth is also significant. What middle school student goes for this? Isn't this nonsense? You should have stopped him. Although he knew the teacher had a point. Recalling the thick stack of draft papers written by Qi Hao and the shelf full of reference books, Pan Yu couldn't help but softly retort, "Teacher, you don't know. A few years ago, it seems there was also a middle school student who registered for Hope Star." Of course I know. The person you mentioned is called Shi Yu, who was in the genius class at the affiliated high school of Qingyan University. He was only 16 when he registered for Hope Star and is currently the youngest competitor in the history of Hope Star. He ranked 19th globally in the finals and is a rare talent who was admitted to the mathematics department of Qingyan University through special consideration. 19th globally in the finals. That's amazing. Pan Yu couldn't help but exclaim. If the photo you sent me yesterday is real, just in terms of geometry, this 13-year-old student of yours could teach the 16-year-old Shi Yu. Pan Yu. How about this? I'll get to the office shortly, rearrange the schedule, and get back to you. After Liang Hezhong finished speaking, he paused and added, "Xiao Pan, you are a good student. Thank you for not giving up on mathematics all this time." After hanging up the phone, Pan Yu stood dazedly at the corner of the hallway, not moving for a long time. The class bell rang, and a student rushed to the classroom, turning the corner without stopping and accidentally bumped into Pan Yu, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't see you." Teacher, why are you crying? Did I hurt you?" With tears in his eyes, Pan Yu smiled. He wiped his face and said to the somewhat anxious student, "No, you hurry to class, don't be late." Pan Yu had no classes during this period. So he stood in the hallway for a while, and only after calming down did he return to the office. Just as he reached the office door, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Pan Yu instinctively stepped aside to give way to the person in a hurry, only to be patted on the shoulder. The person spoke loudly. "Teacher Pan, I finally found you." "Oh, it's the physical education teacher, Li Haoqiang." "Oh, did something happen with one of the students during PE class?" Pan Yu immediately entered a state of alert as the class teacher. Li Haoqiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the sudden tension on Pan Yu's face. "Teacher Pan, don't worry, no child is in trouble. I'm here to share some good news with you." "Why have there been so many good things happening lately, one after another?" "At the beginning of the month, a key high school in the city came to our school to scout for long-distance running talents, right? I recommended 2 students from your class. After assessment, the list came out today. Congratulations. 1 student from your class passed the evaluation and can be admitted to our city's best high school, Wuzhong, without taking the entrance exam. Tuition is fully waived. And there's even a scholarship." Pan Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "That's great. Every year, only the top 10 of students from Lanhai Town High School can enter Wuzhong, and those who receive scholarships are even less than 1%. If a student can secure this in the first year of junior high, being able to advance directly to Wuzhong as a sports special talent is simply fantastic news." Pan Yu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Li Haoqiang was also pleased and waved the document he was holding at Pan Yu. "Wuzhong said we need to go through some procedures, so we should submit the students' information first. Teacher Pan, let us fill out the forms, and when the students finish class, we'll need to notify them and their parents to sign." Okay, let's fill it out. By the way, why does Wuzhong need this so urgently this time? I remember it was usually reported in the 3rd year of junior high." Hearing this, Li Haoqiang couldn't help but feel proud, because this time our school has strong candidates. This student ran the 1,000 meters in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, breaking the school record for boys in that event. Really impressive. Pan Yu was also surprised. It seems that his class indeed has hidden talents. Absolutely. During the first physical education class, I had a keen eye and spotted him right away. Don't be fooled by Chi Hao's short and thin appearance. He is a great long-distance running candidate. Just as Pan Yu found a pen and was about to start filling out the form, he suddenly looked up. "Wait, which student just passed the evaluation?" "Chi Hao." Seeing the dreamy expression on Pan Yu's face, Li Haoqiang kindly reminded him. "He's the one who won an award last month as part of our school's debate team. Are you not familiar with him? Let me tell you, this kid is not only good at sports, but also excels in Chinese." Pan Yu put down the pen, feeling a bit confused. Chapter 30, Star of Hope Teacher Li. "When is the latest this form needs to be submitted to the 5th school?" Li Haoqiang was taken aback. Looking at Pan Yu, could it be that he wanted to delay things for Chi Hao? Such a good opportunity was like a pie falling from the sky. Who would hold back on it? If it were another homeroom teacher, they would be eager to get things done overnight. What is going on with this teacher Pan? Li Haoqiang was particularly protective. Chi Hao had left a very good impression on him during the debate training at his home. Moreover, given Chi Hao's unfortunate background, Li Haoqiang had automatically included him in his protection circle. At that moment, he frowned and coldly asked, "Teacher Pan, what do you mean by that?" Seeing that Li Haoqiang looked ready to argue, Pan Yu could only smile wryly and said, "Teacher Li, you misunderstood. I have no intention of making things difficult for the student. It's just that, well." Noticing Pan Yu struggling to find words, Li Haoqiang let out a cold laugh, grabbed a chair, placed it next to Pan Yu's desk, and sat down firmly. "Teacher Pan, I'll wait for you to sign the form before I leave." This was clearly pushing him to sign. Pan Yu felt he had no choice but to explain since there was no one else in the office. He finally mentioned that Chi Hao would be participating in a math competition on Saturday. He added, "Teacher Li, the student specifically asked for confidentiality. If he performs exceptionally well, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss for him to go the sports student route?" So Pan Yu was also considering Chi Hao's interests. Li Haoqiang's expression softened. "Oh, I thought you were worried about something else. I know about the Star of Hope global competition. It was my idea to sign Chi Hao up for the hardest one. Don't worry. This competition isn't something high school students can handle. Chi Hao won't get a good result." That solved the mystery. No wonder Chi Hao had signed up for a competition that was clearly beyond his capability. It turned out the idea came from the physical education teacher. "Teacher Pan, you know the top law school in the country, Huan University of Political Science and Law, right? I have a classmate who is the youngest professor in the law school and wants Chi Hao to apply there in the future. My classmate said that Chi Hao, whether in legal theory, criminal procedure, or civil and commercial law, has great potential. He is naturally suited for a career in law. Pan Yu, who usually had a gentle temperament, became anxious after hearing Li Haoqiang's words. Chi Hao is meant for mathematics, teacher Li. If you don't believe me, look at this. He opened the drawer and pulled out a thick stack of draft papers. Then he grabbed several thick math reference books from the left side. These are the challenging problems from the Star of Hope, which Chi Hao solved on his own. These are the professional books from my undergraduate studies, which Chi Hao has finished reading over the past few weeks. Finally, Pan Yu delivered his final blow to the now somewhat dazed Li Haoqiang. Teacher Li, you know the top math department in the country, Huan University, right? I have a mentor who is the most talent-loving vice dean at Huan University, and he is coming to our Lanhai town this weekend to meet Chi Hao. After both of them had exchanged their arguments and each took a hit, they reluctantly reached a consensus. The form would not be signed for now. They would hold off on it. Everything will be discussed after Chi Hao finishes his exam on Saturday. Li Haoqiang felt a bit dazed when he left Pan Yu's office. That evening, when Li Bing returned home from school for dinner, he looked at his son, who was happily eating meat and watching TV, and for the first time, Li Haoqiang felt that his son didn't seem so pleasing to the eye anymore. How could there be such an outstanding child like Chi Hao? He excels in running, debating, and mathematics. It's hard to understand how his biological parents could abandon such a good child. They must regret it. With Chi Hao's methodical progress, November 16th finally arrived. Considering the slow internet speed at the Welfare Institute, Chi Hao accepted Pan Yu's suggestion and arrived at school early in the morning. The global mathematics competition exam lasts for 8 hours. After 7:30 a.m., candidates can log into the system to familiarize themselves with it and prepare. The exam starts at 8 o'clock a.m. and ends at 12 o'clock p.m., with a 1-hour break for lunch. The afternoon session runs from 1 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. During the exam, candidates are monitored by cameras, and there will be online proctors to prevent cheating. The cameras must be movable, and before the exam starts, candidates must show the room to the proctor in a 360-degree view. Only the candidate is allowed in the exam room. The exam is open book, allowing access to online and offline materials. The use of artificial intelligence for assistance or having someone else answer on behalf of the candidate is prohibited. Sharing questions during the exam is also forbidden. Contestants can click a withdrawal button at any time if they are unable to answer the questions. At 8 o'clock a.m., Chi Hao, who had already debugged his computer, logged into the exam system on time. The screen suddenly turned pitch black, and in the center, a blue planet began to rotate slowly. A line of green text gradually appeared above the planet. This competition aims to select the hope of humanity, and those who do not qualify are welcome to withdraw at any time. Chi Hao was accustomed to taking mock exams, where he would directly see the questions upon logging in. He didn't expect this interface to appear during the formal exam. Seeing this screen gave him a strange feeling. This screen, these words, this method. He felt he had seen it before. He must have seen it somewhere. Where exactly did he see it? If these green letters were not in the local language, but in the language of Zeta Star. He suddenly stood up from his seat. This was precisely the follow-up assessment interface after selecting geniuses from his home planet. All selected genius children undergo testing every 6 years to ensure that their brain development can support high-intensity training. Intelligence, physical abilities, mental and psychological resilience, survival skills in extreme environments. The opening animation at the start of each test is their green planet floating in a sea of fire in a bright red universe. A line of blue text representing hope slowly emerges. This test aims to select the seeds of the planet. Those who do not qualify should exit immediately. He left the planet before he was 6 years old and had not experienced it personally, but he had occasionally seen older boys do it at the base. The memory is too distant and vague. If it weren't for the scene being so similar, he definitely wouldn't be able to recall it. After Chi Hao stood up in a daze, his head moved out of the camera's monitoring range, and a sharp alert sound followed. Please return to the monitoring area immediately. Since only one candidate could remain in the examination room during the test, Pan Yu helped Chi Hao set up the equipment and then left the room. The upper half of the office door was glass, and Pan Yu had been looking at Chi Hao through it, feeling relieved, but was startled by Chi Hao's sudden movement. At this point, the alert sound had repeated 3 times, and Chi Hao was still standing there in a daze. Pan Yu, feeling anxious, opened the office door from the outside and slammed it shut. Hearing the loud sound of the door, Chi Hao looked up. Pan Yu locked eyes with him through the glass and couldn't help but shiver. He had never seen Chi Hao exhibit such an expression. It seemed to be a mixture of confusion, helplessness, emptiness, and despair. The alert sound rang out again. Countdown begins. Please return to the monitoring area. If the countdown ends, the exam will automatically terminate. The cold countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Chi Hao remained standing there in a daze. 7, 6, 5. Pan Yu desperately closed his eyes. At that moment, the sound of a chair moving was heard in the room. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just before the countdown ended, Chi Hao sat back down properly in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the camera. The exam officially began. Chapter 31. Acting first and reporting later. So, what happened when you logged in this morning? After submitting the exam in the afternoon, Chi Hao was enjoying a lavish dinner that Pan Yu had bought for him, while facing a barrage of questions from Pan Yu. Chi Hao focused on his meal, not saying a word. Pan Yu was almost at his wit's end. After finishing his meal, Chi Hao brushed off the crumbs from his hands and said, "Teacher, I don't know how to explain it, and I don't want to lie to you, so you just decided to say nothing at all?" Chi Hao nodded. Pan Yu sighed. "All right, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, as long as it didn't affect your performance. So, how did you do on the exam?" Chi Hao maintained an extremely high level of concentration throughout the 8-hour exam. No matter who altered the selection interface of his home planet, it proved that his previous feelings were correct. On Blue Star, he was likely not the only Zetarian living there. Finding this person, the Hope Star, was an opportunity. From the moment he saw that interface, this was no longer a simple exam. For this, Chi Hao put forth all his energy, feeling extraordinarily clear-headed during the test. It was as if he was being guided in answering the questions. At this moment, facing Pan Yu's inquiry, he estimated his performance and confidently said, "I should be able to get a perfect score." Pan Yu was taken aback, thinking, this kid really has a sense of humor. No one has ever gotten a perfect score in this exam, so he probably didn't do well. But then he thought, forget it. The kid has indeed had a tough time. In the days leading up to the exam, Chi Hao was visibly exhausted. Even he felt worn out. So, instead of dwelling on the exam results, it was better to relax first. Just as Pan Yu was about to send Chi Hao home to rest, he suddenly remembered the matter regarding the athlete and mentioned that Chi Hao could be exempted from the exam to enter the high school. He had always been curious about Chi Hao's running performance. With all the studying, when did Chi Hao find the time to run? Chi Hao, did you participate in an athlete selection assessment at the beginning of this month? The leaders from the high school conducted the assessment on site. No, I didn't. Chi Hao looked confused. But Teacher Lee from the sports department said you ran 1,000 meters in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, breaking the record. Upon hearing the specific figure, Chi Hao immediately recalled the situation at that time. At the beginning of the month, when I applied to withdraw from the debate team, the school said I needed a valid reason. Teacher Lee then asked me to run 1,000 meters, saying it would help me withdraw faster. There were 2 unfamiliar teachers nearby at that time. Pan Yu clapped his hands. That must be it. Now that you've finished your math exam, why don't you discuss the athlete matter with your grandfather? I've inquired for you, and once you enter high school, all tuition and living expenses will be waived. Plus, the school will give you a scholarship of 20,000 every year. Mentioning money seemed to lift Chi Hao's spirits a bit after the exam. Teacher, when will the competition results be released? Pan Yu smiled gently. No matter how intelligent he was still a child, eager to know the results right after the exam, unable to wait even a moment. He understood this feeling, as he had been the same way when he was young. Chi Hao then asked, is the 500,000 prize for the first place awarded on the day the results are announced? Pan Yu replied, oh, so you want to know when the prize will be given? This scene felt somewhat familiar, as Pan Yu seemed to be transported back to the day when the debate team from the 1st and 2nd grades won the championship at a local school, and the school distributed the prizes. After receiving his prize, Chi Hao had chased after him to confirm why each person received 250 instead of 1,000. Considering Chi Hao's background, Pan Yu believed he found the reason. Chi Hao was an orphan, and perhaps his desire to save money stemmed from a lack of security. After all, money can provide a sense of safety. The multiple-choice questions in the morning were graded by a computer, so results could be released immediately. However, grading the proof questions in the afternoon took more time, requiring a week. The prizes would be distributed within a week after the results were announced. Therefore, to receive the prize, the earliest one would have to wait for at least half a month. Half a month. He wondered if his grandfather could wait that long. But right now, it seemed there was nothing he could do except wait. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to pay for high school, and they would provide him with money. Teacher, no need to ask my grandfather. I'm going to the 5th school. Oh, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Chi Hao firmly shook his head. Pan Yu felt a bit regretful and murmured, but if you could get into the gifted class based on your math results, the scholarship could be doubled. Is there such a good opportunity? Teacher, I think I should go back and discuss it with my grandfather before making a decision. Pan Yu remarked. I can see it now. You care more about money than math. Due to Liang Hezhong's tightly packed schedule, he couldn't find time to go to the town on Sunday, especially since the results for the Hope Star would also be released in a week. He wanted to see how well Chi Hao would score. Thus, after several weeks of being too busy to sleep, Chi Hao suddenly found himself with a lot of free time this Sunday. Minnie Yu pulled Chi Hao to his home, where his mother personally cooked a big meal to help Chi Hao regain his strength. By Monday, when he returned to school, Chi Hao's complexion had noticeably improved. After school, when he returned to the orphanage, Chi Hao, as usual, first went to greet the director. He searched the director's dormitory and the backyard frequently visited by the director, but found no sign of him. A wave of unease washed over him as he ran straight to the office area in the front yard. Inside the office, the administrative staff member, Zhang Miao, was busy. Chi Hao pushed the door open and entered the room. Seeing him, Zhang Miao looked up and said with concern, "Oh, it's Hao Hao. What brings you here? It's so cold outside. Why aren't you wearing a coat while running around?" "Aunt Zhang, where's the director?" Another child asking about the director. Zhang Miao patted Chi Hao's head. "The director is in the hospital. If all goes well, he should be back next week." "Which hospital is he in?" Zhang Miao was taken aback. Other children had reacted to the news of the director being hospitalized with tears and questions about when he would return. But Chi Hao was the first to ask which hospital he was in. She raised a smile and skillfully changed the subject. "The hospital is in the city, so it will take quite a long time to get there. By the way, Hao Hao, the weather forecast says it will snow in a couple of days. The director bought you a new down jacket a few days ago. Why don't you try it on and see if it fits?" Chi Hao obediently let her fuss over him and silently put on the jacket. The down jacket was bright red, very thick, and somewhat clumsy, in line with the director's usual aesthetic. "Oh, it's a bit big. I can't wear this. I'll go exchange it for a different size tomorrow." Chi Hao twirled around in the jacket, trying hard to show that he liked it. "It's not too big. It's very warm. No need to change." Zhang Miao glanced at the obviously oversized jacket, then looked at the understanding Chi Hao and sighed with relief. When buying clothes, she and the director had considered how quickly the children grow, but they didn't expect Chi Hao to grow slower than the other kids. It seems that once the director's matters are settled, she would have to take Chi Hao to the hospital for a checkup. Not growing at all is also a concern. Seeing that she couldn't get any more information from Zhang Miao, Chi Hao slipped out of the office with the jacket and headed straight to the kitchen. Uncle Li, who was in charge of cooking, was quite chatty and couldn't keep secrets. Chi Hao quickly learned from him that the director had gone to the city's Nanyao Tumor Hospital, which was also the only tumor hospital in Nanyao City. Back in his room, Chi Hao opened his computer and began searching for bus routes to the Nanyao Tumor Hospital. On Tuesday, Chi Hao did not go to school. The rules at Blue Sea Town Middle School were very strict. Absent students must request leave, but Chi Hao did not. When the school called the welfare home to inquire about his absence, Zhang Rue was very surprised. Every morning, she would stand at the gate of the welfare home, watching the children leave with their backpacks for school. She clearly remembered that this morning, Chi Hao had not shown any signs of abnormality, and left the welfare home just like usual, chatting and laughing with the other children. Since Chi Hao did not have a mobile phone, no one knew where he had gone. When the school asked if they needed to report a missing person, an outrageous thought suddenly crossed Zhang Rue's mind. She hurriedly called the caregiver at the Nanyao Tumor Hospital. "Hello, is there a child there visiting Mr. Chi?" "No. If someone comes to visit later, could you please call me immediately?" The caregiver agreed. Zhang Rue thought for a moment and then went to Chi Hao's room. From her understanding of Chi Hao, he was not the type to cause trouble. If he had sneaked out to see the director, he would definitely leave a note to avoid worrying them. Sure enough, on Chi Hao's desk, there was a neatly placed piece of paper with a big line written on it. "Aunt Zhang, please don't worry. I went to the tumor hospital." Humph. This child knows very well that she wouldn't agree and still went ahead with it. Zhang Rue couldn't help but feel both angry and helpless. She requested a leave of absence for Chi Hao from the school and then felt somewhat unsettled doing anything else. It would take nearly 3 hours by bus to get to the city hospital. Chi Hao had never traveled far alone in his life. Would he encounter any accidents on the way? Would he be able to find it smoothly? What if he got lost? Fortunately, after more than an hour, The caregiver called and said that a student named Chi Hao came to visit the elder Chi, which relieved Zhang Rui. She decided to wait for Chi Hao to return and have a good talk with him. At the oncology department of the hospital, Chi Hao was unable to see his grandfather. Chapter 32 Successful Surgery. Director Chi's ward is in the second medical area, room 3. Family visiting hours are limited to 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. Outside of these times, visitors are not allowed in the hospital. Chi Hao arrived at the right time. Director Chi was undergoing surgery today, and family members could enter the ward at any time. Chi Hao sat awkwardly in the corner of room 3 by the director's bed, holding an apple that a caregiver had given him. As the caregiver poured him some hot water, he smiled and said, "You know, kid, it's freezing outside, and you came here all by yourself, making the adults worry so much. Your grandfather just went into the operating room, and it will be several hours before the surgery is done. Even if you wait at the door, you won't see him. But if I'm not at the door, what if something happens during the surgery and the doctors need to find a family member?" Chi Hao replied. The caregiver looked him up and down. "Your grandfather is a distinguished individual in the city, a model worker for many years. There are city leaders waiting at the operating room door. Besides, how old are you? You're still in elementary school, right?" Chi Hao. "Uncle, what illness does my grandfather have? Is it serious?" The caregiver scratched his head. "I heard from the doctors during rounds that it's lung adenocarcinoma, early stage. It shouldn't be a big deal." Chi Hao had read many books and felt relieved upon hearing the term early stage. He sat in the corner of the bed, facing the door of the ward. In the corridor, several patients were slowly walking back and forth, with bags hanging from their waists containing brown substances. Curious, Chi Hao asked, "Why aren't they resting? What's in those bags?" The caregiver glanced outside and casually replied, "Oh, those are patients with colon cancer. They need to walk. The bags are for..." "Well, you know." That sounds painful," Chi Hao said worriedly. "Does my grandfather need to do that too?" "No, your grandfather will just need a drainage bag. And maybe a catheter at most." Chi Hao didn't fully understand, but felt a bit more relaxed seeing the caregiver's ease. However, his mind was entirely on the director. After finishing the apple and drinking some hot water, he thanked the caregiver, asked a nurse for directions, and went directly to wait at the door of Director Chi's operating room. The caregiver hadn't lied to Chi Hao. The old director had never married, dedicating all his energy and resources to the Welfare Institute, earning recognition as a distinguished individual for many consecutive years. After he fell ill, the city assigned someone to help with his medical issues. When Chi Hao arrived, a middle-aged man was leaning against the wall outside the operating room, scrolling through his phone and occasionally answering calls, some regarding work and others inquiring about the director's surgery. Hearing the middle-aged man mention that the best doctor in the hospital was performing the surgery, Chi Hao felt a little reassured. He had hardly slept the night before and felt a bit dizzy. There were no chairs outside the operating room, and the floor was cold. So he leaned against the wall like the middle-aged man. Initially, the man didn't know who Chi Hao was related to. He glanced at him, and just as Chi Hao looked back, the man paused for a moment and politely nodded to him. 2 hours later, when the director was pushed out of the operating room, Chi Hao rushed to the stretcher, calling out Grandpa. It was then that the man realized Chi Hao was a child from the welfare home. In this society, people like the director are truly admirable. Yet, it sometimes makes one wonder whether it is worth dedicating a lifetime to selflessly help others. Seeing Chi Hao's anxious face, the middle-aged man felt a strange sense of emotion stir within him. After the surgery, the director woke from anesthesia and was pushed out of the operating room. He was still a bit dazed, but in his hazy state, he heard Chi Hao's voice. The director immediately became alert, struggling to open his eyes, and found Chi Hao's small face beside him. This child. In that moment, the old director's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once the operating room nurse pushed the director back to his hospital room, she and the caregiver quickly transferred him from the stretcher to the hospital bed. Throughout the process, the middle-aged man and Chi Hao could only watch. Remember, the patient has just woken up from anesthesia and the effects haven't worn off yet. He shouldn't fall asleep within 2 hours, and he can't drink water. No matter how thirsty he is, he shouldn't drink. If there are any issues, call us anytime. The nurse instructed before hurriedly leaving. The caregiver took a cotton swab, moistened it, and gently wiped the director's mouth. The director felt an overwhelming fatigue and drowsiness. And just as he was about to drift off, Chi Hao gently called out to him, "Grandpa, don't sleep. Let me tell you a story about the stars. And you won't feel sleepy anymore. In the distant depths of the universe, there is a planet that astonishingly resembles the blue planet, with azure oceans, lush forests, vast grasslands, and a thick atmosphere. On this planet lives a highly intelligent species, possessing technology that surpasses the times. Later, this planet was destroyed. But all the intelligent beings successfully boarded a cosmic spaceship before the planet's demise, and none of them perished. Grandpa, you won't die either. The middle-aged man, standing behind Chi Hao, couldn't help but softly say, "Good child, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. The old gentleman had a localized cancer, and it has been cured after the operation." "Really?" Chi Hao asked, wide-eyed. "I'm not lying to you," the middle-aged man replied, increasingly fond of Chi Hao. He feigned a serious expression. "You're still a primary school student, right? The caregiver just told me that you came here on your own. So, I'll arrange a car to take you back. You mustn't sneak out again. It worries the adults." The short middle school student, Chi Hao, looked around the hospital room. It was a single room with monitoring equipment, nurses bustling in the hallway, and the caregiver seemed quite responsible. It seems like I really can't help much, he thought. Chi Hao was a very rational person. Logically, he understood that he should leave. But emotionally, he was reluctant to go. The director meant something different to him than to anyone else. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's phone rang. After answering the call, he urged Chi Hao, "Child, the car is here. It's time to go back." Chi Hao had just reached the door of the ward when he suddenly ran back to the bed of the director. He carefully held the director's hand that wasn't connected to the floor and whispered in his ear, "Grandpa, the down jacket you bought for me is really warm. I'll go back home and wait for you to come back." After saying goodbye to the director, he looked up and asked the middle-aged man, "Uncle, do you know when my grandpa's surgery fee needs to be paid? I might have money soon." The middle-aged man, who had already paid the surgery fee for the director, smiled upon hearing this. Gao Junfeng, the mayor of Nanyao City, teased Chi Hao, "Sure, when the hospital notifies us to pay, we'll come to you." Chi Hao then felt relieved. After Chi Hao left with the driver, Mayor Gao went to the doctor's office to inquire about the surgery situation. Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed the nurse to take good care of the elderly director and to contact his secretary immediately in case of any emergencies. Once Chi Hao got into the car, he began to feel sleepy, and by the time the driver woke him up, they had already arrived at the entrance of the welfare home. After politely thanking the driver, he just got out of the car when he saw Zhang Rue standing outside with her hands on her hips, staring at him with a stern face. The usually composed Chi Hao felt guilty, and, for the first time, his face turned red. Chapter 33 Trending Searches After Being Criticized by Zhang Rue. The next day, Pan Yu nagged him all day long, and Chi Hao promised that he would never leave without notice again. The school, considering the circumstances, decided not to punish him. However, Chi Hao had a tough week, always feeling anxious. Pan Yu and Li Haoqiang were also struggling. They came up with various awkward excuses to delay submitting their forms, and the teacher from their school started to sound impatient over the phone. The three of them managed to get through the week in this painful manner. On November 25th, Monday, as usual, Pan Yu got up around 6. After finishing the heartfelt breakfast his wife made for him, he opened his phone before leaving the house. After the last incident where he turned off his phone, he didn't dare to switch it on again at school. Fortunately, he turned it on. Less than 5 minutes after powering up, he received a call. Just as Pan Yu reached downstairs and pushed his bicycle out of the building, the phone rang. He casually took out his phone from his pocket and was surprised to see that it was the principal calling. Pan Yu didn't even have time to stabilize his bicycle and immediately answered the call. He felt a bit uneasy, fearing that the principal had found out about his delay in submitting the forms. "Hello, Teacher Pan. This is Wang Hongliang." The principal's voice was filled with uncontainable joy. Pan Yu felt relieved. It should not be anything bad. Hello, Principal Wang. You're looking for me, Teacher Pan. You are a rare and excellent educator. It is because of outstanding teachers like you that our school can nurture exceptional students like Chi Hao. On behalf of the school leadership, I want to thank you for your contributions." Pan Yu was stunned by the praise. He had received more compliments in this one phone call than in all his years as a homeroom teacher combined. Principal Wang was used to giving reports and could praise without repeating himself. Pan Yu knew Chi Hao was excellent, but how could the principal know about this student? The math competition had been kept under wraps, and even when tutoring in the office, it was done after school hours. Occasionally, when other teachers stayed late, he had claimed it was students asking about class questions. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The principal must have heard about Chi Hao breaking the record in long-distance running. Once Principal Wang finished his compliments, Pan Yu quickly added, "I'm flattered, really, and it's also thanks to Teacher Li from the sports department for recognizing such talent." The principal was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected response. What did the sports teacher have to do with Chi Hao winning first place in the Hope Star Global Math Competition? Teacher Pan, have you not been online this morning? You should check the top trending topic today and quickly prepare a speech for me. A reporter from the Nanyao City TV station is already on the way to the school. A TV reporter? An interview? No, it couldn't be about the running. For words slowly surfaced in Pan Yu's mind. Hope Star. After finishing the exam, he asked Chi Hao how he did, and what was Chi Hao's response? All right. Chi Hao said he got everything right. Got everything right. After hanging up the principal's call, Pan Yu hurriedly opened his browser. His hands were a bit shaky, and the web page loading speed seemed unusually slow today. Finally, he saw the trending news. 13-year-old genius boy Chi Hao received a perfect score in the Hope Star. The only one in history to do so. Pan Yu's mind went blank. This is not scientific. Chi Hao? 13 years old. He only started self-studying a month before the exam. He even borrowed the textbooks himself and initially found many parts hard to understand. He only completed all the knowledge sections a week before the exam. It's important to note that the Hope Star is a global examination. Chi Hao is indeed hardworking. But there are many hardworking students worldwide. He is also very smart, but anyone who dares to sign up for this exam is not foolish. He rode his bike in a daze, swaying as he headed to school. Forget about drafting a speech. He felt as if he was still dreaming. After riding for just a few minutes, his phone rang again, and Pan Yu helplessly stopped. The caller this time was Liang Hezhong. Xiao Pan, I've canceled all my appointments for today and will come to see you tonight. Please arrange it. I want to meet Chi Hao. Pan Yu quickly agreed. Just after hanging up with Mr. Liang, a teacher from the school's publicity department called. Teacher Pan, our Mayor Gao and the main leaders from the Education Committee will be visiting our school this afternoon, and there will be a dinner in the evening. Principal Wang means for you to attend the dinner as well. Pan Yu and Chi Hao arrived at the school almost simultaneously. As soon as they arrived, they were both invited to the principal's office. Chi Hao arrived at school first. After entering the school gate, all the teachers he encountered today were particularly kind to him. The head of the first-year teaching research group, a usually stern teacher, even stopped to chat with him for a few minutes. Confused, Chi Hao entered the classroom, and just as he sat down, he was informed to go to the principal's office. Fortunately, just as he entered the office, Pan Yu arrived right after. Principal Wang was dressed in a sharp dark blue suit today, looking dignified and impressive. It was clear that his hairstyle had been carefully styled, and he wore a beaming smile, looking very well. After Chi Hao walked in, to his surprise, Principal Wang actually came around from behind the desk and walked up to him, shaking his hand. Chi Hao still had no idea what was happening, and he stood there in a daze shaking hands with the principal, who began to praise him. Chi Hao, what a great name. Our school's leaders have been quietly watching your growth. You are a model of well-rounded development for students at Lon Hightown No. 1 High School, a true hexagonal warrior. The more Chi Hao listened, the more confused he became, and he turned to Pan Yu with a pleading look. Following Chi Hao's gaze, Principal Wang also looked at Pan Yu. He finally let go of Chi Hao's hand, standing with a smile as he extended his hand toward Pan Yu. Pan Yu quickly stepped forward and shook the principal's hand. Xiao Pan, an outstanding young teacher, is known for making a remarkable impact after a period of quiet dedication. Over the years, he has carefully nurtured every student, ensuring their comprehensive development. After years of work, Pan Yu naturally understands that this is an official compliment. Yet he still feels compelled to give a thumbs up to the principal in his heart. The principal's eloquence is truly impressive. After enthusiastically praising Pan Yu, the principal quickly changed the subject. So, Teacher Pan, did you bring your draft? The sudden shift caught Pan Yu off guard, and he broke into a nervous sweat, stammering. Principal, I just arrived at school and haven't had the chance to write it yet. I will do it right away. Principal Wang, still wearing a cheerful smile, kindly said. Time is indeed a bit tight, Teacher Pan. You should go to the publicity department and find Teacher Zhang Su. He usually handles this. I've already spoken to him, and you two can discuss the writing together. Zhang Su is responsible for the school's external relations and is an excellent writer. Pan Yu was delighted to hear this, thanked the principal, and hurried off to ask Teacher Zhang Su for help with the speech draft. Once Pan Yu left, only Principal Wang and Chi Hao remained in the office. Principal Wang locked the office door from the inside, returned to his desk, and gestured for Chi Hao to sit in the chair across from him. Chi Hao noticed that the principal's smile gradually faded, and his expression became serious. Sensing the change, Chi Hao raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling that the principal intentionally sent Pan Yu away to discuss something with him. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, the principal spoke. Student Chi Hao, first of all, on behalf of the school, I would like to congratulate you on achieving a perfect score in the Hope Star Global Mathematics competition last Saturday. Since the establishment of this competition, no one has ever been able to complete all the questions within the time limit. As the first person in the world to achieve a perfect score at such a young age, this news has shocked the global mathematics community. I received notification that someone from the city will come to conduct a special interview with you. This morning, the school's leadership held a meeting to discuss this matter. Student Chi Hao, the following question might be a bit sensitive, but after discussion, the school leadership has unanimously decided to confirm this with you before the reporter arrives. Were the exam questions in the Hope Star Mathematics competition completed by you alone? Did you use any external assistance? This is a polite way of asking, which translates to, did you cheat during the exam? Chapter 34. Can this be said? The competition results are out. Scored full marks? I really got all the answers right. It seems that the stimulating opening animation of the exam helped me perform exceptionally well this time. After asking his question, Principal Wang fixed his gaze on Chi Hao, observing every subtle expression on his face without blinking. When he saw Chi Hao first show a look of surprise and then start to smile without answering, he felt a tightness in his chest. This is bad. Don't let it be true that he has been analyzed as having someone else take the exam for him by the head of the 8th grade teaching research group and a distinguished math teacher at the school. Fortunately, Chi Hao soon replied, "Don't worry, teacher, I didn't cheat. I answered all the questions myself." That's good. Principal Wang patted his chest. He himself came from a Chinese language teaching background and wasn't very familiar with mathematics. However, during the morning meeting with the school leaders, the two teachers present who specialized in math unanimously believed that the possibility of Chi Hao achieving this score on his own was zero. The head of the 8th grade research group spoke quite directly. A perfect score in the Hope Star competition? It's absolutely impossible for a first-year student to achieve that. Even I couldn't score that high if I took the exam. There must be something amiss. The vice principal also expressed concern. We must handle this matter with caution. Caution, and more caution. If it turns out to be cheating, we really wouldn't have known in advance. And this would be a personal issue for the student. We must distance the school from it. Seeing their attitude, they had already drawn conclusions without even communicating with Chi Hao himself. As the highest authority in the school, Principal Wang understood these teachers' concerns, but he had his own way of handling it. His usual approach is to prioritize evidence over speculation. Coming from a language teaching background, he understood well the saying that words can forge gold and accusations can ruin lives, so he never jumps to conclusions without solid evidence. The results of the Hope Star competition were disclosed early in the morning. While the country was still asleep, the news had already stirred excitement abroad. At 4:30 a.m., Principal Wang was awakened by an urgent phone call and learned about the situation immediately. He hurried to the school, notifying other school leaders to come in for an emergency meeting while also dispatching additional staff to check the surveillance footage in the school corridor. One of the cameras was positioned directly opposite the office of the first-year class teacher. After several teachers worked together to fast-forward through the footage from that Sunday, they had already reviewed all the recordings before Chi Hao and the others arrived at the office. According to the footage, Pan Yu not only did not step into the office during the 8 hours of the exam, but also during the lunch break from 12 to 1 p.m. When he returned from getting food, he only knocked on the door to call Chi Hao out, handed him the food, and then moved a chair from another classroom to sit outside the office, reading a book with his head down. Principal Wang informed the school leaders of the surveillance results, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two math teachers still did not believe that Chi Hao could achieve such a score on his own and made bold statements that if Chi Hao hadn't cheated, they would eat their words. At least teacher Pan Yu was clean, and the school was also in the clear. Even if problems are discovered in the future, it will be the student's issue and have nothing to do with the school. Only after addressing this point did Principal Wang agree to accept the interview with the reporter and make that phone call to Pan Yu in the morning. However, looking at Chi Hao, who appeared youthful and innocent, like an elementary school student, Principal Wang couldn't help but ask. Fame and fortune are a double-edged sword. If you have enough strength, you can enjoy the benefits. But if you resort to deceit to gain fame and fortune, the outcome is usually quite tragic. If Chi Hao really cheated, the situation has not yet reached the worst point. However, if he accepts the interview and promotes it widely across the country, or even globally, the future trajectory would become completely uncontrollable. Principal Wang gazed at Chi Hao, who was calmly sitting across from him. Recalling the resume that the teacher had given him this morning, this child in front of him had achieved remarkable accomplishments, including breaking the school record in long-distance running. leading the debate team to win the National Middle School Debate Championship, and most impressively, being the first person in the history of the global mathematics competition for Hope Stars. Each achievement, when considered individually, is extraordinary. Having all three concentrated in one person seems almost unbelievable. At this moment, in the quiet office, the principal suddenly had an inexplicable intuition. This child might possess not just the accomplishments currently displayed, but also the potential to shock the world again in the future. This thought crossed the principal's mind, and he couldn't help but feel it was absurd. Checking the time, he realized the reporter should be arriving soon. He stood up, adjusted his attire, and confirmed with Chi Hao one last time. Chi Hao, if you cheated, tell the teacher now. There is still a chance to salvage the situation. If your results are genuine, then let us go together to meet the reporters from the city TV station. Chi Hao was taken aback. Reporter? What reporter? The principal patiently explained, as I mentioned, your achievements are astonishing. Right now, it seems the entire nation, or rather, the whole world, is waiting for your interview. But this is really too high profile. Chi Hao's first reaction was to refuse. But then he thought, if this competition was organized by people from his home planet, would they notice him if they learned someone had come in first, and then reach out to him? Considering this possibility, Chi Hao nodded hesitantly. Principal Wang, being perceptive, noticed Chi Hao's troubled expression and felt his previously settled mind become uneasy again. What was going on with this child? Why did he seem so reluctant to talk about the interview, appearing so burdened, just as he was about to pull Chi Hao aside for a deeper conversation? The internal phone rang. Principal Wang, the reporter has arrived and is currently in the reception room. Chi Hao immediately stood up quickly and obediently followed Principal Wang. The principal found himself puzzled again. Why did the child seem a bit impatient now? Oh well, it didn't matter. They should just go. The two of them arrived at the reception room and saw Pan Yu peering into the room, looking like he had spotted a lifeline upon seeing Principal Wang and Chi Hao. Principal Wang looked at him, speechless, shook his head, and pushed open the conference room door. Stepping inside first, the television station placed great importance on this interview, and 3 reporters were present, one for the interview, one for written notes, and another for filming. The cameraman had already captured a lot of footage while walking through the campus. Upon entering the conference room, he glanced around and found a good filming angle. The other 2 reporters were chatting amiably with the school's reception staff. As Chi Hao and the others entered, the eyes of the 3 reporters converged on the short figure behind the principal. The written notes reporter and the interview reporter exchanged surprised glances. They had done some research beforehand and knew that the interviewee was only 13 years old and just started middle school, making him very young. They didn't expect the boy to look like he was in the 4th or 5th grade, with a childlike face. After some pleasantries with the principal, both sides took their seats, and the interview officially began. Interview reporter, respected Principal Wang, Teacher Pan, and our little genius Chi Hao. Hello, I am Bai Yutong, a reporter from the Nanyao television station. It's a great honor to have a face-to-face conversation with you all in the intellectually vibrant Lan Hai Town No. 1 middle school. After the opening remarks, the reporter began the interview with Principal Wang. Principal Wang spoke confidently and easily held the audience's attention. Then it was Teacher Pan's turn. Teacher Pan stuttered a few words, then simply took out a script written by Teacher Su and read it aloud. Perfect. An extraordinary performance. The cameraman felt a bit hurt inside and decided to focus on post-production later. Then came the highlight of the day, the exclusive interview with the genius student, Chi Hao. Seeing the well-behaved Chi Hao, who was sitting between 2 adults, with his fair and tender appearance, Bai Yutong smiled and unconsciously softened her voice. Chi Hao, as Principal Wang just mentioned, you not only excel in mathematics, but also possess remarkable talent in literary reasoning. As the team leader, you won the National Middle School Debate Competition this year, and you personally received the award for Best Debater. May I ask, what was your original motivation for participating in the debate competition? To make money. What? Bai Sidong thought she had misheard. Wasn't this the time to give a more conventional answer, like for the honor of the group or for self-improvement? And then the reporter could follow up with compliments before moving to the main topic? To make money was completely unexpected. Realizing he had misspoken, Chi Hao asked Teacher Pan. Teacher, can I say that? Pan Yu looked at Principal Wang. Chi Hao followed suit and looked at Principal Wang as well. What are you 2 looking at me for? Principal Wang, who never expected this topic to take a turn, wore a perfectly timed smile and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. It's fine, just say whatever you want. Chapter 35 just broadcasted. The principal forced a smile. Chi Hao turned around and smiled apologetically at Bai Yutong. I'm sorry, reporter sister. I was a bit nervous just now and made a little joke. I signed up for the debate competition for the honor of the collective. Ah, yes. Chi classmate is really both humorous and passionate about the group. Bai Yutong praised dryly. At that moment, the three reporters thought simultaneously, this segment should be cut out when we get back, to avoid any further mishaps. Bai Yutong directly moved on to the main topic of today. As we all know, the Hope Star Mathematics competition is renowned for its broad knowledge coverage and high level of challenge. Among the participants, there are many outstanding mathematics majors. But no one has been able to conquer all the questions within the 8-hour limit. You are not only the youngest participant ever, but also the first to achieve a perfect score. You can be said to have made history. Could you share when you first became interested in mathematics? How you prepared for the exam? And if you have any unique study methods? She said a long paragraph in one breath and asked 3 questions in a row. The dean smiled on the surface, but secretly thought, this is not how interviews are supposed to go. These questions should be asked one at a time. Chi Hao agreed to the interview, but still maintained the attitude of saying as little as possible. I've had a strong interest in mathematics since elementary school. The first question was answered. I prepared for the exam through the official website, math supplementary materials, and doing a lot of practice problems. The second question was also answered. I don't have any unique study methods. After answering the 3 questions, Chi Hao sat quietly and said no more. Dean Wang pondered for a moment, almost in tears. He had indeed answered all the questions, but it was hardly better than not answering at all. The reporters traveled a long way for this exclusive interview, and he only fed them a couple of crumbs? Bai Yutong. This doesn't look like someone who has participated in a debate competition. These answers are too dry. Fine, if you want talk, I'll ask someone else. Bai Yutong turned to Pan Yu. Teacher Pan, I've heard from your office colleagues that after school, every day, you take time after work to tutor Chi Hao individually. Is a significant part of Chi Hao's excellent performance due to your help? Pan Yu shook his head. Not at all. At first, I could explain some problems to him. But later, I couldn't even help him anymore. Some of the knowledge points he wrote down, I couldn't understand. Bai Yutong was about to go crazy. This was such a great opportunity to showcase oneself. With a student like Chi Hao in the class, even if Pan Yu hadn't actually tutored him, he should at least play along and take some credit. What was going on between the teacher and student? Bai Yutong sighed and asked the last question from the interview outline. As we understand, the reward for first place is very generous, reaching up to 500,000. Does Chi Hao have any plans for how to spend this money? After hearing the amount of 500,000, Chi Hao revealed a genuine smile on his face and cheerfully replied, I will donate all the prize money. Everyone present was surprised by Chi Hao's response. After all, 500,000 is not a small sum. Several reporters exchanged glances. It seemed that Chi Hao's earlier comment about participating in the debate competition for money was just a childish joke. Bai Yutong was quite moved and followed up with a question. It seems our little genius is a very selfless child. May I ask, Chi classmate, do you already have a general direction for the donation? I will donate everything to Director Chi of the Red Star Welfare Institute. Although Bai Yutong had prepared for the interview, due to time constraints, she had only found out about Chi Hao's various achievements and was unaware of his background. However, Director Wang was well aware. Director Chi is Chi Hao's grandfather. Donating to him essentially means keeping the money within the family. He felt his smile fading a bit. Would this interview, once aired, lead to an online uproar when people uncover Chi Hao's background? Should he say something? Would revealing Chi Hao's background benefit or harm the child? This hadn't been discussed with Chi Hao beforehand. Should he say it or not? The interview ended hastily amid Director Wang's dilemma. After sending off the somewhat downcast television reporters, Chi Hao and Pan Yu thought they were done and planned to return to class. Director Wang quickly stopped the two. Teacher Pan, after lunch, the mayor and leaders from the education committee will arrive. Why not memorize your speech now? I've arranged for another teacher to cover your class today. With a grimace, Pan Yu began to memorize his script. Chi Hao, you just mentioned that you prepared for the Hope Star competition through the official website, study guides, and practice questions. If the leaders ask in the afternoon, you should elaborate on how you utilized the website, which study guides you used, and how many questions you practiced. Seeing Chi Hao nod in agreement, he intended to return to class, but Director Wang stopped him again. Why don't you also learn from Teacher Pan and write a speech in advance? No need, Principal. I have an excellent memory. I can accurately recount this content anytime. Director Wang, since you're so capable, why didn't you say that when the reporters asked you earlier? Looking at these two clueless individuals in front of him, Director Wang felt genuinely exhausted. Even more exhausted than Director Wang were the three reporters. After returning to the television station, their leaders were furious after reviewing the interview records. Do you even want to take a look at what you wrote? The whole world is watching this prodigy, and we had the advantage of being the first to interview him. What a great story, what high interest. And look at the garbage you wrote. Why did you participate in the debate competition? To make money. Then you made 500,000 and don't want a single cent? Does that even make sense? And what the public cares most about is how the championship was won. The answer is going online, reading books, and doing practice questions. I think you might as well write study hard, improve every day. It's infuriating. After Bai Yutong and the other leaders finished their wild ideas, they cautiously ask, should I cut out the debate part? Cut what? There's only so much airtime. I suspect this prodigy is all show and no substance. Perhaps they bought their results. Just broadcast it. What if there's a twist after the program airs? Then we'll do a follow-up interview to confront it. Any criticism will just add to the buzz. Just broadcast it. Mayor Gao Junfeng is a very low-key leader who doesn't like to make a fuss or go around inspecting places. However, he places great importance on education. The appearance of a prodigy in Lanhai town, under the jurisdiction of Nanyao City, has even caught the attention of leaders in the education sector from the capital. Among the leaders accompanying him on the inspection today, there's a comrade with the surname Xue, who reportedly comes from the capital's education circle and is very interested in Qihao. Chapter 36 Come to Qinyun. Gao Junfeng specifically scheduled the school visit for after lunch, allowing the school staff to have a proper meal. During this lunch, Qihao and Pan Yu enjoyed their food, while Principal Wang and other leaders had little appetite. Compared to the journalists in the morning, the group coming in the afternoon consisted of their direct superiors. The leaders were here to assess work that they were completely unfamiliar with, leaving them feeling quite uncertain. Finally, Mayor Gao and his group appeared at the school gate, all smiles. The school leaders, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Wang smiled and introduced, leaders, this is our young and talented teacher Pan, and behind me is the gifted young man Qihao. However, where was Qihao? Principal Wang turned around and saw no one, and he began to sweat, struggling to maintain the smile plastered on his face. Just a moment ago he was there. Where could he have gone? Turning back, he noticed Qihao was already chatting with Gao Junfeng, who had taken his hand. Qihao had been standing quietly behind the principal, but when he saw the person approaching, he lost his composure. Gao Junfeng also spotted Qihao right away. Based on the welcoming formation arranged by the school, he quickly concluded that the child he visited in the hospital was not a primary school student, but rather the well-known prodigy. Qihao, with the same surname as Director Qi, he should have realized this sooner. Old Qi had found himself a genius. Gao Junfeng had a great impression of Qihao from their last meeting in the hospital. After exchanging pleasantries with the adults, he waved to Qihao, saying, "Good boy. Come here." Since Qihao met Gao Junfeng, he had been eagerly watching him. When he called out to him, Qihao immediately stepped out from behind the principal and ran over. Principal Wang, is this still the quiet Qihao from the morning? Qihao's first words upon seeing Gao Junfeng were, "Uncle, I have money to help Grandpa with his treatment." This wasn't really the time for reminiscing. But Mayor Gao smiled and nodded, casually complimenting, "Really? You're amazing." Then he took Qihao's hand and addressed the principal and the others. The teaching work at Blue Ocean High School has always maintained a high standard, which is inseparable from the efforts and dedication of all the leaders and frontline teachers. Everyone has worked hard, so you don't need to accompany us any longer. Just leave Teacher Pan and Qihao with us, and prepare an empty classroom. We can chat casually. Leaving these two alone, Principal Wang was extremely uneasy. After his insistence, it ended up being the three of them versus the leaders from the city. The setup was similar to the one during the morning's reception for the journalists. Since Mayor Gao was very approachable and was the highest-ranking leader present, the atmosphere of the meeting was quite harmonious. Principal Wang, being an experienced veteran, naturally ensured that every leader was included in the conversation. Even Pan Yu performed well, primarily thanks to his familiarity with the script. However, the most outstanding one was Qihao. The leader from the capital was named Xue Yifei, who was said to be a mathematics professor. When Xue Yifei asked Qihao about his exam preparation details, Qihao listed all the book titles he had reviewed. Upon hearing this string of titles, Xue Yifei looked at Qihao with sharp eyes, his face full of mistrust, as if to say, "You're lying." Even Principal Wang was a bit flustered. Qihao calmly picked up a blank piece of paper and quickly wrote a proof problem on it. Then, he flipped the paper over and wrote a multiple-choice question on the back. After finishing, Chi Hao pointed to the proof problem on the front and said to Shi Yifei, "Teacher, this problem is on pages 128 to 129 of Algebra Comprehensive. In this exam, the third multiple-choice question in the morning session used this knowledge point, and I wrote down the exam question on the back of this paper, along with my approach during the exam below the question." Chi Hao handed the paper over. "Teacher, please have a look." Shi Yifei adjusted his glasses, tightly pressed his lips together, and took the paper with both hands, looking at it seriously. After reading the front, he looked up at Chi Hao in surprise, flipped the page, and began to read the real question on the back. The question was cleverly designed, and Shi Yifei couldn't help but compliment. "This is a good question. And the solving method is also quite clever, very good." After finishing, he carefully folded the paper and placed it in his briefcase. After this little episode, Chi Hao clearly felt that the leader's gazes upon him had softened considerably. Principal Wang, who had been nervously accompanying them, did not expect the atmosphere to be so harmonious. Seeing that the conversation had nearly concluded, he cheerfully said, "Leaders, you haven't tried our specialty dishes from Lanhai Town, have you? I'll treat you tonight. And we can chat while eating." Just as Mayor Gao was about to nod in agreement, unexpectedly, Pan Yu started to falter again. Pan Yu had a troubled expression and discreetly tugged at the principal's sleeve. Mayor Gao's gaze slid past Pan Yu's hand, and he changed his words. "That's thoughtful. Next time we have the opportunity, we should definitely sit down together." Mayor Gao was very gracious. Even though it seemed he had to change his schedule and cancel the dinner, he still gave the other party enough face. However, one leader from the Municipal Education Committee was not pleased. This leader's eyes flickered, and with a fake smile, he asked, "What's wrong, Teacher Pan? Is there something difficult?" Pan Yu looked at Principal Wang with a troubled expression. Principal Wang felt like he was being stabbed in the heart by Pan Yu. Wasn't this dinner already arranged? "Teacher Pan, I think you want me to die." Seeing that Principal Wang was ignoring him, Pan Yu had no choice but to silence his phone, which was vibrating wildly, and placed it on the table. It displayed dozens of missed calls. There are some questions I couldn't solve during Chi Hao's preparation, which I consulted my teacher about. He has also arrived in Lanhai Town and wants to chat with Chi Hao tonight," Pan Yu said softly, casting a pleading look at Principal Wang again. Oh, what a tense situation. Principal Wang refused to get involved and continued to play dead. In the end, Mayor Gao offered a way out for Pan Yu. "Oh, so this teacher of yours is also a great contributor. May I ask who this teacher is and where they are currently?" The vice president of Huazhong University, Professor Liang Hezhong, from the mathematics department. Shi Yifei suddenly raised his head. "Professor Liang has also mentored Chi Hao?" Mayor Gao asked with a smile. "Oh, do you know each other?" Shi Yifei smiled back. "Professor Liang is a world-renowned mathematician. We met at a conference." It was only at this moment that Shi Yifei's doubts about Chi Hao were completely dispelled upon learning that Liang Hezhong had also guided him. That old fellow Liang really has a keen sense, and even came personally to Lanhai Town, though unfortunately, he was still a step behind. Thinking this, Shi Yifei couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He cleared his throat, clasped his hands to Principal Wang, and smiled apologetically. "Principal Wang, I'm really sorry. But I actually came here on a mission. I'm here to recruit." After saying this, Shi Yifei took out a red invitation letter with golden lettering, stood up, and personally handed it to Chi Hao. Principal Wang's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising within him. They are going to recruit right in front of me. While not overly harmful, it was quite insulting. "Chi Hao, on behalf of Qingyun University, I sincerely invite you to join the gifted class at Qingyun University Affiliated Middle School. We will not only provide you with the best faculty, but also design a personalized growth path for you. After graduation, you will be guaranteed direct admission to Qingyun University. Qingyun University believes that your talents and potential can only be fully realized here." Principal Wang, who originally wanted to do his best to keep the student, silently shut his mouth upon hearing the name Qingyun University. Qingyun University, one of the two top universities in the country, is indeed the most suitable place for Chi Hao. Although everyone present had long heard about the eagerness of Qingyun University and Huazhong University to recruit talent, this was the first time they witnessed a live recruitment. It seems that the vice president of Huazhong University arrived a bit too late. Chapter 37. Not studying mathematics. In the end, the dinner did not take place. A professor from a certain capital school intruded on someone else's territory, in front of the mayor, the education committee, and the current principal, trying to poach students. Fortunately, the mayor had good composure. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been even more awkward. As the mayor's group was preparing to leave, Chi Hao ran after them. He now knew that Gao Junfeng was the mayor, and the mayor's words carried weight. Uncle, can you help me talk to the hospital and get the best medicine for my grandfather? I don't know how much it costs for my grandfather's treatment. The competition prize is 500,000. I don't know if that's enough. But I can earn more. The mayor looked at the small, frail boy in front of him and was greatly moved. He patted Chi Hao on the head. You've been worrying about this all along. Don't worry. The treatment costs aren't that high. Most of it is covered by insurance, and we will take care of the rest. Your task now is to study hard and contribute to the construction of our country when you grow up. Do you understand? The mayor also praised Chi Hao a few more times before leaving with the city leaders. Shi Yifei parted ways with them and stayed behind. Now, he had good news and bad news. The bad news was that Chi Hao had not yet agreed to attend Qingyun affiliated school. The good news was that, at least, he had left with the invitation letter. In the past, Qingyun University had specific teachers responsible for recruiting students. Given Shi Yifei's status, there were very few talents worth his personal visit. However, in the past, as long as he showed up, success was generally assured. Although this time he had not succeeded yet, he had not given up and had now introduced the scholarship aspect. Pan Yu was anxiously pacing around the two, thinking, Teacher, if you don't hurry, the opportunity will be gone. Finally, his phone rang. After answering, Pan Yu excitedly said, Teacher Liang has arrived, he is downstairs. Shi Yifei then smiled slightly, stood up to take his leave. Chi Hao, please believe me, Qingyun University is definitely the best fit for you. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After turning to leave, Shi Yifei's smile instantly vanished. What was going on? Liang Hezhong had tutored Chi Hao? Was Huazhong University trying to play the family card? Liang Hezhong came prepared, bringing several textbooks he had written himself, which were related to the material Chi Hao had studied. Upon meeting, he immediately gifted the books to Chi Hao. Liang Hezhong had a strategy. He didn't talk about Chi Hao's future, but instead discussed the unclear issues marked in the book Chi Hao had read. While elaborating on these problems, he skillfully inserted information about Huazhong University as faculty, various honors, and its emphasis on talent. Pan Yu watched in awe from the side, wishing he could split himself in two, one half following Shi Yifei to Qingyun, and the other half following Liang Hezhong to Huazhong. Chi Hao learned today that the questions from the last few days before the exam were all answered by Liang Hezhong and then relayed to him by Pan Yu. He sincerely thanked both teachers. However, he still did not agree to Liang Hezhong's invitation. Liang Hezhong was puzzled. The high school division of a certain prestigious secondary school ranked at the top among high schools in the capital. Its youth class only lasted 3 years, and graduates could directly enter Huan University. The mathematics department of Huan University ranked first in the country and third globally. Child, do you have a better choice? Chi Hao lowered his head and remained silent. Liang Hezhong cast a questioning glance at Pan Yu, who shrugged, indicating he knew nothing. At this point, Liang Hezhong felt at a loss. It was not the fear of the other party making unreasonable demands, but rather the concern that they had no demands at all. Liang Hezhong, feeling helpless, said, Chi Hao, I assure you as the vice president of Huan University, if you wish to develop in the field of mathematics in the future, the mathematics department at Huan University is definitely your best choice. Chi Hao finally lifted his head. Teacher, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will disappoint your expectations. Hearing this, Liang Hezhong sensed something was off and urgently said, Actually, with your grades and talent, you can also take the special talent pathway. I'll apply for it first thing tomorrow morning, and you can learn with me in the future. The special talent pathway meant that he wouldn't even have to attend the youth class and could directly enter the university. However, this could be detrimental to the normal growth of a young person. Besides mathematics, Chi Hao also needed to supplement his knowledge in other fundamental subjects, develop normal interpersonal relationships, and make friends with peers. Entering university at the age of 13 could lead to social barriers due to the age difference with other students. Moreover, university courses would not cover the foundational subjects taught in high school. Therefore, from Chi Hao's perspective, neither institution wanted to push him too quickly. Liang Hezhong's offer was a last resort after exhausting all other options. Pan Yu, standing nearby, murmured anxiously, This really is. What is it really? He didn't know. He just knew that the teacher genuinely wanted to nurture Chi Hao and wished he could immediately agree on Chi Hao's behalf. It was driving him crazy. Liang Hezhong continued, As long as you study mathematics in the future. Chi Hao shook his head and gently dropped a bombshell. Teacher, I don't plan to study mathematics in the future. Liang Hezhong. If at that moment, a certain individual were present, He would be the one who could empathize with Liang Hezhong the most. Chapter 38, Encountering Online Bullying. Liang Hezhong did not give up. Although he was a mathematician, he had read a few philosophical works in his spare time. A philosopher once said that no genius is without a touch of madness. Therefore, it was not unusual for a child to occasionally speak nonsense. The fundamental reason was that Qi Hao was simply astonishing. The book written by Liang Hezhong was unlikely to be understood by more than a few hundred people worldwide. Those who could comprehend it and engage in in-depth discussions with him would probably number less than 100. In his eyes, Qi Hao was born for mathematics. Liang Hezhong exchanged glances with Pan Yu, and the two found an excuse to step out. They looked for a deserted spot in the corridor to start their discussion. I think such a significant matter should be discussed with the adults at home before making a decision. Liang Hezhong asked Pan Yu where Qi Hao lived and if it was convenient to visit his parents. Pan Yu smiled wryly and said, Qi Hao is an orphan. He lives in the Hongxing Welfare Institute in our town. He has no relatives left and has taken the director of the institute as his grandfather. Oh, such a tragic background. Liang Hezhong couldn't help but express his sympathy, but he quickly pressed on. Is it convenient for me to visit the director of the Welfare Institute? Pan Yu continued to smile bitterly. Teacher, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I just heard that the director is in the hospital due to illness. Liang Hezhong. What a remarkable yet tragic protagonist. Qi Hao sat in the reception room, bemusedly listening to their conversation. Sometimes, having overly sensitive hearing could be a burden. It was already late, and Qi Hao and Pan Yu had hosted several groups of visitors since morning, showing signs of fatigue. Liang Hezhong decided to temporarily cease his inquiries and think of another plan back at the hotel. Pan Yu initially intended to escort Qi Hao home, but was stopped by Principal Wang. What nonsense. It's so late. And you're riding a bicycle in the cold wind. You'll catch a cold. Get in the car. I'll drive you both back. It was the first time in his life that Pan Yu enjoyed the principal's private car service. To be honest, riding in a sedan was much more comfortable than cycling. After a long day of exertion, they finally had a chance to rest. Meanwhile, the staff at the local television station were still working tirelessly. Early Tuesday morning, they were rushing to finish a feature interview titled The Pride of Our Country, an exclusive dialogue with the 13-year-old full marks boy. The three journalists felt that the title was somewhat exaggerated. However, their initial drafts were rejected by the leadership. The first draft, titled The Future Star of the Mathematics World, the transcript of the full marks boy interview, was deemed too bland and lacking in trending topics. Bai Yutong came up with a title that could latch onto trending words, The Brilliant New Star of the Cup of Hope, unveiling the story behind the full marks boy. After seeing it, the leadership was furious. Look at your interview script. Where is the story behind it? Ultimately, they had no choice but to compromise on the content. This led to the final version, The Pride of Our Country, an exclusive dialogue with the 13-year-old full marks boy. Bai Yutong secretly asked the camera reporter, why does the leadership insist on adding our country at the front? The stakes are high, and with the country involved, what if things turn around? Can this kid handle it? The cameraman said, with your sense of justice, why don't you go talk to the leader and have those two words removed? Bai Yutong shrank back. I'm not looking for trouble. It has nothing to do with me. I just have this ominous premonition. As it turned out, the intuition of seasoned media professionals proved to be quite accurate. Just as their leader predicted, the whole world is now waiting to unveil the mystery surrounding this global figure. Once the exclusive interview was released, the buzz immediately surged. By morning, it had already reached the top of trending searches. Along with the escalating hype came doubts about the authenticity of Qi Hao's achievements. Liang Hezhong woke up to a flurry of news notifications across various social media platforms. Without even clicking in, he could guess the content from the headlines. Math genius or fraud allegations. Controversy over the authenticity of the Hope Cup results. Math community leaders voiced doubts. Is the perfect score record of the 13-year-old credible? These two were relatively mild, focusing on Qi Hao. As long as Qi Hao could prove himself, the doubts would soon dissipate. However, upon seeing the last headline, Liang Hezhong began to feel anxious. Chinese mathematics under scrutiny. Can the perfect score record withstand the test? The subject of the sentence was incorrect. How did it escalate from an individual to a national level? He hurriedly called Pan Yu, urging him to be extra cautious today. The interview on the TV station mentioned your school and included photos of both of you. I'm worried someone might come looking for you based on that address. Please be careful today and look after Qi Hao. Poor Pan Yu had just gotten out of bed when he received such grim news, and he was visibly distressed. He asked Liang Hezhong, Teacher, Could the situation really be that serious? Having seen many situations over the years, Liang Hezhong sighed. Our country has always placed great importance on education, and the academic community despises fraud. Plus, this is a global event attracting attention from many countries. The situation will only get worse. Hearing this, Pan Yu didn't even bother with breakfast. He hopped on the back of his wife's bicycle and rushed to the school. Chi Hao didn't have a phone and rarely went online, except during exam preparations. What if that kid ran into trouble? After all, he was just a small, bookish boy, only 1.6 meters tall and weighing less than 50 kilograms, without the strength to fend for himself. At the same time, the oblivious Chi Hao, as usual, shouldered his backpack and set off towards school under Zhang Rui's watchful gaze, greeting the morning sun. At the school gate, there were indeed people causing a commotion. Fortunately, the troublemakers had a clear target and did not attack students. The unfortunate individuals caught in the crossfire were only 3, Principal Wang, Pan Yu, and Chi Hao, who had appeared in the news interview. Principal Wang was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. At Lan Haitown High School, there was a tradition where a school leader would greet students at the gate every week. This week, it was Principal Wang's turn. As usual, he drove into the school, parked his car, hummed a tune, and walked out of the school gate, standing in the middle of the entrance with a smile, waving to greet the students. It has already entered winter, and the weather is quite cold. Principal Wang thought he would just stand for about 10 minutes before leaving. Just as he saw Pan Yu sitting on the back of his wife's bicycle and was about to raise his hand to greet him, a few people suddenly rushed out from an alley next to the school and threw a handful of rotten vegetable leaves at his face. At that moment, he hadn't yet connected the incident with the vegetable leaves to Chi Hao. His first reaction after being hit was that someone was causing trouble, and he hoped no students would get hurt. Otherwise, things would escalate. Fortunately, it was still early, and only a few students had arrived at school. He hurriedly brushed the vegetable leaves off his face and called for the students to quickly enter the school gate. Since Blue Sea Town is a very peaceful small town, violent incidents are rare, and the school only had 2 security guards. The 2 guards were lazily standing on either side of the school gate as usual, but upon seeing the commotion, they quickly ran towards Principal Wang. At that moment, Pan Yu arrived. Bicycles were not allowed inside the school, and just as he jumped off his bike, he was pelted with a few raw eggs on his chest. The eggs broke, and the egg white and yolk splattered all over him. It actually hurt a bit. Pan Yu was stunned by the attack. One of the assailants, holding an egg, raised his hand again towards Pan Yu's wife. Suddenly, his wrist was grabbed from behind, rendering him unable to move. The grip was incredibly strong, and the area being held started to ache intensely. The person immediately screamed in agony, "Let go. Please let go. My hand is going to break." With that, his body was flung out like a projectile, crashing heavily into the bicycle parking area outside the school gate. The bicycles that were originally parked neatly were knocked over in a mess. The remaining few individuals exchanged glances and quickly ran back into the alley. Chi Hao glanced at their retreating figures, but did not pursue them. Instead, he walked over to Pan Yu's side and said, "Teacher, may I borrow your phone?" Pan Yu mechanically took out his phone. Chi Hao dialed Officer Nyo's number. Chapter 39, I Don't Care. Sci-Fi is different from Liang Hezhong. He doesn't love to get up early and has a bit of a bourgeois attitude, taking advantage of a business trip. He had a good sleep and got up just before 8 o'clock. After finishing his meal in the restaurant and sipping coffee, Sci-Fi leisurely opened his phone. A teacher from Qingyun University finally contacted him, and the first thing they said was, "Professor Shi, do you still have that invitation letter? What? Is there going to be a surprise inspection?" Sci-Fi said, slightly smug, "I sent it out yesterday." Haha, this time. We at Qingyun University have finally taken the lead over Huan University. The teacher on the other end interrupted him anxiously. "Take it back." "What?" Sci-Fi thought he misheard. The other party repeated, "Please, take back the invitation letter at the earliest today." Sci-Fi immediately realized that something significant must have happened last night. He quickly opened several websites he usually frequents, and without needing to search, the news he was looking for was glaringly displayed on the homepage. Sci-Fi clicked in and quickly skimmed through it. Chi Hao cheated? To be honest, he had also questioned it before. After reading the entire article swiftly, he felt relieved. It was all speculation with no solid evidence. On the line, the teacher was silent for a while without receiving any response and raised his voice to ask, "Professor, are you still there? Can you hear me?" "Ah, the signal was bad just now. You just said we need to retract the invitation letter?" "Yes." Sci-Fi couldn't help but scoff. "Since when did we at Qingyun University start doing this?" "A solemn promise given. just to be torn up casually? The teacher on the other end paused for a moment and said softly, "Actually, there have been precedents for breaking promises. It's just that you are unaware." Sci-Fi was genuinely surprised at this. The other party continued, "Xinyun University has always valued its reputation and cannot be associated with any academic fraud. So, we kindly ask you, but so far, there is no evidence proving that Qihao cheated during the exam. However, there is also no evidence to prove that he did not cheat." Sci-Fi smiled slightly. "I have evidence." He sent over the 2 handwritten pages from Qihao. The other side sounded somewhat surprised. "I will submit these to the leaders immediately. Please wait for my news." It seemed like it would take a long time. Sci-Fi simply opened his computer and began handling the work that was delayed due to the sudden business trip yesterday. Just as he was about to finish an email, the phone rang again. This time, the teacher's attitude was noticeably more assertive than before. "The leaders mean that these 2 photos do not prove that Qihao did not cheat. The proof process of the theorem and memorizing a related exam question can be accomplished by any student in the mathematics department." Sci-Fi was somewhat angry, but he had no idea he would encounter that question before the exam. It could just be a coincidence. Or perhaps that question was never on the exam. We all know that the Hope Star has a vast question bank, and questions are randomly drawn from it during exams. Professor Sci-Fi is still unwilling to give up. If he wants to know whether this question has been asked before, it's very simple. He can contact the official Hope Star directly or post the question online to ask others who took the same exam. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, the teacher on the other end of the line changed. "Professor Sure, I acknowledge your method. However, your approach requires time, and we at Xinyun University cannot afford to wait. To uphold the reputation of our century-old institution, even the suspicion of fraud is unacceptable." But the teacher on the other end did not give him a chance to continue. "Professor, let us take a step back. Can you personally guarantee that Qihao did not cheat?" Just as Sci-Fi was about to stubbornly say, "I can," the other party anticipated his reaction and quickly followed up with, "Let me rephrase. Are you willing to stake your reputation and future to vouch for Qihao?" Naturally, he was unwilling. He had no close ties with Qihao. It was already commendable that he was willing to speak up for him. After a brief pause, seeing that Sci-Fi had stopped rebutting, the teacher continued, "The school leadership's stance is that we can continue to monitor the situation. If there are any new updates or clarifications before 3 p.m. today, you won't need to do anything further. However, if by 3 p.m. there is no action from Qihao's side, we'll need you to make another effort." After hanging up, Sci-Fi was completely distracted from work. He glanced at the time and then scrolled through the news. He initially thought he would have to wait until 3 p.m. to clarify the next steps. Unexpectedly, just 2 hours later, a video of Qihao hitting someone surfaced, quickly climbing the trending charts and firmly occupying the second spot on the hot search list for the day. It was hard to pretend he hadn't seen it. Sci-Fi stared in shock at the screen, watching the slight figure effortlessly lift a much taller individual and throw him backwards. The person flew out. Ouch, it looked painful. The video even conveniently included a photo at the end, with the background showing a police station, marked with the sign of the Lin Xue Town Police Station. Qihao was seen walking into the police station behind an officer. Did Qihao get arrested right after the altercation? The police response was remarkably swift. In the next moment after watching the video, the phone from Xinyun University rang for the 3rd time. This time, without the other party saying anything. Sci-Fi took the initiative and said, "I saw the video of the altercation. I'm heading out now to obtain the invitation letter." While going at this time might seem like adding insult to injury, at least he had a legitimate reason. After all, it was Qihao who acted improperly by initiating violence. Xinyun does not welcome violent individuals. After finishing his statement at the police station, Qihao returned to Lin Xue Town No. 1 Middle School, only to be informed that Professor Sci-Fi from Xinyun University had arrived and was waiting in the meeting room from yesterday. After a moment's thought, he took out the exquisite invitation letter from his backpack and handed it to Teacher Pan. "Teacher Pan, Professor Sure must have come for this. Please return it to him on my behalf." Qihao spoke without regard for others, and it was the school's lunch break, with the classroom filled to the brim as students were eating their lunch. After Qihao finished his sentence, everyone put down their chopsticks, staring at Pan Yu as he took the invitation and walked out of the classroom. Qihao sat down and began to eat lunch, as if nothing had happened. A student let out a sob, followed by Lin Xue, Qihao's deskmate, who also sniffled. Soon, many students in the classroom began to cry. They had all, to varying degrees, learned about the situation through various rumors. Just yesterday, they had discovered that a classmate was a prodigy. being sought after by 2 prestigious schools in the capital. Today, that prodigy was accused of cheating and was even falsely accused of violence. Some students who arrived early witnessed Chi Hao's actions, which were to stop the bad guys from attacking the teacher. It was the other party that initiated the violence, first attacking the principal and then teacher Pan. However, the video only captured Chi Hao hitting someone. This classmate informed others, and after discussing, they decided to speak up for Chi Hao online. Those with phones took advantage of the break to sneak online, only to find an overwhelming amount of insults directed at Chi Hao. Each supportive post they made was met with countless harsh replies. A few girls were so affected by the insults that they broke down. If this was how they were treated for speaking up for Chi Hao, how would he feel if he saw those messages? They silently agreed to keep it from Chi Hao, as long as he didn't see those comments online. He wouldn't be affected. But at that moment, the students realized they were too naive. How could there be no impact? Look, a prestigious school in the capital had already retracted its promise to Chi Hao. It was truly unfair and unbearable. Sobbing erupted from many. He was crying the hardest. Lin Xue sobbed while shoveling rice into her mouth. Li Bing didn't cry. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. Amidst the cries, Chi Hao put down his chopsticks and surveyed the room. The complexity of emotions among his classmates had surprised him many times. Yesterday, the subtle expressions on their faces indicated that they envied him, perhaps with a hint of jealousy. But today, that jealousy had transformed into sincere tears. He was silent for a while, then suddenly stood up and looked around the classroom. Thank you, everyone. Chi Hao at 1.6 meters tall had an air about him that felt like 1.8 meters at that moment. Everyone stopped crying. There's really nothing to regret. Honestly, I don't care about these things. You sniffled, but online they said you cheated, and they retracted the invitation. Chi Hao shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about what they say online. They can't hurt me. I just hope that my situation doesn't cause any harm to you. The students' cries gradually subsided, with occasional sniffles. Li Bing suddenly asked, How's he? I'll only ask once. Did you cheat? Of course not. Li Bing immediately said loudly, Okay. I believe you. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into cheers. Chapter 40 Award Ceremony. Unlike the warm atmosphere in Class 1-2, on the first day of the new year, the online community was in an uproar. Various experts stepped in to analyze the situation, providing numerous examples to assert that Chi Hao must have cheated. A small group of netizens who believed in Chi Hao desperately tagged the official account of the educational institution, hoping for a statement. However, the official account remained silent. At this critical moment, news that the university had rescinded its offer leaked out, causing a sensation akin to a drop of water hitting hot oil. This was almost taken as definitive proof. After all, if there were no solid evidence proving Chi Hao cheated, why would the university withdraw its offer? More professionals publicly weighed in, discussing how absurd it was for a 13-year-old to achieve a perfect score. The leadership at the local television station was very pleased with this development. They wished for the incident to escalate even further. Initially, the viewership for the special feature on Chi Hao was below 10, but thanks to this wave of attention, it surged to an astonishing 15. It's worth noting that no program had exceeded 10 viewership in many years. On Wednesday morning, as soon as the leadership arrived at work, the first thing they asked Bai Yutong was whether there was any news from Chi Hao. Bai Yutong was puzzled and replied, No, nothing. The leader found this strange. That's impossible. If he didn't cheat, he would surely want to contact us urgently for another interview or to take a public test to clear his name. If he did cheat, he would be even more eager to reach out and apologize. Why is there no response? Bai Yutong reminded. He could post something online himself. Upon hearing this, the leader became anxious. The soaring ratings depended on Chi Hao. You need to contact the local high school right now. Bai Yutong reluctantly went to make the call, which was passed through several layers until it reached Principal Wang. The focus of the scandal was now squarely on Chi Hao and the local high school. Principal Wang personally inquired with Chi Hao and Pan Yu, both of whom insisted they had not cheated. Pan Yu was quite emotional, stating, I guarantee with my integrity and work that Chi Hao did not cheat. Chi Hao simply said, I have a clear conscience. For some reason, Principal Wang found himself convinced by their statements. After receiving this information, Principal Wang thought for a moment and directly approached Chi Hao. Would you be willing to do another interview to prove yourself? How would I prove myself? Chi Hao asked. The television station suggested. We could invite several well-known experts to present questions, and you could respond live. Chi Hao smiled and replied, Thank you, but that won't be necessary. The last interview was just to send a signal to my home planet, to let them know my position. If they are interested, they will come eventually. This was his only reason for accepting the interview, which significantly contradicted his initial intention to remain low-key. Another interview? No way. He had no interest in entertaining the public. Principal Wang genuinely thought this was a good idea. What about the comments online? That's fine, I don't care. Let them say what they want. When Bai Yutong reported the results to the leader was initially incredulous and then made a harsh remark. Humph, let him show off. Just wait, if this continues, they will come begging us. On Wednesday, the leader was waiting for Chi Hao to come and plead with him. Early Thursday morning, Principal Wang walked into the office yawning, and the phone on the desk rang. It wouldn't be the TV station again, would it? Principal Wang mumbled as he answered the call. The other party was very polite. Hello, is this Principal Wang of Lan Haitown No. 1 High School? We are staff from Hope Star, and we would like to schedule a time with your student Chi Hao to present him with the first prize. Additionally, we have invited a distinguished award presenter, Mr. Liang Hezhong, the Vice President of Huan University and a renowned mathematician. The award ceremony will be live-streamed. Could you please help us contact Chi Hao? We have been unable to reach him. This was indeed a timely blessing. Wasn't this a clear statement from Hope Star? Principal Wang happily agreed. Thank you on behalf of Chi Hao. There have been some rumors online in recent days, and the school has not allowed Chi Hao to go online for his protection. Let's arrange the live streaming at our school. Do we need to prepare anything for the live broadcast, like contacting the TV station? The staff from Hope Star politely declined. We will handle the live broadcast. They discussed the specific time and location, and the award ceremony was set. Before hanging up, the staff from Hope Star hesitated for a moment and added a few more words. Actually, when the perfect score was first announced, even our own staff couldn't believe it. In the past few days, we have organized manpower to analyze the footage frame by frame, and the conclusion is that Chi Hao could not possibly have cheated. This can only mean one thing. Chi Hao did not cheat. He is truly a genius. Both parties were eager to quickly end the online controversy, and the award ceremony was scheduled for the following afternoon. Hope Star then announced this news on their official website in multiple languages and immediately sent staff to Lan Haitown. Once the news broke, the online sentiment began to change. Mainly, netizens were confused. What was going on? A. Qing Yun left and A. Huan came. What? Hope Star is going to award Chi Hao? Does that mean he didn't cheat at all? Some experts who had been so certain suddenly felt the tide turning. Some chose to delete their posts immediately, while others decided to wait and see. Additionally, some netizens who had followed the trend to insult Chi Hao quietly deleted their comments. With each refresh of the computer screen, the insulting comments decreased. The classmates who had quietly defended Chi Hao online finally felt vindicated, but they tacitly avoided mentioning any online comments in front of him. After school, Chi Hao appeared completely oblivious, smiling as he said goodbye to them. He returned to the welfare home in silence, finished dinner, and opened his computer, focusing intently on browsing the web. He didn't turn on the light. The blue glow of the screen illuminated his expressionless face. He quietly watched each expert or authority criticize his statements, scrolling down to the next one after finishing each. He skipped over those who seriously analyzed his level, even if the conclusion was that he had cheated. However, his gaze would linger on the harsh remarks, merely venting frustrations. It wasn't until he had gone through dozens of web pages that he finally shut off the computer, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands behind his head. He had identified dozens of individuals. Despite the high level of attention, it was mainly driven by the malicious, guiding comments from these individuals that stirred up emotions among the public. Online comments can be deleted, but once they are in his mind, they can't be erased. As long as he has seen people and events, he will be able to recognize them accurately in the future, just like those delinquents who threw eggs at the school gate, just like the anonymous person who provided the fighting video. Chi Hao had participated in the Zeta Star project for too short a time. Others had trained for over 10 years. So he hadn't yet had the chance to engage in many training programs, including endurance training. After being criticized for 2 whole days, the child began to hold a grudge. Chapter 41. Off to Huan at 2 p.m. on Friday, in the auditorium of Blue Sea Town No. 1 Middle School, under the witness of all the teachers and students. Chi Hao received the shiny first prize certificate from Liang Hezhong. The audience erupted in warm applause, with many clapping until their hands turned red. The Hope Star organization hired a very professional live streaming team to broadcast the award ceremony in its entirety. Pan Yu specifically created a PPT showcasing the problems Chi Hao had solved, the books he had read, his notes, and his difficult problem book. After him, Liang Hezhong took the stage to present his textbook to everyone. Next was a staff member from Hope Star, who displayed some surveillance videos from the exam site, as well as the final conclusion reached after a thorough investigation by the company. Chi Hao was innocent. Once all possibilities were ruled out, the remaining one, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, was often the correct answer. After the award ceremony, Liang Hezhong sat across from Chi Hao again. Teacher Pan told me that you personally called Hope Star to help me secure this live broadcast for the award ceremony. Liang Hezhong smiled and shook his head. I don't think I have that much influence. I actually feel it was a mutual agreement. But I really can't learn mathematics. Liang Hezhong keenly noticed that Chi Hao used can't instead of don't want to. His smile turned a bit bitter. After coming this far, he still couldn't move the other party? In the future, I plan to apply for aerospace engineering. When I grow up, I want to pilot a spaceship and fly into space to see what the universe is really like. After getting a computer and having access to the internet, Chi Hao checked some information and already knew that the idea proposed by Lei Boyong was unreliable. At first, Lei Boyong had persuaded Chi Hao that to become an astronaut, he had to first participate in a math competition, then take the competition results to various aerospace research institutes to apply, and he actually believed it. Looking back, Chi Hao couldn't help but laugh. He had been so easily fooled a few months ago. Seated across from Chi Hao, Liang Hezhong noticed the hopeful expression on Chi Hao's face when he mentioned aerospace engineering, and his heart ached. It was over. The person really didn't plan to pursue mathematics. Thinking about his talented students who switched majors midway, Liang Hezhong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Teacher Liang, you've helped me a lot, and I'm truly sorry. Everyone has their own aspirations. With the conversation reaching this point, it indicated there was no room for negotiation. Liang Hezhong finished the cup of tea in front of him, stood up, and extended his hand to Chi Hao. Then let us say goodbye for now. We'll see each other in the capital next semester. Chi Hao. This time it was Chi Hao who was confused. Liang Hezhong laughed heartily. Our Huan is not as petty as Qin Yun. My invitation to you still stands. Chi Hao. If your future dream is to leave Blue Star, then Blue Sea Town is no longer suitable for you. Our Huan University is not limited to just mathematics. You are welcome to attend the youth class at Huada Affiliated High School as a transition and make your final decision when you graduate. Perhaps by then, you might change your mind again. This time, Chi Hao nodded heavily, reaching out to shake Liang Hezhong's hand. Click, a faint sound of a photo being taken echoed. Both of them turned to the door and saw Pan Yu holding a phone, grinning widely. Chi Hao, you might be my junior in the future. Let's take another picture. Smile. This photo, after obtaining consent from both parties, was also shared online. Now, a few netizens who were eagerly waiting for Chi Hao to face a major setback were caught off guard. What is going on? Chi Hao didn't go to Qin Yun. It can't be that he didn't want to go. After the winter break, the friends at Lan Hai Town No. 1 High School returned to school. In Class 1-2, there was one less student. Meanwhile, the gifted class at Huada High School welcomed 2 new transfer students this semester. In the family compound of Qin Yun University, Shuri Fei's wife was happily helping their second son organize his boarding school luggage. Mom, I'm already 15. I'm not a kid anymore. I can do it myself. Shuyang said impatiently. After saying that, he even pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses in a serious manner, mimicking his father. Shuryu, who was having breakfast, couldn't hold back a laugh at his brother's pretentiousness. Shuyang's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Bro, what are you laughing at? Shuryu stopped laughing, his expression serious. Yang, the students in the gifted class tend to have distinct personalities. With that arrogant attitude of yours, be careful not to get isolated. Humph, we'll see who isolates whom then, Shuyang replied. Their mother quietly added, exactly. Shuri Fei, while leisurely sipping his coffee, looked proudly at his 2 sons. Even in the family compound of Qin Yun University, they were an enviable family. The elder son, Shuryu, was 19 years old, studying in the gifted class at the affiliated high school of Qin Yun University, and currently in his 3rd year at the mathematics department of Qin Yun University. The younger son, Shuyang, was 15 years old, and last year he applied to the gifted class at the same school his brother attended, but was rejected. He finally managed to enter the gifted class at Huan University during the winter break. To celebrate this happy occasion, the family even took a trip abroad. Shuyang was a good son, but since entering puberty, his temperament had become a bit odd, often speaking with a sharp tone that could be hard to handle. So it was necessary to give him a few reminders. Yang, when you go to school, make sure to get along well with your classmates. Don't always throw tantrums like you do at home. Your classmates are not your brother. Oh, By the way, I heard that this semester, besides you, there's another student transferring in named Chi Hao. He's very talented in mathematics. You might want to be friends with him. Upon hearing Chi Hao's name, Shi Yang's expression became somewhat complicated. Dad, don't you remember? I've met Chi Hao. Shi Fei raised his eyebrows in surprise. When? Did you go to Lanhai Town? Did you go on a trip with your classmates? I don't recall. His wife gently nudged him. You're always locked in your study, buried in solving problems, and you don't pay any attention to the kids' matters. Yang Yang lost to this Chi Hao in last year's debate competition finals. Ah, that's even better. You all participated in the same competition, share a common language, and it's easier to get along. Shi Yang pursed his lips and said, I don't like that country bumpkin. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Shi and Shiyu were looking at him disapprovingly, but only his mother nodded in agreement. Yes, our Yang Yang is a city kid, well-informed. Kids from small places haven't traveled much, so how can they have anything in common? Besides, I heard that this Chi Hao is an orphan. Probably dirty, and who knows if he has lice or fleas. It's best to stay away from him. Chi Hao, who traveled half the universe to Blue Star. Did I hear that I haven't traveled far? She couldn't take it anymore. He shook his head, glanced at the time, and stood up. It's almost time. I'll drive Yang Yang to school. Shiyu picked up a down jacket from the side and took the luggage from his mother's hands. Dad, it's snowing today and it's cold outside. Let me take my brother. She looked at his two children walking out together with appreciation before heading to the study with his coffee. His study was elegantly decorated, with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. He pulled out a book and began to study it intently. Chapter 42, Change Dormitory? The gifted class of Huada Fuzhong has its own separate campus located in the northeast corner of Huazhong University. Shiyu parked the car in the parking lot outside and led his younger brother through the north gate into the university. Following the address on the admission notice, they quickly found the teaching building for the youth class. The staff member at the student office patiently assisted Shi Yang in completing the enrollment procedures and handed him a key. Smiling as she introduced, the dormitory conditions in our affiliated school are quite good. Each dormitory has its own small balcony and bathroom, accommodating for students. Currently, one room has only 3 students living in it, but considering that 2 new students are admitted this semester, we have arranged a separate room for you two to keep each other company. In other words, he has to share a dormitory with that rustic kid, Shiyu? Shi Yang frowned involuntarily, recalling their mother's comments about country folks. Seeing the teacher looking confusedly at his brother, Shiyu quickly stepped forward, grabbed the dorm key, thanked the teacher, and pulled Shi Yang away, saying as they walked, Yang Yang, you're being a bit rude. The school is being considerate of you. Why do you look so unhappy? Shi Yang shrugged off his brother's grip. Don't pull me. I'm not a child. I want to get lost. Shiyu could tell his brother was throwing a tantrum again. Not wanting to argue outside, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. His brother wasn't bad at heart, just a bit spoiled by their mother. Following the signs on campus, they headed north for a short while until they spotted a 3-story red building. The building had only 1 unit, and a short boy in an oversized red down jacket was carrying a thermos toward the unit door. The 2 brothers followed him inside. The building had no elevator, and the small boy climbed the stairs quickly. By the time Shiyu huffed and puffed his way to the 3rd floor, the boy was already standing in front of the 2nd dormitory on the left side of the stairs, pulling out a key to unlock the door. Shiyu glanced around and realized that the boy was opening room 302. What a coincidence, they encountered a roommate. He hurriedly picked up his luggage and rushed to the door just before the boy closed it, smiling. Hello, classmate, we also live in this dormitory. Chi Hao looked up. The boy in front of him was tall and slender, appearing a few years older than him. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he had a gentle demeanor and was smiling warmly at him. This must be his future roommate, right? He stepped back slightly and made a welcoming gesture. Please come in. I'm Chi Hao, nice to meet you. Shiyu followed Chi Hao into the room. The dormitory wasn't large. Outside was a small balcony, and to the right of the door was a small bathroom. Along the walls were 4 bunk beds. The upper part was a bed, while the lower part served as a study desk. Notably, the bed on the right side by the balcony had been made up with brand new bedding, and Chi Hao's red down jacket was on the desk below. It seemed that Chi Hao had chosen this bed. Shiyu then looked at the other 3 beds, intending to pick one at random, but remembering his brother's picky nature, he gave up on that idea. He turned back and urged into the hallway. Yang Yang, hurry up. The door creaked open again. Shi Yang walked into the dormitory at a leisurely pace. Chi Hao glanced at Shi Yang and then at Shiyu. It seemed that the one who came later was his roommate. He smiled and said, Hello, I'm Chi Hao, your roommate. Nice to meet you. Before he could finish his sentence, Shuyang scanned the room and pointed at Chi Hao's bed, saying, "Brother, I want to sleep in that bed." Both Shiryu and Chi Hao were stunned. Shiryu, with a face, said, "Yang, Chi has already chosen that bed. Why don't you pick one from the other three? I think any of them is fine. I want that one." Shiryu felt even more awkward. He touched his nose and instinctively glanced at Chi Hao. The smile on Chi Hao's face vanished. He pulled out the chair from his desk, sat down leisurely, and started to do his own thing, ignoring the two of them. Shiryu's face felt a bit hot. He placed his luggage on the nearest desk by the door and pulled his brother close, whispering in his ear, "I'm begging you, stop making a scene. Just pick a bed quickly, and I'll help you set it up." Shuyang suddenly broke free from him, angrily shouting, "The bed by the door is too close to the corridor, it's too noisy. The one facing the balcony door is too cold in winter. The one on the right is too close to the bathroom, it stinks. Only that bed is good. Why can he stay there and I can't? I want that bed." "That's nonsense. He got here first. Look, the bedding is already laid out on the bed." Shuyang blinked indifferently. "Then let him redo it, it's not a hassle." Chi Hao put down his pen, turned around, and looked Shuyang up and down, as if observing some peculiar species. After a moment, he turned back to his own work. Shuyang felt stung by Chi Hao's gaze and raised his voice. "Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm willing to switch with you. I haven't complained about your mess. Who knows if there are lice or fleas on the bed you've slept on?" After saying that, seeing Chi Hao completely ignoring him and his brother glaring at him disapprovingly, he became even angrier. He walked over and reached for the bedding on Chi Hao's bed. "If you won't switch, I'll change it for you myself." Chi Hao quickly stood up, taking a step to the right, perfectly blocking the space between Shuyang and his own upper bunk. He slowly raised his head, looked up at Shuyang, who was a whole head taller than him, and coldly uttered a single word, "Get lost." Mr. Ma from the Student Affairs office was sorting through documents when he suddenly heard a light knock on the door. But today only one new student had come to report, and that had just been completed. He wondered who it could be. "Come in." The person who entered was the older brother of the new student who had just completed the procedures. He smiled apologetically at the teacher, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "Teacher, may I ask if my brother can have a room to himself?" Mr. Ma's smile faded a bit. "I'm sorry, but the school regulations state that only doctoral students can have their own individual dormitory. Even graduate students share rooms." Shiyu's face turned red, and after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately didn't ask the second question. Shuyang, who was waiting outside, grew impatient and pushed the door open. "Teacher, didn't you say earlier that there was a dormitory that wasn't fully occupied, with only 3 people living there and an empty bed? As long as Chi Hao moves in, that dormitory would be available. I'm willing to live in that dormitory by myself." The smile on Teacher Ma's face completely disappeared. She first lowered her head to check Shuyang's enrollment file, and then looked up and said to Shuyang in a businesslike manner, "Shuyang, your suggestion is feasible. A dormitory that isn't fully occupied can indeed accommodate one more person. Chi Hao checked in yesterday and has already moved in. He has no complaints about his current dormitory. Unless he requests to change himself, we have no authority or reason to ask him to switch dormitories. If you are truly dissatisfied with your current dormitory, you might consider switching to a 4-person room." Shuyang looked at Teacher Ma in disbelief. Teacher Ma smiled politely at him and asked, "So, Shuyang, do you want to change dormitories?" Chapter 43, My Name. Half an hour later, the door to room 302 opened again. Before leaving, Yang had declared that stepping into room 302 again would make him a dog, but with a sullen face, he reluctantly followed Shiyu back. When they entered, Chi Hao was sitting in his chair without even lifting his eyelids. Earlier, after Chi Hao had said "get lost," Shuyang had rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. But fortunately, Shiyu had managed to hold him back. Although Shuyang didn't get to punch Chi Hao, he didn't come out empty-handed either. He fully showcased his skills as the previous best debater and gave Chi Hao a thorough verbal lashing. Seeing that the two were at a stalemate, Shiyu finally dragged his brother to the student office. Shiyu knew his brother had provoked Chi Hao first. Once they entered, he awkwardly glanced at Chi Hao, rubbed his nose, and whispered an apology. After that, he stopped talking and focused on helping Shuyang pack his things. In the end, Shuyang settled on the bed closest to the door, farthest from Chi Hao. By the time Shiyu made the bed and organized the luggage, it was almost lunchtime. Before coming, the family had discussed that Shuyang should stay in the school dormitory today to get familiar with the environment and bond with his roommates. But given the current situation, he feared that as soon as he left, the two kids would start fighting immediately. Based on what he had seen of Chi Hao's strength in the videos, it was clear who would end up getting beaten. Helpless, Shiyu took Shiyang back home. After all, Qingyan University wasn't too far from Huan University. It wouldn't be a hassle to drop him off the next morning. Their arrival and departure had no impact on Chi Hao. For those he didn't care about, he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention. Chi Hao was sent to the capital city of Huan by Li Haoqiang and his son Li Bing. Pan Yu had originally wanted to personally escort Chi Hao to the capital for registration, and afterwards, he could visit his mentor, Liang Hezhong, along the way. However, he couldn't outmaneuver Li Haoqiang. The surgery for old Dean Li was very successful, and before Chi Hao left, the old Dean had basically returned to normal life. But just as Chi Hao had worried, he refused to accept Chi Hao's donation. In the end, it was only after Mayor Gao's persuasion that he reluctantly agreed to deposit the money into a newly opened account. I see that this child, Chi Hao, is determined to give. You might as well pretend to accept it and help him save the money. After all, Chi Hao is only 13 years old, and having so much money isn't safe for him. The old dean found this reasonable and deposited 450,000 into the new savings account. After returning to the welfare home, he immediately locked the account in a cabinet. He also made a savings account for Chi Hao with 50,000 yuan inside. Thus, with 50,000 yuan in hand, Chi Hao arrived at his new school surrounded by the Li family. The three of them arrived in Huan City 2 days early. After Li Haoqiang completed Chi Hao's enrollment procedures, he immediately rented a car and took the two kids to try some local specialties, visiting several famous attractions. The next morning, he took Chi Hao to buy a mobile phone and reminded him to keep in touch when he had time. Once everything was settled, he returned to Lanhai town with Li Bing, who kept looking back as they left. After arriving on Blue Star, Chi Hao found himself without any relatives or friends for the first time. When the teacher from the student affairs office told him that he would have a roommate, he was quite looking forward to it. He didn't expect that his roommate would be the arrogant boy he had seen at the debate competition. If his roommate were Shi Yang, he would rather be alone. Aside from this small episode regarding accommodation, Chi Hao was very satisfied with everything about the youth class at the affiliated school of Hua University. All the students in the youth class were top talents selected from across the country, each having demonstrated exceptional abilities in different subjects. For these gifted youths, the school adopted a completely different educational approach compared to regular schools. The campus was deliberately set up within the university to facilitate access to all the excellent teaching resources of Hua University. The curriculum of the youth class was also quite rich. In addition to common subjects like mathematics, language, and science, there were also courses in astronomy, archaeology, geology, computer science, music, art, and drama, among many others that were not typically offered in regular middle schools. Students could freely choose from these courses based on their interests. The youth class had 3 grades, with only 2 classes in the 3rd grade, 3 classes in the 2nd grade, and the largest number of classes in the 1st grade, which had 5 classes. Chi Hao and Shi Yang were both in Class 5. After the school started on Monday, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Wang Meixin, briefly introduced the new students to the class, then handed out the course selection forms. She asked the 2 new students to mark their interests next to the courses they were interested in. Chi Hao skipped music, art, and drama, and marked every other course. When teacher Wang collected the forms, she couldn't help but chuckle. Chi Hao, you've chosen too many courses. I'll give you a new form to select again. Chi Hao was a bit puzzled. Teacher, I'm interested in all these courses. Indeed, he was another curious student. Teacher Wang, accustomed to the strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge of these gifted children, patiently explained, the courses you've selected have overlapping schedules. You need to refer to the class schedule on the back of the form when making your selections. Chi Hao turned to the back and found that many popular courses had overlapping times. For instance, astronomy and computer science were both scheduled for Wednesday afternoons from 1:30 to 3 o'clock. The children from Zeta Star had grown up looking at star maps and were well versed in various cosmic knowledge. He estimated that the understanding of the universe by all the cosmologists on Blue Star combined wouldn't match that of a single child from Zeta Star. Originally wanting to gauge Blue Star's level of understanding of the universe, he now confidently crossed out astronomy. Both archaeology and geology looked very appealing, but unfortunately, their class times also overlapped. This time, Chi Hao hesitated a bit longer before finally crossing out geology with difficulty. After filling out the form, he handed it back to teacher Wang. Looking at the 2 course selection forms in front of her, she noted, Chi Hao, computer science, archaeology, Shi Yang, music, drama. The interests of the two new students were really quite different. The efficiency of the gifted class is remarkable. On the first day of school, the homeroom teacher quickly covered some school rules and important notes during the first lesson and distributed the textbooks. From the second class onwards, they started their formal lessons. The first formal lesson for Class 5 was history. The history teacher was a sprightly old man named Su Anji, thin and serious in demeanor. After a brief introduction, stating that he was a first-level professor in the history department of Huan University, he intended to start the class. He had heard that new students had joined the class. So before beginning, he specifically reminded them, the two new students this semester should come to see me this weekend to catch up on last semester's material. This part will not be covered in class to avoid wasting other students' time. After he finished speaking, Chihao had no objections, but Shi Yang was displeased. He had planned to go home immediately after school on Friday and not spend another second in the dormitory with Chihao. That way, he would only have to stay with Chihao for 4 nights a week. But if he had to attend extra classes over the weekend, he would have to see Chihao every day. No way, he absolutely couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, he raised his hand high. Teacher, I finished all the middle school history content ahead of time during the winter break, so I don't need to make up classes. Just let Chihao come to you for it. After saying this, Shi Yang felt a bit smug, having outdone Chihao, and glanced at him with some pride. However, that pride lasted less than a second. Professor Su's attitude was firm. No, both of you must come to me for makeup classes. The textbooks you are using have been personally compiled by me, and they contain many of the latest archaeological research results that cannot be found elsewhere. After saying this, he did not give Shi Yang another chance to speak and turned to write a large title on the blackboard. The Mystery of Human Origins, Evolutionary Leap. Except for Chihao, the other students were somewhat baffled by this title. Hadn't they already been tested on human origins last semester? The ancient apes evolved over a long period into humans. What was there to talk about? What did leap refer to? After writing this line, Professor Su turned back. Leaning on the podium, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Class, today's lesson includes a highly forward-looking scientific hypothesis that, if validated, will rewrite the history of human evolution. As we all know, we previously believed that the ancestors of humans could be traced back to the southern ancient apes of Africa. These ancient apes began to diverge about 600,000 years ago and gradually developed traits such as bipedalism and increased brain capacity, along with complex social behaviors. Note that this evolutionary process was slow and gradual, a natural evolution without any external intervention. However, in July last year, our archaeologists unexpectedly unearthed a large number of precious fossil specimens in a cave in the southern part of Anyang. These new specimens reveal a shocking history. 10,000 years ago, the behavioral patterns of primates underwent a sudden and significant leap, with cognitive abilities improving dramatically and behaviors changing noticeably within just a century. This discovery has led to new hypotheses suggesting that human evolution may not be limited to the natural evolution of ancient primates, but might have been influenced by certain external factors, which facilitated this leap in development 10,000 years ago. Currently, renowned archaeologists and anthropologists from around the world have gathered near a cave in Anyang, studying day and night. We still do not know what external factors intervened to cause such an astonishing leap in human evolution, accelerating the pace of evolution by decades or even millions of years. Perhaps in the near future, we will solve this mystery. By then, the portion of our history textbooks concerning human origins may need to be rewritten. Oh my, is this true? It's simply magical. The students were incredulous, deeply shocked by the information. Chihao was not particularly interested in human evolutionary history, but Mr. Su's teaching was so engaging that listening to him felt like hearing a story, and he found himself captivated without realizing it. As Mr. Su became more animated at the podium, he carefully took out a USB drive from his bag. The cave walls were also etched with numerous patterns. Although heavily weathered and eroded, some were still recognizable. The structure of these patterns exhibited characteristics vastly different from the pictographs we commonly see, suggesting they might represent an entirely new form of writing that had never been discovered before, according to the archaeologist's research. While speaking, Mr. Su plugged the USB into the computer, and a blurry image quickly appeared on the screen in front of the class. The cave's interior was a yellowish-brown, interspersed with some brown or green stones, and the entire wall was covered in patterns, most of which were no longer distinguishable. Mr. Su moved the cursor to the lower left corner of the cave image and pointed at a row of unclear patterns, stating that 2 of these patterns appeared most frequently. After piecing them together, we obtained a clearer image. Chi-Hao glanced at the photo lazily. It wasn't clear at all. It was just a blur. And he couldn't make out anything. After showcasing the image for a while, Mr. Su turned it off and opened another file. Class, please look here. After piecing together multiple patterns and restoring them through professional techniques, we finally obtained these 2 patterns. Without any warning, 2 structurally intact symbols of an unknown writing system abruptly caught Chi-Hao's attention. With a thud, the pen in his hand fell to the ground. The 2 yellowish-brown, incomplete symbols displayed on the screen were none other than his name, Meyer. Experts analyze that these 2 frequently occurring characters may be similar to the greeting hello used by modern people, or they could be blessings used for well-wishing. Some experts also believe that these 2 characters represent a certain belief of primitive people, such as the sun. Teacher Su on the podium is still moving his lips, but Chi-Hao can no longer hear what he is saying. Chapter 44. At a loss, Chi-Hao didn't even know how he managed to hold on until the end of class. Teacher Su was thoroughly enjoying himself during this lesson. The discovery of the ancient cave site in Anyang City was a celebration for all history enthusiasts, and Teacher Su had been celebrating for nearly half a year. After class, he hummed a tune that was out of tune, tidied up his teaching materials, and was about to leave when a boy silently blocked his path. A stranger, unfamiliar to him. This must be a new student who transferred this semester. Teacher Su put away his smile and resumed his usual serious demeanor when facing students. Is there something you would like to ask, student? Chi-Hao eagerly asked. Teacher, I'm very interested in the cave site you mentioned in class. Today, during the class meeting, the homeroom teacher said that our school often organizes study tours. May I ask if our school's faculty and students have the opportunity to go for archaeological exploration at this cave? Archaeological exploration is a tough job, especially for the excavation of new sites in remote areas, which requires true passion to endure. The school had previously established an archaeology club and organized a few field exploration activities, but very few students signed up. Eventually, the club was disbanded. It had been several years since any student had inquired about field exploration. A rare smile appeared on Teacher Su's usually serious face. This cave is a groundbreaking discovery that has shocked the world, and our university will certainly be involved. In fact, I am the team leader. In January of this year, I submitted an application to the Provincial Cultural Heritage Administration Department where Anyang City is located, and I expect the approval to come through soon. Saying this, he patted Chi-Hao on the shoulder. I didn't expect that among a bunch of kids buried in their studies, there would be one willing to go out into the field. Chi-Hao quickly asked, Teacher, when you get approved, can I join you? Teacher Su chuckled. You? I'm afraid that's not possible. First of all individuals in the team need to obtain the necessary qualifications in advance. Our qualification application has already been submitted and is about to be approved. Secondly, you're too young. Even if we applied for you, it probably wouldn't get approved. Upon hearing this, Chi-Hao instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Teacher Su, feeling a bit sympathetic, encouraged Chi-Hao several times. After the history teacher left, Chi-Hao stood there dejectedly, wishing he could immediately fly to the site to see it for himself. Since his name was on the cave wall, the other patterns mentioned by humanity must all be the script of Zeta Star. It seemed his premonition was correct. There were indeed his compatriots on Blue Star. But how could he possibly get to the site? Even if he found the cave based on the address, he wouldn't be allowed to enter. In the capital city of Anhua, he had no relatives or acquaintances to ask for help. Suddenly, Chi-Hao thought of someone. The person he knew who was most likely to be able to help him. After school that afternoon, Chi-Hao took out his phone and dialed Liang Hezhong's number. Liang Hezhong was entertaining an old classmate he hadn't seen in a long time. When the phone rang for the first time, he saw it was an unfamiliar number and hung up, continuing his conversation. But soon, the phone rang again. Liang Hezhong felt a bit impatient. Hello? Who is this? Professor Liang, it's me, Chi-Hao. Liang Hezhong's attitude immediately changed, becoming kind and patient. Oh, it's Xiao Hao? School has started, right? Is everything going smoothly? If you need any help, feel free to reach out to me. I live in the faculty housing at our university, not far from your genius class. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Liang Hezhong thought to himself, kids these days are so direct. However, he quickly sent his address to Chi-Hao. His old friend Xiao Jianhong, sitting across from him, couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, old Liang. You've always avoided trouble and usually don't allow students to visit. Who is this that gets such special treatment? Oh, A rare mathematical genius who doesn't want to pursue mathematics. How could I let him go? Besides, I want to keep an eye on him. Speaking of him, aren't you part of that aerospace project team? How is the project progressing? Any updates? Xiao Jianhong shook his head. It's tough. This month we've already observed the second asteroid cluster. The good news is we successfully intercepted it before it could hit our planet. The bad news is, after testing, the largest asteroid in this cluster is nearly 50 meters in diameter. That was a rather terrifying number. To put it into perspective, the probability of a 50-meter-wide object colliding with our planet has historically been once every 3,000 years. Liang Hezhong was startled. That's frightening. I thought they would burn up upon entering the atmosphere, so there wouldn't be a need for interception? Xiao Jianhong replied with a wry smile. What you're talking about are asteroids only a few meters in diameter or smaller. The larger the asteroid, the greater the danger it poses. Have you forgotten how the dinosaurs went extinct? The asteroid that caused their extinction was only 8 kilometers in diameter. In fact, even a 30-meter asteroid can cause significant damage. Last year, the explosion in a certain bay was due to a failed interception of a 30-meter asteroid, equivalent to thousands of atomic bombs. Just so you know, this asteroid, close to 50 meters in diameter, is headed towards our region. If we fail to intercept it, and it strikes, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Liang Hezhong became. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, startling him. Xiao Jianhong laughed. Go answer the door. Your math genius must have arrived. Really? Is it that quick? It takes at least 20 minutes to bike from their dormitory to here, and it's been less than 10 minutes. As Liang Hezhong mumbled, he went to open the door. Outside stood a panting Qi Hao. Upon seeing Qi Hao, Liang Hezhong exclaimed in surprise. Qi Hao, have you grown taller? Yes. During the school health check, I measured 165 centimeters. You've been eating well lately, keeping up with your nutrition. Liang Hezhong welcomed him with a cheerful demeanor. So, what's the rush? What do you need from me? Just as Qi Hao was about to speak, he suddenly felt someone in the room sizing him up. He quickly turned around and met a pair of intrigued eyes. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my old classmate, Professor Xiao from the Aerospace Engineering Department. And this is the math genius I mentioned earlier, Qi Hao. After politely greeting Professor Xiao, Qi Hao closed his mouth. Normally, Professor Xiao would have left upon encountering such a situation, but today he was there on a mission and had no intention of leaving before discussing it. If anyone were to leave, it should be the newcomers. Xiao Jianhong smiled and poured himself another cup of tea. Liang Hezhong found it amusing. It seemed that old Xiao was clearly there to observe. He led Qi Hao to a nearby single sofa and poured a cup of hot water on the coffee table in front of him. It's cold outside, so have some hot water to warm up first. No need to rush. Qi Hao held the steaming cup with both hands, feeling the warmth gradually thawing his cold body. The room fell into silence as no one spoke for a while. Liang Hezhong glanced around and cleared his throat helplessly. Ahem, Xiao Hao. Today is your first day of school, right? Are you facing any difficulties in your studies? Qi Hao quickly set down the cup, placed his hands on his knees, and nodded obediently. Teacher Liang, have you heard about the ancient cave ruins discovered in Anyang last year? What cave? Ancient? Liang Hezhong was unfamiliar with this topic. It was beyond his knowledge. Meanwhile, Xiao Jianhong, who had been sipping his tea, looked up in surprise upon hearing the mention of the Anyang cave. Chapter 45. Connecting the dots. As Xiao Jianhong lifted his head, Qi Hao immediately looked over at him with keen interest. Qi Hao was usually calm and composed, not at all like a child, but now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quite control himself. At first, Xiao Jianhong didn't pay much attention to Qi Hao. He seemed to recall something amusing and smiled as he gossiped with Liang Hezhong. They say interdisciplinary collaboration is important. I never thought that archaeology would connect with our work in aerospace. One's in the sky, the other's underground. Liang Hezhong became intrigued. How so? It's about that cave in Anyang that this kid just mentioned. As soon as he said it, I remembered. This cave was discovered last year, and it's said that the walls inside are covered with strange symbols. Those old archaeologists treasure these symbols, claiming they've discovered a new language system, and excitedly reported it, only to have it dismissed. Can you guess which department rejected it? Qi Hao quietly perked up his ears nearby. Liang Hezhong casually replied. It must have been the National Cultural Heritage Administration that rejected it. They've always been in charge of this area. That's old news. It used to be under the jurisdiction of the Cultural Heritage Administration. A few years ago, for some unknown reason, it suddenly changed to a multi-departmental management system. Now, Any major archaeological discovery has to be reported simultaneously to the Cultural Heritage Administration, the Public Security Department, and our Aerospace Office. For this major discovery, the other two departments didn't raise any objections, but it was actually the Aerospace Office that rejected it. It's really something to see. Liang Hezhong was skeptical. Wasn't your Aerospace Office only established 8 years ago? Such power. Besides, aren't you in charge of things in the sky? Why are you also managing what is dug up from the ground? Isn't that an outsider managing an insider's affairs? No. It's not that they can just reject it at will. It seems the office submitted some evidence proving that these symbols have other origins. I've heard that they have backups of all the characters unearthed from that cave. Even the 2 characters that appeared most frequently were restored with the help of the office. Isn't that outrageous? Liang Hezhong exclaimed in surprise. That really is outrageous. Where did you get this information? Have these symbols appeared in outer space? I wonder if this cave was left by aliens. Impossible. There are many primitive human skeletal fossils in the cave, and I think this will become yet another unsolved mystery. However, our Aerospace Office does have considerable power and oversees everything. Besides archaeology, I've heard they even have a say in what astronauts eat on their spacecraft. The two were happily chatting, and seeing Chi Hao listening intently nearby, Liang Hezhong gently asked, "Feeling warmer now? Can you tell me what you need?" Chi Hao put down his cup. He had originally come to inquire about the cave in Anyang, but since the Aerospace Office already had more information regarding the Zeta Star script, going to that cave was no longer the most important thing. "Teacher, you know I've always been particularly interested in aerospace, right? I came to ask if there are any related clubs at Huan University. If you ask about math-related clubs, I can immediately recommend several. As for aerospace-related ones, I'm not very sure." Liang Hezhong immediately realized that Chi Hao had shifted the topic to something else after coming to his home. He definitely didn't come to him for this matter. Liang was very fond of talented individuals and had never considered transferring Chi Hao to another department. So even though Xiao Jianhong from the Aerospace College was sitting on the sofa nearby, he didn't engage with him. As long as he didn't facilitate any connections for Chi Hao, there would be no association with aerospace. Unexpectedly, despite his reluctance to cause trouble, Xiao Jianhong took the initiative to speak up. There's an aerospace club at Huan University that is open to undergraduates. I'll check if they accept students from the gifted program. I occasionally guide there and know quite a bit about that club. It's pretty good. Liang Hezhong was infuriated by this unexpected move from Xiao. "What do you mean, old Xiao? Are you trying to poach my prize student?" In reality, he misunderstood Xiao Jianhong. Xiao's comment was primarily to save face for Liang Hezhong because he completely misinterpreted Liang's intentions. In his eyes, he had come to discuss some difficult issues regarding a project, and by coincidence, he encountered a student very interested in his field. It must be that Liang wanted to help this kid make connections for internship opportunities in aerospace. What could be more convenient than that? Realizing he needed Liang's help, Xiao Jianhong reluctantly took out his phone. "All right, Chi Hao, let's exchange contact information." He thought to himself, "Old Liang, look at what I've done for you. You have to help me out with the project later." After Chi Hao left, Liang Hezhong put on a stern face and confronted Xiao Jianhong. "Old Xiao, what exactly are you here for today? Just to annoy me?" "No, old Liang. I actually have a request for you." Once Xiao Jianhong began discussing serious matters, he became serious. Our department's research institute was originally focused on capturing and defending against asteroids, right? In recent years, near-Earth asteroids have clearly increased, and our research focus has shifted towards defense. The most important aspect of defense is astronomical observation and orbital calculation. Old Liang, you wrote a textbook about how to use mathematical modeling to deduce the semi-major axis and inclination of orbits based on existing observational data. We are currently working on this, but we have encountered many difficulties. There are too many factors to consider during orbital calculations. The gravitational pull between planets and disturbances from other celestial bodies can all affect the orbits of asteroids. We urgently need to obtain more accurate calculation results. So we plan to establish an expert group. You are an expert in this field, and I would like to invite you to join our team. I'm not sure if you're interested or if you have the time. Moreover, since this is a key national project, the leader has been appointed from above. So you want to be able to take on that role, and because this is a challenging task, it may require frequent overtime. Additionally, the compensation might not be very competitive, and you will have to sign a lot of confidentiality agreements. In short, it's a lot of work with little pay, no power, and no benefits. As Xiao Jianhong spoke, his voice grew softer, feeling a bit embarrassed. In fact, before coming here, He already sensed that this matter wasn't very promising. Lao Liang is a pure mathematician, and all his passion is devoted to fundamental mathematics. However, this project is truly in urgent need of talent, which is why he forced himself to come here. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Liang Hezhong shook his head. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm only good at mathematical modeling and lack the necessary knowledge in physics and cosmology. You might need to look for someone else. Although it was an excuse, it also revealed part of the truth. Xiao Jianhong sighed deeply. Where could he find someone who possesses Liang Hezhong's mathematical expertise, has plenty of free time, loves aerospace science, enjoys the universe, is obedient, hardworking, and doesn't he require a high salary? Such a person probably doesn't he exist in the world. He stood up in frustration, preparing to say goodbye to Liang Hezhong. Liang Hezhong suddenly slapped his thigh with a frown. I have a candidate. This person has actually studied my textbook, and I've spoken to him in person. His research is quite in-depth. He is available on call, has ample time, and whether he gets paid or not is up to you. He is right here at our university, so it will be convenient for you to work together. Xiao Jianhong's eyes lit up as he listened. Lao Liang, we actually have such a person at Huan University? Which department is he from? Please introduce me. I'll go visit him right away. Liang Hezhong glanced at him and suddenly smiled, a rather peculiar smile. You already have his contact information. Chapter 46. So it's you. Xiao Jianhong was somewhat displeased. Old Liang, why are you playing games with me? I've gone through all the professors at our university, from the esteemed senior professors to the promising young talents. There's no one like that here. Come on, just tell me who this person is. To be honest, this project is extremely important. It could even be a matter of life and death for many people. I'm really anxious. I've even got blisters on my lips. While he was anxious, Liang Hezhong appeared even more mysterious. Don't rush. Let me first introduce this person's professional capabilities. He got up and went to the study next door, quickly returning with a book. He opened the book, flipped to the middle, and handed it to Xiao Jianhong. Page 189. Take a look at the questions and answers he proposed. The entire thought process is outlined here. I've discussed this issue with him, and some of his insights have greatly inspired me. Xiao Jianhong took the book and noticed a slip of paper tucked next to Liang Hezhong's original formulas. He unfolded the slip, which was filled with densely packed calculations and a final conclusion. Taking into account the gravitational forces between planets, perturbations from other celestial bodies, and factors like orbital eccentricity, a mathematical model could be used to accurately calculate the orbital radius and inclination of the near-blue planet's asteroid Wanderlustja, considering the orbital period and the longitude of the ascending node of Wanderlustja. It could be inferred that the asteroid would likely intersect with the blue planet's orbit in 10 years. Below this sentence was a set of equations. This set of equations was a transformation based on the formulas in Liang Hezhong's book. The new formula, in addition to the aforementioned factors, even accounted for the velocities of both the W asteroid and the blue planet in their respective orbits. Xiao Jianhong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly as he held the slip of paper. Isn't this the equation we've been desperately pursuing? The W asteroid was precisely the challenging problem our project team was tackling. To accurately calculate its orbit and estimate the collision time with the blue planet. Everyone in our project team has been away from home for months, living and working on the project. If it weren't for coming to invite you today, I would still be on duty at my post. But now, you're telling me that there's a professor at our university who can make such precise predictions. Quickly tell me who he is. I need to find him immediately. Xiao Jianhong was too excited. As he spoke, he swayed slightly, unsteady on his feet. Liang Hezhong was startled and rushed over to support him, but Xiao Jianhong grabbed his hand in return. Old Liang, please tell me, who is this person? Old Xiao, don't be anxious. I sent a message to this person when I handed you the book. They should be arriving at my place soon, and you will meet them shortly. Xiao Jianhong said anxiously. Such a talent, in such cold weather. How can I let him come to see me in person? Give me his phone number. I'll see if he has time, and I'll personally visit him to ask. As long as he agrees to join the project team, even if it's just occasionally for guidance, the project's progress will greatly improve. This is huge news for our entire country. That's serious. Liang Hezhong only knew that Xiao Jianhong was involved in a large project, but now he realized how important the topic was. He became serious. Don't worry. He has a great interest in aerospace. I've looked through some of his mathematical manuscripts, and he has applied many formulas in the field of aerospace. He should agree. Old Liang, you just said you sent him a message, and he would be here soon. Why hasn't he arrived yet? If it's inconvenient, I think I should buy some gifts and personally go to invite him out. Liang Hezhong quickly stood up to stop Xiao Jianhong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Liang Hezhong wiped his sweat, was about to open the door, but Xiao Jianhong had already rushed past him to the door. When the door opened, Qi Hao was standing outside in the posture of having just knocked. Xiao Jianhong's excitement instantly vanished. He peered over Qi Hao's shoulder into the hallway. It was quiet in the hallway, and the cold winter wind blew in from the stairway. Xiao Jianhong was only wearing a sweater and shivered from the cold. With his great expectations dashed, he felt a bit dissatisfied with Qi Hao. This old Liang-esque connection seemed overly eager, coming to someone's house twice in one day. Just earlier, he clearly saw that there were guests, yet he came back again. But he maintained his composure. Although he wished he could send Qi Hao away to avoid disturbing the approaching old professor, he still politely nodded at Qi Hao. Inside, Liang Hezhong saw that Xiao Jianhong was blocking the door and not letting anyone in, with both of them standing in the cold wind at the entrance. He asked curiously, "Old Xiao, weren't you waiting for Qi Hao? Let him in, and you two can have a good chat about the asteroid orbit. I'll go make you a cup of hot tea. It's freezing out here. Don't let the kid catch a cold." Waiting for Qi Hao. Waiting for Qi Hao. Qi Hao. It turned out that this kid named Qi Hao was the old professor he had been eagerly waiting for. Xiao Jianhong slightly opened his mouth, stepped back, and then another step back. Qi Hao followed him into the room, closed the door, stood at the entrance, and shyly smiled at Xiao Jianhong, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. "Professor Xiao, hello. Teacher Liang said you wanted to discuss the calculation of the asteroid's orbit near the blue star with me. Just in time, I have a new idea. Professor, would you like to hear it?" Chapter 47 Perfect Equation. Until he sat face to face with Qi Hao in the tea room, Xiao Jianhong still felt a tremendous sense of unreality. He was unconsciously clutching the note written by Qi Hao in his hand. Just moments ago, Qi Hao had almost reached the dormitory building when Liang Hezhong suddenly sent him a brief message. After seeing this message, "Hurry back to my place to discuss the asteroid orbit issue with Professor Xiao." For Qi Hao, who was struggling with how to get closer to the space agency, this was like a timely pillow offered to a weary person, and he immediately ran back. What he didn't know was that in Xiao Jianhong's mind, he had already been placed on a pedestal. Previously, during his interactions with Liang Hezhong, Qi Hao had clearly felt that these senior professors disliked ambiguity and hesitation when discussing professional issues. Therefore, after sitting down in the tea room, Qi Hao quickly took out a pen from his pocket and grabbed a blank piece of paper from the tea table, starting to write and calculate. "Professor, this is my idea. I have classified the asteroids near the blue planet into 3 categories. The small ones will burn up most of their mass in the atmosphere. Even if debris falls to the blue planet, it won't pose a threat. The medium ones can cause significant damage near the impact point on the blue planet, but the threat can be managed. However, the large ones, like the Wanderlustja asteroid, which has a diameter of over 1 kilometer, would have catastrophic effects. According to my calculations, in 10 years, the W asteroid will intersect with the orbit of the blue planet, and the intersection point will be located over the southeastern part of our country." "What? Intersecting orbit? Over our country?" The interruption came in the form of 2 simultaneous exclamations. Liang Hezhong, carrying a teapot, walked in and, upon hearing this deduction, spilled some tea due to shock. A few drops of scalding tea splashed onto Xiao Jianhong's hand, but he seemed oblivious. "Qi Hao, my young friend, I won't hide it from you. Before you arrived, I looked over your calculation manuscript. The formula you derived is almost identical to what we ultimately obtained. Our formula considers 1 less parameter than yours. According to our formula, approximately 10 years from now, the W asteroid will be heading towards the blue planet, which is consistent with your conclusion. However, our calculations indicate that the W asteroid will just graze past the blue planet, rather than collide with it. Are you confident in your calculations?" Qi Hao immediately nodded confidently. "Yes, I'm sure. I can't be wrong." He wasn't boasting. The cosmic environment of the Zeta star back then was thousands of times harsher than that of the current blue planet. Its star, Tianshi Beishing, had begun to expand, causing the nearest planets to partially vaporize and turn into various sizes of meteoroids. Among them, there were as many as hundreds of larger meteoroids. If any one of them struck the Zeta star, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Back then, the first battle faced by Zeta star was to accurately calculate the velocities, orbits, and impact points of these meteoroids within a limited time frame, and then use various methods to eliminate the danger in advance. The Zeta beings, faced with an almost insurmountable predicament, unleashed unimaginable energy, resulting in countless exceptional scientists over thousands of years. Time and again, they have salvaged the fate of Zeta. If it weren't for the sudden acceleration of the celestial body in the later stages, Zeta, which had already developed super spacecraft and human hibernation fluids, could have had many more survivors. Unfortunately, when calculating the death rate of the celestial body, they made a mistake by overlooking a seemingly insignificant parameter. This ultimately led to the planet's demise. Just a trivial parameter. These past events, which may be worthy of praise or lament, have been recorded in chips implanted in the brains of 100 planetary seeds, resembling small cysts. Now, Chi-Hao is able to read most of the information. Thus, he is more cautious than any scientist on Blue Planet when making predictions. He knows better than anyone that if the predictions are inaccurate, preparations must be made for the worst-case scenario. For the Zeta beings, even prenatal education consists of various cosmic knowledge. Calculating the orbits of asteroids and accurately estimating impact points are all within Chi-Hao's knowledge comfort zone. Previously, his diligent study of mathematics was merely a fusion of the knowledge systems of Blue Planet and Zeta, using the mathematical and physical language of Blue Planet to explain the knowledge of Zeta. The reason Chi-Hao can derive formulas so exquisitely, propose perspectives that even Liang Hezhong could not imagine, and astonish Xiao Jianhong, is rooted in this. In his eyes, humanity's understanding of the universe is like that of a newborn child in front of a scientist who has immersed himself in cosmic science for hundreds of years. There is no comparison. Xiao Jianhong sat dazedly, staring at the calculation paper dampened by tea on the coffee table, feeling a chill throughout his body. Emotionally, he did not want to believe the results calculated by Chi-Hao. Yet, rationally, he understood that there was a high probability that Chi-Hao was right. He knew very well that the formulas derived by their research institute were incomplete compared to Chi-Hao's. The parameter they overlooked was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to consider it. It seemed that adding this parameter would cause conflicts with other conditions, regardless of how the equation changed. Until he saw Chi-Hao's equation. Perfect. It was a perfect equation. Therefore, Chi-Hao was likely the correct one. However, if Chi-Hao was indeed right, then in 10 years, that damned W asteroid, with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer, would strike the southeastern part of their homeland. The only method currently known to address asteroid impacts was to launch a nuclear bomb. By detonating a nuclear bomb, the asteroid could be shattered. But a 1-kilometer asteroid is too large. The fragments from the explosion would still fly toward Earth, possibly causing even greater disasters. The scientists in the group had already verified this countless times. However, due to the predicted outcome that W would narrowly miss Blue Planet, everyone was not yet fearful. We still have time to find more effective methods. But now, the time left for this country is only 10 years. He murmured unconsciously. Only 10 years, not enough time. Not enough time. Liang Hezhong completely understood his panic, but as he was not an expert in this field, he could only follow along anxiously, coming up with random ideas. If all else fails, should we seek help from another country? Is there any solution over there? Xiao Jianhong snorted coldly. That country? If W is heading towards us, let's not even talk about whether they would be willing to help. Even if they want to help, they can't. Ever since the explosive development in our aerospace sector 50 years ago, we have become the leader in space science and aerospace in the world. The technology that country is using now is what we have already discarded. Liang Hezhong slumped helplessly on the sofa. So what should we do? Just wait for it to crash into us. At this moment, Chi-Hao raised his hand and said weakly, I have a way to deal with asteroid impacts. Xiao Jianhong was taken aback and suddenly stood up. What did you say? I said I have a way to deal with asteroid impacts. We can launch a nuclear bomb to blow up the asteroid. Oh, it turns out that Chi-Hao was also thinking of this solution. Xiao Jianhong sighed. This is a last resort. Using a nuclear bomb has significant drawbacks, such as we could also launch a spacecraft to collide with the asteroid, changing W's trajectory through momentum transfer. Xiao Jianhong's eyes gradually widened. Yes, this is also a viable idea. Some comrades have proposed it before. We are currently studying the feasibility report of spacecraft colliding with asteroids. However, there may not be enough time, but I believe the best method is to attach a thruster to W, using continuous thrust to alter its trajectory and redirect it. Xiao Jianhong's eyes widened. Attaching a thruster to the asteroid. What a brilliant idea. No one had ever thought of this method before. How did Chi-Hao come up with such a clever solution? The consequences of a nuclear explosion are too difficult to control, and using a spacecraft to collide with the asteroid is even harder to realize. First, you need to ensure that the spacecraft can accurately target and collide in an unmanned state. Secondly, the mass of the spacecraft is insignificant compared to the asteroid. How many spacecraft would you need to send? How many batches of collisions would it take to have an effect? No one knows. And the astronomical figures required for this are impossible to estimate. Attaching a thruster to the asteroid. What a brilliant idea. Isn't our strongest technology in this country precisely rocket propulsion? Although this method still faces numerous challenges, at least there is a possibility of realization. At this moment, when Xiao Jianhong looked at Qi Hao, he found him more and more precious and pleasing to the eye, almost wishing to pick him up and kiss him on the cheek. He tried to calm his excitement and raised his teacup. Young friend Qi Hao, please allow me to toast you with tea instead of wine. After speaking, he took a big gulp. Oh no, don't drink it, it's hot. Liang Hezhong wanted to stop him but couldn't, watching helplessly as Xiao Jianhong poured hot water into his mouth. Chapter 48. Want to take the back door? Cheng Tianyu, director of the Aerospace Division of the Ministry of National Defense, was reviewing a report recently submitted by the Project Task Force. In recent years, the country has been promoting young leaders vigorously, and Cheng Tianyu is among the most outstanding of them. 8 years ago, a new aerospace division was established under the Ministry of National Defense, and after undergoing a series of tests, Cheng Tianyu stood out and was exceptionally promoted to the position of Deputy Director of the Aerospace Division. 5 years later, due to his remarkable performance, he has risen to the position of Director. Given his personal growth experience, Cheng's approach to personnel selection is quite bold. The important positions under his command are filled by capable individuals. The project from Xiao Jianhong's Research Institute is directly overseen by the Aerospace Division, making Cheng Tianyu their ultimate boss. The selection of all team members in the project group, after layers of assessments, ultimately needs to be reported to Cheng Tianyu. Only with his approval can they join the team. Otherwise, even if you hold a high social status, such as being the president of a prominent university and Xiao Jianhong's direct superior, you would not be able to step into the research institute where the project group is located. The report in Cheng Tianyu's hands is the culmination of the project team's efforts over the past 3 months, predicting the trajectory of the Wanderlustja asteroid, which they have closely monitored for years. After reading it carefully, the furrowed brows of Cheng Tianyu relaxed. Good. Very good. The project team has succeeded. They have finally derived the formula. According to the formula, although the W asteroid will revisit the blue planet in 10 years, it will only pass by without intersecting its trajectory. It's good that they 1T intersect. Cheng Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart easing slightly. He and T slept well for months due to this project. The aerospace division he leads has only been established for 8 years, making it the youngest department in the entire Ministry of National Defense. It lacks both internal accumulation and external support. However, it is a remarkable department. Cheng Tianyu is a very intelligent and perceptive person. Ever since he joined the aerospace division, he has had an inexplicable and strange feeling. As a department so young and without a strong backing, things have been remarkably smooth for them. So smooth that it is frightening. When they lacked funding, the finance department proactively allocated funds. When they needed personnel, top-notch professors from the 2 leading universities, Huan University and Qingyun University, were available for selection by their department. When they needed space, the Land Resources Department generously handed over a piece of wasteland adjacent to the university town in the northern suburbs of Huan City to the Aerospace Division. He had never dared to even dream of asking for that land. Many ministries had nearly become enemies over it. Yet, he didn't even have to speak up. The application report simply stated a desire for a piece of wasteland to build a research institute, no matter how remote. That piece of land ended up in his pocket. When the approval result came down, not only was he unable to believe it, but the entire country's ministries were also in an uproar. There are many people, both openly and secretly, inquiring about his background. What background could he possibly have? He is just an ordinary person. However, every single one of these matters requires layers of reporting and approval. None of them are easy to handle. In their department, as long as it is a genuine need, things can be quietly resolved in no time. It is so smooth that it makes him anxious. It's as if someone has been silently watching them, ready to lend a generous hand whenever they encounter difficulties. Cheng Tianyu is a very intelligent person. Unlike the former director who attributed all accomplishments to his own abilities and was blindly optimistic, he buried his doubts deep within and became more serious, cautious, and careful in his work. He followed the rules and procedures, unwilling to step beyond the established boundaries. After serving as deputy director for 5 years, when the former director was reassigned, he became the head of the department. On that day, he was called into the office of the Minister of Defense and signed a confidentiality agreement. At that time, the then Minister of Defense, General Huang Yunze, said to him, "At your current level, you should not have access to these state secrets. However, your department is closely related to this matter. Therefore, after discussions and a 5-year evaluation, the organization believes you are qualified to know the truth. General Cheng Tianyu, please cherish the trust the organization has in you. Understand that your predecessor did not have this opportunity. It turned out that for the past 5 years, the leadership had been continuously assessing him." Cheng Tianyu trembled as he opened the confidentiality document. After reading it, all the doubts that had been buried deep in his heart were finally answered. No wonder the aerospace industry and astronautics in his country had suddenly begun to develop rapidly 50 years ago. In just a few years, various groundbreaking achievements emerged. New aerospace materials were introduced. New rocket propulsion systems were unveiled. Despite his country's efforts to remain low-key, major powers abroad still acted like vultures sensing blood, sending people to investigate. Yet in the end, all the agents returned empty-handed. Cheng Tianyu remembered a famous joke that circulated internationally when he was a child, claiming that his country shot down a UFO, captured the aliens inside, and then tortured them for high-tech secrets to develop their aerospace industry. This rumor was a household joke. Growing up with his generation, no one took it seriously, not even he himself, who had heard several versions. As Cheng Tianyu's generation grew up, his country's leading advantage in aerospace became increasingly formidable, forcing major powers led by another country to gradually accept the reality of his country's rising strength and begin making conditional concessions. His country finally leaped to become a true superpower. Therefore, his generation is the one with the strongest sense of national pride and honor. But who would have thought that the source of all this is written in the document he holds in his hand? 50 years ago, 8 years ago. This is a monumental secret, and what a level of trust this is. He, Cheng Tianyu, coming from an ordinary background and just reaching middle age. How could he have earned such trust? Cheng Tianyu felt a surge of excitement, his entire body tense, with reddened eyes. I, Major General Cheng Tianyu, will certainly remember the organization's trust, live up to expectations, and vow to wholeheartedly uphold this position. As his thoughts settled, he picked up his pen, ready to sign his name on the report. A gentle knock was heard at the door. "Come in." His aide entered, holding a mobile phone. "Director, it's a call from the task force." "Oh, the report from the task force just came in this morning. Could there be some important information missing?" "Quickly, hand me the phone." "No." The aide hesitated. "It's Professor Xiao Jianhong, the deputy leader of the project team. He wants to introduce someone to join the project team." Cheng Tianyu felt a bit displeased. The assessment process for newcomers is already well established. Just handle it according to the process and consult me during the approval stage. You take care of this call. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal the aide to leave. Rejected indeed. The aide felt a bit regretful for running this errand for Xiao Jianhong. Director Cheng is known for being strict and impartial, insisting on doing everything by the book. Professor Xiao is quite bold, actually trying to slip a 13-year-old child into a project under Director Cheng to gain experience. It's utterly absurd. He repeatedly said yes while retreating. On the other end of the line, Xiao Jianhong, with an ice cube in his mouth, was mumbling incoherently, emphasizing, although Chi Hao is only 13 years old, his expertise and abilities are sufficient for the work of the task force. You must approve his joining at the earliest opportunity. The mucous membrane in his mouth had been scalded off, and with his mouth full of ice cubes in the cold winter, it was difficult to speak clearly. The aide stepped outside, listened attentively to his bluster, and said somewhat irritably, "Professor, please stop boasting. Director Cheng will not take your call. According to the process, candidates under 18 can't even pass the first stage of resume review. Please don't make this difficult for me." Xiao Jianhong grew anxious. "No, this person must be admitted as an exception. Please consult Director Cheng again. I will personally explain to him over the phone." "Aide, please don't put me in a tough spot. Director Cheng will not take your call." "Well, Professor, I have other matters to attend to, if you have nothing else. I will hang up." The voice on the phone suddenly rose, causing the aide's ears to ache. "Just tell Director Cheng that the report I submitted this morning on the orbit prediction of the Wanderlustja asteroid has issues." Chapter 49. Where do you come from after the officer left? Cheng Tianyu picked up his pen and solemnly signed his name at the bottom of the report. The significance of this report was immense. Tomorrow was Tuesday, and he planned to take this document to the relevant department as soon as he arrived at work. Besides this report, he also had additional information to report. Knock, knock, knock. There was another gentle knock on the door. Cheng Tianyu frowned. Come in. The officer reappeared at the door, holding a phone. Noticing Cheng Tianyu's expression, the officer quickly said, without waiting for a question, Report, Professor Xiao. The deputy leader of the task force said there is an issue with the report submitted this morning. Cheng Tianyu replied, Hand me the phone. The officer hurried over, handed the phone to him with both hands, and then stood quietly to the side, silently praying, Professor Xiao, you better have found an actual problem with the report, or I'm going to be in big trouble. After Cheng Tianyu took the phone and greeted the caller, he immediately heard Professor Xiao Jianhong's excited voice from the other end. Leader, the equation we used considered a total of 7 parameters, and the result indicated that W star would just pass by blue star. Now, someone has developed a new equation that includes all the interference factors. The result of the new equation is that in 10 years, the orbit of W star will intersect with our blue star, and the intersection point is in the southeastern part of our country. Although Xiao Jianhong's words were somewhat unclear, Cheng Tianyu quickly understood and realized why Xiao Jianhong insisted on calling. First of all, their project had failed, and the results they were reporting were likely incorrect. Now, a new professor had emerged with an opposing conclusion. Secondly, this person was not yet a member of the project team, and many details were not convenient to disclose. So Xiao Jianhong wanted to expedite the approval of this newcomer. Indeed, time was of the essence. He sighed, casting a complex glance at the signed report on the table, and encouraged Xiao on the phone gently. I understand, Professor Xiao. The path of scientific research is always filled with challenges, and every step forward requires hard work. The team members have had a tough few months. It's okay, we can start over. No, leader, you misunderstood my point. There's no need to start over. This new equation, after repeated verification, is perfect. Its predicted results are reliable. In other words, Cheng Tianyu quickly interjected, in other words, in 10 years, W star will collide directly with our country? On the other end, Xiao Jianhong sighed, yes. In an instant, Cheng Tianyu felt his scalp tingle and his body grow cold. He often interacted with Xiao Jianhong, and just now, Xiao Jianhong's speech had unconsciously quickened, his emotions heightened, and his voice had become louder. These traits indicated that the speaker was utterly convinced of their statement. In other words, Xiao Jianhong was not lying. As a researcher, Xiao Jianhong had always seemed very reliable. He never spoke without confidence. Cheng Tianyu steadied himself. As a leader, one must serve as a stabilizing force when subordinates are in a state of confusion. Professor Xiao, please send the information of this new colleague to Xiao Zhao right away. Regarding salary and benefits, proceed with the highest level. On behalf of the nation, I thank you and all the colleagues for your hard work. Cheng Tianyu has this advantage. He can handle the situation and take responsibility if things go wrong. This is also why the top talents from Huan and Qingyun are willing to follow him. Relieved, Xiao Jianhong expressed his gratitude and went to share the good news with Qi Hao. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Tianyu closed his eyes and rubbed his weary forehead. The aide stood by, observing quietly and thinking highly of Xiao Jianhong. He had been following Cheng Tianyu since joining the aerospace department 8 years ago, and this was the first time he had seen the director make an exception. Xiao Zhao, go connect with old Xiao now. After completing the first process, hand the information to me. So urgent. Director, Professor Xiao has already sent Qi Hao's resume. I've reviewed it, but because I sent it back, he insisted that you personally take the call. It's very rare for Xiao Zhao to directly reject something. In the past, it happened occasionally due to the old professor's age and health. This time, it was likely the same situation. Is there an issue with this person's resume? He is too young, only 13 years old. Our regulations state that applicants must be at least 18, 13 years old. Even with Cheng Tianyu's extensive experience and strong adaptability, he found this hard to believe. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately ordered the aide, make an exception and proceed with the process immediately. Yes, an hour later, a thick stack of documents was placed on Cheng Tianyu's desk. So thick, Cheng Tianyu's brow twitched. The aide who delivered the documents was also surprised. Yes, I didn't expect that either. At just 13, he has achieved so much. Cheng Tianyu curiously opened the cover of the document. The first page contained Qi Hao's personal information. On the right side of the A4 paper was a photo of Qi Hao. In the photo, A remarkably handsome young boy smiled faintly, calmly gazing ahead. This photo was taken when Chi Hao applied for the gifted class at the affiliated middle school. Casually snapped by Li Haoqiang at a photo studio. Director, look at this child, he's really good looking. The aide had been wanting to say this since he received the photo. Cheng Tianyu ignored the aide and focused his attention on the personal information on the left side. Name, Chi Hao. Age, 13 years. Birthplace, unknown. Ethnicity, unknown. Parents' names, units, ages, and addresses, all unknown. Family address, Hongxing Welfare Institute, Lanhai Town, Nanyao City. Upon seeing Lanhai Town, Cheng Tianyu's brow twitched hard. Seeing so much unknown made his expression turn quite grim. The aide observed the situation and assumed that the director was dissatisfied with his work performance. So he hurriedly explained, Director, this person is an orphan. And this information isn't even available to the local police department. An orphan? Unknown origins. Cheng Tianyu's expression grew more serious. Is there a medical examination report for him? A medical examination report? The aide was somewhat surprised. Yes, Director, there is one. According to the procedure, all candidates must submit their most recent medical examination report. It's in the latter part of this document. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianyu skipped the middle section and flipped directly to the back. The aide wanted to remind him that the middle part contained various achievements of Chi Hao, who was quite impressive. However, after glancing at his leader's expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Cheng Tianyu quickly found the medical examination report. The examination was done by Li Haoqiang accompanying Chi Hao. It was a straightforward school entry examination, just a routine process, checking vision, height and weight, color blindness, and maybe an ECG. The report contained exactly this information. Cheng Tianyu's gaze focused on Chi Hao's height, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. Name, Chi Hao. Height, 165 centimeters. The aide also took a look. 165 centimeters for a 13-year-old boy is slightly short. Why would the director look relieved upon seeing this height information? Then the leader instructed, Xiao Zhao, go check and gather all previous medical examination reports for this person. He glanced at the name on the resume, then arranged for him to have a medical examination. Make it quick, schedule it for tomorrow morning. Come up with a reason that won't raise his suspicion. The location will be at our own hospital. Tell the person in charge there that he needs the highest level of medical examination, and they will understand what that means. Oh, and when collecting his blood, saliva, hair, and other samples, make sure to keep 2 copies. Additionally, he needs a full body scan, and once the reports for the brain structure and skeletal structure come out, seal them immediately. No, tell the hospital to seal each test result as soon as it is available. After sealing, submit everything to me. All right, get it done. The aide replied loudly, yes, and then tightly closed his mouth, not daring to ask any further questions. Cheng Tianyu looked at him with satisfaction. Noticing that he was so nervous, he was almost tripping over himself as he walked out. Amused, he shook his head and decided to say a few more words. There's no need to be too nervous. This is just a standard investigation process for those coming from a certain town whose biological parents cannot be determined. The aide relaxed a bit. As for why they needed to investigate orphans from that town, he didn't know and didn't want to know. By the way, for all information collection and disclosure regarding Chi Hao, adhere to confidentiality protocol number 1. The aide was shocked and stuck out his tongue. Wow. Confidentiality protocol no. 1 is the highest level of confidentiality standard in the aerospace department. This is the first time it's been used since the department was established. This Chi Hao, where exactly does he come from? Chapter 50. Knowing people and faces. At this moment, Chi Hao, who was completely oblivious to everything, felt as happy as a little bird. Xiao Jianhong had made a clear promise to him, ensuring that he would be brought into the project team. Even Liang Hezhong, who had never been one to give a definitive answer, expressed his support for Chi Hao's involvement in the aerospace industry for the first time. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before he could unravel these mysteries and meet his surviving companions from the home planet. I wonder if they still remember me. The youngest member of the Spark team? That night, Chi Hao fell asleep with sweet dreams. Early Tuesday morning, as soon as he arrived at the classroom, his homeroom teacher called him outside. Chi Hao, Professor Xiao from the Aerospace Engineering Department, is looking for you urgently. So soon. Chi Hao looked bewildered as he answered the call. Oh, okay, a pre-employment physical? What's the address? Do I need to go now? All right, I'll head out immediately. What? There's a special car to pick me up? Thank you. He hung up the phone and politely told his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang. Professor Xiao has a task for me to learn from, but I need to go for a physical examination today. Homeroom teacher Wang Meishin immediately agreed. Before Professor Xiao called you, He had already arranged for your leave. You don't need to worry about any missed classes. If needed, the teachers can find time to provide one-on-one tutoring later. Having been with the gifted class for a long time, she was already accustomed to her students occasionally making remarkable achievements. It was either participating in significant international competitions or joining research teams and traveling the world. These were not ordinary children. They were the future pillars of the nation. Special talents deserved special treatment. Chi-Hao smiled shyly, wanting to attend class first and leave when his ride arrived. Just as he finished speaking with Teacher Wang, a figure in black slowly approached from the corner of the hallway. This figure seemed to have been there since he arrived at school. For some reason, people passing by didn't pay much attention to him until he stepped forward. The person was a young man, seemingly in his 30s, with a round face and a friendly smile that instantly made one feel at ease. From several meters away, he reached out his hand to Chi-Hao and said, "You must be Chi-Hao, right? Nice to meet you. My surname is Zhao, and we will be in the same project team from now on. Let us go. I'll accompany you to the physical examination." Uncle Zhao, hello. I can manage by myself. I'm already a high school student," Chi-Hao replied. Xiao Zhao thought to himself, a 13-year-old high school student? That is quite rare. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked outside. Xiao Zhao was very talkative, keeping Chi-Hao engaged in conversation, and by the time they reached the hospital, he had even figured out that Chi-Hao wore size 38 shoes. Chi-Hao had been on Blue Star for 8 years. In those 8 years, this was the most compatible person he had met. It seemed that no matter what topic he brought up, Uncle Zhao could naturally connect with it, and there was always a sense of resonance. With the happiness he had over the past couple of days, he couldn't help but skip alongside Xiao Zhao after getting out of the car, revealing a youthful spirit rarely seen in him. Uncle Zhao was also very considerate, staying with him in the room no matter what tests he had, refusing to sit outside in the waiting area. This made Chi-Hao, who seldom troubled others, feel quite guilty. His previous close friends, like Su Manyu and Li Bing, were all peers. The person he felt closest to, the dean, was already elderly. Li Haodong and Pan Yu cared about him, but it was more from a teacher's perspective. This was the first time in Chi-Hao's life that he encountered an adult who resonated with him so well and showed such genuine concern in every aspect. He felt like he had missed out on knowing Xiao Zhao earlier. Ever since he shook hands with Uncle Zhao, he had not stopped smiling all morning, until he went for a blood test. In the blood draw room, there were 2 nurses. One of the younger ones greeted him with a casual nod, asked him to hand over the form, and told him to roll up his sleeve, just as he was about to do it himself. Uncle Zhao immediately stepped forward to help him roll up his sleeve. The young nurse inadvertently looked up and saw Xiao Zhao, instinctively calling out, "Director Zhao." Uncle Zhao did not respond, and the young nurse's face turned awkward as she realized she had mistaken him for someone else. However, Chi-Hao clearly sensed that Uncle Zhao's hand that was helping him pause slightly. In that moment, it felt as if a sudden lightning bolt had struck his brain, revealing something he had overlooked that seemed ready to expose its true, sinister nature. He felt his whole body tense up, layers of cold sweat breaking out, soaking his back. At this moment, he could only be grateful that Uncle Zhao's hand had already left his arm. The young nurse patted his arm a few times, found the vein, took the needle, and smiled slightly at him. "It'll hurt a bit, little classmate." He turned slightly, somewhat scared of the needle, and closed his eyes like a typical ordinary teenager. "Director Zhao." Just moments ago, when Uncle Zhao introduced himself, he mentioned that he was just an ordinary member of the project team like him. Yet, a research institute would not send a director specifically to accompany a newcomer without background who had not even made an appearance for a physical examination. Chi-Hao was certain that even Professor Xiao would not receive such treatment. As the nurse filled a vial with blood and switched to another collection tube, Chi-Hao kept his eyes closed, head down, not daring to look at the needle. Xiao Zhao watched him amusingly, looking at his tightly closed eyes and then at the blood flowing from his arm into the vacuum blood collection tube. It seemed this kid was a bit squeamish about blood. After finishing the blood draw, the nurse placed a medical bandage on the wound and advised Chi-Hao, "Press down for a while, keep it vertical." Chi-Hao hurriedly thanked her and then pitifully sat down on a bench in the waiting area. Xiao Zhao glanced at the nearby restroom and then looked back at Chi-Hao, who was obediently sitting there, pressing on his wound. He came out early, and throughout the journey, he never let go of his sight from Chi-Hao. Now, he was also watching closely as the blood was drawn. It seemed that the next examination would have to wait a while. "Xiao Hao, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Chi-Hao smiled and replied, "Uncle, go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Xiao Zhao walked away with peace of mind, and Chi-Hao closed his eyes again. There were very few patients in the hospital today, and in the blood drawing room, he was the only one. After the young nurse finished drawing his blood, she went into the back room. The large laboratory was empty, with no one around. The young nurse, holding Chi Hao's blood, carefully closed the door after entering the back room and said to the senior nurse, "Nurse Director, that special person mentioned in the notice has arrived, and Director Zhao is personally accompanying him. I see he is just an ordinary kid, not sure what the significance is." The nurse director made a gesture to shush her. "Hush, no discussing, let us get back to work." The young nurse shrugged it off. "Nurse Director, don't worry. The walls and doors here are made of special materials. Once locked, even if there is an explosion inside, no one outside would hear it." The nurse director thought about it and agreed, realizing she might have been overly cautious, and then opened up the conversation. "It is quite strange. Previously, only astronauts returning from missions in space would come here for such special physical examinations, wanting to check everything from head to toe. This kid is really the first ordinary person to come for such an examination." Their conversation faintly reached Chi Hao's ears. So that is it. No wonder he felt the world was so peaceful once he entered this hospital. Now, gathering all his energy to focus, he was able to hear this exchange. "Xiao Hao, does it still hurt? Is the wound still bleeding?" The concerned voice of Uncle Zhao suddenly rang in his ears. At that moment, while he was intensely eavesdropping, Chi Hao couldn't help but shiver all over. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for the rigorous training they had received from their home planet. He struggled to control his fear and slowly opened his eyes. Uncle Zhao was slightly leaning towards him, looking at his arm, seemingly wanting to check his wound. Despite still wearing a friendly smile, Uncle Zhao was clearly very caring. Yet, Chi Hao had to muster all his strength to show a smile similar to the one he had when they first met that morning. In front of Xiao Zhao, he carefully peeled off the bandage to reveal the wound. "Oh, it's not bleeding anymore." Xiao Zhao leaned in for a closer look. "Indeed, it's not bleeding. Then shall we proceed with the next examination?" "Sure." Chapter 51, Leftovers? Xiao Zhao accompanied Chi Hao for an entire morning. After all the checks were completed, he kindly drove Chi Hao back to school himself. After a morning of interaction, the two found that they got along increasingly well. Before getting out of the car, Chi Hao reluctantly said goodbye to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao also smiled brightly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, we will have the chance to meet again in the future." After the car door closed, the vehicle did not start immediately. Xiao Zhao put away his smile and, through the car window, watched Chi Hao bounce away. "Director, should we head back to the office now?" the driver asked. "Not back to the office, but to the hospital," came the reply. The car started smoothly and quickly drove away from the school. Once the sound of the engine faded away, Chi Hao stopped bouncing and leaned weakly against the wall. Some classmates passing by, some of whom were in the same grade, recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically. "Chi Hao, have you had lunch yet?" Chi Hao looked up. The midday sunlight shone into his eyes, and everything around him appeared bright and unclear. The smiling faces and voices of his classmates felt somewhat surreal and distorted. He closed his eyes, forced a smile, and shook his head. "Let us go together. The cafeteria is running out of food." Chi Hao dazedly shook his head again, managing to squeeze out a faint reply, "Not hungry yet." "All right then." The classmates chatted and walked away. Chi Hao stood still for a while longer, then straightened his body and slowly walked back to the dormitory. The stairs that he could easily climb just a few steps before felt particularly exhausting today. He greeted everyone he encountered in the corridor with a normal expression. He walked to the dormitory door with the same demeanor. Standing at the door, he mechanically took out his key, aimed it at the lock, inserted it, and turned it. The dormitory door opened. He pushed the door open, entered the room, and closed the door. Then, he leaned against the back of the door, and his entire body suddenly lost strength, sliding down to sit on the floor. At noon today, the cafeteria had particularly good dishes, many of which were favorites of Shi Yang. He had a serving of braised pork ribs and added a portion of sweet and sour fish. The chefs in the cafeteria at Huan University especially favored these young prodigies. The 2 servings were enough for 3 people. Shi Yang felt stuffed. In the past, Shi Xiaoshang would never have considered eating leftovers. But today's food was simply too delicious. What if dinner consisted of only vegetarian dishes? Shi Xiaoshang wrestled with his thoughts for a while before buying a food container to pack the untouched sweet and sour fish. Humming a popular song, he proudly held his bloated stomach and the packed leftovers, feeling satisfied as he returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was dim with the curtains drawn. Shi Yang found it a bit strange. He remembered Chi Hao had opened the curtains before heading to class in the morning, but it didn't matter. He felt a bit drowsy after eating well and decided to take a nap. He placed the food container on his desk, leisurely climbed up to the upper bunk, stretched comfortably, and casually glanced at Chi Hao's bed. Suddenly, he was startled and shivered. "Hey, Chi Hao, are you sick or something? Why are you so quiet? You scared me to death." On Chi Hao's bed, a small lump was formed under the covers. Despite Shi Yang's loud shouting, the lump remained completely still. "Are you hiding under the blanket on purpose to scare me?" The lump continued to be motionless. "Ignoring me? This is infuriating." Shi Yang wanted to scold again, but suddenly remembered the disappointed look on his father's face after hearing about his performance at school a few days ago. Shi Yang had always admired his father, a person unafraid of anyone, not his mother or brother, but who feared the disappointment of his father. Remembering how his father had explained Chi Hao's tragic background, being left at an orphanage in the freezing winter, the young master found it hard to continue. Chi Hao usually acted so tough, but today he seemed so down. "Is he sick? Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Have you eaten? Did you not have money for food?" He glanced at the packed lunch he brought, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "Do you want to eat my leftovers?" Hey. Chi Hao was curled up under the blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Before Shi Yang entered, he had almost burst into tears. He knew he shouldn't cry, as it would make his eyes swell, but he just couldn't help it. At that moment, Shi Yang returned. The young master quickly climbed onto the opposite bed and started chattering away, making a lot of noise, which annoyed Chi Hao enough to hold back his tears. Seeing Chi Hao not moving at all, Shi Yang started to panic. After a moment of hesitation, he climbed down and approached Chi Hao's bed, reaching out to lift the blanket. "Hey, are you running a fever? Are you unconscious?" Just as his hand was about to touch Chi Hao couldn't hold it any longer and abruptly lifted the blanket, glaring at Shi Yang. "Get lost." The next day at noon, the young master was in the dormitory, standing in front of his roommate's bed, crying pitifully. Chi Hao never expected that the tears he held back would flow from Shi Yang's eyes. As soon as Shi Yang cried, Chi Hao immediately calmed down. He had expended too much mental and emotional energy that morning, and everything that happened after returning to school felt surreal. Shi Yang's crying brought him back to reality. "Wake up, Chi Hao. You have no space to escape." He climbed down from his bed, standing opposite Shi Yang, biting his lip, awkwardly comforting. "I'm sorry, stop crying." But Shi Yang cried even louder. Chi Hao felt a bit helpless. What should he say in this situation? Usually, Yu and Li Bing wouldn't act like this. He quickly recalled what Shi Yang had just said and tentatively asked, "Stop crying. How about I eat your leftovers?" "Huh? Are you really so poor you can't afford food? Were you really faint from hunger just now?" "Oh my father wasn't lying." Chi Hao really is in a terrible situation. Compared to Chi Hao, you shouldn't be too happy. Shi Yang gradually stopped crying, feeling a bit awkward. "What happened to you just now? I thought you were dead." "Chi Hao. I had blood drawn this morning. I might be a bit low on blood sugar. That should be low blood sugar." Shi Yang pretended to understand. He picked up the leftover food from his desk. "You didn't expect it, but I have sweet and sour fish here, which is great for low blood sugar. Don't worry, I haven't touched this portion since I got it. I guarantee there's no saliva on it." He glanced at the lunchbox, reluctantly handed it to Chi Hao. "Here, take it. I'm not pitying you. I wouldn't want to part with it either." Chi Hao looked at Shi Yang, then at the lunchbox he offered, hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. "Thank you." In the days they had spent together, they were either in a Cold War, which Shi Yang believed was one-sided. Chi Hao was completely ignoring him, or arguing. Chi Hao told Shi Yang to leave. This was the first time they had a calm conversation, and both felt a bit awkward. After Chi Hao started eating, Shi Yang climbed onto the bed, preparing to take a nap. "Chi Hao, wake me up before class in the afternoon, we can go together." "Okay." After Chi Hao finished eating, he also climbed onto the upper bunk and closed his eyes. All the scenes from the health examination center flashed quickly through his mind. He felt he had acted naturally and shouldn't have shown any flaws. But why was he being investigated? Before this, he had only come into contact with the stranger, Xiao Jianhong. The problem must be with him. Although Chi Hao hadn't known Xiao Jianhong for long, he sensed that he was a pure scientist. Assuming Xiao Jianhong himself was not the issue, then it must be his superior who had grown suspicious of him. Since arriving on this planet, he had never dared to relax for a moment. He was confident that he had never used any language from his home planet, nor quoted even a single formula from it. So, it shouldn't be that he inadvertently revealed something. So where exactly did the problem come from? Could it be that his friends from his home planet got into trouble, being hunted down nationwide? Chi Hao's thoughts wandered, and after a while, he actually dozed off. It wasn't until there was a loud knock on the door that he suddenly woke up. Chi-Hao, Shiyong, are you two okay? Why didn't you go to class in the afternoon? Chapter 52. No one caught me. The friendship between boys can sometimes be inexplicably strange. After skipping class together, Shiyong quickly considered himself friends with Chi-Hao, though it was a one-sided belief. At dinner time, the two walked side by side to the cafeteria. Along the way, Shiyong's mouth didn't stop moving. Chi-Hao, do you know? When you were named the best debater, I really disliked you. We had agreed that if I maintained my title, I would get into the genius class at Qinyun. It has been my dream since childhood to attend the same high school as my brother, and you ruined it for me. After the competition, I reviewed all your matches and realized how incredibly strong you are. No wonder you were the former best debater. You single-handedly carried the entire show. Chi-Hao responded with a series of non-committal sounds. Chi-Hao, I saw the news about your math award. Do you know? When that news broke, the whole world went crazy. Everyone around me was talking about you. Our school broadcast played your award video every day, and even at my dinner table, my dad kept praising you. Do you know what I felt at that time? MHM. I just had one feeling. This kid Chi-Hao must not be human. MHM. Huh. He's like an animal. Ha ha. Chi-Hao, you are just too amazing. Chi-Hao, what a false alarm. Fortunately, after getting their meals, Shiyong was too busy eating to keep talking. Meanwhile, Officer Zhao returned to the aerospace department, holding all the test results. Cheng Tianyu was waiting for him in his office. On his desk, there were already two other health check results, one from when Chi-Hao was found at the age of 5, and the other from a few days ago when he joined the genius class. After handing over the freshly printed results, Zhao placed them next to the other two. How was it? After thinking for a moment, Officer Zhao honestly replied, he was very cooperative throughout. Oh, did he have any questions? He did. After the full-body MRI, he asked me what kind of test it was and why it took so long since he had never done anything like this before. That's normal. If he hadn't asked, that would have been suspicious. Cheng Tianyu was silent for a moment before asking. All the tests were ensured to be done by him personally? Director, please rest assured. I even watched him get his blood drawn. How was the coagulation speed? It stopped bleeding in about 3 minutes. For an ordinary person, it usually stops within 1 to 5 minutes, which is normal. Good, you've worked hard. After the officer left, Cheng Tianyu opened the health report and carefully reviewed each item. From the report, Chi-Hao appeared to be an ordinary human boy. If anything was abnormal, it was just that he had a congenital cyst in his brain, and his overall development was somewhat delayed, with a bone age significantly younger than his peers. Although Chi-Hao was already 13, his bone age was only around 10. This was a normal phenomenon. Many people had it. Cheng Tianyu closed the report and leaned back in his chair. It seemed that this time he had come up empty. Chi-Hao was not the one. I have really lost my mind a bit. It has been 8 years since the discovery of the wreckage of the self-destructed spacecraft in a certain coastal town. The site where the spacecraft was found was initially designated as a military restricted area. However, later on, despite extensive digging, no harmful substances were detected, and continuous monitoring lasted for 3 years. After 3 years, they transformed the deep pit created during the excavation into an artificial lake, publicly claiming that this park was part of the local government's green renovation project, successfully concealing the past. In reality, after the discovery of the spacecraft wreckage, all the plants within a radius of several dozen meters from the landing site grew wildly within just a few months. There was originally a small cluster of ornamental roses in the area, typically growing to about several tens of centimeters to a meter in height, but within a few months, this small patch of roses grew into trees over 10 meters tall. The nearby peach trees were even more outrageous, producing peaches as large as watermelons. They had cautiously attempted to transplant these mutated plants, but after changing the soil, the transplanted plants quickly returned to their normal growth rates. Thus, the issue did not lie with the plants themselves, but rather with the soil beneath the spacecraft. They dug deep and transported all the soil from that area to a secret research facility in the capital. The test results revealed that the soil contained rich, unknown active substances. The closer to the surface, the higher the concentration of these active substances. After purifying all the soil that contained these substances, they obtained a small vial of liquid. They first diluted the liquid and conducted experiments on animals. After diluting 1 drop of the active substance 1,000 times and injecting it into the body of a lab rat, the rat could survive for a year without food, and its fur became shiny and very healthy. After confirming it was non-toxic, they began testing on death row inmates. After diluting 1 drop of the active substance 100 times and injecting the diluted liquid into the inmate's veins, they basically eliminated the sensation of hunger within a month. Following even more diverse tests, this miraculous active substance was confirmed to be non-toxic and without side effects. Cheng Tianyu, after reviewing the confidentiality agreement, was left with an extremely deep impression of the test results of this substance. Based on the final description of the substance, if it had to be named, Cheng Tianyu would be willing to call it the elixir of immortality. After multiple internal meetings, they unanimously believed that although the spacecraft had experienced an internal explosion, resulting in only some wreckage of the outer shell being found, the presence of such a powerful and miraculous active substance indicated that the organisms inside the spacecraft, regardless of their form, must have survived and successfully escaped. The explosion was likely a means of self-protection by these organisms. No biological characteristics of these organisms were left at the scene. In other words, 8 years ago, a group of extraterrestrial beings arrived on this planet aboard a spacecraft with technology far superior to that of Earth. They successfully evaded detection by satellites, landed in a remote area of a certain country, destroyed all their traces, and vanished from the sight of the world forever. Such high intelligence and advanced technology. What are they? Where do they come from? And why have they come? Do they harbor hostility towards humans? Humanity has countless questions and has laid down layers of nets to capture such beings. Overnight, the streets and alleys of a certain city were filled with new cameras. Unfortunately, after a month of tireless searching, no strange creatures were found. At the same time, a large-scale population census was conducted to prevent these beings from disguising themselves as humans. During this period, all individuals without registered identities or unclear backgrounds underwent a day of scrutiny at the local authorities, along with free medical examinations. Regrettably, it yielded no results. To this day, extraterrestrial beings remain at large. This unknown creature, or group of creatures, that successfully escaped lurks like a terrifying monster in the shadows, ready to pounce on humans at any moment. However, humans are not entirely at a loss. A confidentiality agreement states, it is speculated that this creature resembles humans, standing around 2 meters tall. Thus, this medical examination was initiated. Chi Hao met the conditions to trigger the highest level of monitoring. He appeared in a certain town on the same day as a spacecraft, possessed an extraordinarily high IQ, and had an unclear background. Although he was shorter than many, he was still too suspicious. Yet, his blood, DNA, skeletal structure, brain composition, and millions of biological characteristics all strongly proved his human identity. It seems they have targeted the wrong individual once again. Cheng Tianyu slammed his fist on the table. Those not of our kind must have different intentions. Damn it. Cunning extraterrestrials, I will catch you sooner or later. That night, Chi Hao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time footsteps echoed on the stairs, or any slight noise came from the corridor, he was filled with fear, dreading that humans were coming to capture him. Although he appeared very similar to humans, he was not a true human. Previous medical examinations were merely formalities, but this time, with such rigorous scrutiny, it was only a matter of time before his extraterrestrial identity was revealed. If humans truly wanted to capture him, Chi Hao believed he had no means of escape. So, how should he negotiate with humans? As he pondered, he glanced at Shi Yang, who was sleeping soundly. This person could serve as a hostage for negotiations. However, if he took a hostage, he would completely stand against humanity. Thinking of the various weapons humans possessed, Chi Hao immediately dismissed the idea of confronting them head-on. No way. Also, would his human friends still be friends then? He lay quietly, savoring what might be his last moments of freedom. Time passed second by second, and the sky gradually brightened. The corridor began to stir again as students woke up, filling the air with various noisy sounds. Suddenly, a loud alarm clock rang in their dormitory. Shi Yang mumbled as he stretched out his hand from under the blanket to turn it off. Chi Hao, wake me up in 5 minutes, and we'll go have breakfast together. Okay. Until he arrived at the classroom, until the class began, until the regular classes on Wednesday were finished, and until the elective computer course he signed up for started, no one came to catch him. It was a calm day. How strange. Why has no one come to catch me? This is not scientific. Chapter 53. Don't Meddle. The computer class had ended, and students were leaving the classroom one after another. Chi Hao was busy packing his backpack with his head down, while the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, stood at the classroom door, smiling and beckoning him. Chi Hao, someone is looking for you. Chi Hao looked up to see Ms. Wang step aside. revealing Xiao Zhao standing behind her. Finally here, Chi Hao thought to himself, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. After all, he had already lived for 8 more years, under the sky and on the ground. He glanced around the classroom with a touch of melancholy, bidding farewell to his normal life. Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, Mr. Liu. Chi Hao, it's only been a day. Don't you recognize me? Xiao Zhao, wearing a friendly smile, stepped into the classroom and started looking around. Upon seeing the lines of complex computer code on the white screen, he exclaimed, "Your learning environment is quite impressive, Mr. Liu." The computer teacher assumed Xiao Zhao was Chi Hao's parent and explained with a smile, "In the first lesson, I created a small game using computer programming to spark the students' interest in this subject. Interest is the best teacher, after all." Chi Hao liked this teacher a lot, and he really didn't want to be taken away in front of him. He quickly stood up and walked past Xiao Zhao to leave the classroom. Xiao Zhao raised an eyebrow, smiled, and nodded at Mr. Liu before casually following him out. "Chi Hao, what's wrong? You don't look very happy today. Here, take a look at this. Are you happy now?" He pulled a pass from his pocket and handed it to Chi Hao. Chi Hao was stunned by this unexpected development. He incredulously raised the pass in his hand. It was a simple card, about the same size as his student ID, with his photo and name on the front, and a small chip on the back. It didn't look fake, but it shouldn't be possible. What did this represent? Could it be that in the vast universe, on the distant planets of Zeta and Blue, identical species had evolved? He didn't believe it. Using the language of his own academic field, the probability of such a situation occurring in statistics is 0. When Xiao Zhao entered earlier, he hadn't observed carefully due to his despair. But now, reflecting on it, both the homeroom teacher and director Zhao had looked at him with warmth in their eyes, smiling. There were no strange people in the hallway. He wasn't surrounded. He wouldn't be taken away. This meant he had indeed passed the physical examination. The only way for him to pass the examination was if his DNA sequence was highly similar to that of humans, likely over 99 consistent. Since the probability of different species having the same DNA is 0, there could only be one conclusion. He was human, or very close to being human. How could this be possible? For the first time, Chi Hao felt that his mind was insufficient. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chi Xiaohao holding the pass with a dazed expression. "Are you so happy that you've lost your mind? You're celebrating too early." Chi Hao's heart sank. Originally, they planned to let him join the project team this weekend, but Professor Xiao had a disagreement with Professor Wang, who insisted that the orbit of the W star would not intersect with the blue star. Professor Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer and told me to bring you over right now. As Xiao Zhao spoke, he walked over to Chi Hao, put his arm around his shoulder, and led him outside. "Come with me, classmate Chi Xiaohao. By the way, let me reintroduce myself. I'm your colleague in the project team, so if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Everyone calls me Director Zhao, but you," he winked at Chi Hao, "can call me Uncle Zhao." At that moment, Chi Hao felt a bit stiff when Director Zhao put his arm around his shoulder. He relaxed subtly and replied straightforwardly, "Okay, Uncle Zhao, you have to look out for me from now on." To Chi Hao's surprise, the research institute was not far from Huan University. They left the school at 5 and arrived at the institute's entrance by 5:30. The research institute was vast, but from the outside, it looked quite unremarkable. The 2 thick iron gates, while imposing, were bare and even lacked a sign. Tonight, Xiao Zhao was driving, and although the guard at the entrance recognized his license plate, he still carefully checked the vehicle. Xiao Zhao happened to lead Chi Hao to the guard station to register. After all, being a high-tech research institute, the registration process was quite advanced, facial recognition and fingerprint scanning. Most visitors here were middle-aged or elderly, and it was the first time a child had come in. The guard was a bit curious and discreetly examined Chi Hao several times. Seeing this, Xiao Zhao pushed Chi Hao forward and cheerfully introduced, "Don't underestimate this little friend. He's a new researcher. A genius." The guard stood at attention and saluted Chi Hao. Xiao Zhao looked proud, seemingly happier than if he were praising himself. Chi Hao glanced at him silently. It was no wonder he liked Uncle Zhao so much. He was so considerate in everything he did. Being around him made everything feel just right. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would have been if yesterday's medical checkup had revealed a problem. And today, Director Zhao would have treated him differently. He didn't want to think too deeply about it. After finishing the registration and thanking the guard, he got back into Director Zhao's car, and the 2 iron gates slowly opened to the sides. The car gradually drove into the research institute. The vehicle continued until it reached a large circular building at the center of the institute, and then came to a stop. This time, there was finally a sign hanging above, featuring 6 bold characters, Tianxiong Research Center. Chi Hao climbed out of the car, stood beneath the huge sign, looked up, and nodded. Xiao Zhao parked the car, walked up to Chi Hao, and saw him gazing at the sign. He also looked up proudly and said, "What do you think?" This was personally inscribed by our old General Huang Yunzi. Isn't the calligraphy wonderful? The strokes are vigorous, and the momentum is magnificent. After finishing his praise, he turned to Chi Hao. Chi Hao touched his nose and said, I think the structure of this building is quite good, and the name fits well." Xiao Zhao was slightly taken aback, but quickly put on a smile. "Chi Xiaohai, I didn't expect you to understand architecture." "Impressive, impressive." Chi Hao's heart immediately rang alarm bells. "No, I don't understand architecture at all. I was just talking nonsense. I just think this building is really beautiful. Like an eggshell." Xiao Zhao. Even the eloquent director Zhao couldn't respond to that. After showing their passes to the guard, the two walked through the gate. The hall was very tall and spacious, entirely white. They scanned their faces and fingerprints on the machine at the second iron gate, and after a beep, the heavy silver metal door slowly rose automatically. Once inside, there was a long corridor with rooms on either side. Some rooms were open, while others had the same silver iron doors. Chi Hao felt quite curious and looked around. It feels so high-tech, like coming to outer space. Before Xiao Zhao could respond, a loud voice came from the nearest open room. "Wang Kuan, you need to stop being delusional. An equation lacking parameters is incomplete." It was Professor Xiao. Another sharp voice chimed in. "Even if the equation derived by our team is not perfect, it is still more convincing than your questionable equation." After he finished speaking, someone immediately echoed, "Exactly. Almost all the masters of mathematics in our country are here now, and Professor Wang is a renowned mathematician on par with Professor Liang Hezhong, who has been deeply engaged in this field for decades." "Professor Xiao, who is this Chi Hao you mentioned, who supposedly derived this equation? Is he the kid rumored to have cheated to win the Hope Star first prize? How old is that kid?" 13 years old, ha. Xiao Jianhong responded. "What's wrong with being 13? As the saying goes, there are those who come before and those who come after." The sharp voice interrupted him. "Director Xiao, you are from the aerospace field. We are in mathematics. You have your expertise, and we have ours, so let us not mix things up." Chapter 54. I am Chi Hao. Xiao Jianhong and Wang Kuan are both deputy leaders of the task force. The saying two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain applies equally in the academic circle, especially among these industry leaders, who are already at the top of their respective fields, being thrown into this research institute to lead their promising students, only to have the results they painstakingly produced over 3 months questioned by Xiao Jianhong, is infuriating. Not only is all their hard work wasted, but the bonuses they hope to receive also vanish. Why should that be? It's not just Wang Kuan who feels wronged. The doctoral students he brought along are equally displeased. Fortunately, although Wang Kuan can be somewhat obstinate, he isn't overly unreasonable. After all, having worked together for so long, Xiao is known for being dedicated to the project and isn't the type to deliberately set traps for others. Thus, he gave Xiao Jianhong a chance to explain. Unfortunately, Xiao Jianhong failed to seize that opportunity, which exacerbated the conflict. In truth, this isn't entirely Xiao Jianhong's fault. Although Chi Hao ultimately derived a rather elegant form of the equation, the process involved complex tensor analysis and differential geometry, making it extremely intricate. At that time, Chi Hao spent hours in Liang Hezhong's tea room, writing dozens of pages on A4 paper. The small notes in Liang Hezhong's book only cover the beginning of the equation's derivation. Wang Kuan was correct in saying that Xiao Jianhong is not an expert in mathematics. The fact that he could fully understand the derivation process after Chi Hao and Liang Hezhong explained it to him was already quite impressive. The most critical issue was that those dozens of pages of derivation were submitted to Director Zhao when he applied for a researcher position. So, when Wang Kuan asked him to prove himself, he couldn't. Seeing that he couldn't provide proof and had no evidence to support his claims, Wang Kuan was furious. The two esteemed professors argued intensely in the meeting room, while their students put down their work and joined the fray, pushing the situation to the brink of chaos. At that moment, someone walked into the meeting room, making their way to the center of the two parties, and called out loudly, "Esteemed seniors and teachers, please calm down. Over the past 3 months, everyone has put in tremendous effort to advance this project. Each of you has demonstrated exceptional dedication and outstanding talent. On behalf of the Aerospace Division, I thank you all." After speaking, he bowed deeply to everyone. "Oh, it's Director Zhao." Seeing him bow, The two parties, who had been arguing heatedly, temporarily halted their dispute, though they still glared at each other defiantly. A single remark from Xiao quelled the conflict, but he understood that this was only temporary. The real resolution would come from Qiao. Straightening up, he surveyed everyone, taking in the expressions on each face, and smiled slightly. Since everyone is eager to know the proof process of this equation, let us invite the first mathematician who derived this equation, researcher Qiao, to demonstrate it for everyone. After he finished speaking, he smiled and looked towards the entrance. The crowd followed his gaze and turned to the door, where a slender and particularly handsome young man walked in with a blank expression, wearing a school uniform from a prestigious local school. The young man walked straight to Xiao Zhao's side. After standing still, he slightly raised his head to look at the expert professors around him, many of whom were old enough to be his parents or grandparents, and revealed a faint smile. Hello everyone, I am Qiao. Now, I will prove the derivation of this equation. For these seasoned professors, earning their recognition and respect is not about making noise, but rather about impeccable professional competence. Xiao Zhao timely handed a whiteboard marker to Qiao and led him to the nearby whiteboard. Qiao stood in front of the whiteboard, and without any unnecessary words, he began to write directly. Initially, there were still quite a few skeptical voices around. Who is this kid? Wow, he seems to be quite good at acting. Where are the guards? Can anyone just walk in here? Gradually, the noise subsided a bit. Shoo, be quiet. Did he skip some steps? Wow. Should it be proven this way? How come I didn't think of that? No way. Did this kid memorize it in advance? How old is he? As time went on, the conference room became increasingly quiet, until Qiao abruptly stopped writing. Protests immediately erupted around him. Don't stop. Keep writing. What? Why did he stop here? Can the Poincar lemma be applied here? Qiao turned to Xiao Zhao with an innocent expression and said, Uncle Zhao, I've run out of whiteboard space. Is there more? Only then did everyone realize that the 5 whiteboards lined up in the conference room were already full. Xiao Zhao was taken aback. Is proving an equation supposed to be this complicated? I've failed in my duty. All eyes in the room turned to him, urging him to act. Xiao Zhao felt a bit anxious. He quickly tilted his head slightly and softly instructed a few words to his left collar. Soon, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed in the hallway, and 5 guards in uniform entered the conference room, bringing in 5 more whiteboards. Xiao Zhao signaled to Qiao in the center of the crowd. Xiaohai, continue writing. There are plenty of whiteboards. Qiao slightly shook his head and mouthed to him, still not enough. Xiao Zhao, I have been disrespectful. With the new 10 blank whiteboards lined up, the largest conference room was now filled to the brim. Qiao stood at the first whiteboard on the far left, raised his pen, and began again. Chapter 55, How to Conclude. Behind him were the focused researchers. Qiao wrote the derivation process with remarkable speed and fluency. Such a complex proof process, even for someone with a clear concept and knowledge of the next steps, would typically lead one to pause occasionally to think or to review earlier steps to prevent any omissions. However, Qiao did not stop. In no time, everyone saw him move from the first whiteboard on the left to the second, and soon to the third. As his proof progressed, more than half of the observing researchers could no longer keep up. At this moment, the researchers following closely behind Qiao, moving from one whiteboard to the next, were specifically responsible for this part of the derivation. Wang Kuan stood at the front of this group. He fixed his gaze on the tip of Qiao's pen, silently counting down. Soon, it's coming. All 7 parameters will be involved. The equation will be derived just like his. Although the process was more concise, the result would be the same. However, at this point, he had just finished writing on the 5th whiteboard. The team members behind Wang Kuan, like him, were anxious yet filled with a vague sense of hope and excitement. For 3 months, they had been unable to incorporate this 8th parameter into the equation. Would this young man create a miracle? Finally, Qiao stood in front of the 6th whiteboard. In the large conference room, not a single person spoke. It was so quiet one could hear the sound of everyone's breathing, and the air was thick with tension. Even Xiao Jianhong, who had already witnessed a complete proof process once, was affected by this atmosphere, unconsciously clenching his right hand into a fist. Qiao raised his arm and wrote the first formula on the 6th whiteboard. An older researcher, whose hair was slightly graying at the temples, stared intently at the tip of Qiao's pen, his lips slightly moving as he silently mouthed each letter and number being written. Suddenly, someone leaned close to his ear, speaking in a very low voice, asking, "What is so difficult about proving this equation? Isn't it just adding a variable?" This researcher instinctively replied, "Nonsense. It's not that easy. Even Professor Wang can't do it. The person continued to mutter softly, Professor Wang can't do it because of time constraints. This person was so annoying, like a buzzing mosquito, truly bothersome. The researcher's thoughts were interrupted again, and feeling frustrated. He didn't even glance at the person beside him, nudging him aside with his elbow while mumbling, that's not it. If we had another year, we still wouldn't have thought that we must combine these three theorems to incorporate this parameter. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Xiao Zhao replicated the action, speaking a few words to another captivated researcher on the outskirts of the crowd. Afterward, he took a deep look at Qi Hao, who was still diligently writing at the whiteboard, and quietly exited the conference room. He was completely unaware that, although he whispered almost silently while speaking with others, the tip of his pen, when it touched the first person, paused imperceptibly for a moment. So, is there really a problem with my medical report? It's driving me crazy. Even with 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued to write fluently. Finally, he finished the last formula. He let his slightly sore right arm drop, turned around, and smiled at everyone. No one paid attention to him. The people gathered around the whiteboard were still focused on it. He was momentarily taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings. Xiao Zhao was standing at the back of the crowd, seemingly never having left. As soon as he looked at him, Xiao Zhao immediately raised both hands high, giving him a thumbs up and making a silent, awesome gesture with his mouth. He instantly smiled broadly, like a child who had just received a candy reward. He carefully squeezed out of the crowd surrounding the whiteboard and walked toward Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao immediately came forward, pulling him close and affectionately massaging his sore arm. Honestly, I'm shocked. I never understood math when I was in school. All these formulas on the whiteboard are overwhelming. Qi Hao showed a youthful shyness, opening his mouth to say something to Xiao Zhao, but then closed it again. Is there something on your mind, Qi Hao? Uncle Zhang, do you have the derivation process for that equation from before? I'd like to see it. That equation has already been proven to be incomplete, hasn't it? Please, just let me see it. Qi Hao dragged out his words in a spoiled tone. He felt a bit nauseated by his own cutesy voice. Xiao Zhao clearly couldn't resist. I have an electronic version. I'll pull it up for you right now. Please, stop talking. Qi Hao continued in his cutesy voice. Can you send it to my phone? No, my phone is a confidential device. Just look at it on mine. And no more of that voice. Oh, okay. Qi Hao returned to his normal tone, took Xiao Zhao's phone, and walked to a corner of the conference room, focusing intently on the screen. Xiao Zhao casually followed closely behind him. Qi Hao quickly finished reviewing the entire derivation process, and when he looked up, he saw that Xiao Zhao was still there with him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uncle Zhao, sorry for using your phone for so long. Here, I'll give it back to you. At that moment, Wang Kuan had already carefully reviewed the entire process. His right hand clenched and then relaxed, then clenched again. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and walked toward the sixth whiteboard. He wanted to take another look from there. A few of Wang Kuan's postdoctoral students exchanged glances after noticing his hand movements. Those who had been with Professor Wang for a long time knew that he had a characteristic. When he was deeply engaged in thought or particularly excited, he would unconsciously make this small gesture. It was just unclear whether it was the former or the latter this time. Professor Wang's students, after graduation, hold important positions in various universities and are also leaders in the field of mathematics. After they finished reviewing the entire derivation process, they were completely convinced. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the fact is clear: Xiao Jianhong is right. The ones who are wrong are them. However, this effectively puts their teacher, Professor Wang, in a very difficult position, almost like subjecting him to public execution. It's hard to predict how today's situation will ultimately unfold. Chapter 56: Resolving Disputes. Wang Kuan stood in front of the sixth whiteboard for a long time, staring at the most critical step, filled with endless regret. It was this step that was missing from his proof process. How unfortunate and frustrating. How could he not have thought of it at the time? What should he do now? He couldn't help but feel remorseful. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have let things get so tense with Xiao Jianhong. Now, how could he back down? His position in the group had always been lofty, with knowledge, reputation, and connections among the top few. Moving forward, how could he maintain his authority? Once again, he resented that old Xiao for behaving this way. First, he pretended not to be able to produce evidence. Then he somehow found a kid to come forward and publicly embarrass him. He didn't even do it himself. The matter brought by Qi Hao was something he deliberately overlooked. He felt like leaving in a huff, but knew it was just an emotional reaction. He had already stood in front of this broken board long enough. It was better to accept defeat this time and find opportunities to regain his standing later. He clenched his fists tightly and turned around. Sure enough, everyone was watching him, especially that damn Xiao Jianhong and that clueless Qi Hao. So how is it? This equation. No problem, right? Xiao Jianhong finally reached this moment, feeling a sense of vindication. Wang Kuen's expression was dark as he slowly nodded, waiting for the other party to continue humiliating him. If it were him, he would never let this opportunity slip away. Haha, come on, Qi Hao. Come up and explain the proof process to everyone. How did you come up with it? Qi Hao was pulled to the center of the crowd by Xiao Jianhong. All eyes turned to the youthful face of this boy. Qi Hao shyly smiled at everyone and said in a clear voice, "The reason I was able to prove this equation is that I stood on the shoulders of giants." The researchers exchanged glances, all looking puzzled. Giants? Could he be referring to his teachers? Qi Hao paused for a moment before continuing. These two giants are teacher Liang Hezhong and teacher Wang Kuen. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Wang Kuen was slightly taken aback, but his expression visibly improved. Teacher Liang has a work that is precisely about this part, which I have never fully understood. It wasn't until I accidentally saw teacher Wang's proof process that I began to grasp it. He casually mentioned several of the most groundbreaking steps from Wang Kuen's team. These steps were indeed very clever and were once the pride of the entire team. The fact that Qi Hao could articulate this proved he truly understood the field. Wang Kuen's expression became subtle as he began to scrutinize Qi Hao for the first time. This kid has some talent. Not only did Wang Kuen's mood improve, but the other researchers under him also felt considerably more at ease. At that moment, I happened to be reading a book by teacher Ling Bo, where he used two theorems in the derivation of the proof for indefinite integrals. I had a sudden idea. Could we apply these two theorems along with the theorem on page 189 of teacher Liang Hezhong's book to this step? He pointed to the sixth whiteboard. Surprisingly, it worked. After Qi Hao finished speaking, he looked at another mathematics professor present, Professor Ling Bo. His reputation is second only to Liang and Wang. And indeed, he had used these two equations in the work Qi Hao mentioned. Professor Ling, who usually kept a low profile and didn't speak much, was momentarily taken aback and then appeared to have an epiphany. So that's it, a combination of coincidence and insight. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the history of science, much like Archimedes discovering buoyancy. You must really love mathematics, Qi student, said Professor Ling, showing a hint of interest. Qi Hao didn't care whether Professor Ling genuinely thought so or if there were other reasons. He immediately nodded affirmatively. Day and night I pondered, unable to prove it, losing sleep and appetite. This statement resonated deeply with all the researchers present. Even Wang Kuen rarely showed a smile, but now there was a hint of one on his face. Then, if we follow this transformed equation, will W star intersect with blue star's orbit in 10 years? Qi Hao asked cautiously, his face filled with concern. It wasn't the correct equation, but rather the transformed one. Therefore, his equation wasn't wrong, but was simply the pre-transformation equation. Qi Hao's meaning was very clear. The final equation was an improvement based on Wang Kuen and the others' work. So, did that mean Wang Kuen deserved half the credit? Wang Kuen suddenly looked up and glanced at Qi Hao. This was what he was most concerned about. However, these matters that Wang Kuen cared about were of no interest to Xiao Jianhong. After waiting a long time, he finally got to the question he was most concerned about. Yes, W star will intersect, and the intersection point will be above our country. Xiao Jianhong took over the conversation. So next, we need to prepare for the next battle. Time is of the essence, comrades. W star has only given us 10 years. Among the researchers present, many were involved in cosmic science, and upon hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. Just think about it. The age of the universe is 13.8 billion years. In comparison, 10 years is almost negligible. It's just a snap of the fingers. With this in mind, everyone lost interest in further arguments, and the storm passed just like that. Some even took the time to thank Wang Kuen for leading the team to determine this critical 10-year time frame. Wang Kuen's expression was complex. He glanced at Qi Hao, who was obediently following Xiao Jianhong, thinking that since he was so cooperative, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay at the research institute. Otherwise, he had hundreds of ways to kick Qi Hao out. Xiao Zhao stood outside the crowd, observing the entire drama unfold, and finally understood why Qi Hao had previously asked him for the proof process from Wang Kuen's team. It had been less than 10 minutes. He had lent his phone to Qi Hao, and it had taken less than 10 minutes in total. In these 10 minutes, Qi Hao recorded all the steps and picked out the useful parts. Soon after, a few sentences resolved the dispute. This was even more shocking to Xiao Zhao than the mathematical proof. Is this still human? Chi Hao didn't need to see Xiao Zhao's expression to know he was taking a risky step. But he had no choice. He had already paid too much to enter this research institute. He had to stay. He couldn't let inexplicable interpersonal relationships affect him. Nothing was more urgent than finding his fellow countrymen. For now, no matter how many secrets Xiao Zhao and the others had about him, their attitude towards him was still primarily observational. However, who says that a specimen under a microscope cannot escape? Chapter 57. A small test of skills, although there were undercurrents. On the surface, Chi Hao's life finally entered a temporary period of calm. On Thursday and Friday, nothing unusual happened. The first week of school was thrilling for the first 3 days, while the last 2 days were uneventful. Fortunately, it was all over. As soon as school let out on Friday afternoon, Shiyang couldn't wait to go home. Chi Hao first returned to his dormitory to grab his original laptop, then followed the route he had checked in advance to the largest computer city in the capital, where he found a store called Geek Paradise. The name had been mentioned by Teacher Liu in Wednesday's computer elective class. Connecting it to the contemporary hacker culture that Teacher Liu had just introduced, Chi Hao's heart stirred, and he quietly noted the store name in his mind. The store owner was a stylish guy with a tattoo on his left arm and red earrings. His tattoo was quite interesting, depicting a small robot with claws. When Chi Hao arrived, the owner was wearing headphones and playing a game. Chi Hao walked around the store and stopped at the innermost counter, leaning over the glass display to examine the specifications of a laptop inside. This laptop is for business. It might not be suitable for you. What are your needs and budget? I can help you find something, the owner said. Chi Hao thought for a moment and mentioned a popular game that was currently trending online. I want to use it for this game. I'm looking for something with higher specifications. The owner's eyes lit up as he looked Chi Hao up and down. I didn't expect you to be a serious gamer too. Gamer? Chi Hao didn't understand the term, but pretended to nod knowingly. The owner became enthusiastic, pulling Chi Hao to a laptop. Trust me, just buy this one. It has an i9-14900HX processor, expandable to 64 gigabytes of memory, a full-powered RTX 4060 graphics card, and an 18-inch screen. I guarantee you'll have an excellent gaming experience. As the owner rambled on about the sound card, Chi Hao leaned in closer and whispered, I was referred by Teacher Liu. The owner paused, looking puzzled. Which Teacher Liu? I don't recognize the name. Has he bought a computer from me? Yes, he comes here often. So, can you give me a discount? Chi Hao said, staring intently into the owner's eyes. After a moment, the owner awkwardly shifted his gaze. Why are you staring at me? Fine, I'll give you a discount. He silently led Chi Hao to another laptop, this time without any introduction, directly pulling it out. 15, 6-inch screen, everything else is top spec. 25,000. And you can take it. 23,000, Chi Hao countered. The owner became anxious. Brother, I quoted you the real price, and you're still bargaining? Why don't you just go rob someone? 22,900. I'm on a budget, Chi Hao replied. You're on a budget and still playing this. All right, 22,500. If you want to haggle more, just leave. Do you accept second-hand computers? Chi Hao asked. That evening, Chi Hao returned to his dormitory, satisfied. With a new computer pre-installed with the game he wanted to play. Coincidentally, the package he ordered online on Wednesday night arrived one after another. Outside the dormitory unit, there was a large waterproof bag on the shelf, which Chi Hao dragged upstairs with one hand. Along the way, whenever he encountered classmates asking, Chi Hao patiently explained, It's cold in the dormitory during winter, so I bought an extra quilt. Every weekend, after Shiyang left, he was the only one left in the dorm. Other dorms were bright with laughter and chatter. Chi Hao dragged the big bag and carried his notebook as he opened the dorm door. The room was dark, and he pressed the switch, instantly brightening the space. Standing at the doorway, Chi Hao did not enter immediately. He carefully surveyed the room before dragging the bag inside. The dorm door closed behind him. The entire Saturday, except for going out to eat, Chi Hao stayed inside. On his way to eat, he ran into a classmate who asked what he was busy with in the room. Chi Hao immediately grabbed the classmate's arm and complained that the game was too hard. He had spent the whole day stuck at a level in a game. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, the classmate felt quite sympathetic. That level is tough. I'll help you once I finish this report. Chi Hao smiled and thanked the kind classmate, saying, It's a deal. When you have time, I'll come find you in your dorm. Back in the dorm, he closed the door and rubbed his sore eyes. In fact, he hadn't slept for a whole day and night. After Shiyang went home, the dorm became his personal domain, and there were many things he could only do on weekends. On Friday, after quickly playing a game for a while, he logged off. Then, He closed his eyes and recalled the dozens of books he had browsed through on Thursday at the first library of Huan University. The library had a rich collection, and he took one of every book related to hacking and cybersecurity. Attacking and Defending for Hackers, From Beginner to Expert, Hacker's Manual. The Art of Human Hacking, Psychological Offense and Defense, Cybersecurity and Penetration, Mastering Encryption and Decryption, Foundations of Hacking Attacks and Penetration Testing, Advanced Penetration Testing, and so on. On Thursday, he had placed these books under a stack of math books and found a secluded corner in the library to sit on the floor. He flipped through each book from the first page to the last. After finishing one, he moved on to the next. These books covered various fields such as hacking techniques, cybersecurity, penetration testing, malware analysis, and countermeasures, with content ranging from beginner to advanced levels. When the library closed, Chi-Hao returned the books to their original places, already having a rough plan in mind. With his brain fully developed, his learning ability was incredibly formidable, comparable to AI in speed. Now, after a day and night, he felt confident and prepared. For Chi-Hao, whether he could successfully penetrate was not the most important thing. What he needed was stability. He needed to ensure that his movements would leave no trace. Only success was allowed, failure was not. After all, on the other side was all of humanity. The faint blue light emitted by the computer screen reflected on Chi-Hao's focused and calm face. Well then, tonight, let's allow him to have a small trial. If someone were to pass by the door of the dormitory at this moment, they would never expect that the people inside were not resting. The bag filled with a thick quilt blocked the gap of the door tightly. Chapter 58. First Battle Victory. Lin Xue, a distinguished mathematics teacher, has been teaching senior classes at a high school in a coastal city for the past 10 years. At 59, he is nearing retirement. But the school has already extended an invitation for him to continue, which he gladly accepted. After graduating from university at the age of 22, Lin Xue joined this high school and worked his way up from an ordinary teacher to a distinguished educator. For nearly a decade, he has focused on graduating classes. His extensive teaching experience and rigorous teaching methods have led to some impressive results from his students. Consequently, many parents have sought ways to enroll their children in his classes. Gradually, even the school administration began to treat him with greater respect. Given his age, he is among the oldest teachers at the school, and younger educators typically hold him in high regard. This situation has led to Lin Xue becoming somewhat arrogant. It's not that older individuals become bad, but rather that bad individuals simply grow old. Initially, he would only scold students during class. However, in recent years, his behavior has escalated to the point where he began to physically discipline students. At first, he would slap students when angry, but eventually, he found it painful and started using a custom-made stainless steel ruler instead. The marks it left on students were severe. On one occasion, he struck a student too hard, leaving visible bruises that the child's parents discovered over the weekend. They approached the school, demanding action against him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xue felt anxious. However, other parents and school officials quickly rallied to suppress the complaint. Why just target your child? Perhaps you should consider what issues your child may have. Why is it only your child being disciplined? They argued. As the college entrance examination approached, they questioned the motivations behind wanting to remove Lin Xue from his position. Isn't it simply that your child isn't studying and you don't want others to succeed either? They were incredulous at the audacity of such parents and students. The school administration also made statements, emphasizing that teachers were anxious for their students' success. The deeper the love, the stricter the discipline. We hope parents will cooperate with our teaching efforts. The student who was struck, a girl, eventually broke under the combined pressure of the school, parents, and public opinion, leading her to withdraw from school. With the looming exams, the incident quietly faded away. After this incident, Lin Xue felt emboldened. He learned from the previous experience and decided to only target male students, specifically those with poor academic performance. This way, even if a child reported him, the parents would likely side with him. His teaching methods included elements of psychological manipulation, where he would lavish praise on high-achieving students while deeming those who struggled as unworthy. Cheating in exams, in his view, was akin to committing a capital offense. If a cheating student has a moral stain, such as publicly fighting, once discovered, they will definitely confront that student to the end. Online, it becomes even simpler. When Lin Xue saw the news about Chi-Hao allegedly cheating in the Hope Star competition, he was instantly furious, like a bull enraged by a red cloth, and immediately launched a fierce attack against Chi-Hao. He did not bother to read the details of the news and started cursing right away. By himself, He posted no less than 100 messages across different websites about this incident. The most alarming part was that he was a mathematics teacher. Although he was not capable enough to participate in the Hope Star competition, every post he made began with the phrase, "As a distinguished mathematics teacher with decades of teaching experience." This was very misleading. Later, as soon as the situation turned, he deleted his posts overnight. For Lin Xue, the matter was completely over the moment he deleted the posts. Just like the first time he hit a student. After hitting, after cursing, after deleting the posts, the matter was closed. If this time he hadn't been cursing Chi Hao, or if his posts hadn't been quoted by so many people that they drew Chi Hao's attention, things would indeed have played out as he thought. Among the dozens of people Chi Hao later targeted, Lin Xue's ID ranked first. In the dark, Chi Hao's eyes shone before the screen. "It's you, Lin Xue. Let us use you to test whether my hacking skills are up to par." Late Saturday night. News about a senior high school teacher physically punishing and insulting students quietly took over major portal websites, securing a top spot in trending posts. No matter how hard the programmers tried, they couldn't replace this news. The programmers were nearly going mad. Employees at each portal website were sweating profusely, and some technical staff who had already gone home were urgently called back by the company. Everyone was cursing inwardly, wondering which hacker organization was behind this, as they had managed to simultaneously breach a multi-layered security system, including firewalls and intrusion detection systems. Moreover, the attack was launched against dozens of major portal websites at once. The worst part was that after breaching the system, the hacker organization even altered the security protocols so that those who could not access the backend became them. This was truly outrageous. In the end, the overwhelmed security teams of the various websites had no choice but to seek help from the Public Security Department. The Cybersecurity Department of the Public Security Agency operates on a 3-shift system. The colleagues on the day shift had long gone home to rest. The remaining night shift staff were shocked to see so many reports flooding in at once. They had no choice but to call in reinforcements. Thus, many people were awakened from their dreams, yawning as they returned to work. These individuals were all well-trained professionals, determined to take down this disturbing hacker organization. However, after a whole night of investigation, they found not a single trace in the backends of all the portal websites. As the police were busy dealing with the situation, Chi Hao, who had been monitoring the developments, finally revealed a satisfied smile. Defeating magic with magic. Sometimes it's not that justice is delayed, but that the right time hasn't come yet. I hope that girl who once dropped out of school can see this long-awaited justice. With the first battle won, Chi Hao cautiously took his second step. This was a step he had been eager to take ever since he returned from the physical examination. He found Xiao Zhao's resume. He finally realized who his true opponent was, the Ministry of National Defense, Aerospace Division. This division was established 8 years ago, the same year he arrived on Blue Star. Chi Hao sat in front of the computer in a daze. Could it be that he was not just collateral damage? They were never looking for another Zeta alien. Instead, they were looking for him. Chapter 59. Breakthrough Progress. Chi Hao sat quietly in front of the computer, his mind still exceptionally active despite having not rested for 2 nights. When he was on Zeta Star, he had visited the simulated explosion site of the spacecraft. The escape vessel they used was a miniature spacecraft, which left no room for movement for its passengers. The vast majority of the spacecraft's volume was occupied by the energy chamber and respiratory support equipment. There was even no maintenance compartment reserved. Only a rectangular toolbox, about the length of an arm, was fixed to the wall of the sleep chamber for emergency use once they reached a new planet. This meant that the initial design philosophy of the spacecraft was that, once the hull suffered severe damage, the passengers would quietly die in their sleep, becoming just another piece of debris floating in the universe, like millions of other space fragments. To minimize this possibility, the Zeta people spent hundreds of years successfully synthesizing a superalloy that was not only high-temperature resistant and extremely strong, but also corrosion resistant, claiming it would not rust for 1,000 years. Their sleep chambers were made from the same material, filled with nutrient fluid. When a person lies in the sleep chamber and is injected with the sleep liquid, they would fall into deep sleep. In this state, the body's metabolic rate approaches 0, and the demand for breathing significantly decreases, though a minimal amount of oxygen is still needed. The sleep chamber is filled with nutrient fluid, and breathing is facilitated through a metal mask made of the same material that supplies oxygen. The metal conduits of the sleep chamber connect to the respiratory support equipment, ensuring the minimum oxygen supply. After pressing the self-destruct button, multiple detonation points inside the sleep chamber would explode simultaneously, ensuring that the intricate instruments within were reduced to powder, thereby completely erasing the biological information of the Zeta individuals inside. The inner cabin of the spacecraft would also explode, but due to the properties of the materials, the sleep chamber itself and the hull of the spacecraft would inevitably leave some remnants after the explosion. Do not underestimate these debris fragments. They contain highly advanced technology. If humanity were to obtain them and conduct serious research, it could significantly benefit the study of aerospace materials within 5 to 10 years. Chi Hao fell into deep thought. Could the obsession with these materials have led to the 8-year pursuit of extraterrestrials by the Aerospace Authority? Yet, 8 years had passed, and based on his understanding of humanity, they must have gained considerable insight from these remnants by now. Chi Hao opened the computer again. This time, he began searching for the research progress of aerospace materials in his country over the past 8 years. The results were disappointing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. According to publicly available online resources, although his country was in a leading position in the field of aerospace materials globally, there had been no breakthroughs in research over the last 8 years. Unwilling to give up, Chi Hao cautiously infiltrated the internal websites of relevant research institutions and scientific academies, but again found nothing. There had been no breakthroughs in 8 years. It was strange. While there were no major breakthroughs, there should at least have been some minor ones. Chi Hao rubbed his throbbing temples, moved the mouse, and intended to shut down the computer for a short rest. At that moment, a line of small text at the bottom of the web page he was about to exit caught his attention. Revolutionary alloy material emerges, marking a new chapter in human space exploration. When was this news from, and why didn't it show up during his earlier search? He rubbed his eyes and quickly clicked on it. Title: Revolutionary alloy material emerges, marking a new chapter in human space exploration. Date: year 2020 in the local calendar. After years of dedicated research, a top domestic materials science institute has successfully synthesized a new alloy material of epoch-making significance. This alloy, acclaimed in the industry for its ultra-high strength, exceptional corrosion resistance, and excellent thermal protection properties, is hailed as the key to space exploration, marking a significant step for our nation in the quest to conquer the stars. The date of the news was 2020 in the local calendar. No wonder he didn't find it at first. It wasn't available in publicly accessible information online. This wasn't new news, but rather an old story from 40 years ago. Thus, even on internal websites, this news occupied only an inconspicuous corner. After reading the article carefully, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The people of his country were truly remarkable. 40 years ago, the technological level was far behind compared to 2060. Under such backward research conditions at that time, they managed to develop such an alloy. This alloy almost exhibited certain characteristics of the materials developed by another advanced civilization. Suddenly, his hand that was moving the mouse froze. Wait, this alloy. Wasn't this the significant breakthrough he had been searching for? However, the breakthrough occurred not in the last 8 years, but 40 years ago. Developing this material typically required at least 5 to 10 years. Yet, this alloy had already emerged 40 years ago. His hand began to tremble violently, making it difficult to hold the mouse. He pressed down hard on his right arm with his left hand, but his right hand trembled even more. Soon, his entire body couldn't help but shake. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Stay calm. He must stay calm. He forced himself to regain composure. Finally, his hand stopped shaking as much. Biting his lip, he opened a new web page. This time, he searched for the title, What Breakthroughs Has the Aerospace Industry Achieved in the Past 50 Years? Chapter 60, New Weapons this time. After pressing the Enter key, the screen was immediately filled with answers. Over the past 50 years, the aerospace industry in a certain country has made a series of explosive, milestone advancements in aviation materials and rocket technology. 40 years ago, in the year 2020, a revolutionary alloy material emerged, marking a new chapter in human space exploration. 34 years ago, in 2026, the rocket engine combustion chamber was hailed as a space miracle made from a chromium nickel iron alloy. 25 years ago, in 2035, a historic leap was achieved with breakthroughs in nuclear fusion rocket technology, leading the nation's laboratories into a new era of space exploration. Subsequently, Chi Hao saw a speculation from foreign media that was treated as a joke by the locals. This country successfully captured a living alien 50 years ago. 1. Alive. Chi Hao's anxious mind calculated. After obtaining fragments of the Zeta starship's alloy shell, it would take about 10 years of research to replicate even 10%, which was already close to the limits of research. That seemed reasonable. Based on this, it took a total of 16 years to develop the alloy for the engine combustion chamber. Although it was slightly slow, the time span was still quite reasonable. The nuclear fission technology developed on the basis of the previous 2's research into high-temperature materials took another 10 years longer, which also seemed very reasonable. The timeline seemed to match up. So, could it be that 50 years ago, they really did capture a Zeta being? Chi-Hao stared silently at the screen. After a while, he shook his head. No, this news couldn't possibly be true. 50 years ago, the technological level in that country was far from what it is now. As long as the Zeta starship could land safely, even in the city center, their compatriots would surely be able to rescue themselves. After all, they had been preparing for this moment from the moment they were born. The Fireseed project had simulated all possible scenarios that could occur upon landing, including even the unlikely situation of landing on a planet inhabited by technologically advanced cannibals, with corresponding contingency plans and training in place. Moreover, the starship was equipped with personal armor and small weapons. Chi-Hao was confident that even if that country really sent people to capture them, with the armed forces of 50 years ago, they would likely not be able to catch the Zeta beings trained by the Fireseed project. To take it a step further, even if the Zeta beings were indeed captured, they would certainly cause a huge uproar and would never surrender quietly. It would be so quiet that even professional spies sent by other countries would struggle to gather even a hint of real useful information. So, why did such a rumor arise? There's no smoke without fire. All rumors are based on some semblance of truth. Then, where did this wind begin to blow? Chi-Hao's left index finger lightly tapped the table as he fell into deep thought. Everything pointed back to 50 years ago, in the year 2010. What exactly happened that year? Where should he start looking? Suddenly, he remembered a cave located in the southern part of Anyang that his history teacher had mentioned in class on Monday. Anyang, the city, he has an impression of it. When he first arrived on this planet, in order to avoid drawing attention, quickly integrate into society, and prevent common mistakes, he read extensively. Whenever he received any books or newspapers while collecting scrap, he would read them. He had come across several books introducing various cities. What did they say? There are 2 cities in the country that have unearthed a large number of prehistoric human fossils. Among them, Xining mainly features fossils from the Paleolithic era, while Anyang is one of the cities with the most Neolithic human fossil sites. The Neolithic era dates back 10 to 5,000 years ago. Last year, new caves excavated in Anyang revealed writings from a distant star. Chi-Hao's fingers tapped the table increasingly faster. 10,000 years ago, writings from that distant star appeared in the country. This is a fact. 50 years ago, the country captured an extraterrestrial being. This is just a rumor. After 2010, the aerospace industry in the country began to take off. This is a fact. So, is there any connection among these 3? This time, Chi-Hao planned to change his approach and start researching from Anyang. Was there any significant news in Anyang 50 years ago? He quickly wrote a small program to gather relevant information. Soon, the program provided results. Since 50 years ago, there had been no major news in Anyang related to the aerospace industry. During this time, Anyang had only unearthed numerous historical relics. It seemed that there had always been an official archaeological team stationed in this city, digging everywhere, every day. There were no useful discoveries. Chi-Hao was not discouraged. He simply hacked into the Anyang government website to check all internal network information from the past 50 years. It was clean. The internal network of Anyang seemed to have been cleared, as the content was too pristine. Famous tourist city, archaeology-friendly city. Unfortunately, these were not what he wanted to see. Chi-Hao leaned back in his chair, somewhat frustrated. There was no useful information captured on both the public network and the internal network in the country. He was unwilling to give up. There must be other ways. Or other channels? Yes, let's try other channels. Chi-Hao had a sudden idea. Opened the external network and began searching in other languages around the world. This time, he finally made some progress. There was a struggling tabloid in a certain region that was on the verge of shutting down. This tabloid had reported a piece of news 50 years ago. What could be found online was a photocopy of the newspaper from that time. The colors were black and white, and it was somewhat unclear. The entire news item contained only a few words. In 2010, the Navy of the country may have conducted military exercises, with an aircraft carrier transporting new weapons from Anyang to the capital. Below was a blurry photo of a large weapon, thoroughly covered. placed in the middle of the deck. The media speculated wildly that this was some new type of weapon developed by the country. Due to the lack of response from the relevant authorities, there have been no new weapons introduced, and the matter ultimately came to nothing. However, even though it was thoroughly concealed, Chi Hao still recognized the true identity of this new type of weapon at a glance, just from its outline. It was a complete escape spacecraft from the Zeta system that had not undergone self-destruction. Chapter 61. An empty seat. Chi Hao was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He had unknowingly fallen asleep at his desk. As he opened his eyes, sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with a warm, hazy glow. For a moment, Chi Hao felt a bit disoriented. The call was from Xiao Jianhong. On the phone, he excitedly said, "Chi Hao, after 3 days of meetings, we've preliminarily discussed and decided that the plan to install thrusters on the asteroid has been listed as the preferred option. Next, we need to figure out how to execute the project. All researchers on the team need to come to a meeting at 3 p.m. today. I'll come pick you up." Chi Hao glanced at his phone. It was 11 a.m. on a Sunday, and he estimated he had only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Although he wasn't sure how the meeting would be conducted, thinking about Wang Kuan and the others made him feel a bit of a headache. He rubbed his swollen temples, agreed on a departure time with Xiao Jianhong, then climbed up to the upper bunk and fell asleep again. At 2 p.m., the alarm went off, and he finally got up with his messy hair. After a quick wash, he put on his down jacket, went to the first floor of the dormitory to buy a loaf of bread from a vending machine, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and then slowly made his way to the school's north gate. At 2:20 p.m., when Chi Hao ambled to the north gate, Xiao Jianhong's car had just arrived. Chi Hao opened the passenger door and got in. The two punctual individuals exchanged smiles. Once Xiao Jianhong started the car, Chi Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, took a bite of the cold dry bread while sipping on the icy mineral water. As they drove, Xiao Jianhong disapproved. "Your eating habits aren't very healthy. You're still at an age where you should eat well." Chi Hao smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Thanks for your concern, teacher. I've been stuck in the dorm playing games for the past couple of days and didn't have time to go to the cafeteria." "Playing games?" Xiao Jianhong turned to look at Chi Hao while waiting for a red light. "Your eyes are all bloodshot. You've been staying up late playing games." "Yeah." Xiao Jianhong opened his mouth to criticize him, thinking that at this age, one should focus on studying and not be distracted by games. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. After all, although he was only 13, he was already a colleague. "Well," after a pause, he said dryly, "playing games should be done in moderation. You still need to get your sleep." Chi Hao didn't respond. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chi Hao's head bobbing slightly, having fallen asleep in the seat. How many hours of gaming does one need to do to be this exhausted? When the car arrived in front of the Tianxiong Research Center building, Xiao Jianhong turned off the engine and glanced at the time. It was 2:50 p.m., 10 minutes before the meeting was set to start. He sat in the driver's seat, staring at the constantly changing time on his phone, until it reached 2:55 p.m., when he shook Chi Hao's shoulder. "Xiao Qi, wake up, we're here." In fact, Chi Hao had already woken up as soon as the car stopped. Seeing that Xiao Jianhong didn't get out immediately, he dozed off for a little while longer. The two of them got out of the car and headed straight for the large conference room on the first floor. By the time they entered, most people had already arrived. In the center of the conference room was a huge pure white oval conference table, with 3 empty seats at the head. On the far wall of the conference room was an enormous electronic screen that took up almost half of the wall. Chi Hao followed Xiao Jianhong into the conference room and noticed an empty seat on the right side near the main seat. Xiao Jianhong quickly walked over to that spot. Chi Hao's gaze flickered as he saw name cards placed in front of everyone. He quickly looked around, but did not find a name card with his name on it. After a brief hesitation, he randomly chose an empty seat near the door. Just as he sat down, 2 people in military uniforms entered through the door, one after the other. This was the first time Chi Hao had seen Xiao Zhao in uniform, and he looked quite spirited. The person walking in front of Xiao Zhao was a tall, middle-aged officer, dressed in a well-fitted dark blue military uniform, adorned with several medals on his chest. He had a prominent nose and sharp eyes. When Chi Hao looked at him, the officer coincidentally looked back at him. Their eyes met, and the officer paused slightly, giving a slight nod to Chi Hao before striding past him. This was Chi Hao's first encounter with Cheng Tianyu. Xiao Zhao, who followed Cheng Tianyu, stopped beside Chi Hao's seat and whispered in surprise, "Why are you sitting here? I saved a seat for you up front." Chi Hao stretched his neck to look at the 3 empty seats at the front that Xiao Zhao indicated. The military officer who had just passed by was walking toward those empty seats. He turned back and flashed a grin at Xiao Zhao, as if to say, "I really appreciate your consideration." Xiao Zhao laughed and followed Cheng Tianyu to the front. After they left, a researcher beside Qi Hao leaned over and said, "Director Zhao was just joking with you. That middle seat wasn't saved for you. It's the designated seat for General Huang Yunzi. He usually doesn't attend meetings of this level, so it's empty." Qi Hao glanced at the researcher with a complex expression. "Thanks for the reminder. But I'm not an idiot." At 3 p.m., the meeting started on time. Chapter 62. Discovering the flaw. This was the first official meeting that Qi Hao attended after arriving in the region, and it was also the highest-level conference he had participated in so far. As the host of the meeting, Cheng Tianyu's style of presiding was quite consistent with the impression his appearance gave, efficient and authoritative. With him in charge, there was significantly less noise during the meeting, and participants refrained from unnecessary chatter. It was no wonder that just 3 days had passed, yet the project had already made considerable progress, having settled on a plan to address the issue of the W asteroid. Qi Hao only listened for a short while, but quickly sensed that Cheng Tianyu was a highly knowledgeable and logically astute leader. When each researcher spoke, he did not interrupt, but listened attentively. He also did not take notes. Xiao Zhao, "Of course, I'm the one taking notes." When key data was mentioned, he would invite the presenting researcher to display the crucial information on the large electronic screen. As the meeting progressed, discussions became increasingly professional, and the data on the screen grew more detailed. When the last researcher completed their presentation, Cheng Tianyu summarized the data, and the electronic screen displayed a clear trajectory. It was evident that the W asteroid's path was a flattened ellipse. Approximately 2 years later, it would pass over the southern pole of the blue planet, reaching the farthest point from the blue planet in the 6th year, before beginning its return. Originally, it was expected to pass closely by the blue planet at the end of the 8th year, but due to the proximity this time, it would be captured by the blue planet's gravity, gradually coming closer during nearly a year of orbit before ultimately colliding with the blue planet. The W asteroid, approaching from the northeast, would gradually shift its trajectory southward after the installation of thrusters. In the 9th year, it could achieve a turn from southwest to due south, completing a 30-degree deviation. After the turn, the asteroid would follow this new path, heading directly south, thereby escaping the blue planet's gravitational pull and avoiding a collision. If successful, this would be a monumental achievement, humanity's first successful prediction of an asteroid's trajectory near the blue planet, altering its path to eliminate the threat beyond the blue planet. However, if the project were to fail, the significant economic losses and the negative impact on the region's international influence would pale in comparison. Just imagining the disastrous consequences of an asteroid impact on the region was an unbearable thought. Therefore, this project could only succeed and must not fail. Qi Hao looked at the data set on the screen. These data were mainly divided into 2 parts. The first part was the prediction of the W asteroid's trajectory before the thruster installation, utilizing the data he had provided. The second part was the speculations on how W would change direction and its new trajectory after the thrusters were installed, which was completed by Wang Kuen's team. Qi Hao focused directly on the second part. He had a gut feeling that there was an issue with the conclusions drawn in this section. He fixed his gaze on the reasoning process. The calculations for the thrust generated by the thrusters seemed sound. The thrust may cause angular deviation, which is not a problem. However, he had an intuition that the final result should not be like this. The predictive data provided on-site had already been submitted to a third party and validated through multiple discussions over the past 3 days. Therefore, Cheng Tianyu did not linger at this step, but continued to advance the meeting. As Qi Hao fell into contemplation during the second part, the meeting had already progressed to the next phase. Cheng Tianyu glanced at the researchers present, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers. This was his signature gesture before he began to speak. The buzzing discussion in the conference room immediately diminished, and it quickly became quiet. Cheng Tianyu nodded to everyone and started to speak. "Thank you all for the data provided. It is because of you that our nation has the courage and confidence to confront the external crisis. On behalf of the country, I extend my deepest respect to all of you. Of course, everyone will receive returns that match their contributions. I assure you, just like every previous occasion, I will not let you down." After finishing this opening remark, loud applause erupted in the conference room, accompanied by bursts of knowing laughter. In this harmonious atmosphere, Qi Hao's gaze finally locked onto a hypothetical condition in the inference. When the rotation of the W asteroid is stable, installing thrusters at point A will generate XXX thrust. When the rotation is stable, Shi Hao finally understood where Wang Kuan and the others went wrong. All their calculations were based on this assumption. The W asteroid's rotation is stable. This time, they performed perfectly in mathematics, indeed making no errors. Their mistake lay in their insufficient understanding of cosmic bodies. The astrophysicists in Wang Kuan's team concluded that the W asteroid could rotate stably based on its shape, size, internal structure, and the gravitational influence it experienced when approaching a nearby celestial body. The current observational data also seemed to support this conclusion. After all, the W asteroid has a regular shape, is not small in size, and has a uniform internal structure with minimal influence from centrifugal force. However, they did not know that the internal structure of W would change. Shi Hao remembered a crucial segment from the description he received about the W asteroid. For nearly a century, the W asteroid has collided with multiple celestial bodies, causing its radius to shrink from an initial 10 kilometers to around 1 kilometer now. The inhabitants of the nearby planet are unaware that collisions not only change the size of the W asteroid, but also alter its internal structure, leading to a loose and porous interior that affects its rotational stability. This is common knowledge on Zeta Star, even included in elementary literacy textbooks. As the W asteroid approaches the nearby planet, its instability will become more pronounced by the time the blue beings discover it. If the thrusters have already been installed at point A on asteroid W as originally planned, it will be completely unpredictable how W will change its trajectory. Shi Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but immediately closed it tightly again. He looked at the self-satisfied Wang Kuan and then at the other confident researchers. The conference room was filled with joy, yet he alone felt a deep sense of sorrow rising from within. However, he could say nothing. Chapter 63. Divided into two teams on one side, Shi Hao was lost in thought. On the other side, Cheng Tianyu finished his opening remarks and began to get to the point. Everyone knew that there were only 10 years left until the orbital intersection. Our preliminary plan is to complete the task at least a year in advance. Therefore, in reality, we only have 9 years left. Professor Wang Kuan and I propose that, due to the tight schedule and heavy workload, we should divide all researchers into two groups, each responsible for different tasks. I fully support Professor Wang's suggestion. The reports just presented by everyone were excellent. Now, based on those reports, I will divide the work into two parts. The first part of the work involves the installation and debugging of the thrusters. Colleagues joining this group will be responsible for the following aspects of the work. First, they will be responsible for transporting the thrusters to the surface of asteroid W for installation and securing them. After the installation is complete, they will debug the thrusters to ensure they can generate the calculated thrust. Additionally, during the installation and debugging process, they must closely monitor the environmental changes on the surface of asteroid W to prevent any accidents. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao thought to himself, unfortunately, what really needs close monitoring is not the environmental changes on the surface of asteroid W, but the changes in its internal structure. The expressions of the other researchers were not looking good either. The tasks for this group sounded like hard, dangerous work. The boss wouldn't be planning to send them. The thinkers, off to space to dig holes and do manual labor, would he? They weren't suited for physical labor either. The researchers looked at each other, and no one spoke up, with no one volunteering. Cheng Tianyu noticed everyone's expressions and frowned, about to say something, when Xiao Zhao beside him suddenly cleared his throat. Reminded by Xiao Zhao, Cheng Tianyu realized he had forgotten to mention an important point. He forgot to say that the specific installation work would be assigned to the astronaut team. This group will mainly be responsible for the design, manufacturing, and remote monitoring of the thrusters. Remote monitoring? As long as people are still on Blue Planet, that won't be a problem. Only then did everyone's expressions shift from gloomy to bright. However, before they could fully relax, Cheng Tianyu immediately added, after the thrusters are installed, the first debugging will still require selecting one person from among them to go with the astronaut team. Of course, before going to space, necessary training will be provided, and the compensation will be very generous. But that is a discussion for later. Discussion for later? Is going to space on a business trip just an ordinary trip? What if they didn't come back? Wang Kuan and others had already made up their minds. They would rather not take on the work of the first group at all. Cheng Tianyu saw the expressions on everyone's faces and felt a bit helpless. In fact, he could understand their concerns. Although this group was gathered here now, appearing calm, they were all top talents in their respective fields. Except for Shi Hao. In other words, each person had already achieved success. and their living standards were among the top tier on Blue Planet. Except for Chi Hao, he let out a barely noticeable sigh and continued speaking. The second group is the monitoring and orbital calculation team. The work in this section is quite familiar to everyone, following the usual routine. Colleagues responsible for monitoring will continue to track the changes in position and speed of W in real time using satellites. Those in charge of orbital calculations must ensure that our current computations are accurate based on the monitoring results. If there are any issues, they need to be ready to start over at any time. Lastly, there will also be dedicated colleagues responsible for data analysis, collecting and analyzing data from the thruster's operation, evaluating its effectiveness, and making adjustments as needed. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao's assessment of Cheng Tianyu rose another level. His arrangement is indeed meticulous. If the second group can truly follow his directives to monitor and adjust in real time, the rotational issue of the asteroid W might be detected promptly by the blue beings. As long as the discovery is timely, there is still a chance for a turnaround. Therefore, this group, though seemingly light in workload, is actually crucial to the success of the entire project. The first group focuses on the fieldwork, while this group emphasizes responsibility. Monitoring work is extremely tedious. Just think about it. Observing an asteroid that changes little over the years, can those tasked with recording observation data truly identify subtle anomalies among thousands of data points? That's the first challenge. After identifying anomalies, will they draw attention? That's the second challenge. Among these researchers, who has such a high level of responsibility and can remain vigilant over such a long period? Chi Hao and Cheng Tianyu's gazes converged on Xiao Jianhong. Wang Kuan, who had been closely watching Cheng Tianyu, could no longer sit still. Just as Cheng Tianyu was about to speak and mention Xiao Jianhong's name, Wang Kuan interjected. Report. Leader, I volunteer to join the work of the second group. This happens to be my area of expertise. I have the experience, capability, and confidence to excel in this task. Wang Kuan was not wrong. It seemed he was indeed the most suitable candidate. Previously, the main work he led was orbital calculations, and he appeared to have done a good job. However, Cheng Tianyu hesitated. Through Zhao's earlier reports, his view of Wang Kuan was quite nuanced. While he indeed had professional skills and decent leadership, as his subordinates respected him, he also had a tendency to seek glory and distort the truth. He had drawn the incorrect conclusion that the orbits would not intersect, which could lead to significant losses, yet he had glamorized the mistake as an achievement. Chi Hao, this is something I should be thanked for. As the big boss, Cheng Tianyu considered issues comprehensively and was not afraid of offending people. There are many capable individuals, and it's not just Wang Kuan. In his view, Chi Hao was quite strong, but unfortunately, he was still on the monitoring list. Although the monitoring level had dropped from A to C, they still hadn't fully grasped the details. So, who else is in the math group? Professor Ling Bo? He hesitated for a while, and Wang Kuan's face began to show signs of discomfort. Just then, Xiao Jianhong suddenly spoke up. I applied to join the first group, as my background is in aerospace, which is a perfect fit. As soon as this was said, Wang Kuan immediately felt relieved. Cheng Tianyu. If we consider it purely from a professional standpoint, it does make sense for Xiao Jianhong to lead the first group and Wang Kuan to lead the second. Forget it. Maybe I was overthinking it. Since both of them are willing. Cheng Tianyu finally nodded. Wang Kuan felt a sense of calm wash over him. And his team members, who usually followed him, were also feeling pleased. The workload between the two groups was starkly different. One had a lot of work with less pay and the risk of being sent to space. The other had less work, more pay, and was closer to home. Working with our boss Wang has a promising future. Now that the team leaders have been decided, the next steps will be much easier. Each leader would select their team members. Professor Ling Bo, who usually worked closely with Xiao Jianhong, also joined the first group. Other researchers, at the invitation of the two leaders, confirmed which group they would be in. Everyone got up and sat on either side of the conference table according to their groups. Soon, at the end of the long table, only Chi Hao was left sitting there all alone. No one invited him. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He put on a perfectly measured expression of concern and pretended to ask, Chi Hao, I just noticed you haven't been assigned yet. Which group do you want to join? Xiao Jianhong hesitated for a moment, wanting to invite Chi Hao. Just as he was about to speak, several hands reached out from behind him, tugging at his clothes. Someone whispered behind him, Leader, this kid only knows how to calculate orbits and can't do anything else. Our group is working on developing propulsion systems, which doesn't match his expertise. He should go to the second group, where it fits his background. Xiao Jinhong actually shared the same thought. However, the kid was brought in by him and had helped the project take the most critical step forward. It wasn't he right to cut ties immediately after crossing the river. Besides, every group needs a mathematician. They can't just keep going to Wang Kuan for math problems. The team members behind him seemed to anticipate his thoughts and quietly added, "Moreover, if we encounter any mathematical issues, we still have Professor Ling in our group." Chapter 64. Joining a group, they kept their voices extremely low. Unfortunately, thanks to his keen hearing, Chi Hao could hear them clearly from a distance. He sighed inwardly. Xiao Jinhong hadn't invited him, which surprised him at first, but after a moment's thought, he understood. Remembering the various considerations Xiao Jinhong had shown him on the way here, Chi Hao couldn't help but marvel at the complexities of human nature. However, Chi Hao himself wanted to join Group 2. His reasons for wanting to join were the same as Cheng Tianyu's. He didn't trust Wang Kuan. Just by observing Wang Kuan and his associates' ways of doing things, one could predict the project's future. Although Wang Kuan was somewhat unpleasant, if Chi Hao joined the group led by him, life would undoubtedly be quite difficult. But Chi Hao wasn't afraid at all. As long as he could find a way to expose any problematic data at crucial moments, the rest would be easy to handle. It would just be a matter of how to distribute the credit. But the allure of money, power, fame, and fortune held no meaning for Chi Hao. He simply didn't want to see a disaster occur. That would lead to the deaths of many, many people. Chi Hao valued life more than anyone else present, even the lives of those from another world. However, as an alien currently at risk of exposure, Chi Hao could only do this much. His top priority was always to ensure his own safety first. Therefore, if humanity chose to forego this opportunity and didn't allow him into Group 2, then everything would end there. He wouldn't interfere again. He would respect the fate of others. Chi Hao lowered his head, quietly sitting in his seat, waiting for the humans in the conference room to make their final decision. Wang Kuan feigned concern, and, seeing that Group 1 was also silent, his joy doubled. All along, he viewed Chi Hao as insignificant, just a student who had won some math competition awards. How could he be compared to the big shots from various fields? Allowing him to be present here was already a favor. He shared similar thoughts with everyone, including Cheng Tianyu. Chi Hao was merely a calculator of trajectories. His mission was over. He had no remaining value. Wang Kuan had it all planned out. If Chi Hao were to speak up now and request to join their group, he would regretfully say, "Sorry, kid, our group is focused on this kind of work. You should just go home and play by yourself." Ha. Determined, he eagerly awaited Chi Hao to make his request. However, Chi Hao remained silent. Xiao Jinhong, seeing Wang Kuan's expression, mistakenly thought that Wang Kuan wanted Chi Hao to join their group, which eased his guilt slightly as he anxiously awaited Wang Kuan to invite Chi Hao. Professor Ling Bo, sitting in a lower seat next to Xiao Jinhong, listened expressionlessly to the analyses of others in the group. As the atmosphere grew colder and Chi Hao remained unchosen, Ling Bo gradually furrowed his brows. Time passed second by second, and neither group made any invitations. Chi Hao remained silent, and the atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly awkward. Some of the more sympathetic researchers began to feel embarrassed for him. Chi Hao continued to sit quietly, waiting for the final outcome. Cheng Tianyu glanced at his watch. They had already wasted quite a bit of time on the grouping and could not afford to delay any longer. He had other commitments ahead. Since Chi Hao didn't have a group, he might as well temporarily withdraw from the project team. After all, he was just an inconsequential participant. Cheng Tianyu leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and intertwining his fingers. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Zhao, who had not said a word since the meeting began, suddenly spoke up. "Chi Hao, you join Group 1. Cheng Tianyu, interrupted, turned to give Xiao Zhao a glare, only to find Xiao Zhao looking back at him. His gaze slightly evasive. Understood. Was he trying to support Chi Hao? Although Cheng Tianyu didn't know Xiao Zhao's motives, it was just a trivial matter. It wouldn't hurt the overall situation. He swallowed the words he was about to say and followed Xiao Zhao's lead, saying, "Then it's decided. Chi Hao will join Group 1. Today's meeting has been very productive. I hope everyone will continue to work together to solve the issues with the W asteroid." The meeting concluded there, and any follow-up matters could be directed to Director Zhao. As the meeting adjourned, it was settled that Chi Hao would join Group 1. Chi Hao glanced at Xiao Zhao in surprise, who smiled at him from a distance. Chi Hao pressed his lips together, forming a silent expression of gratitude towards Xiao Zhao. He hadn't joined Group 2, but also hadn't been kicked out of the project team. For him, being able to stay here to gather information about the home planet without having to go to the chaotic Group 2 was good news. However, it was a pity that this project hadn't even started and might already be doomed to fail. He calmly stood up, stretched his stiff body, and followed the crowd out of the meeting room. He had never had the opportunity to be the one making choices, and this time was no different. As Chi-Hao stepped out of the Tianqiong Research Center, he realized it was already dark outside. It was nearly 8 p.m. He had come with Xiao Jianhong's car. But when he left the conference room, Xiao Jianhong, as the group leader, was still surrounded by many people discussing the next steps. Chi-Hao shrugged and decided to find his own way back. Other researchers passed him by to get their cars from the parking spots in front of the building. But no one spoke to him or offered help. Chi-Hao didn't mind. He planned to walk to the entrance of the research institute and ask the security guard to help call a car. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, likely someone rushing to get their car. Chi-Hao stepped aside slightly. The footsteps slowed down, and then a large hand gently rested on his shoulder. Chi-Hao, let me give you a ride back to school. Chi-Hao was startled when he heard the voice of the person behind him. He turned around and politely said to the newcomer, Professor Ling, it's really no trouble. I can go back by myself. Ling Bo smiled gently at Chi-Hao and said, let me take you back. In fact, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to apologize to you. Chi-Hao was slightly taken aback. He recalled the last meeting when he first met Ling Bo. They had never spoken before, and Ling Bo had helped him cover up a lie. At that time, he didn't know if it was intentional or accidental. Now it seemed that Ling Bo had intentionally helped him. Chi-Hao had a good memory and was certain that in the 8 years since coming to this planet, he had never met Ling Bo before joining the project team. So, what could this Professor Ling have to apologize to him for? Could he be another Uncle Zhao? Then he could take this opportunity to probe into Ling Bo's intentions. Chi-Hao sounded the alarm in his heart while showing gratitude on his face. Professor Ling, then I'll trouble you. By the way, I live near the north gate of Huan University. Ling Bo interrupted him, sounding a bit melancholic. I know where you live and where you study. The genius class at the affiliated high school of Hua University, right? This Professor Ling had done his homework on him. Chi-Hao's internal alarm began to escalate. He maintained a calm expression as he got into the car behind Ling Bo. Ling Bo only started the car after Chi-Hao fastened his seatbelt. Chi-Hao, let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Mathematics Science Center at Qingyun University and also the supervisor of Shi Yifei. The invitation letter that Shi Yifei gave you was signed by me. Chi-Hao's mind raced. After he won first place in the Hope Star Mathematics competition, Shi Yifei had approached him with a beautifully crafted invitation letter that had a signature. Yes, the signatory was Ling Bo. As Ling Bo spoke, he sighed. Although I teach at Qingyun and Lao Liang is at Huan, we are old classmates. The annotations you made in Lao Liang's book were treasured and shown to me. The moment I saw them, I immediately decided that I had to bring you to Qingyun. Chi-Hao, you are a true genius. It's a pity, a real pity. Just one step away, and in the end, Lao Liang took you away. Chi-Hao could tell that the professor in front of him was genuinely regretful. It turned out there was such a connection between him and Professor Ling. Anyway, once the administrative leadership of Qingyun got involved, our retraction of the invitation letter was indeed very unsportsmanlike. Sighed the academic world. Sometimes, hey, here, on behalf of Qingyun University, I apologize to you. Chapter 65. Always acting like this, the director of the prestigious Mathematics Science Center at Qingyun University actually remembered such a trivial matter for so long and even personally came to apologize. Chi-Hao was somewhat surprised. Professor, you still remember this? It's been a while. I almost forgot about it myself. Ling Bo glanced at Chi-Hao while driving. The boy's eyes were clear, and although he wore a faint smile on his face, the smile did not reach his eyes. He turned back to focus on driving and fell silent again. The car fell into silence until they reached the north gate of Huan University. Professor, you can stop here. I'll get off. Ling Bo did not respond or stop, but continued to drive to the parking lot outside the north gate. Getting out here would save Chi-Hao a short walk. Chi-Hao thought to himself, isn't that unnecessary? It's just a few steps. This Professor Ling seemed a bit odd. As soon as the car came to a stop, Chi-Hao unbuckled his seatbelt and reached for the door. Just before he opened it, he heard a soft click. The door was locked. Chi-Hao remained in the passenger seat, hands still outstretched. Ling Bo chuckled behind him. Relax, kid. Don't be anxious. I've been wanting to find a chance to talk to you. Chi-Hao slowly sat back, leaning against the seat and crossing his arms over his chest. This was a defensive posture. He looked at Ling Bo with a blank expression. What do you want to say? I'm all ears. Streetlights cast shadows into the car, illuminating parts of Chi-Hao while his face remained shrouded in darkness. Despite being so close, Ling Bo couldn't clearly see Chi-Hao's face in the dim light. Fortunately, he had seen Chi-Hao many times during their last meeting, in the conference room, and earlier when Chi Hao participated in a television interview. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was being a bit too obvious. Finally getting the chance to be alone with Chi Hao. Even someone as composed as he was couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Look at this kid, all tense, nervous like a little hedgehog. He tilted his head back, mimicking Chi Hao's posture, leaning against the driver's seat. Good kid, don't be nervous. I couldn't personally go to Lan Hightown to find you because I was ill at that time. Otherwise you. Chi Hao interrupted him. That's all in the past. Professor Ling, what do you really want to say? Please just say it. I'm a bit hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. Oh, you're hungry? Then let me take you out for dinner first. I know which restaurants around here are good. I used to come here often to eat. Chi Hao felt a bit exasperated. Why does someone from Qingyan come here to Huan every day? No need for that. What exactly do you want from me? Suddenly, he had a realization about their group. Professor Ling, are you worried that I might threaten your position in the group? Rest assured. I assure you that I am just here to learn from everyone and broaden my horizons. With my level, as long as I don't cause any trouble. That would be good enough. You absolutely don't need to worry. He thought that Ling Bo would be satisfied with this, but unexpectedly, Ling Bo laughed out loud after hearing it. You can deceive others with this, but you can't fool me. Come on, I've already lowered my stance this much. Isn't that enough? Chi Hao was a bit annoyed and was about to find some casual words to brush off this quirky Professor Ling, but Ling Bo smiled and asked, Child, don't you ever get tired of pretending like this? Pretending. Chi Hao leaned back tightly against the chair, not responding. Ling Bo seemed unaware of the huge impact his words had on Chi Hao and continued to narrate calmly. When you were 5 years old, you were found at the entrance of the Red Star Welfare Institute. Your academic performance was average during elementary school, but at the age of 12, you entered the first middle school in Blue Sea Town with a commendable 5th place in your class, shortly after school started. You brought back the national gold medal in the middle school debate competition for Blue Sea Town's first middle school. Then, you broke the best record for the 1,000-meter run since the school was established, and next, you became the first contestant in the history of the Hope Star math competition to achieve a perfect score. Such a smart person like you doesn't remember anything before the age of 5? Who are your relatives? And how did you end up at the entrance of the Welfare Institute? Aren't you even a little curious? Chi Hao replied, I'm more curious about you right now. Professor Ling's calm voice finally couldn't contain his excitement when he spoke the last few words. Child, would you be willing to do a genetic test with me? I might be your biological grandfather. The abrupt shift in Professor Ling's words and the bizarre content completely exceeded Chi Hao's expectations. Chi Hao was left dumbfounded. He thought Professor Ling was a weirdo, but it turned out he was a madman. Chapter 66. Memories of the Ling family. You have to believe me. Ling Bo spoke earnestly, even turning around to try to grab Chi Hao's hand. This was utterly ridiculous to the extreme. In the end, Chi Hao managed to free himself from Ling Bo's car. As soon as he got out, he quickly jogged towards the dormitory, feeling somewhat like he was fleeing the scene. This was the first time he felt such a mix of humor and absurdity since arriving on this planet. How could there be someone randomly claiming to recognize their grandson? Upon returning to the dormitory, he didn't rush in immediately but stood at the door, carefully scanning the room inside. Good, no one had entered while he was away. It seemed that even if someone was secretly observing him, the effort was minimal. His cautious approach had proven to be quite necessary. He felt a bit more relaxed. After a long day of mental and physical exertion, the not-so-soft bed on the upper bunk was incredibly inviting. He intended to jump straight into bed for some rest. But for some reason, the look of expectation in Professor Ling Bo's eyes kept flashing before him. His intuition told him that Professor Ling Bo genuinely wanted to acknowledge him. If it weren't for Chi Hao being fully aware of his true background, he might have actually thought there was some connection between them. Why not investigate? It wouldn't take too much time anyway. Having made up his mind, Chi Hao put aside his doubts and opened his computer. He booted it up, first deploying counter-tracking and countermeasure programs, setting up disposable multi-layer proxies, and then casually wrote a small program to start searching across the entire network. Meanwhile, he took out the leftover bread from lunch and hastily dealt with his dinner. In just a few minutes, the information he wanted appeared on the screen. Chi Hao brushed off the crumbs from his hands and sat at the computer. When the photo of Professor Ling Bo's son appeared on the screen, he immediately understood why Professor Ling Bo looked at him so eagerly. He and Ling Jianhui, Ling Bo's son, bore an astonishing resemblance, almost 8 parts alike. Ling Bo's only beloved child, Ling Jianhui, went missing on his 12th birthday in a restaurant owned by the Ling family. After that, the Ling family mobilized all connections and conducted a large-scale search across the country for a year before switching to discreet inquiries. But no matter how hard they searched, it was as if Lin Xue had vanished from the face of the earth. He was never found. Most importantly, Lin Xue had been only 12 years old when he went missing, the same age as Chi Hao. The boy in the photos, even if they were just a few old ones, radiated an aura that made anyone who saw him instantly fond of him. It was clear that he had been raised with great care. His disappearance must have been a devastating blow to his parents. However, even if Chi Hao and Lin Xue looked strikingly alike and were of similar age, to conclude that they were related based solely on that was quite far-fetched. And Professor Ling Bo, didn't he seem like the kind of person who would jump to such conclusions without more evidence? There must be other factors at play. While pondering this, Chi Hao casually typed in Ling Bo's name. Almost immediately, the small program provided a complete profile of Ling Bo. After reading it, Chi Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had indeed underestimated the situation. This Professor Ling Bo, whom he had suspected of being somewhat eccentric, had been a winner in life before the age of 18. Ling Bo, the youngest son of the Ling family, exhibited an intelligence far beyond that of his peers from a young age and was groomed by his parents as the heir of the family. However, young and impulsive, he resented his parents' strict demands over the years. Coupled with his carefree nature and wide-ranging interests, he developed a passionate love for rock music at the age of 18. As a result, he refused to attend a prestigious business school as his parents wished and, with the help of his elder brother, changed his university major to music. This led to severe conflicts with his parents, ultimately resulting in him leaving home. Disappointed, Ling Bo's parents redirected all their resources to his elder brother. After careful nurturing, when Ling Bo turned 32, Ling's father officially announced that the family business would be handed over to Ling Bo's elder brother. This brother, known for being a dutiful son, had been mediating between their strict parents and rebellious younger brother, trying hard to bring Ling Bo back to the family fold. Following the announcement of the succession, the elder brother promptly hosted a banquet at one of their upscale restaurants, inviting both their parents and the entire Ling family. By the time he reached adulthood, and after marrying and having children, Ling Bo gradually understood his parents' good intentions. He had previously asked his elder brother to mediate, but their parents, perhaps too heartbroken, rejected every request for a meeting. Finally, when an opportunity arose to reconcile with his parents, he eagerly brought his partner and son along. No one expected that during this visit, on their own territory, they would lose track of the child. His son, Lin Xue, was a well-known child prodigy, much like Ling Bo had been. At 11, he had already skipped grades and entered middle school. In his first year there, he demonstrated astonishing talent and comprehensive abilities. In language arts, he participated in a national middle school debate competition and won the title of Best Debater. In mathematics, he competed in a national math competition, not only securing first place, but also becoming the youngest contestant in the event's history. Physically, Ling Xue was quite different from Chi Hao. The child inherited Ling Bo's tall stature, reaching over 170 centimeters at just 11 years old, taller than Chi Hao was at present. The small program also found a brief interview segment. In the video, after winning the math competition, Ling Xue cheerfully stated during a press interview, "My future dream is to become a glorious astronaut and explore the unknown universe for my country." Chi Hao stared in astonishment at Ling Xue's seemingly extraordinary life, recognizing the familiar accolades and the even more familiar dream. With similar appearances, comparable ages, and almost identical achievements after entering middle school, along with the same aspirations, it was no wonder Professor Ling Bo was unsettled. He seemed like a replica of Ling Xue. After reviewing all this, Chi Hao finally understood what Professor Ling Bo was thinking. Calculating, he has been looking for his son for almost 30 years. After so many years of searching without success, suddenly encountering a copy of his son, even knowing the chances are slim, he would still want to give it a try. If by any chance this truly is his flesh and blood, wouldn't it be like a grandchild falling from the sky? What a pity. Chi Hao closed the computer and, while climbing up, continued to think. Unfortunately, this Professor Ling's beautiful dream is destined to fall through. Before he fell into a deep sleep, he was still aimlessly pondering. Speaking of it, he is an extraterrestrial genius, while this Professor Ling is undoubtedly a local genius. According to the resume, he juggles music while casually learning a bit of mathematics. Just learning casually, he has already reached such heights today. No wonder he was the first to see through the facade he was putting on. It seems that this place truly is a land of hidden talents. Truly impressive. Turning over, Chi Hao fell into a deep sleep. On Monday morning, Chi Hao, who had slept particularly well the night before, and Shi Yang, who had enjoyed a satisfying weekend at home, ran into each other in the classroom. Upon seeing each other, for some reason, both felt as if they had forgotten something over the weekend. It wasn't until history teacher Su Anji walked into the classroom with a large stack of textbooks that they exchanged glances and suddenly remembered what they had forgotten. They had missed the chance to ask teacher Su for a makeup lesson. They immediately shrank back, fearing to draw the history teacher's attention. To their surprise, not only was teacher Su not angry, but he appeared quite cheerful. His on-site exploration application had been unexpectedly approved last Friday, and he was about to lead a team to Anyang City. The school had already rearranged the schedule, and this semester's Monday history class would swap with next semester's biology class. Teacher Su distributed the homework collected last week, happily shared this good news with the students, introduced the biology teacher, and left in high spirits. He completely forgot about giving the two new students a makeup lesson, having escaped a disaster. Shi Yang raised his hand to Chi Hao. We're really lucky. Come on, let us high-five to celebrate. Chi Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, but ignored him. After the history teacher left, the biology teacher pushed the door open and the students couldn't help but collectively exclaim upon seeing the new teacher. Finally, it's not a male teacher anymore. A knowledgeable and charming lady. Chi Hao also couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Previously, the most beautiful woman he had seen was a reporter named by Yutong sent by a television station to interview him. However, this biology teacher had a much stronger presence than Bai Yutong. Chapter 67. Someone came knocking. Although the biology teacher was young, she had quite a way with students. Seeing her classmates making a fuss in their seats, she smiled nonchalantly and bent down to retrieve a rolled-up poster from under the podium. The students watched eagerly as a vivid image slowly appeared in the teacher's hands, a skeleton diagram. The biology teacher, tall and self-sufficient, hung the poster on the left side of the blackboard without needing any help. Class, let's say hello to Xiaobai, she said. It's drawn to scale based on the average height of an adult male. Hi, Xiaobai. The class greeted the white skeleton weakly. The teacher chuckled and then unfurled another poster of the same size. This time, it was a diagram of the human body structure. Unlike the pale skeleton on the left, this diagram was colorful, with every organ and blood vessel depicted in excessive detail. Shi Yang looked at the intertwined pink intestines and felt a bit queasy, recalling that he had eaten too much for breakfast. The biology teacher hung this diagram on the right side of the blackboard. Satisfied with the now quieter classroom, she added more fuel to the fire. Before we start the lesson, I'd like to assign today as homework. Your task is to draw the human structure diagram on the right. Extra points for coloring. We'll have a quiz next class. At this, the students felt disheartened. Ugh, so much homework. Why do we have to have a quiz right away? It turned out that no matter how attractive a teacher might be, if they assigned a lot of unreasonable homework, they would quickly become unlikable. If this teacher also loved giving quizzes while piling on homework, she would become utterly detestable. After finishing the class and putting away the posters, the biology teacher left with satisfaction. Shi Yang approached Chi Hao. I'm not going to lunch today. Thinking about the teacher's detailed explanation of the intestinal structure and function in relation to the poster, Chi Hao somewhat understood Shi Yang's reason for skipping lunch. He chuckled and nodded. All right, I'll go eat by myself then. Shi Yang widened his eyes in surprise. Aren't you grossed out? Chi Hao remembered many things and, like Shi Yang, loved to eat but wasn't as particular. I had a friend who told me that nothing should stand in the way of eating. By the way, Shi Yang, why are you being so picky? You're the picky one. Shi Yang huffed and walked away angrily. He was indeed quite stubborn. Saying he wouldn't eat meant he really didn't go for lunch. By the time afternoon classes ended, he was so hungry he could hardly move. Climbing the dormitory stairs, he wished he could lean on Chi Hao for support. Chi Hao, carry me upstairs. Get lost. The two of them joked and laughed until they reached the dormitory door, where they saw a tall figure standing with their back to them outside the door. Hearing the noise, the figure turned around. Professor Ling? Shi Yang exclaimed in surprise, then happily added, You came to see me, right? He turned around and proudly introduced. Chi Hao, this is Professor Ling, my dad's boss, who specially came to the school to see me. Professor Ling. Chi Hao. Professor Ling was not actually there to see Shi Yang. He had heard from the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, which dorm Chi Hao lived in, and came directly over, not caring at all who lived with Chi Hao. Oh right, I came to see you, all. Oh my. Why has this person come looking for me? The awkward atmosphere from last night in the car enveloped Chi Hao again. He silently squeezed past Shi Yang, opened the dorm door, and walked in first. He didn't want to invite Ling Bo inside. Indeed, coming from a small place, he didn't know how to be polite. Shi Yang thought to himself while enthusiastically inviting Professor Ling into the room. Ling Bo stepped into the cramped dormitory, and Chi Hao had already sat down, busily doing his own thing. Shi Yang was flustered, trying to clear his messy chair to make space for Ling Bo. Meanwhile, Ling Bo's gaze was fixed on Chi Hao without distraction. In the midst of this awkward situation, a loud gurgle sounded from the room, causing Shi Yang's face to flush. He hadn't eaten lunch and was so hungry that his stomach growled. He hurriedly tried to suck in his stomach, but another loud gurgle followed. Ling Bo laughed. He looked at his watch. It was still not yet 5 o'clock, and the school hadn't started serving dinner. You're hungry, right? Come on. I'll take you both out for dinner. I know which restaurants around here are good. Shi Yang cheered. Chi Hao sat still, not moving. Ling Bo looked at Chi Hao. What do you usually like to eat? What flavors do you enjoy? Can you handle spicy? I love meat and seafood, and I can handle spicy food really well. Shi Yang chimed in enthusiastically. Ling Bo paused for a moment and had to directly call Chi Hao's name. Chi Hao, let's go out for dinner together. Chi Hao helplessly turned his head to face Ling Bo. Sure enough, as soon as he turned, Professor Ling was staring at him again. If he hadn't figured out the reason last night, he would think this person was a creep. How can anyone eat in such a gaze? I had lunch already. I'm not hungry right now. You can go ahead and eat. Ling Bo was about to insist, but the now dizzy from hunger Shi Yang urged, Professor Ling. Chi Hao ate a lot at noon. He is not hungry. Let us just go by ourselves. Seeing that Chi Hao was completely rejecting the idea, Ling Bo sighed. He was there to foster a connection, and if it backfired, that wouldn't be good. Then, he would just pack some food for Chi Hao to take back. Chapter 68. Adhesive plaster. Once those two finally left, Chi Hao jumped up and quickly tidied up a bit before rushing out of the dorm. If he guessed right, Professor Ling would come looking for him after dinner. He found a study room, had dinner at the cafeteria nearby, and stayed in the study room until after 9 p.m. before heading back to the dorm. When he entered, Shi Yang was already snuggled in bed, asleep. As soon as he walked in, he saw his study desk piled high with takeout boxes. Cold, hurry and close the door. Shi Yang shrieked as a chilly draft blew in. Chi Hao shut the door and walked over to Shi Yang's bed with a blank expression, looking down at the fluffy head peeking out from under the covers. Next time you go out to eat with your Professor Ling, remember not to bring me takeout. Shi Yang, hearing this, couldn't care less about the cold and popped his head out from under the blanket. You think too highly of yourself. He is my dad's superior, not his subordinate. He might come by occasionally to check on me, but how could he come all the time? There won't be a next time. But the next day, there was indeed a next time. After class on Tuesday, Chi Hao saw Professor Ling again. This time, he didn't even go upstairs but waited downstairs by the dorm. In the winter's cold wind, his tall figure shrank slightly, looking somewhat pitiful. Shi Yang was taken aback when he saw Professor Ling and muttered softly, "Wait, is my dad getting promoted or something?" Chi Hao rolled his eyes and pulled Shi Yang, who was about to run over to Ling Bo, back. You go back to the dorm first. I have something to discuss with Professor Ling He. He is here to see me. Shi Yang protested. The two of them tussled as they moved toward Ling Bo, who quickly came over to greet them. When the three met, Ling Bo cautiously asked Chi Hao, Xiao Hao, do you have a moment? Seeing Chi Hao nod, they both turned to Shi Yang. Shi Yang, Xiao Yang, you head upstairs first. I'll have a chat with Chi Hao Ling Professor. Shi Yang. Chi Hao and Ling Bo didn't abandon him to eat alone as Shi Yang worried. They didn't walk far, just stood in a sheltered spot near the dorm, talking for a short while. Then, Chi Hao walked back toward the dorm alone, while Professor Ling waited until Chi Hao's figure disappeared into the dorm building before slowly turning to leave. Shi Yang was peeking from the window upstairs. As soon as Chi Hao entered the dorm, he bounced over to him. Hey, what did you want to talk to Professor Ling about? Chi Hao rolled his eyes at him, bypassed him, and casually took off his down jacket. Shi Yang instinctively caught the jacket and continued to follow him. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Professor Ling is my dad's direct superior. You didn't offend him, did you? I noticed he didn't look too good. Why didn't you invite him up to warm up? Chi Hao couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Oh, it was clear that Shi Yang had many more questions. But after seeing Chi Hao's expression, he wisely chose to keep quiet. Chi Hao sighed in relief and took out his textbook to start on his homework. Shi Yang lay on his desk, blinking his eyes. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly sat up straight. Chi Hao, I know what you just told Professor Ling. Chi Hao lazily glanced at him. Oh really? What did I say? You want to borrow money from him. It's winter, and you don't have money to buy a coat. You wear the same down jacket every day? It obviously doesn't fit you. Hey, if you're short on cash, why didn't you say so earlier? You can borrow from me. I've got money. Chi Hao. Shut up. Oh. Chi Hao rubbed his temples, thinking that he had already made his refusal very clear and said everything he needed to say. Tomorrow, Professor Ling definitely wouldn't come back. On Wednesday afternoon, there was an elective course. Chi Hao chose computer science, while Shuyang went to music class. The two parted ways at the classroom door and headed to their respective elective classrooms. As a result, Chi Hao, in his favorite computer class, surprisingly zoned out. It was a cloudy day, with a biting north wind, and tiny snowflakes had started falling since he got up in the morning. In such cold weather, would that incredible Professor Ling come to freeze outside their dormitory again? Chi Hao shook his head, trying to push Professor Ling out of his mind. He couldn't think about him anymore. He felt like he was getting infected by the thought. After the elective class ended, Chi Hao thought for a moment and decided not to return to the dormitory right away, but to go directly to the study room. Just as he was about to reach the study room door, his phone suddenly rang. Chi Hao puzzledly took out his phone. It was an unknown number. He didn't have many contacts in his phone. Aside from the regular calls from his grandfather every weekend, very few people reached out to him. After thinking for a moment, Chi Hao decided to answer the call. The cheerful and smiling voice of Xiao Zhao came through the receiver. Chi Hao, long time no see. I heard you found your family? Chapter 69. Paternity test. No way, such a ridiculous matter has actually drawn Xiao Zhao's attention. Chi Hao felt somewhat speechless. To be honest, Professor Ling is quite unfortunate in this situation. Why don't you accompany him on this trip? Xiao Zhao suggested to Chi Hao. Chi Hao. Uncle Zhao? You really enjoy stirring up trouble. In fact, Xiao Zhao wasn't just being a busybody. He was mainly thinking about himself. If Chi Hao really turned out to be Ling Bo's grandson, his daily work would be reduced, and interactions with Chi Hao would be more natural. Although there were no signs, Xiao Zhao always suspected that Chi Hao might know something. This is the trouble with dealing with smart people. You can never guess what's on their minds. Xiao Zhao was a professional at persuading people. After hanging up Xiao Zhao's call, Chi Hao truly began to consider whether he should agree to accompany Professor Ling for a paternity test. Just like Uncle Zhao said, it was just a trip. A bit of a delay in time. It would save him from sneaking back to the dormitory after class every day, feeling like a thief. While Professor Ling followed him around in the winter like a weirdo, it was quite a hassle. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Chi Hao instinctively felt that this call was from Ling Bo. He answered, only to find it was Shuyang. Chi Hao, are you done with class? Professor Ling has bought us dinner, and it's still warm. Come back to eat. Oh, it's still Ling Bo. Chi Hao looked at the snowflakes swirling outside and sighed. Shuyang, is Professor Ling next to you? Can you hand him the phone? Oh, sure. Soon. Professor Ling's voice came through the phone. Xiao Hao, you're looking for me? Professor Ling, there's no time like the present. Let us find a place and get the test done now. Chi Hao had always been someone who, once he made a decision, would act on it without hesitation. This huge piece of news stunned Ling Bo, who opened his mouth but couldn't immediately find the words. After searching for so many years, he felt inexplicably that this time was the closest he had ever been to finding something. Although it was highly likely that his son was no longer alive. What if he had left descendants? But what if the result was disappointing? He subconsciously murmured, it's so late now, and you haven't had dinner yet. Why don't we wait until tomorrow too? Now, the one determined to go for the test was Chi Hao. Let us go get the test done now. We can find out the results sooner. You definitely know where there's a paternity testing facility near Huan City, right? Yes, there's one near Huan University. Please send me the address. Let us meet in front of that facility. See you soon. Xiao Hao, I drove today. Shall we go together? No need. I'll go by myself. Since we're not family, there's no need to be too close. After hanging up, Ling Bo quickly sent his location. It was indeed not far. He jogged for less than 20 minutes and soon stood at the entrance of the identification center. From several dozen meters away, he saw Ling Bo leaning against the car waiting for him. When both of them arrived and were about to enter the center, they were stopped by a security guard at the door. It was almost 6 o'clock, and the center would close soon. They were told to come back tomorrow. Ling Bo felt a mix of disappointment and anticipation, unsure which emotion was stronger. He looked at Chi Hao, who took out his phone and began to make a call. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Do you know of any place in Huan that does paternity tests 24 hours? Okay, thank you. Please send me the address. Do we need to make an appointment? All right, we'll head there now. After hanging up, Chi Hao smiled lightly at Ling Bo. Professor Ling. Uncle Zhao knows a hospital that does paternity tests 24 hours. Let's go there now. Once Chi Hao nodded, the matter of the paternity test seemed to have been fast-forwarded. Ling Bo felt somewhat like he was in a dream. On the way to the hospital, he was enveloped by a great sense of unreality. Next to him, Chi Hao sat quietly in the passenger seat while he drove, with snowflakes falling outside. Everything felt so calm and serene. It wasn't until they entered the hospital gate that he felt like he suddenly woke up from a dream. This hospital was familiar to Chi Hao. It was the same one he visited last time with Xiao Zhao for a checkup. Standing at the entrance, Ling Bo surveyed the surroundings and frowned slightly. The Ling family used to have some standing in Huan, but he had never heard of this hospital. He followed Chi Hao into the outpatient hall. The hall was brightly lit but empty, with only a few patients scattered about. Chi Hao went directly to the consultation desk, and soon a pretty nurse came over to them. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Chi, please follow me." The subsequent process went very smoothly. They had their blood drawn, oral swabs taken, and left hair and nail samples. The entire procedure was efficient and orderly, taking just over half an hour, and they were informed that the results would be ready in 24 hours. This was definitely not an ordinary hospital. After the tests, Chi Hao's mood visibly improved, but Ling Bo suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. He was already 60 years old this year. In the past 2 years, he could no longer set off at the slightest hint of news about a child, no matter which city it was in. It wasn't that he lacked the physical stamina, but rather a deep-seated fatigue in his mind. There had been too many disappointments. He looked at Chi Hao's profile, lost in thought. This time, it would be the last, right? This child before him, in both appearance and intelligence, resembled Jian Hui so much. Even if he wasn't truly Jian Hui's child, what difference would it make? Chi Hao was an orphan, while he was a lonely elder. Both were equally pitiable. Perhaps Chi Hao was sent to him by fate, seeing how miserable he was. Chi Hao, who never felt sorry for himself, had no idea that at this very moment, Professor Ling was making a decision. He could never have imagined the unexpected events that would unfold in the future. At this moment, he was simply happy to finally be able to get rid of Professor Ling. Chapter 70. Managing broadly on Thursday night, just 24 hours later, Chi Hao received the verification results from Xiao Zhao. As expected, he and Ling Bo had no familial relationship whatsoever. The report clearly stated, by comparing the DNA sequences of the tested individual Chi Hao and the suspected relative Ling Bo, this institution confirms that there is no biological direct grandparent-grandchild relationship between the tested individual, Chi Hao, and the suspected relative, Ling Bo. When Xiao Zhao sent the electronic version of the report to Chi Hao, he seemed somewhat regretful. "I saw how Professor Ling was acting before, visiting you at school every day and even trying to arrange for a house to be left to you. I really thought you were his relative." The daily visits to the school had been quite a burden for Chi Hao. And what was this about giving a house? Chi Hao found it hard to believe. "Uncle Zhao, are you saying that Professor Ling actually considered giving me a house?" "Well, it's all in the past now. I was just saying it casually. Anyway, regardless of what arrangements Professor Ling had before, they are all null and void now. Our hospital's test results are never wrong." Chi Hao strongly agreed with Xiao Zhao's statement. This meant that no matter what Professor Ling's plans were, they would all be cancelled upon seeing this result. They were simply two unrelated individuals. "So, Uncle Zhao, do I need to inform Professor Ling of the test results?" "You don't have to worry about that. The applicant is Professor Ling himself. The hospital notified him as soon as the results were out." At this point, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but sigh, saying that when old Ling received the call, he seemed quite upset. He would definitely be upset, considering he had such high hopes before. Without Xiao Zhao saying it, Chi Hao could already imagine Professor Ling's feelings upon receiving the results. But this is the reality. There is nothing to be done. Well, let us not dwell on this matter anymore. Let us talk about something important. Tomorrow is Friday, and I have to go out of town on a business trip. You have something still with me. I originally planned to deliver it to you myself, but with this sudden trip, I can't manage it. I'll ask Lao Xiao to bring it to you when I see him in the morning. Still feeling sorry for Ling Bo, Chi Hao said, "Uncle Zhao, your mood shifts so quickly, seamlessly transitioning into work. You truly are Uncle Zhao. But it shouldn't be necessary. I don't have anything left with you, right? And there is no need to trouble Professor Xiao. Just send it over via courier." Xiao Zhao smiled. "This item isn't convenient for courier delivery. What is it? It sounds quite mysterious. Do we really need to trouble Professor Xiao to help deliver it?" Chi Hao recalled being surrounded by a crowd, with Xiao Jianhong at the center, the head of the Aerospace Engineering Department at Huan University, also leading the aerospace project team. He must be so busy that he barely has time to sleep. Uncle Zhao, let us not trouble Professor Xiao. I'll wake up 3 hours early tomorrow and go pick it up myself. Wake up 3 hours early? Come pick it up yourself? Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. It takes more than half an hour to drive from the university to the research institute, covering nearly 30 kilometers. Moreover, Xiao Jinhong lives in the university's staff housing, so it would be convenient for him to help carry something on the way home at night. However, Qihao would rather wake up at 5 o'clock himself than trouble anyone else. Although they haven't known each other for long, Zhao has somewhat understood Qihao's personality. It seems that, apart from a very few close individuals, Qihao deliberately maintains a subtle distance from others. Yes, he always wears a polite smile, but after prolonged contact, one can sense a barely noticeable sense of detachment. Qihao gives the impression of a small clam growing up alone in the deep sea, carefully protecting himself with a thick shell. No wonder Zhao can't help but want to tease this little clam. Thinking about what the boy just said, that he would wake up 3 hours early tomorrow, Zhao couldn't resist asking, "How are you getting here tomorrow morning? Don't tell me you plan to ride your bike." Qihao replied, "You guessed it. I calculated that it's only 30 kilometers from our school. I can definitely make it in an hour and a half. A round trip would take exactly 3 hours. Are you sure you want to ride your bike in this cold weather?" "It just snowed yesterday," Zhao said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Forget it. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you." After sorting out these matters, just as Zhao was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered that every time he went on a business trip, he would bring back small local gifts for his nieces and nephews, things like commemorative coins, fridge magnets, and little trinkets. Although Qihao is his colleague, he is still not yet 14 years old. Would he also like these cute little items? Should he bring a few for him? By the way, he casually asked, "Qihao, do you like archaeology?" Qihao replied, "No, Uncle Zhao, in just a short time. You've already brought up 3 topics. But archaeology? The famous ancient capitals of our country are just those 2, right? Xining in the north and Anyang in the south. So, is your business trip destination Anyang?" He couldn't help but wonder why an aerospace agency would send its best talents to a site known for archaeology. He recalled the snippets of conversation he overheard when he first met Xiao Jianhong at the Liang family home. Any significant discoveries in archaeology must be reported simultaneously to the Cultural Relics Bureau, the Public Security Department, and the Aerospace Agency. Didn't your agency just get established 8 years ago? That's quite a power. And aren't you responsible for things in the sky? Why would you also manage what is dug up from the ground? He remembered hearing that all the characters excavated from that cave were backed up by the agency. Even the 2 most frequently appearing characters were restored with the agency's help. Our aerospace agency has quite a bit of power. It oversees everything. Besides archaeology, it's said that even what astronauts eat in their spacecraft is under the agency's purview. In addition, he privately found out that 50 years ago, that intact Zeta starship was secretly transported from a certain city to the capital of another country. Could it be that the archaeological team has made some new discoveries there? If there are new findings, shouldn't they be conducted in secrecy? Is such an open business trip reasonable? Qihao felt a surge of confusion. Xiao Zhao seemed to say something again, but Qihao didn't catch it. Until Xiao Zhao raised his voice. "Qihao, are you listening? Do you like small gifts related to archaeology?" Qihao made an effort to swallow. I like it. As long as it's related to archaeology, I like it. All right, when I come back, I'll bring you a small gift. A gift from the sacred archaeological site. Let us call it a call from the ancient times. Haha. This kid keeps a distance from others, but is quite informal with himself. Xiao Zhao happily ended the call. After finishing the call, Qihao hurried back to the dormitory. He wanted to check on that city online before Shiyang returned. Pushing open the dorm door, great, it was pitch dark inside. Shiyang should still be studying in the classroom. Qihao quickly took off his down jacket, pulled out a chair, and turned on the computer. Just as he set up the anti-tracking and countermeasure programs, before he could set up the proxy, he heard soft footsteps in the corridor. The second young master of the prestigious school, a genius class student, Shiyang, humming a pop song, returned home, stepping on the remnants of snow and ice. The moment Shiyang's hand grasped the doorknob, Qihao quickly shut down the webpage. Shiyang pushed open the dorm door while humming a song. The lights were on in the room, and his roommate, who always returned later than him, was sitting at the desk, seriously studying under the desk lamp. "Hey, Qihao, you came back earlier than me today." Shiyang greeted Qihao happily. "Great, everyone's back. We can sleep early tonight." Qihao silently closed the book he had just opened for show. He sighed. There was no choice. This was the annoyance of living in a dormitory. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow after school, when Shuyang returned to his home to check it out. Chapter 71. New roommate. Shuyang was not sleeping soundly. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard a few light knocks on the dormitory door. He turned uncomfortably and buried his head deeper into the blanket. The knocking paused for a moment, then resumed after a short while. On the verge of being awakened, Shuyang seemed to hear the sound of his roommate getting out of bed. It must be Chi Hao going to open the door. That's good. He could continue to sleep. Shuyang turned over again and fell asleep peacefully. Chi Hao was only wearing a thermal shirt and pants, with a down jacket thrown over him. He quickly and quietly opened the dormitory door and slipped out. Outside the door stood a security guard. Upon seeing Chi Hao, the guard immediately stood at attention, saluted him, and quietly said, "Researcher Chi Hao, this is the key from Director Zhao for you." Chi Hao blankly took the cold brass key. The guard then pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chi Hao with both hands. "The items have been delivered. I'll head back now. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon." After saying this, the guard saluted Chi Hao again and quickly turned to leave. Chi Hao, wearing slippers, took a couple of steps after him but couldn't catch up. At night, the dormitory building was quiet, and Chi Hao didn't dare to shout loudly. He returned to his room, feeling bewildered, holding the key and the envelope. A key? Does this mean Ling Bo really sent me an apartment? Inside the dorm, Shuyang was sleeping soundly. Chi Hao tiptoed to his desk, draped a towel over the lampshade, and turned on the desk lamp. The envelope was sealed, and he carefully tore it open as quietly as possible. Inside was a thin, simple map. Seeing a building marked on the map with the label Sky Dome Research Center, Chi Hao immediately understood it was actually a map of the Research Institute. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, the thin paper in front of him was the Research Institute map he had longed for. His heart was pounding rapidly. Xiao Xiao Wun-Ti, just give me a map for no reason. Suppressing his confusion, Chi Hao examined it closely and soon realized he had overreacted. The map wasn't particularly valuable. It only outlined the general layout of the Research Institute and a few notable buildings. From his previous visits, he had already noticed that the Research Institute covered an extensive area. Now, with this map, he finally understood that the institute occupied over 1,000 acres, roughly divided into 2 zones. The places he had visited before were all located in the front area, the Sky Dome Research Center. The map in his hand also included the larger back half, the Rocket Technology Research Center. On the map, a full 3/4 of the space was occupied by the Rocket Technology Research Center. At the edge of the map, there was a small cluster of buildings labeled employee dormitories, circled in red, with the note, Chi Hao, Building 8, Room 203. Chi Hao picked up the key, which indeed was engraved with 8 to 203. So that's it. The benefits at the Research Institute are quite good. Employees who don't have housing are even assigned dormitories. This is great. I can finally have my own independent space, and it will be much more convenient to do things than it is now. Chi Hao carefully folded the map and put it away with the key. He glanced in Shuyang's direction and thought to himself, from now on weekends, I will have my own little nest. The next afternoon, as soon as school was out, Chi Hao excitedly ran back to the dormitory and packed a suitcase. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the security guard who had delivered the key last night appeared right on time again. Chi Hao happily carried his suitcase and followed the guard to the car. Everything went unbelievably smoothly. By 5:40 p.m., he was standing in front of a modern-style gray building. The building wasn't tall, only 4 stories, but each unit was equipped with an elevator. The unit he was in had 2 apartments per floor. Chi Hao, satisfaction level 1. He declined the security guard's offer to accompany him upstairs and entered the elevator by himself. After exiting the elevator, the room number to his left was 203. Chi Hao happily took out the key and opened the door. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a simple yet cozy living room, with soft lighting casting a warm glow on the off-white floor tiles and light green sofa. Chi Hao pulled his suitcase and carefully walked into the entrance. Wow, this will be my own territory from now on. He walked in front of the sofa, spread his arms wide, and fell back onto it. The soft cushions enveloping him immediately. So comfortable. Chi Hao jumped up and excitedly began to explore the room. Oh, this is actually a 2-bedroom apartment. On either side of the living room, there is a door leading to a bedroom. Chi Hao first pushed open the left bedroom door. The elegant gray curtains fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Below the window was a white height-adjustable desk and a black swivel chair. And in the center of the room was a single bed with a double-door wardrobe against the wall. Perfect. Chi Hao lay back on the bed, feeling content, and thought that the room across must be the study. Whenever he visited Su Yu and Li Bing's homes, they always had a setup like this. A home definitely needs a study. Once the excitement wore off, Chi Hao got up, planning to take his suitcase to the study. As he walked into the living room, he heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Chi Hao froze. He looked in disbelief at the front door. The lock slowly turned, and with a click, the door was opened. The door was gently pulled open from the outside by a tall figure carrying a black-wheeled suitcase. Chi Hao stood there in a daze. The new roommate first looked at him in surprise, then stepped back to check the door number, shrugged, and smiled helplessly at him. "Hello, Chi Hao. Nice to see you again." Chapter 72. Caught you. Professor Ling, what are you doing here? Did you get the wrong room? Chi Hao asked these 3 questions as if he were speaking from his very soul. Professor Ling innocently pulled out the key that was inserted in the lock and handed it to Chi Hao. Indeed, the key was engraved with the number 8 to 203. After all the commotion, it turned out that the room across was not a study at all, but another bedroom. But wait, doesn't Professor Ling have her own house? Why would someone with a house suddenly come to live in the staff dormitory? This doesn't make sense. Chi Hao rarely lost his composure, but today was an exception. The gap between reality and imagination was too large for him to handle. After returning the key to Ling Bo, he turned and ran back to the previous bedroom, closed the door, and desperately tried to call Xiao Zhao. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." Chi Hao. He could only watch helplessly as Professor Ling smiled and nodded at him, picked up her suitcase, and walked into the bedroom across the hall. Thus, Chi Hao reluctantly began his cohabitation with Professor Ling. He felt that this arrangement was strange, as if there were some deliberate hand at play, but he had no proof. In fact, the total area of this apartment was not small. After all, it had only been built in the last 8 years. The layout of the rooms was very scientific, and each bedroom even had its own independent bathroom. The layout was square, with an area of nearly 100 square meters. It was more than enough for 2 people, at least much more spacious than the small dormitory at the school. However, ever since Professor Ling moved in, Chi Hao felt that the apartment had instantly lost its initial appeal. When Professor Ling finished tidying up and came to knock on his door to invite him to dinner, Chi Hao forced a smile and stiffly went downstairs with her. The area they lived in was not an ordinary family area typically found in research institutes, but rather a residence specifically built for top researchers to temporarily stay during project crunch times. There were only a dozen small villas arranged in a circular layout. The dining hall was located in the center of these buildings, not far from each one. The reason for this design was mainly because these researchers were generally older, and the organization took their health conditions into consideration with this arrangement. Ling Bo seemed quite familiar with the place, introducing it to Chi Hao as they walked. "Don't underestimate this dormitory area. The design was done by one of the most renowned architects, and many subtle details were considered." Chi Hao casually responded, "Oh, like what?" "For example, each room has only one key, but it can open all the doors within that room to prevent any accidents from happening when the senior experts are alone in their rooms. Of course, the most intricately designed part is the dining hall." At that moment, they had just stepped into the dining hall, and Chi Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks, standing dazed at the entrance. The dining hall wasn't particularly large, only 1 floor, but it was almost 3 stories high, making the space feel extremely open. What caught Chi Hao's attention was the restaurant's entire ceiling, which was made of a single piece of transparent glass. By now it was getting late, and the night sky had descended. The soft lights inside illuminated through the glass roof, blending beautifully with the stars outside. Chi Hao stood at the entrance of the restaurant, momentarily mesmerized. Ling Bo quietly stood behind him for a while before continuing. "The most exquisite part is the restaurant ceiling. It's quite stunning, isn't it? When I first came here, I was just as awestruck as you are now." Chi Hao then snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly at Ling Bo. Ling Bo led him to a table nestled in a corner of the restaurant. This table was surrounded by tall green plants, subtly separating it from the surroundings, creating a tranquil little haven. After sitting down, Chi Hao looked around and felt that just being here was a pleasure in itself. It goes without saying that when facing challenges in a project, dining here might even alleviate some of the stress. Even though Chi Hao was preoccupied with thoughts, the atmosphere between the two remained quite pleasant. After finishing their meal and walking along the pebbled path leading back to their accommodation, Chi Hao politely wished Ling Bo good night, even though it was still early, and quickly returned to his own room. Once inside, he let out a long sigh. The longer he spent alone with Ling Bo, the more he felt a sense of unease. Perhaps it was because Ling Bo was the only person so far who could see through his deliberate leniency towards Wang Kuan upon their first meeting. Standing still, Chi Hao reflected on the interactions with Professor Ling from the moment he arrived until now, and he felt that they had gotten along quite harmoniously. If he could get along well with Shi Yang, Professor Ling was certainly much more mature and composed. Besides, they only shared the same living space on weekends. He should be able to coexist peacefully with him, right? Chi Hao reassured himself as he opened his suitcase and tidied up the room a bit. After hastily washing up, he locked the door and took out his laptop. Before opening it, he listened carefully. There was no sound coming from the living room. This indicated that Professor Ling was currently in his own bedroom. Perhaps he was already asleep. Chi Hao felt a strange sense of relief. He couldn't quite explain why, but tonight he felt a bit restless. Steadying his nerves, he opened his laptop. With the successful experiences from previous online investigations, Chi Hao considered his hacking skills to be quite proficient. Just like before, he set up anti-tracking and countermeasures, layered his connections, and encrypted the communications. Then, using a small infiltration program he had written, he began to penetrate the internal network of Anyang City. He recalled that Xiao Zhao had mentioned on the phone yesterday that this was an urgent business trip. So, perhaps tonight he could uncover some new leads. Chi Hao gradually became fully immersed in his thoughts. In the adjacent bedroom, after Ling Bo returned, he first lay down on the bed to rest for a while. Although he had moved in primarily to better understand Chi Hao, he also hoped to cultivate some feelings. But he understood the principle that haste makes waste. Thinking back to the child's wary expression when they first met today, Ling Bo silently sighed. Forget it, let us take it slow. After resting for a while, he got up to wash up in the bathroom, planning to turn off the lights and sleep. Just before bed, Ling Bo opened his suitcase and found his pajamas inside. As he picked up the pajamas, he noticed the computer quietly lying at the bottom of the case. Since meeting Chi Hao, he hadn't used that computer again. It had been nearly 30 years, and even if there had been any traces online, they would never have escaped his notice. Even though he understood that during the time of his son's disappearance, people relied more on paper documents, and electronic communications were nowhere near as widespread as today, what if he could find even a word online? At that time, there wasn't even a dedicated computer science discipline in his country. It was merely a course under the mathematics department. He must have been frantic in his search for his child. He had even given up music to study mathematics, pouring all his energy into it. Unfortunately, decades had passed, and he had achieved nothing. After glancing at the computer again, Ling Bo silently closed the suitcase, turned off the lights, and lay down in bed, intending to sleep. However, after lying there for an unknown amount of time, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Was it the bed? Ling Bo sat up irritably. Outside the bedroom, it was eerily quiet. There wasn't a sound. That child, Chi Hao, hadn't come out of the bedroom even once since entering. Like a thief, Ling Bo sat there in a daze for a while before finally getting out of bed, reopening the suitcase, and taking out the computer. Speaking of which, the Aerospace Research Institute excelled in network security defense. The multi-layered firewalls and intrusion detection systems used there were set up with Ling Bo's direct assistance. They had intercepted numerous attacks from foreign hackers, with almost no vulnerabilities. Ling Bo recalled the famous showdown between top hackers from his country and another. After that, no hacker would be foolish enough to attack this system again. As he thought about this, he opened the computer and connected to the Institute's network. He then casually opened the tracker system he had developed. It was a robust system that integrated defense and tracking. Since that showdown a few years ago, it had become a habit for him to open it even for casual computer use. To his surprise, as soon as he opened it, the system alerted him to unusual communication traffic. Ling Bo was stunned. He quickly examined the alert information. Indeed, the traffic exhibited an unnatural regularity in both time and space. A skilled individual. Moreover, this expert was currently on the internal network of the Institute. Ling Bo was almost on his feet, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He rapidly modified a dozen key cache records and implanted a nearly imperceptible redirect command. His fingers flew over the keyboard, but he felt a strange sense of unease in his heart. He had crossed paths with several other famous hackers in the world multiple times and was quite familiar with the characteristics of the encrypted data packets they commonly used in their previous operations. However, this particular algorithm was unfamiliar, as if the opponent was a newcomer. Had there been a recent recruitment of experts in that region? Unfortunately, no matter how skilled they were, once they triggered that command, Ling Bo let out a cold laugh, like a seasoned hunter lurking in the shadows, quietly waiting for a change in that command. Finally, the command was triggered. The opponent was directed to the virtual server simulated by Ling Xue. This server was infamous for causing the collective defeat of top hackers in that region, known as the Shadow Trap. At first, Chi Hao was completely unaware of this. By the time he realized he had entered a fake server, it was already too late. The moment he detected something was wrong, Chi Hao's fingers flew across the keyboard, desperately trying to delete all backdoor programs, clear log records, and forge an exit path. But it was no use. In the opposite bedroom, Ling Xue pressed down heavily on the last key. Finally, got you. On the screen, a series of Wi-Fi access point signal strengths popped up, and at the top of the list was Building 8, Room 203. Chapter 73. A new understanding. Chi Hao felt a chill all over his body. As soon as he entered the virtual server, a dense web seemed to spread out before him, attempting to trap him tightly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Now, all the backdoor programs had been deleted one by one, and most of the log records had been cleared. Next, he just needed to forge the exit path. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands trembled as they struck the keyboard. Faster. He needed to be faster. Outside the bedroom door, there seemed to be some faint sounds, perhaps that Professor Ling was wandering in the living room. At this moment, Chi Hao couldn't spare a fraction of his energy to pay attention to what the unrelated Professor Ling was doing. Let him do whatever he wanted. All his focus was on the screen in front of him, his fingers moving so quickly that they almost left afterimages. Not enough, still not enough. Faster, even faster. As his hands moved quicker, Chi Hao's heart raced uncontrollably. The faint sounds outside suddenly transformed into the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. The gentle click echoed in Chi Hao's ears like a deafening roar. Every part of his body trembled. His hands and feet felt as cold as ice. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look back, trembling as he entered the last set of characters. He had finally completed all the operations. He weakly let his hands drop. The room was eerily silent. Behind him, Professor Ling stood at the open door, watching him complete this final step, until he saw it with his own eyes. Even if he was reluctant, Ling had no choice but to believe that the person he had just caught was indeed Chi Hao. The young man sat motionless in the swivel chair, neither turning around nor speaking. Ling sighed and walked in. The bedroom was small, and he quickly reached Chi Hao's back. He extended his hand and gently pushed on the back of the chair, causing Chi Hao to shift to the side. Ling stood in front of the computer, slightly bending over, entering a series of commands on the keyboard. The content on the screen began to flicker. Ling meticulously reviewed everything that appeared on the screen. Chi Hao kept his head down, sitting rigidly to the side, seemingly unable to even move his eyes, until Ling straightened up and looked at him. The Cultural Relics Bureau of Anyang City? Relic Excavation Center? Latest archaeological discoveries? Chi Hao, are you interested in archaeology? It seems that my previous understanding of you was still far from enough. I think we need to get to know each other again. Chi Hao continued to lower his head, motionless, but his body seemed to relax a bit. Ling sighed and made his point clear. Your skills are good, but you lack experience. What kind of place is this, and you dare to play here? Luckily you ran into me. Otherwise, I'd like to see how you would wrap this up. Chi Hao's hands clenched tightly, his palms full of cold sweat. Just now, when Professor Ling was bent over looking at the computer in front of him, his gaze couldn't help but fixate on Ling's neck. The human neck, much like that of the Zeta beings, is a gathering point for numerous vital blood vessels and nerves, making it extremely vulnerable. A single heavy blow could potentially lead to permanent nerve damage. Alternatively, one could choke someone by the neck. Just a few minutes could result in asphyxiation, leading to unconsciousness. Chi Hao's fingers tightened in a spasm, turning white from the strain. He was confident he could control the force, enough to incapacitate, but not kill. Moreover, he was incredibly strong, while Professor Ling was approaching 60 and certainly not his match. However, what then? This was a research facility with tight security. If he did anything, escape would be nearly impossible. He needed to devise a careful plan to ensure everything was foolproof before taking action. This would require time. But would Professor Ling allow himself enough time? Would he report immediately? If he did, how would Chi Hao explain himself? If he couldn't explain himself, should he just act now? Professor Ling's earlier words buzzed in his ears. He seemed to hear them, but couldn't fully comprehend. It wasn't until Professor Ling said that final sentence that he truly registered it. Fortunately, you ran into me. Otherwise, you'd be in quite a predicament. He couldn't believe it and looked up. Chi Hao, you should be thankful that what you infiltrated was not any military organization and that the content did not contain any information harmful to national security. Otherwise, right now, you'd be contemplating how to explain yourself to the authorities. Chapter 74. Longitude and latitude before being captured. Chi Hao had actually made significant progress. He was right. There had indeed been a new discovery in a certain city. This discovery was precisely why Xiao Zhao rushed over. At the same time Chi Hao was being interrogated, Xiao Zhao was carefully examining a fragmented shape in the photo before him. This shape had been discovered several times in historical relics unearthed in another city. Due to its simple structure, being just a basic circle, it was easily recognizable despite being incomplete each time it was found. Previously, after collaborative research by archaeologists and historians, it was believed that this shape likely did not hold any special meaning. Some scholars even published articles suggesting that this circle might represent a primitive person's own head. As for the indistinct lines on the circle, they were speculated to be hair. In any case, this circle was not a new find. How could such a long acknowledged image, suspected to be a head, prompt the leader to send him over urgently? Xiao Zhao was puzzled but brave enough to ask questions. Standing before him was Professor Suanji, a first-class professor from the history department of a prestigious university, whose face was glowing with excitement. Suanji exclaimed, "It's shocking, truly shocking. This discovery will surely overturn much of our understanding of history." Xiao Zhao took another careful look at the circle. It was clear that, due to the limitations of his expertise, he couldn't discern what had been overturned. He humbly inquired, "Professor Su, which aspect of our understanding are you referring to?" Suanji replied, "Fortunately, I was able to come to the site to witness the birth of this historic miracle with my own eyes." Xiao Zhao continued to ask earnestly, "Professor Su, can you elaborate on this miracle?" Suanji trembled with excitement. "It's unimaginable. It predates the Hebrew Alexander by a full 7,000 years. 7,000 years. Can you imagine?" Xiao Zhao responded, "I'm sorry, I can't. I don't even know what this miracle you speak of is. Can we still have a pleasant conversation?" Suanji said, "Director Zhao, the photo in your hand is not very clear." Xiao Zhao replied, "I could say that, in my eyes. All the circles look pretty much the same." Suanji exclaimed, "How could they be the same? Come, follow me." Holding the photo, Xiao Zhao followed Suanji into the archaeological cave. Today, the cave was under strict security, and all archaeological teams from other nations were prohibited from entering. Therefore, only the official archaeological team and Xiao Zhao's group were present inside the cave. Suanji led Xiao Zhao directly to a large circle. Unlike the previously discovered shapes, this one was about the size of a watermelon, comparable to a car tire. Suanji excitedly pointed at it and said to Xiao Zhao, "Look, this shape is so precious, so well preserved, and the patterns are so clear. Do you see the intricate lines crisscrossing the circle?" Finally, something useful was said. Xiao Zhao leaned closer to the cave, carefully observing the figure painted on the wall. Truly an expert. There seemed to be several faint lines on the circle. If it weren't for Suanji, he wouldn't have noticed. However, were these lines just cracks in the cave wall due to age? Xiao Zhao raised a question typical of a science student. Suanji shot him a glare and pulled out a palm-sized celestial globe from his backpack. He held the globe next to the circle, gesturing for Xiao Zhao to take another look. At first, Xiao Zhao was confused. He looked at the globe, then back at the figure. Aren't they both just circles? But gradually, his eyes widened as he stared intently at the drawing on the wall. The lines on the cave wall were extremely orderly. These horizontal lines and vertical lines. The globe displayed similarly arranged horizontal and vertical lines. Those were latitude and longitude. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed through Xiao Zhao's mind. He couldn't help but jump up. Impossible. 10,000 years ago, they had just learned to create fire by drilling wood, and they didn't even know if the celestial body was round or square. How could they possibly draw a map and mark latitude and longitude? "Professor Su, you are a historian, not a fantasist." Suanji looked at Xiao Zhao, who was jumping around, with understanding. "A few days ago, when I discovered this, my reaction was even more intense than yours now. But actually, this isn't the biggest discovery of this trip." He pointed at a string of characters above the circle and said, "Assuming this circle represents our celestial body, these horizontal lines represent latitude, and these vertical lines represent longitude. Then, what do you think this string of symbols represents?" Xiao Zhao swallowed hard. He said dryly, "I guess this string of symbols represents coordinates." Chapter 75. Letting you off the hook. The moment Xiao Zhao spoke the two words of his coordinates, his hand was grasped by Suanji. Suanji's eyes shone with an incredible brightness as he vigorously shook hands with Xiao Zhao, excitedly saying, "Great. Finally, someone shares my hypothesis. I'm going to tell the team right now, Even the leaders sent by the relevant authority have recognized my theory. Why should you all not believe it? As he spoke, he turned to head outside. Xiao Zhao quickly reached out to stop him. Professor Su, may I ask when you discovered this string of characters? It was discovered on the evening of this past Monday. My site exploration application was approved early last Friday. I arrived in Anyang with my team on Monday afternoon. And as soon as I got here, I immediately went into the cave. Su Anji spoke, still unable to hide his excitement. This pattern has been unearthed multiple times before. So at first, like everyone else, I didn't pay it any attention. But the light from my headlamp just happened to shine on this string of symbols. I took a step back and saw the complete picture of this design. At that moment, in the entire darkness, this circle was the only thing illuminated by the light. Director Zhao, can you imagine the scene at that time? Do you know what my first feeling was in that instant? I felt like it was a planet floating in the dark universe. I found the thought quite amusing at the time, so I moved closer to take a closer look. As a result, I discovered these intersecting fine lines. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Su Anji's gaze turned back to the string of characters on the wall. We all know that using longitude and latitude, one can accurately locate any place on this planet. Director Zhao, I believe this pattern and the coordinates on it convey a message, specifically left to guide people. Professor Su, why didn't you all think so before? Because this is currently the only image unearthed that is the best preserved and most complete. In previous findings, not only were the traces of the lines unclear, but this string of symbols had also never appeared before. Is it the only one? That's good. After you made this discovery, did you report it to the relevant authority immediately as required? Of course. Su Anji became excited again. I told my team members about my discovery right away, but their reaction was simply disheartening. Never mind that. So I took that photo. He pointed to the photo in Xiao Zhao's hand, which was uploaded to the internal review channel of the relevant authority. Half an hour later, they called me and said they would send experts to the site for an inspection, and I was specifically designated to meet you. Before that, they asked me not to discuss it with others, worried about misinformation. Director Zhao, we are all engaged in archaeological research. To be honest, although it sounds like a fantasy, I truly believe my judgment is correct. Xiao Zhao felt relieved. Actually, my view is the same as your team members. Su Anji was taken aback. No, but didn't you just feel that this character looks like a coordinate? Xiao Zhao wrapped his arm around Su Anji's shoulder and led him out of the cave. Hey, I was just saying that casually. Actually, this circle, don't you think it looks more like something else rather than a planet? Su Anji asked. What does it look more like? Xiao Zhao replied. It looks more like a caveman's head. Look, don't those lines resemble hair? Su Anji responded. Actually, some scholars have said that before. Really? Those scholars must be quite imaginative, Xiao Zhao remarked. Is that so? Great minds think alike, haha. By the way, Professor Su, are the photos on your phone clearer than the one I have? Can you lend it to me to take a look? Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. I accidentally deleted it. Su Anji smiled generously. It's all right. The cave is closed today. I can go back in tomorrow morning and take another one. I still believe my view is correct. Xiao Zhao thought to himself. No, Professor Su, you will not have another chance to enter the cave. He had successfully completed his task and tucked away the only paper photo he had. After saving the electronic photo from the internal network of the Cultural Relics Bureau, he had completely deleted the online version. He would return to the capital with this unique paper photo, along with the electronic version, to submit to his superior, Cheng Tianyu. He was confident that no other photos would leak out. Before departing, he wandered around, intending to buy some local gifts for the children. The vendors warmly called out to him. Come and see these pendants. They are all made based on the ancient characters in the cave, and they have good meanings. Wearing one can serve as a talisman for safety. It can also bless you with promotions and wealth, everything going smoothly. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but smile. These vendors were more eloquent than he was. As he sifted through a large handful of pendants offered by a vendor, he suddenly spotted a familiar one. It featured the two most frequently occurring characters. These two characters looked quite nice. He decided to take it. How did the experts analyze it? The meaning is good. A blessing? Remembering how he had tricked the experts today, Xiao Zhao shook his head. Forget it. Expert opinions are just for reference. As long as the pendant looks good, that's enough. He took the small gift, secured the precious photo, and left Anyang overnight, flying to the capital. Meanwhile, the exact same image from that photo was displayed on Qi Hao's computer screen. The setting had now shifted from Qi Hao's bedroom to the living room. Ling Bo had thoroughly checked Qi Hao's computer, leaving only this image behind. It seemed that the photo from the cave site in Anyang was the target for tonight. Tell me, what is so special about this photo that makes you take such a big risk? At this point, Chi Hao had completely calmed down. Ling Bo not only delayed reporting, but also helped him erase traces from the internet. Not only did this give him plenty of time, but it also returned the initiative to his hands. The longer the time dragged on, the more favorable it was for him. He quickly organized his thoughts in his mind. First, he couldn't completely make things up. This Professor Ling in front of him was the smartest opponent he had encountered since arriving on this planet. Who knows if he has studied history as well? It would be hardest to distinguish truth from falsehood if what he said contained more truth than lies. Our history teacher mentioned this cave site in class on Monday. I was very interested at the time and even asked the teacher if I could visit the site together. If you don't mind the trouble, you can verify it with the history teacher, and I guarantee it's all true. Oh, I see. Then, where did you learn your computer skills? Chi Hao said without blinking. Our computer science teacher, Mr. Liu, gave a few examples of hackers in class. I was really interested. And after class, I went to the library to find some books to read. Ling Bo smiled. It seems you've gone astray only after coming to this school. However, your skills can't just come from reading a few books. Chi Hao fell silent. Ling Bo saw that he was unwilling to tell the truth and glanced at the time. It was already close to midnight. After pondering for a moment, he sent the photos on the screen to his computer and then stood up from the sofa. As soon as he moved, Chi Hao jumped up immediately. Where are you going? Ling Bo then realized that Chi Hao was like a poised little leopard, and judging by his expression, if he said something wrong, he might pounce on him at any moment. He couldn't help but laugh. If I wanted to harm you, I would have had plenty of time before entering your room. If it were 30 years ago, perhaps you would have already been taken away by now. But now I no longer think that way. When a person, even at great risk, has to do something, perhaps some of their actions can be forgiven. After all, I have done things similar to yours before. At this point, Ling Bo paused, as if reminiscing about the past. After a while, he continued, Don't worry, starting today, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you don't do these things anymore, I will treat it as if nothing ever happened. After saying that, he turned around, facing away from Chi Hao, and unguardedly walked towards his bedroom. It's too late. I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so go rest. Ling Bo returned to his room. Chi Hao looked at the tightly shut door and then at the computer on the coffee table, not expecting that such a storm would be gently set aside by Ling Bo. For a moment, he felt undecided. Although Ling Bo had let him go tonight, he now knew his secret. And what if he changed his mind one day in the future? On this planet, there is a saying, only when the fire of life is extinguished can secrets rest eternally. He had various ways to silently bring someone to their end. For example, it's quite simple to synthesize a colorless and odorless poison using the plant stems and leaves that are ubiquitous on this planet, as long as one controls the timing of its effects. Chi Hao shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. Even he had to admit that from their first meeting, Ling Bo had always shown him goodwill. Moreover, tonight, he had actually helped himself once again. Forget it. ISNT, there is saying on Zeta Star, life is like the brilliant stars. Each one is unique. He should not take that away casually. Didn't Professor Ling just say that he would keep an eye on him from now on? Coincidentally, he also wanted to keep an eye on him in the future. Chapter 76, Identity Exposure. That night, both Chi Hao and Ling Bo hardly slept. Ling Bo made every effort to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, but once he entered his bedroom, he suddenly relaxed. The way Chi Hao had looked at him earlier had made him suspect several times that the boy might want to kill him. Fortunately, he had let the boy off the hook, and the other party had also spared him, so nothing out of the ordinary happened in the end. Once the inner worries were set aside, curiosity surged within him. He naturally did not believe a word of what Chi Hao had said. From Chi Hao's behavior, it was clear that he was hiding something, and that this secret was something he would rather fight to the death than reveal a single word about. Ling Bo couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity. As a top-notch hacker, he had already combed through Chi Hao's experiences after the age of 5. After the age of 5, Chi Hao, aside from his extraordinary intelligence, was just an ordinary child in every other aspect. In fact, compared to other children, Chi Hao's life could almost be described as dull. His daily routine consisted solely of commuting between school and the welfare home, nothing more than the typical trajectory of a student. If he was indeed hiding some secret, it could only have occurred before he was adopted by the welfare home. So, had anything unusual happened in the area of Blue Sea Town before he was adopted? Soft footsteps echoed in the living room, and Ling Bo instinctively held his breath. The footsteps moved toward Chi Hao's bedroom, followed by the sound of a door closing. Good. The boy had finally returned to his room. Ling Bo's gaze fell on the computer on the table. He made a concerted effort to slow his movements as he approached the table and gently opened the computer. The night was deep, yet his mind was becoming increasingly alert. At that moment, he was sifting through records from the Blue Sea Town police station, just like he had done for decades in search of his son. Chihao's information was filled with various ominous details. Origin unknown, birthplace unknown, ethnicity unknown. According to the records, the police station had twice organized personnel to search for his family. However, what was strange was that the first search ended abruptly. A week later, the police station organized a second search. Why was that? Did they find a suspected relative only to realize it was a misunderstanding? Lin Xue frowned and continued to investigate. No, his assumption was incorrect. The reason the first search was halted midway was that all personnel at the police station were reassigned to another urgent project during that week. Lin Xue was somewhat surprised. What significant social case required such a large police force? However, the police station's files were vague on this matter, only using a code name. Lin Xue casually set search parameters in the social news section. He found it. That night, in the northeast corner of Blue Sea Town, a small aircraft had been discovered that had crashed. The experiences of the past 30 years allowed Lin Xue to connect everything almost instantly. That night, in the northeast corner of the town, a small aircraft had crashed, but there had been no subsequent news reports about it. Lin Xue opened the satellite map. He drew a straight line between the suspected crash site and the local welfare institution. 13 kilometers. A child's walking speed is about 3 to 4 kilometers per hour. And according to the records from the local police station, Chihao was found at the entrance of the welfare institution at dawn. Lin Xue sat dazed in his chair. For the second time in his life, he hated his own cleverness. No wonder people say that those who are too smart often do not end well. At that moment, the bedroom just a few steps away felt like a flood beast to Lin Xue. He just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Was there really a person in that room? He wanted to stand up, but felt his legs were weak. He wanted to prop himself up with his arms, but didn't he dare make too much noise. Lin Xue slumped in his chair, shivering slightly, and suddenly realized something, which oddly calmed him down. This being had been on Blue Star for nearly 9 years. Yet, during all these years, it had shown no unusual behavior. If it were truly sinister or terrifying, the first affected would surely be the town where it had resided for 8 long years. Lin Xue forced himself to focus, paying attention to even the slightest sounds coming from the bedroom, while nervously reopening the webpage. The more he looked, the more reassured he felt. From the evaluations of Chihao's elementary school teachers, classmates, and welfare institution staff, he appeared to be a gentle, non-aggressive, even kind child. He even had 2 good friends. It was clear that during his elementary school years, he was extremely cautious, as evidenced by his carefully maintained average grades, 20th, 19th, 21st. His most notable achievement in a competition was related to the director of the welfare institution. Lin Xue recalled the interview video that had played repeatedly on television. In that interview, the boy mostly had no expression, and the only time he smiled was when he heard about the prize money. It was said that he donated all of it to the director of the welfare institution. It seemed that this being was interactive and likely had developed feelings for humans. Lin Xue's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. It had indeed been an exhilarating night. But after that, it could have easily remained low-key like during its elementary school years, safely blending in with the crowd. What prompted it to intentionally reveal its unusual traits and join the project team? This completely contradicted its survival strategy from the previous 8 years. Lin Xue thought of the photo from tonight. Chapter 77, Misaligned Time and Space. Lin Xue enlarged the photo, applying the most rigorous spirit of scientific inquiry, leaving no detail overlooked. Unfortunately, after studying it for most of the night, he was still unable to make sense of the chaotic lines. Unyielding, he tapped into the determination he once had while studying computers and sought out archaeological learning materials. But the more he read, the more confused he became. According to previous scholars' works, this photo was just an ordinary piece of art. Was it primitive scribbling? A skull? Hair? It seemed somewhat similar, yet always felt strange. Perhaps his aesthetic sense was the issue? By dawn, he still hadn't unraveled any clues. He even began to sympathize with Chihao in the room across. To take such a huge risk for this scribble. If he knew his true identity had been exposed because of this broken image, he would surely regret it immensely. At this moment, Lin Xue had gradually accepted Chihao's new identity. Thinking back to when he hoped the other person was his grandson and went through great lengths to arrange this dormitory, he wished time could rewind. Regardless of the martial prowess of the person residing across, just based on his uncanny intelligence, if he suddenly requested a room rearrangement now, it would surely arouse suspicion. So, he thought, let us just make do for now. If anything were to happen to him, he would be remembered as Ling Bo, sacrificing himself for humanity. With this tragic sentiment, he lay down fully clothed, waiting for morning to arrive. Meanwhile, Chi Hao, whom he viewed as a formidable adversary, silently cried under his blanket all night. He was too afraid to use the computer again, but every detail of that image was already deeply etched in his mind. With just a glance, he recognized it as a coordinate. On Zeta Star, when they pinpointed any location on a planet, they used longitudinal and latitudinal lines for representation. The latitudinal lines were similar across planets, so he could deduce that the coordinate was near Anyang City. However, the value representing the longitude was unclear, and he didn't know the starting point of the longitude, making it impossible to determine. After all, 10,000 years was far too long. Although this cave was so well preserved, perhaps the image once had a marking for the longitude starting point, but with the passage of time, it had been forever lost in the depths of history. Chi Hao couldn't help but mock his past aspirations. He had once hoped to reunite with his compatriots from the mother planet on Blue Star. He could no longer deceive himself. In fact, many signs had already indicated that multiple individuals from Zeta Star had indeed visited Blue Star, but not in the present, rather 10,000 years ago, in that primitive era. Every spark of life leaving Zeta Star would adhere to a rule. If the destination planet already possessed its own civilization, upon arrival, they would immediately activate the self-destruct program of their spacecraft to conceal their identities. Chi Hao had abided by this rule. On the contrary, there is another code. If the destination planet they arrive at is still a barren land, without a true civilized society, then this escape spacecraft will be their safest refuge. With the nutritional fluids inside, various survival tools and weapons, along with an indestructible outer shell, it is sufficient to protect their initial safety. After that, the focus will shift to exploring every possibility and executing the final planetary seed plan. This is where Chi Hao differs from the other 99 companions. As the smallest seed, Chi Hao knows nothing about the ultimate mission of the planetary seed plan. The highest leader of Zeta once personally met him, gazed at him for a moment, and then told others, his age is simply too young for this plan. All of our compatriots are undoubtedly very unfortunate, but at least, the entire planet can have one exception. Let him be that unique exception. 100 people and 99 are not much different. It is said that there were quite a few objections to this decision at the time. However, he was too young to understand much, and later he was taken away. Ultimately, the opposition did not prevail. When he left Zeta, the only hope people had for him was that he could survive well on the new planet. But he knew that the farewell messages from others were all different from his own. The other 99 seeds implemented semi-militarized management before the final departure. Moreover, they knew the ultimate destination planet of all the other seeds. Therefore, those who arrived initially knew that they would definitely appear. However, neither side anticipated that due to temporal and spatial turbulence, there would be a gap of thousands of years between the two individuals. So, who would that compatriot be from 10,000 years ago, an older brother or sister? What message did she desperately try to leave for themselves? The spacecraft she relied on for survival had been discovered by a certain nation in Anyang 50 years ago and secretly transported to the capital. Although he has not found it yet, there are already some leads, since she had made every effort to leave a message in the place they once lived. There must be more detailed content inside the spacecraft. Is there a mission that he needs to execute? Chi Hao suddenly sat up in bed. A tabloid mentioned that 50 years ago, a certain nation had captured an alien. Could it be that her remains are also in that spacecraft that was secretly transported to the capital back then, now preserved somewhere in the capital? He sat there in a daze, his slightly swollen eyes wide open, waiting for morning to arrive. Chapter 78. A small gift the next morning. The two individuals who had spent the night awake were reluctant to be the first to leave their rooms, instead quietly listening to the sounds coming from across the hallway. They adopted a strategy of remaining still and waiting for the other to make a move. Ultimately, it was Ling Bo who could no longer hold out. He usually maintained a regular routine and had developed a habit of having breakfast at 7 a.m. After a sleepless night compounded by the fright he had experienced, he managed to hold out until 8 a.m. before he could no longer resist. He bravely stepped out of his room, which was not very useful anyway. Almost immediately, the bedroom door of Chi Hao across the hall also opened. The two stood at their respective doorways, trying to appear nonchalant as they glanced at each other, both putting an effort to create the illusion that nothing had happened the previous night, while secretly hoping the other would promptly vanish from this planet. Ling Bo, with his thick skin, managed to muster a slightly awkward smile first. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Very well. The two actors exchanged insincere pleasantries and then headed to the dining area together. Unlike the previous day when they walked side by side, today they seemed to have agreed in advance to position themselves one in front and one behind as they walked along the cobblestone path. Ling Bo, being taller with longer strides, unfortunately found himself in the lead. He then unconsciously began to walk faster and faster. Thus, they entered the restaurant in a playful chase. Arriving at the same cozy spot as yesterday, surrounded by greenery, Ling Bo now began to resent the tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling of the dining area, providing a touch of warmth to the chilly winter morning, yet it could not dispel the coldness in Ling Bo's heart. The professor, who had been so talkative the night before, found himself at a loss for words this morning. While waiting for the staff to serve breakfast, he stared down at the coffee in front of him, silently praying, "Oh heavens, send someone else here. I absolutely cannot let Chi Hao realize that I know about his background." Perhaps out of sincerity, the heavens indeed heard his call and sent a savior. Director Zhao arrived, stepping into the morning sun like a hero. Zhao had returned to the capital overnight and had barely slept. Unexpectedly, he had taken on an additional task of delivering wristbands while reporting in. He had come specifically to deliver something to Chi Hao and Ling Bo. After locating the two at their usual spot, Zhao casually plopped down next to Chi Hao and enthusiastically greeted them. "Good morning. So how was it? You two smart individuals sharing a room must have had a harmonious time last night, right?" No one responded to him. For someone as socially adept as Director Zhao, this was a rare occurrence. Something must have happened the night before that he was unaware of. Zhao's eyes flickered, and he smiled innocently. "Chi Hao, I came to check on you and to bring you a small gift." With that, he pulled 2 silver wristbands from his pocket. The wristbands were lightweight and designed with a modern technological aesthetic, featuring a small electronic screen. These were the latest wristbands developed by the Research Institute, equipped with multiple functions. In the future, the latest notifications and updates regarding work will be released through this wristband, as long as the two of you are active within the Research Institute's campus. Remember to wear this wristband. Each wristband has different access permissions, so in the future, when entering any confidential areas, there will be no need to carry a pass like before. Just swipe this wristband. This means that wherever you go within the campus, this wristband will know your whereabouts. Chi Hao quietly touched the map he had in his pocket. His initial plan was to fill in the blank areas on the map that Xiao Zhao had given him through online means. The campus is so large that perhaps the spaceship is hidden in one of the tall workshops. He had actually set his sights on the extremely tall building at the center of the campus. Unfortunately, this plan was disrupted by Ling Bo last night. For now, he couldn't casually go online. This morning, he thought of pretending to stroll around the campus casually. But now with this wristband, would it make him seem too strange? After all, he noticed that other staff members only operated within a small area. However, refusing to accept this wristband was not an option for him. Chi Hao took the wristband from Xiao Zhao and quietly put it on his wrist. The wristband was metallic and felt cold against his skin, making him shiver slightly. Xiao Zhao immediately said with concern, "It's a bit chilly when you first put it on, but it warms up after a while." He then rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing that he also wore a similar wristband. Ling Bo, sitting across the table, couldn't help but admire Xiao Zhao's courage as he saw him sitting so close to Chi Hao. At that moment, he conveniently forgot about his own past efforts to bring meals to Chi Hao's dorm. After delivering the wristbands for entering and exiting various places, Xiao Zhao was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He sat back down and reached into his pocket again. This time, he pulled out a small golden pendant. "Chi Hao, I was on a business trip yesterday and brought you a small gift. Take a look and see if you like it." Chi Hao had been fiddling with the wristband, but upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, he looked up. Xiao Zhao smiled and placed the pendant in his hand. "Here, this pattern is for safety, symbolizing goodness and happiness. Hey, why are you trembling? Is this wristband really that cold? Haven't you warmed it up yet?" Chi Hao's lips trembled slightly as he quietly replied, "Thank you." His voice seemed a bit shaky. Xiao Zhao didn't pay much attention. After handing over the small gift he had bought casually, he stood up again, waved goodbye to the two, and hurried away as he had come. Chi Hao tightly clenched the pendant in his left palm and didn't look at it again until he finished his breakfast. Ling Bo, sitting across from him, took in the entire scene. Chapter 79. Reserve Crisis. No matter how difficult it was, this peculiar breakfast finally came to an end. Chi Hao and Ling Bo arrived at the Tianxiong Research Center building at 9 in the morning, right on time. By the time they got there were already more than 10 people standing outside. Apart from a stranger in a light blue work uniform, the rest were members of a team. As soon as Ling Bo spotted Xiao Jianhong from a few meters away, he opened his arms exaggeratedly and rushed over to greet him. After hugging the other man, he patted Xiao Jianhong heavily on the back and whispered through gritted teeth, "Old Xiao, I really appreciate you. I don't know where you found such an extraordinary junior like Chi Hao." Xiao Jianhong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "It's all fate. I ran into him by chance at old Liang's place, you know that. Oh, by the way, old Ling, I heard you finally found out where your grandson is and are planning to transfer the villa to him. So is this news true?" Ling Bo replied, "Thanks for your concern." Chi Hao stood at the edge of the crowd, listening to Ling Bo and Xiao Jianhong chat casually. Seeing that Ling Bo didn't mention anything about going online, he felt relieved. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ling Bo's gaze towards him this morning was a bit strange, as if he was the one who got caught last night, not Chi Hao himself. As he listened intently, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw a tall, slender young man with black-rimmed glasses, who was at least a head taller than him, smiling somewhat awkwardly and greeting him. The young man looked to be around 24 or 25, and standing among a group of middle-aged and older individuals, he appeared excessively young. Seeing Chi Hao turn around, the young man leaned in closer, trying hard to conceal his excitement, and asked quietly, "Hey, are you here to gain experience as well? You look really young." Chi Hao immediately recalled how, during his first appearance among the researchers, someone had questioned his presence just like this. He looked at the young man in front of him and thought, even in a place like this, there are people trying to gain experience? What a solid background. However, was this something one could just casually talk about? He glanced at the young man, uninterested, and turned back to continue listening to Ling Bo. The young man's hair was somewhat long, hanging down over his forehead. He quickly pushed it back with his hand. After looking around and not seeing any familiar uncles or older men, he tugged at Chi Hao's sleeve again. "Hey, little classmate, who brought you in? If you tell me, I'll tell you who brought me." Chi Hao twitched the corner of his mouth and casually pointed to Ling Bo in the crowd. The young man immediately exclaimed in delight, "I know that person. That's Uncle Ling. My dad says his family is super rich." "Oh right, my name is Wang Junjie, and my dad is Wang Kuan." Chi Hao replied. My respect, my respect. I wouldn't have guessed you were Professor Wang Kuan's son if you hadn't said so." However, he looked around and noticed that everyone nearby was from the same team, and there wasn't a single person from the second team, which he found a bit odd. At this moment, Xiao Jianhong noticed that everyone had arrived and raised his voice, saying, "Starting today, our Group 1 and Group 2 will be working at different locations. Our Group 1's work site will be the Rocket Technology Research Center behind us. This is Director Huang of the Research Center, and he will take us on a tour of the entire factory area today. Let us familiarize ourselves with the place and meet the engineers we will be working with in the future." Director Huang, a middle-aged man in a light blue work uniform, stood to the side. He came from a technical background and was promoted to director due to his strong capabilities. He disliked socializing, simply greeted everyone, and led the way toward the back of the research institute. A group of theoretical experts from various fields followed Director Huang, walking in a loose formation. Chi Hao walked leisurely at the back of the crowd. At this moment, Wang Junjie was already anxiously pacing in place. The address and pass given by his father clearly pointed to this location. Why was there not a single person he recognized? Wasn't it supposed to be like before, where there would be someone waiting for him even if others hadn't arrived yet? Fortunately, there was a child even younger than him in the group, and the uncle accompanying the child had unexpectedly rushed to the front of the line. It seemed that, like the person his father had entrusted him to, this adult was also unreliable. He immediately felt a sense of camaraderie with Chi Hao and hurried to catch up. In an unfamiliar environment, when one encounters someone else in a similarly unfortunate situation, it's easy to bond. After catching up with Chi Hao, Wang Junjie whispered, "It seems the person your dad found for you isn't very reliable either. By the way, are you also in the aircraft design major? I'm interested in aircraft innovation and AI robotics, and I really don't understand why my dad sent me to the military. Can innovation happen here?" Amid Wang's incessant complaints, Director Huang led them through the second iron gate of the Research Institute, officially entering the Rocket Technology Research Center. The buildings in the Research Center were completely different from the modern buildings in front. They were large, spacious factory structures. Walking between these tall buildings, they looked like a group of little quails trailing behind Director Huang, peering curiously into the first factory. The factory was bright and spacious, about the size of a gymnasium, bustling with activity. The technical staff, dressed in matching light blue uniforms, were busy constructing various assembly components at different stages. Their arrival did not attract much attention. Only those passing by occasionally cast curious glances at them. Leaders from higher up frequently visited for inspections, and as long as the reception was handled by Director Huang, they would be quickly sent on their way, regardless of their rank. However, today S-Group was treated a bit differently. In the past, when visitors came, Director Huang would usually lead them around the factory, pointing things out as they walked. But today he surprisingly stopped, pointing at the various assembly components and began to explain on-site. Who were these people? As Chi Howie stepped through the factory gate, his gaze was immediately drawn to a completed set of wing supports leaning against the wall. This seemed to be the prototype of an ancient flying device from a bygone era. Usually confident in his knowledge, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in this area. Oh no, such an ancient structure, and he realized that his mental database had no record of it at all. This was bad. His knowledge reserve was actually insufficient. Chapter 80. The Undercurrent. Director Huang, following the superior's instructions, systematically introduced the various components of the rocket, hastily completing the first task of the day. The thought of working with this group of scholars for nearly the next decade made him feel somewhat restless. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Huang took it out to check, and a smile finally appeared on his face. He turned around and led everyone toward the west side of the factory. On the side wall of the factory, there was a small door. Huang approached it, opened the door, and stepped out first. Among the researchers following him, the oldest few were beginning to feel a bit of strain in their legs. Two professors specializing in astrophysics and aerodynamics had actually visited this place once before, let alone the two from the field of aircraft design who had been here several times. They had never used this small door before. They would always walk around the factory and then head back. Seeing the leading director Huang walking briskly ahead without waiting for them, they exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. Through the small door, they directly arrived outside the factory. Opposite the door was a rare low building within the research center, a two-story small building. At that moment, a car was slowly pulling up in front of the building. The car door opened, and a man of medium build stepped out with agility. He was dressed in a silver uniform that fit him perfectly, making his every move appear quite capable and strong. Upon seeing him, Director Huang's smile widened, and he quickened his pace, heading straight for him. The man heard the footsteps and turned around. Wow! Wang Junjie, who had been closely following Chi Hao, couldn't help but grab Chi Hao's shoulders and shake him back and forth. It's Captain Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi, my idol. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I've only seen him on TV, and today I actually see him in person. I now understand why my dad sent me here. Chi Hao, how could someone as cunning as Wang Kuan raise such a clueless child? I don't know who Captain Lin Tianyi is, but if you keep shaking me like that, I'll make you understand who Chi Hao is. He shrugged off the hands on his shoulders and took several large steps forward, trying to distance himself from this somewhat frantic second-generation individual. With those few steps, he quickly stood out from the group of professors who were moving slowly and walked to the front of the crowd. Lin Tianyi's sharp gaze fell on him. Then, his eyes shifted to Wang Junjie, who had also come forward but was now displaying a somewhat dazed expression upon seeing him. Is this the expert group member mentioned by Major General Cheng Tianyu, who will lead every critical task in the future? The unpleasant feeling that had been lurking deep inside since receiving this task suddenly flared up like a wildfire, igniting in an instant. He exchanged a glance with Director Huang, who gave him a wry smile before turning to face the crowd. Let me introduce everyone. This is the captain of the astronaut team, the head of the Falcon space station, one of the top 10 outstanding astronauts of our country, Major General Lin Tianyi. He is also the person in charge of coordinating with us for this project from the astronaut team. Chi Hao had excellent eyesight and could clearly see the soaring Falcon logo on Lin Tianyi's uniform, right on the chest, along with the 4 silver letters underneath, astronaut team. However, Captain Lin did not look pleased. He glanced at the spirited Captain Lin across from him, and then turned back to look at the researchers who had been working hard for most of the day, appearing drained of energy. No wonder he looked down on them. It seemed their image was somewhat lacking compared to his side. But, well, they were primarily relying on intellect to win, after all. Just as he finished comforting himself, Wang Junjie had already sidled up behind him, speaking in a hurried whisper. Oh my gosh, do you think Captain Lin will agree to give me an autograph later? I've liked him for over 10 years. If it weren't for my height, I would have passed the physical exam and become an astronaut too. Do you think it would be appropriate for me to go over now and ask for his signature? Just on my arm, and I won't wash it off when I get home. Hey, did you bring a pen? Chi Hao, who had never been a fan or had any idols, found it hard to understand. But, Brother Wang, did you really not notice the contemptuous look in your idol's eyes when he glanced at you? No, it seemed that the object of that disdain included him as well. Chi Hao, all right. He could already imagine what the upcoming tripartite meeting would be like, involving the research team, the rocket center, and the astronaut team. It was likely to be even livelier than the last group meeting, especially since today, there was no military figure overseeing them. Chapter 81. The innocent suffer. Although Lin Tianyi was very dissatisfied with the two burdens, Chi Hao and Wang Junjie, he still showed basic respect to everyone. After some casual greetings among the three parties, they entered the conference room of the two-story small building. The style of the conference room was very simple, with a long rectangular table that separated the engineers from the rocket center and the scholars. Without hesitation, Lin Tianyi sat down in the center at one end of the long table. On the large screen on the wall, the orbit trajectory of the W asteroid calculated by Wang Kuan and others was playing in a loop. Chi Hao and Wang Junjie, having stood closer to the front earlier, found that many people were still taking their seats when they entered the conference room. Chi Hao immediately spotted Ling Bo, who had just sat down beside Xiao Jianhong, and without a moment's hesitation, walked over to her. Sitting to Ling Bo's left was Xiao Jianhong, and to her right was a professor of astrophysics. As soon as the three were settled, Chi Hao's head popped up between Ling Bo and the professor. He shyly smiled at the professor, looking somewhat embarrassed. Professor, I'm with Teacher Ling. She was worried about the discussion on math problems later, so she asked me to sit next to her. Ling Bo's face clearly conveyed, "You're talking nonsense. That didn't happen." The professor, not very familiar with Chi Hao, mistakenly thought it was indeed Ling Bo's arrangement and thought to himself, clearly just trying to leverage connections and acting quite seriously. He said nothing and stood up to move one seat to the right. As soon as he sat in his new position, another head popped up on his left, a long fringe obscuring the eyes. This person brushed aside their hair and grinned at him. "Professor Lin, hee, I'm with this high school student. You see. Oh please, aren't you that famous son from the academic circle? The beloved son of the devoted Wang Kuan, the second-generation academic Wang Junjie. Which expert in aerospace hasn't been disturbed by your father? It seems these two are just trying to leverage connections and have a common language." The professor, speechless, shifted one seat further to the right. Wang Junjie hurriedly sat down, his face unusually flushed. Leaning close to Chi Hao's ear, he said mysteriously, "Brother, you're so clever. Look, now there are only 3 people separating me from my idol. As soon as the meeting is over, I'll rush up to get an autograph." After saying that, he proudly waved the pen and notebook he had taken from the sign-in table at the conference room entrance. "Who's your brother? I don't have a brother like you." Chi Hao instinctively moved away from Wang Junjie, leaning closer to Ling Bo. "Ling Bo, help, don't come over here." In this strange atmosphere, the meeting began. In the conference room, there was a clear division. On the left side of the table sat the well-dressed professors, while on the right side was the team of engineers led by Director Huang. Lin Tianyi sat confidently at the head of the table. Although he was the least numerous, he had the most imposing presence. This meeting was originally most suitable for Xiao Jianhong to host, but as soon as he spoke a single sentence, Lin Tianyi took the initiative. "Xiao Jianhong, colleagues, today's impromptu meeting is mainly to discuss the work plan for installing thrusters on asteroid W. As we all know, in 10 years, the orbits of W and the blue planet will intersect." It was at this time that Lin Tianyi intervened. "Who predicted the orbital intersection?" Xiao Jianhong instinctively replied, "It was Professor Wang Kuan." "Lin Tianyi, Professor Wang Kuan, I have heard much about you. Which of you here is Professor Wang? It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Junjie, sitting next to Chi Hao, immediately straightened his back proudly, looking very pleased. Xiao Jianhong hurriedly added, "Professor Wang Kuan is the leader of the second task force, responsible for asteroid monitoring and orbital calculations, mainly working at the observatory and observation stations, and only attends important meetings." Lin Tianyi smiled ambiguously. "Only attends important meetings, huh? So, today's meeting." Xiao Jianhong realized he had said something wrong. Ling Bo thought to himself, "Wow, right from the start, the atmosphere is so tense. This Captain Lin seems to have a lot of grievances against Wang Kuan. Did they have a conflict before?" Fortunately, Director Huang spoke up. He spoke very slowly, word by word. "Captain Lin of the astronaut team just returned from the space station last month and finished his medical isolation period 2 days ago. So, he hasn't fully recovered and is already here for a meeting. Even Shihao noticed that Lin Tianyi and Director Huang were on the same side. Xiao Jianhong gradually caught on. Lin Tianyi must be dissatisfied with the project team. But since it was their first meeting today, he didn't know what the issue was. So he tentatively asked, Captain Lin, what support does the astronaut team need from the project team? Lin Tianyi chuckled. He had been waiting for Xiao Jianhong to say this. The liaison from their astronaut team had reported to him that every time they communicated with Wang Kuen's team, the contact person had a sarcastic attitude, and responses to requests for materials were very slow. He originally planned to lay out the issues clearly today, but that Wang Kuen didn't even bother to show up? Then he shouldn't blame him for being rude. He adjusted his sitting posture, facing the expert group directly. We, the astronaut team, need a lot of support from your side. The task assigned to the astronaut team is to install a thruster on this asteroid. You may be more concerned about whether the project will succeed, but I, unlike everyone else, am only focused on one thing as the captain, the safety of every one of my team members. Seeing Xiao Jianhong about to speak, he made a stopping gesture and continued in one breath. Of course, in space, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Therefore, before departure, I need to make the most thorough preparations in advance. After all, the most dangerous work in this project is all on my side. First of all, regarding this asteroid. Now, please tell me, is it rocky or metallic? Is there radiation on the surface? This information will affect the astronauts' operations on site. Oh, you are not sure? It seems I need to ask team leader Wang Kuen about this part of the data? Xiao Jianhong awkwardly nodded. Lin Tianyi continued, next, after our spacecraft arrives at the asteroid, should we orbit around it or land on it? Oh, you are not sure about that either? It depends on the orbital calculations, right? So we need to ask team leader Wang? Great. Now, even Wang Junjie is starting to feel restless. Lin Tianyi pressed on. When astronauts exit the cabin to activate the thrusters, it is the most dangerous moment of the entire operation, as they may need to anticipate various emergencies during the spacecraft docking. It was mentioned that an expert team member will accompany us. May I ask who that will be? His gaze calmly swept over each member of the team. When he looked over, everyone quickly avoided his eyes. Lin Tianyi chuckled lightly and continued, finally. The mission we received states that after the thrusters are installed, we also need to continuously monitor the asteroid's orbital changes nearby and determine whether the project is successful based on the data analysis results. This is even more reliant on mathematicians. He looked at the experts who were lowering their heads to avoid his gaze and enthusiastically suggested. Every task mentioned above is inseparable from mathematical knowledge. Since everyone here is not very convenient, how about we invite Professor Wang to join us in space for a visit? Of course, each task requires more than just mathematics. He said this purely to annoy Wang Kuen. The professors from the expert group let out a sigh of relief and quietly agreed. That sounds quite reasonable. Yes, I think we should let old Wang go. Indeed, he is the most experienced in the mathematics group. Amidst the chorus of agreement, a sharp young voice suddenly chimed in. I disagree. It's too dangerous. And Professor Wang Kuen is over 60 years old. He can't keep up physically. Lin Tianyi turned to look at the tall, thin young man. The young man's expression was somewhat flustered, and his face was pale. You have a different opinion? Good. May I ask who you are? Wang Junjie opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he pointed at Ling Bo, who was just one person away. This is Professor Ling. He is also a mathematician, and his reputation is not smaller than my dad's. Plus, he is a few years younger than my dad. Ling Bo, WTF. You're just throwing punches randomly. Lin Tianyi's suggestion to have Wang Kuen actually knew it wouldn't work. He didn't expect that a son of Wang Kuen would emerge on the spot. He wasn't in a hurry to speak at that moment, calmly sitting there watching the internal conflict among the experts. Ling Bo wasn't too worried. He basically guessed that Lin Tianyi just wanted to vent his frustration. He initially intended to brush it off casually, but suddenly had a bright idea. He raised a loving smile, slowly lifted his right hand, and solemnly placed it on Shihao's shoulder, saying emotionally, actually, our group has two well-known mathematicians. Now, let me formally introduce to everyone. The one beside me is the rising star of the mathematics community in our country, Shihao. Wang Junjie, who was sitting next to Shihao, exclaimed, What? Really? Just this high school student? Is he not just here to slack off? One should not judge a book by its cover. What seemed like a novice turned out to be a master. Master Shihao, WTF. Chapter 82. Rocket Center. After Ling Bo finished speaking, the room fell into silence. The other researchers from their side cast disdainful glances at Lin Xue. Although his qualifications were questionable, the blame had clearly been placed on Wang Kuan. Yet he chose to undermine his own team members, particularly a young one. Was he afraid that the kid would outshine him in the future? Professor Ling used to be a decent person, but now he seemed so sinister. It appeared they would have to be wary of him moving forward. Everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy for the unfortunate kid. In the midst of these thoughts, Chi Hao suddenly realized this was a rare opportunity. Ignoring the sympathetic gazes from others, he stood up, seemingly oblivious to the fact that others were intentionally trying to undermine him. Lin Tianyi watched as this initially contemptible individual spoke earnestly to him. Actually, the orbital path of the W asteroid was initially derived by me. I've always had a talent for mathematics. Lin Tianyi was about to scoff when he noticed the experts nodding in agreement. Could it be that this kid wasn't just a privileged individual, but actually had some skill? Chi Hao placed his right hand over his heart and sincerely told Lin Tianyi, Captain Lin, although I'm young, I'm not afraid of hard work or danger. I'm willing to join the astronaut team and train alongside the astronauts. Whatever the project requires me to learn, I will learn. Whatever the project needs me to do, I will do. Even if it means participating in the entire process of rocket production, I'm up for it. Give me any dirty or tough work, and I'll gladly take it. Lin Tianyi's gaze towards Chi Hao changed. A pure heart, willing to contribute, although perhaps a bit too honest. After Chi Hao finished speaking, Lin Tianyi gestured for him to sit down and gently said, Good boy. In the future, there will be opportunities. The sky of our homeland will be entrusted to your generation to protect. Then, he shot a cold glare at Lin Xue. Lin Xue thought, Why? Why is Chi Hao reacting this way? Shouldn't he be concerned about the possibility of dying in space and not returning? Even more terrifying was that after sitting down, Chi Hao slowly turned his head towards him, smiled eerily, and whispered, I really thank you. Professor Ling, don't worry, I will definitely repay you. Lin Xue thought, there is no need for that. Chi Hao was he trying to intimidate him? Rather, Lin Xe's unexpected comment had indeed helped him. In his plan, visiting the astronaut team was already scheduled after investigating the Rocket Technology Research Center. Ever since he saw the image from Anyang last night, Chi Hao's goal had become very clear, to use his identity as an expert team member to expand the search range as much as possible and strive to find the predecessor spaceship. He wanted to see what message the predecessor had left for him. What if the predecessor had any last wishes? He just didn't expect that he would connect with the astronaut team through such a means. The tall buildings in the Rocket Technology Research Center are sufficient to accommodate the small escape spacecraft of Zeta. Chi Hao initially had high hopes, but as he learned more, he discovered that this research institute had only been in operation for 8 years, while the spacecraft had arrived in the capital 50 years ago. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on this facility. In previous investigations, he had noticed that the astronaut team also occupied a large area and had many tall and spacious buildings. However, he struggled with a lack of connections and could not reach anyone from the astronaut team. Although there would be opportunities to interact with the astronaut team later in the project, according to the original plan, that would be several years away. If he remained just a burdensome researcher in the team, even by that time, he would likely have no chance to enter the core area. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianyi appeared today, and even more surprising was that Lin Xue recommended him. From Lin Tianyi's speech at the meeting, it was clear that he was extremely assertive and quite shrewd. It seemed unlikely that he could leverage Lin Xue's dubious recommendation to build rapport. However, leaving a good impression and perhaps obtaining contact information would be a viable strategy. At this moment, neither the expert group nor Lin Tianyi noticed that after Chi Hao made this statement, there was a slight disturbance among the engineers across at the Rocket Development Center. Director Huang and the engineers behind him whispered a few words, looking troubled, and quietly said, I have already reported this to the higher-ups, and not a single member of the expert group agreed. An engineer with slightly graying hair insisted, but they must produce someone. Otherwise, this project cannot proceed. Other engineers quietly echoed, yes, they keep changing personnel. Not only that, but they lack practical knowledge of technical parameters. What is this? If they slightly deviate from their expertise, they are completely clueless. Yes, they must provide someone to be involved throughout. If it's like the last few days, with me having to search for people everywhere, I'm going to flip the table. After discussing internally, Director Huang cleared his throat loudly and placed his hands on the table. The members of the expert group turned their attention to him. At this moment, they were still relatively relaxed and did not realize that what followed would be a tough battle. Most of them had dealt with Director Huang before and knew he was a technician who disliked lengthy speeches. It seemed he had something to say. They probably thought it would be over after a few casual remarks. Director Huang, being a science major with technical expertise, spoke quite directly. He initially did not want to say anything, but the words of that young comrade earlier had moved him, so he decided to share a few thoughts. Captain Lin is mainly concerned about personnel safety. I differ from Captain Lin. My dissatisfaction with your side, oh no, I need your help, mainly concerns the following points. Hearing this, the members of the expert group felt a sudden tension. The tone of this conversation seemed somewhat off. Director Huang picked up the remote control on the table and pressed a few buttons, transforming the screen on the wall into a schedule. This was the timeline provided by the project team for our rocket center. Leader Xiao, take a look, is there any issue? Leader Xiao Jianhong glanced at it and confidently nodded. No problem, this is drafted by our team. Director Huang smiled and slowly read it out loud. Step 1, Project Initiation. Estimated time, 1 month. Expert Group Liaison, Wang Kuan. Step 2, Rocket Design and Manufacturing. Estimated time, 3 years. Expert Group Liaison, Xiao Jianhong. Step 3, Development and Installation of the W Asteroid Thruster. Estimated time, 1 year. Expert Group Liaison, Xiao Jianhong. Step 4, Flight Testing and Orbital Adjustments. Estimated time, 6 months. Expert Group Liaison, Wang Kuan. The entire project is expected to take 4 years and 7 months. After he finished reading, he looked silently at the expert group. The members exchanged glances. What's wrong? Isn't this good? There's no issue. Is it because the timeline is too tight? Xiao Jianhong quickly explained. The specific time can be flexible. The plan considers the most ideal conditions. In reality, we have a total of 9 years, which is enough to handle various unexpected situations. Director Huang sighed. His biggest concern was that outsiders were guiding insiders, and unfortunately, the outsiders were recognized as experts in the field. He initially didn't want to speak up, but he just couldn't hold it back. Leader Xiao, let me first address the technical issues. You might not be aware that our current rocket manufacturing is based on existing rockets. Let me give you an example, and you'll understand. For instance, if you want to increase the payload capacity from 150 tons to 250 tons, we only need to enhance the engine performance and the propellant capacity of the existing rocket. That means increasing the number of engines and enlarging the propellant tanks, which would take at most a year. However, if you want to develop a more advanced engine, then 3 years is simply not enough. So, do you want us to develop something new or enhance the existing one? In fact, this whole timeline has this issue. As he spoke, Xiao Jianhong's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Seeing his face darken, Director Huang hesitated and fell silent. The senior engineer sitting beside him became anxious and jabbed him hard in the thigh with a ballpoint pen from under the table. Ouch. Director Huang continued, actually, the key issue is manpower. Lin Tianyi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. When he arrived, the liaison from the astronaut team had already told him that the rocket center would definitely have to raise concerns. Leader Xiao, during this entire initiation phase, our rocket center will be liaising with Leader Wang Kuan. In this phase, we must finalize the overall design of the spacecraft, including the engine issues mentioned earlier, the orbital parameters of the asteroid, and specific information about the asteroid. Team Leader Wang is quite responsible. He assigned us 4 experts for support. These 4 are scientists specializing in aircraft design, engine design, mathematics, and astrophysics. I'm not implying that these experts aren't good. They are excellent. I'm also not saying they aren't professional. They are very professional. Xiao Jianhong looked confused. If they are both good and professional, what more could you possibly have to say? However, when it came to the second step of rocket manufacturing and the third step of thruster design, the expert team suddenly changed. These 4 left to return to teaching and research. I saw on the list that 8 new ones would come in. Xiao Jianhong nodded. They are all big names in the industry, each with their own responsibilities. With this project lasting several years, how could they spend every day on it? This grouping and rotating of personnel seemed quite reasonable to him. Director Huang continued, when we enter the final testing phase, hey, those 4 will be back again. Lin Tianyi couldn't help but snicker at this. At this point, everyone present had basically guessed Director Huang's intention. Sure enough, Director Huang said seriously, we hope that the research team can send 1 expert. This expert needs to be stationed at our center for a long time and also needs to understand interdisciplinary knowledge. This meant that he would likely need to visit every building in our center and participate in every aspect. Visit every building? That sounds great. Shihao became excited upon hearing this. He looked around, hoping that the 2 people next to him would recommend him again. Unlike his eagerness, The expressions of the other experts turned quite sour. Wasn't this just a way to have them running errands on someone else's turf? Spending years at the factory? With that time, they could publish several papers. Moreover, having been deeply involved in the industry for decades, they had already achieved success. Why would they want to learn another specialty? Most of them held multiple positions and could easily decline. The only exception might be Ling Bo. In order to find his child, he only held the position of director at the Mathematics Center of Qingyun University. Gradually, everyone's gaze shifted toward Ling Bo. Ling Bo thought, "Oh no, I haven't checked the calendar before going out lately. This year has been unlucky." He spoke up first. "I recommend Professor Wang Kuan." Yes. Everyone suddenly understood and agreed. Professor Wang Kuan was the obvious choice. Only Wang Junjie frequently opposed with a pale face, but it was of no use. The meeting room became chaotic for a moment, and Director Huang exchanged glances with the engineers and sighed. If the final choice was Wang Kuan, it would be like choosing solitude. Just when the rocket engineers were feeling downcast, Chi Hao suddenly stood up from his seat. He had to seize this rare opportunity. Since no one was recommending him, he would recommend himself. He earnestly said to Director Huang, "I am willing to be this candidate. I can go anywhere and am willing to learn anything." Director Huang had a very good impression of him since his earlier speech. Seeing that everyone was avoiding him, this naive fellow even volunteered himself and patiently explained, "Chi Hao, I've looked at your resume. You're excellent and very capable. If possible, I would choose you first. However, you're too young and might not be able to handle the pressure, and you are still in school, right? You can't be here all the time." Chi Hao thought for a moment. "Since that's the case, let's settle the score from earlier." He replied, "You're right. I actually can't do without Professor Lingbo's guidance. So, I suggest we form a small group of the three of us to take turns monitoring here. This way, we can also resolve the communication issues with team leader Wang Kuan." Saying this, he pulled up Lingbo and Wang Junjie, who were sitting beside him. His strength was too much, and despite their efforts to resist, they were lifted up. Director Huang was delighted and pretended not to see the objections from the other two. That would be best. After the meeting today, I will immediately write a report to apply for it. Lin Tianyi laughed and said, "What are we waiting for? Write it now. Once you finish, I'll take it directly to Cheng Tianyu for his signature." Chi Hao exclaimed yes. The surprise came too suddenly. The first stop on the list was so easily settled. No need to pretend to stroll around anymore, and no more fear of the wristband. Rocket Technology Research Center, here I come. Chapter 83. General Huang. As soon as the meeting ended, Chi Hao eagerly sought out Lin Tianyi for contact information. Lin Tianyi chuckled and said, "I can give it to you, but I can't guarantee when I'll be back at the space station. It might not be much use if you come looking for me." Chi Hao thought to himself, "Don't worry, it will definitely be useful. I guarantee that within 6 months, I'll have turned the rocket center upside down. If I can't find you, the next stop will be your aerospace team." After obtaining the contact information, he headed straight towards the people at the rocket center. Behind him, Wang Junjie had been building up his courage for a long time and finally bit the bullet, picked up a pen, and went to ask Lin Tianyi for an autograph. He had received quite a shock during the meeting. Before coming, he never expected that his father, whom he idolized as a mountain of greatness, would have such a poor reputation outside. And the idol he had admired since childhood seemed to have a lot of complaints about his father. The little one felt bitter, but said nothing. "Captain Lin, I'm your fan." "Oh no, you are my idol. I grew up watching your moon landing documentary, and I wanted to be an astronaut too. I really admire you." So, Lin Tianyi listened to Wang Junjie's stammering words, unsure of what he was trying to convey. Wang Junjie rolled up his sleeves, striking a pose as if to draw blood. "So, could you give me an autograph? Just on my arm." Lin Tianyi's mouth twitched. He took the pen and said, "Hand me your notebook." "Oh." Wang Junjie reluctantly lowered his sleeves and handed over the notebook. Lin Tianyi quickly signed for the young man and then headed towards the rocket center. Wang Junjie unconsciously followed him. Ling Bo had originally stayed put, meditating in his chair. Xiao Jinhong gestured to him. "Old Ling, they've both gone over. You should head over too. From now on, the tasks related to the rocket center will mainly rely on you." "Is this how it starts?" Ling Bo shot Xiao Jinhong a helpless glance and reluctantly walked over. At the rocket center, Lin Tianyi had already received the application written by Dean Huang. After bidding farewell to everyone, he set off to the front office area to find Cheng Tianyu for his signature. When Ling Bo found Chi Hao among a group of engineers, the latter was already chatting happily with an older engineer named Tang. "I'm the engineer responsible for the research and manufacturing of rocket materials. My surname is Tang. Just call me Engineer Tang from now on." Earlier, Chi Hao had noticed that every time Dean Huang spoke, he would whisper something to Engineer Tang first. As the person in charge, Dean Huang had a lot of administrative matters to deal with, and it seemed he would be interacting more with engineers and technicians in the future. This Engineer Tang clearly had significant influence and authority at the Rocket Center, so it was essential for him to build a good relationship with him. The easiest way to bridge that gap was to find common ground. Chi Hao racked his brain to recall the initial form of the ancient Zeta rocket. Oh, he remembered now. It seemed to consist of 4 parts. He leaned closer to the engineer and asked with admiration, "Grandpa Tang, I heard that our country's rocket technology is far ahead of other countries in the world. Can you tell me about it? I used to focus mainly on mathematics, but in the future, I need to learn more from you and other teachers." The engineer initially responded casually, "Just call me Engineer Tang. You're right. Our country's rocket technology is currently the best in the world, leaving other nations far behind." Unexpectedly, Chi Hao curiously followed up, "So, Engineer Tang, are rockets mainly made up of 4 parts? Is our country ahead in each of these areas?" The engineer looked at Chi Hao in surprise. He now realized that Chi Hao was genuinely interested in this topic, not just engaging in small talk. Older individuals often appreciate humble and eager younger ones. Not to mention, Chi Hao's performance at the meeting had already garnered a lot of goodwill from the Rocket Center. However, despite the goodwill, they didn't take Chi Hao too seriously at that moment. In their minds, Chi Hao's main task in the coming years would be to relay messages between them and the expert team, while Wang Kuan's son would relay messages to his father. The main workforce would definitely be that Professor Ling. Professor Ling, why am I always the one getting hurt? But relaying messages must be done clearly. It's important to be diligent and inquisitive so that one can communicate effectively in the future. The engineer looked at the studious and ambitious younger generation with a smile and said, "Good question. You're right. The core of a rocket consists of those 4 parts: structural materials, fuel, engine, and control and navigation systems. Our country isn't leading in all areas, but our strongest aspect is the structural materials. Currently, other countries are still using stainless steel, while our country's General Huang Yunze developed a brand new alloy over 40 years ago. Even after 4 decades, this alloy remains internationally advanced and particularly durable." Chi Hao interjected at the right moment. "General Huang Yunze?" "Yes, General Huang," the engineer replied with respect. "He is one of our veteran aerospace pioneers. Over the decades, several of General Huang's significant inventions have helped elevate our country's aviation industry to a top international position. One could say that without General Huang, we wouldn't have our current standing in aerospace. Oh, by the way, General Huang is from Anyang City. He was transferred to the capital 50 years ago as an aviator." Chapter 84 Main Materials. When Engineer Tang mentioned the new alloy developed 40 years ago, a news report from 2020 immediately flashed through Chi Hao's mind. Revolutionary alloy material emerges, ushering in a new chapter for human space exploration. This General Huang is the inventor of this new alloy material? Then he must have had close contact with the intact Zeta escape spacecraft on Earth in Anyang 50 years ago. Sure enough, Engineer Tang continued, "General Huang is from Anyang, and he was reassigned to the capital as an Air Force officer 50 years ago. Moreover, a foreign tabloid once reported, in 2010, the naval forces of a certain country might conduct military exercises, with an aircraft carrier transporting new weapons from Anyang to the capital. The time and place all matched up." Chi Hao took a deep breath. The heavy fog surrounding him was, for the first time, slightly parted. He struggled to contain the excitement bubbling within, his face revealing a sense of longing. Such an impressive alloy. He really wanted to see it with his own eyes. The main materials for rockets from that country are the first in the world, having maintained a significant lead over other nations for 40 years, and were originally the only ones that did not require reporting to an expert group, because, quite frankly, there was no room for improvement left. However, seeing Chi Hao so interested, and as someone who has dedicated his life to materials, Engineer Tang felt a surge of pride. He waved his hand grandly. "Come on. Follow me to the factory and see for yourself." He stood up, and a young man who looked only slightly older than Wang Junjie hurriedly followed them out of the conference room. Engineer Tang chuckled as he introduced, "Xiao Yang, my apprentice. I can no longer handle the physical work." Chi Hao and Xiao Yang walked side by side behind Engineer Tang, heading straight towards the tallest building in the park. Wang Junjie also hurriedly followed suit. He now had a bit of a protective instinct towards Chi Hao. In this unfamiliar environment, amidst unfriendly crowds and obscure topics, the only one who had shown him kindness, even helping him with his promotion, was this chance encounter with a high school student. Behind Wang Junjie was Ling Bo, who looked thoughtful. Among all those present, he was the only one who could see the madness hidden beneath Chi Hao's calm expression. This outsider must have some ulterior motive. In broad daylight, surrounded by so many people, his sense of security was greatly enhanced. Ling Bo hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. The five of them set off towards the building like pilgrims seeking scriptures. As they approached the building, Chi Hao's racing heart gradually slowed down. Something felt off. Although they hadn't entered yet, he was already beginning to have an ominous premonition. First of all, outside the vast factory, there was only one guard. Secondly, a few people were coming in and out of the main entrance of the factory. If an alien spacecraft were hidden inside, it would surely be heavily guarded, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. Most importantly, this building was too tall. The Zeta spacecraft was disc-shaped, while the building before them was primarily vertical. Too tall. From a distance, it appeared extremely tall. However, standing at the foot of the building and looking up, one could feel that this factory building was at least 100 meters high. Unconsciously, Chi Hao slowed his pace. At that moment, Tang Gong, who was leading the group, also stopped. He turned around and proudly introduced to Chi Hao, "This is one of the tallest single-story buildings in our country, the Falcon Vertical Assembly and Testing Factory." Immediately, applause erupted from the back of the group. Wang Junjie, blushing with excitement, exclaimed, "I've seen this building on TV. Is there a place to get a stamp here?" Tang Gong, Xiaoyang, Chi Hao, "Brother Wang, are you addicted to getting signatures?" The few of them signed in at the security checkpoint, received their wristbands, and walked into the building. As soon as they stepped through the door, Chi Hao's premonition turned into reality, and he let out a quiet sigh. At the same time, from behind him, Wang Junjie could be heard gasping in awe. Right before them stood a spectacular manned spacecraft. Its smooth and powerful lines extended gracefully from the base, narrowing towards the tip, with a surface material that was extremely smooth, subtly presenting a low-key, elegant silver-gray color under the lights. Wang Junjie was momentarily speechless from the shock. In contrast to Wang Junjie's astonishment, the ancient design of the spacecraft appeared to Chi Hao as a living antique. On Zeta, spaceships had long ceased to be vertical and now took on a disc shape, resembling the UFOs from sci-fi movies. This was due to the continuous upgrade of spaceship fuel, which had led Zeta's spacecraft to abandon the bulky fuel tanks for interstellar escape. The three most important aspects of a spacecraft are durability, endurance, and safety. The first version of Zeta's escape spacecraft planned to use an antimatter engine. While this engine provided immense energy, ensuring safety and stability during prolonged interstellar travel was a challenge. It could be a powerful tool for interstellar warfare, but it wasn't the best choice for mere survival. Therefore, the spacecraft that Chi Hao ultimately boarded utilized the most advanced energy converter, capable of directly converting cosmic rays and interstellar dust into energy. The standout feature of this converter was its extreme stability and limitless endurance. However, due to the high material requirements for the spacecraft's main body, Zeta's material scientists were compelled to develop superalloys. In contrast, the technological progress of the country was completely different. They first studied similar alloys based on the outer shell of an alien spacecraft accidentally unearthed during archaeological digs. However, they were clearly still in a stage of extreme backwardness in terms of fuel. Standing at the entrance of the Falcon assembly workshop, Chi Hao silently paid tribute to the alloy used in that spacecraft. He pondered endlessly in his heart. Could this be considered Zeta unintentionally passing on its technological civilization? Chapter 85. Spaceship Fragments. Tang looked at the spaceship in front of him as if gazing at his beloved child. He patiently waited until the shocked expressions completely faded from Chi Hao and Wang Junjie's faces before cheerfully saying, "How about that? Impressive, right? Every time I see these massive machines capable of traversing space, I feel that humanity is truly remarkable. Now, come with me to the laboratory. I'll show you samples of the spaceship's outer shell." Chi Hao hurried a few steps forward and said, "Grandpa Tang. Mr. Tang, you just mentioned that we are far ahead in the main material aspect. What about the other areas? Are we on par with others? Or do we have obvious advantages as well? There are still many buildings in the research center that aren't as tall, but cover a wider area. They're worth checking out." Tang looked at Chi Hao approvingly. This child always manages to ask the right questions. Very good. He tilted his head, gazing at the towering spaceship, reminiscing about the glorious past. Our country has certainly achieved much more in aerospace than just this. 25 years ago, I had just completed 20 years of work. That year, General Huang made a significant breakthrough in rocket fuel. I remember when we heard that news. All the engineers in our office were so excited that they cried. You see, before that, we, like other countries, only mastered nuclear fission technology. As you know, while the energy produced from nuclear fission is immense, the radioactive waste it generates is quite difficult to handle. General Huang was the first person in the world to master nuclear fusion technology. Nuclear fusion represents a milestone advancement compared to nuclear fission. Not only is the fuel source virtually limitless, but it also produces very little radioactive waste. Initially, this technology was exclusively in our hands. Unfortunately, a few years ago, it was stolen through unknown means. Oh, We've arrived. The materials laboratory is just ahead. He continued walking while introducing, and by this time, everyone had reached a heavy metal door. Tang took a magnetic card from his chest pocket, swiped it in the card slot on the door, and shielded the others with his body to input a long password. So now, the only advanced technology we possess is the main materials aspect. Come on, everyone, step inside. This is the laboratory where material samples are stored. This card is only held by me and Director Huang. Usually, people aren't allowed to enter here casually. Xiaoyang has been with the center for a year, and today, thanks to you all, it's his first time coming in. The laboratory was not large and had no windows. When someone entered, the automatic lights turned on, illuminating the space in a bright white light. In the center of the room was a rectangular metal table, on which were rows of metal boxes the size of laptop computers. Each box contained a small piece of metal. The bottoms of the boxes were welded to the table, surrounded by metal, and the top was covered with thick glass. Each box had a label on the side that described the composition of the alloy inside. Except for Chi Hao. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the box on the far right. Inside that box was a thin layer of metal shell, identical in color to the exterior of the spacecraft. The crowd couldn't help but gather around it. In the rush, Xiaoyang lost his balance and stumbled forward, pressing his hand against the glass of the box, which startled him into standing upright. Seeing his face turn pale from fright, the engineer comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. It's bulletproof glass, you can't break it." In contrast to the others, Chi Hao's gaze was firmly fixed on the box on the far left. He found himself walking over to it, leaning down to admire a piece of irregular metal fragment. He was very familiar with the metal in this box. The dull, unremarkable matte black, the almost invisible patterns that covered the entire piece, and the two extremely tiny characters on the edge of the metal, Zeta. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Ling Bo's voice close to his ear, asking, "Why are you standing here all alone?" Ling Bo had come over and stood next to him in front of the metal box. "What are you so engrossed in? Let me take a look. Is there something special about the metal in this box?" Chi Hao's body tensed up, and he didn't shake at all. He maintained his bent position, desperately blinking to clear the warmth from his eyes before finally looking up and smiling at Ling Bo. "The metal in the other boxes looks quite nice, but this one is just dark and ugly." Ling Bo thought to himself, "What nonsense. I don't believe you." He also leaned down and examined the piece of metal carefully. "Hey, I have to admit, compared to the others, it really is quite unremarkable." Chapter 86. A wave not yet settled after they exited the laboratory. The heavy metal door slowly closed behind them. Engineer Tang, feeling uneasy, stepped forward to push the door again. When he raised his left hand to push the door, the wristband on his arm slightly heated up, emitting a barely noticeable red light. Tang paused for a moment, his hand lingering on the door before slowly dropping. He turned around as casually as possible, noticing the other four were looking at him with curiosity, and pretended to be embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. "Ahem, you know, at my age, I tend to forget to lock the door. If I don't check if it's closed, I'll be suspicious all day." The group laughed and followed Engineer Tang towards the main entrance they had come through. Just as they were about to reach the door, Tang suddenly stopped. "Everyone, would you like to take a photo with this country's largest manned spacecraft behind us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Junjie shouted repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Who could understand the joy Wang Junjie felt at those words? "So they could take a photo together? I wanted to take a picture earlier, but didn't dare to ask you." Tang forced a smile. "Of course. As long as you don't post it on social media." Wang Junjie eagerly agreed, grabbing Chi Hao and running towards the spacecraft. Tang held out his hand to stop him. "We can't go in. Let us take the photo here." "Here? Then I need to find the right angle." Wang Junjie replied, shoving his phone into Chi Hao's hands and happily starting to pose. "Brother, I'm telling you, tonight, I'm going to be the most stylish one on my friend circle." Chi Hao frowned, But Engineer Tang just reminded us not to post the photos on social media. Alright. Wang Junjia's enthusiasm wasn't dampened. After finally taking enough photos from various angles, he turned to Chi Hao. Brother, do you want to take some? I can take a few for you. You're so handsome, any shot will look great. Chi Hao managed to smile. Thank you, brother, but I don't want to. He felt something was off when he was taking photos of Wang Junjia. Based on his interactions with Engineer Tang, this engineer seemed to be solely passionate about aviation work, not the kind of person who would patiently allow visitors time to take photos. Moreover, Wang Junjia was so oblivious to social cues, posing in all sorts of ways for quite a while. Engineer Tang had silently stood by, not only without urging him to hurry, but without a hint of impatience on his face. This was unusual for someone with a slightly impatient, workaholic personality. Meanwhile, Ling Bo, who stood behind them, had already furrowed his brows when Engineer Tang suggested taking photos. Once Wang Junjia finished taking his photos, Tang called everyone and stepped out the door. As soon as they exited, Chi Hao immediately noticed a change. He had been attentive while searching for the spacecraft. When they entered earlier, there had been only one guard at the entrance. Now, 2 guards stood on each side of the workshop door. He pretended not to notice and continued walking forward, while Wang Junjia excitedly chatted beside him, but Chi Hao could no longer hear him. They hadn't walked far when a black sedan rounded the building ahead and sped towards them along the road. It looked as if it was about to crash into them. Startled, they quickly stopped and dodged out of the way. In the blink of an eye, the black sedan screeched to a halt right in front of them. The door swung open, and 3 individuals stepped out of the car. This was the second time Chi Hao had seen Cheng Tianyu. He was still in that military uniform, standing tall as ever. As soon as he got out of the car, his sharp gaze fell on the group at the entrance. Lin Tianyu jumped out from the other side of the car, frowning, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Cheng Tianyu. Xiao Zhao, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, was the last to exit, standing expressionlessly behind the 2 prominent figures. It seemed his premonition was correct. Something had indeed happened, but he didn't know what it was. However, that Mr. Tang must know something. Chi Hao instinctively turned around, only to find that he was left with only Ling Bo, Wang Junjia, and Xiao Yang. At some point, Mr. Tang had retreated back into the building. The 4 guards were now closing in on the 4 of them in a pincer formation. In front were Lin Tianyu and the others, while a driver remained in the car. Behind them, 4 armed special police were advancing relentlessly. In this critical situation, Chi Hao surprisingly felt a strange calmness. He quickly replayed everything that had happened since meeting Mr. Tang that day in his mind. No, he was certain he hadn't shown any signs of weakness anywhere. After ruling out all possibilities, only one answer remained. It must be that old scoundrel Ling Bo, who had secretly reported him to the higher-ups while he wasn't paying attention. Had he known this, he should have found a chance to deal with him last night. He suddenly turned around, reaching out toward Ling Bo, only to collide mid-air with another hand that was also reaching for Ling Bo. It was Xiao Yang. Chapter 87. A child's heart. When Chi Hao took action, he was determined to go all out. At worst, he would lay everything on the table. He was tired of being cautious every moment since arriving in this world for so many years. If the situation had come to this, then he would first take Ling Bo hostage and use him as leverage to see how much information Xiao Zhao's side had and whether they had guessed his true identity. If the worst were to happen, he would use Ling Bo as a bargaining chip to find out where the spaceship was. Given Ling Bo's identity, it might not work well. If it doesn't work, so be it. After all, he had already survived for nearly 9 years. He absolutely refused to be a coward and give up on searching for the remains of his predecessor. However, at the moment he suddenly engaged with Xiao Yang, Chi Hao realized that there might still be a turning point. The exposure might not be his own, but someone else. He still had hope to survive. This situation was likely not directed at him. All of the words that Master Tang had said today surged back and forth in his mind. Seeing a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation, Chi Hao instantly felt a surge of strength. At this moment, Xiao Yang missed his first strike and quickly launched a second attack towards Ling Bo. In the blink of an eye, Chi Hao moved in front of Ling Bo, raised his hand to block Xiao Yang's punch, and then kicked fiercely at Xiao Yang's chest. In his flustered state, Chi Hao failed to control the force. Accompanied by a heart-stopping cracking sound, Xiao Yang's body flew backward uncontrollably like a leaf caught in a strong wind, crashing heavily into the approaching guard. It knocked down 2 of them. The remaining 2 guards, who were closing in from the other side, were momentarily stunned by the sight, but then reacted swiftly. One immediately pounced onto Xiao Yang's body, gripping his head and forcefully dislocating his jaw. The other quickly turned to face Chi Hao, raising his gun. At this moment, Chi Hao was extremely tense, feeling darkness encroach before his eyes. He decided to take a gamble. Facing the dark muzzle of the gun, he stood firmly in front of Ling Bo with a youthful, naive courage, his expression filled with confusion, grievance, and disbelief. The air seemed to freeze. Chi Hao didn't know how long time had passed. It could have been a long time or just a moment. Until, behind him, he heard a heavenly voice. Beautiful. All right. Put it away. Chi Hao won the gamble. With Lin Tiany's words, the guard lowered his gun and nodded at Chi Hao. Lin Tiany walked up to Chi Hao, his expression filled with appreciation. Chi Hao, I remember your name. Quick and decisive. Beautiful. Chi Hao watched as Lin Tiany's lips moved. But his ears were filled with a buzzing sound one moment and extreme silence the next. Lin Tiany was very fond of this young man in front of him. After praising him, he raised his hand and gave Chi Hao a heavy pat on the shoulder. Chi Hao's legs went weak, and he knelt down. Lin Tiany. He helped Chi Hao up from the ground and turned to Chung Tianyu with a smile, saying, Look, what a good kid. A heart of gold. Even when he's this scared, he still wants to protect his teacher. Great, but he's a bit too genuine. While this side was filled with warmth and camaraderie, not far away on the ground, Xiaoyang was pressed down by the special police, struggling to breathe, and was barely hanging on to life. Xiaoyang was the one who truly felt wronged. This batch of carefully trained agents not only had real skills, but also an abundance of patience. In the past, his predecessor had worked diligently in related departments for nearly 20 years to obtain fuel technology, and through a stroke of luck, managed to complete the mission without exposing his identity. Before Xiaoyang went on his mission, his predecessors had advised him earnestly, in their line of work, one must endure solitude. Impatience is a major taboo. Thus, after being successfully recruited, Xiaoyang had been diligently working hard. Wherever there was dirty or tiring work, there would be Xiaoyang's figure. The cursed rocket center had a trial period of a whole year, which was decided by whom, he didn't know. Xiaoyang persevered, and finally got confirmed last month. After being confirmed, he clearly felt a change in Tang Gong's attitude towards him, starting to assign him some important tasks. He was finally no longer doing menial work. He had taken a small step forward on the path of completing his mission, and he was almost moved to tears. When his predecessor sent the message back, their country chose to remain silent. It wasn't until the predecessor cleverly escaped that they announced they had mastered the technology. Xiaoyang envied his predecessor and wanted to retreat and scathed as well. He wanted to complete the mission, but more importantly, he wanted to live to complete it. Therefore, Xiaoyang set an ambitious career goal to replace Tang Gong in the future and take the top position in the materials department. This way, he could naturally enter that room. Although it meant he might have to wait for Tang Gong to retire, which could take over a decade, it didn't matter. He had already waited 40 years. What were a mere 10 years? At least he wouldn't be caught and could have a good ending. With this steady mindset, Xiaoyang hid himself perfectly. However, what he didn't expect was that the surprise would come too quickly. He might just complete his mission today. Stealing the main materials for rockets, a peak that had stood before agents from various countries for 40 years, was about to be climbed by him, Xiaoyang. At the entrance of the Falcon workshop, when Tang Gong said, "Come with me to the lab. I'll show you the samples of the spacecraft shell," Xiaoyang was struck by immense joy. From that moment on, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Little did he know, this was the first step of his exposure. Chapter 88. Change of mindset these days. Catching spies is no longer like it used to be. Now, it mainly relies on technology and decisive action. 40 years ago, after a mysterious alloy emerged from a certain country, major powers initially wanted to confront it head-on. However, after several years of diligent research, organizations gradually gave up as they saw no hope of success. The technological gap was simply too vast. Left with no choice, they resorted to theft. After their fuel technology was stolen, that country learned a painful lesson and began to concentrate on research and development. A few years later, they finally developed an extremely advanced intelligent analysis system specifically designed to target long-term infiltrators. The longer the infiltration, the more accurate the system's analysis becomes. No matter how cleverly one disguises themselves, the moment they deviate from normal responses, the system will alert. After the organization assesses the situation and determines there is indeed a risk, they will immediately notify the relevant personnel. Those responsible, who wear the same wristbands, will feel a slight warmth in their wrists upon receiving the notification, and the wristband will emit a dark red glow. In the entire rocket center, No more than 5 people are aware of this function. As one of the most important personnel in the materials department, Tang is one of them. Every year, they undergo a 3-day training session to prepare for abnormal situations. The technique of delaying is something Tang has mastered well, and he never expected it would come in handy one day. Naturally, Qi Hao and Xiao Yang are completely unaware of this top-secret information. All other staff members believe the wristbands are merely a work benefit for their convenience in entering and exiting. In fact, the alarm that was just triggered involved 2 suspects. One was linked to Xiao Yang. Since joining the materials department of the Rocket Center, all information about him from birth to the present has been stored in the system, with particularly detailed records from the past year. Therefore, the system's assessment of him is very precise. Today, after entering the assembly factory, his heart rate suddenly began to exhibit abnormal patterns, despite having visited the factory many times before. The intelligence system analyzed the situation and issued a low-level alert. Low-level alerts are common, and if they stop within a reasonable time frame, no action is needed. So initially, Xiao Zhao ignored it. However, the alert persisted and intensified. When Xiao Yang and the others reached the laboratory entrance, the alert escalated from a medium to a high level. Once they entered, it briefly exceeded the extreme threshold. This system has successfully identified 2 deeply hidden spies over the past 3 years without any errors. Based on previous experience, if the deviation from normal reaches an extreme level, it is 100% certain that a spy is involved. And this time, it broke through the extreme threshold. Cheng Tianyu received the notification the moment the alert reached that extreme level. He immediately arranged for Xiao Zhao to send a message to Engineer Tang's wristband, while also notifying several nearby special police officers. Given the seriousness of the situation, Cheng Tianyu grabbed his sidearm and, along with Lin Tianyi who had come to him for assistance, rushed to the scene. On the way, Xiao Zhao noticed another alert that had once reached a high level but soon fell back to a lower one, and he felt conflicted. This alert came from Qi Hao. Unlike Xiao Yang, the data entry for Qi Hao's life trajectory had just begun, so the system could potentially misjudge. Since the location was close, before he could verify the authenticity of this alert, the vehicle had already arrived at the scene. He didn't have time to speak and hurriedly followed the 2 bosses out of the car. On the opposite side, the rapidly arriving special police officers only knew that the suspect was a young man. However, 3 young men emerged from the gate. This led to the misunderstanding where guns were pointed at Qi Hao. Fortunately, Qi Hao managed to stay calm. Otherwise, it would have been a clear admission of guilt. Qi Hao was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, after being helped up by Lin Tianyi, he looked pale and showed a face full of fear. Even worse than Qi Hao's pale face were 2 others, Ling Bo and Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie had been closely following Qi Hao, happily sharing the gains from that morning. When a black sedan suddenly turned the corner and charged towards him, Wang Junjie was so frightened that he froze in place, thinking he was about to meet his end. Before he could even cry out, he saw his younger brother, who had been standing right in front of him just a moment ago, quickly move to a safe spot. What happened next felt like a scene from a movie. The normally quiet Xiao Yang suddenly darted out from beside him, seemingly targeting Uncle Ling. The distance was too short, Xiao Yang was too fast, and the situation was too sudden. Wang Junjie wanted to shout, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Uncle Ling seemed to be stunned as well, standing frozen in place. Just when Wang Junjie thought Uncle Ling was doomed, his younger brother, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, suddenly intervened and blocked Xiao Yang's attack. Then things became even more surreal. The younger brother displayed incredible strength, kicking Xiao Yang down. A special police officer, who appeared out of nowhere, intended to shoot the brother to avenge Xiao Yang. The brother bravely protected Uncle Ling. Their idol, Captain Lin, descended from above and impressively stopped the special officer. Captain Lin praised the brother but then gave him a slap. The brother knelt down. Strange. After kneeling, how was he still at eye level with Wang Junjie? It was then that Wang Junjie realized that he had long since collapsed onto the ground. Ling Bo's situation was no better than Wang Junjie's. The fact that he could still manage to stand was quite remarkable. However, his mindset was no longer what it used to be. When that inexplicable madman suddenly attacked him, it was Qi Hao, the alien he had been wary of, who selflessly saved him. Twice. It is often said that only in moments of life and death can one truly see the human heart. Ling Bo was deeply moved. Chapter 89. Angel Pool. The special police carried the barely conscious Xiao Yang away. Tang Gong finally walked out of the factory, feeling a lingering fear, his expression visibly desolate. The subordinate he originally planned to cultivate had unexpectedly turned out to be an undercover agent. Truly, no matter how much one guards against it, it's hard to prevent betrayal from within. He, along with Chi Hao and others, went to Xiao Zhao's office to recount the events, while also deleting the group photos recently taken on Wang Junjie's phone. Throughout the process, Wang Junjie appeared very cooperative, perhaps overly so. The naive yet reckless second-generation student from the morning was long gone. Having wasted an entire morning, Tang Gong, anxious about work, quickly signed the confidentiality agreement and left. The remaining trio was in low spirits, barely able to focus on the agreement's content. Wang Junjie simply flipped to the last page to sign his name, his hand shaking. Chi Hao and Ling Bo quickly skimmed through the agreement, but their speed indicated they weren't paying much attention. Seeing their poor state, Xiao Zhao understood that ordinary people often feel disoriented after encountering violence for the first time. He kindly suggested that they take the afternoon off to rest. Just as Wang Junjie was leaving the office, he suddenly turned back, walked up to Chi Hao, lowered his head, and said seriously to his younger brother, who was shorter than him, "Brother, from now on, I'll stick with you." Chi Hao was taken aback by this. Xiao Zhao, however, began to feel relieved. He hadn't expected that this seemingly foolish young man actually had decent adaptability and resilience. Look, it had only been a short while, and he was already in the mood to joke around. In reality, Junjie was sincerely trying to establish a connection. On the other hand, Ling Bo, who had been chosen as a hostage, showed a concerning mental state. Since the incident, he had remained very quiet. Noticing this, Xiao Zhao volunteered to personally escort Ling Bo and Chi Hao back to the dormitory area. Along the way, he chatted casually to comfort them, while Chi Hao and Ling Bo mostly remained silent, occasionally responding with a word or two. As they talked, Xiao Zhao cast a glance at Chi Hao and casually remarked, "In any case, this incident with Xiao Yang fully proves the saying, 'Those not of my kind must have different intentions.'" Although he had temporarily suppressed the advanced alert triggered by Chi Hao, it felt like a thorn embedded within, occasionally pricking him. He made the statement to gauge Chi Hao's reaction, but unexpectedly, before Chi Hao could respond, Ling Bo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Ling Bo, I think that saying is a bit too absolute. Today's incident only shows that human hearts are hard to fathom." Director Zhao, look, the universe is so vast. On any planet, there are good people and bad people. The so-called Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. All things have Tao, and each civilization follows its own Tao. In the universe, there is no inherent good or evil. Distinctions arise from human thoughts and intentions. So, Director Zhao, do you understand what I'm saying? He was rambling, not even aware of what he was saying, while Xiao Zhao was completely baffled. "I can't understand it." After Professor Ling finished his lengthy discourse, Xiao Zhao asked in disbelief, "Professor Ling, it seems that the earlier incident has quite affected you. Do you need to see a doctor?" Chi Hao had been trailing behind them, his head down. At this moment, listening to Ling Bo's disjointed speech, which mentioned the universe twice, he slowly raised his head inch by inch. "Interesting. This Professor Ling, has he guessed something again? Professor Ling, do you want me to accompany you to the hospital?" Based on Ling Bo's earlier evasive attitude towards him and the words he just spoke, he would definitely refuse, wanting to avoid being alone with him. Unexpectedly, while Ling Bo indeed declined the suggestion to go to the hospital together, he sincerely said to him, "Chi Hao, you've also been through a lot today. I suggest we head back to the dormitory and rest well. We can go out for a nice meal together tonight." "Chi Hao, why do I suddenly feel like I can't understand Ling Bo anymore? Perhaps I should just listen to Director Zhao and take Professor Ling to see a doctor." Director Zhao had tested the waters for a while, but Chi Hao appeared completely untroubled, showing no signs of any issues. Instead, it was Professor Ling who seemed to be contemplating the Tao. Well, Chi Hao was originally on the observation list, so he might as well continue observing. He stayed with them until they reached the building before leaving. After Xiao Zhao left, Chi Hao was about to head upstairs when Ling Bo stood behind him and suddenly asked quietly, "Chi Hao, how long have you been in the capital?" Chi Hao thought, what kind of trick is Professor Ling trying this time? "I've been here for about half a month." Why? Ling Bo's mind was in a jumble. When Chi Hao had just offered to accompany him to the hospital, he felt deeply moved once again. People are like that. When you dislike someone, everything they do is wrong. Every frown and smile is disgusting. Even their breath pollutes the air. But when you recognize someone, they become an angel. And even their farts smell sweet. Currently, Chi Hao is that angel. Just a moment ago, When Ling Bo saw Wang Junjie being treated like a precious treasure by Wang Kuan as he was taken home, he suddenly recalled the life trajectory of Qi Hao that he had just peeked at last night. Red Star Welfare Institute, Primary School, Red Star Welfare Institute, Middle School, Red Star Welfare Institute, Huada Affiliated Genius Class, Research Institute, Huada Affiliated Genius Class, Rocket Development Center. At that moment, he had a feeling that this little alien's life was terrifyingly monotonous. It seemed a bit pitiful too. And what about himself? A lonely old man. His son was lost. His wife was dead, and his grandson was probably nowhere to be found. Qingyun University, Research Institute, Qingyun University, Research Institute, Qingyun University, Rocket Research and Development Center. It's just as pitiful as this little alien in front of me. Suddenly, he suggested, Qi Hao, since you came to the capital, aside from studying and working, haven't you had a single day of rest? This afternoon, since we have nothing to do, how about I take you to a place? Qi Hao felt a bit puzzled. What else could be done besides studying, working, and sleeping? Well, whatever the intention behind Ling Bo's proposal, he figured he would find out by going along. After all, with his own skills, he wasn't afraid of facing off against Ling Bo, no matter what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Chapter 90. Happy Holiday. Qi Hao followed Ling Bo to the largest amusement park in the capital. Ling Bo, full of enthusiasm, planned to help Qi Hao relax and passionately recommended several attractions. The first one was the roller coaster. Ling Bo excitedly wanted to queue up for Qi Hao. Qi Hao stood there, shocked as a roller coaster whizzed over his head, the screams of the passengers echoing in his ears, his legs feeling a bit weak. Professor Ling was really brave to want to try such a dangerous ride. Professor Ling, are you sure you want to do this? Ling Bo shook his head. It's not me who wants to ride, it's you. Qi Hao looked at the roller coaster that climbed the tracks, then swooped down from the top, and even flipped at times, taking several steps back. He leaned against the railing behind him, his face slightly pale. I just looked closely. Those cabins in the air are only connected by simple hooks. We both know that the faster an object moves, the higher the risk. Plus, with inertia. Don't dream about it. I absolutely won't ride this. Ling Bo was speechless. He pointed to the queue, where children who looked like they were in elementary school were having a great time. You usually have a lot of courage. Look, even much younger kids are enjoying it. Qi Hao ignored him, maintaining a stern face, standing far away. Unexpectedly, the usually bold little alien turned out to be one of the most timid people at the amusement park. Ling Bo had no choice but to take Qi Hao to the drop tower. Once Qi Hao heard the name of the ride, his eyelids began to twitch. When they reached the drop tower, he looked up at the cylindrical structure that was almost half the height of a Falcon assembly plant. Near the top, a red cabin was slowly ascending. With Qi Hao's keen eyesight, he seemed to see the terrified faces of the passengers strapped in their seats. Wasn't this a form of torture? Look, aren't they screaming for help? Ling Bo was even more speechless. They were clearly shouting for joy. Qi Hao instinctively grabbed Ling Bo's arm. Let us go. Let's south find another place. Ling Bo, however, was reluctant to leave. Just wait a bit. See how they enjoy it. Maybe you'll want to try it too. During their brief tug-of-war, the cabin slowly reached the top. The people around suddenly began to chant in unison. 1, 2, 3. Before Qi Hao could react, the cabin suddenly dropped at free-fall speed down the cylinder. In an instant, everyone on the drop tower and in the crowd was shouting loudly. Qi Hao dared not look, shutting his eyes tightly and unconsciously gripping harder. Hey, easy on that. Ling Bo's arm nearly got crushed by Qi Hao's grip. He looked eagerly at the drop tower, thinking that if he were 10 years younger, he might want to give it a try. How about it? Shall we go up and try? Qi Hao shook his head vigorously. The people around were shouting and laughing. And amidst the laughter, he blurted out, I'm not going. My life is too precious. I can't take any risks. The crowd surged forward to welcome the brave souls coming down from the drop tower, laughing and cheering. Ling Bo didn't hear clearly and asked with a smile. What did you say? Qi Hao raised his voice. I said I have something I must complete. After this is done, we can come back together. Once the two squeezed out of the crowd, Ling Bo felt a bit confused. Then, name a condition. Let us see if there's something you can do. No matter what it is, it absolutely can't leave the ground, Qi Hao said firmly. Ling Bo looked up and saw that right in front of them was a haunted house. All right, that's it then. Absolutely no leaving the ground. Qi Hao was supported by Ling Bo as they exited the haunted house. Thanks to his extremely keen hearing, all the sound effects inside had a far better impact on Qi Hao than expected. However, his extraordinary eyesight lost its advantage in the dark environment. If it hadn't been for Ling Bo's timely intervention, Chi Hao would have almost broken the neck of the first ghost. In the end, he came out with his eyes tightly shut, hands firmly covering his ears, stumbling along with Ling Bo's support. Once outside and seeing the bright sunlight, Chi Hao felt as if he had been reborn. He could no longer hold back and turned his head, weakly asking Ling Bo, "Professor Ling, I know our relationship isn't great, but bringing me here seems a bit too harsh." Ling Bo. Fortunately, every amusement park has a family-friendly attraction, the carousel. Chi Hao rode on a little white horse, accompanied by cheerful children's music, and under Ling Bo's persistent urging to shout cheese, he posed with his left hand in a scissors shape, mimicking the pose from earlier when Wang Junjie took their picture. Cheese looking at the joyful smile on the boy's face, Ling Bo thought with satisfaction. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the outcome seemed quite good. Chapter 91. The President. While two individuals were happily enjoying themselves at an amusement park, the atmosphere within the aerospace agency was tense from top to bottom. The reason was simple. The President was on a routine visit to a certain country this week, and all scheduled activities were supposed to conclude today, with a return planned for that evening. However, this afternoon, the President's side suddenly announced that the return would be postponed. They also made a request. They wanted to visit a rocket technology research center this Sunday. In today's world, there are only two superpowers. The first is one country, while the second is another. The leading nation is far ahead in military strength, weapon manufacturing, and computer artificial intelligence, especially in areas such as AI and big data analysis. It has left the other country far behind. Meanwhile, the second country excels in historical culture and the arts, which gives it a significant advantage. If a conflict were to arise, unless the citizens of the second country could enchant their opponents with songs, it wouldn't be very effective. Since the rise of the second country, the leading nation has been secretly attempting to undermine its progress, fearing for its own position of power. The second country has faced numerous hidden setbacks because of this. Just when it seemed that victory was within reach for the leading nation, 50 years ago, a team from the second country unearthed a complete spacecraft from a distant planet. Utilizing research on this spacecraft, which was far more advanced than anything known, the aerospace industry of the second country began to soar, eventually surpassing the leading nation and leaving it far behind. The leading nation has struggled to understand why the second country succeeded, leaving them deeply shocked. The advancements in aerospace have also propelled the mechanical manufacturing and materials industries of the second country, allowing it to steadily secure its position as a close second, showing signs of being able to stand on equal footing with the leading nation. With comparable strength, there is now a basis for dialogue. Thus, in recent years, the leaders of these two superpowers have conducted routine visits to each other's countries annually. There are no major agendas. The primary purpose is to send a signal to other nations. The two leaders are on good terms and have no plans for conflict. Last year, the leader of the second country visited the naval fleet of the leading nation. In turn, it is not unreasonable for the leader of the leading nation to tour a military base in the second country. What is unusual, however, is the last-minute change of itinerary and the sudden determination of the visit location. The visit of the second country's leader to the naval fleet of the leading nation had been arranged a month in advance. When the news reached the aerospace agency, everyone was caught off guard. Initially, a staff member insisted that it was fake news. This was too abnormal. The aerospace agency was unprepared for this. Fortunately, a key figure remained composed and began to organize tasks methodically. By the time all personnel were in place and preparations were complete, it was already late at night. He instructed the other staff to take a quick rest, leaving only him and one other person in the office. Xiao Zhao stood upright beside his department head, but if one looked closely, they would notice that his body was slightly swaying. He was simply too tired. He glanced at the wall clock and then cast a furtive look at his department head, who was frowning with fingers interlocked under his chin, apparently lost in thought for quite a while. Xiao Zhao stifled a yawn. Should he subtly remind the department head that it was almost midnight? As he was contemplating this, the silence in the office was broken when Cheng Tianyu suddenly asked, "Do you think the sudden visit from that foreign country is related to the agent we saw today? Surely, an agent's rank isn't significant enough to influence the president's schedule, right?" "I think it's just a coincidence," Xiao Zhao replied. Cheng Tianyu agreed. However, the timing was indeed too coincidental. He had a nagging feeling that there was a connection between the two events. In fact, after receiving the notification, Xiao Zhao had another question. The key point is, why did they make such a sudden request, and why did the higher-ups agree? Cheng Tianyu had a hypothesis. "I suspect that our side also wants to probe the other side's intentions and see what they are really after. After all, whatever they want from our aerospace department, they are destined to come away empty-handed. It seemed that they couldn't decipher the other side's objectives by themselves. So there was only one way to handle it, to respond decisively to any challenges that arise. He forced himself to stay alert and went over the process with Xiao Zhao once more, confirming that everything was in place before pinching the bridge of his nose. Deputy Zhao, you should go back and rest. You've worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow morning, we have a tough battle ahead. Yes, Cheng Tianyu's words were spot on. The next morning indeed turned out to be a tough challenge. The personnel from the aerospace department, having only rested a few hours, donned their crisp uniforms and started waiting for the visiting delegation early in the morning, brimming with energy. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the street outside the aerospace department was secured, and 2 rows of mounted police appeared. After a dozen police officers galloped by, a convoy of escort vehicles followed, flanked by 3 discreet black sedans. They're here. Xiao Zhao puffed out his chest, trying hard to keep his slightly reddened eyes wide open, presenting his best demeanor. The cars came to a steady stop, and immediately, Special Forces personnel moved to open the doors. A shiny shoe stepped firmly onto the ground. A slender foreign man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, smiled as he got out of the car and waved broadly to the crowd. The doors of the 2 cars behind him opened as well, revealing a spirited military officer from their country with graying hair. Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao exchanged glances. As expected, it was none other than General Huang Yunzi himself accompanying the foreign delegation. Senior military officials and bodyguards surrounded the foreign man and his accompanying officials as they walked inside, and the subsequent itinerary was no longer Xiao Zhao's concern. Everything that needed to be arranged had already been taken care of. What could be shown was on display, while what couldn't be shown had been neatly tucked away. So, in reality, there was nothing to see. They would just have to wait and see what the elderly gentleman would say after the visit. Both sides knew that his sudden visit here must have a purpose. This was the main event of the day. The foreign gentleman was very perceptive. After only half an hour of wandering around, he smiled and praised. The Rocket Research Center in your country truly deserves to be the most impressive and advanced rocket center in the world. However, all the military leaders present from your country perked up their ears, waiting for what he would say next. The blonde gentleman revealed a sly smile. But, my dear friends, I am not here to talk about rockets today. According to an urgent message we received yesterday, I am here to bring you some benefits. Chapter 92. Another deception. The military leaders of the nation looked at the old man's fake smile and felt an urge to slap him. Who doesn't know that the current leader of that nation loves to play tricks? The fuel technology of our country was lost during this old fellow's tenure as the director of an intelligence agency. This current leader is characterized by a thick skin. To achieve his goals, he dares to make outrageous demands and boast about anything. Negotiating with him feels a lot like haggling in a market. If he makes a blunder, it doesn't matter. He has a very thick skin. Seeing everyone waiting for him to speak, the old man started to build suspense. This benefit is a bit hard to express in words, so please watch the video. One of his aides was holding a portable projector. As soon as he finished speaking, a video began playing on the white wall opposite them. In the video, a small asteroid was drifting through the dark universe. The topic quickly shifted from rockets to benefits, then jumped to stars in the universe, leaving everyone a bit confused. However, as the video progressed, several accompanying leaders, such as Director Huang, immediately recognized it. Isn't this the trajectory of the W asteroid? They had seen the same video looped in their conference room every day and were almost fed up with it. On the screen, the small spherical object first traveled along a flattened oval. About 2 years later, it passed over the southern pole of the blue planet. At this point, the people from that nation kindly marked a year, 2062. When it reached the farthest point from the blue planet, they again marked it as 2066. From then on, the small ball began to turn back. By the end of 2068, it brushed past the blue planet. It was clear that this time, its distance from the blue planet was closer than in 2062. Now, this was problematic. The asteroid was initially on its way past, but it was attracted back by the blue planet's gravity bit by bit. The time it was pulled into the blue planet's orbit was again marked by the people from that nation, 2069. From this point on, the small ball struggled in its orbit around the blue planet, trying to break free. Unfortunately, its efforts were futile. After a year of torment, the W asteroid was exhausted and ultimately crashed into the blue planet. The trajectory video made by our country did not include the final segment of the W crashing into the blue planet. Our animation ended in 2069. However, the video produced by the other nation was different. It not only presented a complete simulation of the small ball crashing into the blue planet, but also included special effects for the entire process. The military leaders of our nation had to watch as the small ball fell into the blue planet, igniting and creating a massive golden fireball in the atmosphere, leaving behind thick black smoke as it streaked through the sky, racing toward the location marked on the map representing our nation. At the moment the fireball made contact with the ground, a terrifying and colossal golden shockwave rapidly spread outwards in a circular pattern, stirring up clouds of dust and dirt. In the video, flames shot into the sky and smoke obscured the sun, turning the entire scene into a sea of fire. Finally, as the dust settled, the original city vanished, leaving behind a massive crater on the ground. At this point, the hearts of the gathered citizens felt as if they were gripped tightly by a large hand, struggling to breathe. However, unexpectedly, the video did not end here. After the animated segment, an elegant and capable blonde woman, dressed in a fitted white suit, appeared at the center of the screen, holding a speech. This person was well known. She was the spokesperson for a certain government. Standing behind the podium, she faced a dense crowd of journalists from various countries. Many wondered if the following segment was taken from a press conference held by that government. With a compassionate gaze and a sorrowful expression, the spokesperson slowly and solemnly read from her speech. According to predictions by astronomers, in 10 years, an asteroid over 1 kilometer in diameter is expected to collide with the blue planet, with the predicted impact point located within the borders of a certain country. Although the impact site is outside of our borders, let us remember that this is not just a crisis at the national level, but a catastrophe for all humanity. As two of the most important countries in the world, we have both the responsibility and the capability to lead a global response to this disaster. The president of our nation visited that country 5 days ago. During this visit, they will reach a consensus on how to work together to withstand this disaster. We understand that only through cooperation can we gain the upper hand in this race against time. Currently, we have mastered the most advanced technology and are confident that by around 2063, which is within a year of the W asteroid passing over the southern pole of the blue planet, we can resolve this potential threat in advance for all humanity, thereby avoiding a catastrophe 10 years from now. There is a saying in our country, the air we breathe together is our shared destiny. A similar expression from that country states, different mountains and rivers, but the same wind and moon in the sky. Together, these two superpowers can surely protect our shared home, the blue planet. After finishing her speech, she nodded to the audience below, and immediately, interpreters from various countries began to relay her compassionate and loving words to the entire world. The video concluded with a bilingual summary presented in both languages of the respective countries. W asteroid size, 1 kilometer, energy, equivalent to 1,070 of the largest bombs. Crater diameter, 14.5 kilometers. Impact, catastrophic, affected countries. That country, impact on that country. The province where Anyang is located and surrounding areas will be flattened. Global impact, smoke and gas will obscure the sun, triggering global climate change and ecological disasters. The tremors caused by the impact may trigger widespread earthquakes, affecting regions across the globe. The climate and biological chain will be severely impacted. Chung Tianyu felt a chill all over his body as he read this. He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the official from a certain country who was playing the video. When he asked when this press conference was held, he used the language of that country directly. Before the person could answer, the elderly president smiled and quickly replied, "The time is 10 o'clock this morning, according to local time." At that moment, Chung Tianyu really wanted to shoot this old man. Despite all precautions, his country had once again been outmaneuvered. The higher-ups might have thought this was a consensus just reached between the aerospace agency and that country, which is why they didn't respond immediately. Meanwhile, the people from the aerospace agency were busy with receptions. Now he realized where that ominous premonition he had last night came from. The agent named Xiaoyang, who had been kicked out, was not wrong at all. Before his capture yesterday, he had likely already managed to convey a piece of information, the schedule of the trilateral meeting held by the Rocket Center that morning. Because of this information, Xiaoyang himself might not have known whether it was important, so he remained calm throughout and happened to evade the intelligence system. It seems that the other side had long calculated that in 10 years, an asteroid would strike his country. If his country remained unaware of this, then all future initiatives would be entirely in the hands of that country. At that time, whether they would provide rescue or not, and under what harsh conditions, his country would only have one way to accept it completely. They would have to kneel to accept it. However, the situation was different now. His country had also figured it out and planned to complete all deployments to resolve this issue within 4 years and 7 months. Presumably, after receiving this news yesterday, the other side immediately organized personnel to study how to respond in order to gain the maximum benefit from this situation. What did that female spokesperson just say? Currently, advanced technology has been mastered, and there is confidence that before 2063, the W asteroid will pass over the southern pole of the blue planet within a year, allowing for the early resolution of this hidden danger for all humanity, thus avoiding the catastrophe 10 years from now. In other words, they were publicly announcing to the world that they could solve this issue within 3 years. This was a deliberate attempt to benchmark against his country's 4 years and 7 months. However, 4 years and 7 months was the most ideal scenario, excluding all possible emergencies. They had originally planned to complete this task by 2069, allowing themselves 9 years to do it calmly and without any unexpected events. Now, with the announcement from the other side, they had already seized the initiative. Although there was a high probability that they were boasting, how should his country respond now? Should they accept assistance that the other side didn't even need? What conditions would that entail? Presumably, it would be the main alloy material that the other side had been yearning for over 40 years. How could they explain rejecting help from that country? Why drag out a problem that could be solved in 3 years to 9 years? How will the people without clear understanding in the country view this? How will other countries see it? Can the nation withstand this enormous pressure on its own? Can the Aerospace Authority handle this pressure? Can he handle this pressure himself? Cheng Tianyu does not know. Chapter 93. Reuniting Xiao Zhao almost simultaneously realized this matter with Cheng Tianyu. After coming to this understanding, he looked at his superior with a hopeful expression, drenched in cold sweat. In the past, no matter how tricky the situation was, his superior always managed to handle it and quickly provided a solution. But today, the seemingly omnipotent director, Cheng, disappointed Xiao Zhao for the first time. Cheng Tianyu's face grew increasingly grim. He opened his mouth several times, but ultimately fell silent. Xiao Zhao immediately lost his sense of direction. This is bad. The director actually has no idea either. At this moment, other military leaders from the nation gradually began to react. Suddenly, everyone's expressions turned grim. The more frustrated they became, the more pleased the foreign representatives appeared. Look, this group from the nation is at a loss for what to do. This clearly demonstrated that the foreign strategy was effective. It was at this moment that General Huang Yunzi stepped forward. He smiled as he approached the foreign president, initially exchanging pleasantries, such as expressing gratitude for the foreign assistance. Then, he introduced a but. However, our nation has the capability to solve the asteroid problem on our own. The foreign representatives thought to themselves, of course, we know you have the capability to solve the asteroid issue. In fact, we're aware of your timeline. ISNT at just 4 years and 7 months under the best circumstances? This timeframe from the nation is quite reliable. The foreign side had actually been secretly preparing for a year in advance, estimating that, under smooth conditions, the task could be completed in 4 to 5 years. That's why they boasted about a 3-year timeline. Adding the year of secret preparation, it actually amounts to 4 years. Moreover, if they fail to complete it by then, so be it. They would just hold another press conference. After all, the initial intention was good, but unforeseen circumstances arose, and they expressed their regret about this. Regardless, by that time, the benefits obtained from the nation would have already been secured, even if the asteroid issue remained unresolved until the last moment. Leading to a collision with the planet, it wouldn't be their people suffering the consequences. Only those in dire situations would fight desperately. Bystanders would merely shed a few fake tears and utter some pretty words. Seeing the representatives from the nation stubbornly insisting they could handle it, the foreign president smiled. He deliberately asked, "Does your government have confidence in resolving this issue within 3 years?" General Huang Yunzi wore an expression of assurance. "Of course, our nation is very confident. I guarantee on my honor that our nation will completely resolve the asteroid issue within 3 years and provide an explanation to our people." Cheng Tianyu, Xiao Zhao, other military leaders from the nation. "General, you are as brave as ever." Everyone knew it was impossible, and General Huang definitely knew as well. But under the pressure of the situation, they had been forced into this corner. As he looked at the old general with his head held high at the front, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but sniffle. The older man from a certain country lost his smile. He snorted coldly, saying, "Well then, we shall wait and see. I hope your country can submit a satisfactory answer to the world within 3 years." The old general smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, we people from this country never disappoint." Finally, after the visit concluded, the older man had to leave. Before the old general accompanied him to depart, he patted Cheng Tianyu on the shoulder twice and quickly whispered, "At all costs, complete this task within 3 years. If you need any support, just let me know." Everyone surrounded the departing figure as if they were seeing off a royal, boarding the special vehicle. The moment the silhouette of the last mounted police officer disappeared from view, Cheng Tianyu immediately turned back. Xiao Zhao quickly notified all project team members to gather at the Tianxiong Research Center for a meeting. "Yes, Director." As the wristbands buzzed to notify all project members to hurry, Chi Hao and Ling Bo were in their dormitory playing poker. They had received a last-minute notice that a foreign leader was visiting the Rocket Center and were instructed to stay in the dorm area and not wander around. At that moment, both of their faces were covered with little notes. Ling Bo, perhaps somewhat out of gratitude, wanted to play poker with the little alien to let him experience the joy of an ordinary child from this country. But in Chi Hao's eyes, it was just that after yesterday's physical match, Professor Ling was now engaging in a battle of wits with him. Thus, he played with utmost seriousness. He had a good memory and remembered every card Professor Ling played clearly. After quickly grasping the game rules, Professor Ling lost several rounds, and his kind-hearted demeanor faded. Replaced by a competitive spirit, Professor Ling began to take it seriously. The two strongest minds from this country officially started a showdown in card skills. When the wristband buzzed, the two were in the heat of battle. Seeing the message on the wristband screen requesting all Dear Project team members to come to the Tianxiong Research Center for a meeting for the first time, Chi Hao felt an urge to slack off. Although it was only for a moment, once he reacted, he was momentarily stunned. He then made a firm resolution. He could no longer indulge himself until he found the spaceship and the remains. He took off the little notes from his face and stood up to get his down jacket. Just as Ling Bo was about to catch up and score, he hurriedly blocked him. "Wait a minute, I have a great hand this round. Let us finish this game first." Chi Hao looked at the terrible cards in his hand and firmly refused. "No way. What if something urgent comes up with the project?" After saying that, he quickly mixed his bad hand with the bottom cards on the coffee table. Ling Bo stared at him in disbelief and murmured, "Chi Hao, you've gone bad." The two bickered all the way as they headed to the Tianxiong Research Center. As they stepped into the familiar conference room, the smiles on their faces had not yet faded, but they suddenly sensed that something was off. They looked up to see Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao sitting in their usual spots, frowning deeply. The other professors present also wore expressions of concern. Chi Hao and Ling Bo exchanged a quick glance. They hadn't expected that something significant had indeed happened. The two quietly found a corner to sit in. Just as they settled down, the sound of polished shoes echoed from outside. A tall, trendy man wearing a beret, humming a pop song and stepping to the beat, twirled into the conference room. It was Wang Junjie. He didn't live in the dorm area and, after receiving a sudden notice of a day off that morning, had cheered and gone shopping. Now, the upbeat music from the mall still lingered in his mind. Upon entering, he spotted Chi Hao not far from the door, immediately took off his sunglasses, and called out enthusiastically, "Big brother." Instantly, all eyes, including those of Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, turned toward Chi Hao. Chi Hao covered his face, extending his other hand to gesture inside the room. Following Chi Hao's indication, Wang Junjie looked in. The conference room was filled to capacity. Aside from the two military officials at the front, many others seemed to have guided him in one way or another. He stuck out his tongue, greeted the older professors one by one with teacher, and then, feeling quite awkward, took a seat next to Chi Hao. At this point, the trio of the first group was reunited. The last to arrive was Wang Kuan. He had come from the observatory, the farthest distance today. By the time he arrived, all the professors from the other project groups had already been temporarily gathered, including those who had been in the lab conducting experiments when the notice was issued. Seeing that everyone was present, Cheng Tianyu leaned on the table, interlaced his fingers, and began to speak. "Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to share." Chapter 94 Application for Withdrawal. After Cheng Tianyu finished speaking, he nodded to Xiao Zhao, who immediately understood and played the video of the press conference on the electronic screen in the meeting room. When the announcement was made about their capability to complete the project within 3 years, all the experts in the room shook their heads in disbelief. "Look, they are bragging again. This is simply an impossible task." A few industry veterans couldn't help but show sarcastic smiles. These individuals are pure scientists who take their research seriously and value practicality, so they found the statement laughable. However, a few politically astute individuals, including Wang Kuan, suddenly realized the implications halfway through their mockery. Damn, they are trying to put our country on the hot seat. With their actions, this project has escalated from a mere domestic issue to a global event. If anything goes wrong, our country, originally the biggest victim, could become the source of a global disaster. After the video finished, Cheng Tianyu looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, "As you all just saw, due to the sudden pressure from the other side, we have to adjust our plans and complete the project in 3 years instead of the original 9-year timeline. This is an extremely challenging task, and I ask everyone to analyze from a professional standpoint how we can improve efficiency to achieve this goal." What? 3 years? Everyone was stunned. Seeing that Cheng Tianyu was not joking, they exchanged glances and began to discuss in low voices. After watching the video, Chi Hao finally understood the grim expressions he had seen when he entered. He shook his head secretly. This was the 3rd time he had met Cheng Tianyu, and the impression he had of him was that of a capable and insightful leader who considered matters comprehensively and meticulously when assigning tasks. He never expected such a steady leader would rashly set a 3-year deadline. This is not just about improving work efficiency. It means all plans must be overturned and redone. In Chi Hao's mind, the trajectory of asteroid W surfaced. The satellite of the blue planet is known as the star. 2 years later, in 2062, W will pass above the southern pole of the blue planet at a distance of 8 blue units, similar to the distance from the Earth to the Moon. In 2066, it will reach the farthest point from the blue planet before starting to return. By the end of 2068, it will pass closely by the blue planet at a distance of 6 blue units. After that, due to the gravitational pull of the blue planet, W will gradually be captured. Once captured, W will orbit the blue planet for a year. Historically, most captured asteroids will eventually break free after orbiting for a while. However, certain special conditions can cause an asteroid to be drawn closer and closer, such as internal voids that create instability. The initial plan proposed by Chi Hao was meticulously crafted. The idea was to install a thruster on W by the end of 2068, before it was fully drawn into the orbit of the blue planet, to continuously exert force and adjust its flight angle, thereby escaping the gravitational pull of the blue planet and returning to its original orbit. At that time, the distance would be neither too close nor too far, minimizing the expenditure of human, material, and financial resources. This plan had always been Chi Hao's Plan A. However, when Xiao Jinhong was drafting the plan, he classified this method as Plan B. He formulated his own version of Plan A, which was the 4-year and 7-month plan stolen by Xiao Yang. Among these two plans, Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao both voted for Xiao Jinhong's proposal. Clearly, Chi Hao's Plan A was more cost-effective and efficient, but everyone unanimously categorized it as a backup option, not out of jealousy from Xiao Jinhong or short-sightedness from Cheng Tianyu, but because as citizens of a certain nation, they tend to become anxious in the face of uncertainty. People from this country inherently seek stability. They fear even the slightest possibility of failure. If a problem can be resolved a day earlier, they prefer not to push it to the last minute. By listing the 9th year as the optimal plan, they worry about potential mistakes that might arise at that time. Moreover, once the plan is set to be completed in the 9th year, human nature dictates that the initial years will not yield much progress. This is somewhat akin to exams. Often, as the exam date approaches, people become more serious about their studies. The night before the exam is usually when studying is most intense. When aiming high, one may achieve something. When aiming for the middle, one may achieve less, but when aiming low, one may achieve nothing at all. Therefore, if W must be resolved within 3 years, the most reliable plan has already formed in Chi Hao's mind. That is, 2 years later, when W passes over the south pole of the blue planet, to install a highly powerful thruster on it to directly push W off its original trajectory. This timing is chosen because W would be closest to the blue planet at that moment, allowing the spacecraft to carry relatively less fuel and supplies. However, this differs greatly from the original plan, which was somewhat of a shortcut that merely adjusted the angle. Reducing the timeline from 4 years and 7 months to within 3 years may seem like a decrease of less than 2 years, but in reality, it is an entirely different approach. The requirements for rocket carrying capacity, thruster thrust, and sustainability under this plan are far greater than those of the original plan. Based on Chi Hao's visit to the rocket center yesterday, he learned that the most powerful spacecraft currently available in the country does not possess such capabilities. Furthermore, this plan is also much more distant compared to the previous one. In an instant, Chi Hao understood all of this, which is why he looked at Cheng Tianyu with a sense of confusion. Why would this big shot suddenly take such a reckless approach? The little extraterrestrial did not fully grasp the ongoing rivalry between the two superpowers that had lasted for decades, so he was completely baffled. Why change a plan that was already good? Isn't that making things harder for their own people? At this moment, Zhao was retrieving the original timetable and displaying it on the electronic screen. First, project initiation, 1 month. Second, rocket design and manufacturing, 3 years. Third, development and installation of the W asteroid propulsion system, 1 year. Fourth, flight testing and orbit adjustment, half a year. Cheng Tianyu furrowed his brows for a while and asked Xiao Jianhong and Director Huang. Currently, the longest step in terms of time is the second one. Is there any way to shorten this step? Director Huang remained silent, only revealing a bitter smile. He vaguely sensed that this was not simply a matter of shortening time. At this moment, Xiao Jianhong had not thought as far as Director Huang, but he also stayed quiet. 3 years was already the compressed timeline, and he had just been criticized by Director Huang during yesterday's tripartite meeting for it. If the original 3 years was not enough, how could it be compressed further? Among those present, besides Chi Hao, another person's expression also changed. This person was Ling Bo. He recalled the trajectory of the W asteroid and murmured, "Doesn't that mean we have to find the point where W is closest to our planet within the next 3 years and push it off its original orbit directly?" Thinking of this, he shook his head repeatedly. If that were the case, none of the current spacecraft would qualify. This meant that the country would have to complete a series of tasks, including the design, manufacture, testing, and launch of a completely new spacecraft within a short span of 2 years. The problem is, the current spacecraft's capabilities are insufficient not because the designers do not want to, but because the existing technology simply cannot achieve it. This matter can be summed up in 3 words: impossible. Indeed, as the discussion continued among the researchers, everyone gradually reached the same conclusion. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Zhao, feeling suffocated by the silence, was almost unable to sit still and secretly glanced at his director. The director appeared calm and composed, but his left hand, resting on his thigh under the table, was tightly clenched into a fist. "Everyone, please analyze from a professional perspective what technical means we might have to achieve this goal." Cheng Tianyu asked again. Silence. The same awkward silence persisted. Ling Bo couldn't help but glanced sympathetically at Cheng Tianyu. Although he had little interaction with this middle-aged leader, he had a good impression of him. Just like Chi Hao. However, this was not a matter of liking or disliking. It was simply that they really could not do it. Another long silence ensued. In the midst of this dead silence, Cheng Tianyu suddenly pulled out a chair and stood up. The sudden noise startled everyone, and his next action surprised them again. After standing up, Cheng Tianyu took a big step back. Then, amid the puzzled gazes of everyone, he bowed deeply to them. "I am very sorry to present everyone with such a difficult problem. Due to the circumstances, our country had no choice but to agree to a 3-year commitment. If there are issues with this project, our country will be completely passive and the consequences will be very serious. I hope everyone can brainstorm together. I thank you all on behalf of the nation." After he finished speaking, he maintained a deep bow. At this moment, everyone hurriedly stood up from their seats, and a few researchers nearby rushed over to help Cheng Tianyu up. Although Chi Hao felt quite moved, he did not believe that these researchers could immediately come up with a good solution. To be honest, this was a bit of a tall order. However, unexpectedly, an elderly researcher with a head full of white hair suddenly raised his trembling right hand. At the moment Cheng Tianyu bowed to everyone, Wang Junjie felt an inexplicable surge in his heart, and his eyes became warm. Although he only partially understood, he eagerly hoped that someone would respond to the good soldier above. He stared hard at his father, wishing he could take the lead like a hero. Unfortunately, his father didn't even glance at him. Now, finally, someone was willing to speak up. Wang Junjie was delighted and wanted to stand up and applaud. But when Ling Bo recognized who the raising hand belonged to, he frowned and whispered, "This is bad." Sure enough, the person raised his hand. And under the expectant gazes of Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, he coughed a few times and sighed. "General Cheng, I apply to withdraw from this project." Chapter 95. A single move to victory. The power of example is limitless. Suddenly, everyone's thoughts began to waver. Indeed, A project destined to fail. Should they stay and wait for their names to be inscribed on the pillar of shame, subjected to public condemnation? That was certainly not their original intention for joining this project. Why hadn't they thought of applying to withdraw from the start? So, what reason should they come up with? The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more tense. In the corner, Chi Hao furrowed his brow. If the project was not completed, it could lead to serious consequences. Was this person seriously applying to withdraw at this moment? Or was he trying to pressure General Cheng to make concessions and maintain the original plan? Regardless of either scenario, was it really appropriate to publicly request a withdrawal at such a time and place? He instinctively glanced at Ling Bo. Ling Bo leaned over and whispered, "This person has a problem." Chi Hao's eyes widened. "Uncle Ling, how can you say that? He really does have a problem. He was diagnosed last week and needs surgery soon. He was originally planning to apply to withdraw anyway," Ling Bo said with a wry smile. "I didn't expect him to bring it up at this moment." "Unbelievable." Chi Hao nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Why bring it up now? After the meeting. In private would have been fine. To say it at this moment feels like deliberately sabotaging things." Cheng Tianyu had seen many storms, but never expected to find himself at a loss for words. After the person spoke, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He wanted to intervene, but feared that this person would provide a grandiloquent reason. And indeed, what he feared came true. The researcher continued speaking without waiting for him. "I have a tumor in my brain, and I'm scheduled for surgery next week." Xiao Zhao was about to lose it. "Goodness, you're sick and need surgery. Just tell us privately, and we'll arrange for the best doctors and hospital in the country. We'll cover the costs. If you need treatment, would we stop you?" Choosing to say this at this moment, what was the intention behind that? The other researchers' eyes lit up. Brilliant. Many present were in their 60s or 70s. At this age, who didn't have some health issues? They had been busy with their careers, dedicating themselves without time for proper treatment. Wasn't this the perfect time for them? Everyone turned their respectful gaze toward the first wise man. The person proposing to withdraw, however, remained completely oblivious to it all. In reality, everyone misunderstood him. He was simply lacking in emotional intelligence. In the field of astrophysics, his knowledge and abilities were undoubtedly the best in the country. However, alongside his high academic competence, he had extremely low emotional intelligence. In this room, apart from Chi Hao and Wang Junjie, he held the lowest title. Even when it was time for his promotion, he often found himself inexplicably overlooked. For decades, he has consistently ensured that leaders do not lose face at critical moments. Cheng Tianyu is certainly not the first victim, but he should be the last. This person does not seem to care much for material possessions. He is genuinely passionate about astrophysics. Over the years, his unwavering dedication to research has allowed him to accumulate substantial expertise and gain a prominent reputation in his field. When selecting candidates for projects, his outstanding reputation and the volume of his published results on the international stage led to his selection as the top candidate. After joining the team, he also achieved significant results. Cheng Tianyu remained unaware that such a formidable talent had infiltrated his group. If he had known, with so many talents available in the region, he would never have chosen him. However, if he agrees now, it would open the floodgates. Once there is one, there will certainly be a second. At this moment, instability in morale is the last thing they need. But how could he refuse? Not to mention that this reason would not hold. If the person truly fell ill and he refused, would he, Cheng Tianyu, still be considered a person? Next, how should he respond? Cheng Tianyu found it difficult to speak. The elder in astrophysics had successfully delivered a decisive blow. General, Chapter 96. Regrouping time passed by second, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on Cheng Tianyu's forehead. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, it seemed he had made a certain decision. He placed his arms on the table, leaning slightly forward, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Was the exit from the project about to be opened? Just then, a sharp phone ring suddenly pierced the air. It was Cheng Tianyu's military-exclusive phone. The phone he normally used was set to silent during meetings. This military phone had to be kept on 24/7 and would only ring in emergencies. The speech was interrupted, and Cheng Tianyu exhaled, offering an apologetic gesture to everyone before hurriedly picking up the phone. When he saw who was calling, he couldn't help but pause. General Huang Yunze was supposed to be accompanying a certain leader, wasn't he? Everyone watched as Cheng Tianyu answered the call, responding briefly in a low voice. "Yes, all right, okay." He then hung up the phone. From his expression, it seemed there was no change from before he answered the call. Only Xiao Zhao, who knew the director very well, noticed that he appeared slightly more relaxed. Indeed, After the call, Cheng Tianyu no longer leaned forward but instead leaned back against his chair. He turned to the retiring scholar and said with concern, "I apologize for only just learning about your health condition today. Have the doctors and hospital arrangements been made?" Seeing the other party nod, he thought for a moment. Then, "We hope to provide assistance during your surgery and recovery. Xiao Zhao, please arrange this after the meeting. We are deeply grateful for your previous contributions. In the future, if you need anything, we are still willing to help within our capabilities." After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. This sounded like a friendly farewell. "General Cheng, has the first door been opened?" Immediately, someone was eager to be the second to take the plunge. Unfortunately, they missed their opportunity. Cheng Tianyu stood up and smiled at everyone. "It's already noon. Everyone go have lunch first. Please return to this conference room promptly at 2 p.m. Oh, by the way, the afternoon meeting will be chaired by General Huang Yunze himself." Huang Yunze? The one who studied the Zeta spacecraft? Chi Hao's body suddenly sat up straight. Ling Bo glanced at him in surprise. "What did you hear that made you so excited all of a sudden?" "I heard we can go have lunch, and I'm happy. I want to eat a lot of boiled fish for lunch today." Ling Bo raised an eyebrow. "I can't help but feel that your sudden change in mood isn't really about the food, but rather because you heard that General Huang is coming. Could it be you're also a fan of General Huang?" "Chi Hao." This Ling Bo is just too perceptive. He stood up as if nothing had happened, following the crowd out, casually asking Ling Bo, "Yesterday, during the visit to the rocket center, Engineer Tang also mentioned this veteran general, speaking highly of him. At that moment, I felt he was incredible and really wanted to meet him. I just didn't expect that today my dream would come true." Ling Bo nodded immediately. "Of course, Mr. Huang is a legendary figure in our country. For decades, thanks to his presence, our country's aviation industry has consistently ranked as the #1 in the world. All aviation researchers in our country, including many researchers present today, admire him greatly." After listening, Chi Hao pondered and said, "Really? Then during the meeting this afternoon, will those researchers who were thinking of withdrawing still insist on attending?" It's hard to say. The lunch provided by the restaurant was very delicious, but unfortunately, except for Chi Hao, who was in high spirits due to a joyful event, the others were too distracted to enjoy the food. After finally finishing the tasteless lunch, everyone didn't wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon and directly returned to the meeting room, clustering together in small groups, whispering to each other. Wang Junjie had lunch with his father, Wang Kuan, and it was unclear what happened during their meal, but upon returning, the young man clearly looked dispirited. Slumped in his chair, holding his head and lost in thought. Ling Bo teased him a few times, but he remained sullen and didn't say a word. This matched the overall atmosphere of the meeting room perfectly. Finally, when the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, everyone quieted down, stretching their necks to look towards the meeting room door. The entrance was empty, with not a single figure in sight. The huge hope fell through, and immediately, whispers began to rise in the meeting room. Amid this noise, a small door on the white wall inside the room suddenly opened, accompanied by steady and powerful footsteps. General Huang, dressed in the military uniform he wore when receiving foreign guests earlier, and wearing a military cap, slowly entered the sight of everyone. He was not tall. With a head full of silver hair, his face covered in wrinkles, yet his posture remained straight, showing no signs of aging. As he walked towards the conference table, he slightly nodded to everyone. Despite his gentle demeanor, everyone instinctively stood up and greeted the old general in low voices. "Hello, General. Did you just arrive, General? Thank you for your hard work, General." General Huang raised his hands to signal everyone to sit down, and then he took a seat in Cheng Tianyu's place, removing his military cap and placing it on the left side of the table. When Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao walked out from the door, both were surprisingly holding a thick stack of materials. A faint smile appeared on General Huang's lips as he scanned the meeting room. Then, he spoke his first words upon entering the room. "I heard that many people want to withdraw from this project." Although he merely glanced around, everyone felt as if he was looking directly at them. "I asked Xiao Cheng to prepare a copy of the materials for everyone. Each set of materials includes a withdrawal application. I have already signed my name in advance with the approver. In our military, we emphasize swift action. If anyone decides to withdraw, please bring it up now, and we will handle it immediately. No questions asked. The previously agreed upon benefits remain valid. Regardless of the reasons for wanting to withdraw, I want to express my gratitude on behalf of the nation for your contributions thus far. Thank you all. Truly impressive." Elder Huang still maintains that vigor from his youth, coming in with a bang that left everyone stunned. People looked at each other in silence. After a moment of awkwardness, a member of Wang Kuen's group, an expert in aerodynamics, stood up with his head lowered. He blushed and quietly said sorry. Cheng Tianyu didn't wait for him to continue, immediately standing up to give him a standard military salute. At the same time, Xiao Zhao quickly found this person's information and jogged over to him, respectfully handing it over with both hands. After handing it over, Xiao Zhao also solemnly saluted him. This person had been thinking about leaving since the morning meeting. During lunch, he had mentally drafted 7 or 8 excuses, only to dismiss them one by one, fearing that they wouldn't be perfect enough to gain approval from the firm Cheng Tianyu. He worried that if he didn't leave then, it would be awkward to stay. To his surprise, things progressed so smoothly. As he took his own documents, a secret joy arose in his heart, but for some reason, he felt a twinge of sadness when Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao saluted him. Even that joy seemed somewhat diluted. He sat there in a daze, staring at the document bag with the words "Thank you, Comrade Zhang Juanru" occupying the entire cover. Wang Kuen sat right behind Zhang Juanru. His mind was sharp, and he had already analyzed the pros and cons during the morning meeting, resolutely deciding to withdraw. During lunch, he specifically urged his son to stand with him, but unexpectedly, his son had a big fight with him, even claiming that if he withdrew, he would no longer recognize him as his father. He hesitated for a moment. This was a golden opportunity, though it felt somewhat embarrassing if he missed this chance. It would be much harder to leave later. Thinking of this, he glanced at his son, only to find him staring back with wide eyes and a pouted mouth. Wang Kuen, who was about to stand up, hesitated, only to be preempted by another expert. One after another, about 7 or 8 experts, heads down and eyes red, took their documents. After that, no one else stood up. This was significantly fewer than the initial half who wanted to leave. During this time, Elder Huang sat quietly, observing without a word. After waiting a moment longer, when no one else stood up, Elder Huang slowly spoke again. To those comrades who have decided to leave, I express my heartfelt gratitude once more. Thank you for your support and contributions along the way. And to those comrades who have chosen to stay until now, I hold deep respect for you. I have dedicated my life to aerospace, and I understand what your decision to stay means. Completing this task within 3 years seems nearly impossible at this point. Yet, under these circumstances, you still chose to stay. As he spoke, his voice choked a little. He had always been tough and had never shed a tear in public. So, he paused for a moment, taking some time before continuing. I want to assure everyone here that this task is one I personally committed to. I will take full responsibility for it. There is no need to be afraid or have any concerns. Just go ahead and do your best. I, Huang Yunzi, will never let any brave individual regret the choice they made. Throughout today, everyone still has the opportunity to choose to leave this project. Xiaoqing's office will be open 24 hours today. After the meeting, you can take some time to reconsider and see if you might change your mind. However, if you choose not to leave today, then until the end of the project, I will not approve any withdrawal requests unless there is a serious illness. Starting tomorrow, the project team will not accept anyone backing out. Chapter 97. Trust and talent. From the moment Huang Yunzi appeared, all of Qi Hao's attention was focused solely on him. When Ling Bo leaned over to quietly ask if he had considered withdrawing, Qi Hao shook his head repeatedly, without a second thought. Even if everyone else in the room chose to leave, Qi Hao was determined to stay until the end. After finally having the opportunity to get close to Huang Yunzi, Qi Hao had a strong feeling that he would find the chance to embark on his journey in space through this elder. He observed every action and every word of Huang Yunzi, trying to determine what kind of person he was and what kind of people he preferred. At that moment, withdrawing? What a joke. The results of his observations were very satisfying to Qi Hao. Huang Yunzi appeared to be a very pragmatic and decisive person. Moreover, he had a significant difference from the rule-abiding Cheng Tianyu. He was an adventurer, someone who dared to take risks and was not afraid of the consequences that came with them. What actions should he take to leave a deep impression on such a person? Perhaps, even further, how could he secure opportunities to access bases that were not open to the public? Just like the chance to visit the materials laboratory yesterday. Qi Hao's mind was racing, completely oblivious to the complicated expressions on the faces of Ling Bo and Wang Junjie as they watched him. It was at this moment that Wang Junjie began to wholeheartedly admire Qi Hao. Previously, he had called Qi Hao brother because he had been under a misunderstanding. Wang Junjie had thought that Xiao Yang was truly dead, killed by a kick from Qi Hao. Xiao Zhao and Cheng Tianyu had not clarified this for them, that the agent had not actually died. To them, it seemed obvious. Although he had been more out than in, he still had a breath left. However, Wang Junjie, who had grown up in peacetime and only fought in video games, really had not noticed this. Therefore, he had always felt a bit intimidated by Chi Hao. But just now, when Professor Ling asked Chi Hao if he was going to withdraw, Chi Hao chose to stay without any hesitation. Wang Junjie glanced around the conference room and was certain that Chi Hao was the most resolute person among them all. In contrast, those well-known academic figures who had previously mentored him, as well as those like his father who had reached senior management positions in academia, all showed evident hesitation. The comparison made the differences clear. He silently resolved that in the future, he would closely follow in Brother Chi's footsteps. Ling Bo, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, secretly speculating about the true motives of the little alien. He recalled that he had first met Chi Hao here at the Aerospace Bureau. This little alien had gone to great lengths to get in here and was now doing everything possible to stay. Therefore, whatever he intended to do could not be achieved by leaving this specific location or person. This matter must be extremely important to him. It is so important that whenever an opportunity arises, he completely forgets to hide himself. In fact, he even deliberately highlights his abilities. However, this is also the moment when he is most likely to slip up. Lingbo looked at the bright-eyed Chi Hao, feeling a bit conflicted. Should he give him a hint? As soon as this thought surfaced, it was immediately dismissed. Although the boy seemed frail, that kick from yesterday had not only frightened Wang Junjie, but also left a profound impression on Lingbo. It would be better not to take any risks. He certainly didn't want to end up like Xiaoyang. Although the little alien appeared gentle and harmless, he had a strange intuition that if the alien found out he had guessed his true origins, the consequences would be something he didn't want to see. So, since Chi Hao wasn't backing down, he decided to stay as well. On one hand, he would keep an eye on the little alien for the sake of humanity, ensuring he didn't cause any trouble. On the other hand, if the little alien was about to slip up, he could lend a helping hand in time. He was at a loss about which side he was on. The three of them sat in the corner, each pondering their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Huang Yunze, who was at the front, encouraged everyone a few more times before decisively announcing the meeting's adjournment. Everyone knew that the real test would begin after the meeting. Some older professors, who had been reluctant to leave in front of everyone during the meeting, might reconsider after the meeting adjourned. However, Huang Yunze seemed unconcerned about this possibility. As the second-in-command of the nation, he was extremely busy with official duties and had rushed over without even changing his clothes after a foreign affairs event. Cheng Zhao initially thought he would leave immediately after the meeting, but unexpectedly, Huang arrived directly at Cheng Tianyu's office after it ended. He was always decisive in his actions. Just as Cheng Tianyu was personally brewing tea, he said to Xiao Zhao, "Bring me the resumes of the remaining people you have." As he spoke, Cheng Tianyu placed a cup of tea gently beside Huang's left hand, adding, "I'm just afraid that among the remaining candidates, someone might change their mind." Huang put down the resume he was about to open and said, "Let those who want to leave go. Soldiers who want to be deserters win battles. Quality is more important than quantity." After finishing his sentence, he picked up the document again and casually opened the first page, where a handsome young face suddenly caught his eye. Huang was taken aback. He looked at the photo. The child was indeed quite adorable. However, he seemed a bit too young. Checking the age, 13. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I noticed during the meeting that there were two very young researchers. Are they both official members of the project team?" Cheng Tianyu quickly reported, "Yes, sir. One of them is the son of Professor Wang Kuan from the project team, specializing in aircraft design and manufacturing. Though young, his design concepts are very advanced. And he won the gold medal in the finals of the Global University Student Aircraft Design Innovation Competition last year. With the strong recommendation from Wang Kuan, and after completing the entire assessment process, we ultimately decided to make an exception and hire him." Upon hearing this, Elder Huang nodded. That's fine. Let him join the team, train alongside us, and accumulate some experience. We need to avoid a situation where the older generation in our aerospace industry retires and the younger generation can't keep up, creating a gap." He casually handed the resume in his hand to Cheng Tianyu. "What about this one? He looks like an elementary school student. Whose child is he?" Cheng Tianyu took Chi Hao's resume. He was very familiar with Chi Hao and didn't need to open it. He directly reported in a formal manner. "This person is an orphan, a mathematics prodigy, especially skilled in calculating the orbits of asteroids. He was the first to calculate that the W asteroid would intersect with the blue planet. The idea of installing thrusters on asteroids was also his original concept." Elder Huang raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Impressive. Heroes emerge from the young. We are about to face a tough battle." and every member of the project team must be capable of bearing heavy responsibilities. We must make good use of each of these individuals. If we lack personnel, let me know. At this moment, Xiao Zhao fidgeted uneasily, his expression hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Elder Huang immediately looked at him sharply. What's wrong? Is there something off about this person? Xiao Zhao recounted how Qi Hao's wristband had triggered an alarm yesterday and his subsequent probing in detail. Cheng Tianyu added, the preliminary data available for reference is too limited, and there have been precedents of misjudgment by the wristband. Additionally, due to the unexpected visit from a certain leader, we paused the investigation into Qi Hao. Elder Huang slightly narrowed his eyes. So, do you believe this person is trustworthy? Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao nodded in unison. The former, like Lin Tianyi, had a good impression of Qi Hao after the incident with Xiao Yang yesterday. Xiao Zhao subconsciously wanted to defend Qi Hao, something he wasn't even aware of himself. Elder Huang waved his hand. Then there's no problem. Trust those you employ. If you doubt someone, don't use them. You believe in him. And I believe in you. Hearing Elder Huang say this, Xiao Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At this moment, Cheng Tianyu suddenly added, however, this Qi Hao is from Blue Sea Town and appeared on the same day as Starship Number 2. Upon hearing Starship Number 2, he realized that the remaining content was classified information, not something he was supposed to hear, and he quietly turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Elder Huang called him back. Deputy Zhao, you've been with the department for nearly 9 years. Once this project concludes successfully, Xiao Cheng will likely be promoted, and his position will need to be filled by you. There are some matters you should understand in advance. Xiao Zhao's heart raced. In fact, during his previous investigation of Qi Hao and his trip to Anyang the day before, he had already vaguely guessed much of what was going on. However, what he inferred and what the leader told him directly were entirely different in nature. Chapter 98 Starship 1 Xiao Zhao was secretly stirred, while Huang Lao's thoughts had drifted back 50 years. In the summer of 2009, I had just graduated from an aviation academy. At that time, our country's higher education was far from being as developed as it is today. Very few people managed to complete high school, and university graduates were even rarer. As a result, after graduation, I was assigned to the Air Force Equipment Department. Upon entering, I was directly granted the rank of captain. You probably don't have such favorable treatment now. Xiao Zhao nodded repeatedly. When they graduated, they were only uniformly awarded the rank of lieutenant, and to be promoted to captain, they would have to serve an additional 4 years. Huang Lao chuckled. I was young and full of ambition back then. I was unaware of the vastness of the world and thought I was quite remarkable, having ranked first in my major at the military academy. I fantasized about making astonishing achievements that would propel our country's aerospace industry to new heights, ideally surpassing the world's leading nation. Looking back now, how ridiculous that seems. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao glanced at Cheng Tianyu in surprise, noticing that his superior also wore an expression of undisguised astonishment, realizing that it was the first time Huang Lao was revealing his feelings. The old general had been his role model since childhood, and he never expected to hear him recount his youthful days in person one day. He couldn't help but feel both anxious and excited. However, after leaving the textbooks, I realized that building rockets is not as glamorous as it seems. The structure of a rocket is actually quite simple, aside from electrical control. Measurement involves a lot of mechanical components. Therefore, building rockets is essentially just a high-tech, high-cost, and high-risk branch of the mechanical industry. The manufacturing process primarily emphasizes reliability, and the design methods are very conservative. To achieve breakthroughs, one must make qualitative leaps in materials and fuel. But I had no such capability. As Huang Lao spoke, he stood up from the sofa and slowly walked to the large map of our country hanging in Cheng Tianyu's reception room. He placed his hands behind his back, raised his head, and quietly gazed at the city circled in red by Cheng Tianyu on the map. In that winter, an archaeological team accidentally unearthed a complete spaceship in our Anyang city. Once the spacecraft was discovered, the site was immediately sealed off from the news. He turned back from the map, his eyes shining brightly. I was fortunate to be selected to secretly escort the spacecraft to the capital alongside special forces. I will never forget the shock I felt when I first laid eyes on that spacecraft. In front Huang Lao, it seemed as if that perfectly crafted disc, like a work of art, resurfaced in his mind. The top of the disc was slightly raised, and its overall structure was intact, showing no signs of age. The surface of the spacecraft was a deep matte black, covered in intricate patterns, resembling some ancient and mysterious code. It lay there quietly, yet even in its stillness, It exuded an irresistible allure. This is the first extraterrestrial spacecraft discovered since the founding of our nation. Later, we gave it the code name Starship. At that time, we never imagined that decades later, we would find another spacecraft with the exact same appearance in a coastal town. After all, when the Starship was unearthed, the artifacts discovered alongside it were around 10,000 years old. The inner speculation was confirmed when Xiao Zhao couldn't help but ask a long-buried question. Was there any discovery of extraterrestrial beings inside the first Starship? I don't know. This answer completely surprised Xiao Zhao and Cheng Tianyu. Mr. Huang explained with a wry smile. Actually, it's not that we didn't find anything. It's just that we can't confirm whether what we found is truly extraterrestrial. The door of the spacecraft was finally opened after much effort, despite its energy being depleted. Inside the spacecraft, there was a rectangular hibernation pod made of the same material as the ship. The top of the pod had a curved lid that fit seamlessly with the main body. We tried to open it, but we were unsuccessful. Cheng Tianyu immediately suggested, we could use laser cutting. Mr. Huang glanced at him lightly. Laser cutting involves focusing a high-energy density laser beam on the metal surface to rapidly heat and melt it for cutting. We already tried that first. Xiao Zhao cautiously said, I remember that diamonds are one of the hardest materials on our planet. Can we use a diamond saw blade? Mr. Huang shook his head. We've tried all the methods you've mentioned, whether it's laser cutting, diamond saw blades, or even high-speed ion beam impact. None of these methods can open this rectangular pod. Then why do you think it might contain the body of an extraterrestrial being? Naturally, it's because the shape of this hibernation pod resembles a giant coffin. Chapter 99. Material Upgrade. Cheng Tianyu felt something was off upon hearing this. He recalled the fragment of the spacecraft in the materials laboratory at the rocket center. However, if the materials of the sleep pod were the same as those of the spacecraft's exterior, how did we manage to obtain the spacecraft fragments if we couldn't even damage the sleep pod? Old Huang smiled mysteriously at him. Guess, Cheng Tianyu thought. What should one do when a leader suddenly quizzes them? He quickly exchanged a glance with his aide. Xiao Zhao immediately stepped up to the challenge. Since we don't have the capability to damage the materials of the spacecraft, could it be that these fragments were not deciphered by us? Cheng Tianyu suddenly understood. No wonder Anyang had been designated as the archaeological capital, with so many official archaeological activities. The fragments of the spacecraft must have been excavated in Anyang, right? Old Huang nodded in satisfaction. That's right. We found a total of 3 fragments, all discovered near the site where the spacecraft was unearthed. It is presumed they fell when the spacecraft crashed to the ground. It was through the meticulous study of these fragments that I synthesized a super alloy 10 years later. However, compared to the original materials of the spacecraft, my alloy still falls far short in terms of strength and hardness. Yet even so, it has stood unrivaled for decades. I originally thought that my work on aerospace materials would end there in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, 8 years ago, the spacecraft in Lanhai town brought me new surprises. At this point, Cheng Tianyu suddenly recalled that just last month, Old Huang had handed him a new nameplate, instructing him to replace the original one in the materials laboratory at the rocket center. In an instant, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Could it be that we have made a new breakthrough in the main materials of the rocket? In the eyes of Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, filled with joy, Old Huang smiled and gently nodded. Due to the explosion inside the spacecraft from Lanhai town, we were able to obtain enough samples at the explosion site, no longer needing to be cautious as we did in the past, fearing the destruction of extremely rare specimens. Coupled with the research experience accumulated over the years, we successfully synthesized a new generation of alloy last year. The most significant difference between this new alloy and the old one is that, while it retains the high strength and high temperature resistance of the old alloy, its radiation resistance has also greatly increased, allowing it to completely block radiation and withstand the high temperatures generated during nuclear fusion reactions. Due to the high cost of this new alloy, it cannot be applied on a large scale to rockets and spacecraft. Considering various factors, including foreign agents, our country has chosen to keep it secret. Currently, the world generally believes that we only possess the alloy from 40 years ago. Only a very few people are aware of the new alloy. Cheng Tianyu felt quite embarrassed upon hearing this. I failed to notice the changes in the contents of the 2 nameplates. This is a lapse in my work. Old Huang laughed and said, You're not a professional. Those molecular formulas are so dense that you wouldn't understand them anyway. Only those who are extremely familiar with aviation materials can distinguish the differences at a glance. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now you understand why I dared to agree to a 3-year commitment, right? After finishing, Mr. Huang smiled and fixed his gaze on Cheng Tianyu. Cheng Tianyu. Wait, why is the leader testing me again? I'm in management, not a technical position. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. He was quickly thinking in his mind. Mr. Huang just mentioned that the radiation resistance of the new alloy has greatly improved, and they also have nuclear fusion engines. Cheng Tianyu seemed to be grasping the edge of the answer, but before he could fully think it through, there was a light knock on the office door. The three of them exchanged glances, and Xiao Zhao quickly walked to the door and pressed the intercom. Outside, the guard's voice came through. Report to the leaders. 3 members of the project team want to see Mr. Huang. Cheng Tianyu sighed. They probably came to resign. I'll handle it. The guard paused and continued. These 3 experts claim they have a preliminary plan on how to complete the project within 3 years. They insist on reporting to Mr. Huang in person. I've tried to stop them for a long time, but they want to leave. Oh, Mr. Huang became interested. Where are they now? The guard. They are in the reception room downstairs. Xiao Wang is watching them. Mr. Huang stepped forward, heading towards the door. Let's go take a look. Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao exchanged glances and quickly followed. The 3 of them, surrounded by the guards, took the elevator to the reception room on the 1st floor. On either side of the reception room, doors stood several upright guards. Upon seeing the 3, the guards immediately saluted in unison. Hello, leaders. Mr. Huang smiled and waved his hand. All right, how many times do I have to say it? Just be casual. Cheng Tianyu personally opened the door to the reception room for Mr. Huang. Inside, the 3 people were originally sitting on the sofa discussing something in low voices. Hearing the noise at the door, they hurriedly stood up. Mr. Huang stood at the door and raised his eyebrows in surprise upon seeing these 3 people. Among them, 2 were quite unexpected to him. It turned out to be those 2 young individuals and Professor Lin Xue. Chapter 100, 3 Talents Aerospace Administration, Reception Room. Here, the young Wang Junjie welcomed the first highlight moment of his life. At this moment, he stood in the center, filled with immense excitement, watching the legendary figure. General Huang Yunze approached him with a smile, extending his hand. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping it with both hands, shaking it enthusiastically. Standing to his left, Lin Xue twitched his lips, silently retracting his already extended right leg, who stands still waiting for a leader to come over and shake hands. He had intended to step forward earlier, but these 2 next to him seemed as if they were nailed to the ground. Now, as soon as the leader approached, they could move again. Sci-Fi, as long as General Huang doesn't mind. Meanwhile, General Huang, who had originally reached out to Lin Xue. Hey, are young people nowadays all like this? Shouldn't they start shaking hands from the eldest and most experienced? Sci-Fi, as long as Lin Xue doesn't mind. After shaking hands with Wang Junjie, General Huang turned to Lin Xue, then walked up to Qi Hao, smiling as he said, You must be Qi Hao, the one who calculated the asteroid's trajectory for our country. It is because of outstanding young people like you that our nation is filled with hope. Qi Hao felt his mouth dry and his legs a bit weak. He held General Huang's right hand, which trembled slightly. I can not only calculate the asteroid's trajectory, but I have also been researching astrophysics, especially adept in celestial mechanics and orbital dynamics. General Huang nodded, confirming. It is evident that contemporary young people are indeed quite ambitious. He released Qi Hao's hand, smiling and encouraging him. Very good, promising youth. The future is bright. He turned to Cheng Tianyu and asked, I remember there was a professor of astrophysics in the group who retired due to illness? Cheng Tianyu immediately nodded in affirmation. The elderly astrophysics professor had left a deep impression on him. General Huang smiled and turned back. Then, Qi Hao, you will fill that position. Qi Hao quickly nodded in agreement. Then, he and Lin Xue simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wang Junjie. At this moment, the starry-eyed Wang Junjie was completely focused on General Huang, completely oblivious to the looks exchanged between the other 2. General Huang looked at the 3 standing there performing a silent play, feeling slightly frustrated. His time was exceedingly precious. Hadn't these 3 been instructed to communicate their preliminary plans on how to complete the project within 3 years? At this point, Lin Xue could no longer hold back and reminded, Xiao Wang, don't you have a design for an aircraft that you wanted to report? All right. Wang Junjie suddenly came to his senses, awkwardly scratching his head. General Huang was his father's idol. Even his father never had the chance to shake hands with him. Yet he had done so first. He felt a bit dazed as he turned around and picked up his laptop from the coffee table in front of the sofa. Holding the laptop close and facing the screen towards everyone, Wang Junjie excitedly said, "So, last year, I participated in an aircraft design competition, and this is my design draft. I just realized that this design seems tailor-made for our project." Old Huang happened to be facing the computer screen, which displayed a disc-shaped spacecraft. "Is that it? What does that prove? I've seen too many similar design drafts," Old Huang remarked. Seeing Old Huang's slightly dim expression, Cheng Tianyu wanted to say something. But Old Huang looked at Wang Junjie, whose face was flushed with excitement, and subtly shook his head at Cheng Tianyu. "Sigh, it's rare to see young people so passionate. It's just a few minutes delay." He nodded at a few people. "Please sit down and talk." "All right." Wang Junjie happily took a seat on the far left of the sofa across from them. As he sat down, he instinctively left the middle seat for his good brother, Qihao. However, Lingbo suddenly walked over quickly and plopped down right in the center. Qihao was a step slower and had to sit next to Lingbo on the right. Old Huang glanced at the clock on the wall, thinking he could give them 5 more minutes. "Why does this aircraft design align with our project? Please introduce it to everyone." "Sure." Wang Junjie's cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. When he talked about his beloved aircraft design, it was as if 2 tiny sparks were burning in his eyes. This spacecraft is specifically designed for nuclear fusion engines. Upon hearing this, Old Huang straightened his back, and Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao exchanged glances. Moving a few steps closer to the screen, Wang Junjie was oblivious to everyone's reaction. He enlarged the image and pointed at various parts of the spacecraft, earnestly introducing. "Our professor mentioned in class that our country had mastered nuclear fusion technology over 20 years ago. However, applying nuclear fusion engines to rockets has been challenging due to 2 main issues. The first is the stability of the reactor during flight. The second is the radiation problem. My design perfectly addresses the first issue. The disc shape allows for a more even distribution of the reactor's center of gravity, helping maintain stability during high-speed flight and reducing vibrations caused by shifts in the center of gravity, ensuring stable reactor operation. Look here on both sides of the spacecraft. This is the multi-layer protective structure I designed. This structure can not only withstand impacts from asteroid debris, but also provide an additional safety barrier in case of reactor accidents." At this point, he scratched his head. "What a coincidence. Our mission is precisely about asteroids." Old Huang nodded in approval. "Indeed, your multi-layer protective structure is cleverly designed. However, if the second radiation issue cannot be resolved, this spacecraft can only carry cargo, not passengers. Our project still won't be applicable." Wang Junjie asked in surprise. "But isn't the alloy from our country capable of completely isolating the various radiations produced during nuclear fusion?" As soon as he said this, the gaze of the elder Huang tightened. The old alloy could not completely block the radiation from the nuclear fusion reactor. Only the newly developed alloy could do that. However, the properties of this new alloy had been kept strictly confidential, known only to a select few individuals. Those in the know were either high-ranking military officials or core researchers at the rocket center. Could there be spies among them? The atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point. Even Wang Junjie, who was usually carefree, sensed that something was off. He looked around awkwardly. What was wrong? What did he say? Why did everyone look so serious? For some reason, although the 3 people across from him, including Elder Huang, were still smiling, he felt a bit scared. Elder Huang sized up Wang Junjie and suddenly asked with a smile, "Your teacher should have taught you that our country's alloy was invented 40 years ago. At that time, we had not yet mastered nuclear fusion technology. You just mentioned that your teacher said the second unsolvable issue is the radiation problem. So why do you think this alloy can completely isolate radiation?" Upon hearing this, Wang Junjie instinctively turned his head to the right to look at Qihao. He found that Lingbo, sitting right in the middle of the sofa, was blocking Qihao completely. He pouted and was about to say something when Lingbo spoke up first to explain. "Yesterday morning, the 3 of us had the privilege of visiting the material laboratory at the rocket center. The material plaques inside were marked with each material's molecular formula and spatial configuration." At this point, Lingbo smiled shyly and added, "Let me reintroduce myself. I major in mathematics and minor in materials science. Currently, I have made some small achievements in materials science." Chapter 101. Talented youth Wang Junjie was taken aback by Lingbo's words at first, but he quickly understood. Although Qihao had informed him about the various properties of the alloy, he recalled that during their first meeting, Qihao had mentioned that Lingbo was his teacher. It must have been Lingbo who taught Qihao, and then Qihao shared that knowledge with him. He didn't expect that Brother Qi would be so generous with his knowledge. Not only that, but when he showed Qi Hao the award-winning design of his aircraft, Qi Hao casually helped him modify several aspects. For instance, Qi Hao suggested designing a set of expandable wall sections on both sides of the spacecraft, complete with built-in sliding rails and locking mechanisms. When Wang Junjie asked why, Qi Hao looked at him with bright eyes and said, "Didn't you mention that you love innovating in aircraft and researching AI robots? Wouldn't you want to combine them? Look, if you install the AI robot's arms directly on these expandable walls, your spacecraft would have the capability to operate in extreme environments." For example, Wang Junjie suddenly realized and continued along Qi Hao's line of thought. For instance, installing thrusters on the surface of an asteroid. He saw that even a small modification, seemingly insignificant, was actually very practical. Wang Junjie couldn't help but admire Qi Hao even more. Brother Qi is the best. Brother Qi is amazing. Lingbo noticed that Wang Junjie didn't refute him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been lying. The one who could recognize the properties of such materials at a glance by looking at the molecular formula and spatial configuration was Qi Hao, not him. He had indeed minored in materials science, but his understanding was about as advanced as Qi Hao's computer skills. There was knowledge, but it wasn't top tier. However, Huang Lao's earlier remarks were already very clear. The super alloy from the country likely underwent upgrades in secrecy. Only the upgraded alloy would possess the ultra-strong radiation resistance that Wang Junjie mentioned. This new alloy was tightly kept under wraps by the country. Mastering materials science in a short period was impossible. The little alien had just said he specialized only in mathematics and physics. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the little alien to explain. Lingbo slightly curled his lips. Huang Lao frowned slightly, glancing at the three people in front of him, then lowered his head in thought for a while, as if he had encountered a perplexing riddle. Fortunately, after contemplating, he raised his hand. Clap, clap, clap. Soft applause echoed in the room. Huang Lao clapped his hands while gazing at the person sitting across on the sofa, and he remarked to Cheng Tianyu, "Now you understand why I dared to agree to the 3-year pact, right?" This question had been posed to him before entering the reception room, and he hadn't been able to answer at that time. Now, Cheng Tianyu looked at Wang Junjie's saucer-shaped design. If this aircraft uses the latest alloy combined with a fusion engine, it could effectively solve major challenges such as reactor stability, fuel efficiency, and radiation protection for astronauts. What was the timeline for Xiao Jianhong's plan again? It seems that the design and manufacturing phase of the spacecraft has been allocated 3 years. However, since the design of the spacecraft has already taken shape, this part of the timeline can be significantly shortened. Therefore, 3 years is not entirely impossible. A smile couldn't help but appear on Cheng Tianyu's face. Looks like the calculations of those from that region will be off. The meeting among Huang Lao, Qi Hao, and the others was brief but fruitful. Apart from Qi Hao's rather average performance, the other two publicly proved themselves to be exceptional talents. Huang Lao even decided on the spot that these three would be the core of the entire project. When Huang Lao made this decision, not only Cheng and Zhao were shocked, but even the trio was taken aback. General, you are as bold as ever. Every decision you make is so audacious. Shouldn't you think it over again? Isn't this a bit hasty? Huang Lao, however, ignored the pleading looks from Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, smiling as he confirmed the 3 core members of the project team, Qi Hao, Lingbo, and Wang Junjie. Young and promising, capable of great responsibilities. With a glimmer of potential, they are the pillars of the future. Young and promising. Is Huang Lao praising himself here? Wang Junjie really wanted to record Huang Lao's words of praise and play them back for his father, due to Huang Lao's limited time. After confirming the 3 as the core members of the project team, the original group was rearranged, and the 3 stood up to say their goodbyes. Huang Lao sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched them leave. After they departed, Huang Lao slowly leaned back against the sofa, lost in thought. Xiao Zhao glanced at the clock on the wall and gently reminded him, "Sir, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just called and said." Huang Lao waved his hand, and Xiao Zhao quickly fell silent. The reception area quieted down. As time ticked away, it was clear that if this continued, Huang Lao would not have enough time for his next 2 official duties. Pushing them to tomorrow would be too taxing for the old general, already advanced in age. Such a hectic schedule. The more Xiao Zhao thought about it, the more anxious he became. But seeing Huang Lao deep in thought, he didn't dare to disturb him. Huang Lao sat still for a long time, so long that even Cheng Tianyu felt he could no longer hold back and was about to speak up when Huang Lao suddenly broke the silence. If your parents went far away from home, would you set out alone to find them? What kind of question is this? The leader's inquiries are becoming increasingly abstract. Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao exchanged glances. Cheng Tianyu tentatively asked, far away, how far? But Huang Lao waved his hand again, indicating that he no longer wished to hear the answer. He pondered for a moment before standing up. Humanity's crude spacecraft had never traveled such a great distance in space, let alone operated on such an unfamiliar asteroid. However, this was all we could learn from the spacecraft at the moment. So, even with new alloys and fusion engines, I originally only had a 50% confidence in this project. But now, he let out a slight breath. Starting today, I will personally oversee this project. I will come here every weekend. Yes, sir. Is the leadership hinting at me? Am I not working hard enough? Before Cheng Tianyu could think more about it, he received a light tap on his forehead. Don't overthink. Just work well. Yes. After Qi Hao and the others left the reception room, as soon as the door closed behind them, Wang Junjie couldn't help but let out a shout of excitement. He picked up Qi Hao and joyfully spun around in place. Qi Hao, the guards at the door, and Ling Bo were all caught off guard by Wang Junjie's exuberance. The previously quiet environment suddenly became noisy. Put me down. Put him down. Comrade, no roughhousing is allowed here. Caught off guard. Qi Hao was spun around several times in Wang Junjie's arms. Once his feet touched the ground again, he immediately kicked out in a mock attempt to hit Wang Junjie's calf. It was just for show, not a real kick. But Wang Junjie was startled and ran down the corridor in a panic. Help! Qi Hao looked speechlessly at Wang Junjie, who hadn't run far before being stopped and scolded by the guards. Ling Bo stood behind Qi Hao, holding Wang Junjie's computer, and felt a bit of a headache watching the scene unfold. With someone like Wang Junjie, how could he be considered a pillar of society? How did Elder Huang see potential in him? Elder Huang was known for his keen judgment of people, yet he praised someone whom Qi Hao couldn't see any merit in. Was he the one who was blind? Chapter 102. Delicate Balance. The asteroid project was back on track with great urgency. After the project was restarted, Qi Hao no longer concealed his expertise in astrophysics, clearly detailing the characteristics and composition of the W asteroid in the report. Meanwhile, Ling Bo, adorned with the dual accolades of mathematics and materials science, often felt like he was lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot before reporting to Elder Huang each week. Fortunately, before each report, Qi Hao would quietly accompany him, thoroughly reviewing the content together in advance. In fact, Qi Hao would provide a detailed explanation to Ling Bo beforehand. As for why Qi Hao had such a deep understanding of aerospace materials, Ling Bo never inquired, and Qi Hao never disclosed it. Since that conversation in the reception room, a subtle balance seemed to have been struck between the two. Qi Hao never asked Ling Bo why he had chosen to help him conceal the matter, nor did Ling Bo ever bring it up again. Yet, their interactions grew increasingly harmonious. So much so that Ling Bo often felt a strange illusion. Qi Hao was like a relative sent by fate to compensate for his misfortunes. During breaks in the project, the two frequently engaged in conversations about various topics. As two exceptionally intelligent individuals, their views often aligned astonishingly well. Once, during a particularly engaging discussion, Ling Bo blurted out, Qi Hao, could you be my god-grandfather? Qi Hao was taken aback, and after a moment, he shook his head and laughed, no way. I only have one grandfather here. After that, Ling Bo never mentioned it again. Sometimes, Ling Bo would manage to carve out time from his busy schedule to take Qi Hao on outings. Following Ling Bo, Qi Hao experienced many firsts. His first visit to a zoo, his first trip to an aquarium, and his first drive away from the capital to see the ocean. These simple yet fulfilling moments always passed quickly. As Qi Hao explored the entire rocket center and aerospace team under the pretense of working on the project, he found nothing substantial, and a year and a half had quietly slipped by. During this year and a half, the nation once again astonished the world. They successfully built the first manned spacecraft capable of performing long-range space activities. Most impressively, the design of this spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to a UFO. On the day of the successful test flight, the frustration among certain foreign entities was palpable. Now, this groundbreaking spacecraft rested quietly in the assembly factory of the rocket center. Its appearance was derived from a design by Wang Junjie, with some minor modifications made by Qi Hao. On the day it was officially unveiled, journalists from around the world gathered in Huan City, eager to witness this masterpiece of a spacecraft. This marked the first time humanity on Blue Planet successfully created a spacecraft as graceful and powerful as the legendary flying saucers. The overall lines of the spacecraft were exceptionally smooth, with a slight bulge at the top and a perfectly rounded bottom, entirely black, resembling a droplet of suspended ink. Powerful yet beautiful. On both sides of the spacecraft, there are sets of expandable walls that house AI robotic arms. Meanwhile, the development of the asteroid thruster is nearing completion. The next step is the most crucial one in the entire project. A member from the project team will be selected to train with the astronaut crew to jointly execute the space installation plan. After a year and a half, Chi-Hao once again stepped into the reception room with Ling Bo and Wang Junjie. During this year and a half, Chi-Hao had hardly appeared in front of Elder Huang. When the spacecraft encountered design issues, he let Wang Junjie take the lead. All mathematics and materials-related problems were handled by Ling Bo. When it came to astrophysical issues that required his personal report, Wang Kuan's team was more than willing to step in. Even if they were reluctant, Wang Junjie would ensure they became willing. Chi-Hao was unwilling to speculate on how much Elder Huang had guessed. The information asymmetry, coupled with his impatience at the time, had led to a major mistake. The alloy had concentrated the best talents from the nation, forming a research team that took a full 10 years to develop. It took nearly 40 years to optimize successfully. Such a complex molecular formula could only be recognized for its performance at a glance by researchers who had been part of the team all along. Chi-Hao did not believe that Ling Bo had successfully covered for him in the past. His mistake lay in mistaking the material nameplate for the alloy that had been studied 40 years ago. Who would have thought that there would be two versions of the alloy? Fortunately, his judgment of Elder Huang's character was very accurate. Elder Huang was a true adventurer. He was bold in taking risks and unafraid of the consequences. When he personally designated himself to be responsible for the entire project, betting the lives of countless people on an alien, Chi-Hao was once again confirmed that he was a true adventurer. When Elder Huang gazed into his eyes and uttered the words, the first glimmers of light, and when Elder Huang fixed his gaze on him and stated that the three core members of the project team were Chi-Hao, Ling Bo, and Wang Junjie, it became clear. Although Wang Junjie presented perfect spacecraft blueprints and Ling Bo claimed exceptional expertise in materials science, Elder Huang still placed himself at the forefront. From that day onward, Chi-Hao felt more at ease. It seemed that this was his usual temperament. When faced with the worst situations, he remained the calmest. Initially, he thought that if Elder Huang knew, it would mean that the entire aerospace authority knew as well. But soon, he realized that nothing major had changed around him. Xiao Zhao did not become sarcastic, and Cheng Tianyu still greeted him with a smile every time they met. After some clever probing, Chi-Hao was convinced that these two not only knew nothing, but also seemed to trust him. From that moment on, he began to lose grasp of Elder Huang's true intentions. Was he planning to use him to complete the project first, and then have a discussion? Or was he going to use him to finish the project and then arrest him? Chi-Hao chose to focus on completing the project while intensifying his search. It seemed that he and Elder Huang had reached a kind of unspoken understanding. He believed that in the past year and a half, Mr. Huang had never sent anyone to investigate him. He had originally thought that this understanding would at least last until the project was completed. However, unexpectedly, just after a year and a half, Mr. Huang took the initiative to fire the first shot. He pondered as he followed Ling Bo into the reception room. Chapter 103. Mutual willingness. When they came last time, the reception room's walls were bare, with nothing hanging on them. This time, as soon as they stepped through the door, they were immediately struck by the massive map on the wall opposite them. As they entered, Mr. Huang stood there, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought in front of the map. Hearing the door open, he turned his head, his gaze passing over Wang Junjie and Ling Bo, and directly landing on the last person, Chi-Hao. Chi-Hao did not flinch or avoid his gaze. He raised his head and looked back calmly, though inwardly he let out a silent sigh. If there had been a glimmer of hope before arriving, now he had abandoned all illusions. The two locked eyes. Unlike others, Chi-Hao was always able to analyze some information from subtle expressions on others' faces. However, Mr. Huang's face bore a faint smile. Yet his gaze was as calm and deep as a lake in late autumn. Chi-Hao could read nothing from it. After entering, just like last time, they sat facing Mr. Huang. The difference this time was that Chi-Hao firmly occupied the center seat among the three. After the official pleasantries were exchanged, Mr. Huang nodded at Cheng Tianyu, who cleared his throat and addressed the three of them. Currently, the project is progressing very smoothly, thanks to everyone's relentless efforts. We have developed a new type of spacecraft that is airworthy. Next, We need to select a scientist to accompany the team and train together with the astronauts in preparation for the upcoming journey into space in 6 months. After our internal discussions and strong recommendations from other project team members, we unanimously believe that the 3 of you are the most outstanding researchers in the entire project team. Furthermore, since you have been deeply involved in every aspect of this project, your overall grasp of the project is significantly stronger than that of others. Considering these factors, we have decided to entrust this honorable yet challenging task to one of you. At this point, Cheng Tianyu added, in my personal opinion, Professor Ling's age may not be the most suitable. As he said this, the 3 people opposite him all turned to look at him, each with different expressions. Sitting on the far left, Wang Junjie frequently nodded in agreement during Cheng Tianyu's remarks. He wholeheartedly supported what Cheng Tianyu had said. Over the past year and a half, Wang Junjie had made a name for himself, winning various awards both domestically and internationally. And he had even been appointed as the youngest professor in the aeronautical design program at Qingyun University. Wang Kuan, having a son in his later years, had doted on Wang Junjie since his birth, striving throughout his life to pave the way for his beloved son. Little did he expect that his son, with such remarkable abilities, would thrive purely on his own merits without relying on his father's connections. In the beginning, he had some reservations and sought out industry veterans to help review his son's design drafts. To his surprise, these veterans were all greatly impressed by Wang Junjie's designs. Among them, the most esteemed elder even remarked that his son's design concepts were exceptionally advanced, truly a masterpiece of a new era, and he felt humbled in comparison. Such high praise surprised Wang Kuan greatly. When his son's spacecraft successfully completed its test flight on the first attempt, Wang Kuan felt completely relieved and subsequently paid little attention to Wang Junjie's work on the project. From then on, Wang Junjie enjoyed great success in the project team, at home, and at Qingyun University, becoming accustomed to the accolades from everyone. At that moment, hearing Cheng Tianyu praise the 3 of them as the finest talents in the entire project team made him feel both proud and justified. He believed that the 3 of them had truly worked hard over the past year and a half and had achieved commendable results worthy of the title of excellence. He hadn't expected that the other colleagues in the project team were quite supportive as well. They had selflessly recommended the 3 of them without leaving their names. And if Cheng Tianyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. He looked happily at his older brother, Chi Hao, who remained expressionless. Like a piece of wood sitting on the sofa, Wang Junjie shifted his gaze back. His brother was so cool. He had become a devoted fan of Chi Hao, his 24K idol. During work, he loved chatting with Chi Hao and discussing his various ideas. Although Chi Hao claimed to know nothing about spacecraft design, it was amazing that every time he finished a conversation with Chi Hao, he would be inspired with numerous design ideas. Chi Hao was his muse. It could be said that every challenge encountered from the design to the production and final assembly testing of the spacecraft was resolved shortly after discussing it with Chi Hao. Chi Hao was not only his muse, but also his unbeatable lucky star. Of course, he wanted to be the chosen one to carry out missions in space. Becoming an astronaut had been his dream since childhood. However, if his brother wanted to compete with him, he would certainly step aside. But if anyone other than Chi Hao tried to contend with him, he wouldn't be so accommodating. Sitting next to Wang Junjie, Chi Hao thought to himself as Cheng Tianyu suggested excluding Ling Bo. It was indeed aimed at him. There was an unwritten rule in astronaut selection that generally discouraged choosing individuals who were too tall. At 15 years old, he was 175 centimeters tall, while Wang Junjie was a slender 190 centimeters. However, he was prepared. If the other party specifically named him, he would present the vestibular dysfunction certificate he had obtained from the hospital last month. Astronauts with vestibular dysfunction could experience discomfort in space, potentially jeopardizing mission safety. If that didn't work, he had several backup plans. His gaze briefly met with Elder Huang S, revealing a hint of a smile. As expected, things developed in the direction Chi Hao anticipated. Cheng Tianyu explained to them, due to the limited space inside the spacecraft, astronauts who are too tall may face restrictions while moving inside. Wang Junjie smiled and interjected, rest assured, leader, the spacecraft I designed has particularly ample internal space, specifically for tall astronauts. He thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. That's why I say Brother Chi is very considerate. We've discussed this before, Cheng Tianyu. Cheng Tianyu paused for a moment, then continued to explain. Generally speaking, weight is one of the factors that need to be considered in astronaut selection, as an increase in weight can occupy the spacecraft's effective payload. We usually require astronauts to weigh between 55 to 75 kilograms. Chi Hao's weight is 65 kilograms, while Wang Junjie weighs 77 kilograms. Chi Hao snickered internally, just about to say something when Wang Junjie exclaimed, "But my idol, General Lin Tianyu, weighs 78 kilograms." It was broadcast on TV. Cheng Tianyu. At this moment, Chi Hao finally couldn't help but show a slight smile. Cheng Tianyu was unaware of Chi Hao's true identity. He was purely handling matters professionally. Among the two young men in this group, each had their own advantages and disadvantages. One was too tall, and the other too young. Moreover, it appeared that only Wang Junjie was willing to go. This job, after all, requires mutual willingness. He couldn't help but turn to look at old Huang. "Leader, who do you think is more suitable? Could you give a hint?" Chapter 1042 Major Challenges. Mr. Huang is a very pragmatic person. He is faced with two major challenges. The first and most important and urgent one is the asteroid mission. Having spent a lifetime in the aerospace field, Mr. Huang is well aware that the success rate of completing this mission solely by their country in 3 years is less than 50%. In fact, it wasn't until he reviewed the situation after meeting Chi Hao that he realized that without Chi Hao, they wouldn't even have calculated the potential asteroid collision with their planet. Clearly, as an extraterrestrial, Chi Hao's understanding of the universe far exceeds that of humans. This is truly a stroke of luck. Therefore, before this mission is accomplished, Mr. Huang is adamant about not severing ties with Chi Hao. The other challenge is naturally Chi Hao's identity. The intentions of an alien are difficult to gauge. No one knows why he suddenly appeared on their planet and what his true motives are. In Mr. Huang's eyes, Chi Hao's relationship with their country is likely no different than that of any other country in the world. He is not a citizen of their country, and he is not even human. It is hard to judge whether he sincerely wants to help with this mission. Although Chi Hao's experiences over the years do not suggest he is malicious, there is still that nagging doubt. What if, after all, the fate of their people is of no concern to an alien? To put it bluntly, the trustworthiness of an alien in Mr. Huang's mind is even lower than that of people from certain other countries. No matter how shameless they are, at least they are human. Therefore, the safest approach is to have him personally accompany the spacecraft that he is overseeing the construction of. Only by having Chi Hao personally go into space can it be ensured that he will not tamper with the spacecraft, allowing Mr. Huang to feel completely at ease. This is also a test for Chi Hao. If the project is successfully completed, Chi Hao will have saved countless lives and helped their country gain an advantage over others. At that point, both sides can sit down and discuss. If Chi Hao has helped their country with such a monumental task, their country will naturally reciprocate and see what he wants from them, and whether they are willing to agree. Mr. Huang has never naively believed that Chi Hao joined the project team purely for altruistic reasons. It is obvious that this alien has ulterior motives. Therefore, when Cheng Tianyu looked at him, Mr. Huang did not hesitate to say, "I think Chi is more suitable. Junjie is still too tall. Throughout human history, there has never been an astronaut over 1.8 meters tall. There has also never been a 15-year-old astronaut." Mr. Huang was somewhat surprised because the one who immediately rebutted him was not Chi Hao, but Ling Bo. He frowned slightly. In his dealings with Ling Bo, he always found him to be extremely intelligent. But how could he be so confused on such an important matter? His arrangements must have deep meaning. How could he casually contradict him? However, considering that Ling Bo is unaware of Chi Hao's true identity, it is understandable. He explained with a smile, "Historically, there hasn't been any, because people in the past didn't have enough nutrition and their physical conditions weren't up to standard. But now, everyone develops earlier and has stronger physiques. Therefore, the age restrictions for astronauts should naturally be relaxed." He thought that after saying this, Ling Bo would stop dwelling on the age issue, but unexpectedly, Ling Bo immediately asked, "As far as I know, the current age requirement for selecting astronauts is between 25 and 50 years. If the plan is to lower it to 15 years, it would probably also be raised to 60 years. So, I would basically meet the requirements, right?" A strange feeling arose in Huang's mind. When it came to going to space, everyone in the project team avoided the topic. Currently, only Wang Junjie seemed genuinely eager to go. In space, without the protection of an atmosphere, astronauts would be directly exposed to cosmic radiation, which would significantly increase the risk of cancer. Even without considering radiation issues, the fine dust in space could easily harm the respiratory system and eyes. In the past, astronauts would go to specialized hospitals for checkups and recovery after returning to Earth. Ling Bo should be well aware of all this. Huang couldn't quite grasp what Ling Bo was aiming for. However, Wang Junjie figured it out. Uncle Ling actually wanted to compete with him for that one precious spot to go to space. He quickly looked at Chi Hao and saw the same expression of surprise on his face, realizing that his brother was also in the dark about Ling Bo's intentions, which relieved him. As long as it wasn't his brother wanting Ling to go, that was fine. Still, the same old story. If his brother wanted to go to space, Wang Junjie could yield. But if Ling Bo wanted to compete with him, then sorry, that wouldn't fly. The person who should go wasn't going, while those who shouldn't go were vying for it. The meeting couldn't continue like this. Huang had no choice but to find an excuse to hastily conclude the meeting. As he walked out of the reception room, Wang Junjie felt somewhat unhappy. He glanced at Ling Bo, grabbed Chi Hao's arm, and walked quickly ahead, deliberately leaving Ling Bo far behind. Chi Hao couldn't help but ask him after hearing his constant complaints. I remember someone recommended your dad to go to space before, and you strongly opposed it. Why are you willing now that it's your turn? My dad is my dad, and I am me. My dad's hobby is being an official, while my biggest dream in this life is to go to space. If I could see Earth from the universe, it would be worth it. Chi Hao reminded him. You do know about the dangers of radiation and cosmic dust, right? Wang Junjie raised his chin. Big brother, you really underestimate me. I work in this field. How could I not know? So, you're not afraid? Of course, I'm a bit scared. But we still have half a year, right? I don't believe our country won't be able to develop radiation-proof space suits by then. Wang Junjie still wore that cheerful expression. Chi Hao stared at him for a while before saying, yeah, there are still 6 months. I guarantee that radiation-proof space suits will definitely be developed. Wang Junjie suddenly leaned close to Chi Hao, speaking mysteriously in his ear. Actually, there's another benefit that I haven't told anyone. What benefit? Chi Hao asked. Director Zhao told me that whoever goes on this trip will be included in the school's teaching materials, so students across the country will learn about them. Chi Hao laughed out loud. You're already a professor, yet your personality hasn't changed at all. I get it. You'll be the brightest one in your social circle then. Yes, the brightest forever. The two laughed together at this point. Ahead was Building 8, where Wang Junjie often spent time in Chi Hao's dormitory during the day. It was only then that they realized they had left someone behind. They turned around to look, but the path was empty, and there was no sign of Ling Bo. After sending off the 3 talented individuals, Mr. Huang felt restless and waved for Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao to go about their own business. Once everyone had left, he paced back and forth in the room, contemplating what to do next. After an unknown amount of time, a gentle knock sounded at the door, followed by the guard's voice. Sir, one of the researchers from the project team has returned, saying you wanted to see him. Mr. Huang was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. It seemed the alien had finally lost patience. If they talked now, he would naturally hold all the advantages and could propose his conditions more easily. He felt a surge of joy inside, walked over to the sofa and sat down, then instructed, let him in. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. But it wasn't Chi Hao, it was Ling Bo. Chapter 105. My weakness for some reason. When Huang Lao saw that the person entering was Ling Bo, his eyelids suddenly twitched. After Ling Bo walked into the room, he first turned around to carefully close the door, then turned back and asked Huang Lao a question that left him stunned. Chief, there are no recording devices in this room, right? During the meeting earlier, Huang Lao had sensed that Ling Bo was acting strangely today, his comments somewhat illogical. At this moment, that strange feeling resurfaced in his heart. He shook his head slowly and replied, don't worry, there are no listening devices in this room. Is there something you want to tell me? Ling Bo lowered his head in thought for a moment, then raised it and sincerely asked, I came to ask about the real reason you want Chi Hao to go to space with the team. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Huang Lao and indeed saw a momentary unease on the latter's face. Ling Bo's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Huang Lao insisted on having Chi Hao accompany the team. It seemed that the little alien had truly been exposed. Moreover, by asking this question, Huang Lao immediately deduced that Ling Bo was likely also in the know. The two exchanged glances, each assessing the other. After a long pause, Huang Lao waved his hand, signaling Ling Bo to take a seat. Please sit down. I think we need to have a good talk. After Ling Bo sat down, he furrowed his brow and did not speak immediately. In that brief moment, several guesses flashed through Huang Lao's mind, and finally, he asked the one he deemed most plausible. Did he tell you voluntarily? Ling Bo shook his head. No, I discovered it by accident. He omitted the part about Chi Hao being a hacker and simply mentioned that he had stumbled upon news about the alien spacecraft in Blue Ocean Town, which led him to suspect Chi Hao since the time of his appearance, and he had been monitoring his every move for the sake of humanity. Huang Lao was taken aback that Ling Bo had discovered this so early. In fact, Ling Bo also had doubts. The timing and location of his appearance alongside the spacecraft were too coincidental. If I can discover this, I believe the military must have suspected it as well. Yes, we have suspected it. However, you cannot simply conclude it based on coincidence. We must rely on evidence in our work. Chi Hao's medical examination showed no issues, so we cannot assume he is. Then how did you determine it? Huang Lao smiled and replied, aerospace materials. As you know, there was only the first version from 40 years ago. Recently, we developed the second version. What Chi Hao saw was the molecular formula of the second version, and he immediately recognized the effects of this new version. There is no way he could have known that. Ling Bo finally understood. He had thought he successfully helped the little alien cover up its past. But he did not expect Huang Lao, who had dedicated his life to this field, to miss such a significant flaw. He sighed inwardly. But now that it had come to this, it was too late for regrets. He finally asked the question he genuinely wanted to know. So, how do you view Chi Hao? Huang Lao did not hesitate in the slightest. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Ling Bo sighed again. Sure enough, Huang Lao is just like his former self. Perhaps not only Huang Lao, but all the people from the Blue Planet would think the same way upon discovering Chi Hao's true identity. He recalled that night when he figured out the truth, feeling paralyzed in his chair, unable to move. Then he thought about the time spent with the little alien over the past year and a half, and couldn't help but feel both amused and sad. However, he was alone at that time, and it was a completely normal reaction to feel scared in the face of the unknown. But what about Huang Lao? With so many people under his command, why would he also fear the alien? He thought of this and asked aloud. Huang Lao widened his eyes. Of course I would be afraid. Who knows what his purpose for coming to the Blue Planet is? In ancient times, before battles, both sides would send scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy. What if he is one of them? Ling Bo chuckled in disbelief. Impossible. Chi Hao is definitely not a scout. Huang Lao fell silent. I also think the possibility is low, but what if? Behind me stand billions of people from our nation. I have the responsibility and the obligation to protect them. I cannot afford to be unafraid, nor can I afford to be unprepared. But you have billions of people behind you, and he is just one person. Could it be that he is also very scared? Huang Lao suddenly lifted his head. Shocked. So you are here to act as a mediator for the alien? Ling Bo shook his head. Of course not. After saying this, he lowered his head again, pressing his lips tightly together. His hands unconsciously gripped the armrests of the sofa. It was clear that he was experiencing a fierce internal struggle. Finally, Ling Bo made a decision and raised his head. My view of Chi Hao is quite different from yours. Initially, I shared your perspective, seeing aliens as a great threat. But after later interactions, I believe he is a good alien. Saying this, Ling Bo gave a bitter smile. Of course, it could also be that I'm not good at judging character. After all, I have been deceived before. But I don't think that just because someone is not of the same kind, they must harbor ill intentions. In fact, even relatives can act against each other for their interests. When he reached this point, he noticed Huang Lao looking at him warily and smiled helplessly. I guess you have already decided to send Chi Hao into space, right? Huang Lao replied coldly. Indeed. I have always believed in the wind serves to fill the sails. I naturally want him to play the greatest role. What's wrong? Do you have a different opinion? Ling Bo was silent for a moment, opened his bag, took out an album, and placed it on the coffee table between them, pushing it toward Huang Lao. Chief, this is an album of the places I have taken Chi Hao to over the past year and a half. Huang Lao remained motionless on the sofa and did not reach for the album. Ling Bo was indifferent and continued. Actually, you want him to go into space simply because you are worried he cannot be trusted, which might lead to the failure of the asteroid project. But you don't know Chi Hao at all. He is an extremely intelligent person. If he doesn't want to go, he will definitely prepare many contingencies. In the end, both sides might end up in a deadlock, which could instead impact the entire project. Huang Lao asked expressionlessly, Oh, do you have any insights? Feel free to share. Ling Bo smiled wryly. Old General, you need not doubt my intentions. I am one of our people. What I want to say is that everyone has a weakness. As long as you grasp their weakness, it doesn't matter whether they go to space or not. Huang Lao gradually began to understand. Upon careful thought, this could indeed be a good strategy. You say you've closely monitored him for a year and a half. What do you think his weakness is? Ling Bo pointed to the album. Just take a look, and you'll understand. Huang Lao still did not touch the album. Just tell me directly. Ling Bo smiled wryly again. I believe Chi Hao's weakness is me. In the time I've spent with him over the past year, I found him to be an extremely soft-hearted and kind boy. You can tell from how he insists on giving money for Director Chi's treatment. Therefore, I have deliberately taken great care of him, and now he is quite close to me. I am certain that in his heart, he regards me as a grandfather. If I were on the spacecraft, not only would I achieve the same effect, but I could also ensure that Chi-Hao remains in your sight. After all, a 15-year-old teenager is still in a developmental stage. Their bones, muscles, and other tissues are not fully matured. Internationally, astronaut training for such age is strictly prohibited. If he were sent, it would be so unusual that it would certainly raise suspicions, and if they took him away, that would be disastrous. So why must you push so hard? This argument struck Huang Lao's greatest concern immediately, the fear of Chi-Hao being discovered. Moreover, the idea of relaxing astronaut age restrictions was all fabricated just to allow Chi-Hao to go. Yet Ling Bo's actions were beneficial for the country and for Chi-Hao, with the only one suffering being himself. Huang Lao looked at Ling Bo for a while and suddenly laughed. I think it's not that he sees you as a grandfather. It's you who see him as a grandson. Ling Bo's expression remained unchanged. No, you must believe me. I've suffered great losses, so I can read people very accurately now. I've spent the most time with him, and I am sure he is a child in desperate need of love. Besides, even if our feelings are not deep now, we still have half a year, right? Huang Lao then laughed heartily. You are right. We still have half a year. After leaving the reception room, Ling Bo stood in front of the building for a long time. He had a high salary, and his family was quite wealthy, owning several villas. After his partner passed away due to issues concerning their child, he lived a tasteless life, with his only wish being to find someone. After going through so much, he viewed many things with indifference. Other team members sought fame, profit, solutions for their family's jobs, or educational placements for their children. But for him, the initial thought was merely to find something to pass the time. However, he did not expect to encounter a little alien here. He thought that Huang Lao would probably never understand the boundless loneliness he shared with Chi-Hao. Yet, he once saw the same loneliness reflected in that child's eyes. In the past year and a half, he took Chi-Hao to all the places his own child once loved. However, after several decades, the zoo had expanded, and the original aquarium was closed. They had no choice but to visit the new one. Only the sea remained as blue and vast as ever. During this time, as he got to know Chi-Hao better, he found himself genuinely fond of the boy. Chi-Hao was a youth who shone brightly from within. It was just a pity that he didn't recognize the feelings of his grandfather. But what did it matter? As long as Huang Lao believed in him, that was enough. Creating a semblance of intimacy was relatively easy. It was just unfortunate for the photo album he had kept for himself. Ling Bo had no intention of seeking repayment for kindness. Besides, that child was not someone who could be manipulated. After much thought, he realized he had done something foolish again. Oh well, what does it matter to calculate everything so clearly? If he wanted to do something, he did it. He felt that by helping this child, whom he couldn't support in the past, perhaps his own child would also be treated kindly by others. Chapter 106 Good Things Come in Pairs. Chi-Hao thought that since Elder Huang had not achieved his goal, he would definitely look for another opportunity to approach him. However, he did not expect that this matter would end just like that. Meanwhile, his friends Wang Junjie and Professor Ling, who was both a mentor and a friend, suddenly became busy. They often seemed to appear and disappear like a dragon. Everyone has their little secrets that they don't want others to know. If they don't bring it up, Chi-Hao wanted to ask. On one hand, he remained vigilant against Elder Huang, while on the other hand, he devoted most of his energy to researching space suits. In addition to being able to isolate radiation, he hoped that the space suit he designed would have another important function, to defend against attacks from asteroid debris. Chi-Hao had always been concerned about the W asteroid. This asteroid, which had already undergone multiple impacts, was the most uncontrollable. Even though Chi-Hao had managed to analyze its internal structure by sending radar signals to W and studying the time delay and frequency changes of the reflected signals, he still felt it was not safe enough to land on it. If Elder Huang's concerns were known to Chi-Hao, he would find them very amusing. In fact, there might not be anyone on Blue Planet who values their life as much as Chi-Hao does. He not only cherishes his own life, but also values the lives of others. However, he does not naively seek personal heroism. Instead, he uses scientific and technological means to avoid disasters. As Chi-Hao immersed himself in researching the space suit and the structure of the W asteroid, half a year passed swiftly. On the night, he successfully applied full waveform inversion imaging technology to perform inverse calculations on the received radar waveform signals and generated an internal structural image of the W asteroid. Ling Bo and Wang Junjie, who had not appeared for half a month, returned together as if they had made an appointment. When Ling Bo opened the door to room 203 with a key, Chi Hao, hearing the sound of the door opening, couldn't he help but smile and leaped from his room, quickly heading to the door. You're finally back. I have a huge piece of good news to tell you. Outside the open door, Ling Bo and Wang Junjie looked a bit tired, but upon seeing Chi Hao, they couldn't help but smile. Just in time. We also have good news to share with you. As Chi Hao ushered them into the room, he proudly declared, no matter what good news you have, I guarantee it can't compare to mine. Ling Bo rarely saw Chi Hao so visibly excited. She exchanged a glance with Wang Junjie, and they both smiled and said, all right, you go first. Chi Hao ran back to his bedroom, bringing his computer to the coffee table in the living room. Ling Bo and Wang Junjie leaned in to take a look, and they saw on the screen an oval three-dimensional sphere slowly rotating in the center. On the sphere, there were 3 distinct red dots, all positioned relatively close to each other. Chi Hao's face lit up with excitement. Look, I did it. This is the three-dimensional image of the internal structure of the W asteroid, and these red dots indicate the best locations for installing thrusters. Wang Junjie couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bro, my dear brother, you're amazing. How did this image come about? Let me tell you. If you submit it for a paper, it could definitely win an international top award. Chi Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. Brother Jia, I'm not interested in awards. Just like before, if you need it, go ahead and submit it. Wang Junjie rubbed his hands and said, if it were the past, I definitely would have submitted it. If you don't submit it and I don't submit it, then when people from abroad figure it out decades later, all the credit will go to them. But, Brother Chi, I've never really understood why you are so averse to receiving awards. Ling Bo stood by, smiling as he watched the two chat. He was already used to them calling each other brother, but he never got used to Wang Junjie accepting awards on behalf of Chi Hao. It was hard to evaluate. He shook his head in disagreement, but was pulled by Wang Junjie, who excitedly said to Chi Hao, by the way, Uncle Ling and I have some super cool news to tell you. Do you want to guess what the good news is? Chi Hao smiled broadly. There are so many good news tonight. I'm not guessing. You can say it or not. Let us see if you'll burst from holding it in. Ding ding ding, the good news is, Uncle Ling and I have finally passed the astronaut's special training and assessment. In a few months, we will be going to space together. How about that? Isn't it amazing? Chi Hao's smile froze on his face. He slightly opened his mouth and asked in confusion, you said, you and who together? Wang Junjie pulled Ling Bo over. I said, I and Uncle Ling Sai. This past half year has been exhausting. I never expected astronaut training to be so terrifying. Let me tell you, last month, Uncle Ling and I were blindfolded and spun around in a rotating chair for a crazy 15 minutes. 15 minutes, how good? Afterward, I was so dizzy I couldn't walk, and Uncle Ling was worse. He threw up while still in the chair. Also last month, we were each put in a small box, suspended under a steel frame several meters high, swinging back and forth. At first, it was okay. Felt like swinging on a swing, but then the amplitude got bigger, and we had to keep our body stable while following commands to do various resistance exercises. The scariest part was, as long as the instructor didn't call it off, we had to keep swinging. I swear, I will never go to an amusement park again. Now, whenever I see something swaying in the air, I feel like throwing up. Chapter 107. It's not me. Chi Hao's gaze shifted to Ling Bo. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. After a long while, he finally managed to ask, I know that Jiego wants to go on his own, and the project team only requires one person. So, why do you want to go too? Ling Bo laughed heartily, naturally. I want to see what the blue star looks like, just like this kid. What a rare opportunity. Chi Hao immediately retorted, I don't believe you. You're lying. Ling Bo appeared somewhat surprised. Why don't you believe me? You forgot about that time we went to the amusement park, and I wanted to try the bungee jump. But Chi Hao was not listening. He turned around and walked dreamily toward the door. I don't believe it. I'm going to find old Huang. Did he force you to go? What does old Huang have to do with this? Ling Bo looked confused by Chi Hao's reaction. You know my family situation. I just want to walk around and clear my mind. Sai, staying here in the capital makes me feel bad. Wang Junjie, glancing this way and that, finally caught up with their thoughts and quickly nodded to vouch for Ling Bo. Really, I can attest to it. Uncle Ling has been in a good mood. No one has forced us. Chi good, don't worry. The coach said Uncle Ling has been exercising regularly, and his physical condition is even better than mine. Chi Hao shook off the hands of the two who were holding his arms. As his hand rested on the doorknob, Ling Bo, in a moment of inspiration, suddenly asked, Chi Hao, you keep saying that the W asteroid is dangerous and that you need to design a spacesuit for Junjie yourself. Look, I'll need to wear one soon too. So, how is the spacesuit coming along? After he spoke, seeing that Chi-Hao still wouldn't, he turned back. He added fuel to the fire. This afternoon, the final list has already been submitted and cannot be changed. If you haven't finished the spacesuit yet, you need to hurry. We'll need to wear it in 2 months. After he said this, Chi-Hao paused for a moment and finally moved his hand away from the door. He stood there for a while, staring at the door, before suddenly turning around and returning to his bedroom. After that, no matter how Wang Junjie knocked on the door, he couldn't get Chi-Hao to come out again. Wang Junjie looked confused. Uncle Ling, what's wrong with Hao Ge? He was fine just a moment ago. Lingbo shrugged. I'm not quite sure. He is probably envious that we have the chance to go to space. From that day on, Chi-Hao devoted himself entirely to the development of the spacesuit. Finally, at the end of July, with just over a month until the mission began, he presented a brand new spacesuit design after many sleepless nights that left his eyes bloodshot. In the days that followed, the three of them became even busier. It seemed like in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 month left until departure. As the core researcher and the soul of the entire project, Chi-Hao needed to leave a month early to go to the launch site for the final checks on the spacecraft. According to the regulations, astronauts only needed to move into the astronaut dormitory at the launch site a week in advance. So, the trio had no choice but to separate early. As he was about to leave, Chi-Hao called Wang Junjie aside and reminded him, Jiego, you must familiarize yourself with the operation of those 2 robotic arms on the spacecraft. During the time I'm away, you need to practice on the simulator every day as I taught you these past few days. After each session, no matter how late it is, you must report your insights to me. Wang Junjie, with a, pleaded, Hao Ge, I'm really exhausted lately. After my daily training, I feel like I'm falling apart. Can we change it to once a week instead? Chi-Hao's expression was very serious. No, you must promise me to train every day. Otherwise, if I discover something good in the future, I won't tell you. After some threats and persuasion, Chi-Hao finally secured Wang Junjie's promise and set off for the Eastern Space Launch Center, located 2,000 kilometers away. Before Chi-Hao departed, nearly all media around the world, whether within the borders of the country or in other nations, had their attention focused on the country's star relocation program. The program gained its fame largely due to the actions of another nation. In recent years, that nation had been actively organizing senior researchers, working day and night to expedite their research. Since they started earlier than the country in question, their progress had once been ahead. However, even with the lead, their research team repeatedly reported to their president that it would take at least 4 more years to achieve their goals. Thus, they were leisurely waiting for the country to seek their assistance, already considering potential benefits. What they never expected was that half a year ago, the new generation of young scientific leader, Wang Junjie, emerged, delivering a groundbreaking spacecraft that shocked the world. This spacecraft was a masterpiece of its time, elevating humanity's exploration capabilities in aviation to a new level, far surpassing all known aircraft. It featured a unique disc-shaped design, showcasing outstanding performance in aerodynamics and space travel. Its nuclear fusion engine further enhanced its power performance to unprecedented levels. During its first test flight, the spacecraft moved through space at an astonishing speed, effortlessly handling various complex environments. This spacecraft was so perfect it seemed to belong in a science fiction novel. The first thought of those from the other nation was that they would do anything to attract Wang Junjie to their country. However, upon further investigation, they found that this genius scientist's father held a significant position in the mathematics community, and the family was well off. Moreover, Wang Junjie himself was said to have close ties with senior military officials from his country. Even the legendary astronaut, General Lin Xue, had a close personal friendship with him, leading them to abandon their plans. Wang Junjie. Actually, it's not me who has good connections in research, it's my brother Chi who would have thought. Hee. Chapter 108, Zeta Spaceship at 5 a.m. on September 1st at the Eastern Launch Site. In 3 hours, this highly anticipated spaceship will launch from here. Since midnight, reporters from various countries around the world have been arriving, gathering outside the launch site to witness the launch, with the number exceeding 100. They are crowded together, some sitting, some standing, each excitedly discussing in hushed tones, creating a buzz as if a swarm of bees had gathered. Inside the command and control center of the launch site, there are 3 rows of desks and chairs, all facing the enormous screen at the front. The large screen is divided into 3 sections, each displaying different content. The central screen prominently features the disc-shaped spaceship that is about to take off. The name of this spaceship is somewhat awkward. It is called Zeta. The closest row to the screen is filled with technical personnel, monitoring the data and images displayed. The middle row consists of control and meteorological personnel from the base. The third row is designated for high-level officials for command and decision-making. Chi Hao is seated in this row, along with Huang Lao, Cheng Tianyu, and Xiao Zhao. At this moment, on a small screen near the left side of the table, live coverage is being broadcast by reporter Liu Xiaowei. Liu is a top reporter from a major network, responsible for the full coverage of this star relocation project. Right now, all television stations in the country are airing his footage. Reporter Liu is a mature and composed middle-aged man, but at this moment, his usually rich voice carries an unmistakable excitement. Dear viewers, I am currently live at the Eastern launch site. Yes, you can see behind me this dreamlike Zeta spaceship. Indeed, the poetic name Zeta comes from the chief designer of this spaceship, our renowned aerospace designer, Professor Wang Junjie. Now, let me zoom in a bit. Okay, now you can clearly see that the Zeta spaceship is completely different in shape from our previous spaceships. In our culture, there has always been a saying that the sky is round and the earth is square. I believe the disc-shaped design of the Zeta spaceship symbolizes the boundless horizon, aligning with the ancient idea of a round sky while reflecting modern aspirations for the vast universe. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He turned to the person on his left and said, "No wonder he is a top reporter. He sure can talk. Such an awkward name." Yet he managed to spin a story around it. Right, Chi Hao? After Xiao Zhao spoke, he didn't receive a response and glanced to his left, only to find the seat empty. Where did Chi Hao go? He was just here a moment ago. Cheng Tianyu looked at the countdown on the large screen. There are still 3 hours until launch. He probably went to the restroom. A spacecraft monitoring staff member turned around. Chi Hao, is he the particularly young chief engineer? Cheng Tianyu nodded. Oh, someone just saw him in the astronaut waiting area on the 10th floor of the launch tower. Cheng Tianyu was taken aback and then puzzled, saying, "Isn't he climbing the launch tower every day this month? Hasn't he climbed enough? The launch is about to happen. Why would he run off at this time?" The monitor chuckled in understanding. Astronauts only enter the capsule 2 hours before launch. Right now, they're all in the waiting area on the 10th floor resting. Maybe he went to take photos with the astronauts. I did that sneakily when I was young too. By the way, who designed this spacesuit? It's so bulky and ugly. It really affects the image of our country's astronauts, Xiao Zhao said, touching his nose and speaking softly. It was designed by Professor Wang Junjie, the spacecraft designer. He said it's as advanced as the technology of this Zeta spacecraft. The man turned pale in shock. Oh, I take back what I just said. Then this spacesuit must be a national treasure. They were all seasoned aerospace professionals. The more they understood the field, the more they respected it. Speaking of this spacecraft, they privately said that its technology was hundreds of years ahead of other countries. Wang Junjie's name held great weight in the hearts of these senior technical personnel, especially since he, as the chief designer, volunteered to board the ship for a space mission. This was truly admirable. Even the very young researcher, Chi Hao, beside him was a rare talent. Over the past month, during their collaboration, Chi Hao had helped them solve numerous problems effortlessly, and at that moment, he was seen as second only to Wang Junjie in their eyes. At this moment, these two technical experts were meeting in the astronaut waiting area on the 10th floor. After Chi Hao finished giving his final instructions to Wang Junjie and bid farewell, he finally stood before the person he most wanted to see. Professor Ling smiled and said, "I heard all the precautions you just mentioned. Try to operate as much as possible with the robotic arms and minimize spacewalks. All right, you can rest assured and go back now. We should change our clothes too." Chi Hao looked steadily at Professor Ling, bit his lip, and said softly, "Thank you." He rarely owed anyone a favor. If he did, he would surely remember it and find a chance to repay it. But Professor Ling had helped him so much over the past year. Every little bit was memorable, yet it was still unclear how to repay. He could only wait until he returned to discuss it. As he turned to walk back, Professor Ling suddenly called out to him from behind, jokingly saying, "Hey, Chi Hao, can't you just call me Grandpa?" Chi Hao's lips moved slightly. The words almost escaped his mouth, but he swallowed them back. He didn't turn around, just waved his right hand behind him, saying, "We'll talk about it when you come back from space." Chapter 109. Who is this person? In the morning at 7:30 in Hua country, the dawn was just breaking. Outside the launch site, journalists who had been waiting since midnight began to get busy. Reporters from one country, taking advantage of their numbers, occupied the best shooting positions. Their equipment was the most advanced. even including a small broadcasting van with high-definition cameras and long-focus lenses. Reporters from other countries held small cameras or DSLRs, skillfully weaving through the crowd in search of unique shooting angles. The central broadcasting station of Hua Country had already started live coverage of the launch since 6 a.m. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the number of radio stations broadcasting this launch was actually 2 more than those in Hua Country. Among them, one station was globally renowned as a leading news channel. Excited netizens in Hua Country, who had stayed up all night, were proud to discover that these 3 famous stations were simultaneously broadcasting the launch. Little did they know that the analysis from the other side concluded that the probability of a successful launch was 0, prompting their most famous 3 stations to broadcast simultaneously in an attempt to spread the impact as quickly as possible. Not only were they broadcasting, but they also invited an active astronaut, Major General Robert, from a space agency as a guest to explain the reasons why the launch was bound to fail from a professional perspective. As Robert walked into the studio with his head held high, he was greeted by the radiant smile of the well-known host, Barbara, with a time difference of 12 hours. It was currently 7:30 p.m. in the other country, the prime time of the radio station. Thus, as soon as the broadcast began, a significant number of viewers tuned in, and comments on the online platform started to scroll rapidly. After warmly welcoming Robert with a hug, Barbara and he sat across from each other with a screen between them. At that moment, the image on the screen showcased the black disc-shaped spacecraft, its seamless design demonstrating the ultimate fusion of technology and aesthetics. Barbara, very popular and primarily hosting finance and technology news, had also delved into space news and was known for her admiration of aesthetics. Looking at the streamlined lines of the spacecraft on the screen, she exaggeratedly praised. Major General Robert, I must say, this spacecraft from Hua Country is truly very elegant in appearance. Robert replied stiffly with a straight face. Well then, may God bless it to maintain such elegance after it takes off. Raising an eyebrow, Barbara playfully asked, It sounds like you believe this beautiful spacecraft is about to encounter misfortune? Robert nodded without hesitation. Barbara glanced at the viewers' comments and jokingly said, Don't joke around. As the viewers mentioned, it achieved great success during its first test flight 6 months ago. Robert scoffed. During the last test flight, its payload was empty. However, now it is fully loaded. This means that at the launch stage, it must accelerate rapidly with a payload of 100 tons of asteroid thrusters. Yes, we acknowledge that the performance during the last test flight was indeed impressive. It reached the speed of sound just 1 minute and 5 seconds after takeoff, and exceeded the first cosmic speed after 4 minutes. However, based on the data disclosed after the test flight by the relevant authorities, this has already reached the limits of this spacecraft. Yes, it is quite remarkable data, the fastest in the world. But this is under the condition of not carrying any cargo. With 100 tons of cargo on board, it would be impossible to reach the second cosmic speed. Barbara widened her beautiful eyes in confusion and asked, I see. Then, Major General, why didn't the relevant authorities load the 100 tons of cargo and conduct another test flight, but instead announced that the interstellar plan would proceed today? Because the 3-year deadline is approaching and the people involved are under pressure, leaving them with no time. But of course, it can't be said so directly. Robert stated emphatically, because today's launch is likely to be just a show. In fact, this was a softened version of Robert's statement. He has always been cautious, and since this was a live broadcast, he opted to replace definitely with likely. The space agency he works for believes unanimously that today's launch is destined to be a complete farce, staged specifically for the world to see. On one hand, it aims to garner sympathy by showcasing their efforts. Look, we have been trying hard, and we were so close to success. On the other hand, if there is further pressure, they can turn around and compel the other side to conduct a test flight as well. They are truly cunning. Frankly, this strategy is quite good and was almost successful. It's just unfortunate that luck is on the other side this time. Since announcing the interstellar plan would officially commence on September 1st, the other side has spared no expense and recruited a group of top researchers from around the world. After months of shifts, they finally made significant progress last month. It is expected that in a few weeks, the newly developed heavy-lift spacecraft will be ready for test flights. Reaching the speed of sound in 1 minute and 5 seconds is nothing. Achieving the first cosmic speed in 4 minutes is also insignificant. The newly developed spacecraft completely outperforms the previous data. A smile appeared on Robert's face. It seems that the other side has not understood a fundamental truth. In the face of absolute strength, the efforts of the weaker party will be meaningless. During the casual conversation between Robert and Barbara, more than 10 minutes had passed. At this point, there were only a few minutes left until the launch. The live broadcast began to show the interior of the Launch Control Center. Accompanied by the deep voice of reporter Lin Xue, the camera panned over rows of serious-looking technicians. Robert instinctively leaned forward, scrutinizing the faces appearing on the screen. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Oh, they have mobilized the entire elite team. It seems that this performance is quite realistic after all. At this moment, the camera shifted to the third row, beginning to introduce each prominent figure one by one. Sitting farthest to the left was a remarkably handsome young man. Robert was well acquainted with all the renowned figures in the aerospace sector of a certain country, but he had never seen this overly youthful face before. Barbara, who had a preference for looks, immediately became interested upon seeing Chi Hao and joked, "Looks like this country is also starting to learn from us by inviting a celebrity to support their spaceship launch." Robert shook his head, noting that such practices were generally not common for this country. Just then, the voice of the reporter introducing the distinguished guests in the third row became passionately lively. Robert hurriedly focused on the bilingual subtitles, but after reading the content, he was nearly startled out of his chair. The introduction of this young man was very brief, consisting of only a few sentences. Commander of the Zeta spacecraft launch mission number 0, one of the principal designers of the Zeta spacecraft. Chief designer of the Star Relocation Project, Chi Hao. Chapter 110, Ignition, Takeoff. It's not surprising that Robert reacted so strongly. The role of the commander is not just about giving the ignition command during the rocket launch. He is the core figure in the launch process. He must have an in-depth understanding of both the launch site and the spacecraft, possess extensive professional knowledge, and coordinate the operation of various systems during the launch. The requirements for personal qualifications are extremely high. In the past, the commanders from that country were mostly senior engineers, many of whom held doctoral degrees. They started from the grassroots level, rotated through several key positions, and only after achieving remarkable results were they qualified to compete for the commander position. The winners are all exceptional individuals. So, excuse me, who are you, young man? Where did you come from? Robert retracted his previous thought that the country was just putting on a show. It seems that the country might have reached a point of no return. Barbara turned to the side and whispered a few words into her earpiece, asking the production team to quickly find out about Chi Hao's background. She had a feeling that this young man would become a highlight of the program. Not to mention the international viewers, the netizens from that country were in an uproar. Concerned about the future survival of their compatriots, they were hoping for the success of the interstellar migration plan. Previously, everyone generally had high trust in their country. So what was the situation now? Those few who knew Chi Hao were sitting in front of their TVs, practically losing their minds. Today, all primary and secondary schools across the country had a collective holiday, and everyone was at home watching the live broadcast. When Shiyang saw Chi Hao's face appear on the screen, he almost threw the bowl in his hand, shouting, "Mom, Mom, come quick. My roommate is on TV again." Li Bing and many others had similar reactions, hardly believing their eyes. The two of them had just started high school this year at a prestigious school. One relied on sponsorship fees, while the other relied on sports. They had just spoken to Chi Hao over the phone during the summer, and the three friends had promised to meet at the peak when they grew up. Just a few days later, how did Haozi get to the top alone? Wait, how did you get into this place? At the moment Lei Boyong saw Chi Hao's face, he seemed to hear the words spoken to him the night before the debate finals years ago. "Coach, in the future, I want to be an astronaut." He stared at the now grown-up young man on the TV, dazed for a moment, before incredulously saying, "One of the chief designers of the Zeta spacecraft. This kid is really about to take off." At this moment, countless viewers worldwide were asking, "Who is this person?" Finally, someone with a good memory dug up an interview video from a few years ago. Pride of the Nation, exclusive interview with the 13-year-old perfect scorer. This program featured an exclusive interview with the first-place winner of a global mathematics competition called Hope Star. As everyone checked the release date of the interview video, they became even more agitated. So, this Chi Hao is not yet 16 years old this year. He studies mathematics, but is involved in spacecraft design. And he is the chief designer of the Star Migration Project? At this moment, the audience was collectively stunned. The country has always been particularly reliable in the aerospace field. I can't help but quietly ask, can we still be reliable this time? It wasn't until journalist Liu passionately introduced General Huang Yunze that everyone regained some confidence. But now, watching the live broadcast, there was no longer the previous calmness. Hearts were hanging high. There really was no certainty. And at this moment, only 3 minutes remained until the launch. On the screen, the young commander was methodically verifying all pre-launch conditions. Everyone could only anxiously watch him on the screen. Inside the control center's main hall, outside the launch site, countless spectators were nervously watching in front of their televisions, unable to speak. Even in the studio, Robert and Barbara had stopped talking. Everyone was waiting. Finally, there were only 10 seconds left until the launch. On the screen, Chi Hao's calm countdown voice was heard. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. As Chi Hao's voice fell, a circle of soft blue light slowly spread from the bottom of the spacecraft. There was no deafening roar. No traditional rocket launches blazing flames. The Zeta spacecraft gently ascended from the ground like a light black feather. Its ascent trajectory was as smooth and elegant as its shape. As the spacecraft gradually rose, the blue light beneath it became increasingly dazzling, reflecting the morning light of the horizon, suddenly transforming into a brilliant trajectory that cut through the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant. At the moment the spacecraft vanished, Robert in the studio abruptly stood up and staggered to the screen. He murmured, 179 seconds? 180 seconds? Damn, what the hell? Did it reach the speed of sound in less than 10 seconds after liftoff? In less than 3 minutes, it reached the first cosmic velocity. This is outrageous, you know? This spacecraft didn't even have a booster installed for this launch. I thought they were saving costs. Didn't they have 4 boosters during the last test flight? Beside him, host Barbara was also mesmerized and stood up from her seat. Her lips parted slightly, and after a moment, she could only utter one sentence. Oh my God. This phrase shed the previous pretentious tone, leaving only genuine admiration. As for the barrage of comments during their live broadcast, at the moment the spacecraft took off, it all came to a stop. It wasn't until the spacecraft disappeared into the horizon that the comments suddenly surged wildly. The content roughly fell into 2 categories. The vast majority were left speechless in shock. Unbelievable. Oh my God. It almost filled the entire screen. Among these words, there were also some doubts. Is this country using the name of a live broadcast to show everyone a sci-fi animation? Meanwhile, the people in front of the TV, with Chi Hao's countdown, were initially extremely tense, until at that moment, their emotions were suddenly released. Shiyang couldn't help but jump up from the sofa, shouting, Chi Hao, you're amazing. Shermu stood beside the sofa in shock, forgetting to place the fruit platter on the coffee table. Li Bing and Li Haoqiang, 2 tall men, couldn't help but hug each other tightly. Many others, excited, forgot to chew the beef jerky in their mouths. Inside the control center's main hall, all the staff were cheering happily. At the front of the hall, the screen had switched to real-time images transmitted from the camera mounted on the spacecraft. On the far right screen, the flight angle and trajectory of the spacecraft were displayed, showing the altitude, position, and speed after takeoff. The far left screen, which had been used for the live broadcast of the launch site, had just changed to aerial images of the spacecraft transmitted from satellites and space stations after the spacecraft suddenly disappeared. Chi Hao looked at the constantly changing data on the right screen and smiled slightly. At 179 seconds after takeoff, the spacecraft reached the first cosmic velocity. At 356 seconds after takeoff, it entered the orbit of the blue planet. At this point, he spoke for the second time. Please prepare the astronauts in the cabin. The spacecraft is about to accelerate to escape velocity, leaving the orbit of the blue planet and entering the interplanetary transfer trajectory. Inside the spacecraft's cabin, Chi Hao's voice was clearly transmitted to each astronaut's ear through the cabin communication system's microphone. Wang Junjie, who was reclining in his seat, immediately shouted excitedly, "Received. Chief Engineer Chi, please rest assured." Lin Tianyi, lying to his left, glanced at the spacecraft's position and speed on the cabin display and calmly replied, "Ground. This is the Zeta spacecraft. We are ready. Everything is normal, and we can accelerate at any time." After hearing this conversation, Robert, who had just returned to his seat in the studio, stood up again. Chapter 111 May God bless you. The expression on Robert's face was a mix of excitement and shock, tinged with disbelief. Barbara was somewhat puzzled. "General Robert, as far as I know, when we first landed on the moon decades ago, the spacecraft was already capable of exceeding escape velocity. Over the past 10 years, after establishing a testing base on the moon, we have been making frequent trips back and forth. The country in question has merely achieved what we have done. Why are you so excited? Because this means 2 things. First, they are not putting on a show. They are serious about this. Second, The astronauts on that spacecraft are about to leave the moon's orbit and become the first humans to venture into the depths of space. Regardless of success or failure, they are destined to be recorded in history. In the past, every time we went to the moon and completed our scientific investigations, we would return directly without further exploring deeper into space. The distance to this asteroid is now several times greater than that between the moon and Earth, nearly 600,000 kilometers away. Robert looked at the spacecraft slowly advancing on the screen, his expression complex. As a fellow astronaut, although in competition with the country in question, he had made acquaintances with some of their astronauts at the International Space Station. Among them, he respected a few, one of whom was Lin Xue. He had heard that the best astronauts from that country were all on this spacecraft at that moment. At this time, he found it hard to describe his feelings. What astronaut doesn't he dream of conquering the universe? Unfortunately, he couldn't help but wonder if these individuals would make it back alive. Would they face total annihilation? After all, in human history, this was the first crewed spacecraft daring to venture into the depths of space after crossing the moon without looking back. In Robert's view, while their actions were fearless, they were almost tantamount to a death wish, and certainly not something to be encouraged. However, regardless of his position, he admired their courage. Robert raised his right hand and silently drew a cross over his chest. May God bless you. At that moment, the astronauts from the country in question, who were silently receiving Robert's blessing, were not in the tragic state he had imagined. Instead, they collectively found themselves in a state of confusion. They were all experienced astronauts, accustomed to traveling to the space station or flying to the moon for missions each year. They were very familiar with the sensations during the spacecraft's launch and landing. During the acceleration process, they usually felt extreme discomfort in their chests and difficulty breathing, requiring significant effort to inhale and exhale. However, today, during the initial acceleration, all of them experienced smooth breathing and hardly felt any discomfort. It was important to note that before this launch, they had been informed, achieved the first cosmic speed within 3 minutes. When they initially received this data, their feelings were quite complex. It is known that the most challenging phase for astronauts is during the acceleration and deceleration of the spacecraft. During this time, they have to endure pressures multiple times greater than gravitational acceleration. In the initial phase of launch, they might even experience accelerations of up to 10 g. Although this situation may only last for a few seconds to a few minutes, it can be quite unbearable. Even though they have undergone rigorous training and have a significantly higher physical tolerance than the average person, it is still difficult for them. There is no choice but to endure it. So today, they thought they would go through quite a trial. However, they did not expect the takeoff phase to be so smooth. Lin Xue attempted to find a scientific explanation. The smoother the flight and the more uniform the acceleration during the spacecraft's ascent, the more comfortable they would be. Xiaowang, we have to thank you. Your spacecraft is flying so steadily, there hasn't been a single jolt. Wang Junjie blushed at the praise from his idol. He wanted to show off in front of his idol, perhaps pretend to be modest, but since it was his first time in space, he felt a bit breathless and, combined with nervousness, he momentarily forgot to speak. He didn't say anything, and Ling Bo, who was lying to his right, suddenly took over the conversation. Actually, it's not all thanks to the spacecraft. The spacesuits we are wearing are equipped with an intelligent pressure regulation system composed of pressure sensors, micropumps, and valves. When external pressure increases, the micropumps quickly activate to adjust the internal pressure of the spacesuit through the valves, keeping it balanced with the external pressure. This system works extremely fast, completing pressure adjustments in milliseconds. After this lengthy explanation, the cabin fell into silence. This was beyond everyone's knowledge. Although they didn't fully understand, they felt it was very impressive. Ling Bo purposely left a moment for everyone to express their admiration before speaking again. With a particularly proud tone, he asked, "Can you guess who invented this latest spacesuit?" At this point, everyone understood. Given his tone, it was clear there was nothing to guess. He must have invented it himself. However, it must be acknowledged that those currently wearing this spacesuit could truly appreciate how valuable it was through personal experience. Having tried on this suit, they would never want to wear their old spacesuits again. Lin Xue couldn't help but exclaim, "When I first saw you too, I really didn't expect you to be so impressive." At this moment, Wang Junjie regained his composure. As soon as he did, he immediately said, "No matter how impressive Professor Ling and I are, we can't compare to Qihao. He designed this spacesuit, the spacecraft's propulsion system, and even the space food we will be eating during this mission. My brother Qi is just amazing." The astronauts were left speechless. At this time, Chi Hao's somewhat helpless voice came through the cabin communication system's microphone, reaching everyone's ears. "Everyone, you forgot to turn off the ground-to-air communication system while chatting." Lin Tianyi replied, "Huh, I thought I turned it off." Ling Bo, "Huh, I turned it off." Other astronauts, "Huh, I turned it off too." Wang Junjia, "This is bad." Chapter 112. Three major challenges. The casual conversation among the astronauts, which was inadvertently broadcasted, caused the name of Chi Hao to spread across the globe once again. Initially, most viewers held a skeptical and watchful attitude towards this young man after seeing a series of dazzling introductions. However, after Wang Junjia's relentless praise behind the scenes, their doubts began to waver. Could it be that this young man truly possessed remarkable abilities? As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders discern the details. Wang Junjia's remarks had a groundbreaking impact on industry professionals like Robert. After all, he was an astronaut himself. Just moments ago, he had internally mocked the ungainly new spacesuit from a certain country he saw on the screen, thinking that they had poor taste and were embarrassing themselves in space. But now, all that was left was sheer envy. The ability to alleviate pressure during acceleration and deceleration phases was equipment that every astronaut dreamed of having. At that moment, he was unaware that this was merely the most insignificant advantage of the spacesuit. Meanwhile, several major space agencies from other countries, aside from a certain national space agency, were particularly interested in this spacesuit. In this stage of technological advancement, multiple nations had achieved satellite landings. Yet none dared to send people into the depths of space for exploration. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of capability. As is well known, once a spacecraft reaches the second cosmic velocity, it can escape the gravitational pull of its home planet and venture into space. However, once it leaves, maintaining a stable orbit without being pulled back requires the spacecraft to sustain an appropriate speed. This speed is closely related to the orbital characteristics. If the speed is too high or too low, the spacecraft could deviate from its intended trajectory, influenced by other celestial bodies, leading to unpredictable consequences. Determining this optimal speed requires consideration of numerous complex factors: orbital characteristics, flight trajectories, spacecraft position, structural integrity, and gravitational influences from other celestial bodies. What individuals like Robert could see was merely how impressive the spacesuit was and how advanced the spacecraft was. Only Huang Lao truly understood the terrifying aspect of Chi Hao. With a casual gesture, he seemed to easily clear away the obstacles that kept humanity firmly bound to their home planet. Human deep space exploration faces three major challenges, each more difficult than the last. The foremost challenge is the enormous amount of fuel required for long-distance travel. In this regard, Chi Hao was rightly celebrated as the chief designer of the Star Migration project. From the acceleration curve of the spacecraft to selecting interplanetary transfer orbits that cleverly utilize planetary gravitational assists to save substantial energy and flight time. All these solutions were proposed by Chi Hao. Solving the first step leads to the second challenge. To successfully maintain an interplanetary transfer orbit, a speed of 25 kilometers per second is required. When the spacecraft travels at such high speeds, it interacts intensely with the surrounding interstellar material, generating immense heat that can damage materials and structures. The materials used in the spacecraft from this nation are exceptionally resilient, and the overall structure designed by a certain engineer is also very scientific. However, another engineer felt it wasn't enough and guided the team to develop a thermal shield. As one of the principal designers of the spacecraft, this engineer truly deserves the title. The final challenge is ensuring the safety of the astronauts. The spacecraft will accelerate to 25 kilometers per second and maintain this speed for most of the journey. Not to mention the extremely precise orbital calculations required to ensure the stability of the spacecraft during acceleration, which is a strong suit of this engineer. Furthermore, during acceleration, astronauts will face significant pressure and temperature challenges. At this point, the engineer introduced the spacesuits and thermal shields. Even after the acceleration is complete and the spacecraft maintains a constant speed of 25 kilometers per second, the astronauts inside will experience a state close to weightlessness. While this is manageable for a short duration, prolonged exposure can harm muscles, bones, the heart, and blood vessels. The engineer could not bear to let his colleagues face these risks. Thus, an artificial gravity system was introduced in the spacecraft's cabin. Once the spacecraft reaches a constant speed, the cabin will rotate at 9.5 RPM, creating a centrifugal force that simulates the gravity of a certain planet. With this simulated gravity system, although it cannot fully replicate the feeling of being on that planet, it significantly improves the quality of life for the astronauts in space and allows for more convenient movement and flexible operations. Initially, an elder in the team thought this system was unnecessary, having always focused on major tasks. He believed that whether this system was included or not would not greatly affect the project's success. Besides making the astronauts more comfortable, it seemed to serve no other purpose and could have been better spent on additional fuel for added safety. However, the engineer felt it was crucial. He dedicated all his energy to every aspect he could think of, without reservation. Over the past 2 years of observing him, the elder gradually realized that this young engineer is both incredibly strong and remarkably gentle. Thanks to the support of this engineer, combined with the highly effective primary materials and advanced enhancements like a fusion engine beyond current technological levels, this nation successfully overcame 3 major challenges that others could only dream of surpassing, including even the most powerful nations. Chapter 113. Difficulties and challenges under the attention of the world. After several precise stages of acceleration, the Zeta spacecraft, carrying 7 astronauts from a certain country, successfully entered interplanetary transfer orbit. In the main hall of the control center, Lin Xue's voice rang out once again. "Ground, this is the Zeta spacecraft. We have successfully entered interplanetary transfer orbit, and the spacecraft is in good condition." His voice, filled with uncontrollable joy, traveled through radio waves across tens of thousands of kilometers, resonating clearly in the hall. This meant that humanity had, for the first time, successfully stepped into deep space. As Lin Xue's voice faded, a wave of low, continuous applause erupted in the hall. Amidst the applause, an elder named Huang solemnly picked up the communicator. His steady and powerful voice reached the ears of everyone in the control center and those watching the live broadcast around the world. Received, Zeta spacecraft. From this moment on, you have become a new milestone in humanity's exploration of the universe. All of us are proud of you. The faces of the technical staff present couldn't help but show excited smiles, except for one, Qihao. Upon hearing the successful entry into the transfer orbit, he merely displayed a fleeting smile before returning to his expressionless state, continuing to focus intently on the screen. Once the applause subsided, Qihao immediately picked up the communicator. Zeta spacecraft, the control center confirms. Please continue to fly according to the planned schedule. The ground will continue to monitor and provide support at any time. After Huang finished that statement with a smile and put down the communicator, his expression began to grow serious. The other technical staff, after a brief round of applause, quickly returned to their work. In a certain studio, upon hearing Lin Xue's words, Robert excitedly clenched his right fist and waved it fiercely in the air, shouting, "Yes, humanity." Soon after, he quickly regained his composure, returning to his seat, his eyes fixed on the screen. Originally, Barbara, who had been celebrating vigorously and was approaching to give Robert a big hug, froze awkwardly in place with her arms outstretched. "Wait, you aerospace people. How come you're only excited for a brief moment before instantly returning to calm? That's just strange." Like Barbara, many foreign viewers watching the live broadcast were also puzzled. Just a minute ago, they had been cheering and applauding along with the uniformed technical staff. Many viewers were fervently commenting, "WTF, I really can't believe it. It's actually the people from that country who took the first step. I declare, our planet can no longer contain that country. They are the leaders we hope to follow." However, just a few minutes later, these people had all regained their calm and started to work again. Wasn't that a bit too bizarre? Netizens, this is a victory for humanity. The first step into the universe. This is, what's going on? Have the people from that country already finished celebrating? Who understands? This is what I have always found perplexing about them. I think they are quite strange. Why are there nations in the world that love to work so much? No, it's not just them. Look, even Robert has gone back to sit down. It feels like something big is about to happen. Strange. Isn't successfully entering orbit a good thing? Why does everyone look so tense? I don't understand. Don't understand one. Meanwhile, the excited audience in front of the television, standing up in jubilation, experienced a similar psychological journey as the netizens. Just a second ago, they were joyfully shouting, "Long live our country. Our goal is the stars and the sea." Then, quickly, it turned into, that guy called Qihao looks so serious. No, and Huang Lao too. No, the entire control room, everyone's expressions have turned serious. What happened? I'm so scared. Right? Didn't we successfully enter some orbit? Isn't that something to be happy about? From the control room, to the studio, to online, to in front of the television, the noise gradually dissipated. Everyone inexplicably started to feel anxious. Barbara couldn't take it anymore. People from that region are more expressive. She directly asked, General Robert, what is going on? Why does everyone from that country look so serious? Didn't they successfully enter orbit? Robert's eyes were still glued to the screen, distractedly replying, yes. They have successfully entered orbit. So, the real test has just begun. From now on, they will need to do their utmost to find the sweet spot. Sweet spot. Even with some knowledge of space travel, it was the first time Barbara had heard this term. Robert finally remembered they were live, reluctantly pulled his gaze away, and began to explain to the audience. The sweet spot is the position in a planet's gravitational field where the acceleration effect on the spacecraft is optimal. The spacecraft must enter this position to maximize the use of the planet's gravity for acceleration, thereby saving fuel and time. The cost of space launches is extremely high, and the weight of the spacecraft and its cargo directly affects the amount of fuel needed and the launch cost. It seems that they have really invested heavily in this mission. So, money is not an issue. But even if there is enough money, controlling weight is very difficult. Let us not forget, they also have a large thruster inside their spacecraft. In our line of work, every gram counts. And the effort to reduce weight is not just a slogan. Therefore, the test for them has just begun. If they cannot quickly find the optimal position, they might still be able to complete the mission. I'm afraid that after completing the mission, there won't be enough fuel for the return journey. They might get there, but not make it back. Even so, they still deserve the title of heroes. Robert paused here and said softly, I guess the people on the spacecraft probably wrote their wills before departure. This mission is fraught with danger. If they really manage to complete it successfully and return alive, it would require not only not making any mistakes throughout, but also having extraordinary luck. Otherwise, Robert shook his head and didn't continue. At this moment, whether it was Robert, the space agency of a certain country, or any experienced astronaut from other nations, they all understood. It is impossible for any commander or astronaut to avoid making mistakes entirely, because interstellar journeys are filled with uncertainties every minute and second. In interplanetary orbits, cosmic dust and space debris can unpredictably impact the spacecraft at any time. Even if luck favors them and they encounter none of these issues, they must confront the most subtle and crucial aspect of this interstellar journey, finding and approaching the sweet spot of planetary gravity through real-time monitoring and precise calculations. Once found, they must maneuver the spacecraft to cut into this position at the optimal moment. Once successfully entered, they must maintain this position as much as possible through continuous precise calculations, predictions, and real-time trajectory adjustments. Finally, at the most suitable moment, they must adjust their speed and leave safely. The entire process is somewhat like harnessing the momentum of planets. A tiny spacecraft and enormous stars. Borrowing that momentum is not an easy task. Just thinking about it makes Robert feel a bit breathless. If the ones on the spacecraft were his compatriots, those he had fought alongside, he might have already begun to weep for them. Fortunately, the ones up there are from his country's largest competitor. He sighed deeply and made a cross sign over his chest. Though they are rivals, they are still human. So he wishes them good luck once more. Contrary to the despair he imagined, the atmosphere in the control center of his country's mission was tense yet orderly. This was because they had a calm and powerful commander in charge. Chi Hao sat up straight, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes sharp as he focused on every fluctuating number and image, analyzing each telemetry and external trajectory measurement. Since the moment the spacecraft entered interplanetary orbit, he had maintained this state. He needed to ensure that every action taken by the spacecraft while utilizing the slingshot effect of the planet and the blue planet was precisely calculated. He aimed to maximize the use of this natural acceleration mechanism while ensuring the absolute safety of the spacecraft. He communicated with Lin Xue based on the telemetry information provided by the team, confirming the spacecraft status while closely monitoring the predictive model of the trajectory, making real-time adjustments to every detail to ensure that each step was foolproof. Except for him, the rest of the team was also incredibly strong. Everyone was actually quite nervous. But under the clear and calm directives from Chi Hao and Lin Xue's steady responses, they gradually forgot their anxiety. No matter how difficult it was, they had already begun. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Moreover, they had no opportunity to turn back. Neither did the astronauts in space. So, they worked hard together. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Among them, Chi Hao undoubtedly felt the most pressure. Any tiny calculation error could lead to the spacecraft missing the optimal acceleration window, potentially being captured by a planet's gravity or being thrown off its current trajectory. Finally, the Zeta spacecraft gradually approached the optimal position. At this critical moment of utilizing the gravitational slingshot, Chi Hao's pressure reached its peak. But the more tense he became, the clearer his mind was. Every piece of data, every detail, raced through his mind. Finally, his fingers gently rested on the communicator's button, issuing the command. Zeta spacecraft. Now is the time. Beside him, Huang Lao had been observing and calculating intently for the past 2 hours. As Chi Hao issued the command, he suddenly frowned and leaned forward sharply. Something was off. Based on the data on the screen in front of him, he had a faint feeling that Chi Hao's command seemed to be slightly early. Just a little bit early. Perhaps less than a second? Huang Lao's fingers were already on the communicator, but he saw the numbers on the speedometer begin to slowly climb, eventually stabilizing at an exhilarating 25 kilometers per second. They had successfully entered the optimal position. After just 2.5 hours of entering the interplanetary transfer orbit, their original most optimistic estimate was 4 hours. This meant they had saved themselves an hour and a half. Huang Lao's body suddenly relaxed, heavily leaning back against the chair. At that moment, Lin Tiany's voice rang out for the third time. This time, his voice was mixed with the loud cheers of the other astronauts in the background. Ground Control Center. Ground Control Center, this is the Zeta spacecraft. We have successfully entered the critical phase of the designated orbit. Currently, the spacecraft's attitude is stable, all systems are functioning normally, and all parameters meet the requirements. Next, we will proceed with the subsequent tasks according to the planned mission. Please Ground Control Center record and provide necessary scheduling support. All of us astronauts are in good condition and ready to face the upcoming challenges. Over. And this time, the people, who are often regarded by the world as restrained and not good at expressing emotions, suddenly erupted into uncontrollable cheers after a moment of surprise. Many technicians even joyfully stood up from their seats, vigorously waving their arms toward the sky. A few people were sitting in their seats, covering their faces with their hands, their shoulders slightly trembling. Chi Hao let out a gentle sigh and slowly leaned back against the chair. At that moment, the tension he had been holding on to began to ease slightly. Just before he was about to give the command, he suddenly recalled that as the spacecraft moved away from its origin, the communication delay with the Ground Control Center would gradually increase. At the current position of the spacecraft, the delay would be close to 1 second, but would not exceed it. He immediately issued the command. The timing was just right. Although he had set up a double insurance beforehand, he himself was the first line of defense. Even if he made a mistake, the intelligent decision-making system on the spacecraft would promptly alert him. But he worried that the astronauts might not react in time. That was close, and also fortunate. Now, it was all about maintaining this position as best as possible. Xiao Zhao quietly brought over a cup of coffee and handed it to Chi Hao. Chi Hao's mind was still calculating the next steps, and without any defenses, he took a big sip. The next moment, his face scrunched up, so bitter. Xiao Zhao chuckled. I didn't expect Chi Hao to be so averse to bitterness. He probably has never had coffee before. He hurriedly handed Chi Hao a bottle of water. You must be thirsty. You haven't had a sip of water all morning. Chi Hao thought for a moment, shook his head, and pushed the bottle of water back toward Xiao Zhao. I want to drink it. If I do, I'll have to run to the restroom. I need to keep an eye on things here. Xiao Zhao leaned closer to Chi Hao, lowered his voice, and said through gritted teeth, Chi Xiao Hao, do you want to die? The spacecraft will be in this orbit for 3 days. Are you planning to not eat, drink, or sleep for 3 days? Besides you, there are 4 others taking turns responsible for this work, all of whom are seasoned professionals with a strong sense of responsibility, so you can rest assured. Now drink up. Chapter 114. The absolute protagonist in the end. Chi Hao succumbed to Xiao Zhao's pressure, not only drinking some water, but also having lunch. The Zeta spacecraft had been on a transfer orbit for 3 days. During these 3 days, although there were backup personnel, Chi Hao spent most of his time in the control center's hall. One reason was that his presence allowed for immediate resolution of any unexpected issues, providing everyone with a sense of security. The other reason was that even when he returned to the lounge, he felt unsettled and always on edge. On the first 2 nights, under Cheng Tianyu's insistence, he took short naps. However, each time, he would suddenly wake up after 2 or 3 hours and hurriedly return to the control center. By the 3rd night, as the spacecraft was about to exit the sweet spot, Chi Hao simply chose not to leave. Exhausted, he lay down on the table, closing his eyes for a brief rest. In the early hours of the fourth day, the Zeta spacecraft successfully exited the optimal position and began to decelerate. At this point, not only could Qi Hao not leave, but Xiao Zhao, Cheng Tianyu, and the previously absent Mr. Huang, who had not shown up for 2 days, all returned to the control center. The hall of the control center was once again filled to capacity, reminiscent of the morning of the launch. Humanity was finally about to meet the absolute protagonist of the planet migration plan, the small asteroid. At this time, the live broadcast had been ongoing for 3 days. Except for the first morning when almost everyone was glued to their televisions, people had generally returned to their normal lives over the past 2 days. In the live broadcast studio for the migration plan, Robert was absent the next day. Barbara invited a financial expert to fill in, asking for an analysis of the costs incurred by the nation. After a lengthy analysis, the expert cautiously concluded that the nation had spent an incalculable amount of money. Barbara responded, "So you can't really figure it out?" The expert concluded that while this time the nation could manage, if there were several more such endeavors, it would lead to bankruptcy. On the third day, Robert was again missing. This time, Barbara invited an international relations expert knowledgeable in aerospace to analyze the implications of the nation's actions, particularly, if successful, on the power dynamics between the two countries. The expert, looking quite somber, analyzed everything from the spacecraft's main materials to the nuclear fusion engine and the latest generation of spacesuits, ultimately concluding that if the nation succeeded this time, it would significantly impact the global influence of the other country. The balance of power among world powers might shift once again. This seemingly relaxed atmosphere changed quietly on the morning of the fourth day. In the control center hall of the nation, the serious atmosphere of the first day returned. Robert once again donned a sharp uniform and stepped into Barbara's studio, where the barrage of comments began to scroll rapidly once more. In the nation, it was a weekend, and people who would normally sleep and woke up early to turn on their televisions again. The Zeta spacecraft did not disappoint them. As soon as people turned on their TVs, they were left in awe. Unlike the previous live broadcast, today everyone could only see a small bright spot representing the spacecraft, slowly moving across the screen. However, today, after leaving the transfer orbit, the Zeta spacecraft activated the cameras mounted on its exterior, transmitting unprecedented cosmic images back to the blue planet in real time. The moment the television screen lit up, a vast and boundless sea of stars unexpectedly entered everyone's sight. On the screen, a deep black gradually unfolded, with specks of stars scattered like dust, some bright and some dim. In the distance, a tiny light point quietly appeared. At first, this light point was almost imperceptible, resembling a random particle of dust in the universe, flickering slightly. Gradually, this tiny light point began to enlarge in the field of vision. As the Zeta spacecraft continued to decelerate and approach, the point grew larger, its outline becoming clearer, and people watched as it slowly expanded until it finally became an elongated celestial body. With the spacecraft getting closer, this celestial body gradually revealed a deep bluish-gray color, and the faint light on its surface became increasingly apparent, emitting a unique sheen characteristic of metal under cosmic rays. The Wanderlustja asteroid, 6 million kilometers away, slowly unveiled its true form before the eyes of all. In front of the screen, Shiyang held the remote control, standing in a daze, heart racing, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Lin Xue's eyes were slightly moist as she gently covered her mouth. Many others had their mouths agape. Li Bing stood frozen, and after a long pause, finally uttered a phrase of astonishment. At that moment, everyone in front of the screen was deeply shocked when they turned on the television. Until Qi Hao's cold voice awakened them from this fantastical scene. Please have the Zeta spacecraft follow the predetermined flight path and orbit the asteroid, comprehensively recording various data and characteristics of the asteroid. Lin Tianyi responded, "Receive the order, will fly as planned to ensure mission success." Chapter 115. I did it. Robert and Barbara stared intently at the screen. When the starry sky appeared, Barbara couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, quickly bringing her hands together to cover her mouth tightly. It wasn't until the Zeta spacecraft began to orbit the asteroid that she lowered her hands, her voice trembling slightly. I never expected that one day I would be sitting in a studio and witnessing such a beautiful and captivating starry sky. Oh my God, this is truly overwhelming. Robert widened his eyes in surprise, shaking his head and sighing as he watched. So distant, yet so clear. It seems that people from that country have indeed taken the lead in the field of communications. Unlike Barbara, He had been to space many times before. The first time he saw the vastness of the starry ocean, he was also excited. But having seen it many times, he had grown accustomed to it. His current feelings were not about the starry sea, but rather about the clarity of the visuals. Last year, that country successfully launched a satellite named Tianlai into a high elliptical orbit around the blue planet, announcing the achievement of dual relay satellite communication technology. The Tianlai satellite is positioned at a height far exceeding the synchronous orbit of the blue planet, capable of covering the asteroid belt 6 million kilometers away. The other satellite is located just below the blue planet's synchronous orbit, at an altitude of about 20,000 meters. Although there remains an unavoidable round-trip delay of about 4 seconds using the dual relay satellite communication technology, the clarity of the images and the stability of the sound have improved significantly. Those people are quite clever. This is truly the best showcase for the world. In the future, when various countries undertake similar deep space exploration missions, they might very well want to rent this Tianlai satellite. That's all money. Robert shook his head, silently reflecting, feeling a bit sour, intentionally avoiding explaining this to Barbara and the viewers watching the live broadcast. In fact, he worried unnecessarily. Barbara hadn't even thought to ask him about these matters. Her full attention was once again deeply captivated by the images on the screen. The viewers in the live chat were just like Barbara. They no longer needed any professional commentary. As the Zeta spacecraft orbited, the true appearance of the asteroid became clearer and more complete. Then, the tone of the comments shifted from marveling at the grandeur of the universe to the following remarks. "Oh my, this little star is really ugly. Twinkling, twinkling. What a hideous star. Pfft. You upstairs, are you being polite?" To be fair, what the person above said is right. This star doesn't look great. It's full of pits and bumps. Exactly. How come it's either full of spikes or craters? Inside the cabin, Wang Junjie looked through the porthole at the surface of the asteroid, with its intersecting grooves, varying depths of craters, and sharp protrusions scattered all over, unable to suppress a similar sentiment. "Captain, this thing looks really unfriendly," said Lin Xue. "Don't call me captain, call me team leader," he replied, seriously observing the asteroid. After a moment, he sighed. "It seems this asteroid has had quite a rough time. It must have suffered many impacts to look this miserable," Ling Bo murmured. "It looks like installing the thruster on it will be quite a challenge." The Zeta spacecraft circled around while gradually slowing down. By the time it completed the orbit, it had entered the asteroid's gravitational field and began executing the landing procedure. Previously, Chi-Hao had marked 3 optimal locations based on the radar feedback signals. These 3 locations formed a triangle. Installing the thruster at any of these positions would allow for optimal propulsion of the asteroid. However, during the orbit, they discovered that both the preferred and second-best locations had rugged rock outcrops, which would undoubtedly complicate landing and thruster installation. The third location appeared to be relatively flat. Lin Xue activated the communicator, Ground Command Center. "This is the Zeta spacecraft. We have completed the orbit and observed the designated positions. Both the preferred and second-best locations have obstacles. We request to land at the third target location." In the main hall of the control center, Huang Lao, Cheng Tianyu, and Xiao Zhao had already stood up when the spacecraft began its orbit. They had also seen the conditions of the other 2 target locations. At this moment, after hearing Lin Xue's report, Huang Lao and Chi-Hao briefly discussed and picked up the communicator. "Zeta spacecraft, Ground Command Center received. After assessment, we agree with your suggestion to land at the third target location. Please ensure safety and execute the landing procedure." Upon receiving the reply, the spacecraft slightly adjusted its direction, and a soft blue glow was released from its bottom. As the altitude gradually decreased, a set of delicate landing gears slowly extended from the bottom of the spacecraft. These landing gears were made from the same material as the main body, capable of withstanding the immense impact force during landing, and were covered with a special anti-slip material. Finally, accompanied by a slight vibration, the Zeta spacecraft came to a steady stop beside the third target location. Inside the cabin, Lin Xue and several experienced astronauts let out a sigh of relief after the spacecraft landed safely and quickly began working in an orderly manner. After landing, all systems on the spacecraft needed to be checked. Navigation and communication systems, normal. Fuel and power systems, normal. Life support systems, normal. Mechanical and electronic devices, normal. Safety systems and emergency equipment. Lin Xue waited for a while, but there was still no response from Wang Junjie. He turned to look at Wang Junjie, only to see the young man with red eyes standing in the corner, muttering to himself, "This isn't a dream. I did it. I really did it." Lin Tianyi. Could someone nearby wake him up for me? Chapter 116. A step away in this star relocation mission. The country sent 5 experienced ace astronauts, including renowned scientists Professor Ling Bo and Professor Wang Junjie. There were a total of 7 individuals. At this moment, standing next to Wang Junjie was Li Yefeng, the core member responsible for the on-site installation of the thruster and one of its main designers. Although he was a robust man like Lin Tianyi, his personality was relatively gentle. Upon hearing the words, he simply laughed heartily and patted Wang Junjie on the back. "Hey, it's your first time, so it's understandable." After saying that, he helped Wang Junjie finish his part of the inspection work. "Captain, the safety system and emergency equipment are normal." Lin Tianyi shook his head and said, "All right, everyone stop dawdling. Professor Ling will stay behind to monitor and analyze data. The rest of you, come out of the cabin with me and let's get to work." Hearing the order, everyone except Ling Bo began changing into their extravehicular spacesuits. The extravehicular suits were already bulky, and the version designed by Chi Hao seemed even heavier than the usual ones for some reason. However, this time, no one joked about the spacesuits. On the way here, the intravehicular suits had already impressed them once. And this extravehicular suit, according to Wang Junjie's boasting, had received even more effort from Chi Hao in its design than the intravehicular one. No need to ask, it was definitely more impressive. Before exiting the cabin, Li Yefeng held his helmet in his left hand, walked up to Lin Tianyi, raised his right hand, and made a fist gesture. Lin Tianyi also raised his right hand, and their fists lightly touched in the air. Wang Junjie happened to be following closely behind them, and, seeing this gesture, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, I saw you guys do this on TV when I was a kid. So cool, I want a fist bump with the captain too." Seeing this, Su Qing laughed and said, "Professor Wang, don't follow their lead. This gesture is not very auspicious." She was the only female on this mission, serving as the team's medical expert and life support system maintenance officer. Throughout the journey, Su Qing had taken good care of Ling Bo and Wang Junjie. Noticing Wang Junjie looking at her in confusion, she continued with a smile, "They only do this gesture when they are particularly uncertain about the mission to encourage each other. But every time they do this, something unpleasant tends to happen during the mission. So don't imitate them. It's bad luck." Standing beside her, the planetary geologist Lu Yin chuckled, "Sister Qing, that's just a coincidence. This gesture is so cool. It's a unique romance for us men. Come on, Professor Wang. Let us bump fists too." After a few jokes, Lin Tianyi took a deep breath and finally reminded everyone, "The oxygen tanks in the spacesuits can provide 6 hours of supply. Once we exit the cabin, please focus on your tasks and return immediately after completing the first reconnaissance mission. If everything goes smoothly, we can install the thruster on the next outing." After giving the reminder, he put on his helmet, picked up the positioning device, strapped on the space backpack, and opened the cabin door. As the hatch slowly opened, a rush of extremely cold and thin air surged into the cabin. Lin Tianyi stepped out of the hatch without hesitation, followed closely by the other 5, who were equipped with various devices, as they set foot on the pockmarked surface of the W asteroid. At present, more than half of the W asteroid was within the stellar illumination range of a nearby planet. Although the light was not very bright, it was not too dim either. Therefore, Lin Tianyi and the others even saved on the lighting equipment on their helmets. On the nearby planet, countless eyes were glued to the screens, closely watching the 6 figures that appeared somewhat comical. Each of them wore helmets, and due to their spacesuits, they all looked a bit plump, making it difficult to identify who was who. The 6 chubby figures moved with surprising grace, as if they floated briefly in the air with each step before landing elegantly. Among them, 5 leaned slightly forward as soon as they exited the spacecraft, maintaining good balance while walking. Only the last person in line, holding a yellow instrument, stood upright after his feet touched the ground. When he stepped down forcefully, his body shot up quickly. Fortunately, he was caught by the astronauts on either side of him. "Professor Wang, be a bit lighter on your feet when you land. If you jump too hard, be careful not to float away and become space debris," said Chen Yiming, the communications and technical support expert, who was familiar with Wang Junjie. He was half joking and half advising him. Su Qing added, "All right, don't scare him. Professor Wang, don't worry. Even if you jump high, you won't keep floating up. After reaching a certain height, you'll come back down. It's just that the air is thin here, there's little resistance. And the ground is so uneven that it's easy to fall or get injured when you land, so do be careful." Wang Junjie had actually trained seriously. But as soon as he stepped out of the hatch, he instinctively walked as he would normally do on the nearby planet, which led to his clumsiness. He hurriedly thanked the two and cautiously followed behind. However, even though he was paying attention, compared to the five ahead who moved fluidly, he still appeared a bit bouncy in his walking, which was quite amusing. Elder Huang and Cheng Tianyu watched Wang Junjie, who was wobbling and bouncing, feeling both exasperated and amused. Fortunately, the three of them had been communicating through the built-in intercom in their spacesuits. Other than themselves, no one else could hear their conversation. Otherwise, Wang Junjie would have embarrassed himself in front of everyone, which would have been too much for someone as concerned about appearances as he was. The leader, Lin Xue, felt increasingly alarmed as they walked. Before coming, they had already detected through radar that this was a planet with a metallic core, covered by a thin layer of rock on the surface. However, upon stepping onto the planet, they discovered that in many areas, the rock layer had been eroded or damaged by time or impacts, revealing the metal underneath. This metal appeared silver gray, dark blue, or deep black, shimmering with a cold metallic luster. As they walked, they also found small metal fragments and rock debris scattered at the junctions of metal and rock, as well as at the bottoms of craters. The installation conditions can be described as quite harsh. Lin Xue walked into the target installation area and chose a relatively flat spot to place the positioning device on the ground. This positioning device had only recently been developed and could quickly identify the most suitable location for installing the thrusters in complex environments. As Lin Xue pressed the power button, the blue LED lights around the device lit up, and the sensors and probes at the bottom began to function. Soon, the blue light went out, and a three-dimensional terrain map appeared on the display screen at the top of the device, with a flashing red, slowly moving towards the center of the map. This was the radar scanning, laser ranging, and gravitational field analysis technology searching for the optimal position. Finally, the red dot stopped moving, and a confirmation message popped up on the screen. The recommended installation location had been determined through scanning. The distribution of metal components was uniform, and the rock layer thickness was moderate. Li Yefeng held a retractable metal rod and carefully adjusted the angle according to the position of the red dot. Once confirmed, he steadily pressed the launch button, and a subtle trajectory was traced. The small fluorescent orange marker at the tip of the metal rod snapped and adhered to the rocky surface at the designated location. Success. This method had been devised by Chi Hao and the team. Since learning that most of the components of this asteroid were metallic, they decided to switch from a shooting-style marker to an adhesive one. Now that they tried it, the effect was indeed remarkable, succeeding on the first attempt. The six of them breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, joy flooding their hearts. A good start, a good omen. It seemed that this mission would go very smoothly. Hopefully. Lin Xue and Li Yefeng bumped fists again. Wang Junjie looked around, bouncing with excitement, hugging Lu Yiming on his left, and then Su Qing on his right. Behind him, geologist Lu Yin was squatting and adjusting the rover. While you all are celebrating, I'm left out here. In the control center, loud applause erupted, and many staff members stood up to celebrate. Live reporter Lu Xiaohui's voice sounded somewhat hoarse after 3 consecutive days of broadcasting. Yet at this moment, he was still excitedly shouting, dear viewers, our country's technology shines in the stars, and the Star Migration Project has made a great start. We have successfully marked the best installation location for the thrusters. This time, the precise positioning was achieved on the first try, thanks not only to our heroic astronauts, but also to advancements in technology. We noticed that our viewers watching the live broadcast come from all over the world. Now, let me introduce you in detail to this outstanding positioning device. This is our latest scientific achievement. Robert sat in the studio, watching the bilingual introduction of the positioning device. His expression blank. Doing advertising during a live broadcast, really no shame at all. Barbara smiled slightly, pursing her lips, and changed the subject. Dear Major General Robert, I remember that at the very beginning of the program, you believed that the success rate of the Star Relocation Project was 0. At this moment, the team has successfully marked the optimal location, and now, they just need to install the thrusters to consider the mission successful. So at this moment, has your prediction about the success rate changed? Robert remained silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh, although he was reluctant to admit it. It seemed that this time, fortune was on the side of the team. Personally, I believe that the Star Relocation Project is very likely to succeed. At this moment, not only Robert, but all the viewers watching the live broadcast are filled with confidence. Even the technicians in the control center are more optimistic than ever. After all, they are just one step away from success. Chapter 117. Divided into 3 teams after finding the best installation location, the 6-member team split into 3 groups. Lin Xue and Chun Yiming formed one group to find a suitable place to plant the national flag and then communicate with the ground command center. Also giving a brief official speech. Li Yefeng and Wang Junjie teamed up to conduct the final geological checks of the best site before installation. Su Qing and Lu Yin formed the last group to explore the geological features of the asteroid. Wang Junjie initially wanted to join Lin Xue in planting the flag, but unfortunately, he was firmly rejected by Captain Lin. Feeling a bit dejected, he had to bounce along behind Li Yefeng, occasionally glancing back at Lin Xue and the others. Mumbling, "My professor said our thrust device can use fuel for 2 years. But actually, it only needs 1 year and 7 months to push this asteroid to a new orbit." Deputy Li, if thousands or tens of thousands of years later this star still exists, I wonder where it will drift in the universe. When the aliens in that place see it, they will say, "Oh, what is this? Ha ha ha, this is our national flag." By the way, Deputy Li, do you think there are really aliens in the world? Li Yefeng felt a bit helpless. He finally understood why Professor Wang was assigned to his group, because his temper was the best in the team. This professor was indeed a bit noisy. He didn't respond to Wang Junjie, just quickened his pace silently. When the two arrived at the site, Wang Junjie, who had been quiet for a short while, suddenly began to speak again, raising his voice sharply, startling Li Yefeng. "Oh no, our geophysical analyzer is broken. The top line of data shows garbled code." Li Yefeng, "Let me see it." He took the device from Wang Junjie's hands, leaned closer to the screen for a careful inspection, and was also taken aback. The instrument should have displayed clear and orderly metal components and ratios, but the first line instead showed a string of chaotic codes, followed by a density value and an extremely high proportion of 87. Li Yefeng frowned. This wasn't a malfunction. It was a new discovery of an unknown metal component. The instrument wasn't broken. His gaze was fixed on the screen. The garbled code was due to the fact that the metal's composition was unknown and its density was actually much higher than osmium. This metal was the primary component of the asteroid. It's important to note that osmium is already the densest metal on our planet. No wonder. After experiencing such frequent impacts, this asteroid had not shattered into pieces. Its core was composed of such astonishingly dense metal. Wang Junjie exclaimed, "Higher density than osmium?" Then, the two exchanged glances, both thinking in unison. Thankfully, the drill bit prepared this time is made of superalloy. Otherwise, the task of installing the thruster could have really failed. They were indeed very lucky. The group led by Wang Junjie and the one led by Lin Xue are both proceeding smoothly according to the planned schedule. Meanwhile, as Su Qing and Lu Yan set up the rover and were about to start, the built-in communicator in Lu Yan's spacesuit suddenly activated. The caller was not one of the 6, but the ground commander, Chi Hao. "This is the ground command center. Your team is to conduct a detailed investigation of the eastern region of the asteroid and collect complete terrain and geological data. Once completed, please return the data to the ground immediately." Lu Yan was somewhat surprised but promptly agreed. The eastern region was symmetrically opposite to their current location. They hadn't planned to go that far, only intending to gather some data nearby. After all, the optimal installation location had already been determined, and there were no plans for further mineral extraction from this asteroid. Although Lu Yan and the others were puzzled, they set the rover up again as per Chi Hao's request. However, this would inevitably take more time than originally planned. In the control center, Chi Hao's sudden directive left everyone a bit confused. Wasn't this just a waste of effort? Xiao Zhao cast a questioning glance at Chi Hao, but he did not offer any explanation to the team. With the successful landing of the spacecraft and the astronauts safely on the surface, the atmosphere in the main hall had shifted from the morning's tension to one of relief, with smiles appearing on many staff members' faces. Yet, for some reason, Chi Hao felt a lingering worry in his heart. He had chosen the western side initially because there were 3 stable geological points, while the eastern side only had 1. To be cautious, he opted for the west. To his surprise, both the primary and secondary locations proved difficult for the spacecraft to land. The third location, although much flatter, still had dense and irregular impact craters that caused him concern. These craters varied in size and depth, and although they had been weathered over time into a relatively flat terrain without significant undulations, he couldn't shake the thought that the underlying metal layer might not be so even. While the positioning equipment indicated a uniform distribution of metal components and a moderate thickness of the rock layer, Wang Junjie and Li Yefeng's on-site verification found no issues with this location. Chi Hao tried to convince himself that he was overthinking, but for some reason, just before Lu Yen and the others set off, a directive slipped from his lips. Please conduct a detailed investigation of the eastern region of the asteroid. Chapter 118. The edge of collapse except for Lu Yan's team. Lin Tianyi and the other three returned to the ship first. Ling Bo was standing in the control room, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen. As Lin Tianyi and the others hurried into the ship, Ling Bo turned to them with a serious expression. I was just about to contact you. The space telescope has just captured these images. Come take a look. He stepped aside to signal them to approach the screen. Lin Tianyi and the others quickly gathered around, and they saw a small shadow moving towards the asteroid. Could this be a micrometeorite swarm? Lin Tianyi's voice held a hint of disbelief. Ling Bo nodded, tapping on the control panel, and the screen immediately displayed rows of data analysis. According to the trajectory analysis system, the movement of these micrometeorites is quite clear. Based on their speed and direction, as well as our current orbit, the system predicts that in about 4 hours, the asteroid will experience a rain of micrometeorites. The group exchanged glances, realizing the truth. No wonder the surface of this asteroid was covered with countless pockmarks. It seemed to be the result of numerous micrometeorite impacts. Although the core metal of this asteroid had an extremely high density, its size was still too small. A small size means weak gravity, resulting in an extremely thin atmosphere. In space, the sizes of micrometeorites vary. The smallest could be as small as pebbles, while the largest could be as big as a fist. If such a micrometeorite swarm were to head towards a planet with a thick atmosphere, it would mostly burn up in the atmosphere, resulting in a beautiful meteor shower at most. However, for the asteroid, which lacked such atmospheric protection, each meteorite impact could only be endured physically, which was quite grim. Fortunately, for the Zeta spacecraft, these micrometeorite impacts posed no threat. However, for them as astronauts, these high-speed micrometeorites could bring deadly danger. Lin Tianyi furrowed his brows. Professor Ling, can you calculate the approximate landing point of the micrometeorite swarm? Ling Bo pressed several buttons on the control panel, and the screen displayed a clear predicted landing point. Captain, the expected landing point is in the eastern region of the asteroid. Lin Tianyi's expression relaxed slightly. Great. The landing point is a certain distance away from us. However, we can't wait any longer. We need to start installing the planetary thrusters immediately. Once installed, we will take off right away. With Lin Tianyi's command, everyone immediately got busy. Chen Yiming hurried to contact Lu Yin and Su Qing, informing them about the micrometeorite swarm. Ling Bo began changing into the extravehicular spacesuit. Throughout this asteroid mission, he had kept in mind Chi Haolin's parting instructions to minimize the number of times he went outside. He had already made up his mind that besides the necessary steps for installing the thrusters, he had to be on-site with Li Yefeng. For all other times, he would stay inside the ship. In contrast to Ling Bo, Wang Junjie was busy changing back into the intravehicular spacesuit. He was the absolute main force for this installation. He would operate the robotic arm to complete the most important and labor-intensive steps. The hatch opened again, and Ling Bo took a deep breath, stepping onto the alien ground with a sense of awe, following Li Yefeng. Just a moment ago, inside the spacecraft, he found it amusing to watch Wang Junjie's unsteady gait from above. However, as soon as he stepped outside and felt himself float with his first foot down, he realized how low the gravity was here. The two of them struggled to reach the fluorescent marker, extending their arms to wave at the spacecraft. Upon receiving their signal, two hollow openings suddenly appeared on either side of the spacecraft, and two silver mechanical arms slowly extended out from within, moving rhythmically toward Ling Bo and Li Yefeng's position. Actually, it could have been smoother, but Wang Junjie was operating in an internal spacesuit and wasn't quite accustomed to it at first. Fortunately, he had been pushed hard by Chi Hao in operating the mechanical arms and had put in some serious effort. Gradually, the movements of the mechanical arms became more fluid. When they reached the designated position above, the ends of the mechanical arms began to rotate, and as they moved, the debris on the ground was quickly swept away. Soon, a flat circular area appeared before Ling Bo and Li Yefeng. Li Yefeng raised an eyebrow. This little Professor Wang has some skills. Ling Bo took out a measuring instrument from his backpack and began measuring the dimensions of the circular area. The error was minimal and could be ignored. He contacted Wang Junjie through the communicator. The data matches well, and the error is slight, within an acceptable range. Wow, in such a harsh environment, These two mechanical arms can maintain such high precision. Wang Junjie exclaimed. No need for rework. He rubbed his hands together, telling them to step back. As he was about to start, after Li Yefeng and the others hopped away, the two silver mechanical arms began drilling into the ground. Unexpectedly, even with drill bits forged from superalloys, it was still very difficult to drill through the unknown metals on this asteroid. Fortunately, the drill bit ultimately withstood the pressure. The size and depth of the holes had to be very precise to ensure the successful installation of the thruster. So Ling Bo and Li Yefeng focused all their attention on the gradually forming hole beneath the mechanical arms, fearing any mistakes. However, a greater crisis lurked beneath the surface, quietly approaching. Just as Chi Hao had feared, this seemingly flat area was actually a disaster zone from meteorite impacts, and the metal structures underground had become extremely fragile after countless collisions. The saying "a smooth surface can hide a lot" perfectly described this region. Although the instrument's results showed a uniform distribution of metal components, that was merely a superficial phenomenon. In reality, the underground metal layer was on the brink of collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. Of course, without external force, it could hold on for another 3 to 5 years. But at this moment, Wang Junjie was desperately tearing at the surface with the drill. Each rotation of the drill accelerated the impending collapse. As the stress around the hole continued to accumulate and release, fine cracks began to appear at the edge of the hole, spreading silently yet rapidly like sudden fissures on an icy surface in winter. Soon, they extended beneath Ling Bo and Li Yefeng's feet. If they were on their home planet at that moment, the continuous and dense sound of metal fracturing would have alerted them. However, they were currently standing on a small celestial body with an atmosphere so thin it was almost a vacuum, unable to hear any external sounds. Even as faint sounds of metal cracking began to emanate from below, Ling Bo and Li Yefeng remained oblivious. It wasn't until a subtle tremor was felt beneath them that they started to sense something was amiss. This tremor began subtly and was difficult to detect, but within a very short time, it suddenly intensified. The expressions on Ling Bo and Li Yefeng's faces changed drastically. In this critical moment, they instinctively performed the same action. They pushed off forcefully from the ground, trying to leverage the weak gravity to float into the air and escape the impending disaster. However, they were just a moment too late. With a dull roar, the ground beneath them completely collapsed, and the cracks opened wide like the jaws of a beast, instantly swallowing them whole. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Tianyi, who had been standing beside Wang Junjie with a smile, suddenly turned pale and rushed to the window, shouting, "Li Yefeng!" Wang Junjie was completely taken aback. For a moment, his mind went blank, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. But the next instant, a wave of fear washed over him. His lips trembled slightly, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter 3 words in a choked voice, "Uncle Ling." In the ground control center, Chi Hao, who had remained calm and composed in the face of any emergency for the past 4 days, suddenly stood up from his seat. Chapter 119. How to decide in the studio. Robert and Barbara both let out a gasp. Robert was not unfamiliar with Li Yefeng. They had worked together on the space station. In his impression, Li Yefeng had a great personality and was very warm-hearted. Regardless of stance, he was someone who was well-liked wherever he went. Seeing him meet with such misfortune left Robert in a daze for a moment. Eventually, he couldn't help but get up, walking to the screen to carefully examine the collapsed ruins. The more he looked, the colder his heart felt. Finally, he shook his head helplessly and slowly returned to his seat. It seemed that fortune had completely abandoned these 2 astronauts. Barbara, like Wang Junjie, was genuinely startled by the sudden turn of events. From the moment the Zeta spacecraft launched, it had shown an unstoppable momentum, demonstrating overwhelming success in many aspects. Over the past 3 days, viewers around the world watching the live broadcast experienced a similar psychological journey. From initial skepticism, they transitioned to shock, then acceptance, and finally admiration. Barbara felt the same way. If on the first day of the launch she had scrutinized the spectacle with a critical eye, waiting to see a joke unfold, after 3 days of witnessing these individuals' relentless efforts and countless narrow escapes, her initial mockery had faded. Now, these people were just a step away from success. Yet, disaster struck, and the mission was compromised. Women often have softer hearts. Barbara's first reaction was to rush to save them. What were the remaining people in the spacecraft doing? They should hurry out to rescue them. But Robert shook his head. There was almost no chance of survival for those 2. Under Barbara's incredulous gaze, Robert continued in a heavy tone. Let's not even mention that their situation was already dire. Even if they were miraculously still alive, the chances of a successful rescue were nearly zero. How could they save the survivors in the spacecraft? It was impossible. They could not determine the specific extent of the collapse. Blindly venturing out to rescue would only bring greater danger. Moreover, if they were careless during the rescue and caused a secondary collapse, the spacecraft could also be buried, leaving the remaining people with no escape. More importantly, it was said that significant funds had been invested in this mission by a certain country, aimed at installing a propulsion system. As you can see, the space environment here is extremely harsh, filled with tiny meteoroids. In this situation, their only correct choice was to quickly find a new installation site to complete the propulsion system installation task. After that, Robert paused for a moment before continuing. Even if they had to risk searching for the remains of the victims, they must first complete the installation of the propulsion system. But as I mentioned earlier, if a secondary collapse occurs during the excavation process, therefore, their most scientific and indeed the only correct approach at this moment is to concentrate all efforts on continuing to install the thrusters. After that, they should return directly. I believe the commander from that country would come to the same conclusion as I have. Barbara's face paled slightly. But what if those two are not dead yet? Robert's tone was calm and composed, even somewhat cold. Our work is inherently filled with danger. There are some things I haven't explicitly stated. If those two had even a slight breach in their spacesuits during the fall, oxygen would rapidly deplete, and the temperature would plummet. On this asteroid covered with sharp rock fragments and metal debris, the protective capability of the extravehicular spacesuit is almost negligible. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that their suits remained intact, they would still face significant radiation underground. No, Barbara, I don't believe those two have any chance of survival. The live chat had gone wild after the incident involving the two individuals. But now, with Robert's analysis, the chat gradually slowed down. Eventually, foreign netizens began to uniformly flood the screen with R.I.P. respect. After all, the individuals involved were from that country. So once they finished posting those messages, the netizens quickly shifted their focus back to the relocation plan. Barbara, feeling somewhat downcast, found the most liked question and read it aloud. I think the situation with the thrusters from that country is also precarious. The two who fell earlier seem to be responsible for positioning and installation. Barbara, could you ask Robert if there's any hope for them? If not, I won't continue watching the live stream. It's nearly midnight, and I'm exhausted. Robert sighed. Personally, I think this netizen can go rest now. If it's this difficult for them, how much more so for that country? After the initial shock, netizens had already started to argue fervently. Some were shouting for immediate rescue, while others calmly analyzed the situation, urging the astronauts to quickly install the thrusters. On the television, reporter Lin Xue's voice trembled slightly. We have breaking news. The names of the two deceased astronauts are Li Yefeng and Ling Bo. In the control room, the central screen displayed footage from inside the spacecraft. Lin Xue was reporting according to standard procedures and requesting further instructions. Ground Control Center, this is the Zeta spacecraft. We have encountered an emergency situation. Two comrades have unfortunately lost their lives. He choked for a moment and continued with difficulty, requesting instructions. Should we immediately initiate the rescue procedure or continue with the thruster installation plan? After following the standard protocol to report, Lin Xue gritted his teeth and suddenly added against his better judgment. Despite the severe situation, I personally believe that as long as we give it our all, there is a great chance for a successful rescue. His voice echoed in the control hall, striking each person's heart like a heavy hammer. At that moment, it felt as if the air itself had solidified. Everyone's gaze, almost in unison, focused on Chi Hao and Old Huang. When Old Huang saw the two in danger, he had already collapsed back into his seat. At this moment, his right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, resting beside the communicator, yet he remained motionless. He did not reply immediately. Chi Hao stood frozen in place, his gaze blank, a rare look of panic on his face, his lips pressed tightly together, not speaking right away. The reporter at the central station, for reasons unknown, gave Chi Hao a close-up shot. In the high-definition frame, Chi Hao's anxiety and helplessness were magnified infinitely. The audience erupted in an uproar. It's over. The commander looks completely stunned. I thought from the beginning that he was too young to handle this. God, what is he dawdling for? What time is it? Hurry up and make a decision. Seeing Chi Hao's performance, many began to worry about the overall mission's future, and even more felt extreme disappointment in him. Finally, Old Huang took a deep breath, struggling to calm the intense turmoil within him, and raised his trembling hand towards the communicator. His heart was in great pain, but at the same time, he was incredibly clear-headed. He understood that the decision he was about to make, once spoken, would mean declaring that the lives of those two members were completely abandoned, even though everyone actually believed they had already sacrificed themselves. In the future, even if the plan succeeded, he would forever bear this heavy responsibility. But this decision was one he had to make, one he must make, and only he was suited to do so. His hand was already on the communicator, yet he couldn't press it down. Li Yefeng was his old subordinate. Ling Bo was an outstanding scientist. Old Huang's eyes became moist. He tightly closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and reached out his hand again. However, just as Old Huang was about to press the communicator, someone moved faster than him. Chi Hao stepped in first and pressed the communicator. In front of the screen, Lei Boyong, who had been anxiously following the developments, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart when he saw Chi Hao press the communicator first. This is bad. This is an unsolvable problem. No matter how you choose, it's wrong. There is simply no correct answer. Once, in the debate arena, Lei Boyong dreaded encountering such questions. Two ships were about to sink. One ship had only 2 people, while the other had several people on board. If those 2 individuals are not saved, then the several people, and potentially hundreds of thousands more, could very likely be rescued. However, if we go to save those 2, the survival probability of everyone else significantly decreases, and there is a high chance of total loss. Which one do you choose to save first? Now, Chi Hao has taken the decision-making power into his own hands, which also means he has taken on the enormous responsibility. This time, it's no longer as simple as expressing an opinion in a debate. It's a matter of human lives. Everyone in the world understands that the safest choice at this moment is to install the thrusters. Once that is completed, if there is still time left, then go for the rescue. As long as the thrusters are successfully installed, the likelihood of taking responsibility is greatly reduced. Of course, the cost is 2 lives. But if the choice is made to save people first, then if any unforeseen issues arise with the subsequent tasks, the person who made this decision will bear a tremendous burden. Lei Boyong is perceptive. He can see what the original decision of Elder Huang was. Not just him. Everyone else has figured it out as well. Chi Hao rushing to press the communicator likely indicates that he has made the opposite decision. So, what is his plan for saving people first? Is it just for show? That could be a strategy. Test the waters with a rescue to let everyone know how incredibly difficult it is, then immediately switch to installing the thrusters? Or does he intend to go all out to save them completely? In a flash, Lei Boyong thought of these possibilities. Surely, Chi Hao has thought more deeply and comprehensively than he has. Lei Boyong sadly closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. The current worry and pain are not only for the 2 unfortunate astronauts, but also for Chi Hao. Doesn't Chi Hao understand that this decision should be made by someone of Elder Huang's identity and status? His position is high enough, and his identity is valuable enough. In other words, only he can bear this responsibility. Chi Hao has always been smart. How could he not realize this? Chapter 120. Rescue begins. Chi Hao pressed the communicator before Elder Huang could. His voice sounded different from the usual clarity, slightly low and somber. Zeta spacecraft, please prepare for immediate rescue. Indeed, Chi Hao was prioritizing the rescue. This outcome did not surprise Lei Boyong at all. Sigh. I hope there will still be enough time to install the thrusters after the rescue. He was lost in thought when Chi Hao continued speaking. At the same time, I will also conduct a search and locate a new installation site. Please ensure the thrusters are ready for installation at any moment. I will work with you to complete these 2 challenges before the micrometeor swarm arrives. After saying this, Chi Hao put down the communicator and whispered a few words to the person beside him. That person nodded and hurriedly left the control room. Lei Boyong stared at the screen in astonishment. He had guessed wrong. This was indeed not a debate stage, and Chi Hao was not caught in a dilemma. From the very beginning, he had made up his mind to accomplish both tasks simultaneously. The feeling of being deeply impressed, which he first felt when he met Chi Hao years ago, surged back to him. Years had passed. This child seemed to have grown up and matured. Yet he appeared to be unchanged, still that unyielding youth from back then. Although, completing these 2 tasks at the same time seemed, not very feasible. But if it were Chi Hao, perhaps it could really be done, right? Unfortunately, Lei Boyong was one of the very few who had confidence in Chi Hao. The vast majority of people were immediately shocked upon hearing his words. If they chose to install the thrusters first, there would certainly be complaints about being cold-hearted or merciless. But deep down, everyone knew it was the right choice. If they chose to rescue first, even more people would complain about being foolish and putting the cart before the horse. Yet, it was understandable. However, no matter which option was chosen, it was more reliable than attempting to do both at the same time. Was this really the time to be reckless? What was wrong with this inexplicably young man? Did he have any sense of reality? Elder Huang was sitting right next to him. They should replace him quickly. He was driving everyone crazy. Fortunately, in the television screen, Elder Huang stood up and walked toward Chi Hao. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great, they were saved. Elder Huang would surely take care of this situation. There were originally 2 people between Elder Huang and Chi Hao. Just now, Xiao Zhao had been sent away by Chi Hao, leaving only Cheng Tianyu between them. Elder Huang was feeling very conflicted at this moment. Unlike the others, he knew Chi Hao's capabilities the best. To be honest, if Chi Hao were at the asteroid site right now, Elder Huang would also take risks and place a bet. However, Chi Hao was standing here, on the land of Blue Star. How much of a role could he really play? Elder Huang was somewhat uncertain. In the past, Chi Hao had always given Elder Huang the impression of being low-key and reserved. However, it seems that after the astronaut incident, Chi Hao's demeanor has quietly changed. At the critical moment, he stepped forward without hesitation. Even with the cameras from the central station focused on them, he was completely unfazed. Elder Huang's inquisitive gaze was firmly locked on Chi Hao. How confident are you? After saying that, Chi Hao thoughtfully looked at the screen, whispered a few words to Xiao Zhao, and then issued several specific instructions to Lin Tianyi. At this moment, the large screen ahead was still divided into 3 sections. The center displayed the interior of the spacecraft. The left screen focused on the ruins, while the right was switched to the perspective of geologist Liu Yin. When Elder Huang approached, Chi Hao paused his operations and turned to face him. They stood less than half a meter apart, facing each other. Confidence? Chi Hao smirked slightly. If we're talking about confidence, the only thing I'm absolutely sure of right now is that Uncle Ling and General Li are still alive at this moment. As long as they are alive, I have no choice but to make this decision. Besides, saving people and ensuring the successful installation of the thruster are not mutually exclusive. Are they? Although I can't be absolutely certain, I believe I have the ability to do both simultaneously. Elder Huang's eyes lit up, and he instinctively took a half step forward, eagerly asking, "What makes you judge that they are still alive?" This was a key factor in Elder Huang's final decision. Because the spacesuits they wore are. Before Chi Hao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Cheng Tianyu rushed over with a military phone, lowering his voice as he spoke to Elder Huang. "General, an urgent call from the superior." Elder Huang's heart sank as he quickly reached for the phone. Just as he was about to take the receiver, Chi Hao suddenly urged in a hushed tone, "Please believe me, they are definitely still alive, waiting for us to rescue them. I will do everything in my power to complete the mission. Please, you must support me." Elder Huang and Chi Hao exchanged glances. The determination and sincerity in the young man's eyes made his heart tremble. Without further delay, he answered the call. Yes, there was an accident during the installation process. Yes, we already have contingency plans. Confidence? We are 100% confident. Yes, whether it's saving lives or ensuring the thruster is installed smoothly, we have complete confidence. All right, we will ensure the mission is completed. After hanging up, Elder Huang's expression was serious. He raised his head and once again locked eyes with Chi Hao. Everything was unsaid but understood. Time was of the essence, and every second was crucial. The two did not engage in further conversation. At that moment, Xiao Zhao rushed back with a computer bag, followed closely by a staff member. Inside the bag was Chi Hao's computer. The staff member deftly set up a support frame in front of Chi Hao's desk. Meanwhile, a staff member in the front row jogged over and handed a storage device to Chi Hao. "Commander, this is the geological information from the eastern region of the W asteroid that we just received." Chi Hao set down his computer, inserted the storage device, and pressed the communicator again. "Zeta spacecraft, is the preparation work ready?" This time, the response wasn't from Lin Tianyi, but from Wang Junjie, whose voice carried a hint of tears. "Report, Commander, everything is ready." Just moments ago, after witnessing the unfortunate incident involving the two, Wang Junjie's legs had gone weak, and he had slid down to the ground against the wall of the inner cabin. However, no one had the time to pay attention to or comfort him. Lin Tianyi and Qin Yiming were busy following Chi Hao's orders, hardly stopping for a moment. Yet, Wang Junjie was the most crucial link in the chain. Qin Yiming quickly set up the locator as per Chi Hao's request. Lin Tianyi picked up the locator, stood at the hatch, and turned to look at Wang Junjie, who was sitting on the ground. Wang Junjie thought to himself. Although he had already earned the title of professor, he felt that it was at this moment that he truly became an adult. He quickly wiped away his tears, got up from the ground, and walked step by step to the control panel. Lin Tianyi put on his helmet and nodded to Wang Junjie and Qin Yiming. Are you ready? The two replied in unison, ready. Lin Tianyi pushed open the hatch and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped outside without looking back. This time, he had a safety tether secured around his waist. The standard tether was equipped with a spring, but could only extend up to 3 meters. Therefore, for longer spacewalks, it was not sufficient. However, at this moment, it proved to be very useful. He carefully secured the hook on the other end of the rope to the handrail of the cabin wall, and then spoke into the internal communicator, notify the ground. Safety measures are in place. Yes, Qin Yiming replied, just about to contact Chi Hao, when Chi Hao's voice came through. Zeta spacecraft, is the preparation work ready? Wang Junjie swallowed nervously. Report, Commander, everything is ready. Chi Hao took a deep breath, staring intently at the large screen. All right, let's begin. Wang Junjie's arms trembled a bit. He steadied himself and maneuvered the robotic arm slowly towards Lin Tianyi. At this moment, Lin Tianyi had carefully walked about 3 meters towards the direction of the collapse. The silver robotic arm, resembling a mantis extending its forelegs, slowly reached towards his position. The drill bit at the end of the robotic arm had quietly retracted, replaced by a metal clamp. As the arm hovered above Lin Tianyi's head, he raised his arm, holding the locator high. Wang Junjie focused intently on controlling the metal clamp at the end of the robotic arm, attempting to grasp the locator. Lin Tianyi steadily held the positioning device until it was secured by the clamp. He waited until Wang Junjie adjusted the accuracy and confirmed that the device wouldn't fall before he finally released his grip. Chi Hao, who had been closely watching their movements, quickly issued the next command. Move straight 25 meters to the northwest at a 36-degree angle. The 3 people inside and outside the spacecraft were taken aback. Even though they were on site, they could only make rough judgments about the location of the 2 individuals who were buried. Chi Hao surprisingly provided an exact angle offhand. They didn't know that since the moment Ling Bo disappeared, Chi Hao's gaze had not left that area. While it might look the same as any other place to others, Chi Hao had already identified several unique markers from the rubble. Following the instructions, Wang Junjie cautiously controlled the robotic arm to probe in that direction. As Wang Junjie slowly advanced, Chi Hao began rapidly reviewing geological information from the eastern region of the small asteroid. This was first-hand data sent back by Lu Yin and was extremely valuable. Chapter 121. The Perfect Mist. The rover carried by Lu Yin is equipped with various instruments, including a high-resolution terrain camera, surface detection radar, and surface composition detector, which can help astronauts quickly obtain high-resolution images of the surface of asteroid W, its topographical features, surface geological structures, and various surface components. Yes, all of this is surface data. However, what Chi Hao needs is deep structural information. The positioning device has the capability to analyze deep structures. However, Lu Yin and his team initially planned to broadly collect information about the asteroid, and the rover's functions were sufficient for that purpose. Moreover, this collapse indicates that even if the positioning device passes the inspection, further analysis by experts is still required. And this expert, on a global scale, can undoubtedly be considered the best fit for the task. After quickly reviewing the Eastern data returned by Lu Yin, Chi Hao felt a sense of relief. He then opened a blue icon on his computer and began importing Lu Yin's data into it. This software was the invention that had once impressed Wang Junjie and nearly led him to publish a paper. Using full waveform inversion imaging technology, it performs inversion calculations on the received radar waveform signals to generate an internal structure map of asteroid W. At that time, Chi Hao had used this software to filter out 3 optimal locations. However, the lack of field-collected data had left it slightly inadequate. It was still a bit short of a perfect score. Now, with the first-hand field data from Lu Yin added to the original data, Chi Hao exhaled gently. The analysis provided by this software was not only detailed but also exceptionally accurate. A perfect score. Importing the data takes time. During the data import process, Chi Hao immediately turned his attention back to Wang Junjie. Very good. Wang Junjie had withstood the pressure. The robotic arm was now precisely hovering above the location designated by Chi Hao. Excellent. Next, gently place the positioning device on the ground. Lin Tianyi roughly guessed what Chi Hao was about to do and couldn't help but interject in the internal communication channel. Commander, should we find the flattest angle first? No need. Just place it down steadily to avoid triggering a secondary collapse. That will be sufficient. The robotic arm, originally a tool for large movements, now moved with the precision of a needle in the hands of an embroiderer. And Wang Junjie was that embroiderer, normally lively. He was now using all his patience in this moment. He carefully controlled the robotic arm, slowly and cautiously, gently placing the positioning device on the rubble. Success. As the robotic arm withdrew slowly after completing its task, Wang Junjie realized that his arm had stiffened from the prolonged tension and focus. Chi Hao's next command came immediately. Now, power on the positioning device remotely. Understood. Inside the cabin, Chun Yiming pressed the remote control. The area around the positioning device lit up with blue light once again. The blue light extinguished, and on the display screen were chaotic three-dimensional graphics. The once solid metal layer and the rocky surface had become fragmented in the collapse, with cracks and voids visible everywhere beneath. Now, adjusting the camera on the side of the mechanical arm, it aimed at the positioning device. Wang Junjie vigorously shook his slightly stiff arms and took control of the mechanical arm again, leaning toward the display of the positioning device. This time, without anything clamped underneath the mechanical arm, the movements were much quicker. Chi Hao stared at the graphics, his brow furrowed, and after a long silence, he continued. Please switch to the reflection signal curve graph. The positioning device continuously emitted electromagnetic signals underground during operation, and the reflective characteristics of metal, rock, and the human body differed. Therefore, the reflected waveforms were also different. This time, Chi Hao was more meticulous in his observation. The audience in front of the screen was anxious, helplessly watching Chi Hao stand there, staring blankly at the screen every little while, almost on the verge of collapse. Aren't we here to save someone? Hurry up. What are you playing at? This is just wasting time. Many audience members stood up, pacing in front of the television screen. Finally, Chi Hao's voice rang out again. Activate the infrared thermal imaging module. At this, even Robert couldn't hold back. At that moment, it was already deep into the night, and Barbara had long been yawning. Robert had remained in the studio out of curiosity about how Chi Hao would save the person. Now, seeing that the positioning detection device was equipped with an infrared thermal imaging module, he couldn't help but laugh in surprise. I really don't know which genius from that country came up with this positioning device. Ha ha ha. This designer is truly the first I've seen to be so cautious about life. The fact that the positioning device had an infrared thermal imaging module shows they were really worried about accidents. My God, how scared of death is this designer? Not to mention, we could also incorporate this in the future. Infrared thermal imaging technology is generally widely used by rescue teams. I never expected that the positioning device from that country would be so peculiar as to include such a module. Coupled with the reflection signal curve graph, the exact location of the victims could basically be determined. All that was needed was to input these feedback signals into the analysis system for comprehensive analysis. Considering the conditions on site, Robert could already predict the next steps that would be taken. Not just him, but Elder Huang beside Chi Hao had also guessed the next step. First, use the positioning device to calibrate the surface, then retrieve the positioning device with the mechanical arm. All the data collected earlier would be imported into the spacecraft's positioning device data analysis system to derive the precise location. If everything went smoothly, they would only need to wait a short 10 minutes to determine the location where the two had fallen. This thought crossed Huang Lao's mind, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This speed was remarkably efficient. Saving lives is a race against time. The shorter the rescue time, the greater the probability of survival for Li Yefeng and Ling Bo. Old Huang's tightly drawn face finally showed a hint of relaxation at this moment. Great. Just a few more minutes to wait. But he couldn't manage to relax, because beside him, Chi Hao suddenly spoke up. The specific location of the personnel has been locked in, and the rescue operation will begin immediately. Professor Wang, please replace the end of the robotic arm with a metal clearing net. Based on the specific coordinates I will provide next, start the rescue for the victims. Remember, throughout the process, you must remain calm. Every step must be carried out strictly according to my instructions. Wang Junjie jolted and immediately shouted, Yes, sir. Old Huang and Robert. No, what are you talking about? We haven't even determined how deep the victims are buried or their position. Rescuing people requires precise location. The locator is still lying there. You haven't even analyzed the data yet. Robert could no longer hold back. He stood up from his seat, shaking his head in disbelief. He thought this commander really had some skills. What is this? What a waste of an entire night. Barbara was overjoyed at the sight. Oh my God, finally, we can clock out. Their show was said to be live broadcasted throughout, but in reality, there were other personnel arranged by the director's team to cover the evening. Only during peak hours would the well-known host Barbara and a high-ranking official from the space agency take the stage together. The official finally agreed to leave work. Sobbing with joy, the two of them forced themselves to chat a bit, said good night to the audience, and walked out of the studio together. Thus, they perfectly missed witnessing the moment of a miracle. Chapter 122. Dawn of Hope. The metal clearing net, when fully expanded, resembled a giant umbrella. The fine metal wires, precisely calculated and forged with high strength, ensured a sturdy structure while maintaining flexibility and resilience. As the lower end gradually opened, it resembled a gaping mouth, enveloping and securing heavy objects on the ground, precisely grasping them before skillfully tightening. During the pre-departure field tests, it easily handled both cumbersome metal components and large stones. This was specially designed by Lin Xue for the installation of the asteroid thruster, originally intended for clearing debris at the installation site. Who would have thought that its first use would actually be for saving lives? Wang Junjie operated the mechanical arm, carefully following the specific positions provided by Chi Hao. With each grasp, he exercised utmost caution. However, after 3 consecutive digs, all he had unearthed were fragments, and the ground remained littered with metal scraps and rock debris. At this point, everyone's patience and doubts had reached a peak. Even Lin Xue, who had been diligently executing Chi Hao's orders, couldn't help but show a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He and Lin Xue had enlisted on the same day and were both selected for the astronaut team. Over the past decade, they had gone on missions together and faced various dangers and challenges, forging a deep bond. Although he was also familiar with Chi Hao and had some personal rapport with him, the impression Chi Hao left was primarily of being bold and capable. In normal circumstances, this was a good quality, but at this moment, he felt that Chi Hao's boldness seemed a bit excessive. During a rescue operation, shouldn't they proceed steadily and methodically? Chi Hao had suddenly initiated the rescue. And while Lin Xue understood that Chi Hao's deviation from protocol was to save precious minutes for data analysis and to bring the person up as quickly as possible, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was a bit reckless. If they dug in the wrong direction, wouldn't that cause even more delays? To prevent a secondary collapse, Wang Junjie was extremely cautious with each grasp, resulting in nearly 10 minutes passing after just these 3 attempts. If they dug incorrectly, redoing the data analysis and digging again would take a significant amount of time. After seeing the 3rd dig still reveal nothing but metal and rubble, Lin Xue's doubts grew like wild grass, and he could no longer contain himself. He spoke into the internal communicator. "Commander, should we consider changing the location?" "No." Chi Hao's response was very simple. "Follow my orders and continue digging." Now all cameras were focused on Chi Hao, and this exchange quickly spread across the globe. The audience had been on edge, filled with anxiety. Each failed excavation felt like a dull knife. Shi Yang's mother pressed her lips tightly together, her hands unconsciously clasped. Sitting stiffly on the sofa, each unsuccessful attempt was like a blow to her hopes. When she heard Chi Hao's words, she could no longer bear it and suddenly grabbed the remote control from the coffee table. "Turn off the TV. This is so chaotic. It makes me uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Shi Yang was taken aback and hurriedly rushed to his mother's side to snatch the remote. "No. Chi Hao won't dig recklessly. Professor Ling will definitely be able to save him." Shi Yang's mother stood up. "I'll go to the study first. If they get him out, call me immediately." As she turned to walk toward the study, Shi Yang heard her murmuring to herself, "Professor Ling is too pitiful, Sai. I really hope he can be rescued." Shi Yang tightly gripped the remote, his gaze once again fixed on the TV screen, silently praying, "Grandpa Ling, you must hold on. When you come back to school to see me, I will buy you delicious food." Like Shi Yang, the people still in front of the TV felt deeply distressed. Their gazes all inadvertently turned to the Elder Huang standing beside Chi Hao, silently calling out, "Elder Huang." At such a critical moment, why haven't you taken action? However, Elder Huang remained silently by Chi Hao's side. He was well aware of the reasons behind Chi Hao's direct excavation. He initially wanted to stop this seemingly chaotic digging at the first opportunity. But after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to trust. From the extraterrestrial spaceship that had been excavated, it was evident that the technological level of the alien civilization from which Chi Hao came far surpassed that of their planet. Moreover, Chi Hao had displayed intelligence beyond the ordinary. Since he had chosen to support from the very beginning, he would support to the end. Elder Huang stood quietly beside Chi Hao. His silence itself represented an attitude, a form of unspoken support. In the control hall, whispers that had arisen at some point quickly faded after noticing Elder Huang's undeniable stance. Chi-Hao was completely unaware of these subtle changes. His entire focus was concentrated on that specific point. The waveform he had seen earlier, the intricate three-dimensional images, and the infrared thermal images were all deeply etched in his mind. These images intertwined, overlapped, and compared with each other in his mind. After a series of precise reasoning and analysis, they ultimately pointed to an unequivocal location. After 3 rounds of excavation, they were now very close to this point. Chi-Hao's spirit became increasingly focused and concentrated. This time, he issued centimeter-precise instructions to Wang Junjie. Unlike others, Wang Junjie always maintained complete trust in Chi-Hao, never doubting him even for a second. Centimeter precision? All right. Brother Chi, he also sensed that this time was different. Because this time, the instructions given by Chi-Hao not only required extremely high precision, but also involved adjustments in depth, only a third of that of the previous excavations. Wang Junjie gritted his teeth and maneuvered the mechanical arm, inching closer to the bottom of the pit as he deployed the metal net for the 4th time. The colossal net resembled a blooming lotus, reaching out with countless metallic strands that slithered through the ground seams, delving deeper underground once again. This time, as the metal net slowly ascended, laden with fragments, a stark white emerged below. It was an external spacesuit. An observant staff member exclaimed in surprise. And after a brief moment of shock and disbelief, the atmosphere in the control center erupted as if ignited, instantly boiling over. Almost all the personnel could hardly contain their excitement, springing from their seats with faces radiating indescribable joy. Some cheered, some clapped, while others, overwhelmed with elation, couldn't help but embrace those beside them. In that first moment of seeing the white, Chi-Hao's heart suddenly trembled, and his eyes involuntarily warmed. He fixed his gaze on that white figure, took a deep breath, and amidst the joyous uproar, issued the final rescue command. Prepare for the 5th excavation. Yes, sir. Wang Junjie's voice trembled once more. Chapter 123. Departure again. Although Li Yefeng and Ling Bo were still underground and had not been rescued. As long as Wang Junjie could hold on until the last moment, the outcome would not be bad. After providing precise data, Chi-Hao handed over the work to Wang Junjie. He then picked up the communicator again to contact Su Qing. Sister Su Qing, please report your current location. Su Qing's voice immediately came through clearly. Reporting to the commander, I am about to reach the location of the spaceship. At the beginning of the rescue, Chi-Hao's first order was for Su Qing to turn back immediately, leaving Lu Yin to continue the survey. Hearing Su Qing's response, a faint smile finally appeared on Chi-Hao's face. With her extensive medical knowledge and rescue experience, Su Qing was about to rejoin the team. Meanwhile, Wang Junjie was fully focused on controlling the robotic arm for the rescue. Once the personnel were rescued, Lin Tianyi and Chun Yiming would be responsible for the follow-up reception work. The heaviest task weighing on Chi-Hao's mind was finally alleviated. At this moment, all the data collected by Lu Yin had been successfully imported into Chi-Hao's computer. He forced himself to shift his attention to the analysis software. Since the incident involving Li Yefeng and Ling Bo, Chi-Hao had been standing. At this moment, his line of sight was precisely parallel to the computer screen on the shelf. In the center of the screen, an oval 3-dimensional sphere re-emerged. The sphere slowly rotated, with 3 red dots flashing on one side, while a solitary red dot was positioned on the opposite side. Without hesitation, Chi-Hao clicked on the solitary red dot on the eastern side. Instantly, a 3-dimensional terrain map identical to that displayed on the positioning device occupied Chi-Hao's computer screen. However, compared to the positioning device on the small asteroid, this version provided a more detailed analysis of the underground plates. The viewers in front of the television, who were still bewildered by the sudden discovery of the victims, became even more confused upon seeing the identical interface on Chi-Hao's screen. Could it be that the positioning device was invented by this person? What was he doing now? A humanoid positioning device? If Robert had not left at this moment, one of his questions would have been answered. The extremely cautious designer was indeed this young man before them. Chi-Hao continued to operate on the computer, and with his actions, several paths suddenly appeared between the spaceship's landing point and the selected installation location in the eastern region. Beneath each path, rows of data were densely arranged. Although everyone was still puzzled by Chi-Hao's specific operations and unclear about what he was busy with, the voices of doubt had noticeably weakened this time. Even the slowest among them could see that this young man had something significant about him. Perhaps this guy was a genius. Just as Chi Hao furrowed his brows studying these route maps, a deafening cheer erupted in the control hall once again. Wang Junjie had succeeded. After the 5th activation of the metal net, the contents he had collected were no longer just fragments and debris. They included 2 astronauts from a certain country. Chi Hao only took a brief glance. In that fleeting moment, he could see that the helmets of the 2 astronauts were still intact. They lay motionless at the bottom of the net, their fates uncertain. After that glance, Chi Hao hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look again. Yes, the outwardly calm and composed Commander Chi, deep down, was most reluctant to confront the scene of life and death. Although he had great confidence in the spacesuits he meticulously designed, believing they would adequately protect the astronauts during the collapse, fear still prevailed at this moment. He dared not look closely. He steadied himself, intending to call Su Qing again. But she had already contacted him first. Her voice was filled with uncontainable joy. "Commander, the rescue operation has been successful. The 2 astronauts are back in the cabin. I will immediately check their vital signs and take appropriate medical measures." Chi Hao let out a short, low chuckle, filled with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you all. I truly appreciate each and every one of you." Su Qing paused for a moment, her voice slightly unsteady. "No, Commander, we should thank you. Thank you for bringing hope to all of us with your wisdom and courage. Thank you for everything you have done." Chi Hao's mouth opened slightly, wanting to ask about the condition of the 2, but he quickly closed it again. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and refocused his gaze on the paths displayed on the screen. Finally, he gently tapped on the path that appeared to be the most convoluted. Instantly, the other paths dimmed, leaving only this one highlighted and enlarged. He immediately sent the path animation to the spacecraft's terminal. The people had been rescued, but there was still a more urgent matter hanging over them, waiting to be completed in a race against time. They didn't even have a moment to catch their breath. "Commander Lin, please activate the spacecraft's backup propulsion system immediately and move the spacecraft to the new location according to the path I provided." "Received." Lin Tianyi responded loudly, his finger pressing the button to start the backup propulsion system. At this moment, the display screens inside the spacecraft synchronized with Chi Hao's computer screen, showing the same path diagram, every route clearly visible. Lin Tianyi stared at the dimmed paths, which looked obviously closer and flatter, and although he felt puzzled, he didn't ask a single question. From this moment on, he chose to fully trust all of Chi Hao's judgments. Even now, he felt as if he were still in a dream. The first half of this dream was a terrifying nightmare, while the latter half felt surreal. So smooth it was hard to believe. How had they found the people so quickly and easily? This question lingered in his mind, yet he couldn't figure it out. However, the outcome was the best possible. Regardless of whether Da Li could be rescued or not, at least he could bring the person back to the Blue Planet. He secretly resolved that once he returned to the Blue Planet, he would personally thank Chi Hao at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Wang Junjie had already moved closer to Professor Ling's chair, rubbing his arms and eagerly watching Su Qing busy at work. As the backup propulsion system was activated, a soft blue light emitted from the bottom of the spacecraft, produced by high-energy particle beams accelerating in the magnetic field and colliding with surrounding air molecules. Unlike the explosive nuclear fusion engine of the main spacecraft engine, the backup thruster utilized electromagnetic drive technology. Through precise control of the electromagnetic field, it accelerated and directed the high-energy particle beams stored within the spacecraft, generating thrust. Although the power was nowhere near as strong as the nuclear fusion engine, it was much gentler and more stable. Those treating the injured, including Su Qing, hardly felt any turbulence. Only the constantly changing numbers on the display screen indicated that they were getting closer to the second installation site. Meanwhile, the micrometeorite swarm was also approaching the W asteroid, moving in the same direction as the astronauts. Chapter 124. A dazzling debut. Lu Yan is a person with rich experience in asteroid geological exploration and is very cautious in his work. When conducting field surveys, he always follows the routes already explored by the rover. After providing detailed geological information about the eastern region, he received the final location determined by Chi Hao. At this point, he had safely arrived at the site designated by Chi Hao. Due to the large size and heavy weight of the Zeta spacecraft, Chi Hao had to choose a completely different route. Along the way, they even had to traverse a small slope, although it seemed like they took a longer path. Safety was Chi Hao's primary consideration. There were only 7 of them in total, and with 2 people already lost, they could not afford any further accidents. As Lu Yan anxiously waited, The Zeta spacecraft finally arrived, albeit late. At this moment, less than 50 minutes had passed since the official rescue operation began. Great. We still have more than 3 hours. That's enough time to install the thrusters, Wang Junjie said optimistically. However, Lin Xue appeared troubled. Yes, they were about to reach the target location, but the engineers responsible for the installation and Professor Ling, who was in charge of the calculations, were lying quietly on the reclined space chairs, unable to participate in the work. Although he and Li Yefeng could back each other up, there was no one to take on the part that Professor Ling was responsible for. Just as Lin Xue was lost in thought, Chi Hao's voice timely rang out. During the installation process, I will take over Professor Ling's work. Lin Xue was taken aback, as a distant memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. When he first met Chi Hao, he had doubted that this kid was just someone pushed into the research team by family elders to gain credentials. At that time, it seemed like only Professor Ling had consistently supported Chi Hao. How did Professor Ling introduce Chi Hao back then? He couldn't quite remember. It seemed he had mentioned that Chi Hao was a renowned mathematician and a rising star in the mathematics community of their country. No wonder Chi Hao had such a good relationship with Professor Ling. With Chi Hao's remote support, a major problem was resolved. Good news kept coming. After a thorough examination, Su Qing informed everyone that the 2 astronauts appeared to be safe for now. However, they needed to return to Blue Star quickly for further examination and treatment. This sudden large-scale collapse had caused heavy metal and rock debris to fall. Such heavy objects striking the head often lead to skull fractures, brain injuries, and could also crush the chest and abdomen, damaging internal organs and causing internal bleeding. In the face of such a disaster, fractures and soft tissue injuries were not even the main concern. Fortunately, the gravity on this asteroid was extremely weak, and Su Qing was surprised to find that although the shattered metal fragments were as sharp as blades, the spacesuits of the 2 astronauts showed no signs of damage, and their helmets miraculously had no cracks. Initially, considering that the 2 had been buried underground for so long, she was most worried about them suffering from organ rupture or pneumothorax. Although there were no professional instruments on the spacecraft for examination, both conditions would lead to a drop in blood pressure and a weak pulse. After examination, both individuals had stable blood pressure and their heartbeats were normal. Although Su Qing did not know the reason, it could definitely be considered a miracle. The 2 had been in a coma, likely due to a head injury. Su Qing silently prayed that it was just a concussion and not more severe injuries like brainstem damage or contusions. Seeing Wang Junjie anxiously guarding by their side, with hopeful eyes, Su Qing deliberately put on a relaxed demeanor. Don't worry, their blood pressure is stable and their heartbeats are strong. They are likely in a coma due to a concussion. Wang Junjie, who knew nothing about medicine, immediately relaxed upon hearing the word concussion. At the same time, Chi Hao, who had been standing as straight as a statue, also let out a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing this news, and his shoulders relaxed slightly. At this moment, the Zeta spacecraft had arrived at the designated location. Lin Xue was operating the spacecraft for a slow descent, and then he immediately began preparations with others to exit the cabin. Before exiting, Chi Hao solemnly reminded everyone, "Please remember, we only have 3 hours in total. Once the 3 hours are up, regardless of the task's progress or completion, everyone must return to the spacecraft immediately." Wang Junjie cheerfully replied, "Brother Chi, to be precise, we actually have 3 hours and 8 minutes. Believing that the 2 astronauts only had concussions, Wang Junjie's mood noticeably improved, restoring his usual optimistic nature. In a moment of carelessness, he called Chi Hao by the nickname he usually used in private, Lin Xue and the others. Audience friends, a nearly 30-year-old professor calling a teenager brother, and what an occasion this is. In the spacious living room of the Wang family, Wang Kuan, who was originally beaming with pride over his son, was. He knew his son greatly admired Chi Hao, but shouldn't they be mindful of the occasion? All right then, since it's been said, it's been said. Chi Hao hesitated slightly between calling him Brother Jia and Professor Wang, ultimately choosing the latter. Professor Wang, I have received the trajectory information of the meteorite cluster. After precise calculations, they will reach near the current location of the spacecraft in 2 hours and 59 minutes. Wang Junjie asked, "What if we can't make it back?" Lin Xue, feeling a bit more relaxed, patted Wang Junjie on the shoulder and joked, "If we can't make it back, then we'll face the storm of knives with our bodies." The ones exiting this time were Lin Xue and Chen Yiming. Lin Xue was responsible for Li Yefeng's work, while Chen Yiming was tasked with receiving Chi Hao's instructions and responding accordingly. After the intense training during the rescue, Wang Junjie was now much more skilled at operating the robotic arm than he was initially. This time, the underground metal layer was also very supportive. In the control hall, all staff were anxiously focused, their eyes glued to every working node on the screen, silently praying in their hearts. On the screen, progress after progress was smoothly completed. The robotic arm leveled the ground successfully. The drilling operation went without a hitch. The metal mesh had large areas of holes cleaned out with great efficiency. Wang Junjie. Small case, so easy. Manual secondary cleaning was also highly efficient. Lin Xue and Shen Yiming really gave it their all. Qi Hao and Shen Yiming cooperated, precisely calculating the size of the holes. The collaboration was remarkably smooth. Everyone held their breath, focused on every development, until at this moment, they suddenly realized that an hour and a half had passed without them noticing. At this time, the most important protagonist of this operation was about to make a stunning entrance. From the bottom of the black spaceship, between the silver landing gear, an astonishingly large silver object was slowly moving down from inside the ship. As it landed, the audience in front of the screen finally saw its full appearance. Its front end was elegantly conical, while the back half extended into a long cylindrical shape, showcasing a high degree of streamlined beauty, covered in a noble and austere silver coating. Audiences around the world exclaimed, "Wow, is this the asteroid thruster from our country? It's so impressive. The appearance of this thruster, who designed it, is simply stunning. I know. It must be that young commander from our country who designed it. That's right. I think he can do anything. Yes, that person is really incredibly strong." This guess was immediately echoed by the vast majority. However, in reality, they were quite mistaken this time. Chapter 125, Mission accomplished. After the thruster landed, it was gently moved out by a robotic arm and adjusted to a vertical position. A black circular ring tightly enveloped the upper half of the thruster from top to bottom, equipped with 4 fixed supports. Although a special high-strength adhesive was custom-made for the thruster's alloy material, the team was always cautious in their work. Therefore, the installation of the thruster also employed a double assurance system. In addition to the adhesive, anchoring components were used. As Wang Junjie controlled the robotic arm, the top of the thruster was slowly embedded inch by inch into a pre-prepared pit. Surrounding the thruster and the pit walls, equal gaps were left. A large amount of adhesive was injected into these gaps. The precise measurements from the previous steps ensured that the 4 fixed supports were accurately positioned on the leveled ground. Everything fit together perfectly. At the scene, Lin Xue and Shen Yiming let out long sighs of relief. With the project reaching this stage, the dawn of victory was truly within reach. Now, they just needed to wait for the adhesive to fully cure, after which they could execute the final step, precisely inserting the anchoring components, measuring 3 meters long and half a meter wide, through the holes reserved in the supports and deep into the ground, thus completing the task. During the waiting period for the adhesive to solidify, 2 robotic arms firmly grasped the thruster like 2 metallic giants. With the task nearing completion and the impending meteor shower in mind, Xiao Zhao felt a bit anxious and quietly asked Qi Hao, "Can we install the anchoring components now?" Qi Hao shook his head. "No, according to our test data, the adhesive will experience some displacement during the curing process. If we install the anchoring components now, it could compromise the overall structural stability. This thruster needs to operate continuously for nearly 2 years. We must avoid any potential risks that could lead to instability. Therefore, the anchoring components could only be installed at the very last moment of the process." Xiao Zhao quickly glanced at the time. There were still 1 hour and 5 minutes until the meteor shower arrived. He confirmed again, "So, does this final step still require manual operation on site?" Qi Hao nodded. The top of the anchoring component is designed with a special spiral structure. After the robotic arms finish the installation, the upper cap needs to be tightened manually. Then, I only have one last question. How long does the adhesive need to fully cure? After being tense for so long, with victory in sight, Qi Hao also felt a bit relaxed. Under simulated space laboratory conditions, it takes 50 minutes. As he finished speaking, his body suddenly swayed involuntarily, and fortunately, Xiao Zhao reached out in time to support him. "Qi Hao, how long has it been since you rested?" "How long?" Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. When was the last time he slept? 2 days ago, or a day and a half ago? It seemed that every time he lay down to rest, he would wake up automatically in less than 2 hours. Over the past 3 days, his total sleep time had barely added up to a few hours. Qi Hao made an effort to gather his spirits and stood straight again. "I'm fine." Xiao Zhao leaned closer to Qi Hao's ear and whispered, You're not fine at all. You've barely slept for almost 2 days. Since we have to wait this hour anyway, just rest your head on the table for a bit. We'll keep an eye on things. Chi Hao turned his head, his gaze landing on Xiao Zhao, a faint smile flickering in his dark eyes. He also lowered his voice and leaned closer to Xiao Zhao's ear, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." The audience in front of the screen exchanged glances. Oh no, the commander is whispering. What could be so secretive? Is something bad about to happen? I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone was genuinely afraid. Everything had gone so smoothly, but suddenly complications arose. They had managed to get this far, they couldn't handle any more setbacks. However, nothing bad happened. The commander remained standing tall, and on the screen, the two astronauts who had exited the capsule had already bounced back inside, changing into their in-capsule suits. Does this mean they don't need to exit again? Are they preparing to return? The young Professor Wang, who was responsible for operating the robotic arm, had again crouched beside the unconscious injured person. The team leader, looking helpless, took over Professor Wang's position and stood by the control panel. A moment ago, everyone had been rushing against time, but now, it seemed as if they had all relaxed in an instant. Initially, there was some confusion until they heard the introduction from reporter Liu Xiaohui at the central station. It turned out they were down to the final step. Viewers nationwide began to wait alongside the astronauts. At this moment, time seemed to slow down dramatically. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the slowly moving hands of the clock. 10 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes. Huh, why is the team leader wearing the extravehicular suit again? Lin Tianyi held a hemispherical device in his hand, preparing for the fourth exit, standing quietly next to the thruster. In front of the screen, countless people stood up, counting down together. 49 minutes, 49 minutes and 59 seconds. 50 minutes. Time's up. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Tianyi gently placed the hemispherical device on the surface of the adhesive. The moment the probe's sensing head made contact with the adhesive, the progress bar on the screen slowly began to activate, displaying the curing progress of the adhesive. Time passed second by second, but the progress bar never reached the finish line. The laboratory environment, after all, could not be perfectly simulated. But until this moment, the astronauts had given it their all. Lin Tianyi widened his eyes, staring intently at the gap between the progress bar and the finish line. In that instant, it felt as if all the strength had been drained from his legs. His knees began to tremble uncontrollably, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The control room fell into complete silence. Some people instinctively looked towards the elder Huang. More people turned their gaze towards Chi Hao. Chi Hao bit his lip tightly. At that moment, a red alert countdown was flashing on his screen. The meteor swarm was just 10 minutes away from the asteroid. Chi Hao hesitated for only a brief moment before immediately contacting. "Captain Lin, please return to the cabin." Lin Tianyi struggled to stand up, his head lowered, and heavily walked back inside the cabin. Chi Hao sighed helplessly. "We can choose to start installing the anchoring devices immediately, or we can wait until the last moment. The final decision depends on you all." Lin Tianyi raised his head. "I remember during the testing phase, the displacement always occurred in the final stage." Chi Hao hesitantly nodded. "However, I believe that considering the solidification has exceeded 92 at this point, we must prioritize the safety of the personnel on site." Lin Tianyi interrupted Chi Hao for the first time. "Commander, as the person in charge on site, this decision is mine to make." He looked around at his 6 companions in the spacecraft. His good brother Li Yefeng and Professor Ling, the mathematician, were quietly lying there. Except for Wang Junjie. The others had fought alongside him. At that moment, aside from Su Qing, who was attending to the injured, Chen Yiming and Liu Yin had already changed into their spacesuits, quietly watching him, waiting for his final decision. These were his brothers. Before he even spoke, they understood his unspoken decision. Lin Tianyi looked up and blinked hard. "I've decided to wait until the last moment. There are a total of 4 fixed supports outside. If we wait until the last moment, we will need 4 people. Now, please change your clothes immediately and follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing jumped up and quickly began changing. Wang Junjie looked around in confusion. His bewildered eyes filled with uncertainty. But Lin Tianyi suddenly walked in front of him and raised his right hand. At that moment, Wang Junjie suddenly understood everything. His body began to tremble slightly. He tried to stand straight, clenched his right fist tightly, raised it, and gently bumped it against his captain's hand. Lin Tianyi looked at him seriously, nodded, and smiled. "We're leaving. The rest depends on you." After Chen Yiming and Liu Yin changed into their spacesuits, they silently approached and bumped fists with Wang Junjie. At this point, there were 6 minutes left until the final moment. The 3 picked up the rotating caps. opened the cabin door, and stepped outside. Lin Tianyi walked straight towards the farthest point from the spacecraft. Chen Yiming and Lu Yin headed to the two side points, leaving the closest position to the spacecraft for Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes were red. She still didn't like fist bumps, so in the end, she just gently hugged Wang Junjie. "Xiao Jie, I'm counting on you." Wang Junjie stood rigidly in place, watching the four of them open the cabin door and leave one by one without looking back. Inside the cabin, only he remained, along with two unconscious individuals. His life has always been smooth sailing, without any pressure. For the first 20 years, he relied on his father. Later, he met Shi Hao and leaned on him. Even during astronaut training, there was Professor Ling by his side. Just now, during the rescue, Chen Yiming stood beside him, ready to help at any moment. For the first time in his life, he truly faced such a daunting task alone. Those four people had entrusted their lives to him so lightly. Or rather, they didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to leave the chance of survival to themselves. He would operate the spacecraft, and before leaving, Chen Yiming had deliberately set all electronic communication and navigation devices to automatic mode. Looking through the porthole at the four figures who didn't look back, Wang Junjie felt tears welling up. He wiped his tears away in a hurry, trembling as he stood again at the control panel, muttering to himself, "Wang Junjie, you can do it, you can make it." He didn't even know who he was saying it for. But when he placed his hand on the row of densely packed buttons, he trembled even more. Instinctively, he raised his voice. "Wang Junjie, you can do it. You can make it." This time, a clear voice came through the internal microphone, overlapping with his own. It was Chi Hao. "Brother Jie, believe in yourself. You've practiced these actions hundreds of times. You are the person who knows this robotic arm best in the world." At that moment, the overwhelming pressure seemed to find an outlet. I'm scared. I'm afraid I will hurt them." Chi Hao paused before slowly saying, "But right now, they have only you." Yes, no matter how scared he was, the only one they could rely on was indeed himself. Wang Junjie bit his lip hard. "I'll give it my all." At this moment, the four had already taken their positions. Lin Tianyi was crouching, eyes fixed on the progress bar. Suddenly, he stood up, desperately waving towards the spacecraft. His hoarse voice echoed in the internal communicator. The progress had reached 100%. The two robotic arms had already risen high, carrying immense force, and the rapidly spinning drill bit precisely pierced through the holes reserved in the fixed support. The robotic arm lifted and cleverly rotated at an angle. Without hesitation, it quickly descended again. Once more, it accurately passed through the remaining two holes. In the next moment, the drill bit quietly retracted, and a newly appeared claw easily grasped two black metal expansion rods from the bottom of the spacecraft. This time, the robotic arm raised high, and the two rods smoothly inserted into their previous positions. As soon as the arm lifted, Lin Tianyi and Su Qing lunged forward, quickly tightening the screw cap. "Run!" Lin Tianyi shouted in the internal communication channel, and Su Qing immediately turned and sprinted towards the spacecraft. At this moment, the last two anchoring devices were successfully completed by Chen Yiming and Lu Yin. In the sky, a swarm of dense black shadows has appeared. As the countdown approaches, the screen of the spacecraft begins to announce the countdown. There is only 1 minute left until the micrometeorite swarm arrives. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 30 seconds. Wang Junjie stands by the door. The door opens, and Su Qing stumbles in first. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. The door opens again, and two more stumbling figures fall in. 1 second. 0. At the moment the countdown reaches 0, the entire asteroid seems to be swept away by a violent storm, with the micrometeorites surging like an angry swarm. Each meteorite darts towards the spacecraft like a deadly dart, striking its indestructible shell, creating a continuous and deafening sound of metal collisions. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sounds of impact, combined with the rapid heartbeats of the group, echo inside the spacecraft. They look at each other in shock and instinctively rush to the porthole. The world outside the spacecraft is in chaos, resembling the end of the world. Fist-sized meteorites rain down densely, tracing paths in the darkness, weaving a net of death. Each impact ignites dazzling sparks, briefly illuminating the surroundings before being quickly swallowed by darkness. Yet, with each fleeting light, they still cannot see Lin Tianyi's figure. Lu Yin stands in a daze for a moment before suddenly walking towards the hatch. "I'll go out and take a look." Chapter 126, The Only Blind Spot. Chen Yiming silently followed Lu Yin. "Stop right there." Su Qing stretched out her trembling arm to block the door. Have you all forgotten Captain Lin's usual instructions? None of you can go out now. Lu Yan's eyes turned red. Sister Su Qing, please step aside. Chen Yiming also pleaded softly, Sister Su Qing, just let us go. What if the captain is just a few steps away from the spaceship? If we go down, we can bring him back. Su Qing sniffed, trying hard not to let her tears fall. I understand how you feel, but if you go out now, it's just sending yourselves to your deaths. Neither of you is allowed to leave the cabin. While they were arguing, a weak voice came from the communicator. Major Lu Yan, Major Chen Yiming, I command you. Do not exit the cabin. Lin Tianyi was a favorite of the old leader. Ever since the four of them had exited the cabin, the old leader had been leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the cold screen. At the moment the meteor struck, the old leader suddenly stood up from his chair, but felt the world spinning, his legs as weak as if standing on cotton. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself on the table, but his arms were also powerless, and he swayed dangerously, about to fall. Cheng Tianyu, sitting to his left, reacted quickly and grabbed the old leader's arm to help him up. However, the old man's eyes were red, his face weary, and he seemed drained of all strength, feeling heavy. Cheng Tianyu found it difficult to support him alone. Fortunately, Zhao had rushed over, and together they propped up the old leader. Choking back tears, the old leader struggled to issue the command through the communicator. Lu Yan and Chen Yiming stood frozen in place, motionless. Su Qing's face turned pale with fear. She leaned against the cabin door, her body slowly sliding down until she finally sat helplessly on the floor. Outside the spaceship, the sounds of meteors striking the hull echoed relentlessly. Inside the spaceship, however, it was dead silent. Many viewers in front of the television had already begun to cry. In this suffocating silence, Chi Hao suddenly hesitated and spoke up. I believe General Lin is still alive. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. How can that be possible? Just look at the terrifying apocalyptic scene outside the spaceship. General Lin couldn't possibly have survived if he didn't return to the ship in time. Otherwise, why is there still silence on the internal communicator? General Lin has not sent any messages. Chi Hao lowered his head in thought for a moment before raising it again. I believe General Lin is still alive. This time, his tone was noticeably firm, lacking the hesitation and doubt from before. Everyone could hear the clear change in his tone. If anyone else had said those words besides Chi Hao, no one would have found them credible. But this young commander had last spoken those words when 2 astronauts were in danger after the surface collapse. At that time, he said, the only thing I am 100% sure of right now is that Uncle Ling and General Li are still alive. Later, those 2 astronauts were indeed rescued. Will there be a miracle this time? Huang's eyes lit up. With the support of Cheng Tianyu and another person, he stumbled over to Chi Hao. How confident are you? Huang's voice was very soft. Chi Hao gently bit his lower lip, deep in thought as he looked at the large screen. Huang also followed his gaze. At that moment, as the camera outside the spacecraft was destroyed, the central screen turned black, and they could only see the interior images of the spacecraft on the left screen. A hint of confusion arose in Huang's heart, but Chi Hao seemed to suddenly understand something. He quickly pressed the communication button for the spacecraft's interior and then turned to Huang. Since General Lin was farthest from the spacecraft, my line of sight has not left him since the countdown began. When the meteor shower fell, General Lin was already very close to the spacecraft. At that time, he indeed could not make it back inside and was indeed injured. But the last image I saw of General Lin was that he was still standing. However, just now, the astronauts inside the cabin did not see General Lin's figure outside the spacecraft through the porthole. Chi Hao paused slightly as he spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, very persuasive. I remember, there was only one place on the entire spacecraft that had no cameras, a blind spot. This blind spot is at the bottom of the spacecraft. If General Lin did not have time to return to the cabin, the only safe place outside is the bottom of the spacecraft. As Chi Hao spoke, everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter. Since General Lin's communicator has lost response, I suspect his spacesuit has also suffered varying degrees of damage. Therefore, I would like to ask a few colleagues inside the cabin to quickly proceed through the internal passage to the bottom of the spacecraft for search and confirmation. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yan and Chen Yiming had already disappeared into the inner cabin. Chapter 127. Journey of Miracles. Messages flooded in one after another from the asteroid site, quickly relayed back to the control room. Report. We have located the captain. Report. The captain has temporarily lost the use of his arm. Report. The oxygen supply system of the spacesuit has been damaged. The captain has activated the emergency backup system. Urgent report. The captain's helmet has been damaged by a meteorite. The oxygen mask and emergency breathing device have been activated. The damage to the helmet meant that the astronaut's life was under unprecedented threat. The oxygen supply in the mask was limited, capable of sustaining life for only 10 minutes at most. At this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, they had found Lin Xue in time. Otherwise, with an injured arm and dwindling oxygen, he would not have been able to return to the spacecraft on his own. The only fate awaiting Lin Xue would have been death. Seeing Lin Xue safely rescued back inside the spacecraft on the screen, Elder Huang could no longer contain his inner excitement. He stepped forward, extended his right hand, and firmly shook hands with Chi Hao. "Thank you, Chi Hao, thank you." Elder Huang understood in his heart that this gratitude was something he should have expressed to Chi Hao long ago. Without Chi Hao, the progress of this asteroid relocation plan would not have been so smooth, and all crew members would not have survived. What Chi Hao had saved was not just the 3 members of the astronaut team. He had truly averted a colossal disaster and loss of life that would have resulted from the asteroid striking the nation. From the initial precise prediction of the asteroid's trajectory to proposing crisis resolution plans, from the ingenious design of the spacecraft to the development of high-precision robotic arms, to dual relay satellite communication technology, to spacesuits, to positioning devices, and to recalculating installation locations under tight time constraints and personally guiding remote installation. Along with his 2 courageous interventions at critical moments that successfully rescued astronauts in peril, yes, he was an outsider. But so what? Everything he had done for the nation had long surpassed any boundaries of identity and ethnicity, not to mention the qualities he had displayed throughout the operation. At this moment, as Elder Huang held Chi Hao's hand, he secretly made a decision in his heart. Chi Hao was unaware of the change in Elder Huang's feelings. He politely shook hands with him and then redirected all his attention back to the spacecraft. Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao exchanged worried glances. Knowing that Elder Huang's health had not been good for the past 2 years, and he was relying solely on willpower to hold on, they gently advised, "Old General, let us help you back to your dormitory to rest for a bit." Elder Huang had always been a benchmark figure in the nation's aerospace field. Although he was advanced in age, his presence during significant missions was a source of reassurance for the entire nation. In the past, Elder Huang would never have agreed to leave. Yet today, he glanced at Chi Hao again and unexpectedly nodded. "All right, I'll go rest for half an hour. With Xiao Qi here keeping watch, I feel at ease." After Elder Huang went to rest, Xiao Zhao promptly notified the accompanying military doctor. After the doctor carefully examined the old general's health, he strictly advised him to lie flat for at least 2 hours. Therefore, when Huang Lao re-entered the control room 2 hours later, he was surprised to find that the Zeta spacecraft had successfully begun its journey back. "Huang Lao, no, how could it already be flying back? Why didn't you send someone to call me earlier?" He didn't ask anyone else and directly approached Chi Hao. "Did the thrusters activate successfully? Is everything progressing smoothly?" Chi Hao smiled and spoke casually. "Of course, very successfully. The meteor shower lasted only half an hour. After half an hour, Major General Liu and Sister Suqing personally activated the thrusters. We installed monitoring equipment on the surface of the asteroid that can track the thrusters' operational status in real time. Look, the screen on the right." Huang Lao immediately turned his gaze with anticipation. On the screen, the silver cylindrical thruster was emitting brilliant blue flames. After just a glance, he turned back and eagerly asked, "So, does the displacement it generates align with our plan?" "Well, according to the original plan, the spacecraft was supposed to stay in the nearby airspace for 12 hours of continuous observation." Chi Hao scratched his head, deliberately putting on a confident demeanor, but secretly glanced at Huang Lao. "However, given the complexity and danger of that cosmic space, I made an adjustment on the spot. Didn't we bring a total of 6 CubeSat micro-reconnaissance satellites? I had them all deployed in orbit. Then, I ordered the spacecraft to return directly." "Huang Lao, as expected of you, Commander Chi, you truly take the utmost care for your life." He shook his head in speechlessness. This kid really had the courage that came with great skill. The key was that he ordered a direct return, and the spacecraft actually complied. In the past, such sudden changes in plans would have always required consultation with him. Oh, it seems that Chi Hao's authority and standing in their hearts have reached a level comparable to his own. Moreover, as the commander, Chi Hao indeed had that right. It was just that he had never trusted him before. Noticing that Huang Lao remained silent, Chi Hao felt anxious and suddenly spoke up. "There are 3 injured personnel on the spacecraft, 2 of whom have been unconscious. Their condition cannot be delayed any longer. They urgently need to return for treatment. It was my strong persuasion that convinced everyone to agree. The primary responsibility lies with me. Huang Lao felt a surge of emotions upon hearing Qi Hao's words. No wonder Lin Tianyi always praised him for having a pure heart. Such a child. Such a good child. He smiled and interrupted Qi Hao. How confident are you? Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. He then smiled back. I am 100% confident that the asteroid thruster will push the W asteroid to the designated position within the next year and 6 months. Huang smiled and nodded. I believe you. After he finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to his seat. When Barbara and Robert woke up again, they were surprised to find that during their 7 hours of deep sleep, the people from that country not only rescued the 2 stranded astronauts, discovered a new optimal installation site, successfully installed the thruster, and avoided the meteor shower just in time. But now they were already on their way home. When Barbara stepped into the live broadcast room, she stood in front of the screen in a daze for a long time before finally uttering a sentence. I would call the star relocation plan of the people from that country a miraculous journey. In these 4 days, they created incredible miracles time and time again. To be honest, it's quite remarkable. Chapter 128. My name is Meyer. After completing its flight mission, the Zeta spacecraft landed on a grassy plain upon returning to the blue planet. Qi Hao watched intently until the spacecraft landed safely. Throughout the return journey, due to Lin Tianyi's injury and his considerable navigation experience, Qi Hao found himself exerting even more effort than during the outbound trip. Fortunately, everything concluded smoothly as the Zeta spacecraft landed at the expected location. Qi Hao was almost supported by Xiao Zhao as he exited the control hall. Once back in his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he finally opened his eyes again, a ray of sunlight was gently shining on his face through the gap in the curtains. In his daze, Qi Hao found it hard to distinguish the time and place he was in. He was awakened by a series of gentle knocks on the door. This sound seemed to occur at regular intervals. He had been too tired earlier to be roused from his deep slumber, but this time, he woke up after just a few knocks. Sitting up, he rubbed his bleary eyes and, with a slightly hoarse voice from just waking, asked, "Who is it?" The knocking immediately stopped. Outside the door, Xiao Zhao's voice, tinged with laughter and a hint of helplessness, came through. "Commander Qi, you've been sleeping for a whole day and night. If you don't come out to eat something soon, I might just have to break the door down." Hearing this, Qi Hao turned back to his bed, his voice faintly resistant. "Uncle Zhao, I'm still tired. Let me snooze for a little while longer." There was a brief silence outside the door. Uncle Zhao must have left. Qi Hao rolled over and closed his eyes again. Professor Ling was awake. Outside, Xiao Zhao suddenly spoke up again. Qi Hao opened his eyes wide. "Also, old Huang wants to see you. He said he has something very important to discuss with you in person." Qi Hao sat up straight. Now he was fully awake. Outside, Xiao Zhao continued asking, "Little Qi Hao, which one do you plan to see first? Today, General Cheng and I will be your drivers and accompany you throughout." Qi Hao paused slightly in his movements as he got dressed, then continued as if nothing had happened. "Of course, I'll see Professor Ling first." The door opened, and as Qi Hao stepped out, he was immediately pulled under Xiao Zhao's shoulder. Xiao Zhao winked at him and said, "Let us eat something first to fill your stomach. You'll be busy running around today." Qi Hao felt that Uncle Zhao seemed to want to tell him something in a subtle way but couldn't say it outright. After a hearty breakfast, Qi Hao followed Xiao Zhao to the military district entrance. A low-key yet imposing black sedan was waiting there. Xiao Zhao stepped forward, elegantly opened the back door, and exaggeratedly gestured, "Please, get in, little Qi Hao." Qi Hao twitched his lips and bent down to get in. Xiao Zhao followed him into the car. Cheng Tianyu, seated in the front driver's seat, turned around with a warm smile and greeted him amiably. "Little Qi, did you have breakfast? How was your rest?" Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback, a strange feeling surging within him. Previously, he had met Cheng Tianyu many times, but this was the first time he clearly felt the closeness in Cheng Tianyu's words, as if he regarded him as a comrade. This sudden intimacy made him somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief silence, Qi Hao simply replied, "I've eaten and slept well." Cheng Tianyu smiled lightly, his tone gentle. "It takes about an hour to get to the hospital from here. Vice Officer Zhao said you're still a bit tired, so when I drive, you can sleep a bit more. I'll wake you up when we arrive." Qi Hao nodded and quickly closed his eyes. How fortunate he was to have General Cheng personally driving him, with Vice Officer Zhao accompanying them. Perhaps only high-profile prisoners would receive such treatment. Although he pretended to sleep, His eyes were actually wide awake, darting around beneath his eyelids, making it obvious to others that he was deep in thought. Cheng Tianyu and Zhao exchanged a glance and shook their heads, sharing a silent smile. The car glided smoothly away. Qi Hao initially planned to keep up the act of sleeping, but just a few minutes later, his head began to nod slowly, like a chick pecking at grains. A little while later, he leaned against Zhao's shoulder and fell asleep. Zhao glanced at Qi Hao, who was sleeping soundly against him, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness, yet he remained still in that position. It wasn't until the vehicle came to a gentle stop at the hospital entrance that he lightly nudged Qi Hao to wake him from his deep slumber. Then, he and Cheng Tianyu directly brought Qi Hao to the door of Ling Bo's hospital room. Qi Hao, feeling quite nervous, pushed open the door. Just as Su Qing had predicted, although both astronauts were injured, the most severe injuries were mainly to their heads. At this moment, Ling Bo looked quite weak. But when he saw Qi Hao approaching step by step, his eyes immediately brightened. He struggled to raise the index finger of his right hand, which was hooked up to N4, and pointed to the edge of his bed, indicating for Qi Hao to sit there. Qi Hao's eyes instantly turned red. He walked over slowly, while Zhao gently closed the door behind them. The two looked at each other for a long time without saying a word. Ling Bo was already 60 years old, which was indeed quite old. This space journey had been quite a struggle for him since training. Once the launch began, while others found some comfort in their spacesuits, he still felt uncomfortable. Coupled with the collapse incident, surviving and returning was truly a second chance at life. He had left as a spirited scientist and returned exhausted, full of injuries, looking like he had aged over a decade. Both of them understood why Ling Bo went and for whom he went. Qi Hao sniffed, his eyes red, and suddenly said, "Uncle Ling, you can ask me again now. The question you asked before we departed." Ling Bo was taken aback. That question? It no longer mattered. He had already learned from others how he had escaped danger. His safe return represented the answer itself. It's just a title. How could it compare to genuine feelings? Ling Bo's eyes sparkled with a smile as he struggled to say, "Good child, you're doing well. I won't ask that question again. I don't want to put you in any difficult position." Qi Hao looked up, his voice slightly choked. "Uncle Ling, go ahead and ask. I won't be troubled." Ling Bo remained silent for a while before speaking again. "Actually, I have one more question that I've always wanted to ask you. Qi Hao, what was your name originally?" Only Ling Bo would ask such a heartfelt question in this world. Tears instantly welled up in Qi Hao's eyes. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and pulled out a necklace from his clothes. He carefully took off the pendant and gently lifted Ling Bo's left hand, which was free from four, placing it in his palm. "This is my name." Then, he switched to another language and softly repeated, "Meyer, my name is Meyer." Ling Bo smiled with effort, mimicking Qi Hao's pronunciation and softly called out, "Meyer." He then commented, "It sounds nice, but I still want to call you Qi Hao." When Qi Hao left Ling Bo's hospital room, his eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Xiao Zhao and Cheng Tianyu had patiently waited outside the room for a long time, showing no signs of impatience. At that moment, facing Qi Hao's tear-streaked face, they once again tacitly chose to ignore it. The two flanked Qi Hao, slowly walking towards the hospital entrance. "Now, let's go see Elder Huang. He has been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 129, Extraterrestrial Civilization. This time, the car drove for a long time. Qi Hao finally understood why Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao had to accompany him together. The two were taking turns driving. He couldn't help but wonder, where exactly was Mr. Huang? Since the journey would take 6 hours, why not just take a plane or a train? Xiao Zhao smiled wryly and said, "Because you are too famous now. Many people are looking for you everywhere. We discussed it and decided not to let you take any public transportation." Qi Hao was puzzled and asked, "Looking for me?" Xiao Zhao slapped his forehead. "Oh right. You haven't had a chance to go online since you woke up. Right now, all the trending topics around the world are about our country's Mars migration plan. This is actually quite normal. This operation is, in many ways, a historic achievement for humanity. However, the news in our country is very positive, encouraging technological innovation and love for the motherland, with a good guiding narrative. But the news abroad is all over the place and quite absurd. Moreover, many countries' news outlets have focused their attention on you. They are particularly curious about you. This suddenly emerging genius commander. Me?" Qi Hao was somewhat surprised. "What is so interesting about me?" Xiao Zhao paused for a moment, smiled subtly, took out his phone, and handed it to Qi Hao. "My phone has no restrictions. Qi Xiaohai, take a look at the news from abroad." Qi Hao took it and saw the first trending topic was from a certain country. Shocking. The genius commander from our country is actually the son of a foreigner. Chi Hao. With curiosity, he clicked on the news. It started with a clear photo of a middle-aged handsome man. To be honest, the facial features did resemble him quite a bit. Chi Hao silently read through the heartfelt confession of this foreign middle-aged man, detailing how he came to our country when he was young, met a beautiful local girl in a coastal town, and fell deeply in love. Eventually, they broke up, and he returned home heartbroken, unaware that the girl was pregnant at the time. This mixed-race child turned out to be Chi Hao. It was very touching and included many little details about their romance and old photos of the coastal town from more than a decade ago. Anyone who read it would have to admit it was quite genuine. At the end of the article, the man wrote sincerely that he was now one of the top tycoons in his country, but he had no descendants to inherit his vast fortune. After watching the live broadcast from our country, he learned that he had such an outstanding offspring and set off to meet him the very next morning. After finishing the article, Chi Hao felt a headache coming on. It truly was a very moving story. If he weren't so clear about his background, he might have believed it to some extent. He asked helplessly, "Uncle Zhao, has this person gone mad? Running around claiming to be a father and willing to give away his fortune?" Xiao Zhao looked at Chi Hao with a meaningful expression. "They are quite efficient. Once they learned about your background, a whole bunch of people popped up claiming to be relatives. Other countries even have people claiming to be your mother. These are just playing their cards openly, sending money directly. But what is this amount of money anyway? Chi Xiaohao, do you still not understand your own value at this point? Don't even mention acknowledging a son. If you were a bit older, they would create someone out of thin air and call you father, just to take you away." Chi Hao sat there in a daze. Value? What value do I have? I'm just an ordinary high school student. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Just keep reading. There is something even more outrageous. Chi Hao hesitated and clicked on another headline from a different region. National Archives reveal how Chi is not from this country. Want to know the true identity of this mysterious genius? A sense of foreboding surged in Chi Hao's heart. Sure enough, upon opening the article, the first sentence was explosive. According to reliable sources, Hao Chi is not from this planet. He is from outer space. Chi Hao reflexively closed the news and handed the phone back to Xiao Zhao. This reporting is nonsense. There's nothing worth reading. After saying this, he naturally shifted the topic. By the way, Uncle Zhao, where is our destination this time? Where is Mr. Huang waiting for me? Oh, that's another reason we have to drive. Our destination is the Advanced Weapon Research Center. There's no public transport nearby. 6 hours later, outside the gate of the Advanced Weapon Research Center, their vehicle was not allowed to enter. So they parked in the designated area and returned to the reception area at the gate. Armed guards verified the credentials of Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, then made a phone call to ask superiors if Chi Hao could enter. When they hung up the phone, their expressions towards Chi Hao changed. "Please wait a moment. The Chief's special vehicle is here to pick you up." A few minutes later, the gate opened, and a military vehicle drove out from inside the compound. The driver jumped out of the vehicle, saluted Cheng Tianyu and Xiao Zhao, then turned briskly towards Chi Hao, his eyes filled with seriousness and respect, and saluted again. Subsequently, only Chi Hao was invited to sit in that vehicle. Xiao Zhao watched the door close. The military vehicle drove Chi Hao back to the spacious courtyard, and the gate slammed shut in front of him, causing him to involuntarily take a half step forward. Cheng Tianyu chuckled at this. "What is there to worry about? Mr. Huang said to talk about future developments. He'll be out in a bit." Xiao Zhao rubbed his nose, forced a smile, and together with Cheng Tianyu, was invited into the reception area. Chi Hao sat alone in the vehicle, gazing quietly out the window. The area around the research center was rather desolate. The closer they got to their destination, the more barren it became, with no buildings in sight for half an hour, and the roadsides were bare. However, when the vehicle entered the gates of the research center, Chi Hao's vision opened up. Inside was vast, with towers arranged in an orderly manner and spacious factories everywhere. As the vehicle passed through an open area, Chi Hao saw several bombers parked there, their bodies glistening in the sunlight. Continuing on, the vehicle drove past rows of neatly arranged missile launchers. Next, there was a massive radar antenna slowly rotating. After that, the vehicle passed by large buildings. There were hangars housing various types of fighter jets, a factory for nuclear submarines, and a tightly closed gate with a prominent sign overhead, Electromagnetic Cannon Research Base. Chi Hao withdrew his gaze, feeling a twinge of unease in his heart. Finally, the car came to a slow stop in front of an imposing circular building. As Chi Hao stepped out of the car, his eyes involuntarily fell on the sign of this building. Unlike the previous military-themed structures, This one had no grand slogans. Only a simple line of Chinese characters: Center for Interstellar Exploration and Extraterrestrial Civilization Research. At the entrance, two people were approaching him with smiles on their faces. The one in front was Huang Lao, who surprisingly was not in military uniform but dressed in simple yet dignified casual attire, walking steadily. The other was a newcomer, a middle-aged woman in a sharp military outfit, with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile. Qi took a deep breath and walked towards the two. Chapter 130. The last one. This is the final battle, one that must be faced sooner or later, and for Qi, it is the most important battle. He must win. When his hand grasped the hand of Elder Huang, a well-measured yet somewhat distant smile appeared on Qi's face, and his words carried a barely perceptible aggression. I thought it was just you who wanted to see me. Elder Huang raised an eyebrow slightly, and then burst into hearty laughter. Qi, this is your true personality, isn't it? Don't worry. When we get to the serious matters later, it will just be the two of us. Now, let me introduce you to this esteemed individual, Professor Qin Wan, a senior psychological assessment expert. She has 3 questions to ask you today. Don't worry, she'll leave right after. It's just a formality. A psychological assessment expert? Haha, you really think highly of me. Qi shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I have nothing to worry about. Ms. Qin maintained a warm smile throughout, and at this moment, she took a step forward to stand in front of Qi. First, I would like to express my deepest gratitude on a personal level. Thank you for the outstanding contributions you have made for our country and humanity. Allow me to sincerely say, thank you. Qi. The more polite and courteous she was, the stronger Qi's wariness became. He gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. I haven't done anything noteworthy. You flatter me. Ms. Qin's smile remained warm as she quietly noted a few points. Qi is highly alert, has a strong self-protective awareness, and is humble without being complacent. She reached out her hand, and Qi politely shook it briefly before quickly withdrawing his hand. Ms. Qin's gaze flickered, and she silently added a few more observations. Maintains distance in interpersonal interactions, does not easily reveal inner thoughts, and has a strong sense of boundaries. With that in mind, if the situation is too formal, it might backfire. Ms. Qin decisively adjusted her strategy and stopped Elder Huang, who was about to lead Qi inside. I think you and General Huang have many topics to discuss. According to the process, I only need to exchange a few brief words with you. Therefore, let's quickly complete this here, and I won't disturb you further. At this point, Ms. Qin's smile faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. As for your true identity, currently only the leaders, General Huang, and I are aware of it. In the future, whether you wish to disclose your identity is entirely up to you. Our country will fully support and cooperate. However, all of this needs to be built on a foundation of mutual trust. So, you need to answer a few questions first. Qi pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze locked intently on Qin Wan's face. First, is your purpose along with your companions for coming to this world rooted in war or invasion? Qi immediately revealed a faint smile of, no, how could that be? The second question, please describe the feelings that humans bring to you using the first word that comes to your mind. Qi replied without hesitation, warmth. After hearing these 2 answers, the expression of the Elder Huang, who was standing nearby, relaxed even more. The last question, given that the technology on your planet far surpasses that of this region, can you ensure that if similar visitors arrive in the future, they will also maintain goodwill towards humanity and not threaten with war? To Huang's surprise, Qi fell into a long silence this time. Huang and Qin Wan exchanged glances, and the expression on their faces became extremely serious. Just as Qin Wan was about to ask again, Qi slowly spoke up. I assure you, there will be no more of my companions coming to this region in the future. I am the last one. As a psychological analyst, he had a strong sense of empathy. Qin Wan gazed into Qi's eyes, and for some reason, a complex and indescribable emotion surged within her. She involuntarily took a step forward, slowly opened her arms, and gently embraced Qi. All right, child, I have finished all my questions. I hope that every day you spend here will be filled with beautiful memories. She gazed at Qi for a moment longer and softly said, goodbye. After speaking, she politely nodded to Elder Huang, then turned around and left without looking back. After Qin Wan departed, Elder Huang's expression visibly relaxed. It's done. Although I guaranteed for you, the progress has been somewhat unexpected. He smiled and said, it's just a formality. If you really want to do something, your personal guarantee doesn't mean much. All right, let us go. Over the past year, you've turned the rocket center and the astronaut team upside down. I've heard plenty of complaints from Commander Chung about the alarm going off every few days. There was a hint of teasing in Elder Huang's tone. I know what you're looking for, but you're in the wrong place. Now come with me. After years of hard searching, what was once distant is now within reach. Chi Hao's heart began to race intensely. Chapter 131. Brother L. The interior of the spacious building was simply divided into two areas. After 11 long years, Chi Hao finally stood once again in front of his spaceship. Old Huang stood beside him, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone carrying a hint of tranquility. I never imagined that one day I would stand here with you, he remarked. Chi Hao felt a wave of emotions as well. I guess this spaceship is yours. The one in the adjacent area belongs to your companion, right? Chi Hao remained silent. On that distant winter night, after the spaceship exploded, he had never dared to look back. Now, he stepped forward and gently touched the wreckage of the spaceship with trembling hands. Inside the spaceship, apart from this open coffin and a small rectangular box, everything else had been destroyed, leaving only an empty shell. Old Huang continued to chatter beside him. This isn't a coffin, it's a sleep pod. Chi Hao couldn't help but correct him. It's a sleep pod. Old Huang shrugged. The appearance and function are quite similar. Chi Hao shook his head helplessly. Now, I want to see the other spaceship. All the escape pods looked identical. However, once inside, one could immediately tell who the owner of the spaceship was. The owner's name was engraved in the center of the sleep pod. Below the name was a small icon. In the midst of a fiery cosmic backdrop, a tiny green planet floated in the icon. This spaceship belonged to L, a warm-hearted older brother. His younger brother, also a seed of the planet, had suffered a mental breakdown at the age of 13. It was precisely because of this that Chi Hao obtained the last precious escape quota. Seeing Chi Hao lost in thought in front of the sleep pod, Old Huang took the initiative to explain, "We've tried many times, but we've never been able to open this coffin, sleep pod, without damaging its integrity. However, recently, we've made some progress in our research." He raised his hand and pointed to the dome structure at the top of the building. From the center of the dome, several thin lines spread outwards. When they fully retracted back inside, the entire roof seemed to lift, allowing sunlight to shine unobstructed onto the spaceship. At that moment, it was exactly like this. Old Huang pointed to the small patterns on the spaceship's shell that were faintly visible under the sunlight, saying, "We've observed that when sunlight directly hits the spaceship's shell, these patterns, which are almost imperceptible, seem to subtly shift, as if they are absorbing light energy. The patterns on the sleep pod also respond in kind. However, these mysteries are for you to solve personally." At this point, his gaze shifted from the tense expression on Chi Hao's face to Chi Hao's right hand, which was unconsciously trembling as it rested on the sleep pod. Old Huang paused. "Do you need me to wait for you outside?" Chi Hao immediately nodded without hesitation. Old Huang. He stepped forward, walking outside with a casual air. However, Chi Hao chased after him and asked, "Excuse me, are there surveillance cameras here?" Huang Lao's figure swayed slightly, and he stumbled for a moment. "Don't worry. There's nothing here." As Huang Lao's footsteps gradually faded away, the entire space fell into silence. Chi Hao stood alone in front of L's sleep pod. In his memories, this older brother had always been very kind to him. It seemed he had transferred all his feelings for his younger brother onto him. Thousands of years ago, by a twist of fate, it was he who arrived on the blue star before Chi Hao. He had tried various methods to leave messages for him. Chi Hao extended his trembling hand to stroke the password area on top of the sleep pod. Indeed, humanity had not guessed wrong. The complex patterns on the spaceship not only absorbed the light energy from stars, but also cleverly utilized cosmic dust for energy replenishment. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and quickly replayed every detail of L's spaceship password in his mind. Then, he applied force with both hands, gliding over the top of the sleep pod, which felt slightly sluggish. Although the password was complex and intricate, he drew it accurately. However, the first attempt did not work. The sleep pod showed no response. Chi Hao furrowed his brow. The password could not be wrong, as these crucial pieces of information were deeply engraved in his memory. Could it be that he lacked enough strength? He adjusted his breathing, focusing all his energy into his arms, and once again exerted force with both hands. Slowly and firmly, he redrew the password on the sleep pod. This time, his movements were smooth and powerful. As the last stroke fell, the sleep pod finally emitted a soft click. Chi Hao trembled as he gently called, "Brother L," carefully applying force with both hands. Accompanied by a slight mechanical sound, the pod cover slowly slid to one side. Inside the sleep pod, L's body was immersed in a transparent nutrient solution, his eyes tightly closed. His aged face appeared peaceful and serene. The people of Zeta Planet were naturally tall and striking, and El was one of the best among them. In Chihao's impression, El's features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by nature, each aspect perfect with no flaws. His nose was high and elegant, his lips full and elastic. And whenever he looked at Chihao, his deep-set eyes always sparkled with warmth. But now, he lay silently in the sleep pod, his face aged, his forehead lined with wrinkles. His nose remained high, but there were deep nasolabial folds at the corners of his mouth. Chihao stared blankly for a while and called softly again, "Brother El." His voice echoed in the empty building. Naturally, there was no response. Chihao fell to the ground, covering his face with his hands, tears silently slipping through his fingers. Chapter 132. Indigenous Creatures. He sat on the ground, silently crying for a long time before getting up again, leaning over the outside of the sleep pod and gazing longingly at El inside the spacecraft. There was nothing. He couldn't believe that El had left no words behind for him. After all, he had once worked so hard to find him. Moreover, where did humanity obtain those Zeta characters? Was it solely from the various excavated ruins? He remembered that all of them had set off with specially made paper and pens, which would not decay for 10,000 years, meant for recording. With this thought, he hurriedly looked around the spacecraft. It was extremely clean inside. Not even a speck of dust. No wonder, since humanity had treasured it like a priceless treasure since its discovery and had diligently kept it clean. Even if there had been written records, they must have been taken away by humans. It seemed he would need to have a serious talk with Huang Lao later. Chihao futilely leaned back down, staring blankly at El with his sore eyes. How wonderful it would have been if he had also arrived on Blue Star at the same time as El, 10,000 years ago. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that beneath El's head was a rectangular box. Could it be a toolbox? The escape pod they were on was miniature, with limited space and no dedicated maintenance area. There was only a rectangular toolbox, fixed simply on the wall of the sleep pod, about the length of an arm. This toolbox was made of the same sturdy material as the spacecraft. After the explosion inside his own spacecraft, the only thing left intact, besides the sleep pod, was this toolbox. Yet El, before his passing, had gone to great lengths to take this toolbox apart and place it under his head. Chihao's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Without hesitation, he got up and jogged back to the wreckage of his own spacecraft. Indeed, the toolbox from his ship had already been successfully removed by others. He bent down to pick up the toolbox and quickly ran back to El's sleep pod, softly muttering an apology. Then, he carefully and gently lifted El's head, replacing it with the toolbox. Reluctantly, he took one last look at El and gritted his teeth as he pushed the pod cover back into place. Who could know if someone would come in next? He was unsure of whether they would do anything to El's body. The outside of the toolbox was tightly wrapped in a thick woven material, similar in function to plastic on Blue Star, sourced from Zeta, impervious to water and fire. At that moment, facing the damp toolbox, Chihao felt his whole body weaken, lacking strength. He sat down on the ground and slowly began to unwrap the woven material. It had protected the toolbox well. With trembling hands, Chihao opened the toolbox. Sure enough, it was sealed and dry, containing only 2 items, a thick record book and a few aged but well-preserved pens. Chihao took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He first rubbed his slightly damp hands vigorously on his clothes until he confirmed they were dry enough. Then he trembled as he carefully picked up the notebook. Gently flipping open the cover, the first page revealed neatly written text in Zeta script. Day 1. The spaceship has arrived at its destination. When I was awakened, I heard the announcement. Escape pod number 18 has successfully arrived in the Orion arm of the galaxy, on the blue planet. But I remember clearly. The blue planet is the youngest seed, the destination of Meyer. It's hard to describe the joy in my heart at this moment. When I set out, I thought I would never see any of my kind again. Unexpectedly, for some reason, Meyer and I have arrived at the same destination. He is only 5 years old, and I must find him quickly and take care of him. Upon reading this, Chihao's hands trembled so much that he could barely hold the notebook. He dared not cry, fearing that his tears would fall on the pages. But he couldn't bear to continue reading, so he gently turned to the second page. On the left side of the page, there were illustrations and text. Day 2. This is a beautiful primitive planet, yet to give birth to any civilization. The climate is cold, filled with glaciers, lakes, and wetlands. The vegetation is diverse, with forests, grasslands, and tundra. But at the same time, it is very dangerous. Today, while out, I encountered 2 types of fierce natives. If it weren't for the pneumatic gun, I would be dead by now. It's too dangerous. I must find Meyer as soon as possible. Below, a few simple strokes depicted two lifelike animals. Chi-Hao immediately recognized them as a mammoth and a giant hyena. He eagerly looked at the right side of the record. Day 5. Bad news. There has been no trace of any other ships nearby after 4 days of searching from the spaceship's location. Good news. After several days of exploration, I have mastered the timings of the blue planet's star rising and setting. Tomorrow, I will walk further in the same direction. Meyer, where are you? The seed project has officially started. After careful consideration, I have decided to abandon the idea of using the following indigenous species for reproduction. Indeed, if successful, their vitality would be extremely vigorous. But they are too fierce, and the process would be difficult to manage. Additionally, the differences between these creatures and us are too significant. I need to explore a wider variety of organisms before making a final decision. Below, there was a row of small animal portraits. From left to right, they were a mammoth, a hyena, a tiger, and a woolly rhino. Chi-Hao's gaze lingered on these portraits, with tears still in his eyes. But a look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on his face. Could Brother L have considered turning these animals into intelligent beings? He couldn't wait to turn to the next page. Day 7. Bad news, I am injured. Yesterday, I was unable to return to the spaceship before the star set. In the darkness, I was surrounded by several natives, and my shooting accuracy was greatly affected. At a critical moment, another type of native appeared in droves. They started fighting, and I was lucky to escape in the chaos. The newly emerged natives may be here to seize me, to treat me as food. However, these new natives have finally shown me a glimmer of hope for the fire seed plan, which can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Lesson: in the future, I must return to the spaceship before the stars descend. Below, there is a vivid depiction of a group of enormous hyenas confronting a dozen upright ape-like beings. In one corner of the drawing, there is L, sneaking away. Though only a few strokes were used, the portrayal is incredibly lifelike. Chi-Hao gazes greedily at the young L in the drawing, his eyes becoming warm once again. Chapter 133. The seed plan. Although a myriad of years have passed, reading about the injury of my brother still brings a sense of sadness and worry to my heart. Indeed, the next entry appeared 7 days later, and it was quite brief. Day 15. In the past few days, I haven't gone outside, observing the natives from the spacecraft. During this time, many unfamiliar creatures passed by the spacecraft. Still, there was only one type of creature that walked upright on that day. Today, my wound has scabbed over, and there is no longer a smell of blood on me. I must head in another direction to search for Meyer. This continent is a place of survival of the fittest. I must find him as soon as possible. Day 29. Good news, my wound has mostly healed. Bad news, Meyer's spacecraft likely did not land near me. This continent is so vast that I may have to leave the spacecraft to explore the entire area. I have 2 pneumatic guns as weapons, powered by stellar energy. Tests show they are lethal to all native creatures with a single shot. I also have a navigation tool and a sharp dagger. I hope I can find him soon. I'm sorry, compatriots of Zeta. Let's proceed with the seed plan when I return. I am truly worried about Meyer and feel so lonely. I haven't spoken for a long time. I hope I can come back alive. My heart tightened. At first, I wanted to tell Elle from afar that there was no need to search for me anymore. It was futile. It would be better to find a way to survive. But as I read further, I gradually understood that perhaps the search for me was the belief that kept Elle alive. Day 163. I am back, battered and bruised. I can cross mountains, but ultimately, I was blocked by the wide and swift waters. The waters are filled with fierce creatures. I left records on the rocks along the way and the stripped trees. As long as Meyer sees these traces, he will surely find me. However, I searched very carefully. Meyer likely did not land in this area. This journey has brought me close to death several times. I can no longer be reckless. I must first proceed with the seed plan. Once the plan shows promise, I will search in the opposite direction. Meyer, please hang in there and wait for me. Day 329. The first experiment failed, and I am very sad. Using traps, I successfully captured a native creature and confined her in the spacecraft. Initially, I tried to establish communication with her to create a good atmosphere. Then, I attempted to feed her, but as soon as I loosened her upper limbs, she attacked me fiercely. So, I had to place the food on the ground. Ultimately, I gave up all efforts and knocked her unconscious. On the 21st day after capture, tests showed that the creature had successfully conceived. On the 160th day, she successfully gave birth to a newborn. Perhaps the act of giving birth awakened the maternal instincts in the creature. When I tried to untie her upper limbs, she stopped her frantic attacks and even embraced the newborn. I took care of them tirelessly for a day and night, until I finally fell asleep from exhaustion. I was awakened by screams. When I opened my eyes, the native had bitten the newborn to death. Fortunately, I hadn't untied her lower limbs, or I would have been bitten to death as well. The first experiment failed, and I felt very sad. After thinking for a long time, I decided to release her. Only those close to me know why my brother collapsed mentally at the age of 13. When each star seed turns 13, a designated person comes to tell us about the duties and responsibilities of being a star seed. After stepping onto a new planet, danger and loneliness are far from the most terrifying parts. Successfully passing on the biological genes of the Zeta people is the most painful aspect. We have many methods to continue the genes, but the one with the highest success rate will always be the most primitive. Every star seed has sworn to pay with their life to ensure the propagation of the seed. In the following training, I encountered various bizarre biological models and learned how to pass on the genes to them in the most primitive way. That night, my brother developed a high fever and began to babble the next day. How could he be so foolish? Didn't he know that besides the most primitive methods, there are many scientific ways to achieve this? On one hand, I felt sorry for him, and on the other hand, I oddly felt relieved for him. As the end approaches, perhaps being mad is the happiest state. For this experiment, I did not use the primitive method. I wonder if that was the reason for the ultimate failure, but I didn't want to conduct a second experiment in the short term. At that moment, I thought of Meyer again. Many times, the rest of us star seeds truly envied him, for he was the only one who did not have to undertake this task. Meyer, where exactly have you landed? Are you doing well? I am in so much pain and feeling very lonely. Tomorrow morning, I will set off in a new direction to search for you again. By the way, I have become a very skilled hunter now. No matter how fierce these once unfamiliar native creatures are, I can handle them skillfully. What about you? This time, I am confident that I can come back alive. The subsequent records became increasingly scrawled, with longer intervals between entries. Finally, Chihao turned to a new page. Day 1460. Bad news, I still haven't found Meyer. Good news, the Starseed project has successfully taken its first step. I have designated this type of creature as the origin being. I haven't lived on the spaceship for a long time. I only returned before each long journey. Since designing various coincidences and consecutively saving the leader of a certain tribe of origin beings, they have taken the initiative to befriend me. With clever strategies and perseverance, I successfully integrated into their tribe. Then, I was assigned 2 females. Both females successfully became pregnant. Of course, this time I still did not adopt the original method. I have always believed that as long as things can be done properly, it doesn't matter what means are used. This time, the 2 mothers took great care of the newborns. With my help, both newborns were fortunate enough to survive. Meanwhile, I recorded their growth in detail in the cave where I lived. They grew at an astonishing pace. While it took the Zeta people 700 days to walk, these 2 were already running fast at just 150 days. I began to worry if the Zeta genes were not manifesting. However, as they grew, I realized that the Zeta genes were exceptionally powerful. These 2 newborns were the smartest in the entire group. They could even communicate with me in simple terms using the Zeta language. I had a rough idea. I believed I could succeed. By the way, in every cave I lived in, I marked my current coordinates starting from the spaceship. When I return to the spaceship next time, will I meet you? Day 5475. Good news. I have successfully spread the Zeta genes among 5 groups of the inhabitants. After the old leaders passed away one after another, I merged these groups and became the new leader. Originally, each group had only a dozen inhabitants, but now I have a large new group of nearly 60. I carefully selected descendants from this group to further improve them with the newly merged group. They are becoming smarter, progressing from simple calls to developing a basic language. The first generation that was improved showed the most significant physical changes. Not only did they grow taller, but their lifespan also increased significantly. Previously, even the strongest male inhabitants could only live around 4,000 days. Now, the first batch that integrated Zeta genes has survived over 5,400 days and still seems to be in their prime. The robust genes of these Zeta inhabitants are more likely to be passed on to the next generation. I have continued to document everything in the cave and felt increasingly reassured. Their behavior no longer resembled that of beasts. By the way, the presence of fierce beasts makes survival difficult for the inhabitants. To help them live longer and better, I taught them how to make tools. showed the males how to collaborate more effectively in hunting, and instructed the females on how to cultivate the plants they gathered. I also taught them how to make warm clothing from animal hides. All these tasks consumed a lot of my energy and time. I plan to carefully cultivate a new leader, and then I will leave this group to go to a new place and repeat this process. You understand why I must leave, right? On Zeta, a year is 450 days. Clearly, if I stay here and continue to work hard, perhaps in a few decades, this group will give rise to a true wise one, a new Zeta person very close to us. However, the natural environment of this planet is changing rapidly, and life forms are extremely fragile. Therefore, I cannot place all my hopes solely on this one place. If this population encounters extinction, the risk of the Zeta genes facing discontinuation will be imminent. Maya, over the years, I have never ceased my search for you. My footprints covering every inch of land I could reach. Next, I am determined to conquer that raging river and venture to the more distant shore. Maya, are you living in solitude on the other side of this planet? You would never imagine how fortunate we are to have arrived at the same planet. I apologize for making you wait so long. Perhaps we will meet soon. Day 59836. Hi Maya, how are you? I am L. This may be my last diary entry. My eyesight is getting blurry, and my arms are becoming difficult to move. I haven't gone out hunting for a long time, relying on nutrient solutions to get by. The planetary seed program has been very successful. At this moment, I am lying in the spaceship, looking through the porthole, and I see that the current inhabitants can now work together seamlessly for hunting, skillfully using homemade weapons, and wearing simple yet practical clothing. I speculate that as time goes by, the Zeta genes within them will become more pronounced, and their appearance will increasingly resemble that of the Zeta people. At the same time, their lifespan will be significantly extended. Although I cannot witness all of this with my own eyes, I still firmly believe that I have been a successful seed for this planet. I have not let down the expectations of all my Zeta compatriots and have successfully spread Zeta genes to every corner of this planet. Maya, ever since my second voyage. After searching for you without success, I have come to understand. Perhaps, although we may arrive at the same planet, we are not in the same time dimension. After realizing this, I feel truly happy. I hope that the time you arrive is in a wonderful and distant future. When that time comes, please check for me whether I have truly completed my mission. In fact, during these days, as I lie in the spaceship, I have been pondering, what does life truly mean? Is the continuation of genes really that important? I have no answer. However, I ultimately carry the hopes and trust of the entire Zeta race. I am glad that I have not failed this expectation. Maya, I do not know if one day in the future you will come across this diary. If by any chance, it is you who opens this dormant pod, please take care of my remains properly. Maya, this time, it is truly a farewell for good. Chi-Hao closed the notebook, tears streaming down his face. Many mysteries that once troubled him have now been revealed. Chapter 134 Epilogue. That day, Huang waited a long time for Chi-Hao. When Chi-Hao came out with his head down, he tightly clutched a notebook in his arms. A month later, the country held a grand celebration in the capital to mark the successful completion of the Star Relocation Project. All the major leaders of the nation attended the event to present medals to the 7 astronauts led by Lin Xue. The project's main leader, Cheng Tianyu, was also promoted to Deputy Minister of Defense due to this project. Aerospace Department, Director's Office. It was time to get off work. The freshly appointed director, Xiao Zhao, turned off the television replay and smiled at Chi-Hao, who was standing beside him. Deputy Director Chi, don't you feel regretful for not attending the award ceremony that day? Chi-Hao smiled and shook his head. Uncle Zhao, you know me. I've never cared about these things. Haha, that is true. You seem to never place much importance on worldly matters. But with your abilities, is it unfair for you to be my deputy? Chi-Hao continued to shake his head. You know I dislike being in the spotlight. From now on, you manage the operations. I'll focus on the technology. It's perfect. The two chatted and walked side by side toward the door. Deputy Director Chi, what are your plans for the future? Plans? I'll keep looking for people. I want to search the whole world to see if I can find Uncle Ling's son. Xiao Zhao stood in respect. With your capabilities, you will certainly find him. I'll be waiting for the good news from you and Professor Ling. At this point, Xiao Zhao suddenly remembered something important. By the way, you don't have a place in the capital, do you? Should I get the department to allocate you an apartment? It's right next to the rocket center. It'll be convenient for you to commute. Chi-Hao smiled lightly. No need. I'll stay at home. Xiao Zhao was surprised. Home? Yes, Uncle Ling's place. At this moment, the two had exited the Tianxiong Research Center, and in the parking lot ahead, A flashy red luxury car was parked. The sunlight reflected off the car, dazzling to the eyes. Xiao Zhao recognized the model and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, whose car is this? It must be worth several million." As soon as he finished speaking, the driver's window rolled down, and Ling Bo smiled at him. "Director Zhao, want to come over to my place for some cards? Junjie is here too, we're missing one." Meanwhile, Chi Hao asked from behind, "Is this car expensive?" "Uncle Ling bought it for me yesterday to drive to and from work," Chi Hao replied. Xiao Zhao stood still, watching Chi Hao walk toward the car with a light step. In a daze, he recalled the first day he met Chi Hao, accompanying him for a physical examination and sending him back to school, where Chi Hao also walked with such a light step. At that time, who would have thought that one day this talented young man would become a partner in his endeavors? No, Xiao Zhao silently crossed out the word endeavors in his mind. With friends, family, financial resources, and connections, Chi Hao's future on Blue Star would surely be smooth sailing. End of text. Thank you to every generous supporter, every reader who urged for updates, every reviewer, and every person who liked this work. I hope that clicking into this book has not completely wasted your time. Even if just one plot has touched you, I would be very happy. Writing is not easy, and if there are parts that are not right or not good, please be gentle in your feedback. P.S. The character Chi Hao is inspired by my best friend, who is a mathematical genius in my heart. But she is one of us, 100 original. Thank you to my best friend for the support. Much love.